Family, something outrageous has happened. I just came out of seclusion, and the Crown Prince Qian Renxue pulled me into her group. I opened my mouth and went straight for her, leaving her completely stunned. This all started because I crossed over and became a eunuch, going into seclusion until the level 90 system went online, and the compensation was amazing. Just as I was thinking about finding someone, Chen Yue showed up, and now there's a good show to watch. Let me tell you, this is simply ridiculous. I just came out of seclusion and bumped into a reckless young prince who insisted on pulling me into his group. I thought this kid had some ideas, but then I couldn't hold back and blurted out, "I want you, ChenRenxue." Wow. The look on his face instantly turned into a palette of colors. It was spectacular. This needs to be explained from the beginning. At that time, in the Title Douluo Imperial Palace, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. Qian Renxue, also known as the fake crown prince Chen Yue, was listening to her two Title Douluo subordinates report on their work. One was called CTN, and the other was called SHMO, standing there like two gate gods, respectfully saying, "Young master, the entire palace has been taken over by our people, except for that old guardian inside." This SHMO was a bit anxious. He said, "That old guy is called ChenYue, and I heard he's been around since the time of our ancestors. He's been in seclusion for 20 years. Who knows if he's already reached the threshold of Title Douluo. If we force our way in and cause a ruckus, we might attract the Sword Douluo and his crew. And you, young master, will be in danger. Look at these two, they're so cowardly." Qian Renxue, however, was not flustered at all. With a confident smile, she said, "No worries, this kind of old guy is just after some benefits. He'll go meet him and paint a bigger picture for him. I'm not afraid he won't recognize the times." After saying that, she walked alone towards the deepest part of the palace where the dilapidated palace was located. And the so-called old guy they were talking about, ChenYue, family, who understands? I was so excited. After 20 years in seclusion, I finally leveled up from level 89 to level 90. As long as I get another spirit ring, I would be the most handsome guy in Douluo, continent Title Douluo. You may not know, but I, ChenYue, am a time traveler. Over 100 years ago, I was just playing a game, and I drew a nation-toppling beauty talent. Out of excitement, I suddenly found myself here. The start was even more explosive. My martial soul was a broken axe with innate soul power of level 30. It was a heavenly start. But what happened? I trained for a full 10 years just to level up from level 31 to level 32. This training speed would make a turtle pass me a cigarette. The demand for soul power inside me was like an endless pit. No matter how much I filled it, it never got full. Back then, it was chaotic becoming a teacher. You'd be drafted in no time. Going to the Spirit Hall? At that time, the Spirit Hall was just a large fan club, utterly useless. After thinking it over, there was only one way left to enter the palace. Only the Imperial Palace had the best simulated training environment, which could speed up my progress. But entering the palace had a threshold. I needed to be a eunuch. I made up my mind to become stronger. Isn't it just a matter of sacrificing for eternal governance? I took the gamble. Worst case, I could always get a blue-silver Emperor soul bone later, and it would grow back in spring. Guess what happened? The chief palace guard who was supposed to perform the procedure suddenly died after seeing me. Maybe he was killed by my good looks. Anyway, this plan fell through, and I became the last nominal eunuch of the Title Douluo Imperial Palace, primarily on the books, but not on the job. To avoid exposure, I immediately entered an infinite seclusion mode, and this seclusion lasted for over 100 years. Relying on the resources of the palace, I managed to grind my level from 31 all the way to 90. It wasn't easy. Just as I was feeling emotional and pondering where to get a 10th Ascendier spirit ring, my system, which had been delayed for over a century, finally came online with a ding. Ding, the system that arrived 100 years late has finally bound to the host. Good grief, you've come just as I'm about to hit max level? But the compensation it offered was simply too enticing. Compensation gift pack. 1. Restore to 18 years old bone age. 2. 1 10th Ascendier spirit ring. 3 10th Ascendier spirit bones. 3. God-level martial soul, the heavenly king god tower, while retaining my nation-toppling beauty talent. 4. Completely awaken my broken axe martial soul. Whoa, this deal is not a loss. In an instant, I felt my skin tighten, my looks skyrocketed to their peak, handsome enough to make even goddess-level beauties swoon. The axe in my hand transformed as well. The pitch-black axe body was covered in flashing runes, and as the red light passed, I realized that my martial soul was actually a knockoff version of the Pango axe. No wonder it consumed so much experience. This broken server in Douluo continent isn't enough for you to level up. System, what functions do you have? This system is a multiple offspring and blessings system. Marrying and having children will grant rewards. including soul power, soul bones, and various heavenly items. His family, the era of lying down and becoming a deity, has finally arrived. Fighting and killing is so tiring. Isn't this much better than seclusion? I was just pondering who to target first when a voice came from outside the palace door. Qinghe pays respect to Elder Chen. I have a request. Upon hearing this, I was like, oh, isn't that Qian Just as I was about to sleep, someone brought me a pillow. What a coincidence. Hee. Qian pushed the door open and inexplicably shivered. She had prepared a lot of words to negotiate with a 100-year-old man, but when she looked up and saw an extraordinarily handsome 18-year-old young man, she was instantly dumbfounded. She was completely stunned. What the heck? Who is this? Little did she know, my looks, enhanced by my talent, were a complete dimensional crush on this world. What do you need me for? I asked with great interest. My newly awakened martial soul was so powerful it could see through her disguise. ChenRenxue took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her heart that was racing due to her angelic bloodline, and began to paint a big picture for me. Elder Chen, the empire is in turmoil, and I want to unify our forces to resist external enemies. As long as you lend me a helping hand, money, beautiful women, and status will not be an issue. She thought that someone like me, who had lived for so long, would definitely be afraid of death, and even added a line about a treasure that could extend life. Upon hearing this, my eyes lit up. Is that true? Qinghe speaks with utmost sincerity. All right, then I want the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, this beauty. Can you bring her to me? The smile on ChenRenxue's face shattered instantly. I took you as my left and right arms, and you want to be my stepfather? Her face twitched slightly, but she managed to hold it back. Well, that's a bit difficult. However, Elder Chen, we can start with another target like the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, Hulaina. I can bring her as a gift. Hulaina? I scoffed. That girl was later fooled by Tang San and became a complete love-struck fool. I didn't want my backyard to catch fire. Seeing that I was not interested, ChenRenxue's eyes turned, and she suddenly asked, as far as I know, Elder ChenYue, seem to not be pure, right? What use is there for Bibi Dong? Hey, this girl is quite perceptive. I smiled. What do you think? Seeing my expression, she probably imagined all sorts of dramas, thinking I had some unspeakable secrets or had narrowly escaped a disaster, and felt there was hope. She quickly said, then, Elder Chen might as well propose some other conditions. Sure, extended a finger for conditions. First, still the same, find a way to bring Bibi Dong to me. ChenRenxue's face darkened again. Second, I pondered over the timeline. Go to the Stardow Forest and catch a 10th Asanier transformed softbone rabbit. I need to go with you. She thought I wanted the 9th spirit ring and agreed without a second thought. No problem. What about the 3rd and 4th? The 3rd one. I smiled meaningfully and said word by word. I want you. ChenRenxue. Boom. She exploded. That confident face instantly stiffened. Her pupils shook, and her brain probably crashed. She could never understand how her secret, hidden for 20 years, was suddenly exposed by me. This sister really has good psychological quality. After less than 2 seconds of pause, she immediately shouted sternly, What are you talking about? At the same time, her soul power was quietly activated, ready to strike at any moment. I wasn't worried at all and leisurely added, I not only know you are the daughter of Qianrenxue, the heir of the Spirit Hall, ChenRenxue, but I also know you poisoned the Snow Emperor trying to usurp the throne. As soon as I finished speaking, ChenRenxue's killing intent was fully revealed. Without saying a word, she directly activated her martial soul and charged at me. Isn't fighting and killing too bad? I shook my head, thinking that I'd given you face, right? With a swift motion, I swung my axe, and the soul rings behind me instantly lit up 3 purple, 5 black, and 1 red. It was dazzling. ChenRenxue couldn't even withstand my first attack and was directly blown away by the terrifying shockwave, crashing to the ground. Struggling to stand up, she looked at my soul ring configuration with disbelief on her face. How is this possible? Your first soul ring is 1,000 years, and you have 100,000-year soul ring. She was completely stunned, realizing that she was no match for me. Just as she was about to send a signal for help, I pressed her down with my momentum, directly knocking her unconscious. Outside, the 2 gatekeepers, the Tin and the Shlomal, felt the earth-shattering commotion and exchanged glances. The snake spear Douluo was quite confident. Don't worry, even if that old guy breaks through, he's just a Title Douluo without soul rings, and his martial soul is just a broken axe. How can he be a match for the young master? The Tin was still not at ease, but he is still a Title Douluo. The young master is only a soul sage. The 2 muttered to each other, but in the end, they were still uneasy. One of them kicked open the big door and rushed in. As soon as they entered, good heavens, The countless small axes I had prepared had been waiting for a long time, as if they had calculated that they would come in at this moment. Not good. It's a trap. The two were startled and hurriedly activated their martial souls to defend. But strangely, those densely packed, small axes hit them as if they were made of paper, cracking and breaking with a sound. The two brothers were immediately dumbfounded. What was going on here? The next second, their heads buzzed as if they had been hit with a brick, and they went completely offline. Let me tell you, just in that second, ChenYue, the king casually strolled between the two of them with his hands behind his back. By the time the two guys realized what was happening, they were already tied up like two oversized packages, with each of them having a, smelly sock stuffed in their mouths. Forget about calling for help. They almost vomited up last night's dinner right there. And ChenYue? He acted like nothing was wrong, dusting off non-existent dust and directly pushing open the door to QianRenxue's chamber. Wow, the reversal came too quickly. Our previously confident Miss Qian Renxue, who felt she had everything under control, now had a pale face, looking at ChenYue as if she had seen a ghost. She couldn't understand how a palace manager could suddenly transform into a monster capable of taking down two Title Douluo in an instant. What? What do you want? QianRenxue's voice trembled slightly. ChenYue was completely calm, smiling like a villain. Don't be nervous, Your Highness. I'll say it again. Agree to my 4 conditions. You be your empress, and I'll be my 9,000 years old. We can cooperate for mutual benefit. He paused, his gaze sweeping over QianRenxue. Right now, I just want you. QianRenxue was stunned. Even at this point, this guy was still after this. But then she thought about it. She was now like meat on the chopping block, and he had no need to deceive her. Could it be that he really just liked her this simply? With a head full of questions, she instinctively looked up to ask for clarity. As soon as she did, she found herself making eye contact with ChenYue's strikingly abstract face. Family who understands. It was that feeling as if she had been hit by a beauty shock. Her CPU short-circuited, and her face turned red in an instant, quickly lowering her head. Seeing that there was a chance, ChenYue immediately started to paint a grand vision. His rhetoric was simply top-notch PUA mastery. Just think about it. If we join forces and have a child, wouldn't that be the crown prince of the Tiando Empire and the young master of the Spear Hall? In the future, as husband and wife, we can work together to destroy Xingluo, unify the continent, and have everyone worship our angel god. Isn't that a thrilling script? When QianRenxue heard this, her heart skipped a beat and felt a rush of warmth. After pondering carefully, she realized that the logic seemed sound. As long as she had a child, this man would be tied down and would have to work honestly for her for the rest of his life. This plan, didn't he seem like a loss? With that thought, she steeled her heart, suddenly looked up, and her disguise was instantly removed, revealing her stunning beauty and golden hair, looking incredibly beautiful. All right, I agree to your terms, but you have to tell me, how did you know about all my secrets? ChenYue smiled, a smile that conveyed he had everything under control. I not only know you, but I also know that the Tang Yin you plan to recruit is actually Tang San, the son of Tang Hao. What did you say? QianRenxue's eyes widened in shock. ChenYue didn't give her time to react and bombarded her with information, laying out all the details about Tang Hao, Tang Yue, and the heavenly sect in a clear logical chain. He then mentioned that Tang San was skilled in poison, had a close relationship with Dugu Bo, and had helped the 7 Treasures glazed tile school turn the tables, and was soon going to subdue the medicine master Yang Wudi from the Paji clan. So, ChenYue concluded, your 20-year plan, because of your misplaced confidence, is already full of holes like a sieve. QianRenxue's face turned red and pale, and she opened her mouth to refute that it was impossible. However, as soon as she opened her mouth, she suddenly felt a warmth. ChenYue, this bastard, directly kissed her. She was completely stunned and struggled desperately, but there was no way to break free. It was only after a full minute that ChenYue finally let her go. QianRenxue's face was flushed, her eyes almost shooting fire, wanting to curse, but afraid that if she opened her mouth again, she would be silenced. So she could only cover her mouth tightly and glare at him angrily. Now it's time to fulfill the conditions, right? ChenYue asked with a smile. Let me tell you, ChenYue really knows how to play his cards right. He looked at QianRenxue, who was still struggling, and directly unleashed his ultimate move. With your divine-level martial soul, if you want to pass it on, you must find someone equally exceptional, right? Just take a look at me. Dual martial souls, innate level 30 soul power. Just imagine how extraordinary our child would be. The phrase innate level 30 soul power was like a key that instantly unlocked QianRenxue's vital points. What has her family been obsessed with for generations? ISNT, the inheritance of the 6-winged angel martial soul? Her grandfather, Qian Douluo, almost became a sea king just to find a suitable match. Her father, ChenYue, is even more of a heavyweight. Now, right in front of her is a living, breathing top-tier gene pool with innate level 30 soul power. Who could resist that? Innate level 20 plus innate level 30. The child born from this. ChenRenxue's eyes grew brighter, her gaze as fervent as if she had discovered a new continent. In the next moment, she softened and leaned into Chen Yue's arms. Her voice barely above a whisper. I agree. It's done. Chen Yue let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Then sounds we can listen to without paying started coming from the palace. The two guys outside felt like their hearts were being cut. Young master, my young master. Unfortunately, with their mouths blocked, they could only whimper anxiously. After it was over, Chen Yue's mind chimed as the system gift package arrived. Wow, what system space, heavenly crystal stones. Supreme level traditional Chinese medicine skills, a 100,000 year soul ring, and a movement technique called 3000 thunder moves, which sounds incredibly fast, probably one of those skills that allows you to taunt others and escape unscathed. The most outrageous part was that the system also indicated the host already has offspring. What efficiency! Chen Yue held the already subconsciously rubbing her belly, QianRenxue, feeling incredibly pleased. This is the correct way to relax. He gently said, let us go to the Dou forest. Huh? Are we going now? QianRenxue was a bit confused. Shouldn't they return to the spirit hall to gather people? No need. Chen Yue smiled indulgently this time. I'll also give you a 100,000 year soul ring, plus a 100,000 year soul bone. QianRenxue was stunned. A 100,000 year soul bone. That SA treasure that the entire spirit hall can't provide even one piece of, and this bad guy just casually offered it? She looked up at Chen Yue's face, a bit mesmerized. Coming back to her senses. Little angel, Chen Yue teased as he pinched her nose. When we come back tonight, you can look at it to your heart's content. QianRenxue's face flushed, she huffed, and quickly wriggled out of his embrace, transforming back into the appearance of Shui Qinghe. If I'm not mistaken, Chen Yue gazed toward the forest with a playful look in his eyes. There are already two groups from the spirit hall entering the Dou forest. QianRenxue was taken aback. She didn't know about this operation. Chen Yue was quite devious. He smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, they're destined to make a wasted trip. Someone will help us clear the area. He paused, mimicking an exaggerated tone. I wonder if our classmate Tang San will arrive at the location and find that his beloved Xiao Wu is missing. Will he give us a heartfelt monologue of Xiao Wu? Take me away. On the spot? I tell you, at that moment, Xiao Wu was completely stunned. She had never seen such a scene before. She was still asking who you really were. Come on, sister, is this really the time to ask that? Chen Yue, that rascal, was getting closer step by step, looking at her like she was a pet rabbit, looking down and directly using his power. Remember, I am your master. From now on, you have to call me that. Goodness, who can stand this? Xiao Wu exploded on the spot, shouting you're talking nonsense. And her legs scissored around Chen Yue's neck, trying to pull off a counterattack. But what happened? It was like trying to stop a moving car with a mantis. Chen Yue casually grabbed her ankle and lifted her up backwards. Her little white dress slid down in an instant. Then, with a loud slap, I tell you, it was crisp and clear. Chen Yue slapped her directly. Xiao Wu's face instantly turned redder than a monkey's, but both embarrassed and angry. Shouting, you bastard. Let me go. Chen Yue looked at her like she was an idiot. Don't you know the gap in our strength? What's wrong with being a pet rabbit? Why do you have to dream? After saying that, he tossed her to the ground like a rag doll. Xiao Wu crawled up while covering her dress, only to find herself trapped in an airtight iron can, surrounded by black walls. But strangely, it was as bright as day inside. What place is this? Does the Starry Forest have such buildings? She instantly understood that she had been taken out of the beginner village and in front of those two bodyguards. Deming and Ming, no less. Who understands, family? That sense of security was instantly zeroed out. She frantically felt the walls for an exit, while Chen Yue stood there with his arms crossed, watching the show, looking like he needed subtitles, saying please start your performance. Watching Xiao Wu go from panic to despair. Finally collapsing on the ground like a pile of mud, he slowly spoke. Have you found the exit? Xiao Wu was completely broken, her voice tinged with tears. What is this place? What do you want to do? She had tried, but her soul power just tickled the wall. It was harder than a turtle shell. She thought to herself, it's over. This guy isn't planning to keep me locked up forever, is he? Chen Yue smiled slightly. His aura filled. This is my world. I am the ruler here. Including you, you are also mine. He started to paint a big picture. If you want to go out, You need to make me happy. Maybe I'll let you out to bask in the sun. Xiao Wu shook her head vigorously, like a rattle drum. Impossible. Just kill me. Fierce. She was really fierce. Then Chen Yue suddenly leaned close to her ear, as if whispering, "What if I could let you see your beloved Sangge?" "What did you say?" Xiao Wu's eyes lit up instantly. "If I'm in a good mood, I'll let you go out to see him. If I'm not in a good mood." Chen Yue smiled, looking harmless. "Next time you come in, I might have to bring some of your Sanji's parts, like a finger, a scalp, a leg, or your precious Sanji's." I tell you, as soon as those words came out, Xiao Wu's heart nearly stopped. She fell to her knees with a thud, tears streaming down her face, clutching Chen Yu's thigh and crying out, "No, don't say that. I'm begging you. I'll give you whatever you want, just don't touch Sangge." Chen Yue pinched her little face, his aggressive gaze making her shiver all over. She trembled and asked, What do you want to do?" Chen Yue countered, "What do you think?" Xiao Wu was so scared that she collapsed like a duck, but still stubbornly said, "I only belong to Sangge. You can't have me." "All right, so you won't cry until you see the coffin, huh?" Chen Yue turned to leave. "I'll go give your Sangge a little something, and bring back an arm for you as an appetizer." This was a killer blow. Xiao Wu completely went mad, rolling and crawling to cling to his leg, crying heart-wrenchingly, "No, don't go. I'll give you a soul bone. Anything from 100,000 years. She was calculating in her heart that as long as she could get out, she would immediately call for help, making him understand why the flowers are so red. But Chen Yue seemed to read her mind, sneering, "Oh, the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python, both are okay." Xiao Wu was taken aback, thinking it was all just a fantasy, nodding like a garlic peeler. Yes. The next second, she was sent flying. Chen Yue slapped her against the wall, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Trying to fool me with tricks meant for 3-year-olds? Chen Yue wiped his hands, his gaze icy. "Here's the latest news. 3 hours ago, your Sangge arrived at the Stardo Forest. Within an hour, I guarantee I'll bring you one of his hands." Seeing Chen Yu's figure becoming more and more transparent, Xiao Wu, dragging her injuries, tried to stop him, but it was too late. The whole rabbit collapsed on the ground in despair, muttering, "It's over, Sangge is in danger." The scene shifted, and Chen Yue returned to the cave. As soon as QianRenxue saw him, she jumped on him like an octopus, excitedly stumbling over her words. My martial soul evolved. The 6-winged angel has directly become a 12-winged angel. I'm telling you, my combat power has skyrocketed, faster than a rocket." Chen Yue slapped her on the butt to pull her down. "Stop messing around. Have you completed your task?" QianRenxue's face flushed, pulling out a paper package from her storage bag. "Done. This is Tang San's left pinky." Meanwhile, in the Stardo Forest, our Sangge was walking in with the main forces of the Spear Hall. He was covering his newly bandaged left hand, his face bruised, and thinking happily about using the Spirit Hall people as cannon fodder to reunite with his beloved Xiao Wu. He had no idea he had been clearly set up. Chen Yue held the finger and returned to that little black room. As soon as Xiao Wu saw him, before she could speak, her face received a loud slap. Chen Yue threw the bloody little pinky in front of her like trash. "Forgot your title again?" Xiao Wu recognized it as her Sanji's finger at a glance. "Don't ask, just true love." She was truly scared now. Chen Yue was really willing to use violence. Another slap. Xiao Wu's cheeks were marked with red, 5-fingered mountains, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth, looking utterly miserable. Chen Yue raised his hand, and she, terrified, fell to her knees with a thud, trembling all over like a sieve. "Looks like you still haven't learned your lesson." Chen Yue turned to leave again. "I'm in a bad mood right now, planning to chop off an arm of your Sangge to vent my anger." As soon as those words came out, Xiao Wu's mental defense completely collapsed. She rolled and crawled over, desperately hugging Chen Yu's thigh, using all her strength to squeeze out 2 words through her teeth, her voice smaller than a mosquito's, filled with humiliation and fear. "Master. Master. Now that's more like it." Chen Yue patted her head like petting a cat. "As long as you behave and make me happy, taking you out to play ISNT Impossible." Xiao Wu's eyes instantly lit up with a glimmer of hope. "Really? Really?" Then, Chen Yu's smile turned playful strip. Xiao Wu froze completely. Seeing her reaction, Chen Yu's expression darkened. "Ungrateful. Wait, I'm going to roast your Sanji's arm for dinner." At this moment, Xiao Wu fully understood. The man in front of her was unpredictable, with no patience to play tug-of-war with her. Her Sanji's life was truly in his hands. If she continued to resist, her beloved Sangge might really be torn apart. She fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face, as if resigned. "Can we go out, please?" Chen Yu's lips curled into a smirk. "Sure." At the same time, by the lake of life in the Stardo Forest, Tang Sen finally arrived at the place where he had sensed Xiao Wu earlier. He looked up and saw nothing under the tree. He was dumbfounded, letting out a soul-searching question. Xiao Wu, it's been 5 years, I finally... What the hell, where's my beloved? The next second, he rushed over like a madman, frantically digging at the ground under that tree. After a long time, exhausted, he sat on the ground, leaning against the trunk, struggling not to let the tears fall. Suddenly, he felt a few drops fall on his face. He thought, could it be that even heaven was moved to tears by our love? But when he instinctively licked it, he realized it was a strong taste of blood. While he was still in a daze, 2 deafening beast roars came from nearby. The sky blue bull python and Titan giant ape had returned. The 2 giants saw the spirit hall people, and their eyes turned red. Without saying a word, they charged in. As a slow field opened, the Titan giant ape smashed a punch forward. Juju Duo and Ghost Duo were instantly paralyzed, shouting for a retreat while charging ahead. Hulaina ran a few steps, turned back to see Tang Sen still frozen in place, and anxiously shouted, Tang San, let's go. What are you dazed for? Tang San, shaken by the beast roars, his mind buzzing, saw everyone as an enemy. Suddenly, he blamed the spirit hall for Xiao Wu's disappearance, convinced they had threatened her with his finger. His face twisted in rage as he pulled out the Haotian hammer, swinging it at the nearest Hulaina. Die, you vile spirit hall. And guess what? If that hammer hit, wouldn't Hulaina be done for? But the spirit hall wasn't to be trifled with. Ghost Duo swiftly flashed, so fast I could barely see, appearing right in front of Tang San, and slapped him back. Smack! Let me tell you, that sound was crisp and loud. Tang San was knocked off his feet, flying into the air like a broken sack, crashing into a big tree behind him. Half of his face instantly swelled up like a doughy bun, stars dancing in his eyes, and he was directly knocked into a cyber seizure. He wobbled to his feet. Everything in front of him was double vision, and in his dazed state, he seemed to see the girl he had been dreaming about day and night, Xiao Wu, gazing at him with affection. He thought he was about to die, experiencing a moment of clarity before passing, and with a blissful expression, he reached out to touch her, thinking, Xiao Wu, seeing you before I die is worth it. And guess what? He really touched her. It was still a soft little hand. Tang San jolted awake, focused his eyes, and exclaimed, what the hell? Xiao Wu is real. But behind Xiao Wu stood a man he didn't recognize at all. Good heavens. I felt like this was a big deal. Tang San's pupils shook as he pointed at the man, about to explode, but Xiao Wu beat him to it, screaming with all her might, De Ming, Er Ming, kill him. As soon as those words were out, the 2 giant beasts, the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape, went crazy. Xiao Wu was in danger. Without a second thought, they abandoned the Ghost Duo and the Chrysanthemum Duo they were beating up and turned to go after that unfamiliar man. I tell you, this has made Ghost Duo and Chrysanthemum Duo overjoyed. They were being beaten to the point of losing their direction. And when they saw these 2 big brothers change their target, wasn't this just a heavenly opportunity? The 2 exchanged a glance, their synergy reaching its peak, and they tightly clasped hands, directly unleashing their ultimate move. Martial Soul, Fusion Skill, Polar Stillness Domain. Buzz. A gold and silver light ring instantly exploded, as if the entire battlefield had pressed the pause button on time. The 2 giant beasts that had just turned around were immediately frozen in place, becoming 2 vividly lifelike giant sculptures, unable to move even their eyeballs. Ghost Duo and the others, blocked from seeing the situation behind them by the giant beasts, thought they had turned the tide and shouted, we have them under control. Everyone retreat immediately. The people from the Spirit Hall had already been scared out of their wits. Upon hearing this, they felt like they had been granted amnesty and ran away in a panic. Only Hulaina, with her infatuated mind, looked at Tang San with worry. Mumbung, Tang Yin. Does anyone understand? They want to kill you, and you're still here daydreaming? The next second, with a loud bang, a blonde beauty descended from the sky and knocked Hulaina unconscious with a single slap. I took a closer look and realized it was Qian Renxue. She clapped her hands, looking at the mysterious man named Chen Yue with a face full of disdain. However, the guy completely ignored her and pointed at the 2 giant beast statues, casually telling ChenRenxue, choose one. ChenRenxue was stunned. Choose what? I haven't reached the point of absorbing a soul ring yet. Chen Yue directly interrupted her. I said choose, so choose. No more nonsense. As soon as those words were spoken, Xiao Wu's face turned pale. She instantly understood that this guy had deliberately let her out just to lure out De Ming and Er Ming. This was top-level fishing. Tang Sen also reacted, his eyes turning blood red with anger as he rushed forward with the Haotian hammer. You dare to touch my Xiao Wu. I'll kill you. However, Chen Yue didn't even look at him. He simply extended a finger and effortlessly blocked the giant Haotian hammer, which was the size of sandpot. Tang San's face turned purple, using all his strength, but the hammer didn't budge an inch. Chen Yue disdainfully raised his hand, and the Haotian hammer flew back. Then, with a backhand, he slapped Tang San on the other side of his face. Well, now, it was symmetrical, completely turning him into a pig's head, with his eyes rolling back as he fainted on the spot. After dealing with this little trash, Chen Yue's performance truly began. He pointed at the Titan giant ape, and a pitch-black giant axe appeared in his hand out of nowhere. The overwhelming aura made my hair stand on end. The weapon spirit's true form, Pangu's axe. Whoosh! A flash of axe light cut through, too fast to react. The next second, that mountain-sized Titan giant ape had a thin red line appear from head to toe. Then, with a loud rumble, it was directly split in half like cutting a watermelon. Aiming, Xiao Wu completely collapsed, regretting it to the core. Only now did she realize that her little cleverness had directly caused the death of her best brother. She cried and wanted to plead for mercy, but was pressed down by ChenRenxue. Chen Yue completely ignored her and turned his gaze to the Tianqing Yomeng. The big calf was so frightened that it stuttered. I can surrender. I can become her spirit. Don't kill me. A spirit? What is this new term? Everyone present was stunned. Chen Yue laughed, good idea. But do you deserve it? Before his words fell, he suddenly charged forward with another axe. But this time he held back, only chopping the Tianqing Yomeng's head to the brink of death. At the moment the axe light dissipated, ChenRenxue understood, activated her martial spirit's true form, and with 12 golden wings spread out, she thrust a holy sword through the wound, delivering the final blow. Deming, Xiao Wu was utterly hopeless, collapsing to the ground, lacking even the strength to cry. ChenRenxue looked at the 100,000-year red soul ring in front of her. Her breathing quickened, but she still grimaced and said, "But my soul power really hasn't reached the bottleneck." What followed was the most absurd scene I had ever witnessed in my life. Chen Yue pulled out an unremarkable broken stone and walked in front of ChenRenxue, striking her first, yes, the first 100-year yellow soul ring with a duong. Crack! That illusory soul ring shattered on the ground like glass. I was shocked at that moment. This operation was simply the final nail in Newton's coffin. Can a soul ring really be shattered and retrained? Ghost Dalu and Juve Dalu, those two old men, almost had their jaws drop to the ground. Chen Yue, however, calmly said to ChenRenxue, "Go ahead and absorb it." Over there, ChenRenxue began to absorb the 100,000-year soul ring, while on the other side, Xiao Wu looked at the fainted Sangu with increasingly resolute eyes. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, she suddenly ignited with a burst of red light. Sacrifice! She wanted to sacrifice herself for Tang San. She thought she had found an opportunity, but she didn't know that Chen Yue had been waiting for her to make this move. Just as I wanted. A smirk appeared on Chen Yue's lips as a delicate little tower manifested in his palm, directed at Xiao Wu. Third soul skill, Divine Tower Prison. In a flash of golden light, Xiao Wu's initial sacrifice was instantly intercepted. Her body, soul ring, and soul bone were forcibly separated with a loud crack. The soul bone and body were taken by Chen Yue, and the red soul ring that was supposed to be of 100,000 years, while drifting towards Tang San, began to lose its color like peeling paint, and by the time it floated in front of Tang San, it had transformed into a pale white soul ring. A 1-year soul ring. I was dumbfounded. This operation was simply a top-tier PUA scene. Xiao Wu's soul shadow floated in the air, crying heart-wrenchingly, helplessly watching her 100,000-year cultivation turn into a ridiculous white halo on Tang San. Just then, Chen Yue's 2 subordinates returned, dragging the corpse of Soul Beast. Chen Yue grinned, picked up an axe, and with a crunch, chopped off a dog leg, then carried it step by step towards the unconscious Tang San. Xiao Wu's soul was almost terrified to disperse, screaming, What do you want to do?" Chen Yue, while comparing the furry dog leg to Tang San's severed leg, laughed like a devil. "Don't worry, it will be fine soon. I guarantee a seamless connection for you. The size is just right. I tell you, I'm skilled at this." Without any hesitation, I immediately demonstrated what a cyber healer is. With a flick of a needle, in just a few swift moves, it was as smooth as silk. Tang San's severed leg flesh quickly grew back, perfectly merging with that dog leg. And I even used soul power to reconnect the nerve one by one, emphasizing that it was an original import, plug and play. No needles poked. I nodded in satisfaction, waved my hand, and the corpse of the face demon spider flew over. Disdainfully, I grabbed the axe and with a few chops. I had 10 sleek spider legs in hand. Hey, did you think that was it? I grabbed Tang San's still intact arm, ready to give him a makeover by attaching a spider claw to it. Guess what happened next? No, to my surprise. Xiao Wu's soul suddenly popped out from Tang San's body, directly materializing, rolling and crawling to my feet, desperately hugging my thigh, crying in utter despair. I beg you, please spare Singo. Woo-woo. I'll do anything you want, really, I'm begging you. TSK, that's more like it. I stretched lazily, casually patted her rabbit head, and I must say, the texture was really nice, and she instinctively nuzzled against me. But her gaze was still fixed on the Tang San, who had already grown a dog leg and 5 spider claws, tears streaming down her face. Family, who understands? Just a second ago, she was defiant and unyielding, and now, for her Sango, she had become the very thing she despised the most. I'm telling you, I love this plot of enduring humiliation and carrying burdens. Beside us, ChenRenxue's jealousy erupted as she pouted, saying, "Hey, is this rabbit that much fun? Her figure isn't even as good as mine." I laughed. You don't understand. Keeping pets is all about having fun, right? I was in a great mood, patted Xiao Wu's head, and smiled at her, saying, "Not bad, quite well behaved. If you have any soul beast friends from 100,000 years ago, remember to introduce them to me. Don't be shy." Xiao Wu stiffened all over, lowered her head in humiliation, probably still swearing in her heart that her heart would always belong to Sange. Just as that thought flashed through her mind, everything went dark, and she fainted. Prison cage. I immediately summoned my King God Tower martial soul, and the third golden soul ring shot out an illusory chain, swiftly pulling Xiao Wu's rabbit form inside. As for the little bit of starlight she left on Tang San, it directly transformed into the first white soul ring in the history of Douluo continent. With a mere 1-year lifespan, I was even craving more excitement, so I took out a divine stone and gave Tang San a hit on the forehead. Let me tell you, I'm really looking forward to seeing his expression when he wakes up and realizes he has a split personality. After collecting the bodies of Deming and Air Ming, I waved my hand. "Let us go." Qian Renxue snorted, glanced at the unconscious Hulaina on the ground, and picked her up, muttering, "I still don't believe that a rabbit can smell like a fox." The in-snake spear Daw, guarding outside, quickly followed, but those 2 lively characters, Zhu Huaguan and Gue Mei, rushed over and blocked my way. Your Highness, Your Highness." These 2 looked at me, cold sweat pouring down, struggling to speak. I was too lazy to waste words with them, so ChenRenxue spoke up for me. Spit out quickly. In the end, I couldn't stand it anymore and directly fed them the script. Listen carefully, go back and say that your saintess Hulaina was captured by a disciple of the Haoyan sect named Tang Yin. Remember, this Tang Yin has no soul rings on the Haoyan hammer, but his strength is at the soul emperor level. ChenRenxue was taken aback at first, then gasped in shock, her little eyes wide with disbelief. My trick of deceiving them and using others to do my dirty work effectively shifted the blame to the Haoyan sect and forced Bibi Dong to go to war with them. Her little brain almost overheated, and in the end, she could only silently give me a thumbs up. Impressive. Those 2 Title Douluos didn't dare disobey and nodded like garlic, fearing that I would bring the axe down on them at any moment. After settling everything, I left with my people. ChenRenxue, carrying Hulaina, caught up with me. "Hey, where are you going?" "This isn't the way back to Heaven Dou City. You all go back first," I casually instructed, "and also, capture Tang Huahua for me." "Huh?" ChenRenxue was completely confused. "Why capture her?" I smiled and rubbed her cheek. "Just do as I say, good girl." On the other side, in the starry forest, Tang San finally woke up. It hurt. His head felt like it was going to explode. After shaking his head for a while, he finally regained his senses, looking completely bewildered. Where am I? His memory was still stuck on the way into the forest. He instinctively scratched his head, but then winced in pain, shivering from the sting. Trembling, he raised his hand to take a look, and to his horror, his 5 fingers had turned into 5 black-red spider legs, complete with blood from his own scalp. What the hell? He was so scared that he fell onto the ground, retreating in panic, only to bump his head against a tree, making him see stars. My hand. How could it turn into this? He moved it in disbelief, and those 5 spider legs actually moved in response. No, I need to hurry back and find my teacher. He struggled to run, but as soon as he took a step, he stumbled and fell flat on his face. This was because his 2 legs were completely different lengths. He spat out the dirt from his mouth, refusing to accept it, and tried again, but once again, he fell flat on his face. Now he was completely dumbfounded. He looked down at his legs and was petrified. His left leg was still human, but his right leg was a furry dog leg that was thicker than his left leg. What the hell? How did my leg turn into a dog leg? He was in despair, trying to bend his knee, but that dog leg just kicked the ground twice like it was digging. No, this is fake. I must be dreaming. Tang Xin screamed frantically, rubbing his eyes and banging his head, but no matter what he did, he was still that patchwork monster with one hand as a spider leg and one leg as a dog leg. Impossible, he shouted in despair. And in a moment of desperation, he used blue-silver grass to tie himself up, hoping to swing over like Tarzan. But with a loud bang, he shot straight like a cannonball into a big tree and fainted on the spot. I walked out slowly from the side, looking at the humanoid indentation on the tree, and smiled. Don't worry, when you wake up again, the surprise is still ahead. In the Pope's Palace of Seoul City, Bibi Dong smashed the table with a slap, her eyes wide like copper bells. What did you say? Nana was captured by a disciple of the Haoyan sect named Tang Yin. Ghost Chrysanthemum Duo was so scared that he looked like a quail, repeatedly nodding. Well, good job, you Xiaojiang. Bibi Dong laughed angrily. Is this your good disciple? Dare to touch my people. Well, Haoyan sect, sealing the mountain. Bah, do you think I'm a soft persimmon? In her heart, Hulaina was more important than her own daughter, ChenRenxue. This time, it completely exploded. Send the order. All elders assemble. Within 3 days. Dig out the old nest of the Haoyan sect for me. This script of mine is pretty good, right? As soon as the news spread, Tang Hao, who was leisurely hanging out with his grass in the blue-silver forest, couldn't sit still anymore. He was originally enjoying himself. But upon hearing that the Haoyan sect was in trouble and that the spirit hall was going after his hometown, he exploded on the spot, grabbing his hammer and smashing a few bystanders who were making sarcastic comments and intended to rush back to the sect. But then he thought with just one soul sage, going back would just be delivering vegetables. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh and remembered, Yuehua is still in the Heaven Dou Palace. If I can't save the sect, can't I save my sister? With that thought, he immediately changed direction and headed straight for Heaven Dou City. Meanwhile, I had already been sitting in the moon pavilion, brewing tea, and smiling as I watched all of this unfold. Tang Hao, oh Tang Hao, you finally jumped into the pit I dug for you. After all, a family should be together and tidy. Late at night, Tang Hao sneaked into the moon pavilion like a mouse, but as soon as he entered, a terrifying pressure pinned him to the spot. Title Douluo? His face changed dramatically, and when he looked up, he saw me sitting in a chair, smiling at him. Tang Hao, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Without thinking, he directly summoned his martial soul, and the 9 rings spun rapidly, about to explode. However, I smiled even wider. The Heaven King Divine Tower martial soul emerged, with 1 red and 3 gold rings, directly blinding his eyes. 100,000-year soul ring? What the hell is that gold one? In that moment of shock, I activated my 3rd soul ring, and a golden chain shot out, piercing through his 9th soul ring. No, he watched helplessly as a stunning phantom, his wife, a yin soul, floated out from the soul ring, as if in a dream, walking straight towards me. Ain! Tang Hao screamed in agony, raising his iconic Haoyan hammer, wanting to rush over. But my Heaven King Divine Tower met him head-on, crashing down like a mountain. With a crisp sound, his prideful Haoyan hammer shattered into pieces like glass. Puffed. Tang Hao spat out a mouthful of old blood 3 meters away, collapsing to the ground like a deflated balloon, his martial soul shattered and completely ruined. You! Who are you? He glared at me with resentment. I completely ignored him and instead watched with great interest as the phantom of Ain walked in front of me. With a wave of my hand, I collected both the soul and the grass into my soul ring. Give me back my Ain! Tang Hao lunged at me like a madman. I delivered a powerful slap with my backhand, directly embedding him into the wall, leaving him sprawled there like a dead dog, his eyes filled with resentment and regret. He was probably cursing his older brother and the elders of his sect in his heart. Just then, a dignified and beautiful woman, crying like a wilted pear blossom, rushed out from the inner room, and with a thud, she knelt at my feet, clutching my thigh and pleading desperately, "Please, don't hurt my brother. I beg you. I'm willing to do anything." It was Tang Yue. I looked down from above, playfully lifting her chin with my finger and smiling as I asked, "So what should you call me?" Tang Yue's face turned pale as she looked at the half-dead Tang Hao on the ground. In the end, under Tang Hao's shocked and furious gaze, she humiliatedly lowered her head and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's, "M-Maid greets the master." Boom! Tang Hao felt the entire world collapse around him. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted from anger. I smiled with satisfaction, helped Tang Yue up, and held her as we headed towards her room. This little girl is quite understanding. She really would do anything for her brother. Just as I reached the door, hey, QianRenxue was standing there with the little fox hyena on her shoulder, looking quite displeased. How about you switch it up tonight? I was confused at that moment, like a black question mark face. What are you doing? Are you trying to use another woman to make me jealous? Let me tell you, this girl QianRenxue, once she's pregnant, her sense of security drops to freezing point, afraid that I'll go out and fool around. She actually came up with the bold idea of sending me, Hulaina, as a package. I glanced at the little fox and immediately labeled her a white-eyed wolf. Stained with blood, impossible to wash off. That look of disdain, even I felt it was a bit excessive. QianRenxue was completely stunned, and she couldn't even articulate her thoughts. I'm too lazy to waste words with her. Just shout for help. Pufferfish. Snake spear. Drag this thing down and lock it up. Follow the plan. Let me tell you, ever since I chopped down that bull-headed horse-faced, oh no, the azure sky bull python and the titan giant ape with my 2 axes, these 2 buddies now see me and act like my seeing a cat. They're incredibly obedient. With a snap, before QianRenxue could react, Hulaina was dragged away. QianRenxue pointed at me, you. After a long time, she couldn't get a word out. I laughed. If you still want to, we can continue. It's only been a day. It's no big deal. Wow. Her little gaze instantly transformed from doubt to vigilance, like a little fat sheep watching a big bad wolf. But in the end, haha, you know what I mean. Outside, that half-dead Tang Hao, listening to his Aunt Tang Yuehua's voice, had a face as green as pig liver. Probably his heart was shattered into a QR code, impossible to scan. We kept at it until the next morning, when the sky was just starting to lighten. QianRenxue was lying in my arms, drawing circles on my body with her finger, looking very aggrieved. She said to me, tell me the truth, if you can handle that rabbit spirit, why don't you want this fox spirit? Is she not prettier than the rabbit? I slapped her on the butt and said, I'm talking serious business here. This little girl has become more clingy ever since she felt something moving in her belly. Didn't I tell you the answer earlier? She paused for a moment, then reacted, are you saying, a white-eyed wolf? What else could it be? But she still wasn't convinced. That rabbit and this Tang Yuehua, their hatred for you is much deeper than Hulaina's, right? They wouldn't bite back? I was directly amused by her naive thoughts, saying, you are still too inexperienced. I told her, think about it. How does the spirit hall treat Hulaina? They give her resources, provide soul bones, and Bibi Dong treats her like her own daughter. And what happened? This girl, purely in love, turned around and sold out the entire spirit hall for a man from an opposing force. That was a top-secret operation that involved countless lives. Did she just blurt it out? Who understands family? This kind of backstabbing operation against one's own people is simply a textbook-level betrayal. As soon as I said this, QianRenxue instantly understood. Her little face turned pale, and she probably broke out in a cold sweat. What you mean is, the white-eyed wolf wasn't cursing her, but stating facts? Then her mind started racing, and suddenly she shot up from my arms, her eyes wide open like copper bells, looking at me with a horrified expression as if she had seen a ghost. Wait, if you're not interested in this fox, then why did you tacitly allow me to bring her back? You did it on purpose. I tell you, at that moment, she definitely opened her meridians and connected everything. That's right, I had her capture Hulaina, and it wasn't for myself at all. I was sending a big gift to Bibi Dong. Think about it. Bibi Dong treats Hulaina like her own eye, and now her favorite disciple has been captured by the Haotian sect. Could she endure this? With her personality, she would be furious and want to crush the Haotian sect. Moreover, this matter is no longer just her personal affair. It concerns the entire reputation of the Spirit Hall. Even if her grandfather, Qian Dalu, wants to be a turtle hiding its head, he will also be forced into the spotlight. Everyone in the Spirit Hall, except him, will be shouting to flatten the Haotian sect. Looking at QianRenxue's terrified, yet slightly admiring little eyes, I knew I had completely grasped her. She must be secretly relieved that she became my woman. If she were my enemy, she would probably have grass 3 meters high on her grave by now. I smiled and gently rubbed her little belly, giving her a soft kiss. All right, get some good rest. And keep an eye on the one next to you who's foaming at the mouth. After sending off QianRenxue's admiring gaze, as soon as I stepped outside, I saw Tang Hao lying on the ground all night, his mentality completely shattered. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked completely wilted. I walked over and laughed, don't rush. It's just a matter of regrowing limbs. Although it's from a soul beast, don't you love to communicate deeply with soul beasts? Now it's perfect, I'll attach it for you. Focusing on a cyberpunk style, I guarantee it will be convenient for you to use in the future. As I spoke, I converted my soul power into needles. and with a few swift motions, I sewed on that dog paw and spider leg. My technique was rather crude, but as long as it worked, that was enough. Get lost. I'll spare you this time for the sake of Yuehua. Tang Hao glanced at his brand new dog paw, then at the stiff spider leg, feeling a lump in his throat, almost crying. But seeing my icy gaze, he managed to suck back his tears and staggered away, limping. This guy is tough. He ran all the way back to the blue-silver forest lair and, with a thud, knelt down, I've lost everything. Now I only have you, woo. But when he looked up, to his shock, his wife's plant, along with its soil, had been completely dug up. Only a bewildered turtle was left in its place. At that moment, Tang Hao completely broke down, collapsing on the ground and sobbing. The turtle in the cave was dumbfounded, wondering what was wrong with this human. Did he just come to bow to me? Could it be that he recognized my extraordinary nature and wants to take me as his father? Thinking of this, the little turtle cleared its throat and spoke with a bit of pride. Human, seeing your sincerity, this turtle will take you as my adopted son. Tang Hao's cries abruptly stopped. The next second, a fist as big as a sandpot sent that turtle's head flying. Get lost. Who the hell wants to be your son? Tang Hao was ready to stew this blind creature for soup. But suddenly, the cave shook with a loud boom, and an old turtle the size of a mountain stared at him expressionlessly. What did you just say? My goodness. 100,000-year soul beast. Tang Hao's legs turned soft, and with a thud, he knelt down again, this time in front of that little turtle, saying, I, Tang, have met my foster father. What a face. Incredible. As a result, that little turtle was quite innocent, pointing at him and shouting, Hey, turtle son, why do you have dog claws and spider legs? Are you a dog son? Tang Hao's face turned green, but he could endure it. After all, he was a ninja turtle. He immediately began to act, crying with snot and tears, lamenting how he was harmed by treacherous people. When the old turtle heard this, he was furious that someone was specifically hunting soul beasts for body transplants. He insisted on Tang Hao taking him to see this for himself. So the three of them, under the cover of night, quietly snuck back to the moon pavilion. As soon as they entered Tang Yuehua's room, it was empty, as clean as a new house. Tang Hao was confused, and suddenly heard a familiar, yet strange voice from above. It sounded so much like Ayin, whom he had been thinking about day and night. He immediately realized it was that man from yesterday. He grabbed a hammer and was about to rush up, but when he touched it, the hammer was already shattered. Looking again, his newly recognized turtle foster father and turtle grandfather had all disappeared. Oh no, it was a trap. Tang Hao turned to run, but when he looked back, they were blocking the door like two gate gods, grinning wickedly. Tang Hao, we've been waiting for you for a long time. One of them said, our senior said you would definitely come to deliver your head tonight. Honestly, if we recorded the scene of you being beaten by the Heaven Dou Palace, it would definitely go viral. Tang Hao looked at the two malicious guys, trembling in fear. Why you? Don't come over. If he had a hammer, no matter what, he would have started fighting long ago. But now, his martial soul was shattered. And despite having soul power, he couldn't even handle a soul sage, let alone a Title Douluo. Just as he was being pinned down and beaten by these two good buddies, suddenly he heard the voice he longed for, with a cry. No, don't kill a Hao. I'm willing, I'll do anything, please don't kill him. It was Ayin. At that moment, Tang Hao's eyes instantly turned red, staring blankly at the ceiling, listening to the live broadcast, feeling as if his soul had been completely drained. He was utterly dumbfounded. Recognizing the moment, sealed their hearing and sat aside, watching Tang Hao's miserable state, unable to help but comment. This trick from the senior is too punishing. It's simply the top level of torture that carbon-based life forms could come up with. After taking care of Tang Hao's situation, I was quite exhausted. As a result, I didn't sleep well and ended up dreaming about the incident from my last life when I drove into the water. That suffocating feeling almost sent me away directly. Phew! I suddenly sat up, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath. What's wrong? Qian Renxue was also startled awake by me, quickly holding me tight and gently comforting me, saying, It's okay, just a nightmare. Just hold me tight. I twitched the corner of my mouth. This girl, how could she say that? She snorted. Is it wrong for someone to care about you? It must be because you have a guilty conscience that you have nightmares every day. It's nothing, just a small problem. I shook my head and gently held her in my arms, listening to the heartbeat that was connected by blood. My restless heart gradually calmed down. Indeed, we've already crossed over. Why still think about those things? By the way, I noticed you were tired last night, so I didn't disturb you. But let me tell you something funny. That Tang Hao, when he was found this morning, looked completely lost, as if he was about to write I'm a clown on his face. Schwerer probably feared I would remember what happened last night, so she quickly changed the topic. But the moment she mentioned it, I instantly recalled it. That big sister with the blue-silver grass completely drained me. She was quite professional. Goodness, I've never fought such a frustrating battle in my life. But speaking of which, I checked the system, and whether it was Tang Yuehua or Yin, they surprisingly didn't get caught. I was puzzled. My hit rate had been certified by Qian Renxue and Xiao Wu, and it was a sure shot, okay? It seemed to bug out with these two women, surnamed Tang. I figured it out in an instant. Family, who understands? These two people say they are willing, but it turns out to be nothing more than a fleeting romance, with no intention of a future with me. Isn't this the latest 2025 model of cyber affection? Just a physical connection without any emotional involvement, focusing solely on the experience. A woman's words are indeed deceiving. But what can I do? I'm a good person. I can't force anyone, haha. I was just complaining in my heart when Schwer asked me how the Shrek 7 monsters were doing. As soon as I heard her uncertain tone, I got angry. What it seems like mean. She stammered and said that those people were like startled birds running around everywhere. Just after the blue electric tyrant dragon family was wiped out, the 7-treasure glazed tile sect was also heavily damaged. They were probably gathered together for an emergency meeting, and it seemed like they were even planning some kind of 5-year reunion. She wanted to drag me into the mess of the 3 sects, but I couldn't be bothered to listen. She was curious why didn't T ask about the result of the Spirit Hall's attack on the Haotian sect. I thought, what is there to ask about? I directly told her the result. The Haotian sect was completely annihilated. The sect master Tang Xiao was heavily injured and fled. And Bibi Dong side probably lost a few teeth and several Title Douluo. I tell you at that moment, Schwer's expression was just like when a phone suddenly loses signal, completely stunned. She looked at me in shock. How did you know? Well, it's obvious. She had just received this news, and I hadn't gone out for days, hadn't seen anyone. How could I know? That would be like having the ability to see the future. Looking at her bewildered face, I couldn't help but laugh. What could I say? I told her to look at Tang Xiao's level. Level 96 peak, while Bibi Dong is at most just entering level 95. Does she think she can single-handedly take down Tang Xiao? Dream on. I didn't even go into detail with her. 5 years ago, Bibi Dong brought 6 Title Douluos, 7 people in total, and they took a hit from Tang Hao and ended up all injured. With that level, how much progress could they have made in 5 years? So isn't this result just a simple elementary math problem? A piece of cake, sister. After hearing this, Schwer nodded hesitantly and said I guessed correctly. The Spirit Hall lost 2 Title Douluos, and it was only with 2 level 96 powerhouses sent by the Enshrinement Hall, the 2 brothers from Qianzhou and Jiangma, that they barely managed to equalize with the Haotian sect. In the end, it turned out that apart from Tang Xiao, only 2 younger ones from the Haotian sect escaped, one named Tang Tiantian and the other named Tang Rongyao. As soon as I heard the name Tang Tiantian, I chuckled. Isn't that the little girl from the original story? Interesting. I directly asked, where's Tang Yuehua? Next door. All right. After hearing that, I immediately put on a coat and dashed next door. Schwer was still shouting behind me. Hey, you're not even wearing pants. I couldn't care less about that. Kicking the door open, I found Tang Yuehua there, tearful and melancholic, clutching a small medicine bottle in her hand, probably ready to sacrifice her innocence. I immediately started berating her. Oh, weren't you saying it was voluntary yesterday? What's this? After you had your fun, you want to take medicine and run away, not even leaving me a child? Then I directly threw the news of the destruction of the Haotian sect in her face and kindly suggested that her older brother Tang Xiao and second brother Tang Hao go down to reunite with their father. Her face turned pale instantly, and while I turned around, she hugged my thigh and shouted, "No, I was wrong. It was voluntary." Really? I sneered, looking down at her as I lifted her chin and pulled out the medicine bottle she was hiding. Voluntary? Then explain what this is. The latest version of the contraceptive soup, right? You can still get this stuff right under our noses. Your intelligence network is impressive. At that moment, her face turned ashen, and she couldn't say a word, collapsing to her knees with a thud. Actions always speak louder than words, and the system notification immediately chimed. The reward was in hand. I just praised her for making some progress, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. But my next sentence made her stiffen up, as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Now, hand over Tang Tiantian and Tang Rongyao, and I might consider sparing your second brother Tang Hao's life. I smiled at her, saying that Neil just now only spared your older brother Tang Zhao's life. Now, what do you have to exchange for Tang Hao's life? I paused for a moment and delivered the final blow. All right, and Tang Hao's son with the twin martial souls, right? I tell you, her face instantly lost all color, and she looked at me as if she had seen a ghost. She couldn't understand how I, an outsider, knew that the remnants of the Haotian sect were hidden by her, and that Tang San had a twin martial soul, among other secrets. She still wanted to act stubborn and say she didn't know. I couldn't be bothered to argue with her. So I knocked her out and tossed her into the black room of my heavenly King Divine Tower to calm down. Just then, Schwerer came out to check the situation, and I casually threw the 2 turtles I had taken from Tang Hao to her, one aged 10,000 years and the other 100,000 years, telling her to handle it herself. Then I instructed the 2 door gods to quickly summon the 2 old brothers from Qianjun Jiangma, because something big was about to happen in Heaven Dou City, and they wouldn't be able to manage the situation. After giving my instructions, I strolled over to the ruins of the Haotian sect. Let me tell you, the smell of blood there was enough to knock someone over. The ground was covered with signs of battle, and the bodies had probably been dealt with, but the resentment still lingered. I thought this place was cursed and needed something from the human realm to cleanse it. So, I took Aine out from my black room. She was still in a state of memory confusion and was scared when she saw me. I pointed at the ruins and told her, "Look, your husband's home is gone." Then I grinned and suggested, "Your son is quite lonely. How about giving him a brother or sister? Of course, one that is 100% rebellious." She refused without a second thought. I laughed. I said, "All right, then I can't help with your son's situation. I heard there's a child whose Haotian hammer doesn't have a soul ring, but his blue-silver grass martial soul is exceptionally powerful. If I accidentally sell this information to the Spear Hall, how much bounty do you think I could get?" Her body went limp, and she almost couldn't stand, trembling and pointing at me, unable to say a word. I smiled widely. Active reporting, everyone gets a reward. The next moment, she rushed up and hugged my thigh, her face turning bright red, mumbling like a mosquito, I'm doing this voluntarily. Please don't misunderstand." I was overjoyed. The sea embraces all rivers. It truly doesn't deceive me. At that moment, I thought, if Tang Xiao knew that the woman he let go back then ended up being so mistreated by Tang Hao, the scene would definitely be quite spectacular. Guess what the most outrageous move was? That old brother Tang Xiao was actually hiding under this ruin, playing hide and seek. He was sitting cross-legged, cultivating, feeling like he was about to break through to the 97th level and soon counterattack the Spear Hall. Suddenly, he felt a bit wet on his head. He thought it was leaking rain, but then whoosh, a bucket of water came crashing down from above, drenching him to the bone. That guy exploded with anger at that moment, and his first reaction was, "Oh no, has the Spear Hall really found me?" His mind was in alarm mode, and without thinking, he slapped the mechanism shut. The walls on both sides of the canyon, good heavens, closed in like a giant sandwich, trying to squash me into a meat pie. But what was he thinking? With such a small scene, he thought he could trap me? Let me tell you, I laughed at that moment. With just a slight tremor of soul power, boom, those 2 crumbling walls were like paper, unable to stop me at all. I pushed through like an icebreaker, effortlessly making my way back to the surface. And guess what I saw? That brother Tang Xiao was standing at the door of that broken house like a soggy mushroom, completely dumbfounded, letting the heavy rain drench him like a wet chicken. His whole being frozen in confusion, his eyes filled with the bewilderment of who am I, where am I, and what's wrong with this world. He was mumbling to himself, "This is that Yin's voice? Who is that man? My brother. My brother has gone crazy? He's using Aine to test other men. Which man can withstand this?" I tell you, this guy was in a mess in the storm for quite a while. His brain CPU was almost overheating, and finally, he made up his mind. No way. I have to go find my unreliable brother Tang Hao and get to the bottom of this. What the heck is going on? Just as he was about to set off, hey, what a coincidence. He looked up and saw his brother. The 2 locked eyes, and the scene became extremely awkward. Tang Xiao looked at the Tang Hao in front of him, whose one leg looked like a spider leg and one hand like a dog's paw. And the anger he had prepared instantly got swallowed back by this bizarre appearance. He opened his mouth and finally managed to say, "Hao, no matter how bitter you feel inside, you can't demean yourself like this." Tang Hao had a completely confused expression, like an old man on the subway, looking at his phone. "Big brother, what are you talking about? What did I do? Just look at how you've made yourself look like a half-human, half-ghost. This is already too much." Tang Hao's mentality broke down. "What do you mean too much? Do you think I want to be like this?" Just as he was about to explain, Tang Xiao spoke again, silencing him with one sentence. "But giving Aine to someone else is going too far, right?" Tang Hao. He directly shut up. Why? Because he had just seen with his own eyes that Chen Yue, the man who had given him psychological trauma, had just left this place. If it weren't for seeing me leave, he wouldn't have even had the courage to come out. Come on, who could provoke a fierce person that can crush Hao Yan with a single axe? Tang Xiao saw him fall silent. and thought he had admitted it, sighed deeply, shook his head, and patted his shoulder. You should go kneel at my father's grave and repent. After saying that, he directly brushed past him and left. This guy already had a big plan in mind. He was going to Heaven Dou City to bring his sister ChenYue back. The three of them, siblings, would revive the Haoqian sect. As for the fact that ChenYue had a crush on Tang Hao, he was well aware of it. He thought, now that the sect was like this for the greater good, even if Tang Hao was unwilling, he would have to agree to this marriage. Of course, he couldn't tell Tang Hao about this in advance. What if he turned into a turtle like he did back then? As a result, Tang Xiao calculated everything. But he didn't expect that over in Heaven Dou City, there was already a trap waiting for him. The two old men, Qian and Jiaoma, had been waiting for a long time. As soon as he showed his face, he was instantly surrounded, caught like a turtle in a jar. Just at this critical moment, guess who showed up? Tang Hao. He descended from the sky with a huge female turtle. Let me tell you, the scene was incredible. Taking advantage of the female turtle's rampage to block Qian and Jiaoma, the two brothers quickly made their escape. Unfortunately, they were still a step too slow. The two old men teamed up, their combat power was off the charts, and Tang Xiao, who was already injured, was still disarmed of one arm on the spot, directly becoming a one-armed hero. Now it was good. They couldn't go back to the sect, and could only follow Tang Hao to hide in the little broken cave in the blue silver forest where Qian used to live. Moreover, with his arm broken, he could forget about reaching level 97. It would probably be impossible for the rest of his life. The more Tang Xiao thought about it, the angrier he became. After regaining his composure, he looked at Tang Hao with a very strange expression. How? What's up with that female turtle? Tang Hao's mouth twitched wildly. With a constipated expression, Big brother, can you not ask about this? Actually, this matter was quite ridiculous. The two little turtles that Tang Hao had raised were captured by me. And after he fled, the old turtle's wife, which was that female turtle, came looking for him. Coincidentally, at that time, the female turtle was, in heat. She originally wanted to ask Tang Hao for help. But Tang Hao had no such function. Guess what happened? That female turtle actually took a liking to Tang Hao's spider leg. Thus, a wonderful cross-species romance began. This operation left me confused, really. As soon as Tang Xiao saw Tang Hao's expression, he instantly understood everything. He patted Tang Hao on the shoulder with his remaining right hand, sighed. Just take a break. That look in your eyes, I swear. It's like looking at my own mentally challenged child with a hint of caution, fearing that he would. Big brother, don't talk. I just want to be quiet right now. Who is quiet? Dan Xiao. He simply ignored Tang Hao and sat down to meditate. But in his heart, he was feeling restless, always thinking that Qian was taken away by me, and the outcome would definitely not be good. And his sister ChenYue was now in the hands of a spirit hall. How could that be good? The more he thought, the angrier he became. He felt he couldn't keep being so dejected. He suddenly opened his eyes and said to the equally dazed Tang Hao, "We can't go on like this. We must avenge the destruction of our sect." Tang Hao looked puzzled. Just the two of us? Big brother, are you joking? He has personally experienced my strength. That is simply inhuman. The Seven Treasures Glazed sect has also been attacked by the Spirit Hall. They must be harboring a lot of anger. Tang Xiao began to analyze. You need to absorb these soul bones quickly, recover to Title Douluo, and then we'll find Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo to team up and take him down. When Tang Hao heard this, he was a little tempted. But he really couldn't bring himself to mention that his martial soul had shattered. He could only brace himself and take the 3 10,000-year soul bones that Tang Xiao handed over, thinking, let us absorb them first, for the sake of the sect. It's not embarrassing. Just as the two brothers were busy working in the cave, on the other side, I was hugging my arms, smiling at the kneeling Tang Yue. Hey, what do you think we should do about that kind of jumping around fly? Tang Yue turned pale, trembling as she hugged my thigh, forcing out a smile that looked worse than crying. That, can we not care about them for now? Let us do something happy. I interrupted her directly. Where have you hidden Tang Tian? Tang Yue stiffened all over, gritting her teeth. You wish. I would never tell you. That's fine. I smiled even more happily. I never force others. I pointed to the forest outside. Look at this field of blue silver grass. It's so lush, it's practically natural fuel. Tell me, if a rogue named Zhang San found this forest displeasing and set it on fire, what would happen? Especially if it were that kind of samadhi true fire that water can't extinguish. TSK. As soon as I said this, both Tang Yue and Qian turned pale. They exchanged glances and finally gritted their teeth, launching themselves at me from both sides. Hey, what are you doing? I pretended to retreat in fear. It's not proper for men and women to have physical contact. It's as if I'm forcing you. The two of them said in unison, I'm doing this willingly. Fine. After a thorough and friendly exchange, I finally obtained the information I wanted. I can tell you where Tian is. Tang Yuehua gasped. Oh, are you negotiating with me? I raised an eyebrow. She shivered in fear and quickly confessed. I handed Tian over to the Seven Treasures glazed sect. As for Tang Rongyao, he said he was going to the Xinglua Empire, but I don't know exactly where. The Seven Treasures glazed sect. Huh, not bad, good job. I nodded in satisfaction and decided to treat you to a cup of milk tea. After settling everything, I directly pulled them back into my heavenly King Divine Tower space and turned to head back to the Tian Dou Imperial Palace. I tell you, it was lively over there in Tali. Tang Yuehua, Xiao Wu, and Ayin, three women putting on a show, huddled together crying heartbreakingly, completely like lost souls in the world. What was even more explosive was that when Xiao Wu heard a Yin's name, she was stunned. You are my third brother's mother? Now, it was Ayin and Tang Yuehua's turn to be dumbfounded. Xiao Wu touched her belly and said with a complicated expression, I am third brother's girlfriend. Goodness, what a tangled web of relationships. Ayin immediately burst into tears and hugged Xiao Wu tightly. Good child. Mama's sorry for you. She thought, with his daughter-in-law in my hands, the next scene will definitely be even more heartbreaking. Don't worry. Even if the third party finds out, he definitely won't despise you. If he dares, I'll disown him as my son. This annual drama of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law recognizing each other made me want to start a live broadcast. Back to the main topic. As soon as I returned to the palace, I immediately felt two powerful auras locking onto me. Qianjun and Jiangma, those two old men, were indeed waiting here. The one called Jiangma had quite a temper. Kid, are you the guardian? I couldn't be bothered with him and directly looked at the more composed Qianjun Douluo beside me. Show your martial soul and soul rings. The demon suppression Douluo was about to explode with anger, but was held back by his brother. Qianjun Douluo was quite cooperative without saying a word. He revealed his martial soul, the dragon staff, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings, a standard configuration. I took out the soul fragment stone that the system had rewarded me with earlier and lightly flicked it at his first yellow century soul ring. With a crack, the soul ring shattered. The eyes of the demon slayer Dou nearly popped out, and Qianjun Dou had a look of disbelief on his face. He could clearly feel that the position of the first soul ring had become vacant. I brushed the dust off my hands and said lightly, the 10,000-year-old tortoise we caught before can be absorbed now. Go ahead. Zhang, the demon slayer Dou, opened his mouth as if to say something, but was directly silenced by a slap from his brother. Qianjun nodded heavily at me without saying a word and pulled his brother away to absorb the soul ring. After all, it was a 10,000-year soul ring, and the first soul ring at that. How could he not be excited? I leisurely walked into QianRenxue's chamber, where she was practicing. She was quite surprised to see me. They didn't stop you? They couldn't, I replied. I sat down beside her, but I felt like you should have been able to stop me. Her face turned red, and she immediately understood, pinching me. Outside, the 2 Title Douluo, and the snake spear, heard the commotion inside and thought there was an assassin. Nervously, they approached the door and were about to knock when they heard me speak. You two, hurry to the offering hall and find another offering. It would be best to call in the golden crocodile Douluo. The two were momentarily confused, wondering what was going on. Were they really supposed to invite the golden crocodile Douluo? He was the second most important figure in the spear hall. Inside the chamber, ChenRenxue's urgent voice came through. No. There's no need to call Grandpa Golden Crocodile. I'll just say it bluntly. Are you talking about those 2 useless people who almost had their homes stolen by Tang Xiao? With one sentence, I silenced all 3 people inside and outside the hall. In the end, it was QianRenxue who threw out her token. Take this, Grandpa Golden Crocodile will definitely come. After they left, QianRenxue finally asked me, why did you call Grandpa Golden Crocodile over? I casually explained, next. The Heaven Dou Palace is going to stage the largest group battle in the history of the Soul Master world. With those 2 clowns from the Qianjun demon, it's going to be tough for them to hold the line. I don't want to play the tragic drama of watching my wife get killed and then going berserk. I must crush all threats in the cradle. As for why I didn't call Qian Dalu, I glanced at ChenRenxue's slightly bulging belly and thought, if that old man comes, the first one to be smashed might be me, right? So, it's safer to rely on the golden crocodile Douluo. While the winds were rising in Heaven Dou City, in the Pope's Palace of Spirit City, Bibi Dong suddenly slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Her eyes wide open like copper bells, staring intently at the shivering Ju Douluo below. What did you say? You searched every inch of the Haotian sect and still couldn't find Nana's trace. Beside her, the ghost gritted his teeth and recited the set of words that ChenRenxue had taught him long ago. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. There are still fish that got away from the Haotian sect, like that Tang Hao and a few disciples. According to our investigation, it's very likely they have escaped to the Star Luo Empire. Which three? I tell you, Ghost Douluo is also a clever one. Immediately starting to list names. The three overlooked fish from Haotian sect are Tang Tian, Tang Rongyao, and another one called Tang San. Goodness. At that moment, I felt Bibi Dong's gaze instantly turn as sharp as an ice knife. She knew very well in her heart that the first one she suspected was her ex-boyfriend, Yu Shaojiang's precious disciple Tang San. Just think about it. A Haotian hammer without a soul ring. Yet its soul power is like that of a soul emperor. Isn't that just written all over Tang San's face? But who understands? My sister still has some lingering feelings for her old lover and hasn't completely turned dark yet, so she started to play the self-deception game. As soon as Tang San's name came up, her expression immediately fell, and she directly interrupted Ghost Douluo. Say the other two. Ghost Douluo's heart sank, damn. The young master is simply a fortune teller. He already anticipated that the Pope would definitely not want to hear Tang San's name. He's also an actor. Relying on his dark shadow where no one can see his expression, he immediately changed his tune, his voice trembling a little. Yes, that Tang Tian, reportedly a third-generation disciple of Haotian sect, is most likely hiding in the Heaven Dou Imperial Palace. This information was told to him by Qian Renxue, and he didn't even know it himself, so he sounded quite guilty. As a result, Bibi Dong didn't take it at all. Her ears automatically filtered it, and she only heard Tang Tian and the 7 words Heaven Dou Imperial Palace, and immediately got the gist, waving her hand. Next, that Tang something Yao? Tang Rongyao. Ghost Law quickly followed up. The intel says that when we made our move, he happened to be outside, and after the incident, he fled directly. Now he's in the Star Luo Empire, but we don't know exactly where. Before he could finish his sentence, let me tell you, the dramatic scene unfolded. Bibi Dong slammed the table and stood up, her aura towering at 2 meters 8. Relay my orders. Command the Star Luo Empire to hand over the Saintess of the Spirit Hall and this Haotian sect disciple within 3 days. Otherwise, Haotian sect will be their end. Ghost Douluo was stunned on the spot, appearing in a daze, as if he was questioning who he was and where he was. The viewing Zhu Douluo was also full of question marks. The two looked at each other, their eyes saying, "What is going on? Wait, big sister. Is your brain on a rocket? How did you go from talking to aiming at the Star Luo Empire?" But Bibi Dong didn't explain at all. With a queenly demeanor, she waved her hand. "Go handle it. I need to rest." When the two of them came out, Zhu Douluo was still scratching his head. "Old ghost, did you understand? I feel like this matter has nothing to do with Tang Rongyao at all." Ghost Douluo was also confused, but he was savvy, replying, "If you don't understand, don't ask, just execute it. Knowing too much leads to a quick death." After saying that, he issued the orders. Just as he left, an old man shimmering with golden crocodile, Douluo, suddenly appeared like a ghost. His gaze icy. Is this guy reliable? I tell you, the Spirit Hall is not a monolithic entity. Bibi Dong went to destroy the Haotian clan for the sake of Saintess, and the old-timers in the offering hall have long been unhappy about it. If they weren't afraid, she would squander the family fortune and send someone to help her. The number of Title Douluo who would have died in this incident would not just be 2. Now, and have already been completely turned by ChenRenxue, and the golden crocodile Douluo is still in the dark. Without a second thought, the Douluo nodded, trustworthy. Only then did the golden crocodile Douluo remain silent. Waving his hand, "Let's go." Meanwhile, in the Heaven Dou Imperial Palace, our male protagonist Chen Yue has already received the news. ChenRenxue is still there rubbing her waist and asking him what he plans to do, and he responds with a mysterious smile. "Don't worry. I'll give the golden crocodile Douluo a big surprise when he comes to your house." ChenRenxue looks at his back, still pondering. Wow, I thought this lady was still in pain, but it turns out she's already calculating how to recruit for my male protagonist. She slaps her thigh, right? I'm now the crown prince, and it's only natural for the crown prince to take a concubine, right? This perspective has suddenly opened up. The scene shifts to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Ning Fengji's wife, Sheng Wanwan, has just finished bathing and is lying on the bed when suddenly her hair stands on end. She feels someone in the room. She doesn't dare to move, knowing that anyone who can sneak in without her noticing must be a Title Douluo. Suddenly, a pair of hands gently rests on her shoulders, and a playful voice whispers in her ear, "Madam, you wouldn't want the Spirit Hall to know that you're harboring remnants of the Haotian clan, would you?" Shangguan is so scared that her soul nearly leaves her body, and without thinking, she swings her hand to slap back. Unfortunately, the Soul Emperor is like a chick in Chen Yue's hands, easily caught by him. Chen Yue's gaze surveys her from top to bottom, clicking his tongue in wonder. Your figure doesn't look like someone who has given birth, does it? How about proving it? Shangguan is both shy and angry. What do you want? Chen Yue directly counters her words. I know you have Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, and together they can take on 4, right? He leans close to Shangguan's ear, whispering lightly, which drains the color from her face. So, do you want to repeat the old path of the Haotian clan? The Spirit Hall, which 6 Title Douluo couldn't stop. Can your 7-treasure glazed tile school manage it? This completely shatters Shangguan's psychological defenses. She had no idea about the top-secret information that the Haotian clan had 6 Title Douluo. Trembling, she asks you want Tang Tian? Shoo. Chen Yue presses a finger on her lips. I want Tang Tian, and I want your proof too. After finishing, Chen Yue leaves quietly, muttering, Ning Fengji, your opponent has entered the arena. I hope you will be satisfied with this big gift. Next stop, Shrek Academy. At this moment, Ning Fengji and the others are worrying with dark circles under their eyes, troubled about what the Spirit Hall will do next. Suddenly, a loud shout from Zhao Wujia rings out. Enemy, attack. Just as the word attack leaves his mouth, he disappears in an instant. The Bone Douluo was about to move when the Sword Douluo had already transformed into a beam of sword light and rushed out. By the time he reached the dormitory, Ning Rongrong was already gone, leaving behind a bloodied Oscar and the lifeless body of Zhao Wujia. The Sword Douluo exploded on the spot, roaring, dare to touch Rongrong. No matter who you are, you will surely die. He drew his sword and chased after them. I tell you, this is all Chen Yue's scheme. He deliberately slowed down, just waiting for the fish to take the bait. He knows very well in his heart that before the Haotian sect and the 7-treasure glazed tile school join forces, he must first cripple the most important ally, the Sword Douluo. How to cripple him? By confronting him directly. He grabbed Ning Rongrong and ran straight out of the city. Outside the city, in the woods, the Porcupine and Serpent Spear were preparing to enter the city with the Golden Crocodile Douluo. Suddenly, a figure flashed past so quickly that even the Golden Crocodile Douluo only saw a streak of light. He was still puzzled. What just passed by? The next second, a sword light filled with killing intent slashed over, accompanied by the Sword Douluo's roar. Dog thief, come and take your life. The Porcupine and Serpent Spear were dumbfounded. Damn. They were discovered so quickly. The Golden Crocodile Douluo was also shocked, but being an experienced fighter, he instantly unleashed his 98th level soul power to block this sword and shouted, You two, quickly go into the palace to protect the young master. I'll deal with him. The Porcupine and Serpent Spear understood and turned to run. The most outrageous move came. The Serpent Spear Douluo, who had run far away, suddenly used his soul power and shouted at the sky with the volume of a loudspeaker. What a 7-treasure glazed tile school. How dare you hinder my Spirit Hall from capturing the wanted criminal of the Haotian sect? You really aren't afraid of death. This shout completely stunned the other two present. Sword Douluo? When did I hinder you? Golden Crocodile Douluo? Damn. So the 7-treasure glazed tile school is in cahoots with the Haotian sect. No wonder the Pope was so angry. I understand, I get it all. The Golden Crocodile Douluo's CPU almost burned out on the spot. Looking at the Sword Douluo with a different expression, it seems that you 7-treasure glazed tile school also want to follow in the footsteps of the Haotian sect. Today, I will fulfill you. Saying this, he directly transformed into his martial spirit and charged in. The Sword Douluo's whole being fell apart. Wait, big brother. Did you recognize the wrong person? Damn, peak 98. Golden Crocodile King. I really can't handle this. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, Ning Fengji just heard that his wife was also missing and couldn't sit still, quickly rushing home with Bone Douluo. At this moment, the entire Shrek Academy was empty. Chen Yue, as if nothing had happened, leisurely walked into Zhu Zhuqing's dormitory. Just now, Zhao Wujia's scream had perfectly interrupted Dai Mubai's good deed. He had just convinced Zhu Zhuqing to open the door and was about to turn into a beast when he was scared almost to death. After being pushed out of the door by Zhu Zhuqing, he cursed angrily. Don't let me find out which bastard ruined my good deed. He had just left when there was another knock at the door behind Zhu Zhuqing. She thought it was Dai Mubai returning, but when she opened the door, a strange man walked in with a smile. Zhu Zhuqing was startled and immediately retreated, sensing a deadly danger from this man. The newcomer was naturally Chen Yue. He came straight in and said, Zhu Zhuqing, right? I heard you think men are not wrong for being romantic and that women don't count as population but resources. Am I right? As he spoke, he quickly grabbed Zhu Zhuqing's neck with lightning speed. Zhu Zhuqing didn't even have time to react and instantly choked. So according to your logic, the resources of the weak can be plundered by the strong, right? Chen Yue released his grip, looking at the paralyzed Zhu Zhuqing on the ground, his smile growing colder. Zhu Zhuqing was trembling in fear, unable to say a word. Chen Yue grinned. Tell me, under the declaration of war from the Spirit Hall, how many survivors do you think there will be from the Haotian sect? I wonder how many there will be in the Star Luo Empire? This sentence was like a bolt from the blue. Zhu Zhuqing instantly understood that the man in front of her was the demon who would destroy the Haotian sect. Chen Yue watched her terrified expression and changed the subject. Since you believe that the weak should depend on the strong, and that after fleeing from the Star Luo you still seek your husband from thousands of miles away, then subconsciously, do you think you are just an accessory of the Dai family? Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth. The Dai family and the Zhu family have been married for many years. They have long become a community. In simple terms, it's about the weak depending on the strong, right? That's right. Zhu Zhuqing nodded firmly. But the next second, all the blood drained from her face, leaving only endless fear. All she heard was Chen Yue's light laugh. Since that's the case, I'm stronger than you, which means you have to depend on me and please me, right? Meanwhile, in the dean's office, Dai Mubai had just arrived, and Flinder and Yu Xiaojing's faces were as dark as the bottom of a pot. Ning Rongrong had been captured, and Madame Ning was also missing. Dai Mubai was stunned on the spot. Was it the Spirit Hall again? Yu Xiaojing's zombie-like face looked at him, his tone extremely heavy. Mubai, the academy is no longer safe. The Spirit Hall will definitely target you. I've already asked Poison Douluo to take you back to the Star Luo Empire immediately. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai immediately said, Okay, I want to take Zhu Qing with me. No, we must leave right now. Yu Xiaojing directly rejected him. With Sword Duo and the others not here, the academy is just an empty shell. If the other side has accomplices coming over, none of us can stop them. He stared at Dai Mubai closely, speaking word by word. Mubai, you are the crown prince of the Star Luo Empire. You must distinguish between priorities. Didn't you also say that women don't count as population but resources? If you are safe, you can have as many resources as you want. But if you get captured, even if you return alive, you won't be able to keep your position as crown prince. Do you understand what I mean? Dai Mubai's face turned pale, filled with hesitation. I tell you, his hesitation only lasted 3 seconds. Really just 3 seconds. Two thoughts flashed through his mind. One was Zhu Zhuqing, and the other was his position as the crown prince. Guess which one he chose? Obviously, in the next second. This guy gave a fierce look and directly sold Zhu Zhuqing out. He even said that without Zhu Zhuqing, he could marry another girl from the Zhu family anyway. As long as the project with the Hell White Tiger couldn't stop. Does anyone understand? I was listening nearby, and my fists were clenched. This is not a crown prince. This is simply a top-tier scumbag KPI assessment scene. He cupped his hands toward Douluo. Please, Poison Douluo. Yu Xiaojing. That old trickster was nodding beside him. Goodness. Douluo was straightforward as well. He picked up Dai Mubai by the collar like a chick, and whoosh, the person was gone. Once they left, that guy Chen Yue, hugging Zhu Zhuqing's small waist, pointed in the direction where the two disappeared with a smirk that was so malicious. TSK. How damaging. Did you see that? I told you. You're just a resource that can be traded. Look, your man quickly sold you out to me. Zhu Zhuqing didn't believe it at the time. Her lips almost bit through, and with a cold face, she said, Don't stir up trouble. This must be a matter of great urgency. Even the Poison Douluo was brought in. I don't believe your nonsense. Now, when she looked at Chen Yue, the hatred in her eyes was almost tangible. Chen Yue didn't care at all, smiling in a way that was infuriating. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. Whether the Star Luo Empire believes it or not, that's not important. Zhu Zhuqing was completely stunned, turning to look at him. Then, Chen Yue grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. But what he said sent chills down people's spines. All I need is for your old emperor and your queen mother with the surname Zhu to believe it. That's enough. He leaned close to Zhu Zhuqing's ear, his voice like a devil's whisper. Tell me, if I spread the news that the crown princess is secretly meeting a wild man in Heaven Dou City, do you think your Zhu family would be optimized overnight? Zhu Zhuqing's face turned pale in an instant, her whole body trembling. You dare? Do you want to see if I dare? Chen Yue said as he was about to make a move, scaring Zhu Zhuqing so much that she grabbed him. No, you can't do this. Chen Yue extended a finger and gently tapped her lips. Shoo, keep your voice down. If your Mubai sees us in this position, you really won't be able to clear your name even if you jump into the Yellow River. Zhu Zhuqing was so frightened that she didn't dare to move. Just when she thought Dai Mubai and the others had walked far away and she could breathe a sigh of relief, a cold shout suddenly came from not far away. Who goes there? Damn! Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Zhu Zhuqing reacted incredibly fast, turning around and immediately covering Chen Yue's mouth tightly. Outside, Douluo and Dai Mubai sensed a slight fluctuation of soul power from his side, which caused them to turn back. Dai Mubai was very familiar with this fluctuation and headed straight over, stopping in front of a hollow in a tree. Douluo frowned. What's wrong? Dai Mubai looked around. Douga's senior. Do you sense anything? No, Douluo sensed for a moment and shook his head. There's no aura inside. But we can't rule out the possibility of hidden soul power treasures. Just then, Dai Mubai abruptly lifted the leaves blocking the tree hollow, and his face was suddenly right in front of Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing was so startled that her soul almost flew away, her face turning pale. Mubai, what are you doing here? Dai Mubai looked at the crouching Zhu Zhuqing, completely confused. In a moment of panic, Zhu Zhuqing blurted out, I'm using the restroom. I was almost laughing out loud when I was nearby. Dai Mubai actually believed it, nodding in sudden realization. Oh, then hurry up. I'll wait for you outside. After saying that, he kindly put Yezi down. As soon as he left, ChenYue took Zhu Zhuqing's hand away and smiled playfully. Want to go with him? Of course. Zhu Zhuqing looked at him coldly. Do you believe that if you dare to step out of this tree hole today, the Zhu family will be removed from the Star Luo Empire tomorrow? ChenYue's smile made Zhu Zhuqing feel uneasy, but her instinct for survival forced her to remain tough. I admit you are strong, but our Star Luo Empire is not to be underestimated. You, an outsider, can compare to our entire Zhu family? Of course, I want to go back on my word. ChenYue said with a smile, but I recently opened a restaurant and made some new dishes which taste quite special. You should try them, and, after tasting, you can leave. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. She happened to be hungry, so she nodded in agreement. All right, it's a deal. After Zhu Zhuqing left, Dai Mubai felt relieved, gritting his teeth and growling go. The three of them quickly left. However, just a minute after they left, that old fellow, Douluo, sneaked back without anyone noticing, lifted the leaves of the tree hole, and saw that it was empty inside. Not even a trace of soul power left, leaving him confused and muttering about how strange it was, ultimately having to leave reluctantly. Meanwhile, ChenYue had already returned to Shrek Academy in Tiando City. He stood under the dormitory building, looking up with eyes full of calculation. Finally, fixing his gaze on the direction of the principal's office. Master, you Xiaojiang, right? He muttered to himself, the sarcasm in his tone almost overflowing. Your set of 10 core theories of martial souls really opened my eyes. It's almost identical to what I heard from those experts in my last life. Like suggesting college students pay to work in renting out idle houses for income. Since I'm here, I can't leave without making a big deal out of it. After saying that, he lifted his leg and walked towards one of the rooms. Who is it? A voice came from inside. It was Lu Erlong, thinking it was you Xiaojiang. Is it Xiaojiang? ChenYue didn't speak, just rhythmically knocked on the door. Lu Erlong hesitated for a moment, but still opened the door. After all, she was a soul Dalu and wasn't afraid of anything. As soon as the door opened and she saw a handsome stranger, her brows furrowed. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. ChenYue grinned. What's important is that I know how to break through the limits of innate soul power. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Erlong looked at him as if he were a fool. If it weren't for the deadly threat she sensed from him, she would have slammed the door in his face. ChenYue wasn't angry. The next second, bang, 8 black and 1 red soul rings exploded from under his feet. The 10,000-year red ring shone like an alarm light. Lu Erlong's pupils instantly contracted to a point, and she froze. The pressure was like Mount Tai pressing down. And as an 8-ring soul Dalu, her legs went weak, and with a thud, she was forced to kneel on the ground. Cold sweat instantly soaked her clothes. She thought 4 words. This is not the river. ChenYue put away his soul rings and looked down at her, like teasing a cat. Now, do you believe it? Foreigner, please come in. Lu Erlong dared not show any disrespect. She had seen so many Title Douluos, but none had such an outrageous pressure. She quickly grasped at the lifeline, her eyes filled with hope, and asked, Senior, do you really have a way to restore the limits of innate soul power? Yes, ChenYue nodded. Can you tell me? Sure. ChenYue smiled even more happily, but there's no free lunch in this world. When you ask for help, you should at least have an attitude of asking for help, right? So, I'm not in a good mood right now. If you can make me feel better, I might just tell you. Lu Erlong turned pale, thinking ChenYue wanted to do something to her, and she was so scared she started to retreat. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you, Chen Yue added, and Lu Erlong finally breathed a sigh of relief. But when she thought about helping you, Xiaojing break through his bottleneck. Her eyes instantly firmed up. For her useless master, she would do anything. On the other side, in the principal's office, Flinder was urging Yu Xiaojing to rest. But Yu Xiaojing refused, saying he wanted to wait for Tang San. Just as he was speaking, Flinder suddenly received news and rushed back shouting, Xiaojing, Xiaojing. Xiao San is back. Something big has happened. Yu Xiaojing's face changed upon hearing this. He couldn't care about Lu Erlong anymore and dashed towards the office. That was his perfect test subject. He couldn't let anything happen. Lu Erlong watched Yu Xiaojing's distant figure, just relieved. When Chen Yu's playful voice came from behind, not bad, your performance just now made me feel a little better. Now, drink this glass of water and go stay in Yu Xiaojing's room. Lu Erlong's face stiffened and she pleaded, Can I go in and then? What do you think? Chen Yue shot her a look, and Lu Erlong didn't dare to make a sound, gritting her teeth for her master. She picked up the cup and drank it down. When Yu Xiaojing rushed into the office, Flinder had a constipated expression and pointed to the inner room. You go in and see for yourself. As soon as Yu Xiaojing entered, he saw Tang San lie on a chair like a rag doll, crying heartbreakingly. I'm telling you, that look was just incredible. 5 fingers had turned into black spider claws, and 1 leg, good heavens, had turned into a dog's leg. Teacher, woo-woo. When Tang San saw Yu Xiaojing, it was like seeing his biological father, and he hugged him and started wailing. Yu Xiaojing was dumbfounded. Xiao San, what? What new look is this? Tang San cried even harder, saying he woke up like this and asked Yu Xiaojing if he knew what was going on. Let me tell you, the master was so close to turning green from holding it in, and Flanders next to him couldn't hold back any longer, covering his mouth and sneaking out. But he couldn't drop the ball. Who is he? The foremost theorist. So he began to speak nonsense seriously. Xiao San, your finger is a mutation of your external spirit bone. It's a good thing. It can be a unique move. As for your leg, cough, cough. I need to go back and look it up. Tang San was thinking 1,000 thoughts in his mind. Isn't that just nonsense? As he spoke, Tang San might have had a muscle memory moment, suddenly dropping to all fours, striking the same pose as Luo San Pao, looking up at Yu Xiaojing. The scene was simply unbelievable. Yu Xiaojing was trying to hold back his laughter and quickly told him to change into long pants to cover his legs. After Tang San was bandaged up, Yu Xiaojing finally asked about Xiao Wu. However, Tang San looked confused and said that he had no memory of what happened after he entered the forest. He couldn't recall anything at all. He was now puzzled by 2 things. How did he go from the 5th ring to the 6th ring? And why was this 6th spirit ring white, looking so familiar? When a master heard about his amnesia, he couldn't be bothered to ask further, waving his hand and saying, all right, if you can't remember, forget it, go rest first. Dai Mubai and the others' dormitory had just become available, so you can stay there for a night. Tang San was stunned at the time. Huh? Mubai's dormitory is empty? Where are they? I tell you, in the few days he's been in the forest, the outside world has turned upside down. The 7 Treasures glazed tile school has been severely damaged. The blue electric tyrant dragon family has been completely wiped out. And even his own Hao Ian school has been taken down, and he knows nothing about it. His father, Tang Hao, has already run away, and is now going to the Star Luo Empire with his older brother, Tang Xiao, to capture a guy named Tang Rongyao, intending to dig out the Hao Ian hammer to restore his martial soul. All this nonsense, Tang San is completely in the dark. Seeing his foolish expression, the master suddenly remembered. All right, this guy just came out from the mountains. So he solemnly told Tang San that a great disaster had struck the Heaven Dou Empire. Tang San's heart sank. Seeing the master's zombie-like face nearly in tears, he thought, what could make him feel this bad? Probably his father has died, right? He tentatively asked, Teacher, it can't be that the blue electric tyrant dragon family is gone, right? The master nodded solemnly, saying not only that, but the other 2 of the top 3 sects have also been devastated. At this point, Tang San was completely blown away. What the heck? The Hao Ian school is gone too? I just went in for a few days. He slammed the table and exclaimed, it must be the Spear Hall's doing. These lunatics have added another path to my death. Let me tell you, the most explosive moment has arrived. In his excitement, he unknowingly triggered some strange genetic switch and suddenly jumped up from his chair. Then, with a thud, he landed on all 4s like a teddy bear, raising his head and baring his teeth at the air, just short of barking. At that moment in the office, Tang San was dumbfounded, and so was the master. Who can understand my family? I was lying on the roof watching the show, nearly laughing out loud. Next to me was his mother, Ain, and his recently sacrificed Xiao Wu. Both of them were pale with fright. I teased them, saying, "Hey, what if I recorded this and played it all over the continent? Would you three, San Gugu, directly debut and become the new generation of top soul masters?" As soon as I said that, Xiao Wu couldn't hold back anymore, throwing all her boundaries aside, almost begging me, saying, "Please don't hurt my Sangu, his mentality will break. If he dies, I won't live either." Ayin was also scared out of her wits, as she had witnessed how Tang Hao was crippled by me and knew how ruthless I could be, so she hurriedly pleaded for mercy. I rubbed the hair of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, pondering that the next part of the story would be about conquering the 4 major families, which seemed uninteresting. It would be better to go check out the 7 Treasures glazed tile school first, and then head to the Star Luo Empire to pet some cats. However, before leaving, I should give this pair of master and disciple a big gift, right? Inside the room, the master watched Tang San, who was still posing, with his mouth twitching uncontrollably. He said, "Tang San, it's getting late. Go rest first, and we'll talk about it tomorrow." Tang San felt extremely awkward, and just as he stood up, that disobedient dog leg suddenly went soft, and like a hungry dog pouncing on food, it charged forward, hitting his master right in the vital spot with a powerful headbutt. "How?" I watched in shock as the master's zombie-like face instantly changed from white to red, then from red to purple. He covered his crotch with both hands, howling, and jumped up like a jumping zombie activated by a talisman, bouncing out of the office. Tang San was petrified in place, cursing this dog leg in his heart 1,000 times. The situation got even more bizarre after the master jumped out a short distance, perhaps due to the overwhelming pain. He leaped 3 meters high and slammed his head directly into the beam, rolling his eyes back and fainting with blood streaming from his head. Flinder was dumbfounded and quickly carried the master to find a healing soul master. Seeing that there was no one around, Tang San dared not stay any longer. With 8 spider legs on display, he zipped away like a giant mantis shrimp crawling along the wall. As he passed the student dormitory, he heard someone inside say, "Hey, did you hear that? It sounds like a soul beast is crawling outside." Terrified, he crawled even faster. Flinder was notoriously stingy, and the dormitory he built for the 7 monsters only had 4 rooms, clearly meant for couples. Tang San didn't bother to be picky. Noticing someone seemed to be attracted by the sound of his crawling, fearing social death, he randomly pushed open a door and slipped inside. Once inside, he immediately felt something was off. The room was damp, like a water curtain cave, right after a heavy rain. He didn't think much of it, assuming it was Flinder's cheap construction that caused the leaks. "Brother, have you considered another possibility? You want to take a shower?" And after an hour, when he came out, he found the bed was also wet, angrily cursing Flinder for being inhuman. Just as he thought about changing places, he glanced at his dog leg and remembered the embarrassing scene he just made, instantly feeling timid. "Whatever, wet is wet, I'll manage for one night." He lay on the bed and fell asleep, dreaming of the girl he longed for, Xiao Wu, who was there calling him affectionately, "Xiao Wu, it's been 5 years. I miss you so much." Little did he know, the real Xiao Wu was right there on his bed, being pressed down by me. I gave Xiao Wu a wink, meaning, let's give him a little shock in this dream. Xiao Wu's face turned so red it seemed like blood would drip from it. And in the end, she couldn't hold back, softly responding to him in the dream. Meanwhile, in another dormitory, Flinder brought back the master, who had just been healed. Upon entering the room, he also felt the dampness and scolded the construction team for cutting corners. Suddenly, he caught a familiar scent, wondering why it smelled a bit like Erlong. Then he heard the master in his dream calling out, "Erlong, Erlong, I miss you so much." The next second, the master pounced on Flinder like a hungry tiger and pinned him to the ground. Flinder was stunned, his soul power sealed by me, unable to move, watching in horror as the master approached with a lovesick expression, whispering in his ear, "Erlong, let's have a child." Flinder's scream echoed through the night. "What the heck? Xiao Gang, wake up. If you want a kid, go find Erlong, why come to me? Don't come over." The scene shifted to the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, where the atmosphere was heavy. Ning Fengji returned with Heaven Dou Palace, only to find that his wife was missing. Having searched everywhere without success, Heaven Dou Palace said it must be the spirit hall's doing. But Ning Fengji, being a cultured man, suppressed his jealousy and analyzed the situation fiercely, stating that the spirit hall was making a feint to the east while attacking the west, pretending to want the remnants of the Hao Yin sect from the Xingluo Empire. But in reality, they wanted to take the opportunity to destroy the Xingluo Empire. His analysis was spot on, but the problem was that the strongest fighter in the family, Sorduo, hadn't returned yet, and if they went, it would just be delivering food. Little did he know, at that moment, His old swordman was being pinned down by a level 98 golden crocodile Douluo, and whether he could come back alive was uncertain. Just then, a subordinate reported that all the disciples studying at the Moon Pavilion had gone missing, and those sent to investigate had also vanished without a trace. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji and Heaven Dou Palace instantly realized that this incident happened before the Haoyan sect was destroyed, and the problem lay in the Moon Pavilion. It was definitely Prince Yue Qinghe colluding with the Spirit Hall to usurp the throne. Now both of them could no longer sit still, anxious as ants on a hot pan. At that moment, a disciple brought a letter, saying it was from an old friend, but the messenger was elusive, making it impossible to see who it was. Ning Fengji opened it and instantly understood who this old friend was. Meanwhile, back at the Title Douluo Imperial Palace, I was busy. Qian Jun and the two old men from the Demon Slayer came to thank me, and when Qian Douluo unleashed his martial soul, wow. The first soul ring was 100,000 years old, shining red. Beside him, the porcupine and the snake spear Douluo were wide-eyed, immediately shouting, "What the heck? There's a cheat." It was simply my internet mouth replacement. The Demon Slayer Douluo was enviously amazed, and I saw an opportunity and said to them, "I have a secret place with great feng shui. If you go for a tour, you can also have the same kind of cheat." Upon hearing this, the Demon Slayer Douluo was immediately hooked, saying, "I want to go, I must go." I was overjoyed inside. These two little lab mice were quite easy to fool. I told them to remember one thing in the secret realm. Besides your teammates, if you see anything alive, go all out to kill it. In fact, I had created a small world and wanted them to go in as pioneers, helping me clear out a safe zone so that I could later send more people in. I waved my hand and opened a black hole portal, luring those two tools into it. After sending the two old men away, I turned around and my gaze landed on the serpent spear Douluo. I thought for a moment, the golden crocodile Douluo and the sword Douluo should be about done fighting. So I said to him indifferently, "It's almost over there. You go and send Chen on his last journey." "Oh right, there's one more thing you need to note. After you send Chen off, you two bring the golden crocodile Douluo directly to my palace. Do you understand?" "Yes." I glanced at the puffer fish and the spear, both of them looking at me with expressions I couldn't decipher, but I was greatly shocked and immediately took off. I was well aware that Ning Fengji must have already known about me kidnapping his daughter and making off with his wife, and he was probably rushing back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect in a panic. It was normal for him not to receive news about the battle between the sword Douluo and the golden crocodile Douluo, but I was certain that tonight would definitely be a sleepless night, with a good show to watch. When QianRenxue saw that the person had left, she came over and asked me, "Why did you call the second offering here?" I gave her a mysterious smile. "Let's give him a surprise." As soon as I finished speaking, I flipped my left hand and Duong. A person appeared in the center of the great hall. It was Tang Yue. She looked completely bewildered, her gaze focused on me, and she instantly panicked. "You, what do you want to do?" "I tell you." That little look in her eyes, both scared and stubborn. I smiled broadly, showing my 8 big white teeth. I didn't plan anything, just felt a bit tired from the exercise tonight. Wanted to catch my breath and chat with someone. Tang Yue. Family, who understands? She silently glanced at QianRenxue beside her, who was already dumbfounded, then suddenly knelt down in front of me. That scene nearly fried QianRenxue's CPU, muttering that I must be dreaming. I ignored her, walked over, and rubbed Tang Yue's head like petting a cat, saying meaningfully, "Don't rush. There's still a lot to do tonight, and the night is long." The scene shifted to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji held the letter. The 4 words, "Old friend visits," changed his expression immediately. Next to him, Gu Rong stood up abruptly, shouting, "Who is it?" As soon as he finished speaking, 2 figures in black cloaks floated in like ghosts, the leading one exuding a strong aura, causing Gu Rong's face to turn pale. This was a super Douluo. However, Ning Fengji smiled instead. "Master Tang, long time no see." Goodness, as the cloak was lifted, it was the Tang brothers, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao. Tang Hao still looked the same, with hair as messy as a bird's nest, dressed in ragged clothes, looking like he had just crawled out from under a bridge. One might think he was the protagonist of some rich experience story. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ning Fengji asked, "What brings you two here?" Tang Hao didn't waste any words and opened with a bombshell. "The Title Douluo Imperial Palace has already been taken by the Spirit Hall." "What?" Ning Fengji jumped up from his chair on the spot. Gu Rong was even more anxious. "Tang Hao, don't say such things. Doesn't that mean the Crown Prince is colluding with the Spirit Hall? What about the reputation of our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School?" Tang Hao had an expression that said he knew they wouldn't believe him, coldly saying, "Haven't you been unable to contact the disciples of the Moon Pavilion?" I was there at the time, encountered 3 Title Douluo, As soon as this was said, Ning Fengji and Gu Rong were completely dumbfounded. 3. The Tiando royal family couldn't even gather a single wild Title Douluo. Tang Xiao chimed in, saying that he almost fell in the palace, being beaten by 2 level 96 strongmen, perfectly coordinated. Now Ning Fengji was truly panicking, cold sweat pouring down. The spirit hall was about to flip the table. Just as he was about to ask for strategy, suddenly a bloodied disciple rolled in, gasping for breath. Sect master, not good. Gu Rong took one look and his heart sank. Wasn't this the soul sage he sent to keep an eye outside the moon pavilion? How'd he end up in such a near-death state? The disciple gasped for air, forcing out a shocking sentence. Sect master, we were outside the moon pavilion, and we heard the madam's indescribable voice. I tell you, that scene was something else. The 4 big shots were all stunned. Their faces blank, and the air was suddenly filled with an awkward yet thrilling atmosphere. Everyone's gaze instantly fixed on Ning Fengji's forehead, as if a shiny green crown had sprouted there. Impossible. Ning Fengji's face turned pale, and he slammed the table, declaring, My relationship with my wife is as solid as a rock. She would never do such a thing. But that was definitely his wife's voice. Let's go to the Tiando Imperial Palace. I want to see who is causing trouble. Ning Fengji was so angry that he was trembling all over, dragging Gu Rong out. This was no longer just about the safety of the empire. It was a matter of a man's dignity. Tang Xiao and Tang Hao exchanged glances and followed, since they were already planning to rescue someone anyway. The group stormed into the palace, only to find it completely unguarded, not a single sentinel in sight. As soon as they entered the moon pavilion, Ning Fengji heard that familiar voice, the one that made his scalp tingle, coming from the backyard. In the backyard. Let's go in. At that moment in the backyard, Golden Crocodile Douluo had just twisted off Chen Yexin's head and even praised the lurking and snake spear next to him. Well done. I'll apply for 2 soul bones for you later. The two were overjoyed upon hearing this. Golden Crocodile Douluo, being a good buddy, neatly stored Chen Yexin's body and let them lead the way. Soon, they arrived at the moon pavilion. When Snake Spear and brought the people here, they found that neither Ning Fengji nor QianRenxue was present. Snake Spear, being clever, quickly said to Golden Crocodile Douluo, Second Elder, please wait a moment. The young master might have stepped out. We'll go find him. Golden Crocodile Douluo nodded, and once they left, he sat down and began unpacking Chen Yexin's body to see what soul bones he had. A 30,000 year trunk bone merged together, what a pity. Oh, an 80,000 year right leg bone? Not bad. Wow, there's even a 70,000 year spirit skull. Just as Golden Crocodile Douluo was happily admiring his spoils, he suddenly heard a furious roar. You bastard, come and take your life. Golden Crocodile Douluo was puzzled. That line sounded so familiar. When he looked up, he saw Ning Fengji charging in like a madman, his eyes red. He had followed the sound here, and now the entire courtyard only had Golden Crocodile Douluo, so it was obvious who the culprit was. Ning Fengji felt like he was glowing green with rage, just about to make a move, when suddenly, a stone hit him on the forehead. Immediately after, a voice that could not be described came from the stone. Ning Fengji. Everyone present. Ning Fengji was holding the stone that was still emitting that familiar voice, completely stunned. This is a recording soul guide? It's like a cyber companion, right? Tang Hao, standing beside him, had a peculiar expression. He had fallen for this trick before and was very familiar with it. Just as he was about to gloat, his expression suddenly changed, and he pointed at something on Golden Crocodile Douluo's table, nudging Tang Xiao. Big brother, doesn't that look a bit familiar? Tang Xiao leaned in to take a look and exclaimed, What the hell? Isn't that the guy who always messes around with swords? Ning Fengji finally reacted, turning off the soul guide, and when he looked up, he saw the head, screaming in shock. Sword uncle. Gu Rong's eyes were bloodshot. You bastard? It's you. You killed him. Now, with old grievances and new hatred combined, Ning Fengji pointed at Golden Crocodile Douluo. You're asking for death. Master, stop talking nonsense. I'm going to avenge the bastard. Gu Rong yelled, unleashing his martial spirit and charging forward. Ning Fengji's 7 treasures glazed tile tower instantly shone brightly, stacking various buffs as if they were free. Seeing that Sword Douluo was down, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao exchanged glances, realizing they had to help. Without hesitation, they pulled out their big hammers and joined the fray. Golden Crocodile Douluo sneered. Humph. Remnants of the Haotian sect and the 7 treasures glazed tile school daring to come together. Perfect. Today, I'll send you all on your way. Meanwhile, in the backyard, while the battle was raging, I had been mysteriously taken to a side hall by Qian Renxue. What exactly are you planning to do? I was completely confused. I prepared a big gift for you. I guarantee you'll like it. Qian Renxue said with a smug smile. As soon as I heard this, I felt overjoyed and wanted to hug her. Isn't my favorite gift you? Qian Renxue's face turned red, and she pushed me away, touching her belly. Don't mess around. I'm pregnant. She led me inside, and I was stunned. On a big bed lay a legally underage girl dressed in Lolita, unconscious. Qian Renxue crossed her arms and introduced. Shueku, princess of the Heaven Dou Empire. So are you moved? I told you, who can stand this? I swallowed hard and looked at Qian Renxue. What are you doing? This girl seems to have sensed something. I was afraid she would go out and talk nonsense, so I locked her up. I originally planned to marry her off later, but now, well, you're getting a bargain. She leaned close to my ear and whispered with a laugh. As the saying goes, there are 3 good things about Lolis. Hiss. I gasped. Are you using ChenYue to test me? I looked at her. What man can withstand such a test? You're holding a test for a cadre? Which cadre can withstand such a test? This woman, Qian Renxue, knows how to manipulate men. Seeing my reaction, the smug little expression on her face was impossible to hide. And she was probably thinking, humph, big lecher, just wait and see how I will manipulate you in the future. I came to my senses and asked her, what should we do after the person wakes up? We can't let her live or die, right? Qian Renxue smiled confidently. Don't worry, I have already explained it to her. She will live in the palace from now on and won't need to marry outside. But if she dares to step out of the palace even half a step, I will hang Tang San's head at the door of her residence. Me? All right, I almost forgot, this princess is also a little fan of Tang San. So, Tang San was still thinking of using his little fan. But the next second, he ended up having a big issue. He had a nightmare. I'll tell you, that dream was so intense. In the dream, he was directly tied back to the Tang sect, surrounded by a dozen elders who pointed at him and scolded him as a traitor, accusing him of stealing the Xiantian treasure record. It was simply infuriating to both gods and men. Tang San was desperately shouting, it's not me. I didn't do it, but no one was listening. The climax came when Mr. Tang roared, bring that rabbit to me. Then, someone from the inner sect dragged Xiao Wu over and forced her to kneel in front of Tang San. What was even crazier was that this disciple was going to dye his beloved little white rabbit black, right in front of him. What kind of hellish game is this? Tang San's eyes were about to pop out. He struggled desperately, but was tightly bound by iron chains and could only rage helplessly. He also felt that the face of that inner sect disciple looked particularly familiar. No kidding, wasn't that just ChenYue's handsome face in a different outfit? ChenYue, still wearing that face, grinned and said, don't worry, after the punishment, there's a high probability you'll get her back. With a gasp, Tang San shot up from bed. Drenched in cold sweat, the blanket completely soaked. Just as he was catching his breath, thinking it was just a nightmare, he lifted the blanket and, wow, what a strange smell. It was wet and sticky, with a hint of blue silvergrass fragrance. His first reaction was, could it be that Xiao Wu came over? Dude, your thought process is really something else. Then he realized something was off. His pants. Why were they also wet? It was a classic case of a wet dream turning into a wet dream, the physical kind. Tang San was completely overwhelmed, rolling and scrambling to take a shower, washing the sheets and blankets, and only managed to leave the house by midday. As soon as he stepped out, he saw his teacher, the famous master Yu Xiaojing, whose old face was as pale as someone who had just come out of the ICU, trembling as he rushed over. Xiao San. Something terrible has happened. Tang San's heart sank, and he heard Yu Xiaojing shout. The 7 treasure glazed tile sect assassinated the Snow Knight Emperor last night. Now the entire sect has become wanted criminals of the Heaven Dou Empire. How is that possible? Tang San was stunned. This script didn't match. The 7 treasure glazed tile sect was still clinging to the royal family of Heaven Dou. How could they possibly engage in rebellion? Could that old fox Ning Fengji do something so foolish? Then our third brother, instantly turned into Sherlock Holmes. His mind raced, and he immediately asked Yu Xiaojing, teacher, didn't you say that the senior Dougabo escorted Mu Bai to the Starluo Empire? Yu Xiaojing nodded. Tang San slapped his thigh and thought, oh no. In an instant, he pieced together what he believed to be the truth. It must have been Shui Qinghe's wicked scheme. Then, while Ning Fengji and the others were discovering the anomaly and rushing over, he would conveniently pin this black pot on them. When he shared this perfect reasoning with Yu Xiaojing, the master looked like his eyes were about to pop out. Tang San was particularly excited, saying, teacher, time is of the essence. Let us go to the palace and demand an autopsy. As long as we can prove that the Snow Knight Emperor died of poisoning, we can clear the 7 treasure glazed tile sect's name. At that moment, I wanted to hand the master a microphone and let him have a dedicated session to vent. Has your brain been poked by an 8-legged spear? You ran to the murderer and said you wanted to inspect the corpse to expose him. Do you think he would let you leave the palace alive? Sure enough, Yu Xiaojing almost slapped him to death, scolding him resentfully. Did you go to Stardow Forest and feed your brain to a soul beast? You've entered the palace, and he can still let you out? Is there such a good thing in the world? Moreover, let me tell you something amusing. This master today is quite eccentric. Looking at Tang San's little expression, TSK. It's as if he is looking at a sister, full of charm. Tang San broke out in goosebumps, wondering what was wrong with his teacher today. Acting like a eunuch. Little did he know, the master was currently running towards Yu Gonggong's direction after being hit hard yesterday. The master was clear-headed and pointed out directly. Shui Qinghe wants to ascend the throne now. He must take down Ning Fengji and Jian, as well as the head of Heaven Dou Palace. Otherwise, his claim would be unjustifiable, and other kingdoms wouldn't recognize him. Once Tang San heard this, he understood and began to think of a devious plan. He thought, I can't meet Shui Qinghe, but I can meet Princess Shui Ke. You see, as the righteous protagonist, utilizing a little fangirl's feelings, can that be called using? That is for the sake of the world. So, he took the token given to him by Qian Renxue earlier and smoothly arrived at the entrance of Princess Shui Ke's palace. He was still moved, listening to the guards chatting about how busy the princess had been recently, thinking that she was busy with her father's funeral, feeling sympathetic. Alas, poor child, really filial. What he didn't know was that just behind that tightly shut palace door, Princess Shui Ke was holding her mouth tightly shut, being embraced by a man, too scared to let out even a hint of her soul power, not even daring to breathe. Once Tang San's figure completely disappeared, Shui Ke finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her little face flushed. ChenYue patted her little head, smiling satisfactorily. Not bad, quite obedient. Shui Ke weakly asked, You? Can you really not kill him? As long as you are obedient, your beloved Tang Yin will be fine, understand? ChenYue said, while rubbing her head. Shui Ke quickly nodded vigorously. She looked at ChenYue's departing figure, then turned back to glance at the direction Tang San had vanished, ultimately sighing and returning to the palace. The next second, the system notification sound dinged. Congratulations to the host for marrying the original female, Fan Shui Ke. Reward, bone shrinking technique. Good heavens, even more explosive news followed. The host already has descendants. Please pay attention to protecting the offspring. ChenYue was stunned for a moment, turning back to look at Shui Ke, who was leaning against the wall with a slightly bulging belly, thinking, did I really hit the jackpot? Guess what his reaction was? No reaction at all. He turned and left, perfectly embodying what it means to be heartless. Qian Renxue, hiding in the shadows, was almost fuming, feeling both happy and angry. Happy that ChenYue only had her true love in his heart, angry that she still had to act as his babysitter, taking care of this unexpected situation. Meanwhile, ChenYue, who had already left Heaven Dou City, swiftly made his way to Suatua City. Guess who he saw? Yu Qianheng and Duguyan. He stroked his chin and began to plan. Dugabo helped me with a small favor. I should repay him somehow. How about giving his granddaughter a big surprise? The look in his eyes, let me tell you, was like a wolf seeing a sheep, gradually becoming dangerous. Achu! Duguyan suddenly shivered, feeling as if a pair of malicious eyes were watching her. Yu Qianheng, the soul emperor, swept his soul power around but found nothing. Just then, a figure appeared in front of them, opening his mouth. Yu Qianheng, run. The spirit hall sent people to catch you. The two focused and looked closely. Duguyan exclaimed, You are Tang San? Tang San grinned, wearing a harmless face, and with a few words, he fabricated the small issues of Heaven Dou City, tricking Yu Tianheng into quickly returning to Shrek Academy, saying that the golden iron triangle would protect him. Once Yu Tianheng heard this, he was tempted. After all, this matter could easily be verified, no need to deceive him. Then Tang San shifted his tone and said to Duguyan, Senior Dugabo asked me to take you to the Starluo Empire, saying they found a way to completely cure your poison. Duguyan was both surprised and delighted, but still a bit skeptical. As a result, Tang San directly unleashed a big move, lightly saying, the poison of the blue phosphor snake is just a minor skill. That's it. With just that one sentence, Duguyan completely believed him. This was the exact phrase Tang San had used when he cured her poison back in the day, a memory she would carry for a lifetime. Little did she know, the Tang San in front of her was Chen Yue, who had just learned the bone shrinking technique. Thus, Yu Tianheng foolishly ran towards Heaven Dou City, while Chen Yue led Duguyan in the direction of the Starluo Empire. By nightfall, they arrived at a small town, and the classic plot unfolded. A small inn. The last double room. Dou Yan's face darkened as she slammed a bag of gold soul coins on the table, warning Tang San fiercely. I warn you, I am a married woman. If you dare to be reckless, even my grandfather can't protect you. After saying that, she went into the room and covered her bed with blue phosphor snake poison, then lay down fully clothed. Sister, that little bit of poison is no different than sprinkling floral water in front of ChenYue. As a result, ChenYue didn't play physically at all. He revealed an eerie smile, directly raised his hand, and the second martial soul, the Heavenly King Tower, emerged. The second soul ring flashed, and with a hum, a golden light drilled into Dou Yan's mind. The nightmare of the Divine Tower activated. I'm telling you, once this thing starts, the show is on full blast. That little girl Dou Yan is still dazed in her dream. And I first transform into her beloved Yu Tianheng, just about to perform a classic scene, and bam. I change my face to Tang San. She is stunned, about to scream, and bam. I turn to a random passerby. I'm telling you, I'm like a Sichuan opera face changer, swish, 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 and in just a few moves, I completely wreck her mentality. No, no, she is crying and shouting, and the next second, whoosh, she jumps up from the bed, drenched in sweat. Seeing me, who is Tang San, sleeping soundly next to her, she finally breathes a sigh of relief, thinking it was just a nightmare. Silly girl, this is just halftime. She rushes to the bathroom to take a bath, trying to calm herself down. What happens next? Just as she is dozing off in the bathtub, the second dream begins. This time, I really went big. I made her the Empress, standing on a 99-story-high platform, wearing a snake crown and a snake robe, while a sea of familiar faces kneels below. All the people she was unhappy with before, like Tang San and Hu Laina, are all kneeling and bowing like grandsons. Goodness, she is loving it. Once her martial soul awakens, it's the heavenly poison snake emperor. Looking at the soul rings, there are 9, all red, 100,000 years. At that moment, she felt like she had reached the peak of life. She is still mumbling about avenging Yu Tianheng and rebuilding the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. TSK. Love-struck brain, not good. Just as she was about to float away in joy, the person on the emperor's throne slowly turned around. Guess who it was? That's right. It was me again. Ha ha ha. Her face instantly went pale, and she jumped up from the bathtub, shocked like she had been electrocuted. Oof, oof. She gasped for breath, looking at the empty bathroom, completely dazed. Family, who understands? I just love seeing her in that confused and helpless state against me. She thought it was just a bad dream from the spicy rabbit head she had for dinner. After thinking for a long time without understanding, she dried herself off and went back to sleep. As soon as she fell into a deep sleep, I opened my eyes immediately, donned the Heavenly King God Tower on her, and there we go, nightmare all-night service continue. The next morning, I felt refreshed. The system dinged, and the reward was credited. A good item called Evil Poison Pill. I directly arranged it for Dou Yan. Simply put, this thing is like installing a top-notch anti-theft system for her. From now on, she'll be poisonous all over, and anyone who touches her besides me and my offspring will have to line up to see the King of Hell. Focusing on physical isolation, Yu Tianheng, don't even think about it in this lifetime. Meanwhile, things were in chaos over at the Star Luo Empire. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing had just been sent back by Dugu Bo, and his father, the Star Luo Emperor, was worried over a final ultimatum. The Spirit Hall was demanding they hand over the remnants of the Haoyan sect and their kidnapped saintess within 3 days. The Star Luo Emperor was dumbfounded, sitting on the dragon throne, scratching his head. I haven't offended any of you. When did I kidnap your saintess? Dai Mubai was still daydreaming, rushing to find his father as soon as he returned to the palace, wanting to complain so he could divorce Zhu Zhuqing and marry her sister instead. However, his father was busy dealing with this international dispute and simply told him to go find his mother, dismissing him. Dai Mubai was also stunned. After hearing about the Spirit Hall incident from the guards, his mind buzzed, and he realized, good heavens, he was being used as a pawn. He didn't even care about changing wives anymore and rushed desperately to the court. On Zhu Zhuqing's side, she was truly restless. Along the way, Dai Mubai's face was all written with "I want to kill you." How could she not be anxious? All the things I said to her in the woods were now coming true. If she hadn't done anything wrong, it would be fine, but unfortunately she had. If this got out, her entire 6 households would be buried with her. Just when she was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, her savior and nightmare, made my grand entrance. She was so scared that she collapsed to the ground, looking at me with a mix of fear and hatred. How did you get in here? I smiled, walking up to her. I'm now your savior, believe it or not. Of course. She didn't believe me and stubbornly said it was all my fault. I didn't waste time arguing with her and directly gave her a preview of the future. Guess how Dai Mubai will treat you once he finds out the truth? You and your female relatives will be sent to the teaching bureau. That's the best outcome. I estimate that someone like you, who defiled the royal bloodline, will have to have their martial soul abolished and be thrown into the slums outside the city, letting the whole world see the fate of betraying the Dai family. I hadn't finished speaking when her CPU overheated, completely breaking down. She fell to her knees, tightly clutching my thigh, cry like a rain-soaked pear blossom. No, please don't say any more. I beg you, I promise you. Master, save me. TSK, just a little kitten, still needs to be petted to behave. After dealing with the little kitten, the next step is to meet her queen mother-in-law. According to my instructions, Zhu Zhuqing changed into a sexy spaghetti strap dress and went to the queen's palace. The queen, Zhu Qingxue, initially put on show, acting as if the entire harem was under her control, and when she saw Zhu Zhuqing's outfit, she pretended to scold her a bit. But Zhu Zhuqing didn't follow the script at all. She directly asked about the theory that the woman Dai Mubai was was not considered a person, but rather a resource. This left the queen speechless. Following that, Zhu Zhuqing declared that she no longer wanted to be the crown princess and requested a change. This stirred up a hornet's nest. The queen exploded, unleashing her soul power, which pressured Zhu Zhuqing to kneel on the spot. Zhu Zhuqing, you are so bold. Her gaze was like a knife. Tell me, who is behind this? If you don't clarify today, none of you from the 6 houses will survive. Just at this critical moment, I made my dazzling entrance. Cue the BGM. As soon as I appeared, the queen's soul power pressure shattered like glass. She turned around in shock, saw my handsome face, paused for a moment, probably wondering how there could be such a handsome man in the world, and then reacted, sternly demanding to know who I was. I couldn't be bothered with her and just watched Zhu Zhuqing smile. She's about to kill your whole family, and you're still protecting the Dai family? The queen instantly understood, pointed at my nose, and cursed. Good, you are the culprit. As soon as she finished speaking, she directly unleashed her martial soul and lunged at me. This woman was quite clever, trying to take me down first. If she couldn't, at least she could create a commotion to call for help. Unfortunately, she overestimated herself. I didn't even activate my martial soul. With just a simple punch, I shattered her martial soul form, sending her spitting blood back onto the bed, looking utterly incredulous. No, girl, do you have some misunderstanding about my looks? Just because I'm handsome doesn't mean I can't fight. It's 2025, and there's still this kind of stereotype. It's really ridiculous. Now she was completely intimidated, no longer caring about the queen's authority, and tremblingly shouted, No, don't kill me. I can hire you as our Xingluo's royal worshipper, and I can also offer you dozens of women who are much more beautiful than her. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, thinking to myself, who does this guy look down on? If I wanted to, I could assemble a football team of harem members without needing your help. However, I must say, this remark has little impact, but is extremely insulting, especially to Zhu Zhuqing beside me. Sure enough, Zhu Zhuqing's face turned pale in an instant, her gaze sharp like a knife. And she gritted her teeth and said to me, Master, I made up my mind. I was thinking, have you figured it out? She burst out word by word. I've decided to drag her down with me. Wow. Let me tell you, at that moment, both the queen and our shocked family. Who understands? This girl is all about taking everything down with her. Just as we were performing our version of empresses in the palace, on the other side, the imperial palace was filled with gloom. The emperor was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Why? The spirit hall was about to come knocking, saying they were harboring the remnants of the Haotian sect, and if they didn't hand them over within a deadline, they would go to war. That kid Dai Mubai was chattering beside him. Father, what should we do? We can't fight the spirit hall. He annoyed his father so much that he received a big slap. What's there to panic about? Go find your mother and pay your respects. Don't be a nuisance here. Dai Mubai left in shame. But let me tell you, this kid really has no sense of decency. As soon as he walked out of the hall, a bad idea popped into his head. Hey, why not just push the blame onto the Zhu family? Just say it was the Zhu family that harbored the remnants of the Haotian sect. Let our Dai family, royal family, wash their hands of it. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was a brilliant plan. So he immediately decided to go find his mother, the queen, to discuss it. With that in mind, he trotted off to the queen's palace. But when he got to the door, lo and behold, there wasn't a soul around. It was as quiet as a scene from a horror movie. He was puzzled, but still knocked on the door. Mother, are you resting? Inside, the queen's stuttering voice came through. I'm in the, bathing. Is there something? Dai Mubai, this fool, didn't think much of it and said he had important matters to report. The queen said she was taking a medicinal bath and told him to go back first. But this matter was urgent, so Dai Mubai said he would wait at the door. While he was waiting, something strange happened. In the middle of summer, snowflakes actually started to fall from the sky, and before long, his golden hair was covered in white. As he was mumbling about it, a palace maid came out, holding a hat and a scarf. "Your Highness, it's getting chilly." This was personally knitted by the queen. Dai Mubai felt quite warm inside, but when he looked up, his face turned green. The hat was also green, bright green. The palace maid was still there explaining, "Your Highness, you may not know, but this is made from the skin of a 1,000-year-old gecko, representing vitality and everlasting life. The queen said it would be just right for you." At that moment, I was almost dumbfounded. The hints were almost as clear as direct statements. It was as if they were about to carve words on his head. What was even more shocking was yet to come. The palace maid, with a shy expression, added, "Moreover, Your Majesty, it seems that the Empress might be pregnant again." What? Dai Mubai exploded on the spot, his mind buzzing. His father was already over 40, and they were still having more children? What if a younger brother was born? Would his position as crown prince still be secure? No way. Absolutely not. He was so anxious that he pushed the palace maid aside and kicked open the door to the chamber, rushing in. "Mother, you can't have any more children." And guess what he saw? The Empress and Zhu Jiqing were sitting on the edge of the bed, dressed. Both of them flushed as if they had just run an 800-meter race. Meanwhile, on the bed, there was a blanket covering a suspiciously shaped bulge in the middle. With his experience as a seasoned scoundrel, Dai Mubai could smell the unmistakable scent in the air. At that moment, he was so shocked that he was left dumbfounded. His mind blank, his pupils dilated, and then he screamed and scrambled out of the room. Once he left, I finally came out from under the blanket. Zhu Jiqing was truly ruthless, staring coldly at the door and directly stating that she wanted to take care of Dai Mubai to eliminate future troubles. The Empress, being his biological mother, hesitated a bit and couldn't bring herself to take action. I held both of them and lightly asked her in her ear, "Do you think being a queen is interesting, or is being an Empress Dowager, controlling the entire empire from behind the curtain, more interesting?" In an instant, the queen's expression changed. As for Dai Mubai, he ran back to his father, crying and complaining. "Father, it's bad. There are wild men in my mother's palace." His father, Emperor Xinluo, was already annoyed, and when he turned around, he just happened to see the bright green hat on his head, which made him even angrier. He went up and gave him a big slap. "Wearing this thing into the main hall, you really know how to report." Scolding aside, the matter still had to be dealt with. The father and son immediately stormed back to the queen's palace. I have to tell you, the Dalu emperor is quite a ruthless person. When he arrived at the door, without saying a word, he directly activated his martial soul. Goodness, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 5 black, 9 soul rings. He turned out to be a hidden Title Douluo. He transformed into a giant evil white tiger and slapped the palace door, looking like he wanted to tear the whole palace down. Dai Mubai was even ready to applaud beside him. As a result, with a loud bang, the door didn't budge at all. The Dalu emperor's face turned red with embarrassment, his enormous tiger face filled with confusion. Not believing in evil, he retracted his paw and slapped again, but it was still useless. In the end, with no other choice and feeling anxious, he prepared a big move. The white tiger's radiant wave. With a loud boom, he finally smashed the door to pieces. The father and son rushed in angrily, only to find the room completely empty. Not a single person in sight. The Dalu emperor had just been making fierce threats, saying things like the monk can run but the temple can't, and that he would exterminate the Zhu family's 9 clans. Before he finished speaking, I appeared out of nowhere on the bed, holding 2 beautiful women, smiling at them. "See, I told you. Your so-called father-son bond and marital affection looks so ridiculous in the face of imperial power." At this moment, the gazes of Zhu Qingxue and Zhu Jiqing towards them turned completely cold with murderous intent. The Dalu emperor was completely thrown off his guard, his massive white tiger form glaring at me, roaring, "No one has ever dared to act wild in my Dai family's imperial palace. State your name. I will use your corpse to declare to the world." I couldn't be bothered with him at the time. I yawned and said, "If you're going to make a move, do it sooner. Why waste so much breath?" As soon as I finished speaking, I raised my left hand. Buzz. 1 red, 3 gold. 4 soul rings instantly lit up. That terrifying energy fluctuation immediately subdued the entire palace. The huge tiger face of the Dalu emperor looked as if it had seen a ghost, trembling as he muttered, "Impossible. The first soul ring is 100,000 years. This is impossible." I couldn't be bothered to explain to him, so I directly activated my second soul skill. Spirit Summon. In an instant, a golden divine general holding a delicate pagoda appeared right in front of that big tiger with a loud bang. The pressure coming from the primordial heavenly court made the true form of the white tiger, Emperor Xing Luo, tremble. However, the old emperor had never seen a golden soul ring and thought I was just pretending to be mysterious. He stubbornly held his ground, convinced that I was just a four-ringed soul master trying to force my way through. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, the big tiger's claw, surrounded by a black circle, came crashing towards my face. The white tiger's sky-rending claw sounds quite intimidating, but guess what happened? When it struck my projection, there was a loud thud, and he ended up hurting his own claw. Let me tell you, the expression on that old emperor's face at that moment was one of disbelief, his eyes nearly popping out, his face written all over with "This is impossible." The ninth soul skill directly confronting the true body of the martial soul. Who understands? Family? His worldview collapsed right then and there. But could I give him time to react? He hadn't even finished being stunned when I swung that pagoda at him like a brick. Now the old man was completely panicked. Goodness, he started performing skills on the spot. What protective barriers, blazing light waves, diamond transformation. He unleashed all 9 skills in one breath, exhausting his soul power just to block my brick. But what use was that? This is a projection of a million-year soul beast. How much are those 9 rings worth combined? This move was all about a dimensional strike. With a thunderous roar, that big white tiger was sent flying like a scammer, crashing through 2 large halls and finally embedding itself into the wall with a loud bang. The true body of the martial soul dissipated right there, and the old emperor collapsed like a pile of mud in the pit he created, left with just a breath. He was still unwilling, struggling to lift his head to look at me, just managing to squeeze out 4 words, "I am not willing," when cough. A mouthful of old blood spurted out, and he was completely unable to move. I just stretched lazily like nothing happened and complained to him, "You're lucky? Your martial soul didn't even shatter." The last person who hit me with a hammer had both their body and martial soul cracked. Family, who understands? The 2 girls behind me, Zhu Zhuqing and her queen aunt, were so scared they froze, feeling cold from head to toe, probably reciting Amitabha Buddha in their hearts. Grateful they surrendered quickly. Especially that queen, Zhu Qingxue. She really knows how to handle things, tiptoeing over to hang on my arm, sweetly calling, "Your Majesty, are you tired?" Zhu Zhuqing saw this and thought, wow, this is escalating. She quickly hugged my other side. Even her cattail was wrapped around my leg, starting to scratch. She was scared too, with the Dai family about to be finished, if she didn't hold onto my thigh tightly. Wouldn't her queen aunt give her a hard time later? Just then, her silly son, Dai Mubai, completely lost it. Watching his dad get killed, he muttered impossible. This must be fake, and backed away, but ended up falling into a pit and landed face to face with his dad. Let me tell you, that scene was just too beautiful. The Queen Zhu Qingxue immediately felt nauseous. I pointed at the wall beside me and said something cheeky to her. Guess what? The noise from the other side of the wall made the old emperor in the pit lose his last breath. Truly a physical exorcism, family. His eyes closed, legs kicked, not closing his eyes at all. That big son of his, Dai Mubai, took advantage of the fierce battle and snatched a note from his dad, cursing in jealousy. Hungry ghost and lust, before sneaking away. By the time this side was done, Zhu Zhuqing realized Dai Mubai had run off and was panicking. Am I worried? Not all. I was busy when my subordinate, the Porcupine Dong, arrived, kneeling on one knee, not daring to lift his head, respectfully reporting, "My lord, Bibi Dong has gathered all the elders of the Spirit Hall, expected to arrive in Star Luo City within 15 minutes. Goodness, this setup is meant to destroy a nation." The 2 girls were so scared they hugged me tighter. But I had already prepared my script. I asked if the offering hall had intervened, and after getting a positive answer, I let the porcupine act according to plan. Next, it was time for the surprise gift package I prepared for Bibi Dong. Let me tell you how slick this operation was. Just as Bibi Dong and her large army arrived outside the city, the porcupine ran to intercept them. He first solemnly told Bibi Dong that my holy maiden was kidnapped by the Star Luo Emperor and Dai Mubai. This totally confused Bibi Dong, and he conveniently shifted the blame to her subordinate, saying he failed in his intelligence work. Then, the porcupine added fuel to the fire, saying the Star Luo Emperor was actually a hidden Title Douluo of the 6th rank, and behind him was a mysterious force equivalent to the Haotian sect. Now, Bibi Dong and her elders were completely bewildered, one by one. The subordinate, Jiu Huaguan, was on the verge of tears, carrying a burden of blame. Just as Bibi Dong was getting dizzy from the confusion, a second wave of actors, the Qianjun demon suppressors, made their entrance. They completely ignored the Pope and casually threw the old emperor's corpse at Bibi Dong's face, saying, "We took care of him on the way. You deal with it." Now, they couldn't find the person, but they had the emperor killed. This provided the perfect excuse for war. Bibi Dong instantly crashed, probably thinking about how to go all out and start a war. But could I let her be so smooth? For the last act, the serpent spear Douluo appeared, holding my unconscious holy maiden, spinning a tale about being attacked by a mysterious sect and fighting bloodily to rescue the hostage, claiming that the pursuers were about to arrive. After saying that, the porcupine and the serpent spear ran off with the person, leaving behind a heart-wrenching background line, "Dog thief, come take your life," which left Bibi Dong and her subordinates completely silent. Family, isn't this script kill far ahead? After I dealt with this mess, I headed straight back to Heaven Dou City. When ChenRenxue saw me lying on her bed, she was dumbfounded, asking how I was back in a day, thinking I went on a trip. Let me tell you, I was so tired I could barely keep my eyes open, and I replied, to be fair, a crazy cat is really hard to deal with. She didn't believe it, thinking I ran back to avoid the golden crocodile Dalu. I thought to myself, that old guy is in no position to be a threat now. Sure enough, when she ran to the emperor's sleeping quarters, she saw the Qianjun demon suppressors using the golden crocodile Dalu as a punching bag, beating him down to the ground, gasping for breath. That old man was filled with rage, still unaware those two were on my side, and insisted on struggling to come find me for revenge, saying he was going to deal with me for using him as a pawn. I told you, the way he charged out fiercely, Qianjun was shaking his head behind him, muttering, "It's over, Ergo is going to get a beating from a senior." QianRenxue innocently asked if he would be killed, and Qianjun Dalu seriously analyzed. He probably won't be killed, but getting half dead should still be possible. Let me tell you, the crow's mouth of the demon slayer Dalu is simply blessed. As soon as the words left his mouth, there was a huge bang, and a golden figure shot out of the senior's palace like a cannonball, creating a big pit in the yard. Family members, who understands? Just a second ago, the fierce second brother golden crocodile Dalu was ready to fight, and the next second, he was thrown out like a piece of human trash. The stabbing porcupine Dalu even clapped his hands and said with a serious expression, "The senior has ordered that anyone who goes and except for the young master will be thrown out. I'm responsible for cleaning up the trash." Cleaning? Trash? As soon as golden crocodile Dalu climbed out of the pit, he met our 3 pairs of wide-eyed stares. The scene, let me tell you, the air was frozen. Social death. This was absolutely an epic social death scene. His old face was thrown to his grandmother's house. Demon Slayer, with a sharp tongue, started to gloat. "Oh, second brother, I told you not to go, but you wouldn't listen. Now look what's happened." Golden crocodile Dalu turned pale with anger. Just as he was about to erupt, his own brother, Thousand Jean Dalu, shouted, "Demon Slayer, how can you speak to second brother like that?" I thought, wow, this elder brother is quite protective. But guess what Thousand Jean Dalu said next? He seriously analyzed. Second brother is facing a desperate situation. He knows the senior doesn't play by the rules and likes to ambush. Yet he still dared to challenge in a weakened state. Even if he loses, it's a glorious defeat. Who dare say he is inferior? Good heavens. I was stunned on the spot. This move was all about not insulting you, but helping you maintain your dignity. It was simply an upgraded version of the survival rule for seasoned professionals. On the surface, it was a way to defuse the situation. But secretly, it was engraving the words "overestimating oneself" on golden crocodile Dalu's forehead. Golden crocodile Dalu was so furious he was trembling all over, unable to say a word. He snorted and ran off to seclude himself. If he stayed any longer, I estimated he would be so angered by these 2 live treasures that his soul power would be zeroed out on the spot. Once golden crocodile Dalu left, I couldn't hold back my questions any longer. What on earth is going on with you guys? How did you manage to press the level 98 golden crocodile grandpa to the ground? Also, what is that secret realm you mentioned? What earth-shattering event did Chen Yue do in the Star Luo Empire? Guess how Thousand Jean Dalu responded? He gave me a high-level summary that left me even more confused. What do you mean by using a knife to kill someone and the golden cicada sheds its shell? What do you mean by the result has already been revealed? It just hasn't become a fact yet? Are you playing tenant with me? Can you speak human language? Forget it, forget it. Let's put the Star Luo Empire matter aside for now. I'm most curious about your fighting power. I said, stop talking nonsense. Just tell me what treasures you got in the secret realm. Now, it was finally Demon Slayer Dalu's turn to shine. He rubbed his hands excitedly. And just as he was about to talk about his heroic act of saving his brother with a stick, I quickly interrupted. Get to the point. He felt wronged and held back for a long time, but in the end, it was his brother Thousand Jean Dalu who couldn't stand it anymore and directly kicked him. What are you standing there for? Unleash your martial soul. The next second, my eyes were about to pop out. Demon Slayer Dalu's dragon-slaying staff was gone. In its place was a long staff entirely covered in gold. With blood-red dragon heads at both ends, that momentum, that holy light, it was simply blinding. Thousand Heaven Dou Palace said this thing is called the Golden Blood Dragon Staff, which mutated and upgraded directly after they defeated a monster in the secret realm. At that moment, I felt something was off. The aura emitted by this martial soul made even my six-winged angel feel apprehensive. Chen Yue explained that this stick is a weapon martial soul, but it naturally restrains all beast martial souls, especially dragon types, essentially acting as a bloodline suppression. No wonder the Golden Crocodile, Douluo's Golden Crocodile King, was beaten into submission. But that wasn't even the most explosive part. Qian Renxue showed me the soul rings of the demon suppressor. When I looked, I almost knelt down on the spot. Yellow, purple, purple, black, black. No, wait, it's 7 black, 2 red, 7 10,000-year soul rings, 200,000-year soul rings. I'm completely dumbfounded. Let me tell you, my grandfather is Qian Dalu, the inheritor of the gods, the pinnacle of the spirit hall, and the top configuration is only 8 black and 1 red. And you, a level 96 worshipper, directly created a super god configuration of 7 black and 2 red? Are you cheating or what? But wait, the cheating hasn't ended. The demon-suppressing Douluo chuckled and added a knife. Young master, I also conveniently got 3 pieces of 100,000-year soul bones. As soon as he finished speaking, the nearby Chen Yue sighed softly. Alas, I'm not talented. I only fused a set of 100,000-year soul bones. Saying this, he suddenly spread a pair of enormous blood-red dragon wings from his back. I was completely thrown off balance. Family, I was utterly shaken. Jealousy made me unrecognizable. I pointed at the two of them, my voice trembling. No, I want to go to that secret realm too. They were so scared their faces turned pale. One of them rushed over to block me, refusing to let me go, saying it was too dangerous inside, pitch dark, and that the senior forbade it. The most crucial part was, I had a baby in my belly. As soon as I said that, I calmed down instantly, touched my belly, and had to endure it. I asked them to tell me all the information about the monsters in the secret realm, and I would relay it to ChenYue once he woke up. As a result, when I woke up, ChenYue hadn't awakened, and a top-secret report from the spirit hall left me stunned. I held the letter, my hands trembling, unable to believe my eyes. At that moment, ChenYue finally woke up, stretched, yawned, and asked me, "What's wrong? Making such a big fuss?" I threw the intelligence at his face. Anxious and frantic. "Did you do something about the Star Luo Empire?" This intelligence says that the Spirit Hall is clashing with a hidden sect called the Star Crown sect from the Star Luo Empire, and we've suffered heavy losses. As a result, that guy sat up groggily, looking unfazed, and casually said, "Oh, you found out?" Bibi Dong is quite quick in her actions. I'm almost going crazy. What on earth did you do? He actually still has the nerve to laugh. I didn't do anything. I just seduced the Star Luo Empress and the Crown Princess, then had the Empress take out the Star Luo Emperor as a token of allegiance, and neatly pinned the blame on the Spirit Hall. I was stunned. This guy, with just a few words, replaced the Emperor of an empire and even sparked a super war. I angrily shouted at him. That's the power of the Spirit Hall. In the future, it will all be mine. He looked at me as if I were a fool. I thought to myself, sister, you are so naive and sweet. Why would Bibi Dong's people be used by you? Once they're gone, the power will be yours. Don't you understand that? I was feeling angry when I suddenly realized a blind spot. Wait, how do you know that the power consumption of our Pope Hall is very large? I haven't shown you this information. ChenYue just smiled, took a leisurely sip of tea, and then said in a tone that seemed to see through everything. If I'm not mistaken, among the people that Bibi Dong took this time, there should be only a few left alive now. Jiu Duo, Gui Duo, Imo Xiong Duo, and one that is close to death, less than 5 people, right? He casually reported our tragic casualty list, accurate to a single digit, and even knew clearly who was close to death. I was completely stunned and blurted out, "Yeah. Did you already know about the existence of that Star Crown sect?" I tell you, after she listened to it all, she was completely stunned, slumped on the bed, her little face pale, and it took her a long time to recover. She said, "Wow, the Pope's palace has directly wiped out more than a dozen Title Douluos this time. Jiu Duo and Gui Duo are lucky to have made it back. Now, that woman is definitely going to go crazy, and she's going to recall all the dispatched Title Douluos. My head is starting to hurt because the two under me, Cuttlefish and Serpent Spear, are both from the Pope's palace. If they're taken away, I'll be left with nothing." I laughed at the time, walked over, hugged her, gave her a kiss, and said, "What do you mean give? If she wants it, you have to give it. Just reply to her and tell her that you're about to ascend the throne, and the Tiando Empire needs more manpower, so she should figure out herself. But I have Grandpa Golden Crocodile and the others here." I pinched her cheek, and said, "Do you think your controlling mother will know that those old folks in the offering hall listen to you?" Her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "Oh, right. This information gap just came to light." But then she suddenly frowned and slapped my hand away, saying irritably, Hey, we're talking about serious matters here. What do you think you're putting your hands?" I chuckled and said, "I'm also handling serious matters." She huffed dismissively, but inside she was feeling great, probably thinking about how no one could resist the charm of this young master. She changed the subject and asked, "By the way, before Qianjun Jiangma mentioned your one move. 3 gains. What does that actually mean?" I held her and let her find a comfortable position to lie down before slowly revealing. First of all, I effortlessly took down the Xinluo Empire. Think about it. Now that the Empress and the Crown Princess of Xinluo are both mine, isn't the entire Xinluo Empire practically in my pocket? As soon as I said this, my wife was completely impressed, turning her head to look at me with eyes wide open like copper bells, finally managing to squeeze out one word. "Impressive. What about the other 2? She asked, pursuing the question. I winked at her. "Guess what? Screw you. Say it or not. You just go to sleep." She pretended to push me away. I got up accordingly and said, "All right, then I'm going to find my customized white Porsche. You come back here." She grabbed me. Of course, she knew I was talking about that little girl, Shueku, and she was jealous. She quickly got back to the point. I asked about the secret realm, and Qianjun Jiangma said. She repeated what he said and then asked, "When can I go in to enhance my strength?" I touched her head and said, "Don't you have an angel spirit bone?" Who knew? She scoffed and replied, "Trash angel god. Even dogs shake their heads at it." At that moment, I was like, wow, even cursing his own grandfather, that's ruthless. I guess Qian Dalu would sneeze in the offering hall. I said, "Wait a minute, I'll arrange everything clearly for you." I tell you, the development of the situation is exactly as I wrote in my script. Just a couple of days later, Bibi Dong's secret letter arrived, and sure enough, it was about recruiting people. ChenRenxue, without saying a word, shot back with a letter. "Sorry, I'm about to ascend the throne, and I'm short on manpower, so I can't lend anyone out." This letter completely stunned Bibi Dong. Ascending a throne? Shui is dead. Bibi Dong held the letter, her head buzzing. When did this happen? How come I didn't know? Let me tell you, she lost almost everything in Star Luo City, and when she returned, she went into seclusion, ignoring everything outside. As a result, the unfortunate guy who delivered the letter was taken out by the Star Crown sect halfway, and the letter was buried with him. Moreover, those fierce people from the Star Crown sect, in a fit of rage, wiped out all the branches of the Spirit Hall around the Star Luo Empire, big and small. Now all the pressure fell on Bibi Dong. She originally wanted to continue her Rakshasa God test, but now there's no one at home, and she must recruit people. However, instead of recruiting anyone, she got hit with a thunderbolt. She immediately called Zhu Douluo over and bluntly asked, "Yueguan, when did Shui die?" Zhu Douluo was also stunned. "Huh? Your Majesty? Shui is dead?" I really didn't know. I was in the Star Luo Empire before, and the matters of Tiando City were all handed over to Salis. Go investigate immediately. Bibi Dong's face turned dark. Soon, Zhu Douluo returned with an outrageous piece of news. "Your Majesty, we found out, when we went to Star Luo City, Ning Fengji from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, along with the Sword Douluo and Bon Douluo, conspired to rebel and killed Shui Yi in the palace. They are now wanted throughout the entire Tiando Empire." I tell you, after Bibi Dong heard this, her brain went into a systematic confusion, you know? Just like that most popular meme in 2025, she was the real-life version. The way she looked at Zhu Douluo was like looking at an idiot. "Yuan, are you messing with me? Qibao Glaze sect and the Tiando royal family are in cahoots. Would they kill their own emperor? Isn't that equivalent to suicide?" Zhu Douluo was on the verge of tears. "Your Majesty, this is a personal letter from Salis. I'm just a messenger." Bibi Dong fell silent, glanced at the letter from Qian Renxue in her hand, and waved her hand for Zhu Douluo to get lost. She sat back on her throne and began to sort out the logic. Everything about this matter felt strange, but Qian Renxue ascending the throne was likely true. The problem was, according to the rules, if the emperor was killed, the crown prince must catch the murderer to ascend the throne. How could Qian Renxue, relying on those two, possibly catch Sword Douluo and Bon Douluo? Bibi Dong couldn't make sense of it, sneering. "I want to see how you bring down Ning Fengji and the others' heads. You dug this pit yourself. Let's see how you fill it." And what happened? A few days later, reality gave her a resounding slap in the face. The Tiando Empire officially announced, traitors Ning Fengji, Chen Yue, and Gu Rong have been executed. 3 heads, oh no, 3 corpses were hung at the palace gate for public display. The national funeral of the Snow Knight Emperor will be held immediately. Bibi Dong was dumbfounded. What the hell? They really got killed? She immediately summoned Salas, who reported trembling. Your Majesty, it's absolutely true. I saw their corpses with my own eyes. It's definitely them. Sword Douluo's head was severed, but it was later reattached. Bibi Dong was completely confused. What kind of fantasy blockbuster had unfolded in Tian Dou City while she was in Xinglua City? She knew that to take down these 3 people, at least 8 Title Douluo were needed. But all the Title Douluo of the Spirit Hall had been taken away by her. How could ChenRenxue gather so many people? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her mind. Could it be that the people from the worship hall had made a move? Yes. If those super Douluo above level 95 from the worship hall intervened, 3 would be enough, let alone 8. With that thought, the logic suddenly clicked. She had Salas tell her everything he knew. Salas poured out the official announcement like a bamboo tube pouring beans, and then added a detail. Your Majesty, I was far away and didn't see clearly. Sword Douluo's corpse was decapitated, but it seems that there were no obvious injuries on Ning Fengji and Gurong. Bibi Dong's heart stirred. No, injuries? That meant they were killed in one hit. This intelligence was quite interesting. Just as Bibi Dong was brainstorming, her love-struck disciple, Hulaina, came in and immediately asked, Teacher, is there really no room for negotiation with the Haotian sect? Bibi Dong nearly had a heart attack from anger. Is this girl's brain lost along with her being kidnapped? The Haotian sect has been wiped out by me. What are you negotiating about? Her face darkened. Are you still thinking about that Tang Yin? Hulaina shivered in fright and dared not speak. I'm telling you, Tang Yin is Tang San. Don't ga uison. Now that the Haotian sect is gone, Tang Hao is hiding like a dog. Tell me, what do we have to negotiate about? The more Bibi Dong spoke, the angrier she got. I put in so much effort to train you. Just so you could fall in love with the enemy's son? Do you know how many elders died in the Pope's hall to save you? How dare you ask me this? Hulaina buried her head even lower. Go back and reflect on yourself. Bibi Dong was too lazy to look at her again and turned to head to the worship hall. She needed to ask if they were involved in this matter. As soon as she left, Hulaina raised her head, her eyes resolute. Tang Yin, just wait. If I can't persuade the teacher, then I'll leave with you. That night, the silly girl secretly slipped out of the Spirit City and headed to Tian Dou City. Meanwhile, in Tian Dou City, my wife also received news that her mother had gone to the worship hall to inquire. She swatted my hand away and said, Oh, don't rub it. It's uncomfortable. What is the next step? And what about that Dougibo? He will definitely come to attend the national funeral of Snow Knight. If he discovers the poison on Snow Knight, we will be in trouble. Ilaft Dougiubo. Speaking of which, I still have a big gift package that he hasn't signed for yet. Big gift package. She looked skeptical, as if the big gift package coming from my mouth sounded like a death warrant. You don't need to worry about that. Then, what about that woman going to the offering hall? I interrupted her. Didn't you already arrange for the golden crocodile, Douluo, to go back? The answers are all there. Why are you asking me? She was stunned. How did you know? I made a mysterious remark. Let me calculate. She gave me a big eye roll. You're just bragging. If you're so capable, why don't you predict what will happen next? Well, there are indeed a few minor things coming up. I looked at her and countered. In your opinion, how should we deal with a traitor? ChenRenxue's mind was racing, and her eyes widened suddenly. Are you saying Hulaina will betray the Spirit Hall? How dare she? Like master, like disciple. I shrugged and casually made a gesture across my throat. She actually hesitated a bit, but isn't that too regrettable? I was puzzled. When did they develop feelings for each other? What a pity. What a pity for such a beautiful woman. She glanced at me and snorted. It's one thing for you to flirt around, but to spread your seeds everywhere is something else. At that moment, I was like, what the hell? How does she know? She directly pulled out a letter from the side and slapped it on my face. Stop quibbling. The Empress Xingluo and the Crown Princess have both announced they have illegitimate children. This might work on outsiders, but do you think you can fool me? I'm totally confused. They said that a pregnancy makes you stupid for 3 years, but it's all a lie. She sees that I'm a loss for words and starts pushing my hand towards her body, saying, if you don't explain this clearly, don't even think about touching me. Wow, this move has me stumped. Am I allowed to touch her or not? I can only hurry to explain. Isn't this all for you? Once the child is born, won't the star Luo Empire be mine, and mine will be yours? With the combined strength of the two great empires, are you still afraid of not being able to deal with Bibi Dong? After hearing this, her expression softened a bit. This counts as you passing. But in a couple of days, you have to agree to 2 things for me. All right, I agree right away. Anyway, I can refuse if it's not suitable later. She then remembered something. Should we deal with those 2 guys, Avalanche and Prince Snowstar? I shook my head, just two clowns. The day of the coronation ceremony is their day of doom. I've already made arrangements. She rubbed her temples, a bit tired. All right, I'll trust you once. Once you get the secret realm ready, I need to go in and improve my skills and take a break at the same time. I curiously asked, so, after you ascend the throne, who will take care of the government affairs? I brought over the 5 offerings. Guangling Douluo? All right, the manpower is all arranged. She changed the subject, her gaze becoming sharp. I've changed my mind. I'm not going to participate in any divine examination. I want to establish a power based on the Heaven Dou Empire that can compete with that woman. As she spoke, she looked at me with a sour expression. By then, I'll help you catch her to be your maid. Wouldn't that be nice? I was left speechless by her words. But let me tell you, things are about to get even crazier. Over here, Douluo is fleeing overnight with his granddaughter Douluo, and good heavens. It was almost dawn when they reached Soto City. The old man is a Title Douluo. No worries for him. But his granddaughter Douluo couldn't handle it and was exhausted like a dog. Douluo felt heartbroken and said, Yin, let's eat something first. And what happened? As soon as she took a bite of breakfast, she threw up everything she ate yesterday. It was a complete upheaval. Family. I tell you, Douluo is indeed a seasoned veteran. His expression changed in an instant. As someone who has been through it, I understood right away. His granddaughter was still wiping her mouth when he suddenly blurted out, Yin, are you pregnant? Douluo was instantly petrified, huh? You're experiencing morning sickness. Douluo didn't even need to take a closer look. He directly checked her pulse from a distance, and with a sweep of his soul power, he confirmed it. What a joy pulse. Truly a hit to the soul. Douluo was dumbfounded. Her face turned pale, and she cried, How is that possible? I haven't done anything with you Tianheng for almost a year. Just a couple of days ago, I had a spring dream about Tang San in the hotel. Oh my gosh. As she spoke, she realized her own reaction. Douluo, upon hearing this, appeared furious on the surface, his mustache bristling in anger. This little monster. Truly not human. Yin, don't worry. Grandpa will make him give you an explanation. But let me tell you, he was laughing inwardly. He had long wanted to pair his granddaughter with Tang San, and previously he had complained about Tang San's age, but unexpectedly, although Tang San said no, his body was more honest than anyone else. Now, it was good. It was a high-end business battle, directly turning raw rice into cooked rice. Little monster. Let's see how you explain this. The old man was calculating in his heart while still acting. Yin, take your time. I'll go to Tiando City first. He must give an explanation. After saying that, he disappeared. Douluo was left alone with a bowl of water, starting to doubt her life choices. On the other side, Yu Tianheng had already rushed to Shrek Academy, and when he heard the recent news, he was completely stunned. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family was gone. The hidden Hao Ian sect was exterminated by the Spirit Hall. The leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School rebelled and ended up being killed, with his body hanging on the city gate. What is going on? The script wouldn't even dare to write this. Just when his CPU was about to overheat, Tang San walked in. Let me tell you, his entrance was incredible. He crawled on all 4s like Spider-Man. Yu Tianheng was dumbfounded, thinking, what kind of abstract entrance is this? Although Tang San's face had changed, Yu Tianheng still recognized him at a glance. After all, the only one who could take his useless uncle Yu Xiaojiang as a master was this oddball, Tang San. What are you wearing? Yu Tianheng asked, throwing out the soul-searching question. Tang San quickly stood up, awkwardly saying, It's nothing, I was just trying something. Trying what? Trying to crawl like a dog? The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Yu Xiaojiang quickly stepped in to ease the tension, asking Yu Tianheng why he suddenly came back. But Yu Tianheng didn't engage. He pointed directly at Tang San. Uncle, you ask him. Tang San. Yu Xiaojiang? Yu Tianheng immediately went all out. Tang San. Don't think just because you've changed your face, I won't recognize you. Tell me, where did you hide Yin? Good heavens, both master and disciple were completely dumbfounded. Why are you asking my disciple about your missing fiancé, Yu Xiaojiang hurriedly explained. Tianheng, don't be ridiculous. Xiao San has always been in Tiando City. He hasn't gone out. Tang San also said coldly, I haven't seen Douluo. Are you sure? Yu Tianheng stared at him. Do you dare say you haven't left Tiando City? Yu Xiaojiang instinctively said. Xiao San just went to the Star Dou Forest to hunt for the 6th spirit ring. But he came back quickly. As soon as he said this, it was bad. Yu Tianheng's gaze instantly locked on him. You just said he hadn't left. And now you're saying he went to the Star Dou Forest? Are you two treating me like a fool? Tang San saw this guy acting like a mad dog. Something was off. All right, activate the purple extreme demon eye. Calm down physically. 2 purple lights shot over, and Yu Tianheng froze, then his emotion stabilized, looking confused. What? What happened to me? Yu Xiaojing quickly explained. You were under a heart demon. Luckily, Xiao San saved you. And guess what? Yu Qianheng woke up, slapped his thigh, looked at Tang San, and asked again, by the way, Tang San, have you seen Yin Yin? Wow, the system rebooted, right? Is it stuck on a bug? Now Yu Qianheng finally clarified the situation, saying he ran into Tang San with Duge Yan in Soto City. And that person remembered a whisper he said after breaking Duge Yan's snake poison during the Soul Master competition years ago. Tang San was completely confused. What did I say back then? Seeing his act of ignorance, Yu Qianheng got angry again, thinking, so you changed your face just to evade responsibility. Huh? I'll say it again, hand over Yin Yin. I said it has nothing to do with me. Tang San was also furious. Just as the two Soul Emperors were about to clash, Yu Xiaojing trembled in the middle and shouted, "Stop it!" Tang San gave his uncle some face and withdrew his soul power. But Yu Qianheng wasn't having it, summoning his martial spirit and activating all his soul rings. Uncle, of course, you're siding with your disciple. Tang San saw this and thought, fine, you want to show off, huh? His soul rings lit up as well. However, as soon as his first soul ring rose into the air, the atmosphere in the place froze. Yu Qianheng burst out laughing. 2 yellow, 1 purple, 2 black. And a white? Tang San, I really didn't expect that after 5 years. Your taste has become this bad? Tang San looked dumbfounded, lowered his head to see his soul rings, and upon seeing the last one was white, he was completely stunned, exclaiming, "What the hell? This is impossible. When did I get a 10-year white soul ring?" He didn't even know himself. His memories of the Star Dou Forest started to blur. All right, at this time, the roof of Shrek Academy was leaking, and when Flinder went up to check, he was hit by a strong seafood smell, thinking it had just rained locally. Who understands? Family? Is this rain serious? The most brokenhearted was still Master Yu Xiaojing. He felt like the sky had collapsed. His most amazing experimental subject was completely ruined. A white 6 soul ring. This was worse than killing him. He uncontrollably grabbed Tang San's collar and shook him wildly. "Xiao San, what the hell is going on? Didn't you go to look for Xiao Wu? How did you end up looking like this? Neither human nor dog. And the soul ring is still white." Tang San's head was already splitting, and with that shout, he rolled his eyes and fainted. The onlookers, including Yu Qianheng, were dumbfounded. Later, Flinder arrived, and Yu Xiaojing walked away dejectedly. Flinder helped Tang San up and asked Yu Qianheng what happened. Yu Qianheng scratched his head and said, it seems that when he saw Tang San's 6 soul ring was white, his uncle couldn't hold it anymore. Flinder looked at him as if he thought he was joking, but Yu Qianheng said this matter could be verified, and he had no reason to lie. Flinder had no choice but to take Tang San to find a healing soul master. Meanwhile, the real mastermind, Chen Yue, had just come down from the roof of Shrek Academy and went straight to the bathroom upon returning to the Title Douluo Palace. QianRenxue was soaking in the bath, and when she caught a whiff of another woman's scent on him, her brow furrowed. Chen Yue ignored her and started discussing serious business. QianRenxue said that the Snow Star Prince and his people insisted on checking the corpses, not believing that the 7-treasure glazed tile school would betray the country. Chen Yue directly gave her a suggestion called calling a deer a horse. Tomorrow, gather all the ministers and let them examine. So what if they find poison? Just say it was done by the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Throw those 3 corpses into the Great Hall and ask the ministers who agrees and who opposes. ChenRenxue gasped. This wasn't just a palace coup. This was a direct showdown. At that time, they would either stand by her side to live or follow the Snow Star Prince to annihilate the 9 clans. Chen Yue smiled brilliantly. The two flirted for a while, and then ChenRenxue disguised herself as Xue Qinghe to attend court. Chen Yue lay on the bed, stretched lazily, thinking about how he still had several hostages locked in the Heavenly King Tower and hadn't visited them for a long time. When Xiao Wu and Ain saw Chen Yue, they were scared like little chicks. Xiao Wu had completely become obedient now, afraid that her cleverness would harm Tang San. But little did she know, just as she became obedient, her third brother, who had just woken up from a coma, bumped into a true god. Dugu Bo was blocking the entrance of Shrek Academy, his face as dark as a pot bottom, staring intensely at the newly awakened Tang San. His voice as cold as ice. "Little monster, aren't you going to give me an explanation?" The surrounding Flinder, Yu Xiaojing, Yu Qianheng, and others were all collectively dumbfounded. Especially Yu Qianheng, whose heart skipped a beat, feeling like something was growing wildly above his head. On Tang San's side, he had been stimulated last night and had just woken up from his faintness, his memories of the Star Dou Forest becoming increasingly blurry. How blurry? Let me tell you, his mind was like a mush, completely forgetting that he had ever been to the Star Dou Forest, even forgetting how he ended up with this dog-legged spider claw. As he woke up, he glanced around. Teacher, teacher's wife, Dean, and there were Qianheng and the old monster Dugubo, all five of them staring at him intently. Especially Dugubo, his eyes glowing green, as if he wanted to eat him. Tang San was puzzled. Old monster, what S with that expression? Dugubo exploded on the spot, his voice dropping. Little monster, the good deed you did. Aren't you going to give me an explanation? Tang San was completely confused. What explanation? I just woke up from coma. What good deed could I have done? He returned with a puzzled face. What explanation? This question lit the fuse. Dugubo thought this kid was trying to evade responsibility, his anger making his beard stand on end. What do you mean by explanation? Little monster, I admire you as a genius, but that doesn't mean you could devour my granddaughter and not acknowledge it. I have to tell you, Tang San's expression at that moment was just unbelievable. It was as if it was written on his face. Who am I? Where am I? And what are you all talking about? Dean Flanders sighed beside him. Little San, if you're a man, you should dare to take responsibility. Yu Xiaojing nodded along. That's right. If you did it, just admit it. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Lu Erlong was even more disappointed, exploding directly. Little San, I really misjudged you. I thought you were wholeheartedly devoted to Xiao Wu, but I didn't expect you to be just like Dai Mu Bai. Family who understands the information density is too high. Tang San's brain was directly overheating, buzzing, shouting at these people who were playing dumb. Why don't you just say it? What exactly did I do? Du Gubo saw that he was still pretending, snorted coldly, waved his sleeve, and left the sentence. I misjudged you, and turned to leave. Tang San wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The person was already gone. Yu Tianheng was also confused, just about to ask what was going on, but was sent away by Yu Xiaojing and Lu Erlong, saying it was none of his business. Once he left, Yu Xiaojing began the lesson. Little San, I've always taught you to learn from your father. Dare to take responsibility. Your father killed Qian Renxue back then and kept his word. Why are you pretending to be crazy over such a small matter? Tang San was almost in tears. Teacher, what exactly did I do? I wasn't even scolded like this when I stole the Tang sect's ultimate skills in my previous life. Dean Flander could no longer bear to watch and directly dropped a bombshell. You slept with Du Gaian, and she's pregnant. Boom. As soon as this was said, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Tang San was completely petrified, his eyes wide like copper bells, and his mouth open enough to fit an egg. I was lying on the roof at that time, and the little dancer next to me heard this and was completely stunned, her face as white as paper. She couldn't understand. Didn't Sangu say that he would only love her in this lifetime? How could he turn around and leave her for someone else? Where did that leave her? Tears were about to fall from her eyes, and she kept mumbling, it can't be. Sangu would never betray me. The guy next to me, ChenYue, is really something. He patted Xiao Wu and said a legendary line of PUA. What are you afraid of? Isn't the baby in your belly also mine? We're even now. Besides, aren't you still keeping yourself pure for him mentally? That doesn't count as betrayal. Can you believe it? When Xiao Wu thought about it, she was like, hey, that makes sense. This logic is just so convoluted. She even kissed ChenYue and thanked him. I really couldn't bear to watch and could only silently cover them up with tiles. Downstairs, Tang San finally snapped out of his petrified state and roared, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He shook his head frantically. I've been in Heaven Dou City all this time. And besides the Soul Master competition 5 years ago, I haven't seen her at all. This is slander. Absolutely slander. Lu Erlong, seeing his stubbornness, shook her head in disappointment and left, saying she would advise Xiao Wu to break up quickly. Yu Xiaojing was also exasperated and began to analyze the pros and cons. Are you stupid? If you unite with Du Gaiyan, won't the poison Douluo become your ally? In the future, whether you build a sect or return to the Haotian sect, you have more Title Douluo backing you up? How amazing would the talents of the children you two have be? If you drive him away now, what will happen to the situation in Heaven Dou City? Flinder, standing nearby, pushed up his glasses and made a supporting remark. Is there a possibility that during the time Xiao Wu lost her memory in the Stardow Forest, she accidentally hiss? As soon as this was said, Yu Xiaojing slapped his thigh. That is very possible. I tell you, at that moment, Tang San must have had a voice in his heart shouting, not me. Absolutely not me. But now all the evidence points to him, and he even starts to doubt his own life. On the roof, Xiao Wu also reacted. She is now possessed by the spirit of imagination, suffering from paranoia. She feels that something is wrong. It must be the big shots from the Stardow Forest Lake causing trouble. They want to break her and San apart. So they controlled Tang San's mind and made him get together with that snake woman. Thinking of this, Xiao Wu gritted her teeth in anger and began to curse those vicious beasts. Downstairs, Tang San finally figured out. He slapped his thigh, and his expression changed. I understand. This must be that old monster Dugu framing me. He wants to slander me and ruin my pure and noble reputation. I was listening on the rooftop and almost spat out my drink. Pure and innocent? Dude, do you have a misunderstanding about yourself? Flander and Yu Xiaojang also looked at him with expressions that said, Are you crazy? Let a Title Douluo use such underhanded means to provoke you? Do you deserve that? But Tang San didn't care. He was filled with a strange confidence and waved his hand domineeringly. No need to explain. A person of integrity is not afraid of shadows. Let's go find the old monster now. He is for the justice of the Heaven Dou Empire and will definitely go with us to the palace to verify the corpse. Thus, the three of them really want to find Dugu. At Dugu's residence, the old man initially thought Tang San had come to apologize and propose, and he felt quite pleased. However, as soon as Tang San entered, he directly said, Old monster, the corpse verification session for the Snow Knight Emperor is coming up, and we can't be absent. Let's go. Dugu was immediately stunned, with 3 huge question marks appearing above his head. Wait, dude, didn't we just have a disagreement? You made my granddaughter pregnant, and now you want me to work for you for free? Seeing him unmoved, Tang San frowned, adopting an expression that said, How can you be so inconsiderate? I have seen through your scheme. You just want to use your granddaughter to tie me to your worship, right? Let me tell you, it won't work. I, Tang San, am pure and innocent, and I only love Xiao Wu. As soon as he said this, not only Dugu, but even Flander and Yu Xiaojang who came along were dumbfounded. Dugu was so furious that he shouted 3 good words. Good, Tang San. You hypocrite. I misjudged you. After saying that, he angrily left, and this time it was for real. Yu Xiaojang couldn't hold it in anymore and rushed up, slapping Tang San in the face and yelling, Are you out of your mind? Tang San covered his face and stubbornly replied, I did nothing wrong. Why should I admit it? Now the plan was completely ruined, and the only Title Douluo ally had become an enemy. Yu Xiaojang was trembling with anger, saying that without Dugu, they would be walking to their deaths at the palace. But for Tang San, he felt he was doing well. He thought Dugu was taking advantage of the situation and raising the price. How could he, Tang San, tolerate such humiliation? He waved his hand. Teacher, don't worry. Just let Xueqing bounce around for a few more days. Those who can kill Title Douluo aren't necessarily only Title Douluo. Let us go to Gongxin City. He was planning to create his ultimate weapon, the Buddha-S Fury Tang Lian. Meanwhile, Dugu, cursing as he left Heaven Dou City, was rushing towards Soto City. He was still muttering, Damn Tang San, wait until I train my great-grandson and I'll slap you to death. Just as he finished speaking, a dark voice suddenly rang out. No need to wait, you can do it now. Dugu was shocked, and when he looked up, he found that a white-haired youth had appeared out of nowhere, but his demeanor was that of an old man, wearing the golden robe that could only be worn by those in the Spirit Hall's offerings. The person smiled slightly. Let me introduce myself. I am the 5th offering of the offering hall, Title Douluo Guangling. Guangling Douluo, a 96th level super attack, system Douluo. I tell you, Dugu was so scared that his soul almost flew away. A chill rushed from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. He was just about to summon his martial soul, but in the next second, with a crack, he was directly frozen into a crystal-clear giant ice sculpture. Unable to move even a finger, the light-winged Douluo laughed and said, You, a mere level 93, cannot break my freeze. Well, when those words came out, the old poison master felt a chill in his heart, thinking to himself that his life was at an end. He just opened his mouth, probably wanted to say a few soft words, but guess what? The light-winged Douluo suddenly exclaimed, frowned, turned around and left, cursing, Consider yourself lucky. I tell you that speed. Whoosh, and it disappeared without a trace, like stepping on a skyrocket, shooting straight toward the outside of Heaven Dou City. Family members, who understands this feeling of escaping death? Dugu's eyes were about to pop out in the ice, and he must have had a million alpacas galloping through his mind. What the hell is going on? It turned out that a surge of murderous intent suddenly erupted outside the city. The stench of blood was so thick, it was almost overflowing. Guangling Douluo is a big deal for the Spirit Hall, whether to protect civilians or for ChenRenxue's grand plan. He had to go see who was causing trouble. Just when Dugu relaxed for a moment and started smashing the ice with all his might, at the same time, those 2 lively characters in the palace, Qianjun and Jiangma Douluo, sensed it too. Jiangma, that guy, never holds back, directly said, Brother, it's been a while since I exercised my muscles. I'm itching to move. Qianjun had a black line on his forehead. Did you forget the last time you practiced on second brother? Jiangma grinned. Is that the same? Hitting second brother was just a friendly interaction between brothers. I couldn't go all out. This outside situation looks like a KPI delivered right to our doorstep. Qianjun thought for a moment and agreed, saying, all right, let's go take a look. But we must inform the seniors first. So these two brothers quickly arranged for Cuttlefish and Snake Spear to report to Chen Yue while they set off first. Guess what happened? At that time, Chen Yue had just crawled out of his precious rabbit grass nest, still sleepy, wearing a big nightgown, and his hair was all messy. When he heard the two mention the murderous intent outside the city, I tell you, his first thought was that those madmen from Slaughter City had come out. However, according to the timeline, Slaughter City should have been purified by our great Tang San. So how could these fallen spirit masters still come out? Qianjun Duo looked at Chen Yue, who had just woken up and felt a bit embarrassed, but still explained the situation. Chen Yue stroked his chin and pondered for a moment, then suddenly clapped his hands. Wait, let me change my clothes and go join you for some excitement. This statement left Qianjun and Xiaomado dumbfounded. Huh? Senior, what about the coronation ceremony for the young master? What if something happens? Chen Yue looked at them with "Are you stupid?" expression. What could happen? Worried about Douluo? Don't worry. He will never step into the Heaven Dou Palace again in his life. The Heaven Dou Empire doesn't have a single capable Title Douluo left. And they dare to cause trouble? The two brothers exchanged glances, and Xiaomado's urge to speak kicked in again, hesitantly asking, Senior, why won't Douluo come back? Isn't he a guest elder of the Heaven Dou royal family? Let me tell you, Chen Yue's expression at that moment was simply speechless. It was like speechlessness opened the door to speechlessness, and he sighed, starting to explain like he was teaching elementary school students. First, Old Poison owes a favor to Prince Xuesheng, not the entire Heaven Dou Empire, got it? Second, that favor has been repaid a long time ago. Third, he previously owed that little Tang San a favor, and originally, Tang San, the troublemaker, would definitely come, and he would have to follow. But Jiao Ma interrupted again. Then shouldn't you stay here even more? Can you let me finish my sentence? Chen Yue was almost laughing out of anger at these two lively characters. The key point is the last one. Now, something unexpected happened between Douluo and Tang San. They fell out. Old Poison won't come, and without him backing them up, with just Tang San and that so-called Beetle Academy, do they dare to enter the palace? Even if they had 10 times the courage. Chen Yue finished in one breath, rubbing his temples in exhaustion. So, Xuesheng and Xuebing, those uncle and nephew, are just the cannon fodder for this power transition. Got it? I tell you, he personally set this up in Soto City to deal with a small scene like that of Duge Yin. It's simply a dimensionality reduction attack. But the two in front of me, the Qianjun demon brothers, looking at each other with clear foolishness in their eyes. Really, I was anxious for them while watching from the side, primarily because they couldn't understand. Chen Yue completely gave up, waved his hand, fine. I guess I'm playing a lute to a cow. You can stay if you want, I'm leaving. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed. The 3000 thunder movement activated, and he instantly disappeared from spot. Just now he was still half asleep and didn't feel anything, but when these two idiots asked him, his mind instantly cleared up, and he immediately sensed the strange, killing intent outside the city. Hey, Senior, wait for us. The Qianjun Duo reacted quickly and hurried to chase. But compared to Chen Yue, their speed was like a tractor chasing a high-speed train. They couldn't even see his shadow. There was no choice. The two had to stop and call over and with Qianjun Duo seriously commanding, You two, stay close to the young master, understood? On the other side, outside Tiando City, the light-winged Duo was already sweating profusely, looking solemnly at the man in the blood-red robe before him. The king of slaughter. Goodness, that killing intent could freeze someone from 800 miles away. The king of slaughter sneered. Useless, although your domain of light can temporarily withstand my soul-crippling effect. Your soul skills are halved in power. What do you have to fight me with? Let me tell you. The light attribute of the light, feathered law, was completely countered by this killing domain. If it weren't for the domain supporting him, if another Title Douluo came, he would probably have been killed in an instant. Go to hell. The king of slaughter, losing patience, rushed to the light, feathered law, his hand, looking like a ghost claw, reaching straight for his heart. The light feathered Douluo's pupils shrank to the size of needles, thinking to himself that it was over. He was going to die today. Just at that critical moment, suddenly, countless small axes fell from the sky, raining down on the king of slaughter. The king of slaughter was instantly frozen in place, as if the pause button had been pressed. Seizing the opportunity, the light-feathered Duo quickly retreated, looking up in shock. He saw Chen Yue, still wearing that pajamas, appearing out of nowhere in front of the king of slaughter. Be careful. He can nullify soul skills. The light feather Douluo shouted anxiously. But Chen Yue seemed not to hear, raising his hand to give a loud slap to the king of slaughter's face, cursing, "I'll let you disturb my sleep. I'll let you come. I'll let you create panic." Just as the king of slaughter recovered from the paralysis, he was stunned by the slap, asking himself, "Who am I? Where am I? Who hit me?" By the time he reacted, he was filled with rage and was about to retaliate, but Chen Yue backhanded him with another slap, knocking out his front teeth, blood spraying everywhere. "You want to die?" The king of slaughter covered his face and charged in a frenzy. Chen Yue sneered. "Want another slap?" "Just right. I still haven't vented my morning anger." With a flash of lightning beneath his feet, he struck out another loud slap. Slap! The king of slaughter flew through the air in a perfect parabolic arc, crashing to the ground with a thud, stars in his eyes. The light feather Douluo was completely petrified, his brain blank, as if it had crashed. Chen Yue then scratched his ear and turned back to ask him, "By the way, what were you shouting just now?" The light feather Douluo. He swallowed hard and managed to squeeze out 3 words without changing his expression. "Nothing. Nothing." But inside, he was screaming, "What kind of monster is this? The king of slaughter, who is pressing me down, is being beaten like a child by him in pajamas? This world is too surreal." The king of slaughter, with his face swollen like a pig's head, completely lost it. Die. With a loud bang. A terrifying blood light erupted from him, instantly enveloping the surroundings in a layer of blood mist, creating an independent space. "Senior, retreat quickly." The light feather Douluo was horrified and wanted to run, but found it was too late. They were both trapped in this blood mist. The next second, the light feather Douluo felt his connection with his martial soul severed, unable to use any soul skills, and the domain was compressed to only 20 centimeters around him. "Welcome to my killing domain." The king of slaughter's voice turned eerie and playful, declaring that in here, their martial souls and soul skills would become ineffective. "Now, I really want to taste what your blood is like." He stared intently at ChenYue, his eyes resembling a wolf that hadn't eaten for 800 years, seeing a plump lamb, drool almost flowing out. "Now, this is my world." The king of slaughter laughed maniacally, the blood-red halo around him spreading out in waves, causing the light feather Douluo to spit out a mouthful of blood. His domain instantly shattered, and he was so weak he couldn't even stand. "Haha, without the domain, let us see how you fight." The king of slaughter grinned, swiping a claw at the light feather Douluo. The light feather Douluo could only grit his teeth and try to block with soul power, resulting in a loud bang. He flew out like a kite with a broken string, blood spraying through the air. Without a martial soul, a level 96 super Douluo couldn't even withstand a single attack. "It's your turn." The king of slaughter turned, his blood-red claw aimed at Chen Yue's neck. The light feather Douluo watched in anxiety, shouting, "Senior, dodge quickly." But Chen Yue stood there like an idiot, unmoving, until the claw was almost in front of him. He finally spoke with an odd expression. "Did you get something wrong? Do you really think that without soul skills, it's me who is at a disadvantage?" The king of slaughter was taken aback, putting more force into his grip. But then, his claw, which could easily kill the light feather Douluo, was effortlessly caught by Chen Yue with one hand. How is that possible? The king of slaughter's eyes nearly popped out. He felt his soul power vanish like a mud cow into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Before he could understand what was happening, a fist the size of a cooking pot loomed large in front of his just slightly swollen face. "You think giving you some sunshine will make you shine, huh? Today, I'm going to beat you so badly that even your mother won't recognize you." It turned out that the power that restrained others was immediately devoured by Chen Yue's abnormal martial soul as soon as it entered his body. This meant that this killing domain was utterly useless against him. Bang, bang, bang. What followed was a one-sided beating. Left hook, right hook, rising dragon punch, spinning kick. A smooth combo knocked the king of slaughter into a frothing, wide-eyed heap on the ground, legs up, twitching continuously. The light feathered Douluo rubbed his eyes, wiped them again. And once he confirmed he wasn't seeing things, his mouth dropped open wide enough to fit an egg. This is something a human can do? This is simply a dimensional strike. So weak. Chen Yue cracked his neck, looking disappointed. The light feathered Douluo. The blood mist dissipated, and the domain vanished. Chen Yue yawned, feeling that his morning anger had been vented, and his mind began to feel hazy again. He casually grabbed the unconscious Tang Chun and tossed him into his little black room, then turned and staggered off, muttering, "Time to go back for a nap." The light feather Douluo was left alone in the wind, beginning to doubt his life. When did such a youthful old monster emerge in the Heaven Dou City? Just as he was thinking, the demon-subduing brothers arrived late. The demon-subduing Douluo, seeing his tattered appearance, opened his mouth and said, "Fifth brother, did you get robbed?" The light feather Douluo's face darkened. The Thousand Genes Douluo was a bit smarter, waving his hand, looking at fifth brother's miserable state. He must have fought with that expert from earlier and lost badly. The demon subduing Douluo suddenly realized. That makes sense. Otherwise, how could fifth brother, who usually loves to show off, look so shabby? The light feathered Douluo. I'm begging you to shut up. Seeing his expression was off. The Thousand Genes Douluo quickly changed the subject. All right, let's get to the point. Fifth brother, did you see a young man in pajamas, particularly handsome and strong, pass by here just now? The light feathered Douluo was completely stunned. Wait, is your serious business this? I came over to help the young master with official duties, and not a word has been mentioned about it. At this time, ChenYue was comfortably soaking back in a bathtub. QianRenxue walked in after finishing her business, her golden long dress sliding off as she settled comfortably in his arms. The upper position is a sure thing, right? ChenYue asked lazily. Of course. QianRenxue leaned against him, but I left the lives of Xue Xing and Xue Bong. How did you know? ChenYue chuckled. We have a telepathic connection. Keeping them alive is useful. We can use them to lure Tang San out. What is next? Simple. Without thinking, ChenYue opened his mouth, locked them in the dungeon, then arrange a prison break, and finally, discover their bodies at Shrek Academy and on the territory of the Li family. QianRenxue was taken aback for a moment, then quickly reacted, gasping wonderful. This way, it turns into Xue Qinghe being merciful, but the mastermind behind the scenes is afraid of exposure and kills to silence. Moreover, due to the curfew and patrols, they can't even destroy the corpses and erase the traces. You truly manipulate people's hearts with ease. Just a routine operation, ChenYue said calmly. I prefer charging in a battle over playing mind games. Early the next morning, while getting dressed, QianRenxue suddenly remembered. Right, the 5 offerings should have arrived in Tiando City. Did you go to pick them up, ChenYue? He sat up in confusion. What are you talking about? QianRenxue helplessly pressed her forehead. I've told you several times. How could you forget? How could a level 96 super Douluo get lost in the city? ChenYue scratched his head, feeling justified. QianRenxue was completely exasperated. She stepped forward and pinched his face. Get a grip. The people in the palace don't recognize him. And he doesn't have a token, so he can't come in. ChenYue rubbed her hand, even more confused. Wait, if the Stingray Spear and others don't recognize him, how could I possibly know him? QianRenxue. Forget it. She gave up, covering her face and saying, then let Qianjun go pick him up. Is that okay? ChenYue nodded. Do you have anything to do in the next couple of days? Me? I'm fine. What's up? Let me tell you, I just finished shaking my head. And that girl QianRenxue threw a bomb at me. She calmly said, that's good. Just don't leave the city for now. I'm getting married soon. And you have to come and support me. I was like, my mind was filled with question marks. Family. Your wedding has nothing to do with me. Am I your best man or flower girl? Then I thought for a moment and instantly understood. Wow. You're using marriage as a bargaining chip to win over the nobles. Huh. Why else? QianRenxue rolled her eyes and started listing names. After I ascend the throne, the first batch entering the palace will be the Shui Yuerer and Shui Binger sisters. The second batch will be Lingling, Shui Wu, Huo Wu. Hearing these familiar names made my face turn green, and I quickly shouted, stop, stop. Just tell me how many there are in total. QianRenxue actually started counting on her fingers. Shui Yuerer, Shui Binger, Yi Lingling, Shui Wu, Huo Wu, Bai Chinxiang, and also QianRenxue, Yuheru, Gu Qingba, Shen Liu. Stop. I really couldn't hold it in anymore. ISNT this just the Tianxue girl group from the Soul Master competition back in the day. You're reorganizing a limited group here, right? Taking them all in? QianRenxue looked innocent. What's wrong with that? They have good talent, and their family powers are strong. With the Qiu, Yu, and Gu families, united they control 1/10 of the Empire's lifeblood. If I marry them all, I'll completely tie them to my ship. Even if my identity is exposed later, for their own interests, they will have to recognize me as Xue Qinghe. No one can get off my ship. I slapped my thigh and exclaimed, wow, brilliant. This girl has completely understood the concept of using a deer to signify a horse that I taught her. This operation is simply a masterstroke. Hey, QianRenxue glared at me. Can you stop slapping your own thigh? You just bruised it last night, and now you're making it red again. I still need to ascend the throne later. I chuckled. Isn't it because it feels good to slap? She huffed and didn't bother arguing with me, turning to prepare for her coronation ceremony. I rubbed my old waist, feeling a bit bored, so I decided to go find the 2 old brothers from the Qianjun demon subduing group. As I just strolled to the courtyard where they were in seclusion, I heard a voice filled with existential doubt coming from inside. It was the light-winged Douluo, looking all colorful and sweating profusely, staring at the demon subduing Douluo with a ghostly expression. Wait, aren't we both at peak level 96? Why do I feel like you could crush me with just one finger? And your martial spirit, the spiral dragon staff, has mutated into a two-headed dragon? Why haven't I seen this in the encyclopedia? The demon subduing Douluo was quite pleased, laughing heartily. Fifth brother, isn't it exciting? Ever since second brother stopped being easy to beat, I haven't had such a good time in a long time. The light-winged Douluo's mouth twitched as he instantly understood. Good heavens, it turns out the golden crocodile Douluo was injured recently after claiming he was beaten by the sword Douluo, but in reality, he was here being used as a punching bag by his own brother? No wonder those injuries looked like they were made by a stick. The light-winged Douluo wanted to ask something else, but the Qianjun Douluo directly changed the topic, asking about the evil blood energy outside the city. As soon as this was mentioned, the light-winged Douluo's expression became serious. A super perverted Douluo, he said with lingering fear. He has a domain, and let me tell you, it's absurd. Once you enter, all martial spirits and soul skills are disabled. It's like the server has forcibly muted you. You can only use soul power and soul bones to fight back. If a senior hadn't passed by to save me later, I would have been done for today. The Qianjun demon, subduing Douluo, exclaimed in unison. City of Slaughter? But wait, that's not right. The killing god domain doesn't have this effect, right? The more the light-winged Douluo thought about it, the more afraid he became, and he started to worry about QianRenxue's safety. Bombarding the Qianjun demon, subduing Douluo, why are you two here? What if the young master has no one by his side? What if Tang Hao and Tang Xiao come to kill him? The Pope's palace is currently severely weakened. How effective can the people they send be? Family. This is all about information disparity. This guy is still using an old version of the strategy to tackle a new dungeon. His CPU is about to burn out. The demon subduing Douluo weakly interjected. Dugabo has already left Tiando City. The light-winged Douluo was completely stunned. What? I just ran into him outside the city a couple of days ago. Is there a possibility, the demon subduing Douluo cautiously suggested, that he wanted to leave the city and you stopped him? The light-winged Douluo. He recalled for a moment, and it seemed to be the case. What about Tang Hao and Tang Xiao? He asked again. The Qianjun demon subduing Douluo had to explain with a stiff face. Oh, they came by. And Tang Hao even rode a 100,000-year-old tortoise to rescue people. To avoid causing trouble for our families, we let them go. A 100,000-year-old soul beast. The light-winged Douluo's eyes nearly popped out, but then he thought about it and realized it made sense. After all, that man who dared to go against the whole world for a root grass would logically have a 100,000-year-old tortoise as a mount. The two demon subduing Douluo were stunned. Then this guy's brain circuit turned back, and he slapped his forehead. Wait, they've seen you. Doesn't that mean our plan is exposed? What if they go to the Star Luo Empire for reinforcements, and we end up in direct conflict between the two nations? The two demon subduing Douluo's exchanged a strange look. Bro, the Star Luo Empire might have already been flattened by our predecessors. The demon subduing Douluo couldn't help it any longer and tentatively said, Fifth brother, what if I told you that the situation in the Star Luo Empire is also pretty much handled? The light-winged Douluo looked at him as if he were an idiot. What dream are you having? There's a mysterious Xingguan sect over there. Even Bibi Dong took so many people and nearly got wiped out. You say it's pretty much handled? Why don't you say you're about to become a god tomorrow? The more he spoke, the more excited he became. This idea definitely wasn't thought of by the young master. So who was it? Who was pulling the strings behind the scenes? The two good friends were truly at a loss, whether to speak or remain silent. Just then, my lazy voice came from outside the courtyard. Qianjun demon subduing, come out for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. All right, Senior Chen. The two responded with a loud voice reflexively. The light-winged Douluo exploded on the spot. Wait, your dear fifth brother is still here, and you just leave me aside? And who is this? So bold as to directly call out their names? I want to see who this person is. The light-winged Douluo angrily followed out, only to see me lying on a chair with my back to him, basking in the sun. He immediately rolled up his sleeves and rushed over. Hey, you dare to command my brother. I have met the senior. I turned around, and when he saw my face, the latter part of his sentence got stuck in his throat. The curse turned 180 degrees and became a standard greeting, nearly biting his tongue. Lightwing has met the senior. Good morning, senior. The Qianjun demon subduing Douluo was also dumbfounded by the sight. The speed of that face change was incredible. The Lightwing Douluo was also a tough guy. After reacting, he knelt down on one knee. Senior, the grace of saving my life yesterday, I, Lightwing, will never forget. In the future, whether you go up the mountain of blades or into the sea of flames, I will not frown. Oh wow. So the handsome white-haired guy I saved yesterday was him. I nodded, too lazy to say much, and waved my hand. A huge black vortex instantly tore open at the entrance of the courtyard. The two demon subduing Douluo's eyes lit up like hungry wolves seeing meat, while the light-winged Douluo looked at the strange black hole in confusion. You three, go in together, I casually instructed. This time find a place and build a permanent base. Is that okay? Rest assured, Senior. We will complete the task at all costs. With a triumphant shout, the 1,000-gene demon slayer did not hesitate and directly picked up the dazed light-winged Douluo, dragging him into the secret realm. Looking at the empty courtyard, I stretched lazily, feeling a bit bored. The three major sects have been pacified, the spirit hall has backed down, and Heaven Dou City is stable. Speaking of which, the system seems to have only given me a reward for marrying a wife. Should I research the offspring reward? I'm telling you, I'm counting on my fingers here. QianRenxue, Xiao Wu, Yuehua, Yin, Shueku, Duvian. Wow, this team is getting bigger and bigger. By the way, if Madame Ning were without Ning Rongrong, wouldn't she feel a bit lonely? How about I send her a kid to keep her company? I was just thinking about spreading some warmth when suddenly a figure appeared behind me. It was Senior Chen. I turned around and saw Snake Spear Douluo. What's up? I asked him. You don't know? The Heaven Dou Palace has been transformed into an ironclad fortress by Schwer. From the main hall to the bedroom. The security level is comparable to the Olympics in 2025, and all the Soul Masters are women. Why? It's to prevent some clueless guy from accidentally stumbling upon our good deeds. Or else I'd have to deal with him physically on the spot. That would be a loss for the Spirit Hall's elite, and Schwerer is too smart for that. Those nobles outside still think the new emperor is going to choose a consort, so they keep sending their daughters to stroll around the palace, hoping to climb the social ladder. So now, Snake Spear and Porcupine don't need close protection anymore. One is secretly following the carriage while the other guards the main gate. Snake Spear rushed over to find me, which definitely means he encountered something he couldn't handle. Sure enough, he lowered his voice and said, Senior, Hulaina, seems to have come to Heaven Dou City. As soon as I heard it, I laughed. Sure enough, this love-struck brain is hopeless. I tell you, this vixen, she hasn't even settled down in the spirit hall before she turned around and defected for that kid Tang San. We've already crushed the Haoyan sect, and she still thinks about going over to ease relations with him. It's ridiculous. Unfortunately, she arrived a step late. That kid Tang San had already slipped away. Just think about it. After Du Gubo fell out with him, the palace is now my snow heir's territory. A person as cunning as Tang San, who has more tricks up his sleeve than a beehive, can't sense danger. Right now, he must have run off to Gingxin City to make his little plans and build his so-called Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus as his trump card. Senior, should we capture him or what? Shi Zhao asked for instructions. Capture my foot. I waved my hand and sent someone to tell her that the brother she has been thinking about is in Gongxin City. Give her a clear path and let her get lost quickly, so she doesn't annoy me here. After sending Shi Zhao away, I flipped my hand and summoned the Heavenly King Divine Tower. Looking at the King of Slaughter doing high-temperature yoga at the top of the tower under the falling heart flame, a sudden inspiration for a clever move struck me. Hey, maybe I could also calculate Poseidon into this? With that thought, I directly flashed up to the top of the tower. The old bat was howling in pain from the heart fire, and when he saw me, it was like he saw a savior. Who are you? I stood there with my hands behind my back, grinning like a villain. Do you want to take revenge on that kid who destroyed your city of slaughter? His eyes instantly lit up. You're willing to let me go? Of course, I said cheerfully. We're not enemies, right? Yes. He nodded vigorously. As long as you don't kill me, I'm fine with anything you want. Talking to a smart person is such a relief. I snapped my fingers and laid out my conditions. As soon as he heard them, he thought it was no problem at all and readily agreed. That night, the King of Slaughter, fueled with adrenaline, charged angrily towards Gongxin City. I leaned back in my chair, crossing my legs, feeling incredibly happy. Who understands what this feels like for my family? This is a high-stakes game. I sent Tang Shun to deal with Tang San, and that kid will definitely have to use all the iron lumps he just created to fend off Tang Shun in order to save his life, right? By the time Tang Shun is beaten to a pulp, the news reaches Sea God Island and Poseidon sees, wow, my old sweetheart that I've waited 1,000 years for has been ambushed by your useless great-grandson with hidden weapons? Do you still want to go to Sea God Island to inherit the divine position? What do we call this? This is what we call a perfect closed loop. The scene shifts to Soto City. The pure love warrior, Yu Tianheng, has gone through countless hardships and finally found Dugu Yen. But as soon as Dugu Yen sees him, she acts like a mouse in front of a cat, her eyes dodging, her whole body radiating resistance. Yu Tianheng's heart shatters. He wants to reach out to her, but the moment he extends his hand, the hair on his body stands upright, and a deadly sense of crisis makes him freeze. Don't touch me. Dugu Yin is so scared her face turns pale. Backing away repeatedly, Tianheng, please don't touch me. Yu Tianheng's heart aches to the point he can't breathe, trembling as he asks, What? What happened? Dugu Yin bites her lip, tears welling in her eyes, and after a long pause, she finally squeezes out, I'm pregnant. What did you say? Yu Tianheng's eyes almost pop out, his mind buzzing as he instantly connects the dots. Is it Tang San's? Dugu Yin confirms it. Tang San, you beast. Yu Tianheng breaks down on the spot, howling to the sky. Then, let me tell you, the most ridiculous part is coming. This guy instantly transforms into a top-notch screenwriter, concocting a dramatic scene in his mind. He imagines Tang San going to the Star Dou forest to find Xiao Wu, only to discover she's gone, and after being traumatized, he loses his mind and uses Dugu Yin as a substitute for her. You know what? Wow. What a train of thought. He should be a web novel author instead. As he is filled with rage and planning to rush back to Heaven Dou City to confront Tang San, someone grabs his shoulder. Turning around, it's Dugu Bo. This old man has just escaped from the hands of the light feather Douluo and took a long detour to get here. Before the three of them could say much, Dugu Yin looks at Yu Tianheng and gives a sad smile. Tianheng, I'm sorry. I've already been tainted. Let's break up. After saying that, she turns and follows Dugu Bo away, leaving Yu Tianheng alone, kneeling on the ground, crying loudly in the pouring rain, swearing to the heavens, Tang San. In this life, Yu Tianheng, will not kill you. I swear I will not be human. At that moment, my pawn, the porcupine Douluo, appeared gracefully under an umbrella. He casually broke through Yu Tianheng's defenses with a single line. You can't kill Tang San. Yu Tianheng glares at him with red eyes. The porcupine Douluo completely ignores him and starts the script I prepared for him. Step 1. Undermine confidence. Not to mention you. Even your grandfather couldn't kill Tang San. He has your uncle Yu Xiaojiang, your aunt Lu Erlong, and Flinder by his side, the golden triangle combined technique. And you want to use your head to fight? Step 2. Strike at the heart. Your uncle and aunt have long been expelled from the family. Your uncle was the former boyfriend of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and your aunt is an illegitimate daughter. How much humiliation did they suffer in the family? The blue lightning tyrant dragon was destroyed, and they might even be secretly pleased about it. Step 3. Offer hope. Tang San also has Tang Hao and Tang Xiao behind him. What do you have to fight against him? After a series of blows, Yu Tianheng's CPU was completely fried. Finally, the porcupine Douluo handed him a recording stone and said mysteriously, Take this, go to Gongxin City, don't alert him, and you'll understand when the time comes. If you want revenge, just listen to me. Guess what? After finishing his performance, the old guy hid in an alley, wiping sweat. Afraid he might have messed up the lines I gave him. It's hilarious. I've never seen him so nervous even in a fight. After listening to the porcupine's report, I stretched lazily, satisfied. Now, I just need to wait for Schwerer to stabilize the situation on her side. Just as I was thinking about it, Qian Renxue, dressed in a dragon robe, came over and even kindly massaged my shoulders. I turned around, and just as I was about to say how well she was cosplaying as an empress, I took a closer look and was stunned. This isn't a dragon robe. It's clearly a strapless high-slit dress themed around a dragon robe. Family, she really knows how to impress. Who can resist this? She blushed and asked me, saying that now she is pregnant, she can't fully enjoy it each time, asking when she could. Haha. I directly picked her up in a princess carry, letting her experience what it means to refresh her worldview. On the other side, in Gongxin City, the blacksmith Tang San was feeling incredibly pleased. Whether it was the peacock feather or the torrential rain pear flower needle, he was crafting vigorously, hiding the core technology and only teaching Titan a little bit. His mind was as sharp as a sieve. However, just as he finished creating something and was about to rest, a dramatic scene unfolded. His right leg, transformed from the 8 spider lances, suddenly jerked violently, like a network lagging and jumping to a delay of 460, causing his center of gravity to lose control, almost tripping himself. Whoa! Tang San was startled and quickly used spider silk to wrap his waist and hang in midair to avoid falling. He looked dumbfounded at his disobedient leg, wondering what was going on. Let me tell you, I haven't figured this out in my head yet. And then something even crazier happened. Suddenly, it felt like a dam had burst in my lower abdomen, and my kidneys were twitching like crazy. The pain was intense, and it made my head buzz. What on earth is going on? I panicked at that moment and wanted to use my soul power to suppress it. But guess what happened? That dog's leg suddenly burst out like a small furnace, burning me so much that I shivered, and then I couldn't hold back a thunderous sneeze. Ashoo! Good gracious! With that shout, I felt dizzy and lightheaded, spinning like a top for 2 rounds, and then I crashed straight towards the forge. The old gorilla titan, who was originally staring at the furnace, turned around when he heard the commotion and just happened to see my big face slap onto the furnace. His eyes nearly popped out, and with a shout of "What the hell?" he was so scared that his soul nearly flew away. He quickly grabbed me, yelling, "Little master, please don't do anything rash. If there's anything, just tell us." I actually wanted to say something, but I was completely stunned at that moment. A strong smell of roasted meat mixed with intense pain hit my face, and I jolted awake, followed by a loud, echoing scream. This shout directly summoned the golden triangle of doom. When my teacher, Yu Xiaojiang, saw my darkened face, which was giving off a roasted meat smell, guess what? I actually saw a hint of relief in his eyes. No, I seriously suspect that this old guy is jealous that I became handsome after awakening my blue-silver emperor. I was just about to ask what was wrong with me when I suddenly felt a tumultuous churn in my throat. With a loud wow, stomach acid, intestinal fluid, and a bunch of undigested stuff erupted everywhere. Family members, who understands that taste? It was simply my cyber calamity. The scene instantly turned into a biochemical weapons testing ground. Liu Erlong couldn't hold on first, pinching his nose and turning to run. That look of disdain was just too much. Meanwhile, in the Heaven Dou Palace, that brat Chen Yue was sunbathing in sunglasses. When he heard his subordinate, the snake spear Dalu, report that I had forged while my face was in the fire furnace and had vomited everywhere, he immediately took off his sunglasses. His expression was so strange that he almost laughed out loud. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely." The snake spear Dalu was quite proud, saying he could report back so quickly thanks to a piece of external soul bone gifted by the light feather Dalu, which made him run super fast. Chen Yue stroked his chin and began to analyze, saying it definitely wasn't a rejection reaction, but a compatibility issue. Think about it. The blood vessels of a human and a dog, can they be the same thickness? If there's a problem with blood circulation, the body will go on strike. He even guessed that I must have tried to suppress it with soul power, but was interfered with by that so-called God sealing stone he used, causing the CPU to overload and crash, leading to this whole face grilling incident. Just as he was thinking, QianRenxue came out in her nightgown, hugging him from behind and massaging his shoulders. The snake spear Dalu was so scared he didn't even dare to lift his head, looking like a quail. Chen Yue turned my embarrassing story into a joke and then casually asked, "Have you Qianheng and Dugu both made any moves?" The snake spear Dalu quickly reported, "Yu Qianheng has already gone to Gingxin City. The Dugu grandfather and grandson seemed to have returned to the Sunset Forest, but my subordinate was afraid of being exposed and didn't dare to get too close." Chen Yue nodded and asked again, "What about the King of Slaughter?" Reporting to the senior, when I left, I felt a surge of blood energy in the direction of the Martial Soul main hall in Gingxin City. Chen Yue immediately understood. The King of Slaughter, Tang Chun, was now suffering from a blood addiction. No, it was a craving for blood and not wanting to kill innocents, so he could only target those who were already bad characters. The bishop in Gingxin City, Myers, just happened to be a corrupt scoundrel, so wasn't that a perfect match? It seemed that a good show was about to unfold. Chen Yue smiled, calculating that with Tang Chen's current state, it would be tough for him to kill me. But he could definitely cause me a huge headache. That's the effect he wanted. If Tang Chen killed me, how would he continue to conquer Sea God Island? Thinking of this, he looked up and kissed QianRenxue on the face, asking how things were going. QianRenxue was so proud, saying she had already set up the game, and tomorrow she would make the Li family take the fall as pawns to coerce Prince Xuexing and Xueping. The next step would drag the other 3 major families down too, and it wouldn't be long before the entire Tiando city belonged to her. After listening, Chen Yue nodded and said to hurry up, and once the Tiando Empire was in hand, the palace that Guangling and the others built in the secret realm would also be nearly completed, so they could move in then. QianRenxue listened with a smile on her face, even touching her belly, probably thinking, "Little bunny, hurry up and be born. Don't delay me from being close to your father." Chen Yue waved his hand for the snake spear Dalu to continue spying and specifically instructed, "Just take your eyes and brain, don't get your hands too involved. With your level of strength, I'm really afraid you'll die out there." Once everyone left, Chen Yue stretched and said to QianRenxue, "When you make your move tomorrow, I'll have those 2 iron fools from the Qianjun demon take out to help you. Don't get hurt." He was still lamenting, saying those 2 brothers from Qianjun demon really benefited greatly in the secret realm, actually comprehending a martial soul fusion skill. Now they were so tough they could withstand about 80% of his strength in a chop. While they were talking, the porcupine Dalu suddenly flashed in. "Young master, Renxue requests to see you." Upon hearing that name, Chen Yue was stunned, and QianRenxue quickly explained, "The vice president of the 4 Elements Academy." formerly the president of the ChenYue Academy, also the mentor of Shui, Bing'er, and the others, a Title Douluo. Chen Yue's mind turned, and he blurted out, "Isn't that Shui, Bing'er, and ChenYue's mother?" QianRenxue's face darkened, glaring at him fiercely. The porcupine Douluo, however, was honest and directly revealed everything, saying that the Shui, Bing'er sisters were illegitimate daughters. Their parents had long passed away, and it was this Han Shui who raised them, almost like their adoptive mother. Did she come alone? Chen Yue asked again. A sudden sharp pain shot through his waist, courtesy of Qian Renxue. He immediately shut up. Qian Renxue then asked the porcupine Douluo, what did she say? She said it's urgent, related to Shui, Bing'er, and the others, and she must see you to talk. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's face changed immediately. The Tianxue battle team was an important ship she captured to keep Chen Yue in check, and it couldn't afford to have any accidents. She quickly stood up. Let's go meet her. Watching Qian Renxue rush off, Chen Yue muttered to himself, now I'm bored again. I wonder if there's any famous scene happening over in Gongxin City, and whether that unlucky Yu Tianheng can exert some last bit of heat. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Crap, I forgot about Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. Saying this, he flashed and directly entered the Heavenly King's divine tower. Inside the tower, when those women saw him, Tang Yuehua and Ayin were used to it. But that little princess of the Haotian sect, Tang Tiantian, was so scared her face turned pale, shrinking in the corner, trembling. Chen Yue didn't bother with small talk. Walking straight up to Tang Tiantian and grabbing her collar. I'll ask you a question. If I'm satisfied with your answer, there's a reward. Have you seen Tang Xiao? The little girl was so frightened she could hardly speak, stuttering that she didn't know. Chen Yue raised an eyebrow, directly lifting her up and whispering ominously in her ear, Tell me, if I ruin you and label you the former little princess of the Haotian sect and throw you into the biggest brothel in Tiando City, how many gold soul coins could we make? As soon as those words left his mouth, Tang Tiantian's psychological defenses collapsed instantly, hugging Chen Yue's thigh and starting to cry out loud, spilling everything like a bamboo tube pouring beans. The sect master saw me once and told me to find an opportunity to go to Hanhai City, heading towards the west of the continent. He said there's a place called Sea God Island in the west, where even the martial soul hall doesn't dare to provoke. And if we go there, we will be safe. Good heavens, Chen Yue suddenly understood. After being beaten up by him, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao realized they couldn't survive on the continent anymore and were preparing to go out to sea for help. Having learned what he wanted to know, Chen Yue patted Tang Tiantian's shoulder, quietly injecting a soul power into her to ensure she wouldn't die, and then vanished. As soon as he left, Tang Yuehua's cold gaze fell on Tang Tiantian, and she immediately started punching and kicking her while cursing her as a traitor. Outside the tower, Chen Yue smiled slightly. He wanted to turn the innocent little Tang Tiantian, who grew up in a greenhouse, into a complete dark character through this beating. He was looking forward to the scene in the future where Tang Tiantian chased after Tang Hao and Tang Xiao with a Haotian hammer, beating them up. Just as he returned to his dormitory, a female soul master came over, saying that Qian Renxue wanted him to go to the imperial study. Chen Yue felt puzzled. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't leave the palace because otherwise, the secret realm wouldn't open, and Guangling and the others wouldn't be able to support them at any time. He directly flashed into the imperial study, first becoming invisible to listen in on the situation. He heard Qian Renxue speaking to a graceful woman in purple, Director Han. Rest assured, tomorrow morning, I will definitely bring the person back to you in one piece. The beauty is Han Shui, exuding a mature charm and looking stunning. After she was taken away by the guards to rest, Chen Yue finally revealed himself. What happened? Upon seeing him, Qian Renxue relaxed her tightly furrowed brows, had someone close the door, and then spoke. Do you remember that I asked you to wait for the imperial decree for the wedding? Chen Yue nodded, instantly understanding. You mean Shui, Bing'er, and the other 6 are unwilling to go through with the marriage and have run away from home? Can you let me finish speaking? Qian Renxue was a bit speechless, but still explained. Mainly it was the 2 sisters, Shui Bing'er and Shui Yue, who couldn't accept marrying the same person at the same time. The others didn't mind much, but once they were incited by them, the 7 of them conspired and ran away. So, Han Shui is here to ask for your help to bring them back? Qian Renxue nodded. And then you had someone call me over? Qian Renxue nodded again. Chen Yue held his forehead, looking utterly disheartened. When you called for me just now, was Han Shui watching beside you? Yes, but she was exhausted and probably didn't pay attention. Probably. Chen Yue felt overwhelmed. Haven't you just exposed me directly? How am I supposed to continue being the 6th from now on? Who knows? Qian Renxue waved her hand confidently and said, It's not a big deal. Just pull her down with us too. Damn it. Chen Yue suddenly realized that this woman was doing it on purpose. She called someone to find him right in front of Han Shui, clearly trying to sell him out too, playing the game of neither of them can escape. You had this all planned out. Chen Yue pointed at her, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. How can you say that? QianRenxue snorted, glancing at him sideways. Just a moment ago, who was it that had their eyes nearly hanging on someone else, with fair skin, beauty, and long legs? Isn't that exactly your type? Chen Yue. Fine, he could only admit defeat, but it definitely wouldn't be in time tonight, right? You've already promised them tomorrow morning. They ran to the Dou forest? Who said it was the Dou forest? QianRenxue shot him a glare. They went to the frozen forest in the north. That place, apart from you, would reduce the strength of anyone else who went there. Only someone as abnormal as you wouldn't be affected. Seeing that Chen Yue still looked unwilling, she directly threw out her trump card, tempting him. Don't you want to have a thrilling encounter with your future 7 concubines in the icy and snowy world? Cough, cough, encounter with your strength and looks. Wouldn't you instantly captivate all of them the moment you show up? Cough, cough. Chen Yue coughed sternly twice. Are you testing me with this? Which Title Douluo do you think can withstand such a test? You, a Title Douluo, might really not be able to take it. Huh? Why don't you use Poseidon to test me? QianRenxue narrowed her eyes. Who is Poseidon? Oh, her? Chen Yue casually made up a story. If nothing unexpected happened back then, she would be your great-grandmother. If there were an accident, then she would probably be your sister. QianRenxue was instantly dumbfounded. Great-grandmother? Sister? What the hell is this? The amount of information was too much. Her CPU was almost burning out. She decided not to dwell on this and directly asked, are you going to make a move on Han Shui now, or wait until you come back? Now. Chen Yue was taken aback. If you want to do it now, I can have someone sprinkle some sleeping powder in her room. If you want to wait until you come back, I'll just issue an edict to take her as a concubine. In your words, it's just a matter of whether you want to get on the bus first and buy a ticket later, or go through the normal procedures. I coughed twice at that moment and said, well, let's talk about this when I come back. It's not convenient right now. After saying that, I waved my hand, and like opening a random door, in an instant Guangling, Qianjun, and Jiangmo, those 3 guys appeared in front of me with a confused look on their faces, as if they had just reconnected after a disconnection. The 3 of them looked at me, then at each other, and then at QianRenxue beside them, all with question marks on their foreheads. I glanced at them and said lightly, what are you looking at? You 3 will keep watch tonight while I go out to take care of some matters. If all goes well, I'll be back by tomorrow morning. I have to tell you, at first, I really didn't want to go. I thought the place was still in the Starry Forest, which is a creepy place. My sister Guiyuna must still be thinking about me, and if I run into her again, my little body can't handle a slap from the God King. But then QianRenxue told me, wow, this time the target is the far north. That got me excited. Who understands, family? The far north. There are ice worms that have existed for 1,000,000 years there. If I catch one and stir-fry it, wouldn't it be incredibly delicious? Maybe it could even help me break through my soul power, which is stuck at level 90. Not to mention those 2 cuties, the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor. If I don't go this time, it feels like I'm missing out on a fortune. Although Qianjun and the others were confused, they didn't dare to ask too much. Last time I personally took action, the Xingluo Empire changed its surname directly. Who knows what earth-shattering event might happen this time. Before I left, I instructed, don't leave the study until I return. QianRenxue nodded and pointed to a pile of memorials next to her, which were stacked higher than she was. I looked at it and felt amused. Thankfully, I wasn't the emperor because this job was too much for a person. I'd rather honestly be the man behind the female emperor. As a result, Guangling Deluo's face turned pale, and he cautiously asked, young master, is this the amount for one day? Yes. Guangling Deluo was petrified at that moment, probably feeling like there were 10,000 grass mud horses running a marathon in his mind. But he didn't dare to say anything. After all, he was here to work, and if he complained about the workload, he might be sent back. And then, the benefits of the secret realm would have nothing to do with him. Just as he was doubting his life choices, I had already set off. Switching scenes, let's take a look at the Star Luo Empire. Zhu Zhuqing and her mother-in-law, Zhu Qingsu, were truly grasshoppers on the same rope. If the secret of their 2 illegitimate children were to be exposed, their whole family would be doomed. So, they were living and eating together, keeping an eye on each other. At that moment, a secret letter arrived, stating that the Wuhuan Temple branch in Gongxin City had been wiped out, and judging by the method, it was suspected to be the work of a Title Douluo. Her mother-in-law panicked and wanted to attend court to discuss it. However, Zhu Zhuqing directly stopped her, saying, Mother, don't rush. I estimate his letter will arrive soon. We all know who he is. She also mentioned that the empire was too peaceful now, and everyone's eyes were on their bellies, so they needed to find a way to stir the waters. Wow. Her words were truly prophetic. As soon as she finished speaking, whoosh, a shadow fell from the sky. Snake speared Dalu like a delivery person, dropped off a letter, and ran away, showcasing professionalism. Zhu Zhuqing was so pleased, laughing as she held her mother-in-law's arm. See, what did I say? This letter was interesting, with writing on both sides. The front side said, "Don't worry about the situation in Gongxin City. Act as if you don't know." The back side had the same handwriting, but the content was completely different. Inform Xinguan's sect about the situation in Gongxin City, and find a way to shift the blame for the destruction of the Wuhuan Temple branch onto Xinguan's sect. Family who understands. This operation was simply the pinnacle of workplace cunning. Her mother-in-law gasped and hesitated, asking if this was a choice between two options. Zhu Zhuqing didn't think twice and huffed. Is there even a question? Of course, the second option. Why? Think about it. If everything is calm on our side, does he have any reason to come and see us? We must stir up trouble. Once things get chaotic here, he will definitely come personally, and then, all right. Her mother-in-law listened and found it reasonable, making the decision. I'll listen to you. Thus, that secret letter from Gongxin City was delivered to Xinguan's sect that very night. When the people of Xinguan's sect saw it, they were shocked, their first reaction being that the Wuhuan Temple was up to something. Self-directed and self-acted, framing and sabotaging. After all, not long ago, Bibi Dong had blocked their door with people. Meanwhile, on my side, I was completely unaware of the undercurrents in the Star Luo Empire and had already arrived in the northernmost city of the Tiandou Empire, Winter City. It was incredibly cold, and all I could see was white. Yet here I was, wearing only a short-sleeved shirt, strolling through the icy landscape, showcasing a stark contrast. The looks from passers-by were as if they were watching someone wearing shorts in the subway during winter. The guard at the city gate kindly advised me, "Little brother, don't go into the forest at night. There are many-souled beasts. It's dangerous." I waved at him. "It's fine. I'll just go for a walk and come back." No big deal. As soon as I finished speaking, he had already disappeared into the wind and snow. The guard shook his head, muttering that I was really a strange person, and continued to stand guard. As for me, I had already stepped into this snow-covered, slumbering forest. In fact, there were already people in this forest. The sisters Xue Binger and Xue Yue had run away to this godforsaken place to escape the marriage to the new emperor. But as soon as they entered, they regretted it. The two girls were almost frozen into ice sculptures. The younger sister wanted to back out, while the elder sister stubbornly refused to accept their fate. Not far behind them, their teammates from the Tianxue battle team, led by Xue Wu and accompanied by 5 others, were also struggling to find someone. These girls were having a tough time as well. Their soul power was depleting rapidly in this cursed place. They wanted to call for help, but were afraid of triggering an avalanche, spinning around like headless flies. At that moment, a girl named Renxue suddenly said, "If this continues, we'll run out of soul power, and if we encounter a soul beast, won't we be like fish on a chopping board?" I told you, her mouth is like it's been blessed. As soon as the words left her mouth, Duong, a snow-silver ice bear, jumped down from the tree, blocking their path. Titan Snow Demon, Xue, you cursed crow's mouth. Teammate Chen Yue was almost in tears from anger. Can't you say something good? Renxue also felt wronged, covering her mouth and dare not speak. As a result, before they could react, deep roars echoed from all directions. Xue Wu's face turned pale. Oh no, we've stumbled into the Titan Snow Demon's lair. Just as everyone was back to back, ready to fight their way out, that crow's mouth Renxue muttered quietly again. But, Sister Xue, I feel like we actually won't be in much danger, right? Just as her words fell, boom, a light whiter than snow streaked by an incomprehensible speed. In an instant, the accumulated snow on countless trees around them exploded, collapsing like a house of cards, forming a small-scale avalanche that precisely buried all the Titan Snow Demons who hadn't reacted yet. The crisis was instantly resolved. Xue Wu and the other 3 teammates were dumbfounded, staring at the bewildered Renxue with eyes full of awe. Chen Yue grabbed her. Xue, honestly, did you go to some temple to get your mouth blessed? Renxue herself was confused, just about to say it was a coincidence when her sharp eyes suddenly pointed in a direction. Look, there's a handsome guy. TCH, where did a handsome guy come from in this cursed place? Before Chen Yue could finish her sentence, she looked in the direction Renxue was pointing and was also stunned. Wow, so handsome. Where the hell did this handsome guy come from? As a beauty lover, the 3 girls were mesmerized. Only Xue Wu remained calm, pulling the souls of the other 3 back, Stay alert. A handsome guy appearing in the forest at midnight is suspicious, don't you think? He could be 100,000-year soul beast. Guess how the three responded? Well, even if he were 100,000-year soul beast, being this handsome wouldn't be impossible. Qian was speechless at that moment. Just as they were murmuring, I'd already walked over, smiled slightly, and began. The clouds yearn for clothing, the flowers for beauty. The spring breeze brushes the railing. The dew is rich. If it weren't for meeting in the extreme North Forest, I would meet you under the moon in the Celestial Palace. The three beauty lovers were dumbfounded right on the spot, while Qian reacted, thinking my poem was a bit too straightforward. But given my face and the earlier display of power, she politely thanked me. I waved my hand and asked them why they came here at night. Qian quickly stepped forward and lied that they were lost. Then she countered by asking me what I was doing here. I shook the wine jug in my hand, took a sip, and then looked at her with deep affection. I've heard that there is a beauty in the north, unparalleled and independent. I have traveled 1,000 miles just to see this beauty. As I spoke, I raised the wine jug. Come a toast to the beauty. Goodness. Snow Dance's face instantly flushed red, and her mind probably short-circuited. Stammering, she said, why you shouldn't say that. I already have a fiancé. As she spoke, she took steps back, finally stamping her foot in frustration, huffed, and turned to run away. Let me tell you, that was pure tsundere. Sister Snow, wait for us. The other three hurried to catch up, and that crow's mouth Qian Renxue didn't forget to turn back and shyly shout, see you later, handsome. Watching them run off, I finally put away my smile. What I just did was to buy some time, scanning the entire forest with my mental power. Now, I had locked onto the locations of Shui Binger and ChenYue. But the problem was, these two girls were truly troublesome, having run to the very heart of the frozen forest. That was the territory of the Snow Empress, Ice Emperor, and Titan Snow Demon King. Sending those few over there would be like delivering vegetables to them. I needed to come up with a plan. A flash of inspiration struck me, and I had an idea. Immediately, I raised my head, summoned all my soul power, and shouted with a voice that echoed throughout the frozen forest. Is the Snow Emperor here? Do you dare to receive my axe? This shout caused the entire forest to tremble, and countless snowflakes fell down like a rainstorm. On the outskirts of the core area, the Shui Binger sisters, who were being chased by a soul beast, also heard this voice. The soul beast was so frightened that it turned around and fled without a trace. In the next moment, before the sisters could react, they were buried alive by the snow that fell from the trees. As they finally crawled out of the snow pile, still unsteady on their feet, they heard a series of thundering footsteps that shook the ground. ChenYue turned pale. Sister, it's the Titan Snow Demons. The book says that those in groups are their royal family. Shui Binger's face also turned ashen. Sister, they aren't coming for us, are they? Shui Binger bit her lip tightly, holding her sister close, and after a long pause, she softly reassured her, it shouldn't be. Coming for us, right? Just as she finished speaking, the noise grew louder, like a zoo was having a wild party, shaking the snow off the trees and revealing their eyes. We were like moles, poking our heads out to take a look, and oh my god, a group of giant white gorillas, the legendary Titan Snow Demons, were rushing in one direction like crazy. ChenYue was just about to say they hadn't noticed us, but my sister quickly covered her mouth, afraid of making any noise. And what happened? They completely ignored us, and behind them followed a group of crystal-clear giant scorpions, the Ice Emperor scorpions. The scene was unbelievable. We huddled in the snow, not daring to breathe. I'll give you a god's eye view directly. That group of big shots has already surrounded our male lead. Chen Yue, a giant boss the size of a mountain, came crashing down from the sky, smashing into the ground with a loud thud, roaring with killing intent. Humans, do you dare to insult our boss? This is the kind of presence that comes from a Titan Snow Demon King with 200,000 years of cultivation. And guess what happened? Our buddy Chen Yue had the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone, pointed at the giant's backside, and calmly said, can you stop for a moment? Buddy, it seems like you're sitting on your fellow countrymen. The entire scene fell silent in an instant. The Titan Snow Demon King looked down and saw that indeed there was an unfortunate soul beneath him, barely alive, with a gaze full of resentment. Who understands, right? This entrance was quite abstract. The Snow Demon King awkwardly coughed a couple of times, just as he was about to threaten again. Chen Yue directly interjected. Bring out the Snow Emperor. Let me take a swing, and I'll be on my way. He was trying to draw all the firepower onto himself, allowing me and Yue to sneak away in the chaos. That giant couldn't take this insult, so he swung his fist the size of a cooking pot. What happened next? Chen Yue sighed, raised his hand, and a small dark tower shadow appeared, suddenly growing large. The next second, that mountain-like Titan snow demon king vanished like a bowling pin hit by a speeding dump truck. Whoosh, gone in an instant. Here, and I just poked our heads out and saw a patch of forest flattened as if a bulldozer had passed through. We were both stunned. What's going on? Did the earth dragon turn over? Before we could react, the whole sky changed. A blizzard seemed to be on double speed, and a stunning figure descended from above. I'm telling you, her beauty was beyond what AI could even Photoshop. With long white hair, down to her feet, sky blue eyes, both cold and dashing. She was undoubtedly the true queen of the far north, the Snow Emperor. When she spoke, her voice carried an icy edge. Human, considering your difficult cultivation. Hurry up and roll. But our buddy, upon seeing the beauty, had a change of heart. He licked his lips and smiled. Earlier I wanted to take a swing and leave, but now, I've changed my mind. After saying that, he unleashed his martial soul. Who understands, right? 1 red, 3 gold. For soul rings lit up, and all the big shots in the far north, including the Ice Emperor who later appeared, were rendered silent. The red soul ring was for 100,000 years, we know that, but what does a golden soul ring mean? It means he has defeated beings of a million-year level, and he has 3 of them. The Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor exchanged glances, their eyes nearly popping out, their voices trembling. Why you can't possibly have golden soul rings? ChenYue's smile was both handsome and wicked. Want to know? Simple. Defeat me, or come with me. The Ice Emperor exploded on the spot. Impossible. Humans and soul beasts are sworn enemies. Are you trying to trick us into taking our soul rings and soul bones? ChenYue laughed outright. Sister, you're not even 400,000 years old. Do you think I can wait a few tens of thousands of years to raise you to 1,000,000 years? Will I even be alive by then? The Ice Emperor was speechless. ChenYue didn't waste any more words. That little black tower shot towards the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor wasn't a pushover either. She instantly activated her powers, creating a protective field that froze both ChenYue and the tower into an ice sculpture. She just snickered in triumph, preparing to deliver the final blow. But then crack. The ice shattered. That black tower continued to smash down like nothing happened. The Titan Snow Demon King, who had just climbed back up, wanted to be a gallant protector, but with a roar, he crashed into it. What happened next? With a thud, he was sent flying, this time knocked out cold. That mountain of a body fell down, nearly burying Yue and me alive. Our legs went weak, and Yue suddenly leaned in and whispered in my ear, Sister, you didn't get wet, did you? At that moment, I felt like giving her a big slap on the head. What time is it right now? The Ice Emperor fared even worse. She didn't have time to dodge and was sent flying by that tower, reverting back to her original form, a giant ice scorpion, also knocked out. Now, only the Snow Emperor remained. Her face was serious enough to drip water, radiating an aura that said she was ready to fight. But ChenYue? He didn't make a move at all. Instead, he stared at her with a scorching gaze and began to recite poetry. In the north, there is a beautiful person, unique and independent. The Snow Emperor's icy expression softened a bit, her 1,000-year ice mountain face even showing some warmth, just as she was in a daze. ChenYue's next words completely broke her defenses. Snow Emperor, come with me. As a condition, I can help you overcome your 700,000-year tribulation. I'll tell you, this directly hit the Snow Empress where it hurts. She's stuck at 690,000 years, about to reach 700,000 years, and she's terrified of this heavenly tribulation. Scared to death. In order to delay her upgrade, she's been wandering around, only to get beaten up by the Emperor of Stars and the deep-sea demon whale king, and had to go home to sleep. Now someone says they can help her overcome the tribulation? Goodness, it's like speaking of the devil and he appears. In the moment she was stunned, the sky suddenly cracked with a loud noise. Thunderclouds rolled in, and the heavenly tribulation directly started shaking her. The first lightning strike came down without any warning, hitting the Snow Empress and severely injuring her instantly. As she got up, looking at ChenYue with vigilance, ChenYue just smiled and raised a hand, and that invincible heavenly king divine tower flew over and covered her head. The Snow Empress thought it was a trap, and without a second thought, she slapped it. But at that moment, a second, thicker bolt of lightning crashed down, hitting the tower first. The divine tower was completely unharmed. The Snow Empress was stunned. It really can block it? Her hesitation made the thunderclouds above seem furious. The power of the third heavenly tribulation was more intense than all the heavenly tribulations she faced during her last attempt combined. The Snow Empress turned pale with fear. No longer daring to act tough, and with a determined heart, she shouted, Human, This king trusts you once. And dove under the divine tower. Immediately after, the third, fourth, fifth, each heavenly tribulation that came down was more outrageous than the last, as if they were free. The scene was such that the entire frozen forest was almost leveled. ChenYue casually used soul power to wrap me and Yura, sending us out of the forest with the shockwave. The Ice Emperor was so scared he hid far away. In a tie, who knows where he flew off to? Finally, the seventh and most ferocious bolt came crashing down. Let me tell you, the moment the lightning struck, I almost went blind. And guess what? That thing called the Heavenly King God Tower didn't have any effect at all. Not even a mark was left. Instead, it filtered the power of the lightning, turning it into pure energy supplements, which were directly pumped into the body of the Snow Empress at the bottom of the tower. Goodness. The Snow Empress was stunned on the spot. She thought she would at least suffer some damage this time, but what happened? It felt like having a high-end spa, and her cultivation skyrocketed past 700,000 years in an instant. She was dumbfounded in that tower, thinking, what kind of black technology is this? You can undergo tribulation like this? Isn't this much better than my previous attempts of enduring it in a cave? This isn't just tribulation. It's like charging with hacks. Just as she was contemplating whether to go out and thank ChenYue with a bow. After all, this favor was too great, suddenly. Both her and ChenYue's expressions changed at the same time. I felt something was off at that moment. The dark clouds that had just been struck by lightning should have dispersed, but instead they didn't. They began to spin wildly like a vortex, and a terrifying aura emanated from the center, chilling me from the soles of my feet to the crown of my head. Then a figure 3 meters tall, radiating purple light and looking as imposing as a god, stepped out of the vortex, one slow step at a time. His eyes seemed to be positioned on the top of his head, and he contemptuously glanced at ChenYue, speaking with a tone full of judgment. You have some nerve, daring to assist a beast in transcending tribulation? As soon as he finished speaking, he spat out several purple electric snakes that darted straight towards ChenYue's face. Divine power? ChenYue frowned, but he didn't panic at all. With a casual wave of his left hand holding the axe, he chopped the electric snakes as if they were vegetables. Then coldly asked, from the divine realm? The guy became even more arrogant and sneered. At least you have some knowledge. I am the god of beast tribulation, representing the justice of the divine realm. Today, I will judge you. I was almost laughing out loud at the time, and what justice? With your attitude of wanting to kill someone without asking for any reason, does that have anything to do with justice? ChenYue thought the same way and laughed directly. Just you? You think you're worthy? ChenYue saw through this guy's background at a glance. At most, he was a third-level deity, or maybe just a priest, a low-level employee of the divine realm. What is he pretending to be a big shot for? The god of destruction felt offended. Hey, he had quite the temper. Without further ado, he waved his hand, and thousands of purple electric snakes charged at ChenYue like rabid dogs. The momentum suggested they could devour a person instantly. But then ChenYue said something that made me want to kneel down on the spot. So what if you're a deity? Today, I'm going to kill a god for fun. Family, who understands? This guy is showing off. I give him full marks. He took back that invulnerable defensive tower, and, with a flash of light on his left hand, a giant axe that looked terrifying appeared. 8 black and 1 red soul rings exploded, and the killing intent made my hair stand on end from a distance. The god of destruction was dumbfounded. As a god, he actually felt a primal fear emanating from a human martial soul. The electric snakes rushing towards Chen Yue didn't even get close before they were crushed by the aura emitted from the axe. This guy, ChenYue, was all about taking action without unnecessary chatter, not giving the opponent any time to react, and shouted, 7th soul skill, martial soul, true body. Boom! He disappeared in an instant, and the black Pangu axe swelled in the wind, rapidly growing to the size of a mountain. With a destructive momentum as it swung down towards the god of destruction, that divine fellow was truly scared now. The fear of death turned his face green as he desperately layered several lightning shields in front of him. But it was useless. In front of the Pangu axe, his flimsy defenses crumbled like paper, crackling into pieces. He wanted to run, to escape back to the divine realm, but it was too late. The massive axe shadow swept past him. Time seemed to freeze for a second, and then the once arrogant god of destruction was sliced cleanly in half from the forehead down, falling to the ground and transforming into specks of starlight, vanishing. One-hit kill. ChenYue's form reappeared, looking like he had just been pulled from water, drenched in sweat. His face as pale as paper. He plopped down in the snow, gasping for breath. Wow, he looked cool, but after that move, he was nearly done for himself, with 97 of his soul power completely drained. tougher than 007. He muttered, "Looks like this move can only be my trump card from now on. If I can't take out the enemy in one hit, I'll have to retreat into my shell." After resting for a while, he felt something was off and immediately got up with a flash of electricity at his feet, disappearing into the depths of the forest. He knew that with a god dead in the divine realm, it wouldn't just end there. They would definitely send someone to investigate. Was he going to wait to be wrapped up like a dumpling? After he left for a long time, the Ice Emperor crawled out from a pile of ruins, looking disheveled. She was also unlucky, caught in that goddess indiscriminate attack, and sustained some injuries. As for Atai, even worse. He was already half dead from earlier. And this time he was almost finished off, retreating to his lair to sleep and heal. The Ice Emperor regained her composure, looked up, and was stunned. Family, who understands? I'm such a huge snow emperor. How did I disappear? And that human? Also gone. Her mind went blank. You ChenYue, taking advantage of my absence to steal my wife, right? Trying to take away my Ashu? Not happening. The Ice Emperor's eyes turned red with anger, and she summoned a storm of snow, following the scent left by ChenYue to chase after him. Just as she left, another illusory figure appeared in the same spot. This second god was clearly much stronger than the previous one. He sensed something and looked puzzled. The aura of destruction. How did it die here? Who did this? Sweeping his mental energy, he locked onto the rapidly fleeing Ice Emperor. Huh, a beast under 400,000 years old? Could be her. This guy's mind played out the annual drama of the culprit being her. Although he found it absurd, the Ice Emperor was running so fast. It was obvious she had a guilty conscience. He thought for a moment and decided to capture this suspect for questioning. Over here, the Ice Emperor was getting closer and closer, about to catch up with ChenYue. Just then, in the distance, ChenYue's figure suddenly blurred and accelerated, directly breaking out of the frozen forest range, his aura completely vanishing. The Ice Emperor was so furious she was jumping on the edge of the forest. Damn, human. Don't let me see you. As soon as she finished speaking, a playful voice suddenly sounded behind her. So, what if you do see me? Without thinking, the Ice Emperor blurted out, "What will happen? Of course, I'll suppress you and make you repent in the cold wind until death." After saying that, she realized, who could be in this wilderness? Why did that voice sound so familiar? She turned around sharply, but before she could see the person clearly, a massive black tower descended from the sky, directly enveloping her. The next second, she found herself trapped in an incredibly dark space, with heart flames burning at her feet, capable of incinerating souls. Outside the forest, ChenYue put away the divine tower, sneering. "I originally just wanted to take the Snow Emperor. But since you insisted on coming to my door, I want to be polite." Just as he finished speaking, a sharp attack suddenly ambushed him from behind, piercing straight through his chest. However, the hit ChenYue transformed into specks of starlight and vanished. A shadow clone? The god who appeared later was stunned. He scanned with his mental energy frantically, but found that ChenYue's aura had completely disappeared without a trace, not knowing which direction he ran off to. Wow, this operation was high-end business warfare, completely baffling the god. In the end, this deity could only curse in frustration and dissipate his divine consciousness. ChenYue himself had long since appeared outside Winter City, rapidly heading toward Heaven Dou City. He was also quite scared. Fortunately, he practiced the 3000 Thunder Movement as clone technique, or he would have really been in trouble today. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shui Binger and Shui Yue finally escaped from the frozen forest. Shui Yue was so scared her little face turned pale, still babbling. "Sister, that scene was too terrifying, right? Was that really something a human could cause?" When she turned around, she saw her sister Shui Binger, with a pale face and a strange flush of red, sitting on the ground, her legs tightly squeezed together. Shui Yue's eyes widened in shock. Her mouth blurted out, "Sister, did you lose your legs, or really pee yourself from fear? Get lost." Shui Binger's face was turning red as if it could bleed, not knowing if it was anger or embarrassment, and said, "Stop talking nonsense and help me up." Shui Yue went over to help, only to find her sister's whole body was as soft as noodles, almost hanging on her. She couldn't help but add another jab. "Sister, you're not wet and urinated again, are you?" Shui Binger gritted her teeth in anger, just about to curse, when she saw Shui Wu and the other three rushing over in a hurry. So she had to force the words back and squeeze out a smile that looked worse than crying. "How did you come?" Shui Wu came over with concern, supporting her. "Binger, are you okay?" "No, I'm fine." Shui Binger didn't dare to tell the truth, only forcing herself to make up a story, saying they accidentally encountered a high-level soul beast and fought desperately to escape. exhausting her soul power and feeling a bit weak. Next to her, Yue was dumbfounded. "Sister, how did you manage to lie so seriously? When did we fight desperately?" She hadn't figured it out yet when Yue Binger, whose hand was on her shoulder, pinched her hard, making her shiver in pain and immediately shut her mouth. At that moment, the 3 education committee members from the Tiando royal family also rushed over, surrounding the 7 beauties without saying a word, afraid they would run away again, and directly escorted them back to Tiando City. As for ChenYue, he had already returned to the Heaven Dou Palace in one step. As soon as he appeared, Qian Renxue, who was dealing with memorials, looked up and was about to tease him, saying, "You're back so soon? Are you eager to see that Director Han?" Wait. Halfway through her words, she sensed that something was off with ChenYue's aura, and her teasing immediately turned into concern. She quickly got up and supported him, asking, "What happened? Are you okay? Let's go back to the sleeping quarters first." ChenYue didn't have time to explain and pulled her towards the sleeping quarters. Once inside, QianRenxue helped him onto the bed and, after carefully feeling him, realized that he seemed to be simply exhausted, without any serious injuries. But this shocked her even more. How could ChenYue, who could chop 10,000-year-old beasts like tofu, be so drained? She puzzledly asked, "What exactly happened to you? You seem like you've been completely drained?" ChenYue replied, "It's nothing serious, just a bit exhausted. The feeling of nearly exhausting my soul power is like having flown 20 times in one day. That feeling, let me tell you, it's like walking on air, relying entirely on a breath of immortal energy to keep going." QianRenxue's eyes nearly popped out at that moment. What the heck? Exhausted? She would rather believe her eyes were deceiving her than think that someone could drain ChenYue. The slap in the face was simply resounding. She was completely stunned and quickly asked, "Brother, what on earth happened?" I tell you, at that time ChenYue was too lazy to say much, and directly gave the order. "Don't ask. Asking means the CPU is overheating. You now, immediately, clean up that pile of mess in Tiando City, and then go roll into the secret realm to cultivate, understand?" He didn't even mention the matter of the gods. Why? It wouldn't help to say it, anyway. Even those old men from the offering hall behind QianRenxue would be at a loss, purely increasing the psychological burden. Who understands, family? This sister's IQ is really on point. She calmed down right away and reacted in a second. Well, this must be a tough opponent. Tough enough that even her grandpa Chen Dalu would have to kneel. That's why this guy said nothing. It's a roundabout way to protect me. I get it. QianRenxue is clear-headed and efficient. You rest well. I'll have Qianjun Jiangma be your bodyguard. I took Guang Ling away, but I still need to leave a substitute. After saying that, she left. ChenYue looked at her back, his eyelids heavy as if weighed down by 2 heavy weights. His head tilted, and he fell asleep instantly. Good heavens, the scene shifted, and guess what? It went straight to the Divine Realm. In the Divine Realm Council, at the Golden Dragon King's seal, there stood a guy draped in a purple cloak, with an aura of 2 meters 8. A terrifying presence that made the Thunder God beside him cramp up in his calves from the pressure. "Master?" The Thunder God stammered. As the cloak was lifted, a handsome face was revealed. It was none other than the God of Destruction, one of the 5 great gods. A red light flashed in his eyes as he coldly asked, "What is it?" The Thunder God quickly reported, "Master, the aura of the God of Calamity has disappeared from the Douluo continent." The God of Destruction frowned. What the heck? God of Calamity? Never heard of it. He went through it in his mind. 1st-level gods, 2nd-level gods, 3rd-level gods, but there was no such figure. He had a look of disbelief, coldly spitting out 2 words. "Is that it?" The Thunder God was instantly petrified. The God of Destruction added, "Get lost." In the next second, the Thunder God was kicked away by an invisible force. He stood outside, disheveled in the wind, wondering who he was, where he was. Was he just bullied at work? Good heavens, a 1st-level god ended up like this. He even had to file a report to descend to the mortal realm, and still no one approved. Isn't that tragic? Now, let us switch the perspective back to the human world. In the Xingluo Empire, the Zhu sisters, Zhu Qingxue and Zhu Zhuqing, were sleeping soundly. "What time is it?" Replying to your majesty, "It's 9 a.m. Good heavens, ever since these 2 got pregnant, they've been like they were under anesthesia, sleeping like there's no tomorrow. While soaking in a bath, they began to discuss serious matters. Zhu Zhuqing asked, "Sister, how is it going over in Gongxin City?" Zhu Qingxue lazily replied, "The Xingguan sect has lost a few Title Douluos again, and now they're jumping with anger, preparing to send even stronger Super Douluos." Zhu Zhuqing shrugged. "It's fine. Anyway, our support has already been delivered. We can wear them down one by one. Let me tell you, these 2 girls are well aware of what's going on. They have no emotional foundation with ChenYue. They are purely on a sinking ship. If they don't quickly show some value, they will definitely end up as forgotten pawns. So now they're desperately working on their careers. This operation is practically a textbook example of self-rescue during a crisis. They are really getting into it. Just as they were preparing to go to court, chaos had already erupted in Gongxin City. 2 level 96 old monsters sent by the Xinguan sect thought they were pretty impressive, but then they encountered the King of Slaughter. Let me tell you, the scene was bloody. The 2 old men, covered in blood, looked at the King of Slaughter in terror. Who are you? The King of Slaughter was so angry he almost laughed. You chased me for so long, and you're asking who I am? I was about to catch that Tang San kid, but you 2 messed it up? He was furious inside. The duck that was almost in his mouth flew away. So, without saying a word, he unleashed his ultimate move. In this realm of slaughter, the 2 old men couldn't use their martial souls or unleash their soul skills. Like 2 super soldiers, and were quickly taken down. Then, right in front of them, the King of Slaughter drained them of their blood like trash. TSK, the blood of a Title Douluo is still the best. He licked his lips and looked outside the city with blood-red eyes. Next, it's your turn. Tang San, right? On the other side, Tang San and the others were desperately trying to escape. Let me tell you, the scene was something else. Tang San was on all 4s, running like a husky, zooming ahead, while Flinder, carrying Yu Xiaojang, was struggling to keep up. Yu Xiaojang shouted from behind. Xiao San. What's going on? Tang San didn't look back. There's a Title Douluo fighting in the city. If we don't run, we'll become cannon fodder. Yu Xiaojang began his theoretical analysis. I guess it's the people from the Spirit Hall. The Gongxin City main hall has been bloodied, so they will definitely send people here. Just as he was getting into his analysis, Tang San turned his head to speak to him, lost his focus, and bam, he crashed right into a tree. Stars were popping in his eyes, folks. His face, already scarred from the fire and covered by a mask, had the mask knocked off, revealing half of his moon-like surface. Everyone hurriedly stopped to wait for Tang San to recover. Yu Xiaojang pretended to ask if he was okay, but in his heart, he was probably thinking, I hope my little guinea pig, ISN, knocked silly. Just as he was about to continue running, a cold voice rang out. You can't go anywhere. The King of Slaughter had arrived. When Tang San heard that voice, his hair stood on end. It's the King of Slaughter. He has actually a Title Douluo? I have to say, Yu Xiaojang and the others are really quick to react. The sun and moon shine brightly, and golden transformations. In an instant, a flash of golden light appeared, and a magnificent golden dragon emerged, looking quite imposing. Tang San saw this and was delighted, thinking that this was a sure win. His teacher is amazing. Someone as evil as him should be purified by the light. But what happened? The King of Slaughter didn't even lift his eyelids, sneering. Humph. It's all for show. The surrounding blood energy erupted, and that majestic golden sacred dragon shattered with a crack, breaking into pieces like glass. It was reduced to rubble. Yu Xiaojang and Tang San were dumbfounded, their CPUs overheating. What was going on? Where's my big dragon? Flinder and Lu Erlong were even worse, rolling their eyes and fainting. Kid, let's see who can save you now. The King of Slaughter grinned as he reached out. Tang San was pushed to his limits, about to be choked to death. Desperate, he shot out 2 beams of purple light from his eyes. Good heavens, the purple extreme divine light. At such a close distance, the King of Slaughter couldn't dodge and took a solid hit. This mental attack was quite powerful, leaving the King of Slaughter dazed. And the soul of Tang Chan within him began to rebel. But he was also a ruthless person. In that moment of being stunned, his claws still reached forward, tearing a large piece of flesh from Tang San's shoulder with a rip. Blood immediately splattered all over the King of Slaughter's face. He instinctively licked it, and then his eyes lit up. I tell you, that expression was like discovering a new continent. Really, he wasn't lying to me. That guy named Chen Yue really didn't deceive me. Tang San's blood is indeed the antidote. The King of Slaughter's eyes instantly turned incredibly frenzied. This Tang San. I must have him. Meanwhile, on the harbor side, Titan was feeling restless, sensing that something big was about to happen. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared. Titan looked up and was shocked. The legendary couple of the dragon and serpent. Why are these 2 harbingers of doom here? He felt something was off. Without saying a word, Meng Shu threw out a scroll which prominently displayed 5 large characters. Tianshou wanted order. Below was a drawing of Titan himself. Titan was completely stunned. What the heck? Why am I on the wanted list? Meng Shu snorted coldly and began to recite the charges. You colluded with Avalanche, conspired with Snowstar, maliciously humiliated the body of the late emperor at the former emperor's funeral, and even attempted to usurp the throne. Titan was immediately bewildered, filled with question marks. I didn't do that. Stop talking nonsense. How is this related to me? I've been here the whole time. I didn't even return to Tiandou City. Meng Shu's cold smile grew even more pronounced. Exactly. Did you think that just because you escaped to the Star Luo Empire, His Majesty Wu Ti send someone to capture you? It's a pity about your clan members of the Li Ji family. Upon hearing this, Titan's expression changed drastically. What did you say? My clan members? You harmed my clan members? He was furious, the legendary dragon and serpent. My Li Ji family has no grievances or enmities with you. Titan was sure that he had no ties or grudges with these two. The serpent lady beside him spoke softly. Sorry, Titan, in the past, we indeed had no grievances or enmities. Meng Shu added, but from the moment you became a wanted criminal of Tiandou, you became our enemies. To the death. Titan was completely stunned, my goodness. What's going on here? Yu, what on earth is happening? I tell you, the couple guys sure along, and Shili directly burst into laughter. Their eyes looking at Titan as if he were a fool, relentlessly mocking him. Titan, oh Titan, are you here putting on an Oscar performance? Still pretending to be crazy? Goodness. Titan was completely bewildered at that moment, with a head full of question marks, thinking, what have I acted out? What have I done? You should tell me. And guess what happened next? Meng Shu directly charged him with 3 major crimes. First, you are a remnant of the Haotian sect. Second, you are lurking in Heaven Dou City as a spy for the Haotian sect. Third, you even wanted to incite the Avalanche Prince and others to stage a coup at the late Emperor's funeral. I tell you, after Titan finished listening, the CPU was almost burned out. Family, who understands, I never even got my hands on the script. I haven't seen anyone from the sect in decades. Who gave me this mission? I don't even know I'm supposed to rebel. Just as he wanted to explain that there was a huge misunderstanding. The mighty Longshi didn't listen at all and directly issued an ultimatum. Are you coming with us on your own? Or are we going to beat you half to death and drag you away? Titan was also tough. He had to guard the ship that was going to take Tang San to sea, so he directly refused, saying, no way. I can't go with you. I knew it. Meng Shu sneered, without saying a word. He and his wife, Sheepa, collided together with a bang. Damn, a martial soul fusion technique. Dragon Snake combined attack. These two old guys really don't follow the rules of martial arts. They went all out right from the start. Titan had no choice but to brace himself and confront them, roaring as he activated his martial soul, instantly transforming into a black gorilla as big as a small mountain. On the other side, my third brother was in a terrible situation. Dean Flander was holding them like little chicks, frantically fleeing in the sky. Behind them, the King of Slaughter was like a pervert, leisurely trailing behind, chasing while sucking the blood dripping from my third brother's wounds. Damn, that scene was like having afternoon tea, saying that it was indeed the body that was immune to all poisons. Delicious. The deadly poison in his body was slowly being resolved by my third brother. This walking blood bag. Tang San was almost anemic, about to faint, so he hurriedly asked Flander to throw him into the forest ahead. He thought, buddy, I still have a bunch of tough stuff just freshly made in Gongxin City. Entering the forest is my home ground. Flander remembered the famous scene when Zhao Wujing was taken down by Tang San's hidden weapon back in the day, without saying a word. He performed an aerial drift and threw my third brother out. It was such a surprise, with a perfect dog-eating shit landing. Just as Tang San wanted to curse, he suddenly felt something in his mouth, sour, salty, and a bit bitter with a crunchy texture. He thought, did someone drop compressed biscuits in this forest? When he pulled it out of his mouth, it turned out to be, good heavens, a fresh, dark, hard lump. At that moment, my third brother couldn't hold it in, and with a vomit, he almost threw up his stomach. Just after he finished vomiting, the King of Slaughter floated over like a ghost, arms crossed, sneering. Kid, let's see where you run this time. His target all along was Tang San, because Tang San's blood could save his entire city of slaughter. My third brother endured the nausea and stubbornly said, run? When did I say I wanted to run? The King of Slaughter was too lazy to waste words and charged straight at him. However, he had learned a lesson from the purple extreme divine light. So this time he was cautious. As soon as he got close, he saw a flash of cold light in Tang San's hand and countless green, oily silver needles shot toward him like a torrential rain. The King of Slaughter quickly activated his soul power shield, blocking most of the needles with a clattering sound. But he still got hit by several and had to force them out with his soul power. But this was just the appetizer. My third brother slapped the ground with his left hand, spun in midair, and suddenly flung out a shiny black object with his right hand. It was his ultimate weapon, the Yama tablet. As soon as that thing appeared, the King of Slaughter felt a threat of death and was so scared that his soul nearly flew away. desperately dodging to the side. But who was my third brother? He never expected the rain pear blossom needles to achieve anything. That was just a distraction. The real killing move was the consecutive throws. He threw out 3 Yama tablets in one go, targeting the upper, middle, and lower paths, completely sealing off all possible escape routes for the King of Slaughter. Meanwhile, in the Heaven Dou Palace, ChenRenxue was lazily leaning against the unconscious Chen Yue. Her hand holding is on her slightly protruding belly. The female guard came to report that those from the Four Element Academy were urging the concubine ceremony again. ChenRenxue didn't even open her eyes and directly said, "Let them wait." That was truly domineering. She was now a true queen. With the entire Heaven Dou city under her control, and Shrek Academy had also been taken down by her on charges of collusion. The great dragon snake going to capture the Titan was just a token of loyalty to her. She also casually instructed for Xueku to come and attend to ChenYue. Not long after, Xueku, also sporting a prominent belly, blushed as she entered. Looking at the unconscious ChenYue, feeling delighted, even starting to disdain her former self who liked Tang San. What level was she at to dare breathe the same air as Brother Yu? The scene shifted to Sea God Island. The two brothers, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, had cleared the first 6 trials at lightning speed under Poseidon's relentless downpour. Goodness, these two brothers won a top-level Soul Douluo. Poseidon was rushing them to clear the trials quickly so he could retire and find his old flame, Tang Chun. Now, the 7th trial had arrived. Gather all the soul bones within a year. The two received their tasks and set off confidently. Tang Xiao was already at level 97, and Tang Hao was at level 96. With 2 super Douluos out in the world, their speed was astonishing. Before long, they arrived at the seaside of the Star Luo Empire, just in time to see the Titan being beaten to a pulp. Poor Grandpa Titan. His martial soul was on the verge of being shattered at the end of his tether and was blasted away by the fusion technique of the great dragon snake, directly disintegrating and collapsing on the ground. When Snake Lady saw this, she was about to rush over to grab someone, but suddenly, a bizarre figure with 8 legs dashed out from the forest, a dark light heading straight for her face. It was Tang San. He intended to ambush with the Yama tablet, but Meng Shu reacted quickly and pulled his wife out of the way. Now this was bad news. The ultimate form of a teammate had appeared. The Yama tablet, which never missed, lost its target and flew straight toward the immobilized Titan. Tang San's face turned pale, screaming desperately, "Damn it, Titan, get out of the way." Too late. With a soft thud, the Titan didn't even have time to grunt before he melted into a puddle of black water. The whole place fell silent. The great dragon snake was drenched in cold sweat, and Tang San was dumbfounded. Snake Lady realized what happened and crazily charged forward to fight, but was held back tightly by Meng Shu. Meng Shu sensed 2 destructive auras approaching and decisively made a run for it. But just as they took a step, a massive hammer blocking the sun came crashing down. "Who dares to touch my son?" Tang Hao arrived. With one hammer, he shattered the great dragon snake's martial soul fusion technique, causing both to spit blood and fly backward. Tang San was overjoyed and just shouted "Dad," when a cold, killing intent suddenly locked onto him. The King of Slaughter was back. He looked disheveled, his entire right arm hanging limply. Just now, he had used the hardest part of Tang Chen's body, this arm, to take a hit from the Yama tablet. Although he didn't die, it was enough to make him feel miserable, almost causing Tang Chen's remnant soul to stir. Now he needed Tang San's blood to detoxify himself. He completely ignored the newly arrived Tang Hao and clawed at Tang San's neck. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao were furious. "Bastard, seeking death. Let go of little San." Both of them struck out simultaneously, but they were still a bit far away. In that instant, the King of Slaughter's claws had already torn into Tang San's neck. Arterial blood gushing out, greedily absorbed into his body. And in this chaotic scene of paternal love and filial piety on the distant coastline, Yu Qianheng was holding a recording stone, documenting everything while eating popcorn, his face full of trepidation. Damn, Tang San's hidden weapons are terrifying. A Soul Douluo just melted away. At this moment, ChenYue was having a long dream. In the dream, he was a designated driver, carrying a senior sister in a JK uniform, recklessly running red lights, causing her face to turn red, and she even said she would call him next time. He was still dazed when he suddenly felt the dream becoming more real. Groggily opening his eyes, lo and behold, Xueku in a white dress was sprawled asleep in his arms. ChenYue's mind went blank. Am I still not awake? As soon as he moved, Xueku also woke up, and their eyes met. Xueku's face blushed like an apple, stammering, Brother Yu. Wait, don't get up yet. Wait for what? ChenYue hadn't reacted yet when he suddenly understood. It took quite a while for Chen Yue to feel refreshed as he carried Shue Ku out of the bathroom. He learned from Shue Ku that he had been unconscious for a long time. He pondered about the few people locked in the small black room, hoping they weren't starving. So, with a thought, he entered the Heavenly King God Tower. Worried that the Ice Emperor on the top floor might be refined by the heart fire in the tower, he went to the top floor first. Upon reaching the 7th layer, Chen Yue saw the Ice Emperor. At this moment, she was drenched in sweat. Her originally ice-like white skin now turned fiery red. From a distance, it looked like a beautiful woman enveloped in flames. This enhanced version of the crystal might indeed burn her clothes. Chen Yue rubbed his nose. He had only intended to teach the Ice Emperor a lesson to help her remember, but after returning to the Title Douluo Palace, he realized that if he released her, there would be no one to stop her in the entire palace. Moreover, in his current state, he had no confidence in subduing the Ice Emperor in one move, so he kept her locked up in the small black room, hoping she would recover her soul power and wake up soon. But unexpectedly, the recovery time was a bit long. When the Ice Emperor sensed a distinctly male presence in the top layer, she suddenly opened her eyes, her fiery phoenix eyes fixed on Chen Yue. Chen Yue. Hey you. Just as Chen Yue managed to say 2 words, he saw the Ice Emperor pounce on him like a hungry wolf, sealing his mouth directly. Chen Yue? What's going on? At this moment, the bewildered Chen Yue looked at the Ice Emperor, who was now only a foot away, and noticed that her eyes were entirely red. This scene couldn't help but remind him of the famous scene at the bottom of the Qian Academy in the original Dou Palace. Hiss. Just as he thought this, Chen Yue suddenly inhaled sharply, but before he could catch his breath, his mouth was sealed again, making him seem rather pitiful and helpless. The Ice Emperor's crimson eyes were fixed on the close Chen Yue. Suddenly, at a certain moment, the red in her gaze faded, replaced by shock and embarrassment. However, before she could react, she felt as if certain shackles within her had been shattered. 400,000 years of cultivation. She had broken the shackles of 400,000 years of cultivation. This is bad. The Ice Emperor was horrified. She had no confidence in crossing the tribulation. But just at the moment her mind was distracted, her inner fire surged again, and her eyes turned crimson in an instant. After a full 2.5 hours, the Ice Emperor's red eyes finally regained clarity, but the expression within revealed extreme fatigue, collapsing into Chen Yue's arms, not wanting to move a single finger. Completely exhausted, after a long while, she barely managed to catch her breath, her hands pressed against Chen Yue's chest, her cracked lips slightly moving. You. Hiss. Chen Yue was about to say something, but the Ice Emperor didn't give him a chance to speak. You help me cross the tribulation, this matter. We are even, Chen Yue. Now, return the Snow Emperor to me, and I will leave. Chen Yue? You think you can eat and run? Where in the world is there such a cheap deal? Has the heart fire burned your brain? The Ice Emperor? She looked at Chen Yue in confusion. What are you saying? You are already my captive, and what just happened was initiated by you. Want to offset your debt? Not enough. The Ice Emperor frowned. What do you want to say? Since you are here, then just stay quietly. Chen Yue pressed his hands on her shoulders, feeling her desperate struggles, and then chuckled softly. By the way, you said, does the Snow Emperor like to eat the pincers of the Ice Emperor Scorpion? The Ice Emperor's movements abruptly stopped, but the next moment, she fiercely twisted Chen Yue around. Stay if you want. But why are you above me, Chen Yue? 7,000 words make 1 chapter. Big update. 7,000 words make 1 chapter. Big update. Too lazy to break it down, just throw it out. If it can't be saved, then 4,000 a day hanging on it will do. Got up early in the morning and was amused by some exquisite comments. The Ice Emperor was not a fool. She believed she could die rather than yield. But if Chen Yue forced her into her true form and then chopped off her imperial scorpion pincers to threaten the Snow Emperor, her pure and flawless Snow Emperor in her heart would probably fall into the ordinary at this moment. So, she decided to sacrifice herself to exchange for the Snow Emperor's purity. Of course, the thought that arose in her heart was also because earlier, when she broke through the shackles of 400,000 years of cultivation, there was surprisingly no heavenly tribulation descending. Such a shocking event. Even after living for so long, she had never seen anything like it. If the man in front of her could help her successfully cross the tribulation in this already wrong situation, it seemed staying wasn't so bad. Chen Yue had no idea what the Ice Emperor was thinking at the moment. Previously, he did not understand the meaning of the saying marriage, and finding a partner is like maintaining a car. But now, he understood. He remembered that experienced drivers usually go to roadside shops for maintenance, and each maintenance costs only 200 yuan, but if they want carbon cleaning service, it might cost an additional 50. In contrast, some professional, trained 4S shops charge more, around a little over 1,000. In fact, one thing ChenYue had never understood before was why replacing an original, shiny headlight costs 500 yuan, but now, it seemed he understood. In Gongxin City, the touching scene of grandfather and grandson was faithfully recorded by the reflection stones on the sea and the reflection stone in Yu Tianhing's hand on the nearby land. As for this, the pair of grandfathers and grandsons in the fierce battle had no idea. Damn it! Tang Xiao clutched his chest, covered in blood, his face twisted, gasping for breath, his bloodshot eyes staring at the king of slaughter in front of him, wondering what realm this guy was in that could prohibit the use of martial souls and spirit rings. Without martial souls and spirit rings, he could only rely on the skills of his soul bones, his super strength, and soul power to wrestle with the king of slaughter. But the king of slaughter's soul power was not something he, a mere 97 level, could compare to, even with Tang Hao added. Although Tang Hao could use martial souls and soul skills after activating the killing god domain, at level 96, he was completely suppressed by the king of slaughter. If it weren't for the fact that within the king of slaughter's body, the soul belonging to Tang Chun and the energy of Tang Chun on his right hand were desperately counterattacking and interfering with the king of slaughter, and that the king of slaughter also had a spare energy to guard against Tang San, who was ready to launch a sneak attack at any time. The two Tang brothers would have long been defeated. I wonder how long you can hold on. The king of slaughter clearly felt Tang Chen's soul was desperately fighting for control of his body, and even his right arm showed intermittent loss of control. Otherwise, the two brothers from the Tang family would have already been cut down. If this continued, he was sure that he would be dragged down by Tang Chen's soul and then be exhausted to death by the Tang brothers. So, he didn't intend to continue like this. Just now, he had slashed the kid's neck. Even if it was only half cut, that kid probably had no fighting power left. The king of slaughter glanced at Tang San, who was somewhat dazed from blood loss, gritted his teeth, and no longer hesitated, planning to defeat these two guys first. Then grab Tang San and leave. Returning to my city of slaughter, even if this guy is a god of slaughter, what of it? The city of slaughter is the king of slaughter's home ground. In that place, he could unleash strength far beyond his own, and Tang Chen's soul would be suppressed by the demonic thoughts within, unable to resist any longer. With his thought in mind, the king of slaughter no longer hesitated. He shouted, "Die!" Two huge, blood-red wings unfurled from his back. Just as the two Tang brothers were about to charge forward, two icy blood claws suddenly lunged at them. "Big brother, be careful." Tang Hao could use his martial soul under the killing god domain, although it was suppressed by the killing domain. It was impossible for such blood claws to kill him. Instead, it was Tang Xiao, with his martial soul and spirit ring locked by the anti-magic effect. Facing these blood claws, he could only attempt to resist with soul bone skills, which would inevitably cause injury. Given Tang Xiao's current state, I'm afraid. Whoosh! However, just as Tang Hao shattered the blood claws to help Tang Xiao, the king of slaughter's figure had already appeared beside Tang San, a claw ruthlessly aiming for Tang San's head. But just as his claw was about to hit, Tang San's figure moved strangely, and the claw directly shattered Tang San's left arm, along with his shoulder blade, as a massive amount of blood gushed out. Seeing this scene, the king of slaughter's eyes lit up with excitement, thinking that using this detoxifying blood, killing all three of you wouldn't be a problem. Just as his laughter fell, he couldn't wait to absorb this blood to suppress the poison of the king of hell's paper that had pierced his right arm and was flowing toward his heart. Taking advantage of this moment, Tang Sen waved his palm, and the rain of pear blossom needles shot out. A mere trick? The king of slaughter had long been on guard against him, and upon seeing this attack, he immediately snorted coldly, condensing his blood claw into a palm that directly sent countless cold lights flying. However, among this cold light, a pitch-black glow, as dark as ink, actually pierced through the blood claw and suddenly stabbed towards the king of slaughter. It was the Yama's token. What? The king of slaughter was greatly shocked and, in a hurry, could only raise his right arm again to withstand this black light, causing his body to stagger backward heavily. Damn it! He felt the poison was already about to invade his heart, and his expression changed. Looking at Tang Hao, who was charging over with a large hammer, his face turned even uglier. With a cold snort, his blood-red wings spread out, and he fled. Kid, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, this king can dig 3 feet into the ground to kill you. The king of slaughter had deep experience with the poison of the Yama's token, and moreover, due to Tang Chen's energy explosion, he had no confidence in killing the 3 of them any longer. He needed to use Tang San's blood to quickly suppress the poison. If that didn't work, he could only go to Heaven Dou City. But What the King of Slaughter didn't know was that at the moment the last Yama's token was thrown out, all of Tang San's soul power was exhausted, and he directly fainted on the sea. In response, the Tang Hao brothers could only give up the chase and hurriedly carried Tang San into the city to find a healing soul master. Senior Chen, the country truly has a brilliant strategy. The figure on the sea finally revealed its face after Tang Hao and his brother took Tang San away. And it was the porcupine Douluo. His martial soul allowed him to half float on the sea surface, using the ocean to perfectly conceal his aura. Now, Senior Chen must be very satisfied due to the extra mission given to Chen Yue. The porcupine Douluo and the serpent spear Douluo were no longer in the Heaven Dou Palace, and were replaced by the 1,000 June demon subduing and the light feather Douluo to take full responsibility for the palace. This pair of good friends had many tasks outside, and the time was also quite long. Just like the porcupine Douluo, he also needed to use the recording stone to document the scene of Tang San's grandfather's kindness and filial piety. Just a single Tianhao. To be honest, even if Chen Yue was confident that nothing would go wrong, the more the porcupine Douluo thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. So he came personally to record it with the stone. And now, he could clearly feel that the King of Slaughter's condition was somewhat off. So he also confirmed that this recording stone operation could be considered concluded. Thus, without saying a word, he headed towards the Heaven Dou Palace. At this moment, inside the Heaven Dou Palace, what did you just say? QianRenxue's expression darkened to the extreme as she looked at the middle-aged man kneeling on the ground, sweating profusely. Tang San and the others from Gongxin City escaped? Days ago, she had ordered people to capture Yu Shaojiang and Tang San, who were hiding in Gongxin City. And the people sent were not ordinary. They were the Angel Legion that appeared during the Jiaoling Pass in the original work. That's right. After successfully ascending the throne, she obtained partial authority over the Angel Legion from the Offering Hall. It's important to know that although the number of the Angel Legion is not large, every member is a soul saint, and the leaders of various divisions are even soul Douluos of level 89. Therefore, even though she was only given partial authority, it can be said that ChenRenxue at this moment was completely powerful, with so many soul saints plus soul Douluos capturing Yu Shaojiang, a soul sovereign, and Tang San, a soul emperor, should not be a problem at all. In fact, even if the Golden Iron Triangle teamed up, they would not be afraid at all. But now she was told that they failed to capture anyone. They escaped right under their noses. Young master. The middle-aged man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. When we went to the Blacksmith Association to capture them last night, we found that the place had long been empty, and there wasn't a single shadow to be seen. Useless. Qian Renxue slapped the table in anger, startling the Angel Division leader so much that he trembled all over, lowering his head and not daring to say a word. Young master, please calm down. The light feathered Douluo's expression was also somewhat gloomy, but he did not put more pressure on the middle-aged man. After all, he had learned about Tang San's cunning and treachery from the reports during this time. When Qian Renxue was about to take action against Shrek Academy, Tang San slipped away like a dog sensing danger, resulting in them capturing the academy, but not catching any of the 4 key figures. Secondly, regarding the plan to capture Douluo in the Sunset Forest, the light feathered Douluo personally took action, but never expected that Douluo seemed to have foreseen it, playing hide and seek with him in the Sunset Forest, ultimately leading the light feathered Douluo to the underground palace Douluo had built in the forest. It truly made the light feathered Douluo unable to handle it. Thirdly, when Qian Renxue rejected the conditions of the Min family and showed force against the Yu family, she never expected that their patriarch would somehow escape first with important direct descendants, leaving only some useless Yu family members guarding the old mansion. Every action seemed to have someone reporting back, which made Qian Renxue so angry that her teeth itched. Eventually, she mobilized the Angel Legion. With the mobilization of the Angel Legion, the fleeing Yu family was quickly wiped out, but the Nexpa family had already escaped to the Star Luo Empire and temporarily lost track. Originally, Qian Renxue thought this matter might need to be put on hold for a while, but unexpectedly, she received a secret letter informing her of the whereabouts of the Pa family. In that secret letter, she sensed a fragrance, clearly that of a woman's perfume. Upon realizing the information was related to the Star Luo Empire, she immediately understood that this was Chen Yue's hidden hand in the Star Luo Empire. That's right. That secret letter was indeed written by the Star Luo Empress, Zhu Qingxue. She didn't know which faction Chen Yue belonged to, but why was the porcupine Douluo still in Gongxin City? He had participated in the deployment that Chen Yue made in the Star Luo Empire. So he felt that if the Pa family escaped to the Star Luo Empire, maybe the Empress Zhu Qingxue could help. Thus, The secret letter was delivered to ChenRenxue's hands. Following this, without any surprises, the unyielding family was almost entirely wiped out, and their patriarch Yang Wudi, due to his strength, managed to escape after breaking through the siege of 5 Angel Legion soul Douluos, disappearing without a trace. After searching in vain, the Angel Legion ran to Gongxin City, preparing to capture Tang San. However, at that time, Tang San had long since fled. After hearing the light Feather Douluo's advice, ChenRenxue thought of Tang San's slippery movements, releasing a long breath, and asked, "What about the others?" After discovering that Tang San had left, we didn't dare to delay and immediately searched the entire Gongxin City. ChenRenxue's expression eased as she continued. But we searched the entire Gongxin City and found no trace of Tang San. The Angel Division leader clasped his hands. But we felt a very strong soul power fluctuation by the seaside of the Star Luo Empire, accompanied by immense blood energy, consistent with the blood energy from the massacre of the Martial Soul Hall in Gongxin City. Based on our comprehensive judgment, this person's soul power level is at least level 97. ChenRenxue's expression froze, and she suddenly stood up. What? A level 97 Title Douluo? She did not know about the previous events concerning the King of Slaughter, and neither the light-feathered Daw nor the 1,000 June demon subduing spoke up, and ChenYue certainly wouldn't say anything. Therefore, when she heard this, she was very shocked. But the light-feathered Douluo, as soon as he heard this bloodthirsty aura, he immediately thought of the King of Slaughter. He slightly raised his head and glanced at ChenRenxue, who seemed about to speak, and preemptively said, "What happened next?" ChenRenxue frowned when her speaking was interrupted, but after seeing the expression of the light-winged Douluo, she swallowed her doubts and sat back down on the dragon chair. Reporting to the esteemed Lord, after we detected this aura, we sent a few clever soul saints to investigate. When they got closer, they found a red blood mist enveloping the area, which seemed to be a domain that isolated the surroundings. We didn't dare to rashly enter and could only retreat. Upon hearing this, the light-winged Douluo immediately confirmed that it was indeed the King of Slaughter who had come to Tian Dou City last time. But now another question arose. Why was the King of Slaughter appearing in Gongxin City? The light-winged Douluo was puzzled, but he roughly guessed that this might be the work of ChenYue. With this thought, he spoke, "So you all just came back, right? Most of our personnel have retreated since it's difficult to hide from a Title Douluo. Once they finish their battle, they may turn their attention to us." Upon hearing this, ChenRenxue lost her patience and waved her hand, "Leave." "Yes." She rubbed her temples, feeling a bit fatigued. Why is the 18th Angel Legion so unreliable? Young master, they might have just had a timing issue. I told you their timing adjustment shouldn't result in such a stupid problem. The light-winged Douluo's lips twitched as he glanced at the seemingly nonsensical ChenRenxue and ultimately decided to remain silent. The young master was showing her capabilities now, and coupled with the late-night handling of memorials, she was indeed a bit irritable. The 6th Angel Legion has come to report. ChenRenxue rubbed her temples and did not raise her head. "Come in to report." "Yes." The female guard withdrew, and a scholarly-looking woman entered. "Young master, the list you ordered to clean up in Tian Dou City has been completed. We have completely taken control of Tian Dou City." This was what ChenRenxue aimed for. Her method was to take down everyone who did not listen to her with solid evidence. If they had escaped from Tian Dou City, then the 6th Angel Legion would treat them as bandits and eliminate them all without leaving a single person behind. In this way, her previous disguise as Shueqinghe, a friendly and approachable persona, would still exist. I understand. After waiting all night, a piece of good news has finally arrived. ChenRenxue breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, the words of the 6th Legion leader completely stunned her. However, the 6th Legion leader pursed her lips, seemingly gathering courage, and slightly lowered her head. We discovered the severely injured and unconscious Gaishi Longxi at the border between the Star Luo Empire and the Tian Dou Empire. After being diagnosed by healing-type soul masters, they suffered from an attack by a super Douluo that caused heart meridian damage. If it weren't for their high soul power and deep obsession, I'm afraid they might not have survived. ChenRenxue. What? She sent out Gaishi Longxi, and something happened. What did you say? ChenRenxue suddenly stood up. Gaishi Longxi is dead? Reporting to the young master, indeed. The 6th Legion leader said with a stiff expression. Their last wish was to see their granddaughter. We could only send them back to the Exotic Beast Academy in Tian Dou City. Send the orders down. The day after tomorrow at dawn, hold a morning court. Confer Gaishi Longxi as a Grand Duke, and hold a funeral with the specifications of a prince's death. Their granddaughter, Meng Ran, will be conferred as the Duke of Dragon Serpent and will serve as a grand professor at the Tiando Royal Academy, with a status second only to the 3 major education commissioners, and she can reside in the royal palace. Not only that, all future soul rings for Duke Longxi Mangaran will be hunted by the royal family. Yes, upon hearing these words, the light-winged Douluo couldn't help but think wonderful. This method of winning people's hearts is truly brilliant. Young master, impressive. QianRenxue aside, now that Gaishi Longxi is dead, no one will pursue Titan. It seems we still have to rely on the Angel Legion. Young master, Titan is dead. Just as QianRenxue was exhaling a long sigh, a sudden voice interrupted. The 6th Legion leader had already left the palace to carry out orders, so it wasn't her speaking. Qianrenxue frowned, and after thinking carefully, she said, "Cichlid, what happened?" She could still recognize the voice of the Cichlid Douluo, and since a Title Douluo was nearby, the light-winged Douluo remained silent, which clearly indicated that this was one of their own. You see, young master, Cichlid Douluo explained. Elder Chen instructed his subordinates to go to the Star Luo Empire to carry out a task, and unexpectedly made a discovery. What discovery? Not only was Qianrenxue curious, but the light-winged Douluo was as well. An unexpected discovery? For something to be called an unexpected discovery by Cichlid, someone who had seen great scenes, it should not disappoint them, right? That Tang San killed Titan, the patriarch of the Li Ji tribe. Qianrenxue? Light-winged Douluo? What? You say Tang San killed Titan, the patriarch? How is that possible? Wait. Qianrenxue snapped back to her senses from her confusion, her brows tightly knitted. Cichlid, do you want to think about what you're saying? Cichlid Douluo was taken aback and repeated, Tang San killed Titan, right? Qianrenxue? How could a soul emperor like Tang San kill Titan? It seems like he used a hidden weapon. After Titan fought with Gaishi Longxi, he was already at the end of his strength, his soul power completely exhausted. What reason would Tang San have to kill Titan? He intended to use a hidden weapon to ambush Snake Lady, but unexpectedly, Meng Shu noticed in time to evade, resulting in the hidden weapon hitting Titan. And now Titan has been turned to ashes. Qianrenxue? Light-winged Douluo? What the hell? What hidden weapon? Is it that powerful? A soul Douluo was turned to ashes? The light-winged Douluo asked in confusion. Are you sure? There's such a powerful hidden weapon? He had never seen Tang San's hidden weapon and had not participated in the 7-treasure glazed tile sex raid, so he naturally didn't know the element of surprise involved. Hence he was somewhat skeptical. I'm sure. Cichlid Douluo affirmed, the recorded stone cannot be wrong. But without ChenYue present, he also didn't dare to mention the recording stone. After all, it was given to him by ChenYue. However, his performance in the eyes of the light wing lacked solid evidence, and his brows furrowed deeply. How could there be such a strange thing in this world? 5 offerings, you are unaware. Cichlid Douluo explained back then. Do you know about the incident where Elder 9 and the 4 Title Douluos attacked the 7-treasure glazed tile sect? Naturally, I have heard of it. The light-winged Douluo nodded. Although he did not participate, he had roughly heard about the casualties, but he thought that was just an excuse for Bibi Dong's failure. After all, how much ability could a support-type sect have? And under Bibi Dong's erroneous guidance, the Spirit Hall actually suffered thousands of casualties. The 7-treasure glazed tile sects survived. And one could say that 30% of the luck relied on Chen Yue, Gu Rong, and Ning Fengji, while among the remaining 70%, 40% relied on this so-called hidden weapon. The Sea Cucumber Law explained that during the battle at the 7-treasure glazed tile school, the Pope dispatched 10,000 soul masters and 4 Title Douluo. But what was the result? 3 of the 4 Title Douluo were heavily injured, and at least 4,000 of the 10,000 soul masters perished, with the number of injured exceeding 3,000. The reason for this outcome was this hidden weapon. The light-winged Douluo furrowed his brow even deeper, clearly in disbelief. What Sea Cucumber said is correct. Qianrenxue suddenly said, I have seen that Tang San's Zhuge divine crossbow, which can allow an unarmed support-type soul master to instantly kill a soul master or even a soul sovereign. If it strikes unexpectedly at a vital location, even a soul king could fall. In this way, their disciples are not merely fish on the chopping block. The light-winged Douluo's expression changed. If this were true, wouldn't Tang San be even more certain of your identity, young master? He certainly knew that Tang San had suspected Qianrenxue, who was disguised as Xue Qinghe, long ago. If it weren't for Bo's falling out with Tang San, Qianrenxue's ascension ceremony would not have gone so smoothly. And now, the representation of the Heavenly Dou royal family to capture the Titan only further confirmed Tang San's suspicions. With Tang Hao and Tang Zhao's whereabouts unknown, Under these two potential threats, Tang San's growth speed would surely leave them unable to catch up. By the time he escaped from Heaven Dou City, he was already aware of this. Regarding the shock on the light-winged Daluo's face, ChenRenxue appeared quite calm. But he might at most think that I, as Shui Qinghe, have wolfish ambitions and would not hesitate to ally with the Spirit Hall for the throne. Although publicly declaring that the Snow Knight was killed by the seven-treasure glazed tile school, the implication of that statement was probably just to confuse the truth. The light-winged Daluo's expression slightly changed, and he gritted his teeth. Young master, while Tang San and the others are still by the seaside of the Star Luo Empire, it would be wise to send subordinates to capture them. As for the guards, let Qianjun's demon guardian stay here. Qian had no immediate reaction, but the sea cucumber Daluo grew anxious. No, 5 offerings, this Tang Xiao. However, before he could finish his sentence, a lazy voice floated in, clearly entering everyone's ears. It seems that during the time I was gone, you all have been a bit flustered. Especially you, Xiao Shui. You've been through quite a lot. In an instant, everyone's bodies trembled, and they turned in unison to look towards the source of the voice. There, smiling, was Chen Yue, with his hands behind his head, leaning against the doorframe. Chapter 96, ChenRenxue, don't scratch. Wait, I thought of it again. 5,000 words chapter is too lazy to split it. 5,000-word chapter. You're awake. The first to react was ChenRenxue. She excitedly jumped up, and as her 2 golden wings flickered, she flew into Chen Yue's arms. Hey, be careful. Don't knock our little treasure out. Holding the rushing ChenRenxue and feeling that she had obviously lost a lot of weight, Chen Yue felt a pang of heartache as well. Be careful. ChenRenxue didn't care. Dealing with various matters during this time had really exhausted her. Now, lying in Chen Yue's arms, she just wanted to be a pampered wife for once. Seeing this scene, the perceptive light-winged Daluo and others silently retreated, leaving the vast sleeping quarters with only Chen Yue and ChenRenxue. Now that you're back, I can rest. ChenRenxue had almost finished dealing with the trivial matters in Heaven Dou City, only needing to finish off Tang San and the others for their mistakes. No worries. I'll take care of the rest. Chen Yue nodded slightly, suddenly turning to look at the door. Qianjun's demon guardian, come here. Chen Sr. Qianjun's demon guardian quickly entered the sleeping quarters, looking down at his toes. Previously, at ChenRenxue's request, Sea Cucumber and Snakespear had changed their address for Chen Yue to Sir, but they had not made Qianjun's demon guardian change his address. So he had always referred to him the same way, and now he was used to it. How is the construction in the Heavenly Source secret realm going? Chen Yue casually asked. Reporting to Chen Sr., the construction of the building where my brother and I are located is already 90% complete. Just the final step remains. After a pause, Qianjun's demon guardian quickly added, it will only take 3 more days to finish the last wall. After all, there is no sunlight in the Heavenly Source secret realm, and those vine demons are hidden in the woods. Without walls, the danger level is indeed quite high. All right, you two go over tonight to complete the last construction. Chen Yue waved his hand, and the entrance to the Heavenly Source secret realm instantly appeared at the door of the sleeping quarters. Tomorrow morning, I will let you out. Thank you, Senior. The two were overjoyed and quickly bowed in thanks. Then, without further ado, they swiftly entered. Lightwing, come over here. Yes, Senior. Please give your instructions. Chen Yue casually said. From now on, I will leave all matters in Heaven Dou City to you. You should be familiar with quite a bit by now, right? Rest assured, Senior. I will ensure the task is completed. To be honest, Lightwing Daluo was not very skilled in construction. Moreover, with Qianjun's demon guardian being 2 people and he being just 1, his progress might be slower compared to Qianjun's demon guardian. And he hadn't even considered things like walls. However, Chen Yue also knew that letting Lightwing Daluo handle politics and manage people was quite effective. But wanting him to handle construction, that was indeed difficult for him. Let's go, Xiao Shui. Chen Yue princess carried ChenRenxue, causing her face to instantly flush red. Where are your hands going? Don't scratch. Wait, I thought of it again. If you think of it, then do it. No. If we do it now, it might hurt the baby. Chen Yue, just now, when I saw you bumping into my arms. How come you didn't think it would hurt the baby? The Lightwing Daluo lowered his head and kept silent, only raising his head again after the maidservants took away everything ChenRenxue had in the sleeping quarters, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. To be honest, he didn't understand Chen Yue as well as Qianjun's demon guardian did, and even less compared to Sea Cucumber and Snakespear. Therefore, he had a very respectful attitude towards Chen Yue. Wherever Chen Yue was, he would not dare to speak unless spoken to, closing his eyes to rest or bowing his head to listen attentively, not even daring to look up. After being in seclusion for nearly 2 decades, he couldn't gauge what kind of personality Chen Yue had, So when Chen Yue was with ChenRenxue, he also learned to imitate Qian Jun's demon guardian, keeping his head down and silent. Although he didn't understand, he could sense that Chen Yue's attitude towards ChenRenxue was somewhat different. If he offended him, he didn't know if it would provoke him. So he directly chose to be wise and follow the example of Qian Jun's demon guardian and see cucumber and snake spear. Meanwhile, on the other side, after bringing ChenRenxue back to the bedroom, Chen Yue saw two women lying on the bed, sound asleep, covered with blankets. But it was obvious they weren't wearing clothes. The Ice Empress and Shueko. The Ice Empress was lying flat in a big character shape, while Shueko was lying down. After all, the latter was already pregnant, but she hadn't reached ChenRenxue's stage yet, so for now, she could still be gentle. But judging by her state, she must have been exhausted to the point of falling asleep. ChenRenxue knew about Shueko, and it was her idea to let Shueko take care of Chen Yue that night. But what about the Ice Empress? What is going on? She is called the Ice Empress, and once you enter the secret realm, she will be responsible for your safety. Chen Yue smiled slightly. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be another woman with her. Placing QianRenxue alone in the secret realm does seem a bit inconvenient. Even with Qian Jun Jiangma around, Chen Yue felt it wasn't very convenient. Taking care of a pregnant woman, besides her partner, the best option would be her sisters. Well, the Ice Empress is now already a sister of QianRenxue, and if nothing unexpected happens, the Snow Empress will be too. Until everything is finalized, Chen Yue won't disclose anything about the Tianyuan secret realm. QianRenxue was taken aback for a moment. She is protecting me? Although they are both women and she can see the relationship between the Ice Empress and Chen Yue from the battle situation, but this seems a bit inappropriate, right? Slap. Chen Yue didn't say a word, lifted the blanket and placed it over Shueko. The sudden chill immediately startled the Ice Empress awake, and she rubbed her eyes in a daze. What is going on? So cold. Chen Yue. Noticing QianRenxue's strange gaze, Chen Yue smiled awkwardly. She might not be used to it. He almost forgot that the Ice Empress rarely takes on human form, often in her beast form, and considering her current exhausted state, not noticing her lack of clothing seems reasonable. It's not a big deal. Chen Yue coughed, slapped her shoulder. Get up quickly, or I want to hold back. This sentence instantly made the Ice Empress shiver, and she hurriedly got up. Then she noticed QianRenxue, who was looking at her oddly, and was startled again. However, upon seeing that QianRenxue was also a woman, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and complained, "You scared me to death. I thought you were going to give me to another man." While saying this, she yawned, and suddenly a long ice blue dress formed around her. Still somewhat sleepy, she asked, "What is going on? Do you want to surpass the Snow Empress and have your way with her?" Hearing this, the Ice Empress immediately lost her drowsiness. Her eyes lit up. Really? Is it really possible? She looked at Chen Yue with some suspicion. "I warn you. I want to serve other men." "Why do you think that?" "Because human nobles are basically all filthy. I've seen fathers and daughters go to my resting place." Chen Yue, QianRenxue. This is really stimulating. It's even more intense than the strongest Douluo in the secret room, and Master Yu Shaojiang of the sibling Douluo. Thinking of this, Chen Yue couldn't help but glance at QianRenxue, who looked at him strangely. "What are you looking at?" "Nothing, I just thought of something similar." QianRenxue was taken aback. Something similar? Then she immediately thought of what Chen Yue had said before. Qiang Sunji and Bibi Dong were once master and disciple, and later. "Well, don't worry." Chen Yue cleared his throat and said seriously, "If you dare to be close to other men, I will kill him immediately and chop you up to eat spicy ice scorpion." From this, it's not hard to see that some nobles in the Tiando Empire, especially those far from the emperor in the mountains, are indeed difficult to describe. Ice Empress. Let us just say it. Can we not mention this spicy ice scorpion? What spicy ice scorpion? Upon hearing this, QianRenxue was slightly taken aback. Where is their scorpion? Her true form is a soul beast over 100,000 years old. Of course, it's more appropriate to call it a fierce beast. Chen Yue didn't hide it, but he also didn't mention that the Ice Empress is now over 400,000 years old. That number is too big. He was afraid it would scare QianRenxue. But even so, QianRenxue was shocked. "QianRenxue, what the heck? You caught 200,000-year soul beasts as pets, and even captured one that is over 100,000. Fierce beast?" QianRenxue's eyes widened suddenly, and she looked at the Ice Empress, no longer daring to use her previous gaze. A fierce beast over 100,000 years. She had never heard of a soul beast with such cultivation existing. Of course, these things might be recorded in the Wuhuan temple, but basically, no one goes to look them up. Because of oral tradition, not many people know about the existence of soul beasts over 100,000 years. However, QianRenxue is indeed someone who has seen big scenes. She has experienced when Chen Yue casually used a knife to kill the Haotian sect and captured 200,000-year-old beasts alive. And now it seems that capturing another fierce beast over 100,000 years to be a bodyguard. Doesn't he seem so surprising after all? With her protecting you in the Tianyuan secret realm, I'm relieved. By the way, little Bing, this is your sister QianRenxue from now on. Just call her Sister Qian. QianRenxue corrected, call me Sister Shui. ChenYue. If you do this, how will the Snow Empress address her in the future? Chen Yue's mouth twitched a little, thinking for a while, forget it. From now on, the Snow Empress will be called Big Shui, and she will be Little Shui, right? After hearing QianRenxue's words, the Ice Empress also looked up, suspiciously glancing at QianRenxue. She found it strange that this human wasn't afraid upon hearing that she was a fierce beast over 100,000 years. But soon she understood, because when she saw QianRenxue for the second time, her gaze unconsciously fell on QianRenxue's belly. From it, she could clearly sense a rich life force that was gradually growing. In an instant, she realized no wonder this human is so calm. It turns out she has her man backing her up. I don't care to compete with you all. Right now, I'm only thinking about how to surpass the Snow Empress and then have my way with her. The Ice Empress has been coveting the Snow Empress for a while now. If it weren't for Chen Yue forcibly correcting her in time, who knows? What he just said, is it true? As Chen Yue expected, the Ice Empress stared at Chen Yue with fiery eyes. All I need is protection. And then I can help me reach a level that surpasses the Snow Empress? Really? Chen Yue smiled slightly. Of course it's true. Well, have I ever lied to you? I said I could help you survive the heavenly tribulation. That was true, right? The Ice Empress thought about it, and indeed, aside from this human being a bit clingy, he didn't seem to have lied about anything else, right? After being served by the Heartfire atop the heavenly King Divine Tower for so long and enduring 2.5 hours of exhaustion, the Ice Empress's mind was still a bit unclear, belonging to the forced awakening by the word surpass the Snow Empress. That is true, and now, she recalled when she broke through to 400,000 years of cultivation. It seemed that heavenly tribulation was also helped by Chen Yue. Then, what about my next heavenly tribulation? Chen Yue smiled slightly. You don't need to worry about the heavenly tribulation. Even if you cultivate to the level of a demon god inside, you won't encounter heavenly tribulation. The Tianyuan secret realm, to some extent, is a dimensional plane. If it were in the cultivation world or a higher fantasy realm, perhaps that heavenly tribulation could break through dimensional barriers to find you. But in the Douluo plane, Chen Yue didn't think that a heavenly tribulation that couldn't even deal with breakthroughs inside the heavenly King Divine Tower could trace back to the dimensional plane? All right. Upon hearing Chen Yue's words, the Ice Empress was first stunned, then overjoyed, and looking at her eyes. Chen Yue guessed that if she hadn't already done it, she might have really rushed over to thank him properly. This strange thought flashed through his mind. And Chen Yue carried the already awakened, yet still pretending to be asleep Shueka. You two sleep together tonight and cultivate your feelings. Remember, little Binger, she is Snow Sister. If you don't behave, I can take you out at any time and let Snow Emperor in. At that time, the Ice Emperor was suddenly startled, quickly shaking his head and waving his hands. Don't worry, my lord. I will definitely listen to Snow Sister. My lord. ChenRenxue was confused. What kind of title is this? Well, I went to human society about 100,000 years ago. Because I had just become a fierce beast and could transform into a human, I was curious about human society and went to take a look. I found that they addressed each other this way. Now, ChenRenxue understood. No wonder she felt this title was a bit strange. Wait, you said you went 100,000 years ago? Yeah, what's the problem? Chen Yue did not pay attention to the two girls who had already started a conversation. At this moment, he was carrying the customized white Porsche that had nearly been wrecked, turning towards his sleeping quarters. During his previous unconsciousness, for convenience in care and protection, he had been sleeping in ChenRenxue's quarters. Of course, his palace was naturally being cleaned by maids. Husband, Shueku felt Chen Yue carrying her, but her hands were a bit restless, instantly blushing, unable to pretend to be asleep anymore, softly calling out. It's fine, just sleep in my quarters tonight. Chen Yue casually said, it's not convenient over there. Although ChenRenxue had removed her disguise, her voice had not changed. Only that her angel soul bones disguised voice was completely ineffective against the Ice Emperor or Snow Emperor, so the entire room was filled with undercover agents. And only Shueku was genuine. Of course, Shueku probably woke up only when she mentioned the secret realm. She was still a bit dazed earlier. So ChenRenxue did not expose herself. But Chen Yue had no idea. At this moment, Shue had completely transformed into a shape from the inside out, and during his unconsciousness, she had tasted various flavors of ham sausage, enjoying a carefree princess life without the need to marry out. You have to know, this is the Tiando royal family. Although there aren't many strong people, there is plenty of money, especially now, under QianRenxue's special care for Shue. She could easily say that she could have anything she wanted without needing to think about anything else. Just wanted to take good care of her husband who had fallen into a coma. Out of curiosity, when she wiped Chen Yue's body, she took a bite, and then it became uncontrollable. And now, as dawn broke, she fainted again. At this moment, Chen Yue was sitting in the courtyard outside the sleeping quarters, looking at the recording stone handed over by the Porcupine Douluo. Not bad. Seeing the scene of the Tang family's kind-hearted grandson on the recording stone, Chen Yue also revealed a satisfied smile. This recording stone would soon come in handy. However, I didn't expect that Tang Hao and Tang Xiao could be accepted by Sea God Island. Wait, what's this? Suddenly, Chen Yue noticed the red marks on Tang Hao and Tang Xiao's foreheads. If he guessed correctly, they should be the marks from the red top-level assessment on Sea God Island. This means that Poseidon accepted these two brothers from the Tang family because he wanted them to take over the position of the high priest. And then Poseidon would be free, right? The deity's sacrificial offering only requires one, and there can only be one high priest on Sea God Island. Of course, having Tang Hao and Tang Xiao as the two brothers might result in two extreme Douluos as priests, but Poseidon, the previous high priest, must step down. This means Poseidon doesn't have to make sacrifices anymore. So, Poseidon is still longing for Tang Chun. A trace of an inscrutable smile appeared on Chen Yue's face. Passing the high priest position to the two brothers of the Tang family means she can search for Tang Chun and fly away, right? I think the script should be changed. For example, Poseidon goes to find Tang Chun, but discovers that he has already died, and then finds this recording stone and goes madly to take revenge on the Tang family brothers. After a bit of contemplation, Chen Yue felt it wasn't very satisfactory. It wouldn't work. If Poseidon knew that Tang Chun was dead, she would definitely not maintain her appearance as in the original work. Although she has white hair, it would lose that flavor. Speaking of which, he glanced at the cute little white-haired creature in his arms who even dreams of ham sausage. Moreover, how can this compare to this adorable little white-haired one? Chapter 97. Director Han, His Majesty is not joking. 5,000-word chapter. His 5,000-word chapter. Too lazy to break it up. Let me like this. So this script doesn't work. Chen Yue fell into contemplation. Then, on the way to find Tang Chun, Poseidon sees this recording stone, discovers Tang Chun is seriously injured, and becomes even more anxious to search, but ends up finding nothing. In a fit of anger, she wants to take revenge on Tang Chun, but having left Sea God Island, she has lost the strength of a peerless Douluo and cannot mobilize the power of Sea God Island. So naturally, she cannot be a match for the two brothers of the Tang family. P.S. Peerless Douluo refers to level 99 peak or semi-divine level 100. Extreme Douluo refers to ordinary level 99. Just a reminder, this is a secondary setting of this book. This script seems pretty good, but it still needs some adjustments. Chen Yue's thoughts moved, and then he raised his head, looking at the still-present Porcupine Douluo in front of him, and immediately spoke, "Is there anything else?" Senior Chen, it's like this. The Porcupine Douluo quickly said after hearing Chen Yue's voice, "I discovered that the spider legs on Tang Hao, the surgery you performed on him, somehow, has returned to normal." Oh, this surprised Chen Yue a bit. This Sea God assessment can even restore him? So, when Tang San goes to Sea God Island, won't his dog legs and spider claws be gone? Now, many interesting scenes will be lost. Chen Yue felt a bit regretful, but he didn't plan to forcefully break into Sea God Island to capture Tang San. After all, Poseidon had left quite a few means on Sea God Island, like the vast sea universe cover, the Sea God's Trident, and even the Sea God Light Pillar, referencing the original work where Tang San's Sea God 9 Trials mark appears with Poseidon, all of which left his energy. Recklessly going there, winning or losing is a small matter. Being discovered by the God Realm that such a powerful figure exists is a huge issue. After all, the God Realm does not allow such a powerful character to appear on Douluo continent. However, the Porcupine Douluo hesitated to speak. What happened? Chen Yue frowned slightly and asked lightly. Before my subordinate left, I found that holy lady Hu Laina appeared in Gongxin City. After a pause, the Porcupine Douluo said, "Moreover, my subordinate speculates that the hidden weapon in Tang San's hand must have been greatly consumed after this, and he may not immediately go to Sea God Island with Tang, Hao, and the others." Hearing what the Porcupine Douluo said, Chen Yue also thought of something. Sea God Island only allows entry, but not exit. Even the High Priest Poseidon is not allowed to leave the range of Sea God Island. If she could leave, it would be impossible for her to wait for Tang Chun on Sea God Island for decades. And the question arises, how did Tang Hao and Tang Xiao leave? Suddenly, Chen Yue's heart moved. He remembered that in the original work, when Tang Xin left Sea God Island, he needed to gather soul rings and soul bones, right? Since the two brothers of the Tang family could leave Sea God Island, it means that their assessment has reached the final step, and they should just be missing the gathering of soul rings and soul bones. The purpose of the Sea God 9 trials gathering soul bones should be to condense divine equipment. So what is the purpose of this red top-level assessment and collecting soul bones? Chen Yue recalled that in the original work, Dai Mu Bai, who was assessed by the black chicken, seemed to have only 2 soul bones and did not gather all soul bones. Clearly, it was not necessary for the black chicken candidates to collect all soul bones during the assessment. So, what is the difference between the red-level assessors and the black chicken assessors? The black chicken assessment would become one of the holy pillars of Sea God Island, while the red-level assessment would lead to becoming the high priest, paving the way for future sacrifices to the deities. In that case, Chen Yue's eyes flickered. After Tang Hao and Tang Xiao gathered their soul bones, could they communicate with the power of the sea through the assessment? In other words, once Tang Hao and Tang Xiao returned to Sea God Island after gathering their soul bones, as long as they had not entered the final high priest inheritance ceremony, they would at most possess the strength of a limit Douluo, or perhaps only the soul power level of an ordinary super Douluo. If that were the case, there was still room for manipulation. After this thought flashed through his mind, Chen Yue recalled a question from the Porcupine Douluo earlier. You said Hulina went to Gongxin City, right? Yes, indeed. Chen Yue nodded slightly and casually took out a soul bone. This was an extra soul bone obtained by the Light-Winged Douluo in the secret realm. It was the 90,000-year external soul bone of the Cloud Bat Beast King, which could form a shield with its wings. You absorb this, and then investigate Gongxin City again. Even if Tang Hao and the others discover you, with this soul bone's assistance, they may not be able to keep you. Seeing the soul bone in his hand exuding a rich energy aura, he was greatly shocked, his expression changing. This, Senior Eye, having grown up in the spirit hall for so many years, he had never even seen a soul bone over 50,000 years old, let alone one with such rich energy. A 90,000-year external soul bone. Moreover, he sensed a very strong energy fluctuation from it, guessing that this external soul bone was likely not far from 100,000 years. I'll send you to a place. After you absorb this soul bone, you can return to Gongxin City to gather intelligence. Chen Yue was not polite with him. The Tianyuan secret realm was filled with vine ghosts, and every time a kill was made, there was a certain probability of dropping soul bones. Although he had never gone in, the harvest from Qianjun Jiangma and the Light-Wing Trio had given him quite a few soul bones, 90 of which were over 30,000 years. After all, Light-Wing, Qianjun Jiangma, and those 3 were not fools. The opportunities in the Tianyuan secret realm were granted by Chen Yue. If they pocketed the soul bones inside, the consequences, if Chen Yue found out, would not be something they could bear. A full meal was enough. These 3 could still understand that. Yes, they felt a warmth in his heart. After so many years, the last time he had felt so good was when he faced the famous Heaven Dou Palace, and now he was presented with such an expensive soul bone. How could he not be moved? Chen Yue did not waste words. After handing over the soul bone, he waved his hand to open the Tianyuan secret realm and sent him in. Now, when Chen Yue opened the Tianyuan secret realm, there were 2 coordinate locations. One was the building of the Light-Winged Douluo, and the other was the joint building of Qianjun Jiangma. Since Qianjun Jiangma was busy repairing the building, Chen Yue naturally could not send the over to disturb their progress, so he sent to the Light-Winged Douluo's location. However, just as he brought the person in, he heard the voice of the Light-Winged Douluo coming to report, Senior Chen, are you there? What is it? Without permission, the Light-Winged Douluo did not dare to enter. No one knew what Chen Yue was doing, and it would not be good to disturb him. A thought flashed through his mind, and the Light-Winged Douluo got straight to the point, saying about the soul power that the young master kept delaying. Prepare for tomorrow, and let us get married the day after. Chen Yue counted the time. He was about to leave the Tiando Imperial Palace, so he decided to marry them all at once. Also, remember, this is not about taking concubines. It's about taking mistresses, understand? In the Tiando Empire's harem, there were also some details in hierarchy. The general consorts were ranked just below the queen, the imperial consort, the noble consort, and the consort, all of which held high positions in the harem. However, the mistresses did not require such elaborate ceremonies, and the emperor did not even need to appear. Taking a consort required the emperor to greet them at the palace gate, even going to the woman's family to pick her up like a regular wedding. But taking a mistress required none of that. The simplest process for taking a mistress was for the woman's family to directly send a young lady to the designated hall in the palace, and that would be it. Chen Yue's considerations were indeed this way. Now that QianRenxue was already showing signs of pregnancy, her aura would not be very stable under the disguise of soul bones, making it easy for others to notice. Although they were not afraid, it was unnecessary to add so much trouble. Once this matter of taking a mistress was settled, it would be time for Hulina. Chen Yue thought this way as he returned to his room, with the Ice Emperor in his left arm and QianRenxue in his right, holding them close as he drifted into slumber. However, as he embraced them to sleep, the nobles in Tiando City who were hoping for a marriage alliance were awakened throughout the night, unable to sleep at all. What? The ceremony for taking a consort has changed to taking a mistress? How can Xueqinghe go back on his word? No way, absolutely not. Didn't we agree that it would be a consort ceremony, and then he would directly be promoted to noble consort? Why is it just a mistress now? Does Xueqinghe think he no longer needs our support? If it's a mistress, I find it difficult to comply. The above were the words of those influential nobles. QianRenxue had not reported this to Chen Yue, so it was postponed repeatedly. Her first choice was not these noble women, but the 7 beauties of the water team, the 4 Elements Academy. Since the merger of the Shenkong Academy, Qihua Academy, Tianxue Academy, and Thunder Academy, this new university was established. Of course, the branches of the 4 colleges still existed, standing in their respective southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest positions, with the families of the academy's upper levels also located in the corresponding divisions. For example, the dean of Qihua Academy, backed by the Hua family. The head of the Hua family had a heavy expression, pacing back and forth in the family hall with his hands behind his back, leaving the many higher-ups of the Hua family looking baffled. Father, is this really such a big deal? In the end, a middle-aged man stepped forward and couldn't help but say, Xueqinghe is burning bridges, thinking he can now unload the millstone and kill the donkey, giving us a show of force. But he should not forget how he obtained his throne. If it were not for our support, he might not even be able to sit steadily, since he has done the first day of the month. Don't blame us for doing the 15th. Let Wu marry him as a mistress. That is absolutely impossible. His words received unanimous nods from others. That's right, head of the family. Marrying Hua Wu to Xueqinghe as a mistress is not as profitable as our alliance with the Feng family. Losing our support, Xueqinghe will definitely find it difficult to withstand the pressure from these nobles and will ultimately have to bow down to us. Hearing these words, the head of the Hua family's expression darkened even more. A bunch of short-sighted fools. Shut up. The crowd was filled with fear and apprehension, obediently closing their mouths and daring not to speak. Do you really think that Xueqinghe cannot see what you can see? The head of the Hua family coldly snorted. Don't forget the fate of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. You don't really believe that Ning Fengji wanted to assassinate Shui, do you? Many people exchanged glances, hesitant to speak, but indeed they all thought so. Fools! The head of the Hua family coldly snorted. Although Ning Fengji has ambition, he would never be so reckless. This must be the work of Xueqinghe, because if Ning Fengji is alive, then he is the greatest noble in the Heaven Dou Empire and the biggest threat to Xueqinghe. Only when he is dead will the other nobles be able to realign themselves, and then Xueqinghe will have a usable knife in hand. Do you really think that someone who can kill a teacher who has taught him for decades and wipe out a family is just joking with you? Many faces changed, and the middle-aged man who spoke earlier couldn't help but say, Father, are you being a bit overly worried? How could Xueqinghe have the power to destroy the 7-treasure glazed tile school? Don't forget, the sword Douluo Chen Xin is a level 97 super Douluo. Upon hearing this, many people felt it made sense. The strength of the Heaven Dou royal family was limited, and they could only be observed by a few committee members. Anything else was insignificant, right? Do you not realize how foolish you are? The head of the Hua family was truly furious. Tell me, what force in today's continent has the ability to destroy the 7-treasure glazed tile school? Of course, it's the Spear Hall. Many people replied almost without thinking. At this moment, the middle-aged man who spoke earlier finally realized something, his face filled with shock. Father, are you saying? Now, do you understand why I am so anxious? The head of the Hua family coldly snorted, watching his son's expression change continuously until he could only helplessly sigh, clearly at a loss. The destruction of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the extermination of the Haotian sect were bloody lessons. And their whole family didn't even have a Title Douluo. How could they withstand an attack from the Spirit Hall? I'm afraid this time, taking a concubine is just Shue Qinghe wanting to use a knife to kill someone, right? But when did Shue Qinghe collude with the Spirit Hall? The middle-aged man couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought. Tomorrow morning, prepare the dowry and send wooer to the palace. Few people truly understood the essence of everything, the whole family being one, the Yi family another, and ChenYue Academy being half of one. Because the decisions of ChenYue Academy were made by Dean Renxue with a firm hand. She knew there was a presence in the extreme North Forest that even Title Douluos feared, and this presence was definitely not a mere 10,000-year-old beast. Especially that night, when she went to the Heaven Dou Palace to make a request, the extreme North Forest exhibited such strange phenomena, making her even more certain that behind Shue Qinghe, Qian Renxue, there must be hidden powers. As for why it wasn't the Spirit Hall, because Renxue was very clear that at the current state of the Spirit Hall, it was impossible for them to waste energy on such a trivial matter. Although she didn't know what was going on with the Spirit Hall, from the intelligence she had gathered, she was quite sure that the Spirit Hall had encountered a major issue. Especially since Pope Bibi Dong had disappeared for a long time, the matter of her dismissal had not been made public. And coupled with the previous orders from the Spirit Hall to the Star Luo Empire, which then went silent without results, she couldn't help but speculate. Since the Spirit Hall's ambitions were revealed, Renxue had been keeping a close eye on them, carefully analyzing any movements and unusual actions. No wonder when she met ChenRenxue at the Heaven Dou Palace, she looked exhausted. It was the after effects of being mentally drained and highly tense. But what she never expected was that the Heaven Dou Palace would issue a decree to make her a concubine. Wait, is this really for me? At this moment, Renxue stared blankly at the female attendant delivering the message, her mind in a whirl. No, this concubine business has nothing to do with this 30-something old woman. Dean Han, His Majesty, would not joke about this. The female attendant smiled slightly. Tomorrow is the day of the prince's concubine selection, and the day after, you will be welcomed into the palace. I hope Dean Han will not disappoint His Majesty's good intentions. Her last sentence was filled with a strong warning and threat, causing Renxue's face to turn pale. For in that instant, she felt the fluctuation of the female attendant's soul power. Level 89, Soul Douluo. She swallowed hard, watching the female attendant leave. And only then did she come back to her senses as the cold wind blew by. It's because of me. I have uncovered Shue Qinghe's secret. So he doesn't trust me and wants to keep me by his side? After thinking for a long time, she quickly understood the reason she was singled out. And this reason made her break out in a cold sweat. How could I have overlooked such an important matter? She had almost no dealings with the Heaven Dou Palace. Her only contact was due to the decree regarding her students. But after such a long time, she had forgotten about this. Forgotten that she was not familiar with Shue Qinghe, ChenRenxue, at all. And in this situation, she had exposed her cards. She was very certain that if she refused, it wouldn't just be her life at stake, but even the entire ChenYue Academy, including the family head behind ChenYue Academy. And even the entire Four Elements Academy would be in jeopardy. However, the truth was that ChenRenxue hadn't thought this far. The one who issued these decrees was the Light Feather Douluo, Chapter 98 ChenYue, in the Palace of the Extreme North Forest. Chooses a soul beast for red braised spicy steamed dishes every day. 4,000 words in a big chapter, too lazy to break it down. So, it is what it is. ChenRenxue had many reasons for her previous view of Renxue, but she never thought of killing Renxue. Instead, she thought that even if she had to capture her, she needed to keep Renxue in the Heaven Dou Palace. After all, in her view, Renxue was a good bargaining chip. With her around, the 7 beauties of ChenYue would definitely not dare to act recklessly, and as time passed, they would naturally stand on her side. She did not believe that anyone could withstand Chen Yue's intimidation for such a long time. But Renxue was lucky. Chen Yue, who had gone out, had exhausted his soul power and fell into a deep sleep, so she escaped a disaster that night. The Light Feather Douluo, who had been following the familiar political affairs, had also kept this matter in mind, while ChenRenxue may have long forgotten it because Chen Yue had not awakened. She completely set this matter aside. Now that Chen Yue had awakened, ChenRenxue had also become more prominent, and she wanted to retire early, lying back and waiting to have children. Therefore, this matter was handed over to the Light Feather Douluo. The Light Feather Douluo had always kept this matter in mind. So after receiving Chen Yue's permission, he immediately issued the order. However, considering Qian Renxue's previous regard for Han Shui, she even sent someone to help her at midnight. The light feather Douluo decided to write a decree to make her a concubine. Whether it was a concubine or a wife, ChenYue didn't care much. It's just that if a wife didn't stay in the palace, she would face public opinion when having children. After all, she was a royal wife, and her offspring would have a chance to compete for the crown prince position. But a concubine wouldn't have such treatment. The turmoil began blowing strongly from midnight and continued until the next morning when the waves were stirred up. It ultimately exploded after Han Shui received the imperial edict for the noble consort. Why? Why is this old woman Han Shui the noble consort? Our Li family is unwilling to accept this and will demand an explanation from that Shui Qinghe. Why can Han Shui become a noble consort while our Li family's young lady can only be a concubine? Our Li family does not recognize this imperial edict. The imperial edict issued by the light feather Douluo was based on the memorial submitted earlier, and naturally, there were some minor characters involved. However, it was clear that these minor characters, being the top nobles of Tiando City, would not consider themselves as mere NPCs. They would stir up trouble, which was the most ridiculous part. But soon, the entire Li family was taken down that very night, with all the female members sent to the teaching bureau and the males exiled to mine. What? You asked for the reason to take action? Isn't it simple? Rebellion, involvement with Haotian sect, disobedience to the edict, whatever works. As the saying goes, what crime cannot be fabricated? Those who disobey will be executed directly. Now, the available angel army is fully prepared, and Tiando City is completely under control and sealed off, so there is no fear in taking action. As for the events within Tiando City, Chen Yue was completely unaware. At this moment, he was waiting to see which favored concubine would arrive tonight. There was no helping it. Who asked this Ice Emperor to be both capable and playful, yet also the toughest, ultimately fainting again? The matter of entering the Tianyuan secret realm could only wait until tonight when she had a bit more strength to bring QianRenxue inside. Due to her pregnancy, QianRenxue had become somewhat drowsy, and the two women embraced each other and quickly fell asleep. At this sight, Chen Yue seemed like an outsider. Forget it. They must be tired. Chen Yue reluctantly gave his bedroom to the two women, but fortunately, his residence was large, with several guest rooms apart from the master bedroom. So it wasn't a problem. He wondered if the first batch to arrive would be the fiery and curvaceous Wu or the tall and hot yet slightly cold Shui Wu. Chen Yue looked forward to it. However, to his surprise, the person who came was completely not one of the two he had thought of, but rather an unexpected individual. What is going on? Upon arriving at the side hall, Chen Yue saw the woman lying on the bed, deeply asleep, and frowned deeply. He turned to the light feather Douluo behind him and asked, "Did you issue her an imperial edict?" This woman was none other than the descendant of the legendary dragon and serpent, Meng Yiran. This, Senior Chen, I did not issue it, but she came to me herself. The light feather Douluo awkwardly smiled and said with some helplessness, "The injuries on the legendary dragon and serpent were clearly caused by a Title Douluo, and some healing soul masters could diagnose the type of martial soul responsible based on the injuries, so identifying the culprit was not very difficult. The information I obtained was that." He opened his mouth, hesitating as if still uncertain whether to say it or not. Chen Yue raised an eyebrow, and the light feather Douluo quickly explained, "Yes, she is planning to exchange the latter half of her life for a chance at revenge. I also don't know where she got the news that there are mysterious experts in the palace, so she..." At this point, Chen Yue understood. Glancing back at the deeply sleeping Meng Yiran, shaking his head, and his gaze returned to the light feather Douluo. "You can leave now." "Yes." The light feather Douluo felt relieved and quickly fled. Chen Yue made no move. He raised his hand and casually waved, and a woman dressed in white silk, along with a white knee-length dress, appeared in the palace. She initially looked somewhat dazed, but upon seeing Chen Yue, she immediately knelt with a thud and softly said, "Master, Tian, you can interrogate her later." This woman was none other than Tian, who was previously imprisoned in the Heavenly King Divine Tower. During the days, without Chen Yue's restraint, she was tormented and punished by the furious Tang Yuehua in the Heavenly King Divine Tower. However, since Chen Yue protected her heart pulse, she had not died, but she still experienced physical pain. It was this physical pain that gradually darkened her heart. She initially knew nothing about the situation. Clearly, it was Tang San who captured the saintess of the Spirit Hall that caused the disaster. So why did she have to suffer? P.S. Before the war, the Haotian sect had investigated and confirmed Tang San, but did not know his whereabouts. The enraged Bibi Dong thought it was a perfunctory response, so everyone in the Haotian sect, except for Tang Yuehua, basically knew the true culprit was Tang San. However, Now that the Haoyan sect was no more, Tang Xiao naturally could not bring up this old account. Thus, she knelt submissively at Chen Yue's feet, and after the capable yet playful Ice Emperor fell, she followed Chen Yue into the Heavenly King Divine Tower, treating Tang Yuehua as a toy for Chen Yue to play with, completely becoming a loyal servant. This girl, who had been cultivating in the Haoyan sect without suffering from beatings, was the easiest for Chen Yue to tame. Now, she was much more obedient than Kuan, who had been fed for 2.5 years. Yes, Tang Tian had no objections, slightly bowing and respectfully sending off her master. Chen Yue walked out of the sleeping quarters and did not go far. At the entrance of the residence, he waved his hand and randomly selected a lucky audience from the Heavenly King Divine Tower to alleviate his boredom. This is the human realm? Hearing this voice, Chen Yue glanced and was somewhat surprised. How come a lucky audience I randomly selected is you? The one pulled out was none other than the Snow Emperor. She looked around curiously, her expression changing slightly when she glanced at Chen Yue, ultimately lowering her head slightly. Thank you for helping me cross the heavenly tribulation. Although she had now advanced to the level of 700,000 year heavenly tribulation, she still felt that facing Chen Yue's Heavenly King Divine Tower's defenses, or that previous strike that shook the gods, felt utterly powerless. Considering all of this, she abandoned the idea of forcibly escaping back to the extreme North Forest. In this human realm, she felt extremely out of place, especially since the environment here was vastly different from her beloved icy and snowy lands, making her feel very displeased and subconsciously wanting to leave. As for before in the Heavenly King Divine Tower, she had no way to leave. That tower was indestructible, and she could only sit inside and cultivate. I know you're currently thinking about how to escape, right? The Snow Emperor's heart trembled, but her expression remained unchanged. Having lived for so many years, she still had some psychological quality. You misunderstand. Actually, if you want to leave, it's not impossible. Chen Yue's words immediately made the Snow Emperor's heart tremble, as she almost instinctively wanted to ask, but her rationality firmly suppressed her impulse, preventing her from speaking. However, the aura you sensed in the extreme north, do you think the divine realm has just passed by? The Snow Emperor's expression changed slightly, but she still did not speak. Chen Yue did not expect her to respond, and continued, the aura of the deity I encountered earlier. I believe you sensed it as well. Although it was just a shadow of a deity, it is possible that this deity has some restrictions preventing them from descending. But it cannot be denied that your future tribulations will be more difficult, right? When the god of calamity made a move, it was not just Chen Yue who sensed that distinct aura shared with the heavenly tribulation. The Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor, and even other fierce beasts felt it as well. However, among these fierce beasts, only the Snow Emperor was certain that it was a deity descending, while the others merely regarded it as a heavenly tribulation. Of course, perhaps the deep-sea demon whale king can sense it. After all, he has encountered the aura of deities before. But with his character, it's impossible for him to run from the sea to the extreme northern forest. Moreover, as a sea soul beast, there are limitations even when on land, let alone in the snow. You've already passed through the tribulation of 700,000 years. So may I ask, how will you face the next 800,000 years of tribulation? The Snow Empress's expression changed slightly, yet she remained silent. However, Chen Yue's next words instantly shocked her. You plan to use a 100,000 year snow lotus as a catalyst to complete the sealing of your own origin and begin to recultivate into a human, right? Almost instinctively, the Snow Empress blurted out. How do you know? She had already understood before her slumber that passing through this 700,000 year tribulation was extremely difficult. Back then, the injuries from her 600,000 year tribulation took her tens of thousands of years to heal completely. However, as the Ice and Snow Maiden, even without cultivation, her 600,000 year cultivation level would allow her to stay in this extreme northern forest for at least 8,000 years of cultivation improvement. The energy required for the ferocious beasts after 600,000 years is greater, so it's slightly slower. If she were to cultivate, she could reach 700,000 years of cultivation in just a few tens of thousands of years. But she had no confidence in this tribulation. So her final plan was to sleep for a while, conserve her strength, and then attempt to break through the tribulation with the yin-yang complementary soul core. If that didn't work, she would use the 100,000 year snow lotus as a catalyst to complete the sealing of her own origin and begin to recultivate into a human. This was her path in the original work. P.S. This book will not feature soul cores. It mainly adopts the setting of Dou, where the speed of soul power improvement is linked to innate soul power. I not only know this, but I also know that you want to sleep and awaken to attempt using the yin-yang complementary soul core. If successful, you would be confident in overcoming the 700,000-year tribulation. Upon hearing Chen Yue's words, the Snow Empress suddenly felt a chill down her back, a wave of horror washing over her. You. She pointed at Chen Yue, her lips turning pale, stammering and unable to utter a single word for a long time. But it was clear that her psychological defenses had been breached, leaving her in a state of confusion and panic. But it's destined that you will fail. Chen Yue crossed his arms, smiled slightly, and asked, "Have you seen the power of the 700,000-year tribulation?" The Snow Empress's expression changed slightly. She felt that perhaps only after obtaining the yin-yang complementary soul core could she contend with that kind of power. However, Chen Yue's next words completely dispelled her wishful thinking. Then what do you think will happen even if you have the yin-yang complementary soul core when facing the attacks of that ferocious tribulation deity? The Snow Empress fell silent for a moment before finally raising her head to look at Chen Yue, her voice trembling as she asked you. "Then what do you want?" "A virtuous lady. A gentleman desires a good match," Chen Yue casually remarked, causing the Snow Empress to frown, sensing something ominous. She quickly stepped back and warned, "If you dare to do that, I will absolutely not let you succeed, even if I have to self-destruct." Chen Yue frowned, looking at the Snow Empress before him, his eyes narrowing slightly as he casually said, "Then tell me, if the death of the ferocious tribulation deity is blamed on you, will the divine realm give up spying on the Douluo continent? After all, this is your 700,000-year tribulation, and it should be pretty easy to investigate in the divine realm, right?" The Snow Empress turned pale, staring at Chen Yue, her lips moving but unable to say anything for a moment. "You speak." Chen Yue shrugged. "I'm just a person, someone who values interests, just like you soul beasts. I don't fight battles without the fruits of victory. If winning brings no benefits and instead brings trouble, then what is the point? Perhaps if I hand you over, I could gain a divine position inheritance, then build a palace in your extreme northern forest, and every day catch a soul beast to braise, spicy steam." Shut up. Chapter 99 Chen Yue. This useless dog, Tang Tantan, follow orders. Push-up preparation. S. 9. 6 major revision. You shut up. The Snow Empress shouted, interrupting Chen Yue. Chen Yue wasn't angry. He looked at the Snow Empress, whose face was flushed with rage, breathing heavily, with great interest. In terms of psychological quality, the Snow Empress was indeed strong. Even when her secrets were completely exposed, she remained calm. Worst case, she could self-destruct and die, ensuring that no one would have it easy. But when it came to understanding human nature, she was somewhat inferior to Chen Yue, a time traveler. Despite her 700,000 years of cultivation, she had actually only lived for about 500,000 years. And during those 500,000 years, 90 of the time was spent in seclusion. How could she have seen such treachery? P.S. Surely there is no one who doesn't know that soul beast age, soul beast cultivation years, right? Surely not, right? There can't be anyone trying to argue about this, right? Each day, selecting a lucky soul beast, steamed, braised, spicy barbecue candidates. The Snow Empress's eyelids twitched violently. This was too ruthless. Oh right. Chen Yue seemed to suddenly remember something, clapping his hands to wake the dazed Snow Empress. "I remember there are a few of your companions in the extreme northern forest, right?" Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion? And what is that Titan Snow Demon? There is also a bear. I heard that roasted scorpions and bear paws taste pretty good, but I wonder what this ferocious beast tastes like. No, I agree. The Snow Empress's face turned white with fear as she hurriedly interrupted Chen Yue. I agree, but I have one condition. It seems that we still need to build a palace in your extreme northern land first. No conditions, I agree. The Snow Empress dared not let Chen Yue go to the extreme northern land anymore. If he went with that Ice Bear King's temperament, he would probably be roasted and eaten by Chen Yue in an instant. You're a bit too forced in this, aren't you? Chen Yue raised an eyebrow, looking at her flushed face, seemingly losing interest. If you're so reluctant, then I suddenly have no interest anymore. You. Upon hearing this, the Snow Empress almost kicked Chen Yue in the face. What is this? I've already prepared everything, and you suddenly say you're not coming? Thinking of this, the furious Snow Empress lunged forward. You can't back out now. Hiss. Chen Yue's pupils trembled. I really didn't expect you to be this kind of snow empress. As strange sounds echoed from the side hall, Tang Tian had already woken Meng Iran and began the interrogation. Why did you come to the palace? I want to avenge my grandparents. What does that have to do with my questions? It does. Meng Iran affirmed. It has to do with it. Tang Tian remained silent, clearly waiting for her explanation. I know you can subdue my grandparents. There must be powerful people involved. But I know that powerful people wouldn't deal with the remaining 2 super Douluos of Haotian sect, just for 2 dead people. Meng Iran bit her red lips. I want to know if all the rewards can be taken back, plus my remaining life, begging the powerful to avenge my grandparents. After losing the unparalleled dragon snake, her soul power level was only that of a soul emperor, so she had no possibility of revenge. But she was unwilling. Her grandparents had raised her with great difficulty, and she hadn't even had a chance to repay them before they died. Killed by someone, despite all the rewards. She didn't care at all. She only wanted revenge. Speak the truth. Tang Tian frowned slightly at her words, seeming to hesitate for a second. But the next moment she became certain and said, Who told you? She felt that the combined power of the legendary dragon and snake was only comparable to that of a Title Douluo, which was not enough to warrant her master Chen Yue's personal involvement. At most, it would be the emperor of Tiando or one of her master subordinates. Therefore, she believed that Meng Iran must have heard some news from somewhere else. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to the palace. If you don't tell the truth, then I'm afraid I can only say I'm sorry. In the end, Tang Tian added this line, causing Meng Iran's face to turn pale. I'll think it through before I speak. Tang Tian said lightly, You only have this one chance. Yes, it was President Han who told me. She named names and even mentioned titles. The vice president of the 4 Elements Academy, Han Shui. Tang Tian's expression didn't change at all. After experiencing a beating in reality, she had grown a lot and was much clearer-headed. She just needed to know how to please her master ChenYue and complete her tasks. Very good, I appreciate your honesty. Tang Tian stood up and pointed to the bathroom beside her. I will convey your attitude, and I hope that when a master comes later, you won't carry even a hint of an off-putting smell. I understand. Meng Iran's face turned crimson, but since she had already made up her mind, she wasn't going to be so shy anymore. Regarding this, Tang Tian paid no mind. She turned and walked to the side hall. Listening to the embarrassing sounds coming from inside, her gaze slightly dazed as she gently knocked on the door master. The next moment, the door to the side hall opened, and she was pulled inside by a hand, just in time to see the Snow Empress lying there, rolling her eyes and convulsing. This useless dog is really no fun. Tian, let's play instead. Push-ups, get ready. Yes, master. It wasn't until the evening that Chen Yue finally walked out of the side hall, looking refreshed, leaving behind a blushing Tang Tian to clean up. He did not go directly to Meng Iran's side hall, but walked to his own sleeping quarters. Who? Oh, my lord, what are you doing here? The Ice Empress was trying on clothes from QianRenxue's wardrobe. She looked at the beautiful ice blue long dress in her hands and liked it very much. Just as she had taken off her original clothes, she was startled to see Chen Yue walking in. You don't need to wear that dress. You're not going on a trip. Chen Yue glanced at her with slight surprise, thinking, this useless dog has made some progress, huh? But soon, he collected his expression and casually said, Little Binger, whether you can become a ferocious beast that surpasses the Snow Empress depends on your performance here. Upon hearing Chen Yue's words, the Ice Empress realized that it might not be that simple and quickly nodded. I understand. She still wanted to refer to herself as this king. After all, she was the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion King, but seeing Chen Yue's ambiguous smile, she hurriedly changed her words. She was now trembling a bit while walking, genuinely feeling a bit scared. Wait for me. Compared to the Ice Empress, QianRenxue was much simpler. She hugged Chen Yue and whispered, After I deal with this burden, let's have a competition. Clearly, she was very dissatisfied with the previous behavior of the useless dog. Okay, Chen Yue laughed heartily. Speaking of which, he hadn't received any offspring rewards yet. He just didn't know what kind of system rewards the first child would bring. As this thought flashed through his mind, Chen Yue no longer hesitated and casually took out a storage bag. This is what I had Shueka pick out in the palace based on your sizes, including maternity clothes and so on. You can go in and take your time looking. Good. With that, Chen Yue stopped talking and raised his hand, causing a swirling entrance to appear at the door of the sleeping quarters. But that wasn't all. He raised his hand again, and 2 streams of light flashed out, which were the Qianjun demon subduing. Senior Chen, the construction is complete, built according to the standards of the Heaven Dou Palace. The central building is the 7 Treasure Fortress. We moved from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The 7 Treasure Fortress is the most central and heavily guarded place of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. A perfect place that's easy to attack, but hard to defend. However, Chen Yue didn't expect these two brothers to be so capable that they found a storage bag that could store the 7-treasure fortress and brought it in. Not bad. After hearing Chen Yue's acknowledgement, the two slightly bowed to QianRenxue, looking at their toes, and respectfully said, "Young master." Although they also sensed the terrifying and intimidating aura emanating from the Ice Empress, they remained silent, only feeling shocked in their hearts. After all, as a well-mannered subordinate, they naturally knew not to question the boss's words. "During the time I'm away, you must listen to my husband. Understood?" "Understood." QianRenxue nodded, linking arms with the Ice Empress as they nervously but expectantly walked into the entrance, their figures disappearing the moment they entered. Chen Yue knew that the next time QianRenxue came out, she would be holding his first child. In his previous life, Chen Yue lived as a laid-back person, never considering finding a woman and lowering his quality of life with dowries and mortgages, and he had never been a father even until his transmigration. In this life, he felt it was somewhat wonderful. Wait, suddenly, Chen Yue's mind shook and a thought emerged. I wonder if I can throw the Heavenly King Divine Tower, which holds prisoners, into the Tianyuan secret realm. If possible, then these tools could be of use, right? Chen Yue didn't know if soul masters could fast, but he could clearly see that Tang Yue Hua in the Heavenly King Divine Tower was already in poor condition. Her once plump figure now appeared much thinner, finally revealing her skeletal beauty. This kind of thinness could not be described as simply thin. It could be seen as a slender figure. And coupled with her not low attractiveness, Chen Yue thought that if the Heavenly King Divine Tower were placed in the Tianyuan secret realm. However, the Silver Dance duo could fast, and it was expected. After all, they were not true physical bodies but rather soul bodies. However, he didn't expect that Shangwan could also fast. Chen Yue's mind moved, and he appeared beside Shangwan, casually sitting down on a chair, patting his thighs. Clap, clap. Master. Shangwan was already accustomed to putting on makeup or touching up at this time every day. She didn't know where her life was headed, but she felt guilty toward the disciples of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, so she hoped to ask Chen Yue to spare at least one life. But Chen Yue had indeed kept some of the lives of the 7-treasure glazed tile school disciples. For example, some male disciples were sent to mine after their martial souls were crippled, while the beautiful female disciples, who were spoiled and had personalities similar to Ning Rongrong, were directly sent to the teaching's office to be his son's enlightenment teachers. Obedient and clever ones were taken as maidservants to serve in the palace. This situation was indeed much better than having them all die. Although Chen Yue felt a slight bit of sympathy for those male disciples, he didn't have a maternal heart. In a war to unify the continent, how could there be no casualties? Let's go out for some fresh air. Chen Yue hugged her bent waist, and with a flash, they appeared outside his sleeping quarters in a large courtyard. Master, can I go inside? The evening breeze brushed against Shangwan's face, making her cheeks flush as she turned back and whispered pleadingly, "It's quite nice here. Not only can I get a special massage, but there's also the evening breeze." However, today's massage was a bit too strong. It almost left me with bruises. Shangwan understood instantly. Spat, "Master, you're so bad." She looked at the night and thought to herself, at this late hour, surely there wouldn't be many people around, so she gradually relaxed. But just as she was about to fully let her guard down, a familiar yet strange voice startled her, causing her body to stiffen and tense up completely. "Master, Meng Yuran is ready over here." She saw Tang Tian walking over respectfully, speaking softly. "Is it tied up?" "Yes." Chen Yue was somewhat surprised. Was Meng Yuran really that capable of accepting this? However, thinking about the death of the peerless dragon snake, he felt a bit relieved. Perhaps Meng Yuran had been prepared for this since she came to find him in the palace. "By the way, Master, Han Shui leaked information. Meng Yuran came to you because of her. But I suspect that with Han Shui's courage, she would only dare to tell the Tianxue 7 beauties, and wouldn't tell anyone else." Chen Yue was not surprised at all. "That's fine. Anyway, tomorrow they will send the concubine into the palace. By the way," Chen Yue paused, turned to the female guard by his side, "Go tell Han Shui that she has been demoted to headmaid, and she must come to the palace within 3 days. "Yes." The female guard accepted the order and left. Chen Yue had already guessed that Han Shui wouldn't come today, so the previous decree to take in a concubine was just a test, testing whether Han Shui would seize the opportunity to come and take charge of the harem or not. If it was the former, then she would truly be the perfect tool and friend for Chen Yue, one who could navigate both the hall and the bed. Of course, that didn't mean that Tang Tian was bad. Her soul power level was indeed a bit low, and some matters weren't easy to handle. What a pity. Han Shui's performance somewhat disappointed Chen Yue, but he could guess that she was probably trying to soothe the emotions of the Tianxue Seven Beauties. You are Tang Tian. At this moment, Shang Wanwan, who had finally regained her composure from the immense shock, raised her head, her face flushed with astonishment as she looked at Tang Tian. You. She had thought that Tang Tian might have died at Chen Yue's hands, but they were clearly at the same status now. What happened? Chapter 100. After so many years, is your Haotian sect still using these old tricks? I admit I overslept again, sorry. I'll try to catch up later. Right now, it feels a bit strange in this small place called Douluo. So I added a bit of original content. You can understand it as an alternate setting. Tang Tian gave Shang Wanwan a faint glance, ignoring her, which made Shang Wanwan feel quite embarrassed. After all, it was Madame Ning who handed her over. If there's nothing else, let's take her to eat. Chen Yue stood up and walked toward the side hall, instructing as he walked. Yes, master. After everyone left, Qian Jiangma, who had been waiting outside with his head bowed, finally raised his head, exchanging confused glances with his brother. Didn't Senior Chen give any orders for us to do anything? He must have, right? Or, did we overlook something? The two brothers were both baffled until the sound from the side hall that made their faces turn red finally dispelled their thoughts of going to ask Chen Yue for clarification. Wait, brother, what's in your pocket? Just as they stepped out of the harem area, Jiang Ma suddenly noticed that Qian Douluo's pocket seemed to be bulging, as if there was a bamboo tube stuffed inside. In my clothes? Qian Douluo was taken aback, then reached into his pocket, and indeed found a bamboo tube with ChenYue's soul power fluctuations. It's a task given by the senior. Qian Douluo was overjoyed. After leaving the Tianyuan secret realm, he would feel a bit uncomfortable if ChenYue didn't assign him a task. He would think he hadn't satisfied ChenYue with something. With a complete set of 100,000 year soul bones in this unparalleled configuration, as he thought, plus an exceptional martial soul, if he wasn't assigned a task, he would really feel restless. It would be like being given a 100,000 salary to be a security guard, but then not having to work every day. It would feel a bit strange and unsettling. At least he should be told to patrol a bit, to make it feel meaningful, right? Chen Yue was teaching the rookie at Meng Yiran's place at night. Meanwhile, Shang Wanwan kept trying to chat with Tang Tian during dinner, but the latter completely ignored her, making her look just like a female version of Fei Yangyang. As for Qian Jiangma, after seeing the task, he also disappeared within the city of Tiandou, not to be found. Gradually, the sky brightened, but Tang San, far away in Gongxin City, still hadn't woken up, which made both Tang Hao and Tang Xiao anxious. Brother Hao, waiting like this isn't a solution. Tang Xiao frowned deeply, looking at the worried Tang Hao, and said solemnly, how about we send Little Sand to Sea God Island for treatment? No way. Tang Hao shook his head. Did you forget how we entered Sea God Island before? As Title Douluos, we had to enter the same way we did decades ago when we helped Tang Chun deliver a message. But we hadn't even been there for 3 minutes before I was clearly arranged by the 7 holy pillars. Tang Xiao was a bit less awkward because he was a super doll, but when Poseidon came, it turned into a crawl on the ground. Even though they later clarified their identities and mentioned the message delivery from decades ago, Poseidon's intention at that time clearly wasn't to let them stay. However, later for some unknown reason, perhaps after some persuasion from the 7 holy pillars, Poseidon changed her mind and allowed them to participate in the sea god's sacred pillars bestowal for assessment, swearing that if they succeeded, they would stay on Sea God Island forever. So, now for Tang Hao, whether it's avenging the sect or avenging the spider legs, it all depended on Tang San. But once they sent Tang San to Sea God Island, the Tang family would probably end up languishing there for a lifetime, and any thoughts of revenge would be out of the question. That's why Tang Hao was so concerned about Tang San. If it weren't for this reason, he wouldn't have stayed by Tang San's side for a whole night. Just think about it. A father who can make a 2- or 3-year-old child cook for themselves, and even cook for them. What kind of love could he have for his son? But we searched through all the healing soul masters in Gongxin City, and they all said there was nothing wrong with his physical condition. But his mental energy was exhausted and fatigued. They don't know how long it will take for him to wake up. Tang Hao snorted coldly. So, does that mean you want to let go of the sect feud? Tang Hao fell silent. The sect had become an inescapable part of his life. Just like that, the two brothers kept vigil in that wooden house, waiting for Tang San to wake up from morning until evening, when some changes finally occurred. The two brothers, sitting cross-legged in meditation, suddenly opened their eyes wide, their expressions serious. Someone is coming. They were in a small building located in the western part of the Star Luo Empire, closest to the sea. At this moment, 2 elderly men, dressed in attire clearly different from the mainland style, with serious expressions, appeared here. In this Gongxin city, the shadow of that guy has surprisingly disappeared. How strange. However, here, there are still remnants of soul power fluctuations left from the Battle of the Title Douluo. These two old men, one named Chen Yue and the other Heaven Dou Palace, are the twin brothers from the Xinguan sect, part of the Dai family lineage. Among them, Chen Yue's martial soul is the evil Eye Flame Tiger, while Heaven Dou Palace's is the evil Eye Extreme Cold Tiger, both at the peak of level 96. They have come here to investigate the incidents involving several neutral offerings in the Xinguan sect. These offerings have naturally been replenished with blood energy by the King of Slaughter. But unfortunately, they have turned Gongxin City upside down without finding anything. In the end, they sense the remnants of blood energy and soul power fluctuations outside Gongxin City from traces on the city wall, and thus they found their way to this harbor. It seems there are two mice and a little mouse. ChenYue glanced at the small building, and in an instant, his hand transformed into a giant fiery tiger paw. With a swing, he shot a fireball towards that small building. Similarly, the Tang brothers, who since the arrival of Title Douluo and Heaven Dou Palace were already prepared. Tang Xiao snorted coldly and swung a large hammer violently at the fireball, smashing it to pieces. Chen Yue narrowed his eyes. Haotian hammer? The previous attack was just a casual probing strike, but for them, facing other Title Douluo would still be more than enough. After all, the Xinguan sect has been hidden for so many years, and the Super Douluo cultivated within it has battle power that is quite different from those Title Douluo on the continent. Their actual battle power must be much higher. To level 96 peaks? Tang Xiao clearly felt the soul power fluctuations of the two, holding the Haotian hammer, larger than that of others, and stood guard on either side of the small building with Tang Hao, staring at the two guys in front of them. After so many years, you Haotian sect, could it be that you're still relying on the great Summer City, the Chaos Wind Hammer technique, and the Haotian shield? Qian Renxue flicked his fingers and casually asked, "This old and outdated stuff from hundreds of years ago shouldn't be brought out to embarrass yourselves." The Haotian sect was not established by Tang Chen. Its history is only slightly later than that of the Xinguan sect, and the two sect masters had once fought against each other, both familiar with each other's unique soul skills. Of course, the unique soul skills of the Xinguan sect from back then have long been passed on to the younger generation as basic unique soul skills, and the ones used in the Xinguan sect now are already more advanced unique soul skills. Hearing the contemptuous voice from the other side, Tang Xiao's expression suddenly turned cold. "Do you dare to insult the legacy of my Haotian sect? Are you tired of living?" Without saying a word, he directly swung a hammer towards Qian Haotian 9 extremes. Just a minor skill. Qian Douluo sneered coldly. As he raised his hands, they eerily transformed into two tiger paws enveloped in red flames, fiercely blocking in front of him. Flame arm. As he blocked, many fire barriers appeared around him. From a distance, it looked as if a wall of fiery wind had formed in front of him. Bang! The Haotian hammer struck the fire barrier fiercely. Yet Tang Xiao's proud Haotian 9 extremes attack failed to leave even a trace on the fiery wind wall. Not even a crack appeared. How is this possible? Tang Xiao stared in shock at Qian Douluo. How could you withstand my Haotian 9 extremes head on? I told you. This old and outdated stuff from hundreds of years ago should not be brought out to embarrass yourselves. Qian Douluo sneered. This thing should have been eliminated hundreds of years ago. Now it's my turn. As his words fell, he shook his shoulder, and the surrounding fiery wind wall actually began to roll and press towards Tang Xiao. Flame cage. Oh no! Seeing his elder brother in trouble, Tang Hao's expression changed drastically. Without saying a word, he directly activated his 7th soul skill, Haotian True Body. Chaos Wind Hammer Technique. Haotian 9 extremes. Knowing that Tang Hao's previous Haotian 9 extremes had been blocked, Tang Hao understood that the other Biona might also have corresponding unique soul skills to block it. So he unleashed all these unique soul skills in the state of his martial soul True Body. Ice Mirror. Seeing Tang Hao charge out, Heaven Dou Palace did not hesitate. He raised his hands, and his palms eerily transformed into pure, white tiger paws. A chilling mirror suddenly emerged in his palms, and in the blink of an eye, it rapidly expanded, turning into a layer of ice wall. Bang! The massive Haotian True Body suddenly slammed into this ice wall. However, such strength, which could once heavily injure 7 Title Douluo in front of the Hall of Elders, only created a few cracks on the ice wall. What? Tang Hao was shocked. This is impossible. There is nothing impossible. Heaven Dou Palace sneered. A bunch of stubborn, decaying people who just sit and wait for their demise. Saying this, he suddenly shook his tiger paw. Let you see my... Storm star cloud split. Sorry, wrong scene. Primordial cold ice solidify. In an instant, the Haotian hammer that struck the ice wall began to visibly freeze. Get away. The marshal's soul, true body shook, tried to use soul power to shatter the cold ice. But Tang Hao was shocked to find that his soul power could not break it. How is this possible? Primordial cold ice, north wind. Before Tang Hao could react and figure it out, Heaven Dou Palace suddenly shouted, and his cold tiger paw reached out from afar. In an instant, a massive gust of bone-chilling cold wind, mixed with ice, strangely pierced through the ice wall and struck Tang Hao solidly. It was as if he had been slapped across the face. Tang Hao's entire Haotian hammer true body was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, landing hard and gasping for breath. Beside him, Tang Xiao, after his fall, similarly landed head first into the sand. Dan Xiao, Dan Hao, what Haotian sect? Just a bunch of trash, unable to withstand even two of my unique soul skills. What use are you? Qian Renxue scoffed disdainfully, crossing his arms and shaking his head. 200 years ago, your Haotian sect Tang Wei used your so-called legacy here to defeat my grandfather, who was only level 95, with his level 98 soul power. If it weren't for my grandfather's soul power being insufficient at that time, do you think your sect Tang Wei could have one? Hearing this name, Tang Hao trembled all over. Tang Wei? That was his great-grandfather. At this moment, Tang Xiao, who was struggling to pull his head out of the sandy pit, also heard this and was immediately shocked. You are. By the way, after all these years, how is your Tang Chen from the Haotian sect? At this moment, Heaven Dou Palace seemed to think of something and casually asked, I wonder if that Tang Chen can withstand a few of my unique soul skills now. Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, the hiding in the shadows to investigate enemy movements. Who is it? The felt speechless at this remark, his breath hitching, but he never expected that this slight difference would instantly alert the. He heard the let out a low shout, then, with a sweep of his tiger paw, a fireball shot toward the. It was right over the sea surface. Damn! The sensed the terrifying energy contained in the fireball, and his expression changed. He felt that the 1 meter of water in front of him wouldn't save him at all. In an instant, he focused his mind, causing his external soul bone to tremble and form a shield in front of him. Sure enough, the fireball, upon entering the water, did not extinguish or dissipate. Instead, it sped toward with even greater velocity, hitting his cloud-bat soul bone shield solidly. Boom! Chapter 101 Tang Xiao, Big Brother. Will the little third suffocate with his head stuck in the sand? S. As usual, merging them, too lazy to split them, the transition is almost done. The reasons behind, and will be explained later, don't rush to question, pits must be filled. In the view of the two brothers, a towering water column suddenly erupted on the sea surface, even creating a massive tsunami. The powerful soul power exploded in the air. If they weren't both super Douluos, the aftermath alone could have sent them flying. Why are these two super Douluos so strong? This thought crossed not only Tang Hao's mind, but also Tang Xiao's. Even the, who was knocked back to the seabed despite having the cloud bat soul bone blocking the attack, shared the same thought. Why is there such a huge gap between these two brothers and those two super Douluos? Such a strong, self-created soul skill. He had never seen anything like it in his life. Where is he? After the aftermath dispersed, the quickly reached the surface of the sea, gliding as if walking on water, each toe touching the sea surface, conjuring an ice block that vanished back into seawater as soon as he lifted his foot. This scene made the Tang brothers exclaim in amazement. Big brother, there is no one here? At this moment, there was pushed down to the seabed, dozens of meters deep, and upon sensing its arrival, he quickly dove deeper. These two were simply too terrifying. Although his external soul bone had just blocked the damage, and he could say he only sustained minor injuries from the shock, even so, he didn't dare to confront them. No surprise, with this self-created soul skill of mine, he was undoubtedly going to die. In response, the merely said lightly, then turned his gaze to the two Tang brothers, causing them to shiver as if facing a great enemy. Seeing this, the only smiled faintly. Rest assured, if I wanted to kill you, I would have done so long ago. The Tang brothers exchanged glances, remaining silent. By the way, your Haotian sect, I heard it was destroyed. Why hasn't Tang Chen appeared? They counted the time on his fingers. As of now, the only person in the entire Haotian sect who knew of his and his brother's existence should be Tang Chen, right? He remembered the last time he saw Tang Chen was 100 years ago when they were both ordinary Title Douluos and had sparred. Ultimately, he was quite familiar with the Haotian sect's ultimate skills, breaking through Tang Chen's various ultimate techniques. After that, he hadn't seen Tang Chen again. but he had heard that Tang Shun had improved the great Sumeru hammer, which had eventually evolved into a powerful explosive ring. Unfortunately, he hadn't experienced it, so he didn't know its actual strength. His grandfather didn't know where he had gone. It was said he was searching for the elusive path to divinity. Tang Xiao, feeling that the two of them had no malice, finally spoke up. But his words made the yin pause slightly, exchanging glances. Immediately chuckled. Indeed, the future still depends on you young people. Let us go. They did not say more, casually glancing into the distance where he spotted a Title Douluo. Could it be someone you know? Title Douluo? Acquaintance? Tang Xiao and Tang Hao exchanged glances. But before they could respond, and had already left the scene. They had come out this time with a mission to investigate the many Title Douluos who had gone missing in Gongxin City, and naturally, they had no time to waste with the Tang brothers here. Brother, how will you think these people really are? Tang Xiao watched them leave, his frown deepening. Even after they had disappeared, his frown remained tight. However, after frowning for a while, without receiving a response from Tang Hao, he turned back in confusion. Hao, what is wrong with you, huh? He saw Tang Hao had already rushed toward the place where they mentioned there was a person, wielding the Hao-Ian hammer and waving it ahead. Damn, this Title Douluo is none other than the elusive Dugubo. He too had been wanted in Tiandou City. The reason being his collusion with Prince Xuesheng, intending to rebel. Of course, with Dugubo's poison, he wouldn't necessarily fear those small fry. But the last time he faced the Guangling Douluo, it nearly cost him his life, causing Dugubo to dare not resist and to keep fleeing. After all, at that moment, facing the despair from Guangling Douluo, he never wanted to experience that again. It was truly terrifying. He almost ended up as nothing but bones. Of course, for the peculiar Dugubo, enduring was not a solution, and upon discovering that the guards pursuing him had chased him all the way to Suotawa City, he couldn't hold back any longer and killed that group of guards. As a result, when he was leaving at noon that day, he ran into Qianjun Jiangma. At that moment, Dugubo was thinking, damn, facing the Qianjun Jiangma after enhancement max, he had almost no combat power left and could only act like a worm. Yes, the dignified Dugubo poisoned Douluo. He got hit by his martial soul true body on the ground. Then he connected with the cave he had previously been fighting in. However, Qianjun Jiangma somehow sensed his presence from the cave entrance, leaving him no choice but to escape in two directions with his granddaughter, Duguyan. Earlier, he had just escaped the passage when he was spotted by but evidently, didn't he think that such a trash Title Douluo as Dugubo could kill a Title Douluo of the Star Luo Empire. So he completely ignored him. As for the Tang brothers, the earlier provocation from toward the Hao-Hian sect was a spur-of-the-moment decision or a sarcastic remark, but rather, he was trying to assess whether these two were the culprits. Although the Title Douluos lost by their Xinguan sect were somewhat lacking in strength, the standard, they believed he could still handle it. After all, the first step to learning was how to break the Hao-Ian sect's ultimate skills. However, after testing, he completely dismissed that idea. The strength of these two was too weak, and their condition was still at its peak, which did not resemble that of someone had just fought several Title Douluos a few days ago. Thus, the Tang brothers unknowingly slipped around the gates of death. Of course, if we talk about the matter at hand, as Tang Hao said, even if the two brothers of the QianRenxue Douluo can kill the Tang family brothers, they would likely be heavily injured. After all, they are two super Douluos. It's not a matter of one-for-one exchange, but if they fight to the death, they could still lose half their health, right? At this moment, Dugubo felt like he had been trampled by a herd of wild buffalo on the African savannah. His mind was in chaos. Just as he had finally managed to escape, he hadn't even had time to catch his breath when a Hao-Ian hammer came crashing down on him. Damn! Despite the anger boiling in his heart, Dugubo didn't give up. Instead, he let out a low shout and directly unleashed his ninth spirit skill. In an instant, his figure became transparent, but from all directions, countless toxins surged forth. Holy crap! Feeling the terrifying toxic mist, Tang Hao's heart tightened, and the thought of venting his anger on Dugubo was abruptly cut off. He then saw Dugubo's figure flash and quickly retreat. Run fast! Dugubo had previously used his martial soul's true form to shake off Qianjun Jiangma, but it had consumed a lot of his soul power. Now, after using another ninth spirit skill, he had even less left. So taking advantage of the fact that the toxic mist hadn't dispersed yet, and while still in a semi-transparent state, he dove straight into the sea without a second thought. Even if he couldn't have it, it didn't matter, with his martial soul manifesting. His snake tail instantly began to sway. By the time the toxic mist dissipated, was Dugubo's figure. Damn! Tang Hao saw that there was completely no aura left in the surroundings and angrily slammed his hammer down on the beach, cursing They ran away like mice, so fast. After fighting with the Heaven Dou Palace, he was filled with pent-up anger, originally thinking he could vent it on a Title Douluo, but who would have thought? All right. How, brother? Tang Xiao walked over helplessly. Let us go. It's not suitable to stay here any longer. We should head to the Stardo Forest. Bring Xiao San with us. Maybe we can go back to the blue-silver forest for some healing. Tang Hao glanced over at Tang San, who had been left behind in the sand like a carrot due to the fight, and his heart sank. Big brother, what? Don't you pull Xiao San out? What is going on? But he is unconscious, with his head stuck in the sand, one tee. Suffocate? Tang Xiao. Damn, now that you mention it, that actually makes some sense. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and give him artificial respiration. Speaking of artificial respiration, they had learned the theory from a doctor named Ji Xiang on the way to Sea God Island. After all, Ji Xiang wouldn't dare to test it on a living person, just as the Tang family brothers were hurriedly trying to rescue Tang San. The Heaven Dou Palace had already returned to Tiando City. You mean self-created spirit skills, one fire and one ice, right? Yes, Senior Chen. The two brothers Tang Hao can only hold on for a few rounds under these two super Douluos. If they hadn't held back, the Tang family brothers. Chen Yue frowned slightly, looking at the Heaven Dou Palace. He took out a recording stone and, after watching the footage, fell into deep thought. This Xingguan sect has indeed hidden some skills over the years. However, what does he know Tang Chen? This was something Chen Yue couldn't figure out. Logically speaking, a peerless Douluo's lifespan is capped at 4 cycles, and they usually live for about 3 cycles. Even among the history of soul masters, those who have lived for 3.5 cycles are extremely rare. According to what the QianRenxue Douluo said, he is evidently from an older generation than Tang Chen, which means he is about the same age as Tang Chen's father. If Chen Yue remembered correctly, the current Tang Chen should be nearing 3 cycles. And according to the normal concept in the Soul Master world, the age gap between parents and children is generally around 40 years, referring to Tang Hao and Tang San. Don't take it too seriously. So, that means the QianRenxue Douluo and Heaven Dou Palace brothers are approaching the peak lifespan of a peerless Douluo? How is that possible? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yue then found Guangling Dou to inquire about the relevant records in the Spirit Hall. According to the normal lifespan of soul masters, a non-peerless Douluo can live up to 180 years, while a peerless Douluo is destined to pass away at 250 years. Guangling Dou said, unless one becomes a divine candidate, their lifespan might increase slightly, but that is a special case. Not to mention, this only made things more confusing. Once the wedding is over, I need to take a look. Chen Yue pondered for a moment and finally made a decision. Then, he turned around and looked at Guangling Douluo beside him. How was the wedding matter progressing? Originally, it was said to be held in a few days, but unexpectedly, a change occurred that had to be postponed. Chen Yue didn't have any problems with the specifics, but from Guangling Dou's expression, it seemed quite serious. Senior Chen, it's like this. Guangling Dou hesitated for a moment before saying, the night before the wedding was supposed to be arranged. The northern part of the empire was attacked by a beast tide, and the entire army of Lindong City was annihilated. Tianxue City, which is closest to Lindong City, also suffered heavy losses, especially Tianxue Academy, which was the most tragic. So, Han Shui and the 7 members of the Tianxue battle team. Hearing this, Chen Yue understood. It should be that the Ice Bear King discovered the battlefield there and learned from the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion and the Titan Snow Demon races that the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor were missing, which triggered the Beast Tide, intending to retrieve the 2 extreme northern kings. Fortunately, Tianxue Academy had long since relocated to Tiando City and merged with the 4 Elements Academy, so they didn't have many students left in Tianxue City, and the casualties were not significant. Chen Yue nodded. What about the others? Yi Leiling from a Yi family is already prepared and has arrived in Tiando City. Arrangements will be made for her to enter the palace tonight. Guangling Douuluo. Continue with the situation of the others. The Fire family from the Qihua Academy is also ready and has arrived in Tiando City. But it seems they are observing how we handle the situation in Tianxue City. With this, Chen Yue understood that Guangling Douuluo was under some pressure. After all, with the beast tide coming, even a Title Douluo would find it quite challenging, and given that Guangling Douuluo had no usable Title Douluo at his disposal, it was no wonder he was troubled. What? You say there's still a snake spear? Sorry, they only listen to Chen Yue and completely ignore Guangling Douuluo. Since everything is ready, let us not delay any longer. Let us prepare for tonight. Chen Yue didn't plan to waste any more time on this so-called concubine matter. The appearance of the QianRenxue Douluo and Heaven Dou made him realize that something seemed to be changing in the Douluo continent. He needed to take a look. at least to see what kind of people the Qian Douluo were. A challenge above Super Douluos? Do you think you have a divine weapon or something? Chapter 102 Yi Leiling, Your Majesty, I wonder if you would like to see the power of a female genius? Damn, I almost overslept. Luckily, I made it in time. Still the same old story, too lazy to unpack. Leiling, remember once you enter the palace, you must listen to His Majesty. It's best to have him stay over at your place every night. If you have a child, our Yi family status will definitely rise sharply. In front of the Tiando Imperial Palace, the head of the Yi family earnestly gave his last instructions to his daughter Yi Leiling. Also, I hope you can pass on the 9-heart begonia and not let it go to waste. 9-heart begonia. Each generation can only have one inheritor. At the same time, there can only be 2 9-heart begonia spirit masters alive at the same time. Only with one death can another possibly emerge. This is recognized as the rarest martial soul on the mainland. In this generation of the Yi family, there are only Yi Lingling's mother and Yi Lingling herself with a 9-heart sea lotus. The others either have auxiliary system, sea lotus hearts, or control system, sea lotus flowers. For example, Yi Lingling's father, the head of the Yi family, has a control system, sea lotus flower, as his martial soul. The overall strength of the Yi family is not very strong. The highest ranking head of the Yi family is merely a soul sage, which naturally cannot compare with other nobles. Therefore, the head of the Yi family made a decisive decision and, without hesitation, directly took his daughter Yi Lingling into the imperial palace tonight. In this way, the Yi family would also be considered one of the first royal relatives. I understand. Yi Lingling was a bit nervous. Although it wasn't her first time at the Heaven Dou Imperial Palace, her previous visits were just to play with Xue Ku, so there was no significant pressure. But now she was entering as the emperor's concubine, and this. Go! The head of the Yi family waved his hand, turned around, and no longer looked at Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling silently stepped onto the sedan chair carried by 4 Yi family girls, heading towards the palace gate. The guards in the palace had basically been replaced by the Angel Legion, and after ChenRenxue entered the secret realm, this Angel Legion was led by the light Feather Douluo. Although they found it strange that the young master was a girl, yet still took in a concubine, they did not raise any objections or gossip. This was a soul sage legion known for its strict discipline. Not only the Yi family, but also the Hua family sensed the heavy atmosphere and began to arrange for Hua Wu to marry as well. However, unlike Yi Lingling, Hua Wu resisted very fiercely. No, father, grandfather, I don't want to marry Xue Qinghe. Shortly after the Soul Master competition ended, she had formed a bond with Feng Xiaotian, but the Hua family had never agreed to the Feng family's proposal, so the marriage had been delayed. In the original story, the two were expected to marry shortly after the upheaval in the Heaven Dou Palace, but unfortunately, events like those of the 3 major sects happened before the palace coup, making the wedding of these 2 juniors seem insignificant in the eyes of both the Feng family and the more powerful Hua family. Therefore, the originally planned marriage date was repeatedly postponed until after the snowy night when the crown prince Xue Qinghe ascended the throne and a series of events unfolded. The Hua family then realized the urgency and hurried to try to salvage the situation. Meanwhile, the Feng family also sensed that something was off, and the marriage date was entirely denied. The head of the Feng family was even holding onto Feng Xiaotian tightly, wanting to demand an explanation from the palace. No, Hua Wu's father snorted coldly. I said, whether you want to go or not, you must go tonight. Someone, here, quickly capture this disobedient daughter and put her on the sedan. Yes, to ensure a smooth capture. Hua Wu's father had specially chosen female guards from the Hua family to come, and without any discussion, they captured Hua Wu. No, don't, father, please. I won't be with Xiaotian. How can you do this? If it weren't for her insufficient strength, Hua Wu would have directly resisted, but unfortunately, even though she had already advanced to Soul Emperor, she had no power to fight against her father, who had been a soul sage for decades. Grandfather, say something. Seeing her father silent, she could only turn her attention to her grandfather, the head of the Hua family. Grandfather, please say something fair. Vuya. The head of the Hua family was silent for a moment before he spoke, but his voice was a bit hoarse. If you don't go, then. Hua Wu was overjoyed. She opened her mouth to say she wanted to marry Feng Xiaotian, but just as the words were on the tip of her tongue, she could no longer say them, because the head of the Hua family's voice rang out again, and this statement completely stunned her. If you don't go, our Hua family will need to break out of Heaven Dou City immediately and flee to the extreme north, or to the Star Luo Empire. Hua Wu, WHY? The head of the Hua family's voice was hoarse, but his tone was exceptionally calm. You have seen the fate of the greatest nobles of the empire. If you don't want to become like them, then we can only intermarry. Otherwise, we must flee. Huowu was puzzled. Then, why don't we go to the Martial Soul Hall? She remembered that a long time ago, the Martial Soul Hall had come to recruit them into the Four Elements Academy, but no one agreed, and it even sparked conflicts. But now, since they couldn't stay in the Heaven Dou Empire, why couldn't they go to the Martial Soul Hall? Wu, you are still too naive. One of the elders from the Hua family said, what kind of strength does the seven-treasure glazed tile school have? To want to kick it out? I'm not speaking recklessly. In the entire Heaven Dou Empire, very few people can do that. So, is it the Martial Soul Hall? Huowu instantly understood. But precisely because of this, her face turned pale at that moment. So, does this mean that Xue Qinghe is colluding with the Martial Soul Hall? Everyone fell silent, and no one answered her question. After a moment of silence, the head of the Hua family spoke again. Even if we rely on the Star Luo Empire, we will likely just be delaying our demise. Once the Star Luo Empire surrenders or is defeated, our entire Hua family will probably suffer. The men will be exiled or executed, and the women will be sent to the brothel division. That's right. The brothel division is exactly the kind of place you think it is. Upon hearing these three words, many of the Hua family women turned pale. It was said that the most worthless thing in the brothel division was a life, while the most valuable was beauty. Without a pretty face, one could be beaten to death or even dead without anyone caring. It is said that not far from the brothel division, there is a burial ground for the brothel, a mass grave for those who died there. So, Wu, have you thought it through? The head of the Hua family said, either fight to break out and struggle for survival or compromise and submit. Even if we successfully break out and rely on the Star Luo Empire, we may not be accepted because by then we will surely be severely weakened and our value greatly diminished. Between the Heaven Dou Empire and the Star Luo Empire lies the Martial Soul Hall. To get from Heaven Dou City to the Star Luo Empire, one must either take the detour around the Star Dou Forest or go through the Martial Soul City. But no matter which way, the risk factor is very high. At that time, if even 10% of the Hua family's people survive, it would already be a great achievement. Huowu. Faced with this question from the head of the Hua family, she ultimately fell silent, giving up her struggle, allowing the female guards holding her to take her to the dressing room. What are you still dawdling about? Hurry up and get her dressed. Seeing that the maid was still dazed, Huowu's father snorted coldly, scaring the maids and hurriedly following her into the dressing room. After a while, once the makeup and dressing were completed, in the dressing room, Huowu wore a red, strapless long dress, paired with dark red long waves that cascaded down to her waist. Under the pure white, she looked extremely dazzling. Unfortunately, after she changed her outfit, a maid came up with a cloak to cover all the exposed whiteness. This was specially prepared for the one in the Imperial Palace, not for passers-by or the men of the Hua family. Lift the sedan, with a command from the head of the Hua family. 4 female guards dressed in fiery red flower long skirts lifted the sedan, carrying Huowu towards the Heaven Dou Imperial Palace. The Four Elements Academy is also located in Heaven Dou City, and soon, the news that Yi Lingling and Huowu were sent to the Imperial Palace spread throughout the streets and alleys. No way. Wu is definitely not doing this voluntarily. I have to save her. The most intense reaction came from Feng Xiaotian. His face turned red with anger, and he stood up in disbelief, rushing towards the Heaven Dou Palace like a madman. What are you still standing there for? Stop this ungrateful child. The head of the Feng family, who was injured from fighting with other nobles, didn't react in time. By the time he did respond, Feng Xiaotian had already fled the Feng family, and he quickly called on his clan members to capture him. At this moment, Feng Xiaotian had already become a level 61 Soul Emperor, so the Feng family could only send Soul Emperors to intercept and capture him. Unfortunately, after the struggles with some nobles, the available Soul Emperors and Soul Saints in the Feng family had significantly decreased, and in the end, it was still the head of the Feng family, injured, who followed along. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling and Huowu were arranged in a side hall, but it is worth mentioning that because they were concubines, they did not have independent palaces, but rather a dormitory-like room for 4 people. However, the space was quite large, almost as big as a football field. After QianRenxue ascended to the throne, she basically cleared out the entire harem, and naturally, all the consorts of the Snow Knight Emperor were buried with him. As these people were old and unattractive, leaving them would affect the mood. Some palaces were even demolished and replanned, deciding which concubine would live where. After all this, it seemed that QianRenxue really took in concubines like a true emperor. Your Majesty. Soon, Yi Lingling and Huowu in the side hall were summoned. This was not a bedroom, but a large courtyard deep in the palace, which happened to be the front yard of ChenYue's residence. In front of this originally spacious courtyard, A dragon bed had been set up at some unknown time, surrounded by shimmering golden door curtains. Neither soul power nor mental power could penetrate this golden curtain. This was the result of Tang Tiantian's studies, a defensive soul guide. But its quality level was not very high, and for ChenYue, its defense could be completely ignored. A detached voice came from behind the golden curtains. QianRenxue was sitting inside, helplessly rubbing her temples. After staying inside for just 2 months, she was caught by ChenYue, who said it was time to take in concubines. At this point, her belly was already showing, gradually expanding. If it weren't for the cover of this soul guide, her aura from the disguised soul bone would likely reveal flaws. As the saying goes, those who recognize the times are the true talents. Slap, QianRenxue said, then suddenly slapped her palm and glared at ChenYue, who just smiled silently. In response, QianRenxue was at a loss for words. But she could only ignore ChenYue and continue. The Yi family and the Hua family should be true talents. Upon hearing this, Hua Wu's face immediately turned pale. She realized that what the elders of her family had analyzed might indeed be true. This Snow Qinghe was really. However, Yi Lingling was much more open-minded about it. Unlike Hua Wu, who had never encountered a suitable husband in her life, marrying the emperor was also an option for her. And she didn't care much about it. After all, she would fulfill her duties as a wife, even if she was taken in as a concubine. With this thought in mind, she suddenly had a flash of inspiration and blurted out, "Your Majesty, I wonder if you would like to experience the power of a female talent?" QianRenxue? ChenYue? Hua Wu? What the hell is going on with Yi Lingling? The gazes of the three almost simultaneously landed on the blushing Yi Lingling, especially QianRenxue, whose eyes were about to pop out. In her impression, Yi Lingling was a quiet and cold girl. How did she suddenly? Did I say something wrong? Feeling the strange atmosphere, Yi Lingling instinctively shrank her head. Cursing in her heart, second, aunt is misleading me. That's right. During this time, in order to teach her how to gain favor, several women from the Yi family had started coaching her, and the scenes made her want to burrow into the ground. But there was no way. This was something she had to learn. In the end, she couldn't remember much, except for one format. Your Majesty, I wonder if you would like to experience the power of XXX? She only remembered that this XXX needed to connect the previous and the next. As long as it aligned with the emperor's words, it would definitely be correct. That's right. QianRenxue looked at ChenYue with a strange gaze. Her eyes questioning, could it be that you acted first? ChenYue, unable to shrug it off, raised his shoulders, indicating that he had no idea. That's right, Lingling, right? Come in. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling's face immediately turned slightly red, but she didn't say anything. Facing Hua Wu's strange gaze, she hurriedly approached the golden curtain with small steps. Here, bathed in light, remember to close your eyes before entering. This was the main purpose of having Tang Tian create this golden curtain. Once inside, just stand still and listen to my commands, understand? Yi Lingling quickly nodded. This servant understands. It's just about closing her eyes and then listening to commands. This part was easy. However, she was a bit anxious about that potential pain. Chapter 103 ChenYue. Hua Wu. Feng Xiaodian asked me if I'm a man. How should I answer this question? The old rule of the 4-in-1. Too lazy to break it down, the transition is not bad. Feels like this concubine-taking thing has dragged on for so long, still missing the ChenYue Academy. One by one, don't rush. In his previous life, ChenYue never understood what his rich second-generation roommate meant by one phrase. What phrase? It was marriage, and finding a partner is like maintaining a car. He still remembered how his rich second-generation roommate introduced it, leaving him stunned and confused. It was only when he put into practice that he finally realized that guy seemed to be right. Generally, experienced drivers would go to small roadside shops for car maintenance, even though it was quite expensive at $200 each time. If they needed to add a blow and carbon cleaning, at least an additional $20 tip was required. However, in some professional 4S shops with standardized services, the total cost was just over $1,000. Even replacing a headlight, one of those bright and white original F-Series headlights comparable to ChenYue, would only add an extra $600. Not to mention those independent workshops that excel in service and technology, where small maintenance costs $500 and large maintenance costs $900. Furthermore, some individual businesses skilled in modifications. Wow, that's something else. For just $2,000, they could bring you the most comfortable and intense driving experience. Absolutely unforgettable. The original words of this rich second-generation roommate, the once naive ChenYue, had been left in confusion, which was why he thought about buying a car. But now, he seemed to understand the deeper meaning of those words. Not understanding was still pure. Remember to maintain that spring festival spirit, which can keep one energetic. Chen Yue sighed, looking at the new car in front of him, which had already fallen asleep with a red face. He raised his hand to examine the headlight, indeed a bit white, but compared to his limited edition white Porsche, it was somewhat lacking. The next moment, ChenRenxue pressed against his back, her voice low and filled with resentment. You, why are you so full of tricks? Then why don't you try? ChenRenxue quickly shook her head. No need. Let's wait until this troublesome little thing is born. She couldn't guarantee whether this bull like Chen Yue would charge indirectly, and it would be a small matter if he knocked away her soul. Losing the baby would be a big deal. She is Chen Yue's first woman, and she has to rely on the child as her anchor to secure her position, while these women are her bargaining chips. Chen Yue sees through her little schemes, but chooses not to expose them. After all, women are just vying for favor, and for him, only ChenRenxue is true love, while the others are merely accidents. However, he naturally dotes on the obedient accidents, while those who are disobedient, like the Heaven Dou Palace, well, he can do as he pleases. Your Majesty. Outside the golden curtain, Wu's legs tremble as she clings to the ice dragon. Upon closer inspection, beneath her red dress, her bare feet, exposed after being ordered to remove her shoes upon entering, seem to reflect some light. Come in, ChenRenxue casually says as she applies facial cleanser to Chen Yue. Yes. Wu, trembling, slowly approaches the golden curtain, closes her eyes, spreads her legs, and remains still. That's right. Wu closes her eyes and steps into the golden curtain, following the instructions. Hiss. Suddenly, Wu gasps, unable to help but open her eyes. And in that moment, she is completely stunned. No, you're not ChenYue. Who are you? Even though she is blinded by the golden light the moment she opens her eyes, the first image she sees is deeply etched in her mind. What was that image? On a bed about 36 square meters in size, Yi Lingling is lying there asleep, completely exposed. And in front of her stands an extraordinarily handsome man who is stunningly beautiful and second only to the reader, along with a beautiful young woman behind him applying facial cleanser. And beneath such a stunning appearance, she is certain that this is definitely not ChenYue. Oh, you found out, huh? Chen Yue is not surprised at all, given Wu's fiery and slightly rebellious personality. It is not surprising that she would open her eyes the moment the protective film is torn away. Who are you? Wu is shocked and wants to step back, but her waist is firmly held by Chen Yue, and she can only shout angrily, You are indulging in a promiscuous harem. You want to destroy the 9 clans. Destroy the 9 clans? Chen Yue chuckles, and even ChenRenxue can't help but cover her mouth and laugh lightly. Little sister, your words scare me. The Xue family, which doesn't even have a Title Douluo, is easy to wipe out. The more Wu hears, the more frightened she becomes. But being blind, she cannot see anything clearly. What do you mean? Nothing much. ChenRenxue casually says, Those who know how to recognize the situation are wise. I wonder if you recognize it or if you're obedient. What do you want to do? Wu's face pales, unsure if it's from fear or Chen Yue's actions, and she stutters. I warn you, don't mess around. I'll mess around. Just say what you will. Chen Yue sneers. If it weren't for the fact that you are still a new car, not a second-hand one, you'd be in the little black room by now. Wu is confused by his words about new cars and second-hand cars, but she subconsciously feels that these are not good terms. Her expression slightly changes as she says, All right, I also prepared a substantial gift for you. But let's see if you can handle it and make me satisfied. Wu clearly feels Chen Yue's voice whispering in her ear, If I am not satisfied. The 7-treasure glazed tile school, along with the nobles during this time, will be your predecessor's cautionary tales. His low laughter sends chills down her spine. And Chen Yue also gasps in surprise. How crushing. What do you want? Wu stammers. Now, she finally understands why after Xue, Qinghe ascended to the throne, he appeared completely different in the eyes of many. It turns out that this Xue Qinghe had long been replaced. The one on the throne is not a member of the Xue family at all. Moreover, judging by Chen Yue's tone, it is clear that the 7-treasure glazed tile school was destroyed by this person. It's simple. Chen Yue smiles slightly. I like your performance. There will be a wonderful show waiting for you later. Just hearing this makes Wu feel something is terribly wrong, but she can't pinpoint what it is. She just feels that what happens next won't be good. Soon, she understands. Let go of me, Xue Qinghe. What do you mean by striking down a couple as the emperor of the Heaven Dou Empire? Come out. It's Feng Xiaotian. The moment that voice sounds, Wu turns pale with fear, instinctively hugging herself and closing her legs, not wanting Feng Xiaotian to see her in such a disgraceful state. However, she is overthinking. Under this golden curtain, she can only see inside, while the outside can only see the glowing golden curtain. At this moment, Feng Xiaotian bursts through the golden curtain, suppressed by two ruthless members of the Angel Legion. Feng Xiaotian is merely a soul emperor of over 60 levels, and facing two female soul saints, especially elite soul saints from the Angel Legion. He has no power to resist at all and is directly forced to kneel under the golden curtain, roaring in fury. His eyes are bloodshot, his expression fierce, like an uncontrollable beast. Although Huo Wu, temporarily blind, cannot see Feng Xiaotian's current state, hearing his angry roar warms her heart. Xiaotian, let's play a game. How about it? Just as she is moved by Feng Xiaotian's reckless intrusion into the palace for her, Chen Yue's low laughter, like the voice of a devil, rings in her ear, startling her and making her muscles tense. What do you want to do? Let's check how much Feng Xiaotian loves you. Chen Yue smiles slightly. I've heard that some cars, no matter how many times they've been damaged or how many hands they've passed through, as long as they are finally given back, they will still be loved as before. That is true love. At this point, Chen Yue adds, of course, my car is either kept or scrapped. There is no talk of passing it on. Though she is confused by his words, Huo Wu's intuition tells her that this situation might not be good. Hiss. Just as she is thinking, Huo Wu suddenly gasps, her face starting to turn pale. Vuea. Hearing her gasp, Feng Xiaotian, in a panic, breaks out in a cold sweat, struggling desperately. No, let go of Wu. If you have the guts, come at me. Shueqinghe, are you even a man? Chen Yue whispers to Huo Wu. You tell me, am I a man? Huo Wu. She tightly shuts her red lips, remaining silent, ultimately bearing everything alone. Whether I am a man or not does not need your proof. It only needs to be known by Huo Wu. QianRenxue glances helplessly at Huo Wu in front of her, and, using a disguised soul bone to mimic Shueqinghe's voice, speaks up. The moment this voice sounds, Huo Wu trembles again. She clearly saw that beneath the golden curtain, there was only her, Yi Lingling, and one man and one woman. The man is definitely not Shueqinghe, and he even spoke to her. It is clear that it is the voice of a stranger. How could the other, beautiful young woman emit Shueqinghe's voice? Huo Wu is puzzled, but soon this overwhelming realization empties her soul, leaving her in a daze. Shueqinghe, you dare. Feng Xiaotian heard QianRenxue's words and immediately felt veins popping on his forehead. He shouted angrily, you dare to have ill intentions towards Wu? What about you? QianRenxue's light voice interrupted. Are you planning to have the entire Feng family bleed for it? Last time, the nobles who enjoyed themselves the most. Does your Feng family want to end up like them? This statement hit Feng Xiaotian like a bucket of cold water, chilling him from head to toe. What do you mean? Hearing his words, QianRenxue glanced at the unconscious Huo Wu and then at the still lifeless Chen Yue, feeling speechless. She couldn't shake the feeling that this man of hers was a bit clueless. There are so many wives and concubines in my harem, and Huo Wu is just a concubine. QianRenxue only said half of her thought, leaving the other half for Feng Xiaotian to imagine. Although she wanted to be the main wife of Chen Yue, she also knew the weight of things and couldn't spit out the meat she had already eaten. Sure enough, Feng Xiaotian immediately filled in the second half of her sentence in his mind, becoming excited and trembling. Why you? What are you saying? He seemed to understand why Shueqinghe insisted on taking a concubine. It turned out to be a strategy to win people over. In a fleeting thought, Feng Xiaotian overlooked many other inconsistencies, and at this moment, he was intoxicated. What do you want me to do? Feng Xiaotian said, trembling. Don't rush. QianRenxue said seriously, tonight is a wonderful time. Why not listen to Huo Wu's voice? Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste? Feng Xiaotian. Was this making him both suffer and feel pleasure? He knew that even after being the boiling lamb for so long, he had never heard Huo Wu's enchanting song. But now, as night deepened, by the time it was late into the night, Feng Xiaotian finally couldn't hold on anymore. With a low roar, his head tilted and he fainted. The angelic army's female soul saint, who had been detaining him, could only look at the 90 white and 10 red left behind by Feng Xiaotian on the ground and thought it might be wasted. So boring. QianRenxue's disinterested voice rang out. Take him down, brainwash him. Yes. Soon, a few angelic army soul saints waiting outside came to take Feng Xiaotian away. Inside the Golden Light Alliance, QianRenxue glanced at the emotionless Chen Yue, who had already dressed, and sighed helplessly. Aren't you going to clean up this battlefield? Someone will come. Chen Yue casually replied. You go into the secret realm first. If all goes well, you can have a second child when you come out next time. Oomph. QianRenxue's face instantly turned red. Although she was already pregnant, hearing Chen Yue say such explicit words still made her a bit shy. By the way, what do you plan to do about Hulaina? Do you have a way to make her turn against Tang San? If not, killing her is fine too. But it's a bit of a pity. How about keeping her in your little black room? ChenYue smiled mysteriously. I have my own clever plan. Initially, he wasn't confident about being able to reform Hulaina, this white-eyed wolf. But now, he felt like he could give it a try. If he could turn Hulaina into the kind of sickly little sister he wanted. It seemed doable. By the way, do you remember when we first met? What about it? Are you serious about wanting to be my stepfather? ChenYue. Chapter 104 QianRenxue. Do you think, can my mom still be saved? Yes. I'm too lazy to break it up. About the flashbacks of Qian Renxue and by Heras, don't rush, I will fill in the gaps slowly. It can't be true, right? QianRenxue looked at Chen Yue suspiciously, her eyes a bit dangerous. Do you really want to be my stepfather? What do you think? QianRenxue raised an eyebrow. I remember you said, where there's a master, there must be a disciple. Was my mom like that back then? For this matter, you might want to ask Wang Ling. He should know very well. QianRenxue was still not satisfied with this answer. Although she hadn't verified it yet, Chen Yue's words had not deviated from her expectations, except for the last trip to the extreme North Forest. It seemed like everything was under his control, which made it hard for QianRenxue not to trust him. Moreover, this kind of thing wasn't impossible to verify, so she didn't ask Dalu Wang Ling, but chose to believe directly. She still had this bit of trust. So what you just said, if Hulaina can be saved, can my mom be saved? This question took Chen Yue by surprise. He couldn't help but look at QianRenxue, and when he saw her lightly biting her lip and her hand caressing her round belly, he instantly understood. I will try my best. QianRenxue nodded, gently kissed Chen Yue on the mouth. Wait for me. Then, she walked into the Tianyuan secret realm. Chen Yue got dressed, called for Tang Tian, and threw Shangwan out, letting these two women deal with the aftermath while he walked toward the side hall. Not long ago, Dalu Guangling learned from the angelic army's female soul saint station nearby that Chen Yue was currently in a state of deep sleep, so he didn't dare to go over. Instead, he used a sound transmission method to tell Chen Yue that the King of Slaughter had returned and wanted to see Chen Yue. He was currently waiting in a side hall arranged by him. Due to his previous fear of Chen Yue, the King of Slaughter didn't dare to rebel and obediently waited on the side. Chen, Senior. The King of Slaughter stiffened upon seeing Chen Yue's arrival. His body froze, and after a moment of awkwardness, he finally spoke in a somewhat unnatural tone. He didn't know how to address Chen Yue, so he could only imitate how Dalu Guangling and the others addressed him. What is it? The King of Slaughter's state was not good, but Chen Yue could clearly feel that the evil blood energy on him had become denser, while the other type of slaughter energy had weakened significantly. It was obvious. Tang Chen's power had been weakened again. If this trend continued, Tang Chen's strength might eventually be suppressed to 1%. Then why can't you completely control it? Very simple. Tang Chen had completed the Shura 8 tests long ago, possessing abundant Shura divine power within him. And such power was not something an ordinary king of slaughter could crush with any non-divine strength. Tang San's king of Hell's order was indeed very strong and could cut off vitality, but unfortunately, it could only break through defenses and was still not able to deplete Tang Chen's energy. That was still the job of the king of slaughter himself. After all, he had a trace of Rakshasa divine demon energy. Even if it was only 1% or less, it was still a touch of divine level energy. If he forcibly broke through Tang Chen's energy defenses, it might consume him completely, so the king of slaughter chose to maintain a balance. But now, with a crack opened in Tang Chen's energy defenses by the poison of the king of Hell's order, this also gave the king of slaughter an opportunity to use that trace of divine level demonic energy to completely deplete him. In summary, Chen Yue concluded that the current power ratio between the king of slaughter and Tang Chen had probably reached 98:2. Moreover, the latter's energy was being deliberately restricted by the king of slaughter to prevent it from healing and forming energy defenses. So crushing it to 99, one was probably just a matter of time. Of course, it was completely unrealistic for the king of slaughter to consume Tang Chen's power with his own strength. He needed external forces. A fleeting thought flashed through his mind, and Chen Yue looked at the king of slaughter. It seems like the task I assigned you earlier hasn't been completed, right? Indeed, the king of slaughter's expression was somewhat gloomy. Two rats had appeared from nowhere and saved that mouse. Although he couldn't kill Tang San, he had used Tang San's blood to detoxify himself significantly. Currently, the snow-colored swan kiss on his body was almost healed, and he just needed a little time to fully recover. Given your situation and the state of the slaughter city, you seem to have stabilized, right? The king of slaughter nodded. Yes, but the detoxification blood I have is still far from enough. You want to find him for more blood? The king of slaughter nodded. Exactly. Moreover, I sense the presence of those two killing gods within the territory of the Tiando Empire. The two killing gods he mentioned were Tang Hao and Tang San, the father and son duo with the domain of killing gods. So, do you want me to act? The king of slaughter hesitated for a moment before nodding. You seem to be thinking too much. Chen Yue chuckled and shook his head. This is your own matter. You handle it yourself. The king of slaughter fell silent. He indeed had no reason to let Chen Yue intervene. Do you still retain any memories of your original self? Chen Yue asked casually, as if he had thought of something. Just some scattered fragments. Information about this person and race is completely untraceable. It was normal for the king of slaughter not to understand Tang Chen's identity, whether it was Tang Hao or Tang San, during the journey through the regions. The king of slaughter had no doubts about their Haotian hammer, clearly unaware of Tang Chen's martial soul. After all, the guy from the Shura 8 tests should commonly use the Shura demon sword. Heaven Dou Palace.At, do these two have any memories? Chen Yue said casually. These two are from the Xingguan sect, and they're currently looking for you all over the continent. Well, the Title Douluo you encountered in Gongxin City were likely sent out by the Xingguan sect. Heaven Dou Palace.At, the king of slaughter murmured, his brows furrowing deeply, and his expression gradually became ferocious. I seem to have found fragments of their memories. Heaven Dou Palace, martial soul evil eye burning sun tiger. Heaven Dou Palace, martial soul evil eye extreme cold tiger. They are from the Dai family of the Xingguan sect. Chen Yue frowned slightly. From the Dai family? The only memory fragments I can retrieve are these. After quite a while, the king of slaughter's ferocious expression finally returned to normal. He exhaled heavily, now covered in sweat. I only have these memory fragments left from when this divine examiner attempted to counterattack and seize control of my body. To acquire more memories, I would need to completely erode him. Chen Yue chose to ignore this remark. These two are currently searching for you all over the continent, and they have many self-created soul skills. I wonder if your killing domain can restrict them? Not sure. The king of slaughter shook his head. Within the slaughter city, my killing domain can limit martial souls to only their most basic states, and even soul bone skills cannot be used. But after leaving the slaughter city and absorbing a considerable amount of other blood energy, for some reason, certain changes occurred. For example, outside of Tiando City, the killing domain became one that prohibits the use of martial souls and soul rings, but soul bone skills could be used. Otherwise, the light feather Douluo at that time wouldn't have been able to hold out for so long. If you want to save your slaughter city, now, I can give you an idea. The king of slaughter's blood-red eyes brightened. Please speak, senior. That Tang San possesses the blue-silver grass martial soul. And within the Tiando Empire, there's a place called the Blue-Silver Forest where he can achieve complete regeneration. Chen Yue smiled. This might give his enemies a headache. But for you, this is a blood pump, a fixed blood bank. Saying this, Chen Yue handed him a map. The Blue-Silver Forest is roughly within this area. You can check it out yourself. Upon hearing this, the king of slaughter's eyes sparkled even more as he cupped his hands and said, Thank you for your assistance, senior. Although it was somewhat regrettable that Chen Yue didn't lend a hand, he still felt quite grateful for this small assistance. As the blood-red Bat King, he inherently possessed emotions as a soul beast, but he had been influenced by the evil thoughts of the Rakshasa god. Now, with the remnants left by the Rakshasa god used to break the barrier of Tang Chen's energy, they naturally vanished at this moment. Senior, we have found Miss Ulaina's whereabouts. At this time, a female soul saint from the Angel Legion came to report, currently staying in Soto City. Additionally, we have located Duga Yan, who is in the northern city of Tianxue. Indeed, the most dangerous place is the safest place. After a beast tide attack, the population in both Winter City and Tianxue City has significantly decreased, especially in the fallen Winter City. On the other hand, Tianxue City is somewhat better, but hiding here is indeed the safest place. Keep an eye on Duga Yan for now. She generally doesn't show herself, understood? The female soul saint from the Angel Legion immediately understood. Yes. She also grasped Chen Yue's intentions. Currently, Duga Yan believes that the child in her womb is Tang San's, and that cold-hearted man refuses to acknowledge it, naturally filling her heart with intense hatred. Under this hatred, her soul power will surely increase more rapidly. Anyway, Duga Yan possesses the poisonous body version of the poisonous pill method, so no one would dare to come into contact with her physically. Therefore, we just need to monitor her to ensure she doesn't give birth. What is the situation over at Tianxue Academy? The female soul saint from the Angel Legion replied solemnly, the same as usual. There are rumors that as long as Tianxue City is unstable, they will not feel at ease. Chen Yue's expression turned cold. Rumors can sometimes mean that they are not convenient to speak out themselves, so they use the mouths of the people to achieve their goals. This clearly indicates that he should first handle the issues in Tianxue City before discussing the matter of taking concubines. But is this possible? This was an unfair transaction. It was Tianxue Academy that needed him, not ChenYue needing anything from Tianxue Academy. In that case, from today onwards, the Empire will cease funding to the Four Elements Academy, and all disciples for the Fire family of the original Blaze Academy will be incorporated into the Tian Dou Royal Academy. The original high-level personnel from the Blaze Academy will also be incorporated into the Tian Dou Royal Academy, which will be renamed Tian Dou Blaze Academy. The female soul saint from the Angel Legion recorded while responding, yes. Furthermore, the Feng family from the Divine Wind Academy will also be incorporated into the Tian Dou Royal Academy. Named Tian Dou Divine Wind Academy. This is easy to understand. The overall name of the academy is naturally Tian Dou Royal Academy, under which are the Tian Dou Blaze Academy, Tian Dou Divine Wind Academy, original Tian Dou Royal Academy, and other secondary academies. In addition, the Thunder Academy will also be included, establishing the secondary academy Tian Dou Thunder Academy. Chen Yue said solemnly. Finally, near the Tian Dou Imperial Palace, establish the Tian Dou Sea Academy, setting the enrollment criteria for this academy to be the same as that of Tianxue Academy, with the same recruitment requirements for instructors. Understood? Understood. The female soul saint recorded while responding. She was genuinely afraid of forgetting this matter, as it could cause significant trouble later on. Dismissed. Yes. Chen Yue pondered for a moment. He felt like he had forgotten something. Right, the system rewards. After a long pause, Chen Yue finally slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Oh my, I've been so indulged in this concubine life lately that I completely forgot about this matter." Immediately, he opened the unread notifications from the system that he had previously blocked. Congratulations to the host for marrying one of the original 7 monsters and 3 beauties, the Star Prince consort Zhu Zhuqing. As she is an important female lead in Douluo, the rewards are doubled. 1 million years of soul spirit, an insulated celestial body, and a martial soul mutation stone. 1 million years of soul spirit, has the skill soul, technique, and summon. Can be placed on the Heavenly King Tower as the 5th soul ring. Insulated celestial body, immune to water and fire, lightning and poison, parasitic immunity, almost completely insulated from any elemental damage. Martial soul mutation stone, can evolve martial souls below next prehistoric level. Currently, only the host is in next prehistoric level martial soul on the entire continent. Chen Yue rubbed his nose and couldn't help but think of the little cat girl who had been pestering him for a collaboration worth over 100 million. Suddenly, he felt a surge of heat. He hadn't checked on her in a while, and he strangely missed her. However, that insulated celestial body was still quite good. He remembered that the 2 guys from Xingluo sect were 1 fire and 1 ice. A thought flashed through his mind, and Chen Yue continued to collect his rewards. The unread rewards from the system would not be automatically issued. Chen Yue had to claim them himself. Congratulations to the host for marrying the original female supporting character Meng Yiran. Reward: Dragon Snake Divine Skill. Dragon Snake Divine Skill, a fantasy version of martial arts techniques. It is rumored that upon reaching great mastery, the user's hands and feet can transform into a poisonous dragon and an evil snake, with terrifying power and strong toxins. This is custom-made for Meng Yiran. Chen Yue's mouth twitched as he took out the Dragon Snake Divine Skills Soul Jade Slip and quietly placed it on Meng Yiran's forehead in her bedroom. The rewards issued by the system did not require the host to practice like traditional manuals. Rather, they were directly infused, akin to implanting memories. After doing all this, Chen Yue did not leave the side hall, resting his head on the wash basin while continuing to browse through the rewards. He realized he had forgotten to claim quite a few rewards. Congratulations to the host for marrying the original female supporting character Yi Lingling. Reward: Divine Water Crystal. Divine Water Crystal. It is rumored to be a crystal formed from the essence of the prehistoric healing sacred object, the 3-light Divine Water. It can be used for healing or for martial soul evolution. Glancing at the tricolor interwoven crystal, Chen Yue raised an eyebrow and sighed. Well, he would just use it for Yi Lingling's martial soul evolution. The previous martial soul mutation stone was meant for Qian Renxue, and these others naturally wouldn't be needed, so he might as well bestow them all. However, the next reward he flipped to suddenly made Chen Yue's expression a bit strange. Congratulations to the host for marrying the original female supporting character Huowu. Reward: Heart of the Storm. Heart of the Storm, limited to wind attribute soul masters. When used, soul techniques and regular attacks will transform into powerful storm attacks and enhance physical strength. The downside is its obsession, which will cause a latent transformation due to the greatest stimulation. Chen Yue, Should I just give you Feng Xiaoyan's ID card? However, it must be said that this item indeed has its necessity. Regarding the outcomes of Feng Xiaotian and the Feng family, Chen Yue initially planned to let them serve as a show until the mark was established before cutting them down. But now with this heart of the storm, Chen Yue's heart stirred as he glanced at the female soul saint of the Angel Legion waiting not far away and decided to give this to Feng Xiaotian. Due to QianRenxue's arrangements, there were several stunning female soul saints from the Angel Legion near Chen Yue's palace, naturally aimed at binding him with beauty. Unfortunately, Chen Yue wasn't very interested in these passerby characters, no matter how beautiful they were. Yes, Chen Yue stretched lazily and continued to read on. Congratulations to the host for marrying the ultra-era female lead, Snow Empress, reward doubled. Hunyuan Ice, Scarlet Flame Sacred Stone, 500,000 years of Soul Spirit 1. Hunyuan Ice, an elemental crystal that surpasses the ultimate ice. 1,000 miles of ice and snow, truly a winter wonderland, a city of ice for thousands of miles. Scarlet Flame Sacred Stone, rumored to be a flame crystal condensed from the endless fire domain, seemingly tempered by dozens of unknown. Its power is unclear, but possesses great purifying and devouring effects. 500,000 years of Soul Spirit 1. A consumable item that can be used on a target, automatically transforming into a suitable soul spirit for it. However, it only has the skill soul technique and summon. Chen Yue casually put away the 500,000 years of soul spirit. Currently, any soul spirit that didn't reach 1,000,000 years of cultivation wasn't qualified to become a soul ring for his Heavenly King Tower. As for the Scarlet Flame Sacred Stone, Chen Yue fell into thought while looking at the Martial Soul Mutation Stone in his hand and the other Scarlet Flame Sacred Stone. How should he distribute these two? From the descriptions, their qualities really seem to be on par. One was a Martial Soul Mutation Stone that could evolve martial souls below the next prehistoric level, and currently, only Chen Yue's Martial Soul was at that level on the entire Dalu continent, meaning everyone else could use it. The other, the Scarlet Flame Sacred Stone, also had a significant background. A flame crystal condensed from the endless fire domain, tempered by dozens of, with purifying and devouring effects. His head hurt. Forget it. Let Shui think about it herself. Absorbing both wasn't impossible, but Chen Yue felt that currently there shouldn't be anyone on the Dalu continent who could simultaneously absorb these two high-quality items without any issues, right? Now, it should be time for the final act. Chen Yue stretched his neck, stood up, and let out a long breath. When Tang San goes to Sea God Island, it will definitely be the famous scene where Tang Hao and his brother receive the great priest's inheritance, while Poseidon goes to find Tang Chun. He just didn't know how Poseidon would cope with the Tang brothers once they became the great priests and could summon the sea god's power. With this thought in mind, Chen Yue yawned. Forget it. On Tang San's side, the King of Slaughter frequently goes to draw blood. As long as the King of Slaughter doesn't turn the tables on Tang Chun, there shouldn't be any major problems. He should respond to Xiao Shui's request and see if that fox had any chance of recovery. Chen Yue thought that if there was no hope, it might be better to reset her mental power and let her start anew mentally. Senior Chun has already locked onto the location of the saintess. Just as Chen Yue's thoughts flashed, the voice of the sounded outside. Lead the way. Yes. However, what Chen Yue did not know was that far away in the Soul Master City, within the Spirit Hall, in the depths of the Dalu Hall, within a temple enveloped in angelic light, Qian Dalu exhaled deeply, slowly opened his eyes, and murmured, almost there, level 100 demigod. From the peak of level 98. The limit Dalu, to later becoming one of the 3 unparalleled Dalu in the world, and now achieving the level 100 demigod. He had invested countless years of youth and energy. Finally, he had accomplished the path of a demigod. The so-called demigod means a soul master who borrows half of the power of the deity they believe in and combines it with their own strength. Just like Poseidon, who, when utilizing the power of Sea God Island, exhibited powers that could also be classified as a demigod level. They do not possess the 10th spirit ring, so they're not as strong as the priests, but because they can borrow the power of the deity they believe in, their strength surpasses that of most priests. The Sea God and the Angel God are both first-level deities. Borrowing their power can unleash unimaginable strength. For instance, Poseidon on Sea God Island could defeat both Tang Chun and Qian Dalu. Qian Dalu, in this angel temple and even within the Spirit Hall, was in a relatively invincible state because he was under the protection of the Angel God's light. As Qian Dalu awakened, the angel statue suddenly radiated brilliant light, filled with strong divine and purifying power. The Lingyuan Douluo, who was healing in the temple, also recovered from his injuries at that moment under the illumination of the statue's light. I have seen the great deity. Thank you for your grace, angel god. Lingyuan Douluo slightly cupped his hands. Now, what time is it? Qian Dalu asked calmly. The subordinate does not know. In the angel temple, there is no concept of time, and for Qian Douluo, it was the same. His time was only the progress bar of his merging into a demigod. Go out and find out, then come back and tell me. Qian Douluo felt that a long time should have passed, but if it had truly been long, then regardless of success or failure, ChenRenxue should have returned for the angel assessment, right? However, he used the angel god's power to scan the entire spirit city and found no trace of ChenRenxue. Could it be that she failed? But that didn't seem right. Since the fifth elder was not in the offering hall, he must have gone to handle government affairs, so it couldn't be a failure. Qian Douluo pondered, but he did not want to leave the temple, so he could only wait for Heaven Dou Palace to investigate clearly. Far away in Soto City, near the Mr.Chen forest, Heras was resting in the accommodation provided by the spirit hall, looking quite exhausted. The journey to find the three memories had really worn her out. Gradually, she suddenly noticed that everything around her began to twist and change, as if some transformation was occurring. Where is this? Heras looked around at the unfamiliar environment, her eyes a bit dazed. Wasn't I in an inn? How did I end up here? She found it strange. Everything around seemed a bit off, but she couldn't quite pinpoint what was wrong. The next moment, numerous blue-silver grasses suddenly sprouted from the ground, as if taking root and sprouting, instantly covering the entire strange environment. What? Heras was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. Blue-silver grass, it's him, it's Tang San. Murmuring, she quickly shouted, Tang San, is that you? The loud voice even reached Tang San, who had already awakened in the blue-silver forest, as if he sensed it. Who is calling me? Little San, what's wrong? At this moment, the two brothers of the Tang family, who were also healing, withdrew from their meditation and looked at Tang San in confusion. The three members of the Tang family had left Gengxin City some time ago and had come to the blue-silver forest to heal. Tang San had awakened under the treatment in the blue-silver forest as expected. As for the injuries of the Tang, Hao brothers, they had come to the Mr.Chen Dou forest to obtain soul bones and soul rings. Originally, they planned to go to the core area to find the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape, but unexpectedly, those two had already been captured by ChenYue, leaving them with no chance. With no other options, they had to look for 10,000-year soul beasts. But the drop rate for 10,000-year soul beasts was not high. They had already gathered their soul rings, and now they were just short of soul bones. Thus, during this time, they could be described as having experienced many battles and were somewhat injured. It's nothing. Tang San frowned deeply, looking around strangely. He didn't know why, but he felt as if he had lost something. The last time he felt this way was in the Mr.Chen Dou forest. Wait, what happened in the Mr.Chen Dou forest? While thinking, Tang San suddenly froze, and then a sharp pain surged in his head. He had touched the memory restriction area imposed by the god sealing stone. Little San. This sudden scene shocked the Tang family brothers, who quickly investigated the situation. However, at that moment, a cold laugh sounded just in time. As the words fell, a bloody red claw suddenly tore into Tang San's body. And before the Tang family brothers could react, the blood that burst forth was instantly absorbed by a beam of bloodlight. The visitor was none other than the King of Slaughter. After meeting with ChenYue, he consumed the remaining blood and decided to use the technique taught by ChenYue. Instead of killing Tang San, he would treat him as a blood pump, periodically drawing blood for healing. It's true that with the ice and fire yin-yang eye, along with a fire herb and an ice herb's blood, it was indeed a holy medicine for detoxification. But this was only the case for the King of Slaughter. If it were someone else, they would not be able to absorb blood with such domineering energy. It was also because the King of Slaughter possessed extremely powerful soul power, and his body was that of Tang Chun, a demigod. Otherwise, he might not have been able to withstand it. Damn it! The Tang family brothers were both shocked and furious, never expecting that the King of Slaughter would dare to come. You die. The King of Slaughter laughed heartily, swiftly dodging Tang Hao's explosive punch. You take your time. I'll take my leave. This time, he had indeed made a great harvest. His city of Slaughter was saved at that moment. However, just as he returned to outside the city of Slaughter, suddenly, two figures, one red and one blue, blocked his path. With all this blood energy, you must be the one who killed several Title Douluo of our star-crowned sect in Gengxin City, right? The visitors were Qian Douluo and Heaven Dou Palace. On the other side, in a resting room of the inn provided by the Spirit Hall in Soto City, Chen Yue frowned, looking at Heras, who lay on the bed, her alluring figure slightly shaking his head. What a pity, this child is beyond saving. His idea was simple, using the God Tower's nightmare to create an illusion to sever the relationship between Heras and Tang San. However, he had tried many methods but still could not completely sever it. Heras seemed like an ultimate fan, entirely absorbed in her thoughts. Since it couldn't be corrected, Chen Yue had to resort to his second plan: destroy. In the God Tower's nightmare, Hulayina was in a world filled with blue silvergrass. Thinking about embracing the Tang San in the distance, when suddenly, the blue-silver grass of the entire world exploded, and the powerful shockwave deeply shook her mind, causing the entire world to collapse into white light, shattering her to pieces. Everything turned white. With her mental strength, under Chen Yue's million-year soul skill, Nightmare Tower, as well as Chen Yue's vast mental power, it can be said that she is completely overwhelmed, unable to withstand even a little. Chapter 106. Chen Yue. I was still wondering, Renxue is not a fool. How dare she defy me? 4-1. Too lazy to dismantle it. Don't rush. Steady. Hulayina let out a cry and spat out mouthfuls of fresh blood, her face visibly turning pale at a rapid speed, instinctively covering her head, and with a scream, she completely fainted and fell to the ground. Under the collapse of her mental state, her intelligence was ruthlessly crushed and scattered, currently comparable to a soul beast that has just gained intelligence. At that time, letting Tang Tian train her to be a maid wouldn't be bad. Chen Yue casually flipped and stored the fainted Hulayina in the Heavenly King Tower, stretched lazily. Just as he was about to head back, suddenly his brow furrowed. He sensed a strong wave of soul power, and among this wave of soul power, there was a familiar aura. The location was not far, right near the Stardo Forest, the aura of the King of Slaughter, and the other two auras of fire and ice. Could it be that these are the Title Douluo and Heaven Dou Palace that they mentioned? Chen Yue's brows furrowed tightly. The other two auras, clearly from the Haotian hammer, could it be the Tang brothers? Chen Yue guessed correctly. The King of Slaughter, who had already made a big haul and was preparing to escape back to the city of Slaughter, had been tracked down by Qian Renxue and Heaven Dou Palace, and was now intercepted. Meanwhile, the Tang brothers, seeing Tang San injured so severely, were furious and charged towards the King of Slaughter. But what surprised Chen Yue the most was not this 1v4, but this King of Slaughter actually did not unleash his domain of slaughter. This was what Chen Yue found incomprehensible. A thought flashed in his mind, and Chen Yue did not hesitate, turning his body and appearing on the streets of Soto City. Just as he was about to watch the show, suddenly a familiar voice rang out. "Hey, handsome, what are you doing here?" Without stopping his steps, Chen Yue casually glanced around and found a familiar figure, his brow furrowing. Renxue? What's she doing here? And alone? His steps did not slow down. Instead, he stepped forward like a bolt of lightning, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Renxue jogged forward, panting, but when she looked up to scan her surroundings, there was no trace of Chen Yue. Suddenly, she froze, puzzled. I clearly saw him just now. Renxue, what's wrong? At this moment, a voice came from behind, causing Renxue's expression to change slightly. "And nothing. If there's nothing, hurry up and get in the car. While it's still early, we can retreat from the Stardo Forest to the Xinglua Empire." The speaker was an old woman with a cane, sitting in a carriage, speaking indifferently. Otherwise, once it gets dark, the risk factor of being in the Stardo Forest will greatly increase. "I understand, Grandma." Renxue lowered her head, not daring to refute. Her family, the Qiu family, had always been a noble family in Tianxue City, but with the Beast Tide's attack and the Title Douluo's indifference, the Qiu family had to choose to evacuate as the next wave of Beast Tides was approaching quickly. However, she felt that this was not the indifference of the Title Douluo, but rather that Renxue from Tianxue Academy seemed to be frightened when looking at her. Since the day the imperial edict was issued, the 7 beauties of Tianxue had prepared for it. As the saying goes, imperial orders are hard to disobey, unless they betray the country. But she didn't know why. Originally, Renxue, who seemed to have accepted her fate and was ready to lead the charge, seemed to have changed after going out, crushing the news from Tiando City at the gates, leaving their families unable to receive any word. Even, she felt that the Renxue she knew was no longer the same, but rather a cold-hearted woman. This feeling made her very uneasy, and coincidentally, her family was moving from Tianxue City back to a small city in the Xinglua Empire, so she nodded in agreement. Renxue, leaving without the dean's permission doesn't seem like a good habit. However, just as Renxue relaxed a bit, before she could fully ease her tension, a cold voice, familiar yet extremely strange, suddenly made her hair stand on end, as if it had exploded. "Who?" The old woman suddenly looked up, horrified at the woman standing in front of her, exuding an extremely cold aura. Upon closer inspection, it was Renxue. "Wait, you're not Renxue? Who are you?" The dean of Tianxue Academy, even after being merged into the Four Elements Academy, had seen this little girl as the ancestor of the Qiu family. It was precisely because she had seen her that she was familiar and could immediately detect the aura from the martial soul fluctuations. However, the woman in front of her, although she looked identical to Han Shui, had a completely different martial soul aura, even to the point of being an utterly unfamiliar presence. "You're not Han Shui. Who are you?" The old woman shouted sternly, her cane slamming down, and her martial soul activated at that moment, with 8 standard soul rings appearing beneath her feet. Her martial soul was a mutated shark martial soul, called the Blue Jiao Shark, which could be considered a superior mutation, being half aquatic and half terrestrial. Because of her special talent domain, her martial soul could be directly used on land. "An old fish like you. Better not block the way." Han Shui revealed a chilling smile that QianRenxue had never seen before. "Otherwise, if this old fish dies, I won't be responsible." "Less nonsense." The old woman snorted coldly, and without saying a word, activated her martial soul's true form. In an instant, a massive blue shark astonishingly submerged into the ground, as if the entire land had turned into an indistinguishable sea. With the Blue Jiao Shark's true form sinking into the ground, everything seemed to return to calm. In this situation, if it were an ordinary Soul Douluo of the same level, or even an inexperienced Title Douluo, they might not be able to discern anything. However, that Han Shui sneered, disdainfully saying, "My assessment is utterly unremarkable." Without seeing her make any moves, a sword emitting cold air suddenly burst forth from behind, stabbing fiercely into the ground. In an instant, centered around this sword, frost began to rapidly coalesce from all directions, and in the blink of an eye, the entire area was frozen into ice sculptures. Even, including the old woman hidden beneath the talent domain, she was also frozen and unable to move even a little. "Let's go, Renxue." After doing all this, Han Shui casually smiled at QianRenxue. "If you don't leave, your grandmother will never be seen again." "I." QianRenxue's face turned pale. "You let my grandma go, I will go with you." Seeing this scene, Han Shui finally revealed a smile. However, before this smile could fully bloom, it suddenly changed. Crack! The vast expanse of ice and snow suddenly cracked and exploded, shattering like a mirage. She let out a cry and spat out a large mouthful of blood, her complexion visibly paling at an alarming rate. But she didn't care at all. Instead, she raised her head in horror, her pupils contracting, completely disregarding QianRenxue, and turned to run. Why run now that she's here? ChenYue's nonchalant voice fell into her ears lightly, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. "I was just wondering, how could Han Shui, who is not a fool, dare to defy me? It turns out it was you, causing trouble inside." Han Shui was taken aback and ran even faster. However, in ChenYue's eyes, she still moved as slowly as a tortoise. "But I was quite curious. How could such a little one appear in the Douluo continent?" As the words fell, she felt as if she had been struck on the head, her mind buzzing, and suddenly fell into a blank state, completely engulfed in darkness. Cough, cough. Thud. With her moment of distraction, a phantom shadow was extracted from Han Shui by Chen Yue and absorbed into the heavenly king god tower. Han Shui also collapsed heavily to the ground, violently coughing up reverse blood, and then quickly got up, kneeling on the ground, thanking the senior for saving her life. Hearing that familiar tone, QianRenxue's eyes widened, uncertainly saying, "Old teacher? Shui, it's okay now." Han Shui forced a smile, not daring to get up. During this time, although she was controlled and unable to move, she was clear about her series of actions. "Before, you were controlled by this thing, right?" Chen Yue asked lightly, hand behind his back. Just as he was about to enter the Stardow forest, he suddenly sensed an unusual aura coming from Soto City. What does it mean? It felt as if it was something that at first glance didn't resemble a human or a soul beast, somewhat similar to the state of the King of Slaughter. Yes, that's right. It was like there were two souls existing within one body. One was the original normal human soul, while the other was something strange and indescribable. It resembled a human, but it completely lacked the aura of a human from the Douluo continent, which was somewhat bizarre. Therefore, he turned back and ended up witnessing such a spectacular scene. Reporting to the senior, yes. Chen Yue nodded, casually tossing out a token, which was issued after QianRenxue took control of the palace, a token unique to her, recognized by the Angel Legion and the Lightwing Dalu, among others. Now that QianRenxue had entered the Heavenly Source secret realm, these also belonged to ChenYue for safekeeping. With this token, return to Heaven Dou City. You should know what to do next, right? Hearing this, Han Shui let out a sigh of relief, heavily bowing her head. "Thank you, senior. I know what to do." Given what she had seen before, the things that Entity did in her identity were likely punishable by death, or even the entire academy facing repercussions. But fortunately, this senior did not pursue the matter. However, how did Xue know her? Han Xue had doubts in her heart, but didn't dare to ask right now, planning to inquire on the way back. However, thinking about the thing that controlled her still sent a chill down her spine. Although her level was not high, she was a genuine soul Douluo, yet she had been silently controlled. It was truly terrifying. Chen Yue nodded and didn't linger any longer because the war on the blue-silver forest side was already coming to an end. Damn, brother, who exactly is this person? In the blue-silver forest. At this moment, the 100-cold Dalu was pale and covered in claw marks, looking extremely disheveled. Nowhere near the nonchalant demeanor he had when he easily defeated Tang Hao. The other martial soul avatar, the 1,000-fire Daw, had transformed into a 10-meter-tall, small mountain-like evil-eyed white tiger, engulfed in red flames, but was similarly covered in injuries. The two Tang family brothers, on the other hand, were relatively unscathed, as the firepower was focused on the 1,000-fire Douluo and 100-cold Douluo. The King of Slaughter could guess the Tang brothers' capabilities even with his eyes closed. They were not of much significance. However, the martial soul fusion technique of the 1,000-fire Douluo and 100-cold Douluo truly astonished him. Why is your martial soul fusion technique able to break through this king's domain of slaughter? You should know that the domain of slaughter is the most domineering domain in the world, possessing a magical suppression effect similar to that of the city of slaughter. Generally, it is absolutely impossible to break the domain of slaughter unless there is a confrontation of domains. However, when these two brothers blocked his path, Tang Hao and the others had already activated the domain of slaughter. Yet it was actually broken by the martial soul fusion technique of the 1,000-fire Douluo and 100-cold Douluo. He couldn't comprehend it. Also, why does your aura carry a foreign scent? This point also baffled the King of Slaughter. He sensed an extremely cold and dark aura on the two, like something fallen deep in the abyss, which was precisely why he could suppress them. Two mere peak level 96 super Douluos were actually making him, who could exert at least level 98 strength, feel extremely strained. Stop wasting words, Dai. The gigantic evil-eyed red flame tiger avatar suddenly slammed a paw towards the King of Slaughter, and with the rise of this paw, countless flames surged forth. Oof. The King of Slaughter's expression changed, and he forcibly blocked the paw, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. No. At this rate, even if I kill them all, I won't be able to suppress this power. The King of Slaughter thought this, suddenly feeling a sharp pain from behind, and spat out blood. It was the Tang brothers, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, who had launched a sneak attack. Bang! Chapter 107 ChenYue. Truly worthy of being a rabbit, a teachable child. Good morning, I finished writing and going back to sleep. Too lazy to dismantle it. Damn! The King of Slaughter let out an unwilling wail. He felt the energy within him was already uncontainable. If he released this energy, the Shura god candidate he had tightly restrained for so many years would definitely reappear in the world. P.S. He doesn't know that the Shura god candidate is Tang Chun, nor has ChenYue told him. And the King of Slaughter himself has never seen Tang Chen's Haotian hammer. He only saw the Shura demon sword condensed by Tang Chun because, in the setting, it intruded during Tang Chen's divine exam, which should count as a mental level. Remember the original text mentioned that Tang Chen knelt during the 8th or 9th exam and condensed the Shura demon sword to knock Tang San away. Bang! However, the King of Slaughter's unwilling wail ultimately proved to be in vain. He used his body to withstand the hammers of the two Tang brothers behind him. But in front, resisting the paw of the roaring, evil-eyed red flame tiger avatar was beyond his capability. With a loud crash, he was mercilessly sent flying by the red flame tiger's paw, crashing into countless trees and falling heavily to the ground, unconscious and uncertain of his life or death. Who? The 1,000-fire Douluo's massive martial soul avatar dissipated, returning to its original form, but at this moment he was covered in claw marks, panting heavily. Beads of sweat on his forehead. Who exactly is this person? Such a powerful existence exists on the continent now. For him and the ice-cold Douluo, as long as it wasn't an unparalleled opponent, all other super Douluos were essentially the same. The King of Slaughter in front of them exhibited a soul power level equivalent to around level 97 to 98. Logically speaking, the two brothers should be able to withstand it together. But why did it nearly go wrong? If it weren't for the Tang brothers, something truly serious might have happened. This person should be the King of Slaughter from the city of Slaughter. The Tang brothers exchanged glances and shook their heads, while Tang Hao seemed to have some guesses. However, he felt that his speculation was absurd. After all, how could the King of Slaughter leave the city of Slaughter? Meanwhile, Tang San, whose injuries had improved a bit, coughed, and said loudly, "The king of slaughter from the city of slaughter?" Upon hearing this introduction, Qian Douluo frowned and exchanged glances with the ice-cold Douluo. Could it be the legendary fall of the gods? The fall of the gods? Hearing this unfamiliar term, the three Tang brothers were startled, and Tang San couldn't help but ask, "Senior, what is that place?" The fall of the gods, it is said, is a place left behind after two deities fought here, and it seems to contain the legacies of the two gods. After a pause, Qian Douluo continued, "However, I have heard that the legacies here have been tainted and fallen, and many have fallen victim to it, ultimately becoming slaves guarding it day and night. Among them, there are not a few Title Douluos and even Super Douluos." Just as he was speaking, Qian suddenly had a cold glint in his eyes. "Who is it?" After finishing his words, he spread his palm, which turned bright red, and with a sudden swing from afar, he sent a palm strike flying, which transformed into a great hand of red flames in midair. Boom! A giant wing suddenly blocked the oncoming red flame hand with a bang. But the person was pushed back several meters on the ground due to this terrifying force before finally stopping. It was the spiked pig Douluo. This Qian Douluo's strength is probably not much weaker than that of the second or third offerings in the worship hall. Feeling the high temperature on his wings and the force that had knocked him back, the spiked pig Douluo couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. However, he was relieved that he had accomplished his goal. Yes, he had recorded the entire battle using the recording stone, and the only thing missing was the true face of the King of Slaughter. Earlier, his approach had successfully recorded the face of the King of Slaughter. No, at this moment, the King of Slaughter had fallen. It should be said that it was Tang Chen's true face, which had been captured completely. Now, all he had to do was leave this place and hand the recording stone over to ChenYue, coming and going as he pleased. Qian Douluo snorted coldly, and as the 9 soul rings behind him floated, the 8th black soul ring shone brightly, causing the spiked pig Douluo to suddenly feel a suffocating sense of death. On the ground beneath the spiked pig Douluo's feet, red lights suddenly appeared, resembling lava, radiating an intense heat. Just this precursor almost turned the spiked pig into barbecued pork. However, at that moment, Qian Douluo's expression suddenly changed drastically, and a sense of suffocating death arose. Without thinking, he instantly abandoned his attack on the spiked pig Douluo and focused on defense. However, just as his defense was forming, a light flashed as if it was splitting the heavens and the earth, and before he could even see what it was, his consciousness plunged into darkness in an instant. What? The ice-cold Douluo was taken aback, looking at Qian Douluo, whose body had been cut in half in an instant, his pupils shaking and his body trembling as he turned to look. Well done. The person who came was ChenYue. He carried a dark red axe with deep black accents and respectfully accepted the recorded storage bag from the spiked pig Douluo, which contained countless recording stones, all recording the entire process from various angles. Each recording stone captured Tang Chen's true face, which could serve as evidence for Tang Hao and Tang Zhao's 2 grandsons. It's what my subordinate should do. The spiked pig Douluo knelt on one knee respectfully, not daring to claim credit in front of ChenYue. After all, he had experienced the strength of Qian Douluo firsthand during both encounters. It was simply too outrageous and far beyond what any level 96 Super Douluo could compare to. Even by his feeling, even the reinforced Qian Jun or any of the others might not be able to defeat this Qian Douluo. You don't dare to take credit, but to make the horse run, you must feed it. Glancing at the spiked pig Douluo, who had obvious burn marks, it was clear that he had risked his life for the recording. Immediately, ChenYue flipped his hand and took out an exquisite wooden box from the storage bag, handing it to the spiked pig Douluo, saying, "Inside are 6 soul bones. Choose one for yourself." "Thank you, Senior Chen. 6 soul bones." The spiked pig Douluo originally thought that such a precious wooden box would contain at least an 80,000-year-old soul bone. But ChenYue's words nearly scared him into dropping the box. My goodness, he had never seen so many soul bones in his life. Right, they're all 100,000-year-old ones. No need to worry about the age. Spiked pig Douluo. He trembled in fear and quickly placed the wooden box down, clutching his chest. My little heart can't take it. Oh, why are you still here? ChenYue used his spiritual power to scan the recording stones in the storage bag and confirmed that nothing was missing before nodding in satisfaction. Then he turned around and saw the ice-cold Douluo standing there in a daze, revealing a look of surprise on his face. "Do you want to go down and die with your brother?" The ice-cold Douluo, in front of someone who could eliminate his brother in an instant. Did he dare move? Did he dare to feel moved? Didn't he see that Tang Hao and the others had already run away? Hearing ChenYue's words, The ice-cold Douluo instinctively glanced back and indeed found that there were no traces of the Tang brothers in the area of the blue-silver forest behind them. The ice-cold Douluo. Well, senior, the ice-cold Douluo wanted to say something, but in the next moment, a flash of light passed by. And at that moment, the ice-cold Douluo saw a headless corpse before his consciousness completely sank into darkness. Since you won't run, then stay. The spike-pig Douluo. He watched as the ice-cold Douluo, who had been taken out in the blink of an eye, left behind a corpse, and he swallowed hard. Chen Yue's strength seemed to have become even stronger. He recalled the first time he met Chen Yue, where he and Xi Miao seemed to have had a slight chance of resistance. But now, even the super-standard ChenYue and Bai Han couldn't withstand a moment of distraction, let alone him. Indeed, all were fully equipped soul bones, and they hadn't merged into one. It seemed he wanted to change configurations again. Chen Yue had no idea what the spike-pig Douluo was thinking. He waved his hand, and the bodies of the two fell apart, with a total of 12 soul bones falling into Chen Yue's hands. Oh, and external soul bones? Still not integrated. It seems these two brothers have grand ambitions. Generally, after absorbing a soul bone, one can fully integrate it. Just like in the original story where Tang San's external soul bone was integrated under pressure from 3 committee members. After integration, the soul bone skills will automatically become self-created soul skills, and they won't consume blue energy. Of course, the downside is that the corresponding body part can no longer be replaced with another soul bone, even if the limb is cut off and reabsorbed. Just like the current Xianjun Jiangma, their 10,000-year soul bones have long been integrated and won't drop upon death. The so-called integration refers to the soul bone dissolving and merging with the original limb bone, with the energy completely fused with the body. This method of absorbing soul bones can naturally enhance one's strength, but ordinary sects do not allow it, as it would prevent future inheritance. However, Chen Yue put away the soul bone and looked at the two corpses, feeling that their aura was quite similar to that of the previous person he captured, who was neither human nor ghost. Could there be some connection? But now that Qian Douluo and Bai Han Douluo have passed away, Chen Yue could only go to Xingwan's sect to find answers. After absorbing 3 million-year soul spirits, I finally reached level 93. The early stage of level 93? After sensing the level of soul power within, Chen Yue's mouth twitched. WTF. Is this experience value really going to be in the hundreds of millions? At this rate, when I reach level 100, won't I be able to easily defeat even the Supreme God King? I wonder if it's due to the system's standardization. Now, Chen Yue can see the experience bar displayed by the system regarding his level up. Soul power experience value. 90W, level 91 Title Douluo, 900W, level 92 Title Douluo, 3000W, level 93 Title Douluo, 9999W, level 94 Title Douluo, 10, level 95 Title Douluo. Current host experience value, 3009W. To reach the next level, 998. 1W experience is needed. Please keep it up, host. Chen Yue. I absorbed 3 million-year soul rings to get over 30 million experience. So what do I need to absorb next? The Silver Dragon King and that Golden Dragon King? Chen Yue's face twitched repeatedly, feeling quite upset and wanting to vent his frustrations. He glanced back at the porcupine. The child had already chosen the soul bone and was absorbing it. With him around, he would definitely be able to protect him. However, this absorption would take quite a while. Better to put him in the Heavenly King Divine Tower. Chen Yue had an idea and placed both the porcupine and the unconscious Tang Chun into the Heavenly King Divine Tower, with the latter naturally receiving the highest treatment. Only the fallen heart flame could calm Tang Chen's restless heart. Then, he released the silver dance combination from the first layer of the Heavenly King Divine Tower. Here, you should be very familiar with this, right? Chen Yue looked at the still beautiful and charming Ayin, smiling with a hint of mockery. Ayin's eyelids twitched, and she fell silent. On the other hand, Xiao Wu at this moment was already nodding in a very tactful manner. One could only say she truly deserved to be a rabbit. By the way, I seem to have met Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, and Tang San here. Hearing this, Xiao Wu's body stiffened, and a flattering smile appeared on her face. Not bad, this child is teachable. What do you want to do? Ayin could no longer hold back, sternly questioning Chen Yue, but her voice trembled, clearly lacking confidence. I was thinking I really dislike those 3. Should I go back and kill them? Ayin's eyelids twitched. Xiao Wu remained silent, desperately maintaining a flattering smile on her face. The blue-silver forest could use some fertilizer. How about those 3? Chen Yue rubbed Xiao Wu's smooth long hair, suddenly looking up at Ayin. What do you think? Ayin, her face flushed with shame, and she finally yielded. I'm doing this for Xiao San and for Hao. It's a sacrifice. It doesn't count as being unfaithful. They will definitely understand my good intentions and forgive me. Ain murmured softly, completely unaware that three people clearly heard her words in the tree hole of the towering tree where Chen Yue was sitting. Chapter 108 Tang Xiao. Howdy. I'm not saying you, but how can you eat alone? 4-1, not splitting, go to sleep now, good night. The moment Chen Yue's aura descended, Tang Hao and his brother immediately thought of the shadow of being dominated outside the Heaven Dou city in the past. So, the two of them very honestly hid with the bewildered Tang San. They knew that with Chen Yue's earlier ability to instantly defeat Qian Douluo, they were not a match, especially since they were dragging along a burden like Tang San. Originally, Tang Hao thought this return could redeem their past shame. But after fighting Qian Douluo at the western sea of the Xinglua Empire, he realized how strong the opponent was. However, such a powerful being was easily defeated by Chen Yue in just one round, clearly indicating that Chen Yue's strength had terrifyingly increased during this time. Therefore, the two brothers held Tang San down, remaining completely still in the tree hole. Even the sound from the live broadcast made Tang San's eyes widen in rage, almost causing him to burst out, but Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, two super Douluos, held him down tightly. If Tang San poked his head out at this moment, all three of them would probably die. So, even though they heard a familiar voice, which was obviously a yin's, and were even stimulated to the point of veins bulging and their faces turning red, they dared not make a sound. Thump, thump. The three members of the Tang family were pressed together, each able to hear each other's heartbeats. Tick-tock, tick-tock, especially the cold sweat on Tang Hao's forehead, falling onto Tang San's body like some kind of rhythm, scared him to quickly wipe it away and continue to cover Tang San's mouth. Tang San, for the sake of heaven and earth, he just wanted to take a deep breath. He never intended to speak, feeling the stench of sweat in his mouth. Tang San almost fainted, his mind buzzing, and the memory seal of the divine stone in his mind also began to stir at this moment. After who knows how long, when Tang San came back to his senses, he was bewildered to find that his clothes were soaked with Tang Hao's sweaty odor, the foul smell spreading instantly, almost making him kick Tang Hao away. Don't move. Seeing Tang San's movement, Tang Hao quickly pressed him down again, this time to prevent Tang San from struggling. He directly stepped on Tang San's back, pinning him firmly to the ground. Tang San, you're sweating on me, and I'm not allowed to say anything? What a good trip. Chen Yue held Xiao Wu on one side and Ain on the other, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Not bad. This time he would spare Tang Hao, Tang San, and Tang Xiao their lives. Xiao Wu and Ain breathed a sigh of relief. Let us go back and continue. Seeing this scene, Chen Yue's smile grew broader, and he embraced the silver dance combination, leaping away, disappearing from the spot. However, in the tree hole, the three members of the Tang family still dared not poke their heads out, not even daring to breathe, because they didn't know if Chen Yue had truly left. As for Tang San, he had already confirmed through the feedback from the blue-silver domain that Chen Yue had left. However, he was currently being firmly held down and couldn't move or speak at all. After a full half an hour, the two Tang brothers finally released him. Tang Xiao cautiously poked his head out to look around and let out a sigh of relief, thinking that the person should be gone. Wait, that's not right. Just as Tang Xiao stepped out, he suddenly sniffed as if he had caught a whiff of something special and immediately began to look around, following the scent to a puddle of water. In that moment, he felt a surge of respect. Tang Hao, who had also come over out of curiosity, and Tang San. Cough, a bit unexpected. Before Tang Xiao could finish explaining, Tang Hao, not wanting to be outdone, also saluted respectfully in response to his elder brother's sudden reverence. Tang San, Dad, Uncle, why did you hold me down just now? Tang San skillfully changed the subject. In fact, with the strength of the 4 super Douluos, plus my hidden weapons and the blue-silver domain, we could. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw the bodies of Qian Douluo and Bai Hondo already dug out on the ground. Tang San. The words stuck in his throat, and he stared blankly at the two corpses. Because the two brothers from the Tang family had acted so quickly earlier, Tang San hadn't seen the moment when Chen Yue killed Qian Douluo in an instant. He only saw Qian Douluo using all his strength to defend when he lost sight of everything, because Tang had already held him in his arms, hiding together at the moment Qian Douluo was killed. Let's grab the soul bones and head back to Sea God Island immediately, Tang Xiao said in a deep voice. That person's strength has risen to another level. We are simply no match for him. It seems that we can only wait until Little Sin also passes the Sea God assessment before we can try to wrestle with him, right? The combined strength of Qian and Bai Hondo was, in the eyes of the two Tang brothers, not weaker than sea god Daluo Bosaishi. And they could even withstand hundreds of rounds against the latter without being defeated. Of course, this refers to the premise that sea god Daluo Bosaishi does not borrow the power of the sacrificial offerings. As mentioned earlier, the sacrificial offerings can borrow half of the deity's power within the realm ruled by the deity. In other words, Bosaishi on Sea God Island can actually borrow half of the sea god's power. This is also the reason why she can withstand the half-god deep-sea demon whale king on Sea God Island. A million-year soul beast, to some extent, is not weaker than a typical divine official. Of course, this means only that they are not weaker. Killing a divine official is not that easy. Then, uncle, where should we hunt for soul bones now? Tang Sen asked softly. I feel that the Star Dou forest isn't very safe anymore. He realized that both ChenYue Daluo and Bai Han Daluo were killed in one hit, clearly having no power to resist. Such an opponent was not something they could handle now, so he decided to endure for the time being. Once he became a Title Douluo in the future, he would definitely not be weaker than the opponent. And then he could shout, "You demon who kills innocence and despises all life, I will represent justice to eliminate you." As the thought flashed through Tang San's mind, Tang Xiao spoke up. How about we take a trip to the extreme North Forest? I've heard that there are quite a few soul beasts there, and most of them are 10,000-year soul beasts, and they often come in groups. If we wipe out a group of 10,000-year soul beasts, we might even get some soul bones. Tang Hao nodded in agreement. Then, to avoid running into them, shall we wait a bit? Huh? Tang Xiao was taken aback, looking at him in confusion. He noticed that the latter's face was slightly flushed, and he coughed. I want to wait here a bit longer. Tang Xiao was even more confused. But when he saw a puddle of water on the ground where Tang Hao was sitting, he seemed to understand something. He frowned. How? I'm not saying you. Tang Hao lowered his head, already prepared to be scolded by his beloved elder brother. However, he never expected that Tang Xiao's next words would completely stun him. Aren't you afraid of choking by eating such good things all by yourself? Dan Hao? He stared blankly as Tang Xiao came over and sat next to him, completely ignoring his gaze, taking a deep breath to enjoy the fragrance of nature. A look of ecstasy on his face. No wonder it's the energy of the blue-silver source. My injuries have surprisingly healed significantly in an instant. Tang Hao. Tang San, who was on the side, was immediately confused. He took 2 steps forward, about to ask what was happening, when suddenly a familiar yet strange and stimulating breath of life from nature surged into his nostrils, instantly cleansing his soul. Faced with this gift from nature, the usually pure and elegant Tang San was also very respectful, raising his head and chest, then saluting solemnly towards the source of the blue-silver emperor's energy, expressing his deep respect. Dan Hao, Dan Xiao. The 2 brothers were stunned, especially Tang Hao, who widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at Tang San, whose expression seemed a bit sour but was trying to suppress it. You unfilial son. Tang San. No, Dad. How did I become unfilial? Tang San was very confused. He took a step forward, his eyes bulging, his body instantly stiffening. And the earlier salute also came to an end. Dan Hao, Dan Xiao, unfilial son. Tang Hao was so angry he jumped up. A lot has been edited, feeling numb. As for everything happening near the blue-silver forest, Chen Yue was completely unaware. With his speed, he returned directly to the Heaven Dou Imperial Palace in just 2.5 minutes, giving a severe lesson to the silver dance duo, who were foolishly trying to provoke the majesty of the heavens. Congratulations to the host for gaining 3 more offspring. Identified their mother as the original female lead Xiao Wu, currently quintuplets, and this pregnancy has reached the limit. The quantity remains unchanged, but the quality doubles. Purified holy water. ChenYue Fairy Island. 2 million-year soul spirits. Purified holy water. It is said to purify all the filth in the world. No filth can escape. But it is also possible that due to too much filth, 1 bottle may not be enough for purification. ChenYue Fairy Island. This is a fairy island that can surpass the heavens and the earth, able to stand in the air. It is filled with countless fairy formations that can resist external enemies and can also unleash the power of the fairy formations to seal unbeatable enemies. 2 million-year soul spirits. ChenYue frowned and carefully examined the detailed description of this soul spirit. On the Douluo continent, it seems that the highest is only a million-year soul spirit. Suddenly having a doubled 2 million-year soul spirit was truly unexpected for ChenYue. System note: soul spirits above 1 million years, excluding 1 million-year soul spirits, are all blue soul rings, starting from 1 million years. Each additional million years adds a circle of edge rings the color order of edge rings: white, yellow, purple, black, red, platinum, gold, purple gold, black gold, red gold. When the soul ring reaches red, gold, blue, further progress will transform it into a rainbow-colored soul ring. This is the highest limit that the current world can accommodate. Chen Yue was surprised. There's such a saying? However, he glanced at his seemingly endless experience bar, scratched his head, and thought, this seems reasonable, right? Otherwise, if I want to become a level 95 Title Douluo, this 10 East experience points, even if I devoured all the soul beasts on the continent, might not be enough to level up. At this moment, Chen Yue was practicing a technique called the Python Sparrow Swallowing Dragon Diagram, a fantasy version of the Northern Underworld divine skill, which can absorb the opponent's soul power or consume the blood and flesh of soul beasts to increase soul power experience points. Unfortunately, during this time, he had been consuming the flesh and blood of 10,000-year soul beasts, and the experience points were increasing almost imperceptibly. Chen Yue estimated that at most, a piece of meat only provided about 10 points of experience, which was really frustrating. However, now, even at meat is still meat, right? In order to level up his soul power and face the powerful enemies of the divine realm in the future, Chen Yue accepted it. Just after absorbing this blue soul ring, the system's voice rang out again. Congratulations, host, you have gained 2 offspring. Their mother being the original female supporting character, Ain, currently a set of triplets, unable to conceive again, identified as the mother of Tang San. With rewards doubled: Fusion Soul Stone 2, Fragmented Soul Stone 2, Soul Elevation Stone 2, Fusion Soul Stone. It can integrate a newly acquired soul ring into one of the soul rings of your martial soul, thereby increasing the latter's age and correcting the original soul skills. Fragmented Soul Stone. It shatters a soul master's soul ring, allowing them to reabsorb the soul ring. Chen Yue planned to wait until QianRenxue gave birth, then replace her earlier soul rings with 10,000-year ones. Well, it seems that there are enough 10,000-year soul beasts on land now, and it might not be bad to swim with her later. Soul Elevation Stone. It increases the age of existing soul rings and soul bones. Can use soul rings as secondary materials for half elevation, significant effect, or can directly use the Soul Elevation Stone for enhancement, less significant effect. Not bad, not bad. A smile appeared on Chen Yue's face as he looked at the exhausted Wu duo in front of him. I am very satisfied with this performance. I can make an exception and allow you to take a bath. After staying in the Heavenly King Divine Tower for so long, you must be dirty. However, Xiao Wu and Ain are exceptions. What Chen Yue extracted from their soul rings was the purest part of their bodies, which can be understood as the filthiest elements of the 10,000-year soul beasts currently residing in Tang San and Tang Hao soul rings. This is also why they left an enticing fragrance outside the blue silver forest. And now, this incarnation is a fusion of their physical shells, the pure energy from their soul rings and soul bones. It is somewhat like a person missing a part of their 3 souls and 7 spirits. In a sense, they are not complete individuals, but from a physical perspective, they are undoubtedly human. Thank you, Master. Chapter 109, Madam Ning. Why don't we discuss together what posture makes it easier to conceive? If I continue writing, I will need to expand on the new map and worldview. But rest assured, the setting will still mainly focus on Douluo I, because I haven't really seen much of the others. And the power levels are also based on the Douluo I period. Thank you for your support, dear readers. It's the same 4-in-1, too lazy to break it down. Xiao Wu sensibly knelt down. This rabbit sometimes understands things better than that grass. After all, her experiences are different from Yin's. She has seen too much. Her playmates, the sky blue bull python De Ming and the titan giant ape Air Ming, died in front of her. She knows that Chen Yue's power is unmatched, and the only way to have a chance of survival is to endure humiliation and bear the burden. She cannot die. She has suffered so much humiliation and torment at Chen Yue's hands, as well as the hatred of De Ming and Air Ming. She has borne too much and cannot easily die. She wants revenge. Thus, in the Heavenly King Divine Tower, Xiao Wu, who is reflecting on herself, has already changed her mindset. She firmly believes that as long as she is alive, there is hope to turn the tables and kill Chen Yue. This is also why she is so obedient. However, Yin has not experienced such things, and is Tang Hao's wife and Tang San's mother. She naturally cannot let go as freely as Xiao Wu. But her weakness is simple. It is Tang Hao and Tang San, while Tang Xiao can only be considered an accessory. At this moment, her expression was complex, helplessly being bathed and cleaned by the Angel Legion's female soul saint. And she showed no reaction, while Xiao Wu was enjoying herself in the bathtub, squinting her eyes in comfort. After her mindset changed, Xiao Wu already regarded all of this as a gift on her path of sacrifice. Regardless of how things go, she would not give up her chance to live. For only by living could she take revenge. In the spacious bathroom, Xiao Wu, Yin, and Tang Yuehua, all three beautiful women with slightly bulging bellies, were lying in 3 different bathtubs, each with different expressions. Yin's expression was complex. Tang Yuehua closed her eyes and remained silent, while Xiao Wu was full of contentment, occasionally stroking her belly, and a trace of maternal tenderness flashed across her face, but it was fleeting. In the adjacent bathroom, Tang Tiantian, Madame Ning, Shang Wanwan, and the Snow Empress were also soaking in a bath. Due to the previous heartwarming reunion, ChenYue also released the Snow Empress, and because of their equal status, these 3 women successfully bonded. As for Tang Yuehua and the others, Shang Wanwan discreetly ignored them, while Tang Tiantian, due to Tang Yuehua's earlier actions, not only did not engage with her, but didn't even look at her. The Snow Empress was practical. Having seen ChenYue's attitude towards these 3 women, she naturally wouldn't mingle with them. Sigh. Shang Wanwan opened her eyes. The Angel Legion female soul saint beside her had already left, and now the bathroom only had her and Xiao Wu. However, in the Tiando Imperial Palace, especially in ChenYue's residence, there must be countless Angel Legion female soul saints guarding them. It was unrealistic for her to think about escaping. Moreover, she didn't have that thought. Now that the 7 Treasures glazed tile school was gone, where could she run to? With this thought, she couldn't help but speak, looking at Tang Tiantian beside her. Seeing that the latter was silent, she had to be direct. Well, Tang Yuehua is already pregnant. Don't you want to conceive his child too? Tang Tiantian glanced at her. What do you want to say? I have a suggestion. Shang Wanwan smiled slightly, her gaze shifting between the 2 women, finally landing on Tang Tiantian. The Snow Empress, although not opening her eyes, perked up her ears to listen, clearly interested. What suggestion? Why don't we discuss together what posture makes it easier to conceive? Shang Wanwan, being a married beauty, spoke differently. As soon as she opened her mouth, she made Tang Tiantian and the Snow Empress blush. Fortunately, the mist in the bathtub made it hard to see clearly. Don't rush to change the subject. Shang Wanwan seemed to sense that Tang Tiantian was about to interrupt, quickly saying, think about it. Even Tang Yuehua and the other 3 slaves have children. Aren't you afraid they will take revenge on you later? To be honest, Shang Wanwan's words struck a chord with Tang Tiantian. She really feared that Tang Yuehua, after giving birth, would become favored and suddenly rise to power. Listen to my words. A child makes the mother valuable. This is no joke. Tang Tiantian didn't respond, but had already perked up her ears to listen, while the Snow Empress, who was unclear about human relationships, was also somewhat moved by Shang Wanwan's words. Moreover, as the ice goddess, she rarely experienced emotions, but the thought of becoming a mother in the future actually brought a bit of small excitement. Based on her body structure, it's actually said that if you arch your back, that's the best posture. As soon as Shang Wanwan's words fell, Tang Tiantian quietly said, but I remember that a yin seems to be something. What was it called? Something? Shang Wanwan. No. I remember he seemed to say that the standard push-up is the best. Dan Dian Dan. Shang Wanwan. With Xue Di's interjection, both women fell silent instantly. Chen Yue was completely unaware of the chatter among the women in the palace, and at this moment, he looked with interest at the kneeling Huo Wu in front of him, saying, you want me to let you go? There are so many women in the palace. Adding one more or taking one away makes no difference. Is it really necessary? During these few days of rest, Huo Wu also noticed that there were quite a few women in the harem, each more stunning than the last, even more beautiful and alluring than herself. She couldn't understand why they wanted to bind her in the palace as a caged bird. A gardener never criticizes the type of flowers, as long as they are beautiful. Huo Wu. The words left her speechless. You're still thinking about Feng Xiaotian, right? Chen Yue smiled slightly, causing Huo Wu to shiver. You, what do you want to do? I can give you a chance. Feng Xiaotian is outside. See if he is willing to take you away. The heart of the storm had already been absorbed by Feng Xiaotian, and at this moment, due to the stimuli from the previous night, it quickly showed results. Huo Wu felt her heart thump. She wanted to ask something, but Chen Yue had already turned to leave. She stared blankly at Chen Yue's departing figure, and finally gritted her teeth and walked out of the palace gate. Xiaotian, you. Just as she stepped out of the palace gate, she saw Feng Xiaotian kneeling at the entrance, which startled her, and she hurried to help him. But Feng Xiaotian recoiled in fear. Don't do that. Huo Wu's movement stopped abruptly, staring at him blankly. You. I. Feng Xiaotian pouted, looking at Huo Wu at that moment, unsure of what to say, but in his eyes, Huo Wu at that moment was far more attractive than the voice he heard that night, and he could only say, "Let us keep some distance." He didn't even know what had happened. All he knew was that after waking up, his combat power had greatly increased, and even some soul saints in his family could not defeat him, who was only a soul emperor now. His father had sought many healing-type soul masters to examine him, but none found anything abnormal. Helplessly, Feng Xiaotian had to suppress his doubts and began to cultivate normally. For some reason, he felt excited when he heard someone in the family say that Huo Wu had been taken from him by the emperor of the Heaven Dou Empire. Even feeling so excited that he almost shed blood, completely lacking the previous feeling of his blood pressure skyrocketing. After trying a few times, he found that he seemed to only react to this, while everything else didn't stir any change at all. But there was good news. His overall strength had soared, and a typical Soul Douluo could be no match for him if they were careless. If you want, we can actually get married, but can you not leave the palace? He thought he would try to see if experiencing the previous situation again would enhance his true combat power. Thus, after understanding Huo Wu's gaze, he stammered and spoke his true thoughts. What did you say? However, his casual words sounded like a thunderclap in Huo Wu's ears, exploding her mind. What did you say? Feng Xiaotian, what the hell are you talking about? Feng Xiaotian silently lowered his head, looking at Huo Wu, who wanted to get closer, but he maintained his distance. With his current ability to fight against a Soul Douluo, a mere soul emperor like Huo Wu could never approach him. You really make me so angry. Huo Wu's chest rose and fell with anger. Pointing at Feng Xiaotian's nose, looking at his indifferent expression, she was furious and finally swung her hand hard, turning to leave. Watching her departing figure, Feng Xiaotian remained unmoved, silently hoping that this experiment would succeed. He was now in a state similar to a sword fanatic, immersed in the heart of the storm, showing little interest in anything other than increasing his strength. Somewhat like the Sunflower Manual or the evil repelling sword spectrum, achieving a leap in power but sacrificing something in the process. As for the events here, Chen Yue paid no attention at all. He was still very confident about the heart of the storm. At this moment, he was in the closed-door training room, opened the heavenly King Divine Tower, and slowly walked inside. Looking at the transparent figure before him, he said softly, "Now, can you explain your origins?" This transparent entity, resembling a female form, was the one that had previously possessed Renxue. After undergoing the baptism of the heart fire inside the heavenly King Divine Tower, its form had become more transparent. You are ruthless." Chen Yue remained silent, but the next moment, the heart fire in the tower surged violently. And a moment later, a scream suddenly erupted from her mouth. No, I'll tell you. Chen Yue remained indifferent until her screams exhausted her strength, and the entire shadow fell heavily to the ground before he released the heart fire as burning. "I'll give you another chance." The transparent figure gasped for breath, her voice weak beyond measure. I come from the Spirit Hall. I am one of the 18 holy angels under the Holy Emperor." Spirit Hall? Chen Yue raised his eyebrows. Wasn't he the Spirit Hall, located in the overseas Sun and Moon continent? Also, what are these 18 holy angels? What do the 18 holy angels mean? Because of the earlier heart fire, the transparent figure was filled with fear towards Chen Yue, her voice trembling as she hurriedly explained, "We, the 18 holy angels, are the guards under the Holy Emperor, only obeying the Holy Emperor's orders. Originally, we would only emerge in response to the Holy Emperor's summons. I don't know why I ended up in this strange place." Strange place? Chen Yue frowned. Could it be that many years ago, the Douluo continent and the Sun and Moon continent were one? Renxue is the principal of the ChenYue Academy, and her hometown is in ChenYue City, so she could never go to the Sun and Moon continent. This means that this holy angel before him was sealed somewhere in the Douluo continent. But if that's the case, it's a bit unclear. After all, the Spirit Hall is a force from the Sun and Moon continent, and it's during the Dou Air period. Now, the Dou period hasn't even ended, so it's uncertain whether this organization exists. But this holy angel seemed to be on the brink of death due to the torment of the heart fire, and given how clearly she feared the heart fire, it didn't seem like she was lying. Unless, in the distant past, the Douluo continent and the Sun and Moon continent were one, and later for some unknown reason, they were separated? With this thought flashing through his mind, Chen Yue immediately asked, "You said earlier that this is a strange place. So tell me, what was the place you were familiar with?" "The place I'm familiar with." The holy angel pondered for a moment before saying, "The only familiar place here is a term, the Star Dou Great Forest. Chen Yue's heart stirred. Continue. No. But the starry forest I am familiar with includes, the sunset forest area on your current map, as well as the surroundings of Tiando City, which should all be within the range of the starry forest. The holy angel said, this place is the territory of a being known as the Dragon King. The Dragon King. The Dragon King? Chen Yue squinted. Could it be the Purple Princess, one of the top 10 ferocious beasts from the Dou period? Can you elaborate on this Dragon King? The Dragon King is a soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years. She wields the power of the abyss and is extremely powerful. At that time, the three of us who had reached the peak of Dalu wanted to capture her alive. But we could only match her at best. If it weren't for the Archangel arriving in the end, perhaps all three of us would have perished here. Chen Yue furrowed his brows deeply. 100,000-year soul beast. Are you sure? Chapter 110. Holy Angel. As long as I don't die, I will agree to any conditions you propose. The 6,000-word chapter S. Hello, good evening. Did the sudden update surprise you? This chapter has been merged into 6,200 words. The overdue word count I mentioned before is included in this. And I will update more when I have time and opportunity. Thank you for the support from Q Reading and the friends at Qian. I am sure, this time, Chen Yue fell into deep thought again. Based on the current timeline, the Purple Princess should be a ferocious beast of less than 300,000 years. According to the Holy Angel in the distant past, it is very likely that it was tens of thousands of years ago, when the Purple Princess had not yet become a ferocious beast. This thought flashed through his mind, and Chen Yue immediately asked, have you heard of the Sea God? Wanting to probe for a specific timeline, Chen Yue couldn't browse the history because he knew that history is written by the victors. He had actually gone through the historical classics in the Tiando Imperial Palace, and it could be said that there was a gap, as there was no specific source explaining how soul masters appeared. It was as if suddenly soul masters emerged, and then there were explanations for martial souls, soul rings, soul bones, etc., without mentioning the history of these things. Therefore, Chen Yue directly inquired about characters that appeared in the distant past. The sea god Poseidon became a deity at sea due to faith 20,000 years ago. If it was around 20,000 years ago, you should know about the sea god Poseidon and his ascension. If he is not aware, then it indicates that the origin of this holy angel is likely at least 21,000 years ago, or even further back. The sea god? The holy angel obviously paused. Are you talking about a kind of deity? A deity of the sea? I'm not sure about that. In the records of the Holy Spirit Church, the sea is our forbidden area because the number of 100,000-year soul beasts there exceeds that on land. It seems to be even further back in the past. Please tell me more about the situation in your era, and why you have appeared in the present. Hearing Chen Yue's inquiry, the holy angel hesitated because the information she knew could be considered confidential intelligence of their Holy Spirit Church, which, according to reason, should not be leaked. However, thinking of Chen Yue's strange heart fire, which nearly burned her spiritual transformation to ashes, she felt a bit fearful. Yes, that's right. Currently, she is in a state similar to a spiritual body. However, there is no concept of soul power on the Douluo continent, only mental power. And her current state is essentially a spiritual body formed from mental power, still fundamentally a soul state. It was precisely because of Chen Yue's heart fire that she did not dare to rashly attempt to seize Chen Yue's body. The reason she invaded Han Shue's body was that the latter's mental power was very low, and there was nothing to restrain her spiritual body, hence she acted so recklessly. Actually, whether you say it or not, it's about the same. Chen Yue's words pulled her back to reality. With my strength, if I search around the Douluo area, I may not be able to fully know about the other holy angels you mentioned, but capturing one or two shouldn't be a problem. And you, perhaps it would be better if you just disappeared into the long river of history. Upon hearing this completely unmerciful remark, the holy angel suddenly shivered and hurriedly said, No, I will tell you. Due to the distant past, she only has this spiritual body left. If Chen Yue were to eradicate her, she would truly be finished. I am the Ice Holy Angel under the Holy Emperor of the Holy Spirit Church. Among the other holy angels, I have only seen 4, the strongest being the Archangel. Chen Yue remained indifferent, waiting for her to continue. Back then, in our era, the geographical area was expanded by dozens of times compared to now. However, most of it was primarily within the Starry Forest area. Among them, the core area of the Starry Forest, known as the Lake of Life, was designated as a forbidden area by us, where a being resided that no human, except for the Holy Emperor, dared to offend. It is said that a true dragon, the Master of Soul Masters, resides there. Chen Yue raised his eyebrows. This should be the beast god Emperor Tian, right? It can't possibly be the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna, can it? However, he could not rely solely on intuition. So Chen Yue said indifferently, continue. In addition, there are also over a dozen territories of soul beasts that are over 100,000 years old, distributed throughout the continent. Moreover, around the Lake of Life area, there are several dragon-type soul beasts, each of which is several times stronger than the Dragon King. The holy angel paused and continued. There was once a large-scale operation within our church, sending out 12 holy angels, and we barely managed to kill one of the dragon-type 100,000-year soul beasts. However, Chen Yue raised his eyelids, pretending to unleash his heart fire, which scared her into quickly adding, however, it is said that after presenting the corpse to the Holy Emperor strictly prohibited any soul master within the church from entering this area again. Furthermore, he designated the surrounding area within several dozen kilometers as a forbidden area of the church, where no one is allowed to intrude, not even the archangel, who is second only to the Holy Emperor. Chen Yue narrowed his eyes. Why? The specific reason was not mentioned by the Holy Emperor. Seeing Chen Yue's gaze becoming somewhat dangerous, she quickly added, actually, there are rumors that the soul beasts around here are not only at the 100,000-year level. It is highly likely that they are soul beasts over 100,000 years. Because of the ferocity of these types of soul beasts, we define them as ferocious beasts. Seeing that Chen Yue's gaze had slightly relaxed its pressure, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and continued. However, our Holy Spirit Church issued a notice, but there are still many sects in the Soul Master world that do not believe our words. These sects and forces are led by the Xinguan sect and the Beni sect. Xinguan sect, Benti sect. Chen Yue narrowed his eyes. Could it be the Xinguan sect of the Star Luo Empire? Moreover, this Beni sect shouldn't have appeared several thousand years later? Chen Yue remembered that during the Doer period, it was said that the founder of the Beni sect appeared several thousand years ago because he discovered the secret of the Benti martial soul. Could it be that this was not the so-called founder's discovery, but rather the discovery of some kind of ruins or treasure? Within the Star Crown sect, there are also some very powerful beings, and their high-level strength is not inferior to our 18 holy angels' martial soul fusion skills. They, along with the Body sect, went to explore the forbidden land of the Holy Church without believing in evil, and as a result, out of hundreds of people who went, only a handful escaped. Chen Yue narrowed his eyes. What was the strength of these hundreds of people? Strength? The holy angel was obviously taken aback. Then after thinking for a moment said, the criteria for classifying strength back then were different from now. But according to your data, it should be roughly equivalent to your level 99 limit Douluo, right? Different? Chen Yue asked, how did you classify strength back then? He was curious about how soul power levels were classified in the distant past when there were gaps in the history of soul masters. We also cultivated soul power levels, but they are not consistent with yours. She said, our classification starts with entering the soul, which is roughly equivalent to your awakening of martial souls. After that, the classifications for the middle and lower tiers are basically the same, namely Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Elder, Soul Sect, Soul Emperor, Soul Sage, and Soul Douluo. She paused and continued, but above Soul Douluo, our classification is very different from yours now. In our soul power cultivation system, when a Soul Douluo reaches the extreme, they will condense all their soul power into a crystal called the Soul Power Core, also known as the Soul Power Crystal. This soul power crystal represents the amount of soul power within the body and can effectively increase the soul power during combat. Generally, each Title Douluo has to have 3 soul crystals before they choose to hunt soul rings to become a Title Douluo. It's somewhat similar to a soul core, but it's only similar and cannot be confused with it. According to what the Holy Angel said, the existence of this soul power crystal is equivalent to multiplying a soul master's soul power limit, commonly known as the blue bar in games, several times. For example, if a typical Soul Douluo has a blue bar of 1,000 soul power, then according to this holy angel, their Soul Douluo might have at least 3,000 soul power, and even more after breaking through to Title Douluo. With this thought in mind, Chen Yue asked, so, will there be an increase in strength? Probably, during our time, a Soul Douluo, even with only 1 soul power crystal, could easily defeat 10 of those Soul Douluos like the woman I possessed earlier, right? The holy angel said somewhat uncertainly, because her soul power is too low. She could only use her 8th soul skill 4 times at most, and didn't have any self-created soul skills. As for the others, I'm not sure, because I haven't seen any Title Douluo from your era except for you. She was very certain that the Chen Yue in front of her was a freak of this era, something that couldn't be judged by worldly standards. So she wisely stated the facts. Then according to what you said, how many of your Title Douluos can defeat someone like her? The holy angel replied without hesitation. Hundreds of soul Douluos like her wouldn't be able to get close. Seeing Chen Yue raise his eyebrows, the holy angel didn't dare to keep it a secret anymore. I'm measuring based on the standard of ordinary Title Douluos within our Holy Spirit Church. Each Title Douluo in our Holy Spirit Church has at least one self-created soul skill that is not weaker than the martial soul itself. If they encounter a self-created soul skill that is an area attack, then with one move, they could wipe out all those soul Douluos you mentioned. She was really on edge, fearing that if Chen Yue was displeased, he would unleash his fury on her. Her words made Chen Yue understand, but he also had some doubts. So, does that mean that the reason for the longevity of the 1,000 fire Douluo and the 100 cold Douluo is due to the appearance of those ancient soul masters from your Holy Spirit Church within the Star Crown sect? Or could it be that the few ancient soul masters who escaped from the Star Dou forest? With this thought, he asked again at your time, what was the limit for soul Douluos? Soul Douluos can last for a long time, right? The holy angel hesitated for a moment. We Heaven Dou researched this aspect, but our holy emperor has been around for many years. It is said that the previous leaders have died for over 10 generations, with an average lifespan of over 2 cycles. The holy emperor has not only never been replaced, but also his appearance has never changed. 10 generations? An average of over 2 cycles? This means he is probably over 1,000 years old? Chen Yue's eyelids twitched. He thought that his closed-door cultivation for 120 years was already considered longevity, but compared to the holy emperor, he felt weak. What is the soul power level of your holy emperor? The holy angel shook her head. I'm not sure about that. We have never seen the holy emperor make a move, but even our strongest archangel in the Holy Spirit Church, despite having the cultivation of a god Douluo, doesn't dare to be reckless in front of the holy emperor. God Douluo? Chen Yue frowned at this unfamiliar term. Is this the soul power level of the Holy Spirit Church back then? That's right. The holy angel suddenly remembered that she hadn't mentioned the levels above soul Douluo, and immediately said, above soul Douluo, our specific classification is completely different from yours now. Above soul Douluo, in order we have Title Douluo, Super Douluo, Ultimate Douluo, Peak Douluo, Limit Douluo, Extreme Douluo, Extraordinary Douluo, and God Douluo. After a pause, she added, in our time, we did not classify soul power levels numerically as you do now. The titles you have now, such as Soul Master and Soul Elder, were originally names for our soul power level realms. At that time, a typical Title Douluo could only be considered a small high level, and only by reaching Peak Douluo could one be called a true top-tier combat power. Upon saying this, her tone became somewhat awkward. I am the weakest among the 18 holy angels, with only the cultivation of Peak Douluo, great perfection. Great perfection? She hurriedly explained. In the realm of soul power levels above soul Douluo, we divided it into early, middle, late stages, small perfection, and great perfection. Chen Yue's eyelids twitched. So, by this calculation, doesn't that mean the current peerless Douluo is only equivalent to their peak Douluo level? Then what about this god Douluo? Isn't that equivalent to a deity? Chen Yue exhaled a long breath. He didn't know where his current strength limit was. But as long as he didn't face this so-called god Douluo, it should be fine, right? With this thought in mind, he said, continue. You just mentioned what happened to the people from the Star Crown sect and the body sect who escaped. The Star Crown sect only had 2 people escape, who were the 2 supreme sect masters of the Star Crown sect. They are twin brothers, and although they only have the soul power level of extreme Douluo, if they use the martial soul fusion skill, they can fight against the god Douluo. They once killed a soul master who was at the great perfection of extraordinary Douluo with this. Afterward, the Star Crown sect announced a closure and left their original cultivation treasures overnight, and no one knows where they went. Chen Yue's heart tightened. So, the reason for the longevity of the 1,000 fire Douluo and the 100 cold Douluo might be due to the treasures or guidance from these 2 ancient soul masters. Of course, it's also possible that they consumed some longevity treasures. But Chen Yue leaned more towards the former, because he clearly felt that the 1,000 fire Douluo and the 100 cold Douluo had similar energy fluctuations to this holy angel. Given this, it seemed that there might be an ancient soul master within the Star Crown sect, another entity of the body sect. It seems they did something outrageous in the Star Dou Great Forest, prompting the silver dragon from the core area of the Lake of Life to emerge and flatten the entire body sect with a single slap. Silver dragon? Chen Yue looked up. You said it was a silver dragon, not a black dragon? There's only one silver dragon, and that is the Silver Dragon King, Guyana. Of course, right now she is just the Silver Dragon King and should not have taken the name Guyana yet. It should be a silver dragon. The holy angel pondered for a moment and said, at that time we saw a silver light flashing from the Star Dou Great Forest. And then we saw the area of the body sect's mountain gate being smashed to the ground with a single slap. Chen Yue continued to ask, "So what happened afterwards?" Unclear. Seeing Chen Yue's eyes becoming dangerous again, the holy angel quickly explained, "I really don't know." Shortly after the silver dragon appeared, His Majesty, the Holy Emperor, summoned us 18 holy angels, along with several current supreme masters and masters, to tell us that there would be an unprecedented catastrophe on the continent, and to preserve the strength of our Holy Spirit Church. We were all sealed away. After that, I don't know how long I slept. In any case, when I woke up again, I saw that woman. So I thought of using her body to see what time it was now. So, you rejected my proposal to take her as a concubine on her behalf? Holy angel. She looked at Chen Yue's seemingly smiling expression. Her lips twitched, and she awkwardly said, "Well, as the holy angels under His Majesty the Holy Emperor, we must ensure the purity of our bodies and spirits, so... Sorry. Then what do you mean by capturing the 7 beauties of Tianxue? They noticed my abnormality, and I didn't want to expose myself, so I could only control them." Now, Chen Yue finally understood. In the distant past, when soul beasts roamed the continent and fierce beasts ruled the borders, for some reason, the Star-Crowned sect and the Body sect entered the Star Dou Great Forest, provoking the Silver Dragon King, who eventually couldn't hold back and came out, obliterating the entire Body sect with a slap, which probably also alarmed some deities in the divine realm. Of course, judging by the timeline, there were not many deities in the divine realm at that time. Poseidon definitely had not ascended, and the first angel god, who was a friend of Poseidon, had certainly not appeared. So at that time, perhaps it was the god of Shura in the lower realm. And this Silver Dragon King might have been a true peak state, or perhaps used some secret method to surpass the peak, which allowed her to defeat the god of Shura. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, the god of Shura would not have let her go. So the only outcome was her victory over the god of Shura, with no other possibility. Furthermore, according to the current division of the Douluo and Sun Moon plates, it is clear that Guiyuna also suffered a victory, as these 2 divine kings must have fought for a long time on Douluo Star. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused the continent to crack in such a manner. It is said that the Supreme God King destroyed a city with great difficulty. But whether that is true or not, if so, the battle between the Silver Dragon King and the god of Shura probably lasted several decades, or even hundreds of years to result in such a situation, right? Adding in the time for plate drift, Chen Yue felt that this was at least 50,000 years ago, or even 100,000 years. So, if the Demon Dragon King is ZG, that doesn't quite add up. After all, 100,000 years to only improve by 200,000 years of cultivation is a bit slow for ZG. It is known that the Sea Demon Whale King took only 300,000 years to grow to the level of a million-year half-demon god. So, the Demon Dragon King is ZG's elder? Putting aside these thoughts, Chen Yue raised his head to look at the holy angel before him. Although her form was flickering, clearly seemed nervous about her outcome. You now have 2 choices. First, I will send you to meet your god. Second, before he could finish, the holy angel quickly shouted, Second. I choose the second one. Chen Yue. So decisive? Are you sure you don't want to resist a bit? Do you want to hear what my second option is? Without hesitation, the holy angel replied, As long as I don't die, I will agree to any condition. Are you sure? Sure. Sure and certain? Sure and certain. Chen Yue's gaze was strange. The second option is you stay. I will find a chance to give you the opportunity to return to your spiritual body, and after returning, you belong to me. No problem, including having children. Holy angel. She looked bewildered and astonished at Chen Yue. Her expression as if she had seen a pig climb a tree. Wait, what did you just say? Have children? Chen Yue looked her up and down. If I'm not mistaken, your spiritual body is your own appearance, right? Not bad. And considering that you could become one of the 18 holy angels under the Holy Spirit Church, your talent should be quite remarkable. So, our offspring will definitely be strong. Holy angel. No, I was asking about this matter. Is it true that the strong in this era are all obsessed with beauty and eager to have children? No, Our pursuit should be that godly position above the god Douluo in ethereal legends, right? Not. Holy angel. Now, I'm giving you a chance to choose again. Chen Yue said lightly first. I choose the second one. Chen Yue? What are you looking at? Didn't you just say that you holy angels must ensure the purity of your bodies and spirits? Yes. The holy angel said as a matter of course. But I won't be a holy angel anymore, so I don't have to maintain it. Chen Yue. Damn, what she said makes so much sense. I actually have no words to respond. Chapter 111 Chen Yue said seriously, Director Han, you don't need to take off your dress at all. 4 in 1. lazy to unpack, straight to sleep. This holy angel isn't a fool either. She told ChenYue so many secrets of the Holy Spirit Church, and if the Holy Emperor wakes up in the future, she would probably be turned into a meat pie with a single slap. Rather than die, she might as well directly betray the church. After all, she now feels that with ChenYue's strength and development potential, reaching the height of the Holy Emperor in the future is actually not impossible. Plus this beauty that rivals the readers, as long as one isn't brain dead. It's clear what choice to make. As for why she could see ChenYue's development potential, all holy angels have a special soul skill, which is used to gather talents for the Holy Spirit Church. This special soul skill can perceive the bone age of soul masters and their specific soul power levels at close range, allowing them to judge talent. In their era, any Title Douluo with 3 or more soul power crystals was at least 2.5 cycles old, even the youngest genius. When becoming a soul Douluo with 3 soul crystals was already at least a cycle old. It is known that each time a soul power crystal is formed, it is equivalent to recultivating from the soul master to the soul Douluo stage. Of course, during this time, there is no need to obtain soul rings, but they can absorb the power of soul rings to condense soul power crystals. However, as the number of soul ring absorptions increases, the energy refined from the soul power crystals also decreases. In terms of experience bars, absorbing the energy of a 10,000-year soul ring for the first time can give you 10,000 experience points. However, the second absorption of a 10,000-year soul ring can only add 8,000 points, and then it drops to 5,000, and so on, with the minimum being 1,000 years. This means there's a greater need to hunt soul beasts extensively or to kill higher-level soul beasts to refine them into soul power crystals. At that time, both the Star-Crowned sect and the Body sect had this intention. These 2 sects were among the 3 most powerful soul master factions on the continent, alongside the Spirit Hall. However, when comparing overall strength, they were much weaker than the Spirit Hall, and the highest number of soul power crystals among them was only 7. In the Spirit Hall, there were quite a few soul masters with 8 soul power crystals, and it was rumored that among the 18 holy angels, the Archangel possessed 9 soul power crystals. During the Super Douluo era, even a Super Douluo could potentially be killed by a large army, because soul power could be exhausted by human lives. However, a Super Douluo with 9 soul power crystals, let alone 100,000 troops, even millions of soul masters might not be able to exhaust their soul power, right? This is also why, during the era of holy angels, soul masters racked their brains to condense soul power crystals. The Star-Crowned sect and the Body sect were also hoping that among their juniors, someone could condense 8 or even 9 soul power crystals. Hence, they took risks to venture into the mountain known for its tiger. Of course, in the end, it is evident from the account of this holy angel that these people indeed failed. In that era, every talented soul master's first thought was to condense more soul power crystals. This way, when they became Title Douluo in the future, they could use soul skills as they pleased, and even using 9 soul skills at once would not be a problem. Moreover, condensing soul power crystals requires time, which resulted in the youngest Title Douluo of their era being at least 40 years old. There's no way around it. The more soul power crystals one condenses, the thicker and harder they become, making it increasingly difficult. Although the amount of increase remains unchanged. For example, 1 soul power crystal provides a 100 increase. 10 would yield a 1,000 increase. And once there are more soul power crystals, the inherent strength will also improve. However, the Spirit Hall has not researched this internally, as it has become a norm. 2 soul power crystals can easily overpower a single one, which has become an iron law. Except for instances with significant differences in martial soul quality, it is basically impossible for someone to challenge above their rank. Of course, if the difference in soul power crystals is too great, even with high martial soul quality, one cannot achieve victory against a higher rank. For example, a Title Douluo with 1 soul power crystal, even if they possess a divine martial soul, would certainly not be a match for a Title Douluo with 3 or 4 soul power crystals, unless there is a unique soul skill that allows for defeating opponents above their rank. P.S. Soul power crystals, soul power cores will be referred to as soul cores or soul crystals in the following text. After clarifying the situation, Chen Yue had no intention of letting her cause trouble. For now, it was better to keep her in the Heavenly King God Tower. Thus, Chen Yue ruthlessly turned and left the Heavenly King God Tower, leaving this holy angel in a state of confusion, wondering, hey, didn't you say you promised to rely on me? Why did you throw her into this remote place? Chen Yue naturally had no idea about the myriad thoughts racing through her mind. At this moment, he had returned to the closed-door training room and casually waved his hand, releasing the bewildered Hulaina from the heavenly king god tower. Now, only this holy angel remained at the next upper level of the heavenly king god tower, along with Tang Chun, who was suffering from inner fire at the top level. Who are you? Where is this? With her spiritual sea destroyed in an instant, Hulaina could be said to have lost all her previous memories and traces, leaving only an instinctual essence imprinted within her. And even her name was completely forgotten. After being released by Chen Yue, she looked around in confusion while holding her head, her brows involuntarily furrowing, clearly indicating that the destruction of her spiritual sea was causing her some pain. Chen Yue did not respond to her words, but waved his hand again. In the next moment, the bewildered holy angel appeared before him. You, whether you can take this body depends on you, Chen Yue casually remarked. I can't find you a corpse right now, so this body will have to do. It looks decent enough. If there's a chance in the future, I'll see about helping you reshape your physical form. Upon hearing this, the holy angel subconsciously glanced at the deeply frowning Hulaina beside her, clearly more confused now. The spiritual sea of this body has been destroyed? Are you letting me take over? Chen Yue looked at her strangely. Is there a problem? After the spiritual sea is destroyed, don't you think it would be easier to occupy her body? The holy angel scratched her head. It is easier, but if I leave afterward, she might completely take on my form. Chen Yue raised an eyebrow. Is it that her almost pure spiritual sea will turn into a remnant of my spiritual sea? The holy angel explained. Moreover, by then, she will also have some traces of my memories retreating because her spiritual sea is incomplete. Once a spirit enters it, it will definitely transform according to everything about that spirit. This is easy to understand. Hulaina's current state is akin to a broken house. And if the holy angel wants to rest in this house, she must first repair the broken part before she can settle in, right? The longer she stays there, everything inside the house will bear traces of her existence. Assuming the house had memory, it would surely remember certain fragments of her life. In other words, once you leave, she might become your shadow. The holy angel nodded. That's about the idea. By then, her habits will gravitate towards me. And at that point, she will have truly lost herself. After a pause, the holy angel asked, so now, do you still decide to lend her this body to me? Chen Yue hesitated for half a second before nodding. Yes. The holy angel looked at Chen Yue with some confusion. This shouldn't be your war captive, right? Isn't this a bit too cruel? Her spiritual sea was destroyed by me. Chen Yue answered ambiguously, but this statement truly left the holy angel bewildered. The holy angel, you. Don't tell me that she had a strong resistance against you, and that's why you did this? Chen Yue stretched and yawned. Well, I'm still not tired. If you want to borrow her now, I can still protect you. Otherwise, I might not have the time later. He had only spoken half of this when the holy angel's entire spirit suddenly transformed into a transparent shadow and entered Hulaina's body. In an instant, Hulaina's entire body stiffened, her gaze gradually becoming hollow and vacant. Suddenly, with a thud, her body tensed up, and then, without warning, she collapsed onto the bed. Her body rigid and immovable, but her facial expressions changing constantly, clearly indicating her body was engaged in a final struggle. This lying down lasted for a full 3 days. Chen Yue did not stay there the whole time. After guarding for a while, he ordered the female soul saint of the Angel Legion to guard the door. Because Tianxue Academy, led by Han Shui, brought along 7 beauties. Wow, this is the Tianxue Imperial Palace after the renovations. It feels much more grand and serious than before. Since Tianxue City has been closed off, this is the first time the Tianxue 7 beauties have come here. And at this moment, they looked at the overall black and gold design, feeling an immense pressure, each one gasping in awe. They felt that compared to the previous resplendence of the Tianxue Imperial Palace, the level has instantly elevated. The previous vibe of ostentatious wealth has completely vanished, replaced by a deep sense of killing intent and heaviness, even gloom. This is not an illusion, as these materials are from Qianjuan's demon suppression and a light feather Dalu found in the Tianyuan secret realm, suitable for wrapping the outer layer of the Tianxue Imperial Palace. Once inside the palace, do not look around. This is no longer the academy, so be mindful of your behavior. Understand? After being sent to the side hall, Han Shui, who had visibly made up, dressed in a snow-white gown, glanced at the curious girls and solemnly said, she knew very well that the so-called Tianxue Emperor was merely a decoration. The one they were truly marrying was ChenYue himself. Over the past 3 days and nights, she had finally corrected the abnormal things that the holy angel had caused, without daring to breathe. She dressed up the ChenYue 7 beauties well and then headed to the palace together. At this moment, she was sweating profusely and beneath the sheer dress. Her perfect figure was outlined. "Yes, teacher." The 7 girls trembled all over, hurriedly nodding and saying solemnly, "All right, this is the 7 side halls. You can find your own rooms." After the Tianzhou Imperial Palace fell under QianRenxue's control, she had redecorated many places, and each palace was clearly divided by her. For instance, this palace is prepared for the Tianzhou 7 beauties, while next door is for Huo Wu and Yi Lingling. And she even allocated a side hall for Dugu Yan. However, ChenRenxue also had her miscalculations, which was Han Shui herself. Therefore, after arranging the Tianzhou 7 beauties, Han Shui left the area of the Tianzhou side hall, took a deep breath, and strode into the grand hall ahead. All the concubine side halls are within the harem, and there is only one main hall, which is ChenYue's personal bedroom, the largest palace in the entire harem. "Have you arrived?" "Yes." "Senior, are you ready?" Han Shui gritted her teeth, gave a bitter smile, knowing that with so many secrets known to the senior, even if the senior let her go this time, she wouldn't be able to sleep. The more you know, the faster you die. Han Shui was not a fool. She naturally understood this principle. Therefore, she had already lost her choice unless she intended to let those who had come into contact with her accompany her to the grave. It is rumored that those who know when to yield are the true heroes. Chen Yue smiled slightly, but after speaking, he felt a sense of deja vu. It seemed like he had heard this somewhere before. "Please be merciful." Han Shui stopped talking, slightly bowed, and stepped forward, seemingly wanting to take off her dress. "Don't rush." Han Shui was taken aback, looking at Chen Yue in confusion. If she didn't take off her dress, what would happen? The dress, right? Han Qian did. This dress doesn't need to be taken off. Han Shui was bewildered, but the next moment, she understood what Chen Yue meant, and in an instant, her face turned apple red. At the same time, the spirit sparrow Dalu, feeling quite confused, returned to the Tianzhou city's Tianzhou sanctuary, lying on the bed with a headache. Strange. Today, she wandered around the Tianzhou Imperial Palace, but the entire palace was heavily guarded. Upon closer inspection, she found that these people were all from the dispatched Angel Legion. The spirit sparrow Dalu held a token from the Wuhuan Temple's elder in her hand. But this thing is not recognized by the Angel Legion. For outsiders, they only recognize the angel token, but Qian Dalu didn't give her this. Because in Qian Douluo's view, the dispatched Angel Legion must be within the palace. How could they guard the gate like ordinary guards? It seems that she needs to find a time to sneak in to uncover the truth. Chapter 112 Tang Xiao. I knew it was you, how? Who kept it hidden? After all, how could the blue silver emperor dry up? Today's update delivered. Time to sleep. If she were to run back to the offering hall for the token now, it would waste a lot of time going back and forth. So the spirit sparrow Dalu did not plan to return to ask Qian Dalu for the token, but instead prepared to sneak in. However, a few days later, when she was getting ready to sneak in, she suddenly encountered the urchin Dalu, who was hurrying to the palace. Urchin? The urchin Dalu was clearly startled when he heard a familiar voice, turned around, and was even more confused. Ling Yao? What are you doing here? The spirit sparrow Dalu, who had almost lost her life due to an attack on the blue Electrotyrannosaurus family a long time ago, had been recuperating in the angel sanctuary. It was precisely because of this that she had escaped the mission where Bibi Dong went to the Star Crown sect. But now, what was going on? Why wasn't she healing properly? Urchin, I'm here to find someone. The spirit sparrow Dalu paused, seeing the frown on Urchin's face, and quickly explained, I was in the Dalu Palace for healing, and now that my injuries are healed, the Grand Offering sent me to bring the young master back. Looking for the young master? The urchin Dalu's eyelids twitched, but after this period of training, he had learned what it meant to keep a straight face, and naturally, his expression did not change at all as he nodded slightly. Good, just follow me. Good. Hearing this, the spirit sparrow Dalu was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. As colleagues, and with the urchin Dalu being a supporter of the Qian family, she was also working for the Qian family, so the urchin Dalu had no reason to harm her. Therefore, she didn't harbor any suspicion towards the urchin Dalu. Soon, the two entered the Tianzhou Imperial Palace. The spirit sparrow Dalu looked around. The black and gold surroundings exuded a sense of pressure, making her feel a shiver run down her spine, her eyelids twitching uncontrollably. What's going on? Why do I feel like my eyelids are twitching? As a Title Douluo, this twitching is not a muscle spasm, but a sixth sense, a sense of danger. But now, she was following the urchin Dalu, a colleague, to meet the young master. How could there be any danger? Could it be that enemies were lying in ambush within the palace? With this thought, she secretly raised her guard, and her soul power began to circulate quietly. Meanwhile, the urchin Dou, who was in front of her, felt that today was different. He instantly sensed the abnormality behind him, the spirit sparrow Dou. Could it be that she had seen through him? No, she shouldn't have that kind of strength, right? The urchin Douluo thought to himself, then glanced at the surrounding black and gold buildings and realized that it was the buildings constructed by the grand offering that made her feel uncomfortable. The materials that appeared in the Tianyuan secret realm were basically not ordinary decorative items. At first glance, the black and gold appeared to be imposing, but upon careful sensing, one could feel that this pressure truly existed, capable of suppressing the operation of soul power. At this moment, the spirit sparrow Dou also discovered this strange phenomenon. What's going on? Why is my soul power operating speed suppressed? Lingyuan Dou's eyelids twitched, and before her thoughts could extend further, she saw the cuttlefish Dou stop a few meters ahead, clasp his hands, and solemnly say, "Respected Lord, Cuttlefish has brought Lingyuan here to report a matter." Respected Lord? Hearing this, Lingyuan Douluo was slightly taken aback. She looked up at the majestic, black and gold palace in front of her, which exuded an even stronger pressure than before, and felt a chill in her heart. She sensed that her soul power was once again affected by some strange force, causing its efficiency and speed to decrease repeatedly. Faced with such a bizarre situation, she surprisingly felt helpless. Enter. Just as Lingyuan Dalu was shocked and considering whether to report the situation here to Qian Dalu first, suddenly, the black and gold door that resembled a wall opened, and a casual voice came from within. It was this familiar voice that made Lingyuan Dalu abandon the thought of going back. It was the light feather Douluo. Among the 7 offerings in the offering hall, she originally only knew Qian Dalu, as she was essentially a child adopted by him. This is an alternate setting, and she treated QianRenxue like an older sister or aunt. However, after the last incident with the annihilation of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, she went to the offering hall for healing and got to know the other offerings. Nevertheless, the most recognizable one was still the light feather Dalu. Among the 7 offerings, only this guy's tone seemed somewhat more cultured. "I have met the respected Lord." Cuttlefish Dalu stepped forward and clasped his hands. "Lingyuan Douluo is here. My subordinate will take his leave first." You may go." The light feather Douluo naturally knew that under normal circumstances, Cuttlefish Dalu would not come to find him, but would directly seek ChenYue. The reason for coming now was merely to bring Lingyuan Douluo along. Cuttlefish Dalu knew that if Lingyuan Douluo found out where ChenYue was, the result was obvious. She would definitely not be able to return to the Wuhuan Hall. Therefore, he first brought Lingyuan Dalu to the light feather Dalu, hoping to persuade her to back off. As for whether Qian Dalu would appear later, that was a matter for the light feather Dalu to worry about, not his. Of course, what needed to be reported still had to be reported. Cuttlefish Dalu was very clear on this point. "Oh, Lingyuan Dalu has come?" ChenYue, lying among the 7 beauties in various positions, narrowed his eyes upon hearing Cuttlefish Dalu's voice, pulling his hand out from one of the beauties' embrace. Yue, feeling that what she was holding had disappeared in a daze, instinctively reached out to grab, and after a moment, showed a satisfied smile, embracing and continuing to sleep. ChenYue, this girl really knows how to grab. ChenYue's mouth twitched, shaking his head. It seemed that there was no way to go out during the day. There was nothing to be done. It was the most difficult to resist the affection of beauties, especially when surrounded by 7 beauties' gentle warmth. You wait outside. During the day, do not let her in. If she couldn't come in for reconnaissance during the day, Lingyuan Douluo would definitely find a way to sneak in at night. Understood. Cuttlefish Dalu didn't think too much. Since he was instructed, he would just do it. Sure enough, Cuttlefish Dalu had just stood guard for a few minutes when he noticed a sneaky figure approaching. This is the royal palace. No entry for idle people. Cuttlefish Dalu was unceremonious, blocking the figure's path. And sure enough, it was Lingyuan Dalu. "Cuttlefish, what exactly happened here? Why can't I go in?" Lingyuan Dalu frowned deeply. The light feathered Dalu had also told her to temporarily leave the royal palace, but she had come here carrying Qian Renxue's orders, and now she didn't even know what QianRenxue was doing. How could she report back? Therefore, after superficially agreeing to the light feathered Dalu, she planned to make a roundabout way to investigate the palace herself. She had discovered that there weren't many Angel Legion soul saints within the palace, and it could even be said that she hadn't seen a few. The entire main hall of the royal palace appeared somewhat empty. Instead, in a large hall deeper within, the guards were strict, even more so than the surrounding walls of the Heaven Dou Palace. There must be secrets here, so she decided to sneak over to investigate thoroughly. But she never expected that the cuttlefish Douluo she had encountered outside would be guarding here. Lingyuan Douluo felt the calm expression of cuttlefish Douluo at this moment, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately did not force her way in but turned to leave. Senior Chen, Lingyuan will probably come back tonight. After Lingyuan Douluo disappeared from view, cuttlefish Douluo then transmitted a message to ChenYue. You see, there's no need to worry about tonight. For now, just don't let her in. Understood? After ChenYue gave this order, cuttlefish Douluo quickly complied and began to guard in front of the harem gate. Meanwhile, recently, after the incident in the blue-silver forest, the Tang family trio, who had just experienced a wave of sourness, fled into the extreme north forest in a panic. When the three first appeared in the forest, they did not attract attention initially, as the Ice Bear King, who had launched the beast hide attack, likely thought they were human reinforcements. However, he quickly became restless. What? These humans are actually slaughtering the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpions, the Titan Snow Demon Kings, and the Extreme North Ice Bears? The Ice Bear King was shocked and jumped up, looking at the little ice bear in front of him, who was sweating profusely. My king, my king. The news is certain. The Ice Bear King snorted. They are seeking death. After hearing this news, the Ice Bear King could no longer sit still and charged forward with killing intent, only to be almost turned into a hat by two hammers. 100,000 years of soul beasts must drop a soul bone. Looking at the Ice Bear King, who was in poor condition after being beaten by the two hammers, Tang Zhao's eyes lit up, and then he shook his head. What a pity for this soul ring. But not really. Tang Hao's expression remained calm as he said lightly, Xiao San has a second martial soul. He hasn't applied a soul ring yet. In this situation, it might be worth a try. So, you mean we beat him to a sliver of health and then let Xiao San harvest? Pretty much. But it is possible, but I have a condition. Tang Hao frowned, looking at his elder brother Tang Xiao, and asked, what condition? Last time in the blue-silver forest, you secretly kept a portion of that silver sweat, right? Bring a bottle over to exchange. Tang Hao, damn, you found out about this? If I knew it. How could the water of the blue-silver emperor dry up so easily? Tang Xiao saw through Tang Hao's expression at a glance and snorted coldly, looking quite displeased. All right, Tang Hao gritted his teeth, but thinking of Tang San, he ultimately agreed to this condition, though a dark cloud rose in his heart. You know, this was hard-earned ingredients I collected. At this moment, Tang Hao turned his grief and anger into strength and continued to hammer the Ice Bear King, and soon, he joined Tang Xiao in beating the Ice Bear King into a state of existential doubt, completely resembling a hat, but not quite being one. Xiao San, go for it. Seeing the opportunity ripe, Tang Hao turned back and said in a deep voice, all right. Tang San's face lit up with joy as he quickly picked up his Haoyan hammer, which was noticeably smaller than those of Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, and rushed towards the Ice Bear King. This is a 100,000-year soul ring. It's the first time I've encountered one in my life. However, just as Tang San stood before the Ice Bear King, ready to finish him off with a single strike, suddenly, he froze, his expression stiffening as fragments of memories flashed through his mind. These were memories released from the Divine Stone. Among them, the most unbelievable and paralyzing image was of his beloved Xiao Wu, sitting on the lap of a man whose face he couldn't see, her cheeks flushed, looking down at him with a captivating gaze. In an instant, Tang San felt the small hammer in his hand swell, an indescribable sourness spreading throughout his body, stronger than the last time in the blue-silver forest. However, just as Tang San was feeling euphoric, out of the snow beneath his feet, a figure of the extreme North Ice Bear suddenly lunged at him, sending him flying. Roar! This was a 10,000-year extreme North Ice snake, with fierce eyes. After pushing out from under Tang San's feet, it lunged in the air, snapping its jaws at him. In that moment, Tang San's eyes bulged, letting out a soul-stirring scream. Oh, Alo! Tang Hao, Tang Xiao! What the hell? What's happening to Xiao San? Why does it sound so soul-stirring? The two brothers, who were staring intently at the Ice Bear King to guard against the counterattack, were momentarily stunned and instinctively turned to glance at Tang San. And it was this moment, amidst the vast snow, that gave the Ice Bear King the opportunity to strike. Boom! Taking advantage of the moment, the two were distracted. The Ice Bear King swept away the snow on the ground, and with a roar, massive snowballs rolled down from the surrounding snow mountains towards them. Oh no, an avalanche! The Tang brothers were horrified, not daring to linger any longer. They quickly grabbed the still dazed Tang San and ran without a second thought. Faced with such an avalanche, although they could use their hammers to break through, they could do it, but the problem was that Tang San couldn't. If they didn't leave early, Tang San would likely be buried alive in the snow. Not to mention, this was the Ice Bear King's territory. At that point, Tang San, who had already taken damage, would be in grave danger. So, the two brothers instantly made the right choice and turned to flee. They ran towards the south, under the cracking snow. Unlike the previous aggressive entrance into the extreme north, they now resembled stray dogs, fleeing in a disheveled manner from the extreme north forest. Chapter 113. Chen Yue, an excellent hunter, often appears in the form of prey. Lazy goodnight. Damn it, how could this happen? At this moment, the one with the most explosive mindset was undoubtedly Tang San himself. This was a 100,000-year soul ring that was within reach. If he could absorb this 100,000-year soul ring, it would compensate for the gap of having a white 6 soul ring. Yes, at this moment, after enduring countless hardships, Tang San finally reached level 70. But unfortunately, he had been hiding and had hardly any opportunity to absorb soul rings. But now, this 100,000-year soul ring was flying right in front of him. So infuriating. Tang San was so angry that he felt like smashing the heavily injured 100,000-year Ice Bear King to pieces. However, just as he stood up, he felt a sharp pain spread throughout his body, instantly numbing his limbs. Pain. So much pain. Xiao San, what is wrong? Tang Hao looked at Tang San, who was getting up, wanted to calm him down and pull him back, but suddenly noticed something was off with Tang San, and was stunned, quickly walking over to take a look, and his eyes nearly popped out. What happened? Seeing the blood dripping on the ground, Tang Xiao was also confused and immediately stood up, coming over. When he saw the blood staining Tang San's pants, his eyes widened. What is going on? The blood soaked his pants. Tang Xiao couldn't understand, but was greatly shocked. Big brother. Tang Hao's expression darkened, looking at Tang Xiao. It seems we can't stay here any longer. Huh? Tang Xiao was pulled back to reality by this serious tone, frowning deeply. Then where should we go? Back to Sea God Island. Tang Xiao was taken aback. Back now? That's right. Tang Hao nodded firmly. Xiao San's injuries can't be delayed any longer, and only Sea God Island might be able to fix Xiao San's condition. Hearing this, Tang Xiao couldn't help but glance at Tang San's obviously abnormal leg, and then at the blood on the ground, falling silent. This injury seems like it can only be treated at Sea God Island, right? Back then, Tang Hao, in that half-human, half-ghost state, was healed on Sea God Island. So, there should be no problem to heal Tang San, right? What about our soul bones? Tang Xiao understood in his heart, but now that they had been out for a while, they hadn't even gathered a single soul bone. Going back now was really hard to justify. Let's hunt around Sea God Island. Tang Hao said solemnly, I didn't expect that guy to be so strong. If we encounter them recklessly again, none of us might make it out. Even though several days had passed, the scene of Chen Yue instantly killing the 1,000 Fire Douluo was still fresh in their minds. The strength of the 1,000 Fire Douluo and the 100 Cold Douluo was something the brothers had deeply experienced, and if it came to life and death, Tang Hao believed that they could only try to see if the explosion ring would work, otherwise he wouldn't stand a chance. However, such powerful beings were directly split in half by Chen Yue with an axe. This truly left Tang Hao feeling utterly powerless. Having made the decision to leave and having developed a psychological shadow regarding Chen Yue, Tang Hao was completely unaware that there was a Title Douluo whom he couldn't even defeat, preparing to ambush the terrifying Chen Yue. That's right, this warrior is the spirit kite Douluo. As night fell, Chen Yue, who had walked out from the gentle hometown of the 7 beautiful maidens, stretched lazily, reclining on a lounge chair, enjoying the evening breeze, and opened his system notification out of boredom. Congratulations to the host for marrying the original female supporting character, Han Shui, the president of the ChenYue Academy, and receiving rewards. Soul Power Experience 1000 W. Not bad. This system can see the situation and give rewards. Chen Yue glanced at the experience bar that had risen, and the obvious increase in his soul power, revealing a smile. Not bad, a promising child. Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying Tianshui's 7 beauties and receiving rewards. Soul Power Experience 800 W, Soul Upgrade Stone, Soul Ascension Stone, Soul Power Experience 800 W, Soul Core Spirit 100,000 Year Soul Ring 1, 200,000 Year Soul Ring 1, Soul Power Experience. There's nothing much to say about this. Now Chen Yue's Soul Power Experience has reached 5610 W, getting closer to the 9999 W required for level 94 Title Douluo. Soul Upgrade Stone, which can enhance a soul ring to 100,000 years. Soul Ascension Stone. The first 9 soul rings carried by a martial soul can be upgraded to 10,000 years, which will increase soul power experience points, but the enhancement is limited. The Soul Core Spirit, also known as the Soul Crystal, is a crystallization of soul power. It is limited to use by those without soul crystals. After use, it can condense, and a number of soul crystals within the body will condense over time. After use, a soul crystal will immediately appear within the body, until the upper limit of soul crystals that can be condensed in the Soul Master's body is reached. 10,000-year soul rings, 20,000-year soul rings. These two things, combined with the previous two broken soul stones, should be used to enhance QianRenxue after she gives birth, right? However, this soul core spirit has some value. Chen Yue did not hesitate and directly used the soul ascension stone and soul core spirit. In just an instant, he felt that the soul ring of his first martial soul, the Pangu axe, transformed into a terrifying 9-red configuration, and there was no need to check the martial soul again. For him, a soul master who had been in seclusion for over 100 years, his martial soul was already like a third hand, and all sensations no longer needed to be seen with the naked eye. This soul ascension stone, along with those 2 soul rings, should all be given to Xiao Xue. Chen Yue happily decided, calculating that it would probably happen within these 2 days, and QianRenxue would give birth. At that time, the ChenYue Fairy Island he had previously obtained would come in handy. However, another idea suddenly surged in Chen Yue's mind. It feels a bit unfair to place ChenYue Fairy Island in this Douluo world. If it were placed in the Tianyuan secret realm, then what about the roles of those tool people? Chen Yue's first thought was to place ChenYue Fairy Island within the Tianyuan secret realm, knowing that the flow rate in the Tianyuan secret realm could completely allow him to crazily harvest benefits. Moreover, with the guards of ChenYue Fairy Island, he would need to send many people over, and most just send 2 trusted Angel Legion female soul saints to serve. Because within ChenYue Fairy Island, countless fairy formations were laid out, capable of unleashing the power of the formations to fight enemies. And Chen Yue did not think that there were any monsters in the Tianyuan secret realm that could break the fairy formations. So, this temptation was indeed very great for Chen Yue. He was looking forward to what kind of generous rewards he would receive when the lovely rabbit's quintuplets were born. Senior Chen, just as he was thinking, Chen Yue suddenly squinted his eyes as he felt a somewhat unfamiliar aura appearing within his perception range. Someone is coming. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, before he could get up, he saw the hurriedly rushing over, kneeling on one knee, saying that his subordinate had something to report. Speak. Glancing at the, Chen Yue did not pay any more attention to the infiltrating aura, because in this short time, he had already confirmed that the sneaking Title Douluo's aura was that of Lingyuan Douluo. To put it simply, in the lonely cold of the night, unexpectedly, someone delivered a soft pillow. How could Chen Yue refuse this? As for why he did not take the initiative, an excellent hunter often appears in the form of prey. While thinking, Chen Yue heard the report from the, saying that Tang Xiao and his group had gone to the extreme north, and due to the beast tide in that area and the extreme cold, his subordinates did not dare to approach for the time being. However, it is believed that they would not dare to act recklessly in this area. Among the extreme northern lands, the fierce beast Titan Snow Demon King, which did not exceed 200,000 years, had already fallen into a state of slumber and self-healing. As long as they did not disturb his sleeping place, he would definitely not awaken. This means that, in today's extreme northern forest, only the Ice Bear King remains, and it is uncertain whether the Ice Bug is still in the extreme north. P.S. Here, Chen Yue himself is not sure. However, if I manage to capture that Ice Bug, how much experience points would it bring me? Chen Yue thought to himself. He had obtained a technique called Mongoose Swallowing Dragon Diagram a long time ago, which could absorb the opponent's soul power and the flesh and blood of soul beasts to enhance cultivation. That is, to increase soul power experience points. I wonder how much experience value the flesh and blood of a million-year soul beast would be worth. It should be slightly higher than absorbing a million-year soul rings experience points, right? However, that ice bug could be considered fat pig. It is likely that its body is piled high with experience packs. But now, if I were to use the soul beast flesh to enhance my cultivation, only soul beasts over 10,000 years old would have some effect on me, right? I should go to the Stardow Forest another day and see how much experience points a roasted dog leg can give me. Chen Yue's thoughts flickered, and he slightly nodded, looking at the, casually asking, what is the situation with the Spirit Hall? Ever since Bibi Dong's last action at the Star Crown sect failed, she has been silent, probably having entered the Azure secret realm. If according to the timeline of the original work, she would likely become complacent under favorable conditions, which might be a bit reckless. But, after the failure at the Star Crown sect, she would definitely be unwilling to accept it, and she might even strive hard in the Azure secret realm, possibly finishing her seclusion in a shorter time and appearing with the demeanor of a peerless Douluo. But unfortunately, times are about to change. Chen Yue's thoughts flashed through his mind as he turned to look at the obedient Hu, Liena giving him a massage. This ice holy angel had completed spirit parasitism. After all, Hu Liena's spiritual sea was almost at an awakened state, and parasitism posed no pressure at all. However, does this woman really not consider herself an outsider? This woman's face is somewhat pretty, but it's too charming and seductive, which is not good. Her figure is good, but compared to this angel's, there's still a slight gap. ChenYue, are you sure? The ice holy angel smiled and nodded, leaning close to Chen Yue's ear. That is indeed the case. How about it? Should we hurry up and reshape my body? Chen Yue, your calculations are so precise that I can't hear them even in another world. Okay? The saintess, has actually been seduced by this person? At this moment, hiding in the shadows, Ling Yuan Dou widened her eyes, finding it hard to believe what she was seeing. In this palace, which should have been controlled by QianRenxue, unexpectedly, a strange man appeared. Moreover, this was also present with the holy maiden Hu Liena. Why were they so respectful? Ling Yuan Douluo had seen the portrait of Xue Qinghe, and she was sure that this handsome man, who looked like a book friend, was definitely not that Xue Qinghe. So, after waiting for the Anhu, Liena, to leave, Ling Yuan Dou glanced around, confirming that there was only one person left lying on the recliner. Seemingly enjoying the evening breeze, Chen Yue. Her gaze sharpened. Now that they had left, she would capture this person and interrogate him properly. The moment this thought flashed through her mind, she did not hesitate any longer, directly flashing out to act, arriving behind Chen Yue, and firmly pressing her hand on his neck. Close, huh? Ling Yuan Douluo had already prepared for the man she was about to capture to panic and shout for help, but when her hand landed on him, he surprisingly did not react at all, still squinting his eyes and even looking at her with a playful gaze. Ling Yuan Douluo? No, I've already captured you. Can you give me some reaction? Ling Yuan Douluo raised an eyebrow, coldly huffing. Why aren't you shouting for help? Why should I shout? Ling Yuan Douluo, are you questioning my strength? Ling Yuan Douluo's face was cold as frost. Do you know that I'm a Title Douluo? She felt that the young man who looked to be in his 20s didn't think her soul power level was high at all, so he was completely unperturbed. Now that she revealed her identity, he would surely be scared, right? With this thought in mind, she eagerly anticipated the moment when the calm-looking Chen Yue would show a panicked expression. However, after hearing her words, Chen Yue merely responded with an amused "oh," and said nothing more. Ling Yuan Douluo? Did he not believe me? Ling Yuan Douluo's expression turned cold, and without saying a word, she directly released her martial soul, with 9 magnificent soul rings rising from beneath her feet. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. The standard configuration for a Title Douluo in the first period. Now, do you believe it? Ling Yuan Dou revealed a smile, thinking that this guy should be panicking now, right? But when she shifted her gaze back, she found that the amusement in Chen Yue's eyes had not disappeared. Instead, it had grown even more intense. Ling Yuan Dou furrowed her brow, about to say something, but suddenly felt a terrifying realization. She couldn't move at all. Ling Yuan Douluo? What the hell? Is this a cheat? Chapter 114. Ling Yuan Douluo in terror. What do you want to do? Good evening. 4 in 1. Lazy. Withdrawn. At this moment, Ling Yuan Douluo finally understood that she had been set up. A glaring pit was waiting for her to jump into. Who are you? As Ling Yuan Dou realized this, an unprecedented panic surged from her heart. She couldn't move her body and could only move her eyes to look at Chen Yue, her mouth making sounds. What do you want to do? How about that? Am I making a great contribution this time? Before Chen Yue could respond, Ling Yuan Dou heard a familiar yet strange voice, but at that moment, she couldn't even turn her head to see who it was. Chen Yue didn't look up and casually asked, "It seems that your condensed spirit body is not without purpose, huh?" Indeed, it was this ice saint angel who was restricting Ling Yuan Douluo's movements. It must be useful. Then why did you run away when you first saw me? Ice saint angel. Isn't that obvious? The spirit body can fight, but it doesn't mean it's looking for death. I'm not stupid enough to go crash into a steel plate, right? How are you adapting now? Chen Yue didn't linger on this topic and casually asked, not even paying much attention to Ling Yuan Douluo. Upon hearing this serious question, the ice saint angel clearly hesitated, and then her expression became somewhat unnatural. Well, it might be due to the martial soul. Although this body can perfectly accommodate me, its direction is not very suitable. So, currently, my spiritual power can at most exert the strength of a super Douluo. She belongs to ancient times. And the Super Douluo she mentioned is naturally not the current Super Douluo, but rather all the Super Douluo from their level classification. Brief reminder: Title, Super, Ultimate, Peak, Limit, Extreme, Extraordinary God. During this period, based on our estimates, the Super Douluo from their time were not inferior to the current Peerless Douluo, likely at the same level of strength as either the 1,000 Flames Douluo or the 100 Cold Douluo, if there were enough soul crystals. Even encountering a Peerless Douluo wouldn't be impossible to defeat. That should be enough. After having experienced the blessings of the 7 fairies of heaven and the fairy master, Chen Yue was now in a sage-like state and was not in a hurry regarding the Ice Saint Angel who had come to him. He was thinking that once this Ice Saint Angel fully recovered, he would go investigate the Star-Crowned sect. As for why he had to bring this Ice Saint Angel, if there was a place in the Star-Crowned sect that sealed the Saint Angel, then she would need to break it and extract the crystallization method from their time. Yes, the Ice Saint Angel, who had previously occupied Han Shue's body due to her spirit body being out of the body, lost much memory due to the clash with her spiritual sea, and her description of the soul crystal method was only fragmented. Although Chen Yue couldn't use such things, he needed to prepare them for his true love. Martial Soul Variation Stone, Scarlet Flame Sacred Stone, Soul Ascension Stone. These 3 items should be given to Xiao Xue. After pondering for a moment, Chen Yue ultimately decided to temporarily set aside the primordial ice and see who would be given to later. After making the decision, Chen Yue slightly raised his head to look at the Ice Saint Angel. The current conditions do not allow me to reshape your body. Why don't you provide me with a method? Or shall I find another body for you? One where the martial soul is destroyed and the spiritual sea is wrecked? The Ice Saint Angel shook her head, saying, "We do not have a method to reshape our bodies." Back then, His Majesty the Saint Emperor said that after he awakens us, he would reshape us but did not tell us how to do so. Chen Yue felt that made sense. In the Douluo world, reshaping a body is indeed too far-fetched, and if that Saint Emperor had such means, he would surely keep it tightly hidden and not disclose it to others. As for finding another body, the Ice Saint Angel pondered for a moment before saying, "This woman's body is of a charm type, which greatly differs from my own. If possible, it would be better to find a support-type female soul masteress body for me to try. Of course, the martial soul and spiritual sea do not need to be destroyed for the time being. After resting for a while, I feel that while my state is not at its peak, it is not far off." In front of Chen Yue, she no longer dared to refer to herself as this seat or this saint, and instead humbly called herself I. Speaking of which, there is indeed another suitable candidate. While saying this, Chen Yue glanced at the increasingly frightened Ling Yuan-Dao. But before that, we should deal with this uninvited guest. What do you want to do? Ling Yuan-Dao was horrified, her pretty face pale, trying to struggle with all her might. But her spiritual power couldn't break free from the Ice Saint Angel's spirit body restraint, leaving her silently furious. Chen Yue remained silent, raising his hand to wave, and a pitch-black, eerie vortex appeared at the entrance of the door. It was the entrance to the Heavenly Source secret realm. This aura feels a bit strange. Sensing the aura from this secret realm entrance, the Ice Saint Angel's expression changed, revealing some apprehension, as it even carried the breath of a legendary monster. Monster? Chen Yue recalled the previous information described within the Heavenly Source secret realm. That thing should also be considered a monster, right? After all, it doesn't exist within Douluo. Let's go in and take a look. Speaking of which, Chen Yue had never entered this Heavenly Source secret realm and didn't know how QianRenxue was doing inside. Huh? The Ice Saint Angel was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide open. You said we should go in and take a look? What else? Chen Yue glanced at her, unbothered. But do you want to wait here? The Ice Saint Angel, although she had already pledged allegiance to Chen Yue, simply relying on that allegiance for complete trust was naturally impossible. Therefore, during this time, the Ice Saint Angel could not leave Chen Yue's perception range. Because aside from Chen Yue's heart fire suppressing her, the entire Tian Dou Imperial Palace probably had only the Snow Emperor who could contend with her. But even then, it was merely a contest and could not truly deal with her. There was no other choice. During the Dou period, there were basically not many individuals with strong mental power. For example, although Qianjun Jiangma's soul bone and soul ring configuration had exceeded the standard, their mental power could only rely on the head soul bone for self-protection. To attempt a mental counterattack against the Ice Saint Angel was akin to dreaming. Not to mention the slightly weaker Guangling Dalu. The Ice Saint Angel was well aware of this. Of course, she felt no dissatisfaction. Rather, she thought this was normal. In fact, after her surrender, Chen Yue had given her his complete trust, and she even suspected whether ChenYue would reject her surrender and prepare to kill her. Well, fine then. Although the Ice Saint Angel was somewhat reluctant to go, she didn't dare disobey ChenYue's silver might and obediently walked forward, using her spiritual body to bind and control the Heaven Dou Palace to come before her. After some hesitation, she finally extended her hand to Chen Yue, and they shook hands. No need to come out, we can go in. Just as the three were about to enter, Chen Yue suddenly raised an eyebrow and softly said, Ice Emperor, go back and guard. He sensed that the Ice Emperor had discovered the entrance was opening and seemed to want to go out, so he immediately transmitted his voice. As the holder of the Tianyuan secret realm, he naturally had the authority to transmit messages within the secret realm. Let us go. After noticing that the Ice Emperor interrupted the thought of going out, the three of them stepped forward together and entered the Tianyuan secret realm. As Chen Yue entered, in the courtyard where he was, countless Angel Legion female soul saints were on high alert, while outside were other members of the Angel Legion. At the innermost area were Guangling Duo, Qianjun Duo, Jiangma Duo, Citadu Duo, and Shima Duo, 5 Title Douluos in total. Yes, after Chen Yue entered the Tianyuan secret realm, there was a drawback. The entrance outside could not be closed. This was because the Tianyuan secret realm belonged to a closed space. Only the outside could be opened, and the inside could not be shut. As the holder, after entering, it was as if he had hung the key on the lock, and the secret realm door could not be closed, only remaining in an open state. Therefore, after deciding to enter the Tianyuan secret realm, Chen Yue instructed Guangling Duo and the others to gather and guard in 3 layers inside and outside. Inside the Tianyuan secret realm, the first thing that caught the eye was a faint bright light stone, equivalent to a light bulb, considered a second setup, too lazy to explain. This is a small room? Chen Yue took in the surrounding scene without saying a word, but the Ice Saint Angel beside him hesitated and uncertainly asked, Let us go. Chen Yue understood in his heart. This marked teleportation location had definitely been prepared by Qianjun, Jiangma, and the others. It was extremely safe. Just looking at it now, Chen Yue could confidently say that the safety level was absolutely superior to the so-called shelters of his previous life. Of course, whether it could withstand the Wuhuan true body of a strong, assault-type Title Douluo still remained a question. Hubby, come give me a hug. Just as Chen Yue opened the door, he felt something soft and fragrant rush into his arms, and the mushy words almost made his bones melt. Chen Yue? What the hell? Is this still the QianRenxue I know? He stared in astonishment at the QianRenxue in his arms, whose belly was now so obvious that it could push against him during the embrace. Looking at her appearance like a little delicate wife, he was indeed. His brain couldn't process it. What kind of look is that? QianRenxue looked up and immediately complained, her demeanor suddenly exuding a bit more femininity, making Chen Yue stunned. Ice Emperor, could it be that you taught her this? Chen Yue looked back at the approaching Ice Emperor with a somewhat strange expression, full of suspicion. Well, the Ice Emperor smiled mysteriously. It's all thanks to those books you secretly kept in your room. Books? Chen Yue was taken aback, not quite processing it. For example, this one a domineering CEO, and this aloof CEO, The Ice Emperor had only said half of it when Chen Yue's expression became unnatural, and he hurriedly covered her mouth. All right, I get it. Damn it. I was wondering why those books in my study were missing. It turns out this little girl, Ice Emperor, took them. These books were actually drafts that Chen Yue had written during his lazy time after closing off, when he had considered going the route of a literary copyist. Unfortunately, in an era of constant war, such books were basically useless except for toilet paper. So, these things had been left there gathering dust. And when he was almost driven mad during his retreat, he had picked them up to read. But it seems now, QianRenxue had changed quite a bit. Perhaps influenced by these books? Chen Yue was uncertain. Could it be that after reading these romantic stories, QianRenxue's head had been shaped into thinking about love? Hey, Heaven Dou Palace. How come? Wait, what is your appearance? As QianRenxue looked up, just about to say something, she suddenly focused her gaze and noticed that the behavior was very strange. Instantly frowning. Heaven Dou Palace, do you think this is what I wanted? She was currently completely bound by the Ice Saint Angel's spiritual body and couldn't move at all. Also, Hulaina, wait, why don't you look much like Hulaina? QianRenxue's gaze shifted to the Ice Saint Angel next to Heaven Dou Palace. At this moment, the Ice Saint Angel's spiritual body was residing in Hulaina's body. In such a hosting state, her appearance would not change, but her temperament and behavior would vary greatly. It was precisely because of this that the observant QianRenxue noticed it at a glance. After all, when she was infiltrating the Tiando Imperial Palace, she could even detect and remember the behavioral habits of Xue Qinghe and some small details that were unintentional, so her observational skills were naturally not to be underestimated. This matter is a long story. I'll explain it to you later. Chen Yue had not forgotten the purpose of coming now. He flipped his palm, revealing a multi-colored stone, along with a fiery red crystal that seemed to carry an invisible flame. Wuhuan Mutation Stone, Scarlet Flame, Holy Stone, prepared for you. Chen Yue said, your 12-winged angel, to some extent, is merely an upgrade. It's still a little short of the evolution I mentioned. Use these 2 stones for your Wuhuan while I guard here. Upon hearing this, QianRenxue immediately gasped, somewhat horrified. What? I'm already a 12-winged angel. And I can still use it? Of course. Although ChenYue didn't know what quality the 12-winged angel was above the 6-winged angel divine Wuhuan. He could see that even his 2 Wuhuan were only deemed sub-Honghuang level in the System S assessment, which clearly wasn't enough. Alright, QianRenxue, without any hesitation, immediately sat down cross-legged, took the 2 items from Chen Yue's hand, and began to absorb them. Chapter 115, Little Angel. What to do with a pair of very savvy parents. Waiting online, quite urgent. This chapter serves as a transition and setup. Otherwise, it would seem abrupt. Come on, little ice. QianRenxue wasted no time and directly sat down to start absorbing. In no time, she was enveloped by a pure holy light and a transparent red energy. To this, Chen Yue did not disturb her, but casually took out a crystal filled with a chilling coldness, which appeared in his hand. With the appearance of this crystal, the temperature in the entire room dropped sharply, and even some ice crystals formed on the ground. Indeed, it was the primordial cold ice. This is ultimate ice? When Chen Yue took out this primordial cold ice, the Ice Emperor's gaze instantly fixed on it, feeling the ice energy within, and she couldn't help but gasp. Impossible. As soon as she said this, the Ice Holy Angel directly denied it, saying that ultimate ice was not unheard of, but compared to this, even ultimate ice couldn't compare. She wanted to ask Chen Yue if she could have this, but the words stuck in her throat, as she didn't dare to make such a request. Since she had pledged her loyalty, she hadn't brought Chen Yue even a hint of benefit. Instead, she had been constantly asking for things. If she were a modern little fairy, she might have the courage to ask boldly. But the problem was, she wasn't. So, the words were on the tip of her tongue, but she couldn't bring herself to say them because she didn't have the face to do so. Just absorb it. Chen Yue ignored the Ice Holy Angel. This primordial cold ice was naturally prepared for the Ice Emperor. After all, this was promised to her for future use against the Snow Emperor. Yes. The Ice Emperor was overjoyed, kissing Chen Yue's face several times. After I absorb it, I also want to give you a little cutie. She thought about it and realized there was really no other way to express her gratitude, but seeing how ChenRenxue had begged for blessings last time, could this having a baby count as the greatest blessing among soul masters? All right, I'll wait for you. Chen Yue smiled and rubbed her little head. In some ways, the Ice Emperor was more pure than the Snow Emperor. The Snow Emperor had roamed the continent, fought against Emperor Tian, and had been beaten by the deep-sea demon whale king couple. She was much like someone from a previous life, hitting walls and bumping into obstacles, ultimately returning to where she was born and raised. In contrast, the Ice Emperor had never left the frozen forest. This was her only time away, so in some ways, her psychological journey was more pure and unblemished. It's settled. The Ice Emperor said with a flushed face, snatched the primordial cold ice, and ran away, covering her face without looking back. In such a flurry, who would believe she was just a little girl over 100,000 years old? Chen Yue shook his head helplessly, then turned his gaze to the Ice Holy Angel, who was clearly envious, and the spirit Dalu Ling Yuan, whose expression was stunned in shock. This, the young master is, pregnant? My goodness. Moreover, it looks like she might give birth soon. Ling Yuan Daluo was completely shaken. She stared blankly at Qian Renxue, who was sitting on the ground, gradually covered by crimson and holy light. Feeling her mind was completely blank. Since the young master implemented the Heaven Dou Palace transformation, it hasn't been half a year, right? How could it be that she seems to be about to give birth? She couldn't understand, but she knew for sure that she definitely, no, absolutely, couldn't leave now, having discovered such a big secret. It was likely that not only Chen Yue, but even Qian Renxue, whom she maintained, would not let her go. So, what do I want to do? The thought just flashed through Ling Yuan Daluo's mind when she felt a cold hand brush across her face, instantly startling her and making her retreat. Only then did she realize that, unbeknownst to her, she could actually move. What a pity for your little face. Sister really likes it. The Ice Holy Angel smiled at her, but the coldness revealed in her eyes made Ling Yuan Daluo feel icy all over. No, don't kill me. I am useful, I am useful. Chen Yue looked at her with great interest. What use do you have? I can also give you a baby. She was in a panic, having gotten this information from the Ice Emperor's previous words, and thought that this handsome man who appeared out of nowhere should. Like this sort of thing, right? This reason really moved me. Heaven Dou Palace breathed a sigh of relief, but before she could fully relax, her heart tightened again because Chen Yue spoke up again. But just being moved wasn't enough to justify keeping her. Heaven Dou Palace, I will take care of people, Heaven Dou Palace said. Before the young master went to Tiando City, when the grand priest was busy, I was the one taking care of her, so, to be honest, this reason did indeed touch ChenYue. QianRenxue was about to give birth, and after she gave birth, she would definitely need some time to play outside. During that time, having a child would be quite inconvenient, and most importantly, it could easily be frightened or even accidentally injured. After all, it was impossible to have the King God Tower always around the baby, right? Reason approved. ChenYue nodded. Coincidentally, the Ice Emperor was also preparing to conceive, so Heaven Dou Palace could take care of her. Phew, hearing this, Heaven Dou Palace finally let out a long sigh of relief, not realizing that she had been so frightened just a moment ago that she was drenched in cold sweat. The teleportation room outside had a pretty large space. ChenYue stepped out of the teleportation room, and outside the teleportation marker was a huge square with a massive shining stone above, clearly made of countless shining stones cast in a special way, illuminating the entire base. No wonder they could immediately rush to the entrance as soon as we teleported. The Ice Holy Angel showed a knowing look upon seeing this. Crack. Just then, they saw Qian Renxue, who had been enveloped in golden and red light and transformed into a cocoon, suddenly make a crisp sound. As ChenYue and the others turned their attention there, suddenly, the cocoon shattered like glass with a crack, and the holy golden light and blazing red light burst forth from the teleportation room into the sky above the vast square, forming two beams of light that shone even more dazzlingly than the shining stone. That is, Heaven Dou Palace felt her martial soul, the flame spirit sparrow, trembling as if it had encountered something terrifying. Meanwhile, the Ice Holy Angel also looked incredulously at all of this above her head. Was this ultimate fire? Ultimate holiness? No, wait, this is ultimate light? Wait, it also resembles the ultimate flames of the seraph? No, what exactly is this? Even for someone as well-informed as her, witnessing the illumination of this light left her feeling shocked and trembling, as there was something deeply horrifying in this intertwining of holiness and blazing light. Is this a combination of fire and light attributes in one martial soul? Compared to these two who were in shock, ChenYue appeared much calmer. He stroked his chin, raising his eyebrows slightly. But can her 12-winged angel truly accommodate such attributes? The 12-winged angel was a level above the 6-winged angel, but ultimately it still belonged to the category of upgrading, far from reaching the level of advancement or evolution. So in some ways, this could be considered a failed mutation. However, the former was still slightly higher than the latter, and it should be regarded as one of the highest existences among all divine martial souls in the Douluo continent, several times stronger than the sea god martial soul, yet still within the realm of divine martial souls. And now, no matter if it is the holy light shining or the fierce red flames, the energy fluctuations within far exceed this divine level martial soul. So, how should one integrate and absorb the powers of both? As if to verify ChenYue's doubts, a flash of golden light flickered between the holy golden light and the fierce red light, revealing a figure with 12 golden wings behind it. The true form of the 12-winged angel, the martial soul of Qian Renxue. During her cultivation in the heavenly source secret realm, she had already become a Title Douluo, but she just hadn't obtained the 9th spirit ring yet. This martial soul true form was what she had transformed into. The angel's true form opened its arms wide, and the two different lights began to surge wildly into her palms. In an instant, her arms started to change into two different colors, rapidly spreading throughout her body. And in the blink of an eye, her entire form transformed into two extreme colors. The golden half of her body appeared extremely holy, while the red half stood out with a demonic fiery glow. This is a bit difficult. ChenYue furrowed his brows and leaped into the air, looking at the enormous angelic true form, which was clearly starting to tremble, evidently overwhelmed by the simultaneous absorption of two powers. A thought flashed through his mind, and without further hesitation, he raised his palm, aiming for the navel position of the angelic true form, and gently pressed his palm against it. As soon as his spirit power palm imprint landed, the holy light and red light that had been struggling within the angelic true form suddenly came to a standstill. In the next moment, they began to ignore each other and circulated within the entire angelic true form. What kind of technique is this? Chen Yue's move truly stunned the Ice Saint Angel. Even during her time, the exalted Holy Emperor did not possess such means, right? These two powers clearly transcended the extreme, and any ordinary person who approached would be instantly incinerated. She remembered having seen the blazing Saint Angel among the 18 holy angels, who possessed the ultimate fire. The fierce fire ravaged everything, leaving no grass to grow. Moreover, this ultimate fire could even burn soul power, but the downside was that it made spiritual power much weaker. Just as a multitude of thoughts flashed through the Ice Saint Angel's mind, the angelic true form suddenly let out a long howl, and her 12 golden wings behind her fell like leaves. The originally resplendent golden true form transformed into a figure interwoven with red and gold, and the surrounding radiant red light and blinding holy light also dissipated. Chen Yue withdrew his palm and returned to the entrance of the teleportation room, looking up at QianRenxue's martial soul true form. At this moment, all of her golden wings had fallen off, and her entire martial soul true form was still in flux, eventually transforming into a silhouette. Chen Yue frowned. He felt that this form's silhouette looked somewhat familiar, with this figure and its curves. Before he could recall, the silhouette burst forth with golden and red light, revealing the pregnant Qian Renxue in front of him. Without saying a word, she jumped into Chen Yue's arms and whispered, "I almost didn't get to see you." At first, absorbing these two powers was indeed quite uncomfortable for her, as her martial soul quality was far too low for these two energy crystals. It was like trying to fit the entire Pacific Ocean into a mineral water bottle. It was clear that even if the bottle burst, it would be impossible to achieve. That's why I stay by your side. Initially, Chen Yue also had such concerns, which was why he came personally instead of letting someone else deliver this thing. In the face of that situation just now, only he could intervene. After all, only his martial soul was at the next level, primordial level, allowing him to ignore the energy emitted by these two items and approach QianRenxue's martial soul true form directly. From the moment you unleashed your martial soul true form, I guess that you wouldn't be able to absorb it. QianRenxue smiled and held Chen Yue's hand, placing it on her belly. This is our heart-to-heart connection. However, this little one is a bit troublesome. Little one? I've been staying quietly in my little room. Who did I provoke? Chen Yue. Actually, I have a way to help you give birth now, and there won't be any side effects. QianRenxue's eyes brightened. Really? If I'm not mistaken, you just transferred part of the energy to your belly, right? QianRenxue nodded yes. But that energy is pure energy that I refined and absorbed, which is harmless to the child and will instead promote her growth. Chen Yue understood. So now it could be said that the energy the child absorbed was already sufficient. But perhaps it was because she hadn't stayed long enough, or maybe she was reluctant to come out, which is why there was no reaction. QianRenxue thought for a moment and nodded. That should be it. I also feel that the soul power energy I gained from training in the secret realm is less compared to outside. You have to know that the energy concentration in the secret realm is far more developed than outside. As the conversation paused, both of them unconsciously looked down at her protruding belly. Little one, they wondered with a pair of clever parents, what should we do? Waiting online. It's quite urgent. Chapter 116, QianRenxue, the child just born needs to be fed. Does she need to be fed? How do you think we should get her out? QianRenxue pondered for a moment and tentatively asked, how about pressing a bit? Chen Yue. Little one, how about I stimulate the acupoints? Chen Yue hadn't forgotten that he possessed supreme-level traditional Chinese medicine skills. And as long as he stimulated the acupoints, it would be easy to give birth without harm. That works. QianRenxue nodded, glancing back at the stunned Dalu, the bewildered Ice Saint Angel, and then at the Ice Emperor who was still absorbing the primordial cold ice and was frozen into an ice ball. You too, stay here. Okay. Though she was asking, it was clear she was inquiring of Chen Yue. After all, she knew about Dalu, but the other Laina made her feel a bit abnormal. As if she was seeing Laina, but actually it was another unfamiliar beauty. No way. I want to let the Ice Saint Angel leave my sight. Chen Yue said, we'll stay here. It's not a big deal. Saying this, he waved his hand, and before the Ice Saint Angel could react, she was instantly pulled into the Heavenly King's divine tower. Ice Saint Angel. Excuse me, are you the Ice Saint Angel? You didn't even give me a chance to speak and just locked me in here? Chen Yue had no idea about the Ice Saint Angel's complaints and didn't even pay attention. He spread his palm, and 4 needles made of condensed soul power were pinched between his fingers as he looked at the slightly nervous ChenRenxue. Open your legs wide, best in a split. Yes, use soul power to levitate. Under her levitation, a soul power soft couch that had been prepared long ago took shape. In Douluo continent, the process of giving birth is generally not as complicated as it was in Chen Yue's previous life. Of course, situations like the life and death crises that the son fighting Douluo faced are exceptions. After all, sometimes being too tense can lead to difficult births. At the moment of speaking, Chen Yue moved his hand swiftly with a needle, and ChenRenxue, who was struck at the acupoint, felt a tingling sensation at the point of impact. The next moment, she felt an instant relaxation, and the pain disappeared in an instant. Is this what stimulates childbirth? Suddenly, she felt numb and didn't know what was happening. Just as she was thinking, she noticed Chen Yue's strange gaze and the astonished and uncertain expression on the face of a Ling Yuan Dalu beside her. She froze for a moment and instinctively looked down, only to see a wrinkled little bundle that had appeared on the soul power soft cushion beneath her. ChenRenxue? In an instant, ChenRenxue was completely dumbfounded. What? This is how it is born. Wait, didn't they say that giving birth is a very dangerous thing? Even a Title Douluo would have to endure excruciating pain? Why is this? She felt not a bit of pain. It was even like just using a small toilet. Thinking about it, she really did have that feeling. So ugly. ChenRenxue stood back up and picked up the wrinkled little bundle on the soul power cushion, took a look at its face, and immediately handed it over to Chen Yue, who was walking up behind her with some disdain. Little bundle? Oh my goodness. Cough. It's indeed like this for a newborn. It will be fine after some time. Ling Yuan Dalu quickly stepped forward and reminded her. As a Title Douluo of the Spear Hall, she had seen quite a few related matters and had some theoretical experience. I see, ChenRenxue realized. But when she looked at the little bundle, she still felt some disdain. But to be honest, I really didn't expect to give birth to such an ugly child. Ling Yuan Dalu, ChenYue. Little bundle. Forget it. How about we name her first? ChenRenxue quickly composed herself and shifted the topic. How about calling her ChenYue? Let's call her ChenYue. At this point, ChenYue paused, looked up at the sky, at the large bright stone lamp that emitted silvery light. This could be considered the radiance of Li. Good. ChenRenxue nodded, and then suddenly thought of something. Does the baby need to be fed? Do you feed her? Ling Yuan Dalu was just about to nod in agreement, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she found that she couldn't make a sound. Ling Yuan Dalu, what is going on? She looked bewildered, instinctively glancing at ChenRenxue, who was now looking at Chen Yue with great anticipation, and at that moment, she realized that she seemed to have truly become a third wheel standing there. Judging by her physical condition, it seemed she wouldn't be needed until after the martial soul awakening. Chen Yue held ChenYue, who was sleeping soundly, and upon closer inspection of her fair newborn skin, there was even a hint of reddish golden light, which was clearly influenced by the scarlet flame, sacred stone. This must be due to the energy ChenRenxue had previously poured into her belly for the baby. With this extraordinary energy, the newly born ChenYue didn't need to eat, as just relying on this energy, she would probably take 6 years to refine and integrate herself. However, this golden light, Chen Yue seemed to suddenly think of something and looked at ChenRenxue. Right, little Shui, has your martial soul evolved, or? He suddenly remembered that ChenRenxue hadn't mentioned what her martial soul was after its evolution. ChenRenxue didn't speak but raised her right hand to release her martial soul. Suddenly, as a red flame light circle blossomed, a silhouette made of light appeared behind her. At the same time, 8 soul rings, 1 red and 7 black, circled and floated around that luminous silhouette behind her in an orderly manner. Yes, she had actually gone out to play with the Ice Emperor in the Tianyuan secret realm, and had also killed quite a few vine ghosts. Therefore, the ages of all her soul rings had been increased. As for the first soul ring, the 100,000-year one, it was a 100,000-year Tianqing bull python soul ring that Chen Yue had previously given her using the soul fragment stone. Her 8 soul ring was only at the 10,000-year level, which was still because there were fewer vine ghosts near the fortress, and they didn't dare to venture deep. Based on the information brought by the Qianjun demon and the light feathered law, they could determine which kind of vine ghost had a probability of dropping 100,000-year soul rings. But unfortunately, there were none around, and venturing too deep into this gray Tianyuan secret realm could easily lead to getting lost, which would be a loss. So, her soul ring configuration, in Chen Yue's view, was considered to have passed the standard line, but that was under the premise of the six-winged angel. Now, what about her martial soul? Wait, what kind of martial soul is this? Chen Yue finally reacted. Your martial soul. How did it become a silhouette of condensed light? And why do I feel like this martial soul resembles you quite a bit? ChenRenxue covered her mouth and chuckled. Guess? Could it be the main body martial soul shaped by holy light and scarlet flame? Chen Yue frowned. The six-winged angel, to some extent, could also be considered a main body martial soul. Of course, this main body refers to the original body of the angel god, similar to Poseidon's sea god martial soul. Perhaps the prototype of the angel god is this six-winged angel. Then, after being tempered by the endless fire domain energy filled with the scarlet flame sacred stone, changing towards the direction of scarlet flame seems not to be a problem. Main body martial soul? The unfamiliar term suddenly left Qian Renxue stunned. What is a main body martial soul? A main body martial soul is a type of martial soul that does not belong to beast or weapon martial souls and has its unique characteristics. After a pause, Chen Yue directly and clearly explained, simply put, this martial soul may be you yourself, or it may be a part of an organ on your body. If I'm not mistaken, your previous six-winged angel and 12-winged angel are also a type of main body martial soul. But this term main body needs to be put in quotes because this is not your main body, but the main body of the angel god. Hearing this, Qian Renxue also understood. So this means my martial soul can also be considered a main body martial soul, right? Chen Yue looked at her, but didn't speak. And Qian Renxue could only continue because I feel that I have a strong control over it, as if it's me after becoming divine. Her tone carried some uncertainty, clearly indicating that this was just a premonition of hers, as she had not yet become a god and could not make a decisive conclusion. Regardless of what this martial soul is, in terms of quality, it must be at least 2 grades higher than your 12-winged angel. 1 scarlet flame sacred stone and 1 martial soul mutation stone. At least 2 grades have been improved. These 2 items are not comparable to the heavenly crystal stone in the beginner's gift pack. They are completely of a different level. I feel the same way. Qian Renxue nodded in agreement. Right now, your configuration of 1 red and 7 black soul rings, if compared to your 6-winged angel, may already be top tier. But for this martial soul of yours, it is still far from enough. With the tempering of the scarlet flame sacred stone, Chen Yue felt that Qian Renxue's new martial soul could be marked with a minimum standard of 9 reds. If time permits, he thinks he can take QianRenxue to gather the 10 ferocious beasts. The Ice Emperor, Snow Emperor, and that Titan Snow Demon King must be prioritized, and also that cute silly goose and a proud purple dragon can be considered to stay. So, at most, only 5 ferocious beast soul rings can be obtained. The Evil Eye Tyrant, Bear Lord, Crimson King, King of 10,000 demons, and that barely appeared in the original work, only having a name. After personally destroying that little rabbit's hopes, I wonder what she will become. Suddenly, a very exciting thought ignited in Chen Yue's heart. By then, will this little rabbit completely change her mindset and honestly act as a tool rabbit? Calculating the time, her belly is already quite obvious. But I wonder if she encounters Tang San. Can she awaken Tang San's memories? Speaking of this, Chen Yue felt a bit regretful. Unfortunately, that little rabbit is currently not in her complete state. The shell on the outside is still on Tang San's martial soul. The so-called shell refers to the soul ring energy forcibly left when Xiaowu sacrificed herself to Tang San for a year. So, calling this a shell seems reasonable, right? However, Chen Yue and QianRenxue, who were chatting here as if no one was around, were completely unaware that at this moment, Yuan Douluo, who was acting as an onlooker, was already trembling in shock. A configuration of 1 red and 7 black soul rings is still far from enough? What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? Yuan Douluo was desperately shouting in her heart. Even the grand offering only has the standard configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red, right? The last time she saw Qian Dalu release soul rings was decades ago, back when QianRenxue hadn't been born yet. It can be said that at that time, Qian Dalu was still only a half-step sacrificer and hadn't comprehended the energy within. In fact, every deity's sacrificer, when comprehending the deity's power, that is, possessing demigod power, will have their soul rings turn into 8 black and 1 red. Poseidon was like this, and so was Qian Dalu, who sent Yuan Douluo to the Title Imperial Palace. However, Poseidon's timing was much earlier, while Qian Daolu's was a bit late. For example, right now, just as Yuan Douluo doubted her life, Chen Yue handed over Chen Yue to her care and left the fortress with QianRenxue to look for soul rings. In the spirit hall, in the angel temple, with his eyes tightly closed, silently feeling the power of the angel, Qian Douluo suddenly opened his eyes wide. And after a long pause, he finally spoke, his voice a bit hoarse. You finally took this step. Suddenly, in the angel temple surrounded by holy light, a wave of powerful, evil divine power surged forth. The next moment, a graceful figure wrapped in darkness stepped out. It was Bibi Dong, returning triumphantly from the Rakshasa secret realm. She held the Rakshasa demon's scythe, her purple-black eyes coldly staring at Qian Douluo in front of her. Pausing slightly in front of the shining angel statue, then showing a disdainful expression. But don't forget, this is not only your angel god as home ground. It is also mine, the Rakshasa god as home ground. The next moment, the fluctuations of her peak level 99 soul power were revealed, and the divine mark on her forehead was particularly clear. Rakshasa 8 trials. You're still missing the final 9th trial, right? A trace of fluctuation finally appeared on Qian Douluo's calm face, and his gaze shifted to the Rakshasa demon's scythe, murmuring, divine weapon. After a long pause, he slowly spoke, his voice deep. What do you want to do now? Demigods can borrow the power of the deity they believe in. Similarly, divine weapons are also products of deities. Moreover, the consumption required for divine weapons in the hands of divine trialists can be completely negligible. In other words, facing Bibi Dong with this divine weapon in hand, Qian Douluo does not have absolute confidence in winning. Chapter 117. QianRenxue, just lie there and don't move. Even if it's a huge matter, we'll talk about it later. 4-in-1, lazy to disassemble, slipped away. Divine trialists using a deity's power have negligible consumption. However, sacrificers using demigod power need to consume soul power and corresponding divine power. This is the difference between Qian Douluo and Poseidon. Poseidon's proficiency in controlling demigod power far exceeds Qian Douluo's, and she can even use the power of the sea to urge her to quickly recover divine power and soul power. But Qian Douluo cannot. Even in the sky, he can only say that he can significantly reduce his consumption. Moreover, Bibi Dong definitely cannot fight him in the sky. Let us put it this way. If Qian Douluo flies up, then Bibi Dong on the ground can directly use the Rakshasa demon scythe to smash the entire angel temple. In this situation, should Qian Douluo come down or continue to stare blankly in the sky? This is probably the greatest misfortune of a sacrificer. I want to take back control of the spirit hall. Bibi Dong's calm tone was filled with undeniable authority over everything. No one is allowed to interfere with my will. Qian Douluo's eyelids twitched. You want to establish the spirit hall empire? Not for now. Bibi Dong shook her head, then withdrew the Rakshasa divine power from her body and turned to walk towards the door. I need to go out for a while. I hope that when I return, you have already gathered all the power, and at that time it can be completely handed over to me. After her words fell, her figure had already disappeared, and Qian Douluo's gaze remained fixed on the entrance of the angel temple, lost in thought. This Qian Douluo has indeed just entered the demigod realm. Upon returning to the Rakshasa secret realm, Bibi Dong finally let out a long breath, her forehead already covered in cold sweat. The compatibility with the Rakshasa demon scythe was still insufficient, and forcibly driving it had some side effects. The Rakshasa divine trial is different from the sea god divine trial. The former does not require compatibility with the deity, only with the divine weapon, because the Rakshasa god has fallen for many years. Alternative setting, don't argue, however. After returning to the Rakshasa secret realm, Bibi Dong, sitting cross-legged and preparing to merge compatibility, suddenly thought of something. It had been a while since she entered seclusion. Logically speaking, the replacement plan should have been completed, right? But since this replacement plan has been completed, why is she still here? Bibi Dong was puzzled. No, after the fusion is successful, I must personally go see. Qian Douluo cannot leave the spirit city because he has merged into a demigod, but I do not have this restriction. I should go see her. At this moment, ChenYue had already brought QianRenxue and hunted the soul rings for her, as well as added the years to the soul rings. It was only a day in the spirit city, but in this heavenly source secret realm, 10 days had passed. And this time was enough for ChenYue to create a super strong soul ring configuration for QianRenxue. 9 soul rings of 100,000 years. Among them, there's a soul ascension stone. After all, the sense of direction in this heavenly source secret realm is quite lacking. Even with the maps explored by Qianjun Jiangma and Guangling Duo, it was useless. After finishing all this, ChenYue finally had time to open the system notifications. The system has detected that the host's first offspring has been born, issuing rewards. Heart of Martial Soul. Super Divine Artifact. Breaking God Spear. Breaking Seal Hand. Soul Power Experience 1. The Heart of Martial Soul, when used by non-twin Martial Soul users, allows them to possess a second Martial Soul of God-level quality or above, and comes with a Soul Ring, i.e., does not require hunting Soul Beast to obtain. The Super Divine Artifact Breaking God Spear is an artifact that is not inferior to the 5 God Kings of the Divine Realm. After the system enhancement, using this Divine Artifact will not consume any soul power from a host. The Hand of Breaking Seals is a supreme skill that can break all seals. In the next moment, Chen Yue felt a rush of energy, as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Level 94, Title Douluo. Chen Yue took a deep breath and looked at his soul power level on the system panel. Soul Power Experience 1. 6E, Level 94, Title Douluo. Next level, 10, Level 95, Title Douluo. That's a completion of 1/10. Chen Yue exhaled deeply, and then hugged the now normal-looking Chen Yue from the hands of the spirit Dalu Ling Yuan. He gave her a hard kiss at a critical moment. The little cotton-padded jacket was really supportive. Chen Yue. She opened her hazy eyes in confusion, but closed them again the next moment. Absorbing energy had already drained her vitality, but she still sensed the outside world. In other words, aside from being unable to open her eyes and move significantly, she was basically no different from a normal 3-year-old child. Yes, a 3-year-old child. Wait. Chen Yue picked up the heart of the martial spirit, which resembled an hourglass. He slightly raised his head, intending to give this to ChenRenxue, when suddenly something occurred to him. What's wrong? ChenRenxue turned her head curiously. After your new martial spirit appears, then your 6-winged angel. ChenRenxue said, puzzled. The 6-winged angel, under the influence of the 2 powers, has now only the purest angelic energy left. As for the remaining holy energy, I've given it all to ChenYue. So, does this mean that this cute little cotton-padded jacket's martial spirit is the 6-winged angel? ChenYue looked dumbfounded at Chen Yue, who was sleeping soundly in his arms, his mouth twitching slightly. Opening the door was like a gift from heaven. All right, we should head out now, right? ChenRenxue smiled slightly, holding Chen Yue's arm. Her smile was self-evident. Okay. Chen Yue glanced over, his heart pounding with excitement. But he needed to wait a moment. ChenRenxue was taken aback. The next moment, her eyes widened. She saw Chen Yue wave his hand toward the sky, and instantly, a bright light burst forth from his palm, the light magnifying infinitely, even leaping directly into the sky above the fortress's front yard, forming a floating city in the sky. It was the ChenYue Immortal Island. I can't rest easy leaving the child in this fortress, Chen Yue said, holding the child in one hand and ChenRenxue in the other, leaping up, so I want her to stay on ChenYue Immortal Island. While speaking, the family of 3 directly passed through the transparent barrier outside the Immortal Island and entered it. As soon as they entered, ChenRenxue felt the soul power within her boiling rapidly. Her peak level 94, which had expanded after absorbing the soul ring, actually began to loosen at this moment. Crack! In a moment of distraction, she suddenly broke through. She directly reached level 95 of soul power. Did I just break through? ChenRenxue was dumbfounded. In just 10 days, she had risen from level 90 to level 95. I remember that even my grandfather took over 10 years to grow from level 90 to level 95. However, she only used 10 days. I wonder if my grandfather would be so shocked that his heart would leap out if he knew about this. Thinking of this, ChenRenxue couldn't help but glance at Chen Yue, who was held in Chen Yue's arms, her mouth twitching slightly, still not daring to think about going back to honestly explain to Qian Dalu. Cultivating here, the potential for improvement should be enormous. A thought flashed through her mind, and feeling the abundant energy around her, ChenRenxue couldn't help but nod, looking at Chen Yue with envy and jealousy. You little guy, you're enjoying yourself, right after coming out. Chen Yue. All right, although the child is asleep and absorbing energy, she hears every word you say very clearly. Chen Yue smiled as he rubbed Chen Yue, who was dressed like a Lolita, and then looked at ChenRenxue, whose expression had stiffened. So be careful. She might hold a grudge against you. ChenRenxue. She stared blankly, having not seen Chen Yue for just 10 days. Yet she looked like a 4-year-old child, able to wear an ultra-small Lolita dress. And for a moment, she didn't know what to say. As for this ultra-small Lolita dress. Naturally, Chen Yue calculated the timing, and it was almost time for ChenRenxue to give birth, so he had someone in Tiando City make it. One large size for ChenRenxue, and another ultra-small size for Chen Yue. But if there are seals all around, will there be a problem if she wakes up and we forget to leave? Chen Yue placed Chen Yue in the most central area of ChenYue Immortal Island, where the energy was the most concentrated throughout the entire island. QianRenxue, who hurriedly followed, suddenly thought of something when she saw the seals outside the Immortal Island and couldn't help but ask, what if she can't come out later? That's not a problem. Chen Yue interrupted her concerns. ChenYue Immortal Island is managed based on bloodline detection. Yue is the administrator here. Once she wakes up, she can enter and exit ChenYue Immortal Island freely, and can also directly cross the gate of the Tianyuan secret realm to the real world from the core of ChenYue Immortal Island. This prosperity made Qian Renxue envious, hugging Chen Yue's back and sobbing with a charmingly spoiled demeanor. Wow, such great authority. Why don't I have it, boo-hoo? Chen Yue. Well, you might as well not learn that spoiled little wife thing from books, okay? Chen Yue said uncomfortably. I prefer the confident look you had before. Qian Renxue. Her expression stiffened for a moment, then she snorted. Oomph. If I hadn't been so overly confident back then, would you have such a good opportunity now? I should have called for offerings to lock you up in a secret room. Humph. Chen Yue. Indeed, even though the secret room Douluo has fallen, his spirit never decays. All right, we should head out. Chen Yue's mouth twitched slightly, wisely avoiding bringing up that topic again, and with a wave of his hand, his figure flickered and he directly left the Tianyuan secret realm. Still in the Tianyuan secret realm fortress, the spirit Douluo Lingyuan. Welcome, young master. Welcome, Lord Chen. As soon as Chen Yue and Qian Renxue left the Tianyuan secret realm, the sky had already brightened. The 5 Title Douluos guarding the entrance, Guangling, Qianjun, Jiangmo, Xijin, and Shi Mao, all bent down on one knee and spoke softly. All right, everyone disperse. Yes. Soon, the crowd dispersed, but Chen Yue fell into deep thought. What should we do next? Seeing Chen Yue in deep thought, Qian Renxue couldn't help but ask, did I forget something? Qian Renxue was taken aback. What did you forget? Inside the Tianyuan secret realm fortress, the Ice Emperor, who had completed absorbing the primordial cold ice, looked bewildered at his surroundings, disheveled in the wind. Wait, where's Lady Shui? Where's my husband? Forget it. It probably isn't anything important. Chen Yue scratched his head, shook off those thoughts, and then looked at Qian Renxue. Do you want to understand the current situation first? Or should we go on a spontaneous trip? It must be a trip. Qian Renxue snorted and then changed the subject, asking, but before the trip, I need to ask you a question. What question? Am I the first woman you will have a child with? Chen Yue. Ah, do we still have to argue about this? Yeah, what's wrong? Qian Renxue snorted again. Aren't they all pregnant with one? Chen Yue. He couldn't help but think of the quintuplets Xiao Wu, the triplets Ayin, and, the twins Shui Ku, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. I knew it, right? Qian Renxue snorted, grabbing Chen Yue by the neck. Before the trip, we still have to do one thing. Let's have 2 little sisters for Yeye. And when she wakes up, she'll be our free nanny, right? Chen Yue. Wei minuchi. You lie down and don't move. Even if it's a big deal, we can talk about it later. Chen Yue. And just when Chen Yue was in both pain and joy, far overseas, Tang Hao and his group, trying to escape to Sea God Island, encountered trouble. No, it should be said that this is no longer a trio, but a duo, because the ship they had previously boarded was capsized, and with the raging waves, Tang San was missing, leaving only Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, who looked serious as they stared at the monster before them, which was over 200 meters long. Oh, that little girl from Sea God Island has an heir? This monster, over 200 meters long, was the sea overlord, the deep-sea demon whale king, a half-demon god from 1,000,000 years ago. He was only one divine position away from becoming a god, but unfortunately, the divine realm does not accept any soul beasts to become gods. Of course, the deep-sea demon whale king could choose to undergo the 1,000,000-year demon god tribulation, but he wasn't confident about surviving it. So, currently, the deep-sea demon whale king planned to devour divine testers to see if he could absorb their divine positions and become a god. Therefore, when Tang Xiao and Tang Hao's ship passed by, he sensed the obvious aura left by the sea god light pillar on them, leading the deep-sea demon whale king to mistakenly believe that the divine tester had appeared, thus overturning their ship. Chapter 118. Qian Renxue, watch me kick you away. But after capsizing, the deep-sea demon whale king realized that these were not the divine testers he imagined, but merely the heirs of 2 sacrificial candidates. With regret, he sighed. That little girl has finally found her successor after all these years. As his only rival in the sea, in a way, he felt a sense of mutual admiration among top experts. Of course, these were just some size. If Poseidon encountered danger, he would definitely be the first to take advantage of the situation. There would be no question of saving anyone. Just like now, if Poseidon appeared before him, The deep-sea demon whale king would attack without hesitation. But with only Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, these two sacrificial testers, the deep-sea demon whale king had no interest in these two bugs that were still smaller than his eyes. He shook his massive head and finally sank into the depths of the sea. This action left Tang Xiao and his brother bewildered. Dang Xiao, Dang Hao. What just happened? The two looked at each other, puzzled, as they watched the deep-sea demon whale king sink to the bottom, their brains struggling to comprehend. What was that monster just now? I don't know. Tang Hao shook his head and then shifted the topic. Forget about him. Let's hurry and find Xiao San. All right, let's go find Xiao San. The two were in a flurry, but at this moment, the deep-sea demon whale king had already returned to the deep sea. King, the princess has left the deep-sea region to go out for fun. Upon hearing this report, the deep-sea demon whale king, who was just about to sleep, snorted coldly. In an instant, the entire sea's surface boiled again. On the surface of the sea, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao had barely corrected their capsized ship when a fountain shot up directly, shattering their vessel. Dan Hao, Dan Xiao. What? What do we do, Hao? I don't know. How about we swim over first? Xiao San's words. We can find her after we land on the nearby island, right? That works. As for the affairs of the Tang brothers, the deep-sea demon whale king was completely unaware. He looked at a deep-sea demon whale that had come to report, trembling due to his whim, and snorted coldly. A loving mother spoils her child. Humph. Notify the lady to bring back Xiaolon. Yes. The deep-sea demon whale hurriedly left the area of the deep-sea demon whale king, as if granted amnesty. The deep-sea demon whale king was the largest king among the deep-sea demon whales, and his dwelling was not allowed to have any peers or even other creatures. This area was also known as a forbidden zone at sea, commonly referred to as the Demon Whale Sea. The remaining deep-sea demon whales lived in various locations in the deep sea, essentially in depths that could not be discovered from shallow waters. Similarly, ChenYue and QianRenxue were completely unaware of the events at sea. When the two finally walked out of the room, they had no idea how much time had passed. In any case, ChenYue was holding QianRenxue, who appeared to be sleeping soundly. And you still say you want to travel? This is really... ChenYue sighed. Well, it's also my fault. Winning the lottery is what led to you being such a lazy dog, just like the Ice Emperor. At this point, ChenYue suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh no? I seem to have forgotten the Ice Emperor inside. ChenYue slapped his forehead and looked at the still soundly sleeping QianRenxue, who looked like she was in hibernation. In the end, he couldn't bear to leave her outside and carried her with her exquisite and bountiful body, which had become even more generous and golden after childbirth, and jumped directly into ChenYue Island. Yes, entering ChenYue Island through the Tianyuan secret realm. ChenYue no longer needed to open the door to the Tianyuan secret realm, but could directly enter ChenYue Island in an instant with a thought. After all, he was the island master. Here in the central hall, only Li Yue could live alone. The other side halls could let those people in. ChenYue hadn't forgotten that his original purpose in finding Xiao Wu to form the Yin Wu combination was naturally to get it done as quickly as possible. The flow rate in the Tianyuan secret realm was such that 1 day in Doa star equated to 10 days in the secret realm. And ChenYue Island, after integrating into the time difference of the secret realm, was the same. This meant that as long as he placed the Yin Wu combination and those pregnant women inside, it wouldn't take a month for them to bear fruit. After all, only Xiue was true love. The others were just accidents. And it was not shameful to take advantage of the system. Even if the means were not very honorable, in his arms, QianRenxue wrinkled her delicate nose, opened her hazy eyes, rubbed them, and yawned. Can you stop laughing so much? It's making my hair stand on end. Is it that exaggerated? Really? Is there any doubt? I won't believe it unless you show me. Don't. Hey, I told you not to. Go away, go away. QianRenxue's face turned red. If you keep this up, I really won't be able to travel. She was truly exhausted, almost to the point of collapsing. If it weren't for the abundant energy in the ChenYue Fairy Island that could restore her condition, she probably wouldn't have woken up. I'll go look for other people later. Hearing this, QianRenxue finally breathed a sigh of relief, snorted, and said, At least you have some feelings, otherwise you would have really tormented me to death. As she said this, she yawned and looked at ChenYue. Where are we going to travel next? How about I catch a few more for you to play with, ChenYue? He looked at QianRenxue in shock. While she even started counting on her fingers, let me think, according to the records in the Wuhan Hall, there seemed to be quite a few. It is said that the High Priest of Sea God Island is an exceptionally beautiful woman. ChenYue, are you planning to help your man by digging up your grandfather's beloved? Is that appropriate? I feel like it should at least be a Title Douluo, or a 100,000 years old beast, or just a 100,000 year-soul beast because I don't think even a Title Douluo can withstand you. ChenYue. All right, we're going out to travel, not to do this. ChenYue interrupted her various wild ideas with a helpless smile. I have to say, this mature QianRenxue is truly something else. Aside from being able to endure hardship, she also knows how to be sensible. Seeing that QianRenxue finally stopped counting on her fingers, ChenYue let out a sigh of relief, but before he could fully relax, he heard QianRenxue's thunderous statement. How about you take my mom down too? ChenYue. This is definitely the utmost filial daughter. What's wrong, don't you like her? ChenYue. QianRenxue raised an eyebrow and looked at ChenYue, asking playfully, have your standards gotten higher? ChenYue. QianRenxue's expression made him feel that it was best not to speak at this moment. So, ChenYue waved his hand and summoned the Ice Emperor from the fortress in the Tianyuan secret realm. Well, my lord, I thought you forgot about me. The Ice Emperor excitedly hugged ChenYue, crying in a muddled manner. She was all alone in this fortress and was almost going crazy. What? You say there's another spirit eagle Douluo? She didn't know her, and before meeting ChenYue, she hadn't had much human experience. So she naturally didn't know the so-called human affairs and could only pretend to be aloof. All right, it's okay. ChenYue helplessly comforted her as if coaxing a baby. Your lord is here. I just forgot before. That's your lord's fault. After giving the Ice Emperor a good comfort and satisfying her, ChenYue finally had the time to casually place those women he had retrieved back into the ChenYue fairy island. Of course, it wasn't all of them. Only a portion of the women were brought in, such as the contemplates, Little Dance, who was already quite large but still far from giving birth, and Ying, who was no less than Little Dance. And then there was Tang Yuehua. Long ago, in the Tianyuan Divine Tower, Tang Yuehua, a woman who wasn't even a soul master, beat up Tang Tiantian, who didn't dare to retaliate, and if it weren't for ChenYue's rescue, she would probably have been beaten to death. Among them, there was also the help of the Ying dance combination. Let's not forget that Ying had already reached maturity, and Little Dance was also a soul emperor. After all, Tang Yuehua was Tang Hao's sister and Tang San's aunt, so they would definitely help. Besides them, there was only the well-behaved and sensible Yi Lingling. Yes, only these 4 people, plus one spirit eagle Douluo and the Ice Emperor, were brought to the ChenYue fairy island. As for the reason, QianRenxue was also curious and asked this question. What do you think would happen if we let these 2 stunning 100,000-year transformed soul beasts go free? ChenYue retorted. They would definitely be fought over to the point of bloodshed. Without thinking, QianRenxue replied, and the eventual winner would definitely have ulterior motives. If they encountered a very strong Title Douluo. Saying this, she glanced at ChenYue with implication. They would most likely lock them up to play with day and night, and then leave them to their descendants as the 9th spirit ring, right? Her words also frightened Little Dance and Ying, who were not far away, especially Little Dance, whose expression changed, and she rolled and crawled over to hug ChenYue's thigh, looking up with a flattering smile on her face. She had invested so much, but she couldn't let a single sentence completely negate her and lose her life. She still hadn't avenged her grudge. That can wait until later. The grudge against her childhood friends, De Ming and Er Ming, hadn't been avenged yet. How could she possibly die? Moreover, the energy here is so rich. She is confident that she can become a Title Douluo within 5 years. By then, wouldn't she have some capital to resist? Of course, that would only be slightly able to resist. At most, it would just prevent this man from placing 5 spirit rings on her or something. You little pink rabbit, it seems like you have quite a few little thoughts. ChenYue said playfully, looking down at this cute little pink rabbit. Have you figured something out while reflecting on the wall in the Tianyuan Divine Tower? Little Dance's expression stiffened, and just as she was about to explain, ChenYue waved his hand. No need to explain to me. When you go into labor, I might let you see your longed-for Sange, depending on my mood. Little Dance's expression paused. Then she quickly returned to her flattering smile, kneeling obediently to the side. And you, Ying? ChenYue smiled slightly, looking at Ying, who was pale. On the day you give birth, I will also let you meet Tang Hao and Tang San. Oh, right. And you, Tang Yuehua, can't be treated specially, right? Danju. After everything was arranged, ChenYue didn't stay long on the ChenYue fairy island, taking QianRenxue and the Ice Holy Angel, who was trapped in the Tianyuan Divine Tower, southward. Master, are you going to Stardow Forest to find that white dragon? The Ice Holy Angel couldn't help but ask. At this moment, the 3 of them had arrived in the Stardow Forest. She looked at the lush, towering trees, feeling a sense of déjà vu, and unconsciously asked. No, ChenYue shook his head. If I go to find Guyana now, I can't avoid a fight. Regardless of whether I win or lose, I can hide in the ChenYue fairy island to escape the pursuit of the god realm. After all, the appearance of combat power comparable to deities on Douluo's star would definitely attract the attention of the god king. He wasn't confident that he could clear this, especially the wheel battle instance where the former emperors fought Gu Yuna to ultimately defeat the boss Shura god. Then where are we going? The Ice Holy Angel looked confused, while QianRenxue frowned and uncertainly asked, "Are you planning to make a trip to the Star-Crowned sect?" She remembered that previously, Bibi Dong led people to attack the Star Luo Empire and went to the Star-Crowned sect, resulting in heavy losses, with only 5 Title Douluo escaping. Bibi Dong, Ghost Douluo, Chrysanthemum Douluo, Demon Bear Douluo, and the 10th Elder. These were the 5 Title Douluo. Another Spirit Eagle Douluo was severely injured by Yu engine during the ambush on the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, and was recuperating in the Angel Temple deep within the Offering Hall. Completely unaware of this matter, so she wasn't counted among them. As for the Porcupine Snake Spear, it was even easier to say. At that time, they had helped Bibi Dong and the many Title Douluo. Now, they were completely disregarding the Wuhuan Hall's instructions and were instead thinking of exploring useful information to pass on to ChenYue or QianRenxue. What do you think? ChenYue smiled without speaking, but QianRenxue understood his expression in an instant and angrily pinched his waist. "Oh, I see. You really want to be my dad, right?" "What? I didn't hear you clearly. Do you really want to be my dad?" ChenYue cleaned his ears. "What dad? Hey, that's good." QianRenxue, confused, looked at ChenYue, who was smirking, and couldn't help but kick him. "I'll kick you to death. You just admitted that I'm your dad, yet you dare to be disrespectful to me?" ChenYue grabbed her foot and chuckled. "Just wait. Don't come begging me." Who would beg? Stop scratching. Ha ha ha. I was wrong. After giving birth, QianRenxue basically had no abnormal situations, but her soles became smoother and more sensitive. Chapter 119 QianRenxue. I want it. I definitely want it. I want everything you give me. QianRenxue couldn't stop laughing from the tickling, repeatedly begging, "No, I was wrong. Don't tickle me. Ha ha." As soon as ChenYue let go, she slumped into his arms, gasping for air. The Ice Holy Angel's mouth twitched. For a moment, she felt somewhat unnecessary. It was inexplicably a bit awkward. Just as she was about to ask if they had circled around the Star Doe forest, suddenly, her brows furrowed as she looked around. After a long pause, she finally showed a puzzled expression. "Strange." She scratched her head. Just as she was about to speak, she felt a probing mental force. But before she could react, this mental wave dispersed and disappeared without a trace. The speed at which it retreated was faster than a rabbit. And if she weren't a spirit body, she probably wouldn't have noticed it at all. Coincidentally, breaking through iron shoes to find something, it cost no effort. The reason the Ice Holy Angel could sense it was that she, being a spirit body, was equivalent to a spirit inhabiting Helina's body, similar to the little fire that Yao Chun had released. And ChenYue could sense it thanks to his heart fire. Heart fire has a lethal restraint on spirit bodies and similar energy systems, which made ChenYue quite sensitive to these related powers, compensating for his martial soul's deficiency in spiritual power. In that previous instant, the Ice Holy Angel did not sense it clearly, but ChenYue felt it distinctly. The reason the mental force retreated was that ChenYue had placed a heart fire on it. It was like a thief trying to secretly grab a wallet suddenly getting burned by a lighter, causing them to retract immediately. "It's gone." ChenYue held QianRenxue, casting a playful glance in the direction where the mental force had retreated. He turned back to the still puzzled Ice Holy Angel and said, "Huh?" The Ice Holy Angel was taken aback, then nodded. Just as she was about to leave, she realized ChenYue was heading in the opposite direction from her, and she froze. "Aren't we going to that Star Luo Empire? Are you going to the depths of the Star Doe forest?" Although she had never been to the Star Luo Empire and didn't know the exact direction, she could be sure that the direction ChenYue was heading was indeed towards the interior of the Star Doe forest. "We can wait to go to the Star Luo Empire." ChenYue smiled slightly, meeting QianRenxue's somewhat confused gaze, and said, "Now, let's go catch some thieves." "Catch thieves?" QianRenxue was confused, while the Ice Holy Angel was startled, as if she thought of something. "You mean just now?" "Shoo." The Ice Holy Angel quickly covered her mouth, suppressing her excitement, and hurriedly followed. Speaking of which, after her seal was lifted, she hadn't fought yet, and now that she had a new body, she was quite curious about the strength levels of the so-called soul masters or soul beasts on Douluo Star. "Were you guys playing charades?" QianRenxue scratched her head, somewhat puzzled. Was it something just now? Thanks to the rebirth of her martial soul, her spiritual power level had also increased significantly, allowing her to catch subtle hints, but to this extent, it felt more like an illusion. If Chen Yue and the Ice Holy Angel hadn't mentioned it, she would have overlooked it. That's right. Chen Yue smiled and kissed her cheek, then said, speaking of which, you worked hard this year, so I'll give you a 1,000,000-year spirit ring. Don't mention spirit rings. I already have 10 red spirit rings. What more do I need? Wait, what did you say? ChenRenxue thought he was talking about 100,000-year spirit ring, and her mouth twitched, letting out a snort. What the heck? Just got her 900,000-year spirit rings and forgot. But as she thought about it, she suddenly felt something was off. ChenRenxue suddenly woke up. Wait, are you talking about a 1,000,000-year spirit ring? The Ice Holy Angel, who had just walked over, exclaimed, What? A 1,000,000-year spirit ring? She widened her eyes in shock, looking at Chen Yue, then at ChenRenxue, wanting to say something, but realizing it seemed like there was no place for her to interject now. What's wrong? Do you not want it? ChenRenxue quickly nodded like a chick pecking at rice. I want it. I definitely want it. I want everything you give me. Chen Yue was surprised. Why does this sound a bit? The Ice Holy Angel interjected. Well, actually, you can also not take it. Just give it to me. Although she already had 9 spirits. But I already have 9 spirit rings. Can I really? Don't worry. Chen Yue hugged ChenRenxue, laughing heartily. If my wife wants it, I will definitely give it all. ChenRenxue, confused, thought, wait, why do I feel like something's off? At the same time, outside of Star Luo City in the Star Luo Empire, about several hundred miles away, here, there were 4 small villages. In the center of the village had a massive rock layer, looking like a peaceful little village with nothing special about it. However, the next moment, a middle-aged man hurriedly approached from outside, placing his hand on the rock layer and using some special technique to press down. Suddenly, the rock layer in front of him twisted and turned like a Rubik's Cube, and the next moment, that section of the rock layer disappeared, revealing a spacious hall. What is it? In the spacious hall, 2 old men sat on one side, meditating. At that moment, hearing the noise from the door being opened, one of them slightly raised his eyelids, and a hoarse voice sounded, report to the gatekeeper. A disciple has discovered the bodies of Elder ChenYue and Elder Baihan and requests to report to the sect master. Hearing this, the 2 old men, referred to as gatekeepers, opened their eyes simultaneously, their gazes sharp as blades directed at the middle-aged man, frightening him into a pale face. However, despite the intimidating aura of the 2 old men, he could only grit his silver teeth, flipping his palm to take out 2 corpses from his storage bag. It was indeed the bodies of Title Douluo and Heaven Dou Palace. The Star-Crowned sect truly had the ability. These 2 had not been dead for long, and their bodies had not even started to decay, their faces still clearly visible, which was quite unexpected. It's true. The 2 gatekeepers immediately recognized that it was indeed Title Douluo and Heaven Dou Palace. Their expressions changed slightly as they exchanged glances. Without saying a word, they simultaneously slapped a stone-like object beside them that resembled a magic cube. Crack! At that moment, a cross-shaped crack appeared at the bottom of the hall. In the next moment, a white light shone out from it, covering the rocks completely. Go in and see the sect master. The gatekeepers had to fulfill their duty of guarding and could not leave their posts without permission. Moreover, they were not witnesses and did not know much about what had happened. So they simply let the disciple enter. Yes, the middle-aged man did not dare to delay, quickly putting away the bodies of ChenYue and Baihan and rushed into the white light. As the middle-aged man entered, the entire rock layer returned to its original state, appearing completely still. However, beneath this rock layer, there was another world. After the middle-aged man entered, he saw an island surrounded by mist, seemingly suspended in the air, resembling a fairyland. But upon closer inspection, he found that this floating island was entirely supported by countless chains, thick as an adult's arm, tightly bound to the rocky cliffs in all directions. It was not a natural floating island, but a man-made one. Looking at the densely packed iron chains, which were well hidden in the mist from a distance, it was evident that this island was not smaller than the area of Tiando City. Once he set foot on the island, the middle-aged man was horrified to discover that the abyss-like depth he had seen earlier, shrouded in mist, was now nowhere to be found. Only the surrounding rocky layers remained. If one only looked ahead and not around, it could easily be mistaken for an ordinary city. What is happening? As he stepped onto the island, he saw several figures dressed in white tiger robes appear. The middle-aged man knew that these were the white tiger guards of the Xinguan sect, belonging to the white tiger lineage. Without further explanation, he tossed the 2 bodies out, startling the white tiger guards. Quick, go call the lineage master. Within the Xinguan sect, there were only the white tiger lineage and the Xinguan lineage. Outside the sect, in the 4 villages beyond the rocky layer, aside from the 2 mentioned, there were 2 other minor factions. However, their power was too weak, So the heads of these two factions did not qualify to be called lineage masters. The term lineage master was reserved for the heads of the White Tiger lineage or the Xinguan lineage. Qian and Baihan had died from a fatal strike, seemingly a weapon spirit. Soon, the bodies of Qian and Baihan were taken away, and the middle-aged man was also taken by the White Tiger guards for questioning. Before long, the master of the White Tiger lineage received the verbal report and the autopsy report. With golden hair, and he resembled an older version of Dai Mubai. This was the master of the White Tiger lineage, Dai Chongyao. This shouldn't be. An elder frowned upon seeing this. Qian and Baihan had already reached the level of ultimate Douluo. According to the words of their ancestors, even if they encountered a peerless Douluo, they could still fight back. And how many peerless Douluos are there in the world today? Hearing this, another elder said lightly, "It shouldn't be. I tend to think they were ambushed after a great battle." How do you see that? The muscles on Qian's body were tense, which is very similar to how contemporary soul masters react when they are on guard and operating soul power. But even in that state, he was still killed in an instant. Only a peak agility type Douluo could have killed him before he could react. But such a being should not exist in this world. Another figure listened thoughtfully. Titles like super, ultimate, peak, and limit. It is indeed so. Only an agility type ultimate Douluo could kill him without him noticing. If it were a limit or peak Douluo, it would have definitely raised Qian's alertness. At this point, he could not help but look at Heaven Dou Palace, who was killed without any warning, but his muscles were not tense, indicating that the assailant might have already revealed themselves, catching him off guard after Qian was killed. After waiting for everyone to finish speaking, Dai Chongyao finally raised his head and asked lightly, "Where was the body found?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man, who had not dared to breathe, finally had a chance to stammer out and master this. This was found in the Stardou Forest. The blue-silver forest is within the Stardou Forest, and only Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, Tang San, and Yin knew this name. Of course, this was based on the original story. There are now many more who know, but this term is used by few, at least in the Star Luo Empire. No one knows that much. Stardou Forest? Upon hearing this, many people were stunned. Could it be that they encountered a soul beast? Or was it the ferocious beasts mentioned in the words of their ancestors? No, they were clearly killed by a weapon spirit. How could it be those ferocious beasts? Have you forgotten the words of our ancestors? Ferocious beasts can transform into human forms for battle. The combat power of a typical ferocious beast after transformation is not inferior to any Title Douluo. Dai Chongyao frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Silence." Everyone immediately stopped speaking and obediently lowered their heads, not daring to utter a sound. The middle-aged man, under this light reprimand, fainted directly. Take him away and seal his memories. Yes. Soon, the middle-aged man was taken away. After hearing this, everyone raised their heads to look at Dai Chongyao, waiting for his statement. Qian and Baihan went out to investigate the matter of Gongxin City. Dai Chongyao said, hand behind his back. Now they have died while investigating this matter, which must be related. Many people nodded. If it were only a few old things without soul crystals, our White Tiger lineage could handle it ourselves. At this point, his tone turned cold. However, Qian and Baihan are registered elders of a Xinguan sect, and they have made significant contributions. This matter should be investigated by both our White Tiger lineage and the Xinguan lineage. Send orders to inform the Xinguan lineage. If there are objections, a sect meeting can be convened. The sect meeting is equivalent to a board meeting, discussing comprehensive reviews, etc. But this process takes a long time and is quite troublesome. From this, it is not difficult to see Dai Chongyao's thoughts and why there would later be a heavily consuming internal struggle within the Xinguan sect. Yes. Chapter 120. Renxue. Can you just listen obediently? What the hell is this? It hurts so much. Oh, how can a soul master have such a thing? At this moment, a white light was darting through the Stardou Forest, resembling a shooting star. Upon closer inspection, it was the minuscule figure of a bug. The million-year-old demon god, known as the Dream Ice Silkworm from the second stage of Douluo, known as the god of sleep. But at this moment, despite having a small face that still looked a bit chubby, like Luo's Sampow, it bore a distorted expression. From its low mutterings, it was clear that it had been entangled by heart fire. Damn it, this is not good. At this rate, even if I manage to escape from those bastards who treat me as food, I might just end up being burned alive by this ghostly thing. The heavenly dream ice silkworm felt a sharp pain in its head. I'm still so young. I haven't even seen the world. How could I just die like this? And that guy, didn't he not have this aura last time? Why does he have this ghostly thing now? The last time it mentioned was a while ago, when Chen Yue killed the Ming and Air Ming in the core area of the Lake of Life. At that time, many fierce beasts led by Tian were falling into a deep sleep, when they discovered that it was not obedient and did not release its own natural energy for them to absorb. They began to use secret methods to forcibly absorb it, which would lead to a deep slumber. Of course, before using this secret method, they naturally trapped this ice bug, but every so often, their confinement would collapse due to insufficient energy from the ice bug's various methods, and that would be its chance to escape. According to the original storyline, every time the heavenly dream ice silkworm escaped, it would be caught again because it did not have a spirit-type martial soul, and could not become the so-called intelligent spirit ring or spirit. P.S. Unified response, considering it a secondary setting, regardless of whether it's an intelligent spirit ring or not. As it has no meaning, it's just a spirit ring or spirit. The difference being that the latter can summon the original soul beast of that spirit ring to fight independently. Of course, later on, this ice bug became smarter. After breaking the confinement seal, it would not escape immediately, but would first use its mental power to scan around, attempting to find a spirit master it could rely on before trying to escape. However, this might lead to Tian and others waking up and forcibly eliminating that spirit master. But after so many years of experimentation, it had discovered a perfect way to escape without Tian and others noticing in a short time. But before implementing this method, it had to find its target, as this method could only be used once. After all, the fierce beasts led by Tian are not fools. How could they fall for the same trick twice? Speaking of which, the fall of Ming and Air Ming was detected by the ice bug's mental power. However, at that time, it did not sense any rich mental power from Chen Yue. In fact, none of the spirit masters present met its requirements. Therefore, it did not use this method to escape. It didn't even leave the sealed area, merely witnessing the astonishing event of a 100,000-year-old beast being killed in an instant. This time, as usual, it released a hidden mental power like radio waves every moment to sense the entire Stardo forest, trying to find a spirit master who met its conditions. As for why it had to do this, after breaking through the 10th golden pattern, which is a million-year soul beast, divine punishment came. If it did not find a suitable spirit master, it would likely perish from life exhaustion. P.S. See the original work for details, not elaborating further. But it never expected that on this day, it would encounter 3 spirit masters whose mental powers met its conditions. It was overjoyed and escaped, only to unexpectedly find that one of them released a strange, ghostly thing, as if it were burning in its heart, even injuring its mental sea. I can't take it anymore. The heavenly dream, ice silkworm, said angrily, I just took a peek at you. Is it really necessary to go this far? But the next moment, the heavenly dream, ice silkworm's expression suddenly stiffened. A light chuckling voice echoed in its mental sea. Hee hee, this king just took a peek at you. The heavenly dream, ice silkworm, stiffly raised its head, staring blankly at the figure in front of it, a woman with purple-black long hair. It didn't know when she appeared above its head. Despite her devilish figure and enchanting smile, facing this spring-like smile, it felt a chill in its heart. Stardo Forest Fierce Beast, Hell Dragon King, Purple G, also known as the Abyssal Dragon. This is bad. When did this guy catch up to me? The heavenly dream, ice silkworm's expression changed repeatedly. With its current million-year cultivation, even though it wasn't very good at fighting, it could still take on ordinary 100,000-year soul beasts, like the Ming and Air Ming, and even outlast them. But the one in front of it is not an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast. This is a bona fide fierce beast. You are the key to whether I can break through the 30,000-year heavenly tribulation within 10,000 years. Purple G smiled wickedly at the little ice bug, saying, So, will you be honest, or will sister give you a punishment? Ugh, what sister? Without saying a word, the heavenly dream ice silkworm turned and ran, transforming into a stream of white light, about to disappear. But Purple G was already prepared. The moment she raised her hand, a purple-black light burst forth from her palm, and the escaping white light seemed to be attracted by something, being forcibly pulled back. In the abyssal domain, the number of beings that could escape was few. Purple G casually snapped her fingers, but sorry, you are not among that few. As her voice slowly fell, the white light was about to fall in her palm when suddenly a light chuckle rang out. What about me? Purple G's previously indifferent expression suddenly froze, and almost instinctively, she waved her hand, causing a purple-black crack to appear beside her. But just as the crack erupted, a black light flashed by so quickly that Purple G could only forcefully move the ice bug she had just caught in her palm to block in front of her. Crack! The purple-black hell crack was pierced through like thin paper, collapsing with a loud noise the moment the black light arrived. The ice bug that was thrown out immediately reverted to its original form, its 7-meter-long body appearing chubby, with a diameter of over a meter. Although it was a demon god formed through sleep and consumption, no matter what, the body of a million-year demon god is ultimately not something any 100,000-year soul beast can compare to. However, under this black light, everything was an illusion. Its long body was pierced through in an instant. Even though it had become a demon god, its entire body was penetrated by that black light at that moment. Thud! The heavenly dream ice silkworm's massive body fell heavily to the ground. It struggled desperately to escape, even attempting to burrow into the ground. But it found that apart from helplessly flailing on the ground, it could do nothing. Even the endless energy within it could not repair the damage caused by this piercing. What the hell is this thing? The heavenly dream ice silkworm was stunned, but did not know that at this moment. Purple G was even more astounded. What is this thing? Purple G looked down in horror at the cracked scales in front of her. Long before she flung the heavenly dream ice silkworm away to block that sudden attack, she had already activated her best state and her strongest defensive form. Logically speaking, even a 40,000-year fierce beast shouldn't be able to break through her defenses. But how? Could it suddenly pierce through a section of scales? Moreover, this was under the condition of penetrating the body of this million-year demon god. Oh, this demon god's body is quite sturdy. The person was none other than Chen Yue. He waved his palm, and the previously flickering black light immediately returned to his hand. This was a red tassel spear with a white handle and a black spearhead. At this moment, he glanced at the nearly breathless dream ice silkworm on the ground with some surprise, then turned to look at the only slightly damaged Purple G, his expression of astonishment deepening. I said, "Weren't you very precise with your bids before?" QianRenxue, who was beside him, frowned upon hearing Chen Yue's words. "Why does it seem like you didn't eat this time?" Chen Yue, why does it feel a bit unusual coming out of your mouth? Wait, are you interested in this woman? Just as Chen Yue was about to say something, Qianrenxue turned her head and noticed the devilishly attractive figure of Purple G, as well as her soul-stirring beauty. She immediately slapped her thigh and exclaimed, "I knew it. You don't seem like someone who would hold back. So it turns out it's lust. Chen Yue. All right, I approve. Just in time, we still need someone to do the chores on our trip." The Ice Saint Angel, who was silently watching as a bystander. Who are you?" Purple G, seeing her damaged scales and trying to regenerate them, was shocked to discover that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't repair the broken scales on her body. Even attempting to gather the scattered scales could not fix the damage. Realizing this strange phenomenon, her expression changed, and she looked up at Chen Yue, her face serious as she asked, "Is this the Star Dou Great Forest?" I advise you, she was the queen of the Hell Dragon clan, so it made sense for her to refer to herself as this king. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Chen Yue. "Then guess why I came here? Better No, whether you came or not has nothing to do with me. Do you think I don't know this is the Star Dou Great Forest?" Purple G. "So, does this mean you are recklessly barging in? Or, I don't know, your beast god emperor?" Purple G. "Wait, does this person come prepared and intend to ambush us?" Purple G's expression changed. "How do you know of our existence? Although there have been human soul masters who ambushed them over the past 10,000 years. After they chose some younger brothers to cultivate into 10,000-year soul beasts, things have been much quieter. Normally, those who knew about them should no longer exist in this world. But this human," Chen Yue smiled, casually waved his hand, and instantly pulled out Xiao Wu, who was lazily basking under the light of a bright stone and had a big belly, placing her in front of him. Then he asked both women, "Do you recognize her?" Xiao Wu glanced at Purple G, her heart trembling, but she maintained her composure and shook her head. "I don't know her." Chen Yue understood without exposing her. This rogue rabbit had even learned to play little tricks. Purple G immediately saw through Xiao Wu's true form and state, her eyes narrowing as she revealed a fierce glint, soul-body state. "You forcibly extracted the soul ring energy and infused it into a humanoid body." Her cultivation level was over 200,000 years, and with her age exceeding 100,000 years, plus the long history of the Dragon Clan, her knowledge was naturally extensive, and she quickly saw through the clues. "Are you abusing soul beasts?" Purple G squinted at Chen Yue, her voice low. No. Chen Yue smiled and shook his head, This isn't a very good traditional virtue, so I haven't done that. She's living a happy life every day, eating, drinking, and sleeping, living quite comfortably. It's just that being a single-soul beast seems a bit lonely. Purple G's eyelids twitched. You want to capture me alive? I warn you it's best. Slap. Just as she was halfway through her sentence, Qian Renxue, who had been watching as a bystander, grew impatient and kicked her in the forehead, directly knocking her down to the ground. Take that. Stop blabbering. Is it not better to behave? Berbelyi. At this moment, she was somewhat dazed as she raised her head, revealing an obvious footprint on her charming face. But more clearly was the confusion on her face. Wait, why? Could she not move just now? Given Qian Renxue's strength, while she wouldn't claim to be able to withstand it, she at least should have had time to defend herself, since Qian Renxue was a strong attack type and not a speed type. But just as she thought to defend herself, her whole body suddenly became immobile without her knowing. What is going on? Don't worry. I'm planning to conduct an experiment. ChenYue smiled, holding Qian Renxue's waist and whispering, if the experiment is successful, then this will be a perfect little follower. Purple G. Chapter 121. Purple G, don't come over. Although Xiao was keeping her head down, she was seriously listening with perked ears. I Saint Angel, why did she suddenly feel a chill? What do you want to do? Purple G looked at ChenYue, who was stepping closer, her eyes widening as she tried to move, only to find that the strange feeling of immobility had returned. She couldn't move again. Be good, don't move. It might hurt a little, but it will be fine soon. ChenYue smiled as he looked at her, flipping his palm to reveal a bottled item that appeared in his hand. It was the reward he received after giving Xiao Wu 300 million before. The purification holy water. It was said that this purification holy water could purify all filth in the world, and no filth could escape it. Of course, it was also possible that if there was too much filth, this bottle wouldn't be enough to purify it. ChenYue recalled the Hell Dragon King, also known as the Abyss Dragon King. Purple G represented the dark energy of the region, which could also be understood as filth, right? After all, light and darkness are like water and fire. Trying to take away this Purple G is not very realistic, as she is inherently inclined towards the abyss. It could even be said that the methods used against Xiao Wu would be useless against her. P.S. At this time, Purple G probably isn't the wife of the Beast God Emperor, right? Therefore, instead of happily acquiring a new flying cup, it would be better to see if this thing can purify. If it can purify, then ChenYue felt that the problem Qian Renxue had been thinking about could be solved. You don't come over. Purple G looked at ChenYue, who was gradually approaching, especially after noticing the purification holy water in his hand. Her face turned pale with fear. Her delicate face was covered in cold sweat, and she spoke as if her tongue was tripping over itself, trembling and stuttering. She felt that the bottle in ChenYue's hand gave her a feeling of her hair standing on end, as if a demon with its mouth wide open was about to swallow her whole. This feeling was something Purple G had not experienced in many years. The last time she felt this way was when she saw a holy light golden dragon in her childhood. But the thing in ChenYue's hand was even more terrifying than that holy light golden dragon from back then. Be good, listen, it'll be fine soon. ChenYue didn't know how to use this purification holy water. If he just drank it, looking at ZG like this, it was obviously impossible, so he simply crushed it and used his soul power to sprinkle it on ZG. At the moment, the purification holy water bottle shattered. A dazzling golden light appeared from the palm of ChenYue's hand. With a flick of his wrist, it poured down like a rain of pear blossoms, rushing towards ZG. No, ZG was horrified, being completely immobilized by the ice holy angel's mental power. A purple-brown hellfire actually erupted from her body, as if it was roaring a warning at the floating purification holy water. However, the purification holy water completely ignored it, lightly landing on ZG's body. Then, the massive hellfire began to dim visibly as the purification holy water continuously invaded, and soon it shrank back into ZG's body like a cold contraction. At that moment, the purification holy water also disappeared without a trace. ChenYue took a step back and waved at the ice holy angel, who immediately understood and temporarily eased the restrictions on ZG. Thud! ZG collapsed to the ground like a rag doll, her face pale as paper, gasping for breath, sweat pouring down her body like raindrops. However, this sweat was an eerie purple-brown, just like the hellfire from before. Was this a success or a failure? Qian Renxue, watching from the side, was indeed a bit confused. She scratched her head and asked in puzzlement, "Let's not worry about her for now, come on. Let's continue with our business. ChenRenxue? Wait, our business? Here? Not this. Doing our business in the Star Dough Great Forest. This, seemed a little stimulating. For some reason, ChenRenxue felt a strange thrill in her heart as she looked at Chen Yue. Just as she was about to hug him, she saw Chen Yue handing her a stone. ChenRenxue? She looked at the stone presented by Chen Yue with a blank expression, her mind buzzing. This, wasn't it said to be our business? What's the meaning of giving her a stone? Could it be to stuff the stone inside? No way. That would break. It would choke her. What are you daydreaming about? Chen Yue looked at ChenRenxue, who seemed lost in thought, and frowned, pinching her heart. She suddenly woke up with a start. What? This is a soul-merging stone. Go absorb the soul ring of that ice bug below. ChenRenxue looked disappointed. Oh, I thought. Slap. Chen Yue slapped her hard on the back. What are you thinking? I was thinking, wouldn't our Yeye feel a bit lonely alone? Chen Yue. Oh no, this girl has gone dumb. Other people's wives are said to become foolish for 3 years after pregnancy, but his little Shue. Could it be that she has fallen in a love brain syndrome? Probably, maybe. Chen Yu's mouth twitched, helplessly rubbing his forehead. This soul-merging stone allows you to absorb another soul ring into your own, and your soul skills can be significantly enhanced. This ice bug is a million-year soul beast. Among soul beasts, it can be called a demon god. ChenRenxue. Don't say that. The term demon god instantly stimulated ChenRenxue. Why didn't you say so? ChenRenxue was overjoyed without a second thought. She directly used a soul skill on the dying ice bug, but the latter remained completely unharmed. Ice bug, ChenRenxue, Chen Yue, Ice Holy Angel. The 3 in one beast were all stunned. What is going on? ChenRenxue widened her eyes, looking at the ice bug, which remained completely unscathed, not even a scratch. Feeling as if her brain was not functioning properly. A demon god is not something a Title Douluo can easily breach. Chen Yue facepalmed. After all, not everyone is an external cheat, able to pierce the defenses of a first-level deity with a drop of tear and Title Douluo's soul power. Thinking of this, Chen Yue waved his hand, handing the divine spear to ChenRenxue in front of him. Take this and stab it. Stab it to death. ChenRenxue? She glanced at Chen Yue, feeling that every word that came out of his mouth had a different flavor. What are you thinking? Hurry up and make a move. Seeing ChenRenxue still dazed, Chen Yue frowned again, giving her another slap to wake her up. Why are you always so distracted? What's going on? Could it be that you really have fallen in a love brain syndrome? Chen Yue rubbed his temples, just as he was about to speak. The suddenly awakened ChenRenxue threw the divine spear with a reverse toss, directly nailing the Tianming ice silkworm in the head. Tianming ice silkworm. It felt its vision gradually darkening, and eventually everything returned to darkness. Million-year soul ring. ChenRenxue looked at the platinum soul ring that appeared. Gasping in surprise, her face filled with joy as she walked forward with the soul-merging stone. At that moment, suddenly, the previously kneeling ZG raised her head and let out a painful cry, her hand clutching her chest as if desperately suppressing something. No, don't, can't you? ZG struggled to speak, every word seeming to use all her strength, until finally she could no longer suppress it. And with a wow, a purple-brown light group surged from her heart, frantically fleeing towards the sky. Can you escape? Chen Yue snorted coldly, and without any visible movement from him. The purple-brown light group, like a shooting star, suddenly stopped, looking dazed as it scanned its surroundings, not knowing when a group of heart fires had appeared around it. Purple-brown light group. This human is playing tricks, not following the rules. Come here. Hee. The purple-brown light group wanted to escape, but under the blockade of the heart fires, it could only be forced to approach Chen Yue step by step until it trembled and landed in his hand, obediently not daring to move. It is said that the Dragon Demon clan is divided into abyssal dragons and hell dragons. At this moment, the Ice Holy Angel walked over and said softly, they are classified based on their different attributes, but in reality, these two clans are one, because they have a common item. Saying this, she looked at the purple-brown light group in Chen Yu's hand and uttered 4 words, Heart of the Demon Dragon. Just this thing? The Ice Holy Angel nodded. A long time ago, I killed a million-year-old abyssal dragon, and there was also the heart of a hell dragon in the sect. What is the use of this thing? Ice Holy Angel. Chen Yu's question immediately left her speechless, as if she had been struck dumb. Logically, shouldn't she be asked about the history of the Demon Dragon clan and whatnot? Why did it suddenly turn to the heart of the Demon Dragon? I'm asking you a question. Chen Yue glanced at the bewildered Ice Holy Angel, who suddenly came to her senses with a start. The effect of the heart of the demon dragon hasn't been researched or developed yet, and this research is personally supervised by the chief holy angel. The 18 holy angels don't have the authority to inquire about it. Chief holy angel? The ice holy angel realized she had let something slip and quickly covered her mouth, shaking her head and waving her hands. No, it's nothing. Chen Yue raised an eyebrow. It seemed this female bird person was indeed a bit dishonest. Just as he was contemplating whether to arrange a fire package for her to make her more honest. Crack! Suddenly, a small crisp sound attracted the attention of both. Following the sound, they saw the enormous body of the dream ice silkworm suddenly crack open like a mirage, shattering like glass into countless specks of starlight, which eventually flowed into the 9 red soul rings displayed behind QianRenxue. The ice holy angel was a bit dumbfounded. What was happening? In her time, soul beasts over 100,000 years were extremely ferocious, let alone those above that level or the demon gods. To be honest, this dream eye silkworm was the first demon god she had ever seen. Oh, it's nothing. Chen Yue smacked his lips, casually taking a few sips from a water bottle he pulled from his storage bag before saying, when the power that a soul ring can absorb exceeds its limit, the soul fusion stone will automatically distribute the energy of the new soul ring to the other soul rings. This was actually related to the initial soul rings absorbed by the soul master. In short, the soul rings obtained by QianRenxue from her hunts had a limit that was too low. Chen Yue's Pangu axe was similar. It could only manage 9 red rings. At most 9 orange gold ones, and breaking that limit would also depend on the soul fragment stone. From her 2nd soul ring to her 7th. They were capped at 200,000 years. However, the first soul ring could reach 1,000,000 years, depending on how she allocated the energy. QianRenxue's first soul ring was changed at the start by Chen Yue using the soul fragment stone into a 100,000-year soul ring of the Azure Bull Python. The Azure Bull Python had a trace of dragon bloodline, so its transformed soul ring's maximum cultivation should be 1,000,000 years, or at least 500,000 years. I see. The ice holy angel seemed to ponder, and just as she was about to say something, she suddenly thought of something and turned to Chen Yue. Her face filled with shock. Wait, did you just eat the heart of the demon dragon? Only then did she realize that the heart of the demon dragon that Chen Yue had been holding had somehow disappeared. She was still wondering why there was a hint of the heart of the demon dragon's aura around Chen Yue's mouth. Did you gulp it all down? Yes. What is wrong? Chen Yue looked at her curiously. It tasted about the same as usual, not that good. The ice holy angel was speechless. Looking at Chen Yue, wanted to say something, but not knowing what to say. Chen Yue didn't pay any attention to her reaction at all, because after consuming the heart of the demon dragon, he used his technique to absorb the energy within, turning it into experience points. Current host soul power experience points. 1. 6 E200W. Experience points required for next soul power level. 10. 95th level title. Just 2 million points of experience felt a bit lacking for him now. Chen Yue sighed inwardly. If it had been 100 or 80 years earlier, if he had gulped it down and refined it with his technique, he would have already reached Title Douluo on the spot. He still remembered. His experience points as a 91st level Title Douluo were only 90W. Chapter 122, Chen Yue. Are you using this to test the officials? Which official can withstand such a test? Of course, this vast amount of experience points also brought a huge increase in combat power. Just like a certain character in the original story, at the beginning of their Title Douluo stage, they could take down 2 powerful opponents. Looking at Chen Yue, at 92, he could already cut down that so-called God of Calamity, which was quite impressive, right? After all, with this experience, Chen Yue even felt that he could go to the offering hall and beat up Dalu. However, he quickly dismissed that thought. After all, it was a bit unreasonable to knock out someone's granddaughter and then go beat up her great-grandfather. Did you really eat the heart of the demon dragon? Chen Yue glanced sideways at the still somewhat incredulous ice holy angel, too lazy to pay her any mind. Why make a big deal out of such a trivial matter? This matter was not urgent for now. He said, tell me, what does the chief holy angel mean? I'll give you another chance to reorganize your words. Before Chen Yue could finish, suddenly, a crisp sound lightly rang in their ears, instantly attracting their attention. Following the sound, they saw that the purple-haired Ji, who had collapsed on the ground like a dead fish after the heart of the demon dragon had burst out from her chest, suddenly began to convulse. The purple scales and enchanting beauty that once emanated a dark charm from her body quietly dissipated, replaced by waves of pure light, as if radiating from her heart, bathing her in holy light and illuminating the entire area as if it were daytime. Such holiness, such a strong aura of light. The ice holy angel instantly felt it. The radiant energy emanating from Purple G startled her greatly. Such a degree of light power. Even the ultimate light might not compare, right? She felt her brain was a bit overwhelmed. How could something that belonged to their era, which would be considered an explosive ultimate martial soul, suddenly become a measuring unit at this moment? Earlier, on ChenRenxue, she felt a force not weaker than the ultimate fire and ultimate light. And then she felt an energy fluctuation from the Ice Emperor that was even stronger than her ultimate ice. But now, another energy fluctuation that surpassed the ultimate light and ultimate purity. She hesitantly sensed the ultimate ice martial soul still existing within her spiritual body, then looked at the holy light radiating from Purple G and fell into deep thought, gradually doubting life and entering an emo state. The light power aura from Purple G radiated out at this moment, and even the soul beasts in the Star Dou forest felt the abundant energy within. Of course, in the lake of life, the remaining 6 ferocious beasts hidden away, except for the one Yao Wang, Qi Wang by Ji, Xiong and Yao Ling, who were in deep slumber, refining the energy absorbed from the dream ice silkworm. The only one who sensed the escape of the dream ice silkworm and woke up was the beast god Emperor Tian, who felt this rich aura of light. Such a magnificent aura of light. Could it be that among human soul masters, it was the 6-winged angel known as the greatest light? At this moment, Emperor Tian had not yet reached the 82,000 years of the Dou era period. He currently had less than 800,000 years of cultivation. And the reason he was in seclusion was due to the heavenly tribulation of the 800,000 years. Yes, Emperor Tian was just a step away from reaching 800,000 years. And, to put it bluntly, if it weren't for the cover of the Lake of Life, he would have been struck by lightning the moment he showed his face, directly triggering the 800,000 years of heavenly tribulation. This explains why he had not awoken or even left the bottom of the Lake of Life during the entire Dou E period. P.S. Excluding the reason that the original author did not intend to continue writing. After all, 800,000 years of heavenly tribulation. Even if he is the beast god Emperor Tian, it cannot be said that he can pass through the heavenly tribulation unscathed. If he gets injured during the tribulation, other fierce beasts, especially Bear Lord, will definitely act up. Therefore, at this moment, feeling the tremendous power of light, beast god Emperor Tian frowned deeply and showed some concern. If it's not a 6-winged angel, could it be a holy light dragon? Or perhaps a holy light type martial soul? Among all the fierce beasts on the Douluo continent, he wouldn't dare to claim to be the strongest in cultivation, but if it comes to experience, he is undoubtedly the best. At this point, even the Silver Dragon King, who has been sleeping and healing, may not surpass him in experience. With the bloodline power of the Golden Eye Black Dragon King, his early cultivation was almost like a fierce dragon emerging from its lair, growing without any pressure. However, after becoming a fierce beast, his speed slowed down, causing his cultivation to almost catch up with his age. P.S. Seems like Dou Air mentioned something about this. He has seen the whale that lived for only 300,000 years and achieved the current half-demon god physique. And he has also seen the northern scenery in the extreme north of the continent, and even witnessed a fierce beast on the other side of the now-split continent, which is not inferior to him. Therefore, among the human soul masters he has seen, the martial souls they possessed are numerous, and some may not even have been recorded. Because for Emperor Tian to remember them, at the very least, these soul masters must have the strength of a Title Douluo, right? When they were not Title Douluos, even a casual sneeze from him might send them packing, and they wouldn't even have the chance to release their martial souls. And those who could cultivate to the level of Title Douluo are undoubtedly the elite. Just like 20,000 years ago, he sensed a peerless Douluo who achieved divinity relying on the faith of the sea. And even earlier, there was another person who achieved divinity relying on the faith of land soul masters. P.S. Alternate setting after becoming a god. One can use their martial soul to transform into a divine weapon. For example, Poseidon has the trident of the sea god, which may just be a trident before becoming a god. Similarly, the first-generation angel god is the angelic holy sword, even earlier in the distant past. He witnessed the fall of countless fierce beasts and the decline of human soul masters. While reminiscing, beast god Emperor Tian suddenly frowned. He felt the extremely bright aura dissipate, but then a wave of energy that was both unfamiliar and familiar flashed by. This is the mental strength of a spiritual body? Wait, didn't the human spiritual body technique become lost long ago? Emperor Tian found it hard to believe. The spiritual body is a secret technique used by human soul masters to materialize their mental power. And the reason Emperor Tian knows about this is that long ago, the Title Douluo he killed could use this method to escape and then return to reshape their physical bodies to kill again. Many of his kin from the Golden Eye Black Dragon clan were exhausted to death by this method. Therefore, he is extremely sensitive to spiritual bodies. It is precisely for this reason that he believes that the unique mental power of that fleeting spiritual body is absolutely unmistakable. It must be correct. A thought flashed through his mind, and without saying a word, Emperor Tian directly condensed a clone using his mental power. This clone is not a true human form. It is a semi-spiritual body state. This was a method used by human soul masters to explore and open up the Star Dou Great Forest, which Emperor Tian had fortunately obtained. Simply put, it is equivalent to taking a strand of hair to transform into a projection that only has his vision and perception to investigate certain matters. Even if this projection is destroyed, there will be no backlash, and the information he wanted has been clearly seen. However, the moment his clone went forward, it saw nothing. Only the traces of the battle on the ground, which were actually the marks left by the ice bugs being smashed like a ball, and the residual aura of light on the ground. Strange, these people, how could they be so fast? Emperor Tian felt confused. After noticing that area of light energy, he had already locked it with his mental power. According to logic, he should sense any person leaving, although his mental power is not as strong as that of the Dream Eye Silkworm. Covering an area is still no problem at all. But strangely, he didn't feel any creatures entering or leaving the area of this light aura. Truly odd. Emperor Tian had no idea that at the moment the light energy burst forth, Chen Yue had already brought the few people within the range to the ChenYue fairy island. Chen Yue knew that whether it was the escape of the Dream Eye Silkworm or the heresy here, it would definitely attract Emperor Tian's attention. The reason he brought people away was not out of fear of Emperor Tian, nor was it out of fear of the Silver Dragon King, but rather fear of the divine realm. Although he had previously slain the god of catastrophe, judging by the name that had never appeared, it was evidently a minor character in the divine realm. Regardless of its cultivation or true combat power, it must be far inferior to the Silver Dragon King. During the Silver Dragon King's peak, she could withstand the God King. After all, she is the manifestation of the dragon god's benevolence, composed of wisdom and mental power. Her cultivation is not her strong suit, and besides, she is also significantly injured, but at least she has the power of a second-level deity. Previously, when he was around level 92, Chen Yue could kill that god of catastrophe, and now, holding a divine weapon, he felt that even if he faced the Silver Dragon King, he wouldn't be without a chance to capture her alive. However, once this divine battle starts, it will definitely attract the attention of the divine realm. If he had encountered the god of catastrophe earlier, perhaps Chen Yue would have thought it was nothing serious. After all, they had slain a troublesome Silver Dragon King. But the problem is, he killed the god of catastrophe. He was also unclear about which god king subordinate it was from, but the entire divine realm basically served the 5 great god kings, so he must have indirectly provoked a god king. Of course, now with the god-slaying spear, Chen Yue felt that if it came to a one-on-one fight with a god king, it might not be impossible to try. But the problem is, how could the latter give you the chance for a one-on-one fight? If they can gang up, why would they fight one-on-one? What happened here? The voice of the Ice Holy Angel also pulled Chen Yue back to reality. He slightly raised his head to look at the purple princess before him, who was bathed in a luminous shield and had her eyes tightly closed. Earlier, the first impression of the purple princess was that of a black dress queen, with a darkness that seemed to be as tempting as an abyss. Just like Chen Yue, his first impression upon seeing her was, can you use this to test a cadre? Which cadre can withstand such a test? But now, that feeling has completely disappeared, because all the dark and fallen temptations on her body have been swept away. The colors on her body, which were originally dominated by purple, black, and dark red, have now all dissipated, leaving only white and gold. Crack! Just as a thought flashed through Chen Yue's mind, the purple princess suddenly opened her eyes. They were a pair of haughty eyes, as if a goddess, yet revealing a strong sense of nobility. The next moment, the shield around her shattered like glass, bursting apart with unstoppable force. Boom! As the shield broke, a powerful wave surged from her center, and the unprepared Ice Holy Angel was directly sent flying. You dare to gaze upon me? The gaze of the purple princess was high and aloof, with an icy demeanor that carried an undeniable air, looking down at Chen Yue as if he were an ant in the eyes of a deity. I can't hold it in anymore. Chen Yue couldn't hold back any longer. With a lift of his palm, the The cold, broken divine spear was drawn, and he said, "You think a little bit of purified holy water can make you shine? I'll make you shine. I'll turn you into a goddess." He swayed and appeared directly in front of the purple princess, as if he had teleported under the thunderous movement. In her eyes, Chen Yue's enlarged figure reflected deep shock and anger. Bang! Like a small sun falling from the sky, the purple princess landed heavily on the immortal island. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Yue looked down from above, coldly watching as she got up from the ground, still maintaining her noble demeanor, but her expression was even more displeased. "I just gave you a bottle of purified holy water to elevate your cultivation to 400,000 years, and you can't even recognize who the big boss is? Well, today I'll let you see." The dark, pure, royal purple princess seemed to have a different feeling compared to her current goddess form. But there was a feeling that the former couldn't compare to. That's right, it's a sense of brutality. What, you ask what this means? In a word, a goddess in front of people, but you know what I mean, no? No, you. The purple princess was directly lifted by ChenYue and immediately struggled vigorously. But she couldn't break free and could only speak. However, as she was about to say a few words, ChenYue raised his fist as big as a sand pot, threateningly looking at her, forcing her to swallow the words that were about to come out, and finally only spat out 3 words, not allowed. ChenYue raised an eyebrow, scaring her into quickly changing her words, "Not allowed to hit my face." Now, that's more like normal conversation. ChenYue nodded in satisfaction, but then his expression turned serious. "You just made me very angry. Do you want to beat you up or beat you up?" The purple princess, "No, not allowed." "You are offending. Still pretending to be mysterious?" ChenYue stated that dealing with demons and monsters requires the Rui Jingu Bang. And this is something to learn from our son Wukong. Chapter 123, small chapter. ChenYue, Xinguan sect, I'm coming. Taking a day off today. We'll find a chance to make up. Too tired going to sleep. The previous ChenYue was too naive, not understanding what it meant, and not clear on what contrast meant. But now, it seems he has gained some insight, and his soul has been elevated. Yes, still this kind of contrast. Feels great. ChenYue left the QianRenxue immortal island, and this time, he was alone. Why? After absorbing a segment of energy in the secret realm, the gradually growing Chen Yue, like a little princess, made QianRenxue's heart bloom with joy, wanting to hold her and play. But this play is not that play. ChenYue felt like she was teasing a child as if it were a toy, but he had no evidence. Xinguan sect, I'm coming. Putting aside this thought, ChenYue didn't linger in the starry forest, but headed straight for the Xinglua Empire. ChenYue didn't actually know the address of the Xinguan sect. It was found by Qianjun Jiangma using Dai Mu Bai, the treasure-hunting mouse, while ChenYue was busy comforting Zhu Qingxue, who had lost her husband and child, and Zhu Zhuqing, who had lost her fiancé. At the same time, in the waters near Sea God Island, few finally gathered. After some time, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao finally obtained the soul bones they were supposed to have while recklessly killing at sea. Now, they just needed to return to Sea God Island and find Poseidon to complete the final 8th assessment and ultimately become the High Priest of Sea God Island. High Priest means the Chief Priest. It's just a different title. After all, this is 2 top-tier 8th assessments. They can't both be called Chief Priests or have 1 Chief Priest and 1 Second Priest, right? Therefore, Poseidon instructed that after they successfully inherit, they can call themselves the Left and Right High Priests, and the specific matters will be handled by them later. After all, once they ascend, it represents Poseidon's abdication, and he will lose his power on Sea God Island. Let's go find Tang San. Although the two were a bit excited, as they were about to become the High Priests of Sea God Island and soon possess the strength of a peerless Douluo, how could they not be excited? Of course, they were aware of the limitations, which meant they could never leave Sea God Island for life unless they got permission from the Sea God, but currently, there was no way to contact the Sea God proactively. Thus, Tang Hao's idea was to find Tang San first, and then the 3 of them would go to Sea God Island together. But the idea was beautiful, but reality was cruel. Just as the 2 boarded the boat and were wandering about, preparing to head to a distant island, they suddenly seemed to have bumped into something. Crack! The rough wooden boat shattered, but fortunately, both were super Douluos and landed on the nearby reef, looking seriously at the figure emerging from the water. What is this? Seeing this scene, the 2 were stunned, looking at each other with bewildered expressions. They had indeed never seen a figure floating out of the sea before. Get lost. The conversation between the 2 brothers, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, naturally reached the figure's ears. Without seeing the figure make any moves, a cold, harsh voice was heard, and suddenly, the reef beneath the 2 exploded, directly sending them flying. Damn it! The figure did not look at them again, but swiftly swam towards a distant path, seemingly chasing something. Chapter 124 Chen what do you say? Compare to your granddaughter Tang Yuehua. How does Poseidon measure up? However, upon getting closer and seeing the crowd, the expression on the transformed figure's face became extremely ugly. And she couldn't help but curse. It's all because of these two damned humans. Damn it. Now Lan Lan doesn't know where she ran off to. It's driving me crazy. I should have killed those two damned humans. This transformed figure was none other than the wife of the deep-sea devil whale king. The million-year, unranked, true god, demon emperor from the Dou San era. From her ability to transform into a human form, it is clear that she is a genuine, ferocious beast. And indeed, this is the case. The demon emperor from the Dou San era was an unranked level 100 true god, meaning she was at the level of a million-year demon god. In the original Dou, after the deep-sea devil whale king was cut down, only 20,000 years passed until the Dou San era. However, she was able to grow to a divine level that the deep-sea devil whale king had not reached even after 300,000 years. Clearly, her initial cultivation was very high. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to become a demon god within 2,000 years. Looking at the original Dou San, it says that during the period when the demon emperor coexisted with the deep-sea devil whale king, she lived very carefree. This is easy to understand. With a backing and her own strength, she naturally lived without worries. Just like in reality, having a car, house, savings, and background means living without worries. Back to the point. This time I must catch you. The demon emperor snorted coldly. As a ferocious beast, she can condense a human form and remain on land for a much longer time than a 100,000-year-old beast. This is completely like a game of hide and seek, except the range is a bit wider. In the sea area, she was heading to happen to be south of the Xinglua Empire, which is the nearest harbor city to Xinglua City. Xinglua Empire, Xinglua City. The palace at night was extremely quiet, just like usual. The palace maids had left, and only Zhu Qingxue and Zhu Zhuqing remained, lying on the large phoenix bed. However, just as they settled in, both of them felt a mysterious arm gripping their waists. Zhu Qingxue, Zhu Zhuqing. Long time no see. A familiar voice instantly relieved the two women. Zhu Zhuqing playfully slapped Chen Yue's chest. You scared me. It seemed that the change in environment had altered little cat girl Zhu Zhuqing. She was no longer the cold, aloof dark type from the original story, but rather, she had a sort of fallen grace reminiscent of when Ziji transformed from a dark to a white version, yet still maintained a high cold vibe. This was probably also why ChenYue wanted to redeem Ziji. However, to be fair, this newly transformed Ziji was indeed strikingly beautiful. How about staying for a while? Upon seeing ChenYue, Zhu Qingxue first sighed in relief. Then her face lit up with joy as she gently leaned closer and softly spoke. As she spoke, she placed ChenYue's hand on her slightly protruding belly. That works. ChenYue embraced both women, his hands resting on their rounded bellies. Looking at their sizes, if he had placed them in the Tianyuan secret realm earlier, they might have already given birth. Previously, due to safety concerns, ChenYue had not allowed any of his women to enter the Tianyuan secret realm, even for QianRenxue to enter. He only felt comfortable letting her in after Qianjun and others explored to a certain extent and established a camp fortress. Really? Zhu Zhuqing looked up, her face lighting up with joy. She hadn't really expected much from Zhu Qingxue's suggestion. After all, ChenYue was a very busy person, and they could only be considered trophies. Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat self-aware of that. But unexpectedly, ChenYue actually, what else could it be? ChenYue smiled slightly, ruffling her hair. Once I finish dealing with my matters in a couple of days and have no worries, I can spend time with you. Worries? Zhu Zhuqing was thrilled, but Zhu Qingxue was taken aback by this term and looked at ChenYue. Are you planning to deal with the Xinguan sect? As the current empress, while she held the emperor's power, much of it had actually been reclaimed by the Xinguan sect, so she could only handle minor matters. After all, she was still a Zhu, not a Dai. If she could control everything, it would be quite strange. ChenYue did not hide his thoughts. He was indeed quite curious about the Xinguan sex matters. The Qian Renxue and Heaven Dou Palace were both at the peak level of 96, but their displayed combat power surprised ChenYue. It was known that the King of Slaughter, despite not being able to exert the power of Tang Chun, was already comparable to an ordinary 99 level limit Dalu in strength due to his domain. Moreover, the Snow Swan Kiss and the poison from the King of Hell on him had almost been resolved, meaning that even an unparalleled Dalu would not necessarily be unbeatable under such strength. Yet, despite this, the King of Slaughter still fell to the combined forces of Dalu, Heaven Dou Palace, and the two Tang brothers. The Tang brothers were merely being beaten, while Qian Renxue and Heaven Dou Palace were the main contributors. It seemed he needed to visit the Heavenly King's Tower to meet this Tang Chen. Just as this thought crossed Chen Yue's mind, he was about to say something when suddenly he frowned and looked in a certain direction. At that moment, he felt a strange sensation, a thick aura of evil similar to Ziji's, fleetingly emanating from outside Xinglua City. He wondered if it was just his illusion, such a heavy, evil aura. Could it be that Bibi Dong had become a deity? Chen Yue's brows furrowed deeply. Bibi Dong as a first-level deity was no joke. However, even if she was exceptionally gifted, it was unlikely she could become a deity so many years ahead of the original story, right? If this figure was indeed Bibi Dong, perhaps she had only completed the 7th test of the Rakshasa and obtained the Rakshas's magic sickle. Thinking back to Bibi Dong's earlier fury when she brought many Title Douluos to the Xinguan sect to deliver heads, Chen Yue felt that this woman would definitely seek revenge against the Xinguan sect without a second thought. If it were said that the Xinguan sect truly had an ancient soul master manifest, relying solely on Bibi Dong's strength would not be enough to wipe them all out. However, killing them was definitely a certainty. With this thought, a smile involuntarily appeared on Chen Yue's face. I won't even need to arrange anything for this. Seeing the sudden smile on Chen Yue's face, Zhu Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. What's wrong? Nothing. Chen Yue collected his thoughts and smiled, shaking his head. For now, I'll just accompany you both. I don't need to go to the Xinguan sect for the time being. The two women were stunned, looking at each other. For now, I'll just accompany you both. Chen Yue did not explain further, embracing Zhu Qingxue to comfort her. Zhu Qingxue was startled. No. Don't worry, it won't hurt, and there are other things. Zhu Qingxue? She looked confusedly at Chen Yue, wondering what he was talking about. Later, after comforting both women, Chen Yue took them to rest on ChenYue Immortal Island while he went to the top floor of the Heavenly King's Tower. Crimson. The top floor of the Heavenly King's Tower, under Chen Yue's special care, was filled with countless heart fires, reminiscent of the bottom floor of the Heavenly Burning Refining Qi Tower. Of course, in terms of power, it was definitely not as strong as the latter, but the effects were roughly the same. Tang Chen was sweating profusely, half kneeling on the ground, one hand gripping his heart tightly, gasping for breath, his expression extremely grim. In the original story, this hero was possessed by the Bat King and then arranged to be destroyed to the limit by the Snow Swan Kiss of Shao Zhengsan, which ultimately led to his downfall. This was not to say that the Snow Swan Kiss could harm a demigod body. Rather, when the Bat King possessed Tang Chen, all of his energy was forced out, leaving only the power granted by the Shura God trial. In other words, when the Bat King invaded, his so-called demigod body only retained the strength of an ordinary unparalleled Dalu. Without divine power, it could not be considered a demigod body at all. Any deity's divine power could not be invaded by others. In summary, when the Bat King used Tang San's blood to expel the Snow Swan Kiss from his body, as well as the decay caused by various reasons, including drinking Bloody Mary long ago, he was able to drive them all out. With what Tang San obtained from the immortal grass, it was enough to keep him immune to all poisons, and correspondingly, his blood also carried powerful purifying powers. Thus, after the Bat King's fall, despite Tang Chen's body being severely injured by Qianhua and Baihan, with the Bat King's disappearance, Tang Chen's return, the power of the demigod body, and a portion of the powerful Shura divine power also returned to him. Therefore, Tang Chen did not meet his end in just 3 days as in the original story. However, during this time, the rewards from the Heartfire were not easy for him to endure. Tang Chen is indeed one of the 3 strongest peerless Dalu of the Dou-E period, and his mental strength is also exceptionally strong. Otherwise, after so many days under the care of the Heartfire, even a peerless Dalu would likely have their mental strength collapse and become muddled. Tang Chen, how do you find this Heartfire reward? Although it is regrettable for this generation's hero, standing on the opposing side, Chen Yue cannot be soft-hearted. He still remembers the words of a certain philosophical master. Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to oneself. This saying is most suitable for the Tang family. In the original work, the kindness of the Qian family towards the Haotian sect did not yield good results. Who are you? Tang Chen struggled to lift his head, looking at Chen Yue in front of him, his voice hoarse as he shouted. Who I am is not important. Chen Yue smiled slightly, hand behind his back, seemingly indifferent. What matters is you cannot die yet, because you still need to witness a miracle. This is my glory light. Tang Chen widened his eyes, feeling a bad premonition in his heart. What do you want to say? Chen Yue smiled, leaning in and whispering, Tang Yue, very moist, you don't understand. You're seeking death. Tang Chen's expression suddenly turned cold. Without saying a word, he threw a punch towards Chen Yue's heart. However, at the moment his fist struck Chen Yue, the latter's figure strangely dissipated. Oh, and your granddaughter-in-law, that S. Tang Hao's wife, not only moist but also very fair. With a hint of blue, Tang Chun roared in anger, "Go to hell." He turned and struck towards the source of the voice behind him, but unfortunately, his speed under the 3,000 thunder movement was as slow as a snail, and coupled with the current restraint of the heart fire, he couldn't exert his proper strength. He could only smash his fist against the heavenly King Divine Tower, causing his fist, as big as a pot, to bleed profusely. Oh, I forgot to tell you. There's also your great-granddaughter. Chen Yue, hand behind his back, smiled casually. Although she is not as moist as your granddaughter and granddaughter-in-law, she is also quite tender. Speaking of this, I miss her. Bastard, if you have the guts, let go of this curse thing. I'll kill you. Tang Chun was furious. But under the restraint of the heart fire, he had no way to approach Chen Yue. You say. Chen Yue, seemingly oblivious to Tang Chen's fury, looked at him with a smile. You say compared to the three of them, Poseidon on Sea God Island is more moist, or more tender, or fair and plump? I'll kill you. For Tang Chun, Poseidon was his final bottom line. It was evident from his immediate rush to Sea God Island to find Poseidon after waking up from the original work. Therefore, under this provocation, he actually temporarily broke through the restraint of the heart fire with his demigod body. As he raised his hand, the Shura demon sword condensed and viciously slashed towards Chen Yue. Ha! Chen Yue scoffed, raising his hand. The breaking god spear horizontally blocked in front of him, and with a loud bang, it effortlessly blocked Tang Chen's Shura demon sword. What? Tang Chun was taken aback. How is this possible? This was the Shura demon sword formed from his martial soul and divine power. How could such a kid block it? This is impossible. Is that all? Chen Yue glanced at him lightly. With a flick of the breaking god spear, the Yeshua demon sword was sent flying, and then a spear like a dragon shot out, piercing through Tang Chen's shoulder with a whoosh. Puff! Even a million-year-old demonic-eyed silkworm, under this shot, was as fragile as thin paper, let alone Tang Chun, who only had a demigod body. As the spear pierced through, Tang Chun instantly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. However, he didn't take care at all, opening his mouth as if to say something. But Chen Yue had already lost interest and kicked him away, saying, "Now is not the time for you to die." Chapter 125. The Porcupine Douluo. I witnessed the 100-meter shark chasing Tang Xiao and beating him up. Heras today, update. I'm out. Going to sleep. No, you can't do this. Tang Chun was kicked away, blood spurting out, but he didn't take care at all, crazily pouncing towards Chen Yue. Whatever you have, come at me, just don't lay a hand on CC. Hee. Chen Yue scoffed. What is there to lay a hand on, you foot-picking giant? He had no patience to waste time here anymore, having come just to ensure Tang Chen's condition and test his own strength. Now that the goal was achieved, Chen Yue naturally had no intention of staying. He turned and left the heavenly King Divine Tower, while Tang Chun crashed into the tower's wall with a thud, making him dizzy and upside down. In the following days, things seemed calm, with no major incidents occurring in the Xing Luo Empire. The most recent big event was the matter of the King of Slaughter in Gongxin City. However, one day, Chen Yue was comforting the beautiful women of the Zhu family while in ChenYue Island. Tired of Li Yue, QianRenxue also came out for some fresh air. At that moment, Chen Yue raised an eyebrow, and QianRenxue turned her gaze, asking, "Porcupine, what is the matter?" Before the Porcupine Douluo could land, he heard QianRenxue's question and was immediately shocked. The young master's mental strength was surprisingly strong. A thought flashed through his mind, but he suppressed this doubt and hurriedly said, "Young master, Lord Chen, I have found the traces of Tang Xiao and Tang Hao in the sea." Chen Yue raised an eyebrow, continuing, "These two brothers are actually quite unlucky. They thought they could dominate the world after coming out of Sea God Island. But who would have thought that as soon as they landed, they would run into the King of Slaughter, and then be heavily beaten by the QianRenxue Douluo and by Han Douluo. Furthermore, what made these two suspect their life choices even more was that they thought the invincible ChenYue and Baihan had been sent to meet God by Chen Yue with a single axe, scaring them into hiding in a tree hole, trembling while listening to beautiful singing. Therefore, it was only natural for these two to escape back to Sea God Island or complete the Sea God assessment by the seaside. However, Chen Yue glanced at the Porcupine Douluo's fiery demeanor and was somewhat surprised. The current Porcupine Douluo was no longer the underdog among the Title Douluo in the original work. He had already reached the level of a 95th level Title Douluo, as stepping into the 96th level Super Douluo required comprehension at that level. At this level, if one's comprehension is not deep enough, they wouldn't be able to absorb soul bones to break through. Moreover, the Porcupine Douluo's standard of 8 black and 1 red was now fully equipped with 10,000-year soul bones. Even if he encountered those 2 big hammers, he wouldn't need to be afraid. Chen Yue remained calm, but QianRenxue couldn't help but ask about the Porcupine Douluo, who was in a flurry and seemed somewhat disheveled. With your strength, you wouldn't need to fear even if you ran into those 2, right? Why do you seem to be injured? The Porcupine Douluo shook his head, looking somewhat terrified. No, it's not those 2. Young master, you don't know. Zhu Qingxue and Zhu Zhuqing, who were nearby, also cast curious glances, wondering what could scare a Title Douluo like this. After carefully examining the Chen Yue also showed a contemplative expression on his face. Then, with a flip of his hand, he directly pulled out the Ice Saint Angel. Ice Saint Angel. She looked around in confusion, as all 5 people's gazes were focused on her. And seeing this scene, she became even more bewildered. What's going on? Huh? Why do you have the aura of the Desert Saint Angel? As the Ice Saint Angel was puzzled, her gaze swept past and suddenly, as if she had discovered a new continent, she was greatly shocked and exclaimed, wait, not only the Desert Saint Angel, but also the Deep Sea Saint Angel. And the Wind Saint Angel? How did you, someone who hasn't even condensed a single soul crystal, escape from these 3? The Ice Saint Angel exclaimed as if she had seen a pig climb a tree, saying those 3, at their peak, were extreme Douluo, and even though they're now only in spirit form, they at least have the power of ultimate Douluo. How did you escape when you're not even a super Douluo and haven't condensed a single soul crystal? She genuinely couldn't understand this. This guy, has the Wheel of Fortune rusted? P.S. I know some people definitely can't remember, so here's a note. Title, Super, Ultimate, Peak, Extreme, Transcendent, God Douluo, full level difference. This was all thanks to the 100,000-year soul bone set that Lord Chen had gifted. Speaking of this, he also revealed a relieved smile, as he was truly grateful that he could escape thanks to his external soul bone, the Golden Eagle Divine Wings. Otherwise, he might not have been able to run away. So what happened? Chen Yue gestured for the Ice Saint Angel to be quiet, and then looked at From this latter, he sensed a lingering, extremely evil aura, somewhat similar to the last time. Yes, Lord Chen. The quickly straightened his expression, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, I was following your orders, my lord, to keep an eye on Tang Xiao and Tang Hao outside Sea God Island, whether to return or not. Chen Yue nodded, as this was indeed what he had previously instructed it to do. After all, as long as Tang Hao and Tang Xiao displayed their powers on Sea God Island, it would prove that Poseidon would abdicate, and she would definitely leave Sea God Island to search for Tang Chen across the continent. I was doing my duty well when I suddenly saw several Title Douluo surround me and immediately questioned what I was doing sneaking into Sea God Island. ChenYue, ChenRenxue, Ice Saint Angel, Zhu Qingxue, Zhu Zhuqing. Don't tell me you directly went on a Sea God Island to hide? ChenRenxue covered her face, holding her forehead, and asked helplessly. The smiled awkwardly. My head soul bone just happens to be able to conceal my aura, so I thought it would be easier to hide by the shore after all. I'm not used to being on the sticky sea. Although his martial soul was, he himself was not suited for staying in the sea for long periods. The previous times were just for the recording of the Shadow Stone. Continue. Chen Yue interrupted QianRenxue, who was about to speak, signaling that to continue. Yes. He also put away his expression and said seriously, at that time, I was preparing to fight alone when I suddenly saw Tang Hao and Tang Xiao rushing over. Rushing over? Now it was the Ice Saint Angel's turn to be stunned. Could their martial souls still be the ultimate ice? What is that? At this time, there was no such title as ultimate, although it might exist, but that term had not yet been adopted. The Ice Saint Angel suddenly realized, then looked at so their martial souls are ice? She really didn't recognize the 2 brothers, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. No, it's not. He shook his head. His expression was indeed a bit strange, like he was constipated. Finally, he managed to squeeze out a sentence. It's the kind of rushing we're talking about. It's like rushing on land, very fast, hurriedly coming from afar, as if being chased. Seeing no one interrupting, he quickly continued, and then the attention of those Title Douluo was drawn over, because indeed someone was chasing the 2 brothers, Tang Xiao. QianRenxue was taken aback, scratching her head, not expecting which force had enmity with the Tang family. Who is it, did you see? No. QianRenxue? Seeing her confused expression, Chen Yue gave her a slap, which instantly made her face flush, and she pinched Chen Yue's waist. What are you doing? Although they already had a daughter, Chen Yue, she was really not used to such public displays. Don't interrupt, let him continue. QianRenxue huffed. threatening in a low voice, "If I can't eat enough tonight, you're in trouble. I Saint Angel, Zhu Qingxue, Zhu Qing. This eating, why does it sound a bit off?" The trembled even more. Am I going to be silenced? It shouldn't be. I'm keeping my head down. It's not a big deal. Continue. Hearing Chen Yue's words, with his head down, wiped a cold sweat and nodded repeatedly yes. As for who was chasing Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, I don't know what it was, but it looked like a woman-esque phantom. You could say it looked like that, but in the end, it could transform into a giant deep-sea magic whale over 100 meters long. The Magic Emperor? Hearing this, Chen Yue instantly made a judgment. The wife of the deep-sea magic whale king, the Magic Emperor, has appeared. This is a ferocious beast. How many tens of thousands of years of cultivation? At present, Chen Yue is also unclear, but he could be sure that in the original work, the Magic Emperor could defeat a god-level demon with just 20,000 years of time, and her starting point was definitely not weaker than the Ice Emperor, or even the Snow Emperor. The unique devouring ability of the Deep-Sea Magic Whale clan took the Deep-Sea Magic Whale king nearly over 300,000 years to achieve a 99 divine body. Yet the Magic Emperor reached it in 20,000 years, enough to show that the latter's strength would not be too weak. No wonder she could chase and beat the two brothers, Tang Hao. However, what Chen Yue was thinking was something else. Remember in the original work, the Deep-Sea Magic Whale King said to himself that he had the current cultivation level 100,000 years ago. Perhaps he knew some secrets of ancient soul masters? The appearance of these ancient soul masters made Chen Yue realize that this world was not quite the same as his imagined Douluo quartet. P.S. Because I have only read the first Douluo and the beginning of the second. I only know a few characters later, so I didn't write in that direction, which is also the reason I added some original settings. First of all, the Holy Emperor is just a legend in the Holy Spirit Church, and the 18 great saint angels under the Holy Emperor are even unheard of. But now is not the time to think about these things. Chen Yue snapped his thoughts, and then looked at saying continue. Yes, that woman's strength is very strong. Even if Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, along with the 7 Title Douluo who surrounded me, all attacked together, they were directly scattered by her with a single slap. If it weren't for the last 7 Title Douluo unleashing some unknown power, otherwise they would probably have died at her hands. Hearing this, Zhu Qingxue and the other women also widened their eyes, taking a deep breath. Even QianRenxue showed a look of suspicion at this moment. The Ice Holy Angel's expression remained unchanged. In her era, soul crystals were the trump card of Title Douluo. As long as the quantity of condensed soul crystals was sufficient, even a blue bar could drain your life. Upon hearing this, Chen Yue's heart stirred. These 7 Title Douluo should be the Sea Goddess 7 sacred pillars, with the strongest being the Sea Dragon Douluo, a level 95 Title Douluo, and then adding a level 97 Tang Xiao and a level 96 Tang Hao. The strength of the Demon King, I fear, is at least 600,000 years. No, that's not right. This is the ocean, and the deep-sea demon whale is the strongest sea soul beast in the deep sea. Perhaps she could unleash such a powerful attack at only 400,000 years. 7 ordinary Title Douluo, plus 2 Super Douluo, were sent flying with a single slap. Chen Yue estimated that if the Ice Emperor took advantage of the geographical advantage in the frozen forest, perhaps she could achieve this. However, near Sea God Island, everything belongs to the ocean, and it makes sense that the strength of the Demon King would increase as a fierce beast. As for that mysterious power, Chen Yue felt that the Sea Goddess 7 sacred pillars could temporarily borrow a portion of the Sea Goddess power, similar to Poseidon, although it would be very limited. But if the 7 of them gathered together, they should be able to withstand a level 99 limit Douluo. At this moment, the woman seemed lost in thought. In any case, she was fixated on Tang Xiao and Tang Hao. But even with the borrowed power of the 7 Title Douluo, she was helpless. Just then, the Porcupine Douluo paused, his expression showing some shock. But at that moment, I saw the Pope. Upon hearing this, QianRenxue suddenly stood up. What did you say? Even Chen Yue frowned. This situation seemed to be beyond his expectations. He remembered that Bibi Dong had gone to the Star-Crowned sect. So how did she suddenly end up at Sea God Island? The subordinate saw the Pope. The Porcupine Douluo said confidently, after merging with the Spirit Skull, my spiritual power has greatly increased, and I could sense some extraordinary aura at sea. Moreover, at that time, I could confirm that the Pope also sensed my presence. Saying this, the Porcupine Douluo looked horrified, but the most terrifying part was, Chapter 126, QianRenxue no, I must give this bastard a good lesson. The Porcupine Douluo had only said half of his sentence when the Ice Holy Angel couldn't help but interrupt. Wait, The Pope you're talking about is... Shut up, Qian Renxue, just as she perked up her ears to listen to the sudden interruption, angrily hammered her forehead and shouted, Ice holy angel. No, she was just purely curious. Who dares to call themselves a king? Porcupine Douluo? Wait, did I mishear? The holy maiden actually doesn't know about the Pope? At this moment, the Ice holy angel was still in Hulaina's body, and with her current fusion compatibility, it wasn't something the Porcupine Douluo could discern. I understand. ChenYue raised his eyebrows. At this point, he roughly had a guess. You figured out? As soon as he said this, everyone couldn't help but look at ChenYue, and QianRenxue, his eyes widened. Wait, you understood it? ChenYue nodded. You cleared everything up? ChenYue smiled and nodded, asking in return, What? You still haven't figured it out? QianRenxue. Ah, I'm so angry. I'm going to increase your punishment tonight. She angrily pinched ChenYue and hurriedly said, Clarify, what is going on here? Porcupine Douluo. He stood there awkwardly, unsure whether to speak or remain silent, feeling quite embarrassed, but fortunately, no one was paying attention to him anymore. However, the next moment, ChenYue's words made him widen his eyes and silently give a thumbs up. A few days ago, I sensed a rather evil aura. ChenYue smiled at QianRenxue, but he only said half of it. The rest, he could probably guess. QianRenxue? What are you mumbling about? Porcupine Douluo, as expected of Senior Chen, only a small detail allowed him to see through the essence of the matter. Wait. QianRenxue was about to tell ChenYue to stop being cryptic, but suddenly a flash of inspiration struck her mind. It seemed she thought of something. Her brows furrowed as she looked at ChenYue, quickly covering his mouth. Don't speak yet. Let me sort this out. ChenYue, you sort out your thoughts, but can you not cover my mouth? Although, after purification and sublimation, her fingers were tender and rosy, but compared to some places, it was still lacking a bit. So, how about something more intense? I understand. QianRenxue suddenly exclaimed. Her eyes filled with horror as she looked at Porcupine Douluo. You mean my mother went to the Star-Crowned sect for revenge? She recalled the previous time when the Spirit Hall suffered its most disastrous operation, losing almost all Title Douluo, leaving only 5 to escape. According to the Light Feather Douluo, this incident even made the second elder furious, leading to Bibi Dong being stripped of her position as Pope. After that, Bibi Dong vanished without a trace, and she remembered her grandfather saying that Bibi Dong was wary of something. Very clever. ChenYue smiled and nodded. Why not? You continue to guess. Since she is seeking revenge, she must have a solid grasp on it. It's just that she doesn't know what kind of mishap forced her to flee. As for why she fled towards Sea God Island, it should be said that under the pressure of the situation, she had no choice but to escape to the sea. At this point, she looked again at Porcupine Douluo, her expression serious. So, the most terrifying thing you mentioned is that someone is chasing her? Porcupine Douluo widened his eyes, and ChenYue smiled and nodded. That's right. It seems that the saying a pregnant woman is foolish for 3 years doesn't apply to you. Oomph. QianRenxue proudly lifted her head, returning to her previous sharp-minded state. With her personality, the first thing she would do after coming out would definitely be to seize power. And the best way to establish authority is through revenge. Indeed, it is so. Taking so many Title Douluo from the Spirit Hall and only returning with 4, including herself makes 5, is a shame that can only be repaid with blood. In other words, the Bibi Dong who has emerged now is confident in avenging those Title Douluo, using the blood of the Star-Crowned sect to wash away the shame for the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, she wouldn't have emerged. But perhaps she encountered some mishap. QianRenxue stopped speaking here because she couldn't guess what happened next. After all, she knew very little about the situation. After that, she could only spread her hands and look at ChenYue, her eyes filled with threat. I'm not foolish. I just lack information to deduce anything. ChenYue smiled and nodded, as if coaxing a child. Good, very clever. QianRenxue, why do I feel offended? Seeing the scene, Porcupine Douluo thought to himself, finally, I have a chance to speak, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by ChenYue. Let me tell you instead. His mouth suddenly stopped moving, frozen in place, caught in an awkward situation where he couldn't speak or remain silent. Come take a look and see if what I said matches what you see. It seemed that he noticed embarrassment and casually mentioned it. Yes, finally sighed in relief and nodded repeatedly. Firstly, in order to seek revenge, went to the alone to prepare for her vengeance. After all, she had encountered these enemies before, so it shouldn't be a problem to kill them indiscriminately, right? Nodded repeatedly, confirming that this was indeed the case. Upon hearing this, the felt a spark of realization and suddenly understood. So that encountered the and as well as the within the, but then she became confused again. How could those three be in the... Meanwhile, and were staring at each other in shock, their faces showing a mix of confusion. Sorry, your guess is incorrect, shook his head with a wry smile, denying the statement. With strength upon leaving seclusion, she must have acquired and her soul power has reached the level of a 99th level ultimate, right? Nodded, confirming that the aura was indeed not weaker than that of he had also seen once. However, he silently added in his heart that compared to the pressure from, it was still lacking a lot. Was completely unaware of this. He continued, with her ultimate strength, she would have no pressure facing those in especially since she also possesses the divine weapon. An ultimate with a divine weapon is completely different from one without. Just like, he is also, although his weapon is not this. It could also be because he needs to pass the challenge before obtaining or he might have failed just before success, ultimately getting a form from the divine power within his martial soul, instead of directly pulling out the specific reasons are not to be discussed, but it is undeniable that with he is different from without it. At the very least, felt that with it could hold her own against unless she foolishly chose to fight him in the sky. Upon hearing this, the nodded repeatedly. That's right, with a divine weapon, almost all defensive soul skills become ineffective. In the presence of this divine weapon, unless the number of soul crystals reaches a terrifying 8 or more, they cannot form a qualitative change to withstand the attacks of the gods. So, gathering 8 soul crystals is enough to withstand the attacks of the gods? Upon hearing this, was somewhat surprised, as it was slightly beyond his expectations. However, this news sent waves of shock through and the others. What? I can withstand a divine weapon? How is that possible? Glanced at the stunned and said, you can almost withstand it now, but it depends on who wields the divine weapon. If it's an ultimate wielding a divine weapon, you might only be able to forcefully withstand it, but you'd get hurt. After the evolution of some martial soul, her overall strength had become very formidable. From his observation of her aura, at least, if there were no environmental influences, she could fight against the former. Of course, to defeat him in an instant would be nearly impossible unless reached the ultimate level and possessed a divine weapon. Therefore, was practically going on a killing spree. At this point, change the subject, but in the end, I don't know what means they used to summon some unknown existence, whose strength was beyond's current state of exhaustion, leading her to be injured and flee. As soon as he said this eyes widened. This. She recalled the last two who escaped before her spiritual body was sealed. Could it be, after all these years, those two old fellows are still alive? If it were those two old geezers, it wouldn't be impossible for them to team up and defeat the you mentioned. At this point, the added, however, they would at most be in a spiritual body state, and they would be in a self-cultivating slumber. Otherwise, once the power of the spiritual body dissipates, it is very difficult to recover. Moreover, if these two old geezers were not in a spiritual state, then the you mentioned would not have been able to escape at all. Her words truly stunned everyone except for, what? An ultimate with a divine weapon can't escape? How is that possible? Slapped on her behind, saying, all right, I'll give you special training another day, so you can also dominate. Really? Looked at him suspiciously. You better not be lying to me. Do you still want to hear it? Understanding the situation, closed her mouth, humming in her heart. Men's words are deceiving. And it seems that once they become fathers, they lose their charm? No, I must teach this bastard a lesson later. Unaware of strange thoughts, pondered for a moment before saying, what didn't expect was that she was being targeted. As he spoke, his gaze glanced at. Perhaps it was those two awakened old geezers from whom noticed her in her spiritual body state, and thus these people attacked, coincidentally seeing heavily injured and fleeing, with a distinct spiritual aura. Upon hearing this, thought for a moment and slowly nodded. That's right. Those two old geezers indeed left their spiritual power on others during the attack, which serves as a marker. Even if they flee to the ends of the earth, they will still be sensed by them. This is akin to the is a kind of GPS positioning device, though this is merely a comparison. In reality, it might be even more terrifying than GPS. The subsequent events will be much simpler. Said slowly as fled. The two old monsters from naturally wouldn't let her escape, and would surely pursue her. As a result, they coincidentally encountered the group that later discovered them. At this point, looked at, perhaps these people are your former, with a few responsible for intercepting the two old monsters from, while 3 others went to pursue. Upon hearing this, became somewhat curious. Why do the spiritual bodies you mentioned want to chase her? They have no grievances or enmities, right? They immediately provided the answer, to seize the body. To seize the body? And all looked confused, unsure of what this meant. It was no wonder they were clueless. Aside from the spiritual state of ancient soul masters, modern soul masters with only spiritual power levels essentially do not engage in body-seizing matters. In simple terms, these two individuals are in a state that is half dead and half alive. They need a body to accommodate them. The Ice Saint Angel explained that becoming a divine tester and obtaining a divine artifact is enough to demonstrate the strength of this body. Upon hearing this, ChenRenxue became curious, but wouldn't the deity associated with the divine tester intervene? Yes, but it would be too late, the Ice Saint Angel said. After the spirit successfully takes over, the original spiritual power of that body will be devoured and become part of the spirit's energy. This is a common practice in possession, as leaving the original body's spiritual power would affect the performance after the takeover. Chapter 127. Chen Yue coughed and said, "That's a good question, but don't ask it again next time." So generally speaking, if someone were to chase and attempt to possess such a divine tester, they would definitely refine the spiritual power of the divine tester at the first opportunity. By then, even if the deity discovers it, it would be too late. They would either have to accept it or forcefully suppress it and continue waiting for a successor to appear. Upon hearing how well the Ice Saint Angel understood the deities, ChenRenxue showed some surprise. After all, in this current era, they have very little understanding of deities, and even regarding the angel deity worshipped by her family. Her knowledge was limited. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly spoke up, and all eyes turned to her face. She felt somewhat unnatural, but steeled herself to ask. "I have a question, but I'm not sure if I should ask it." "Feel free to ask," Chen Yue nodded. "It's just that you mentioned before that Bibi Dong took all the Title Douluo from the Wuhuan Hall to besiege the Xinguan sect and almost suffered a complete loss." Zhu Zhuqing hesitated, saying, "I heard that there are hidden powers in the Wuhuan Hall. Wouldn't they just stand by and do nothing?" This soul-searching question immediately made ChenRenxue's expression somewhat unnatural. Even the Porcupine Douluo looked a bit awkward. Chen Yue coughed again and said, "That's a good question, but don't ask it again. The reason the worship hall didn't seek revenge isn't that they didn't want to, but rather, they couldn't. The specific reason actually relates to the three of them. The worship hall has 7 major worshippers, right? Then, the Porcupine Spear brought in 2, ChenRenxue brought in 1, and Chen Yue knocked 1 into silence, so out of the 7 worshippers, only 3 are left. Among these 3, Heaven Dou Palace. At that time, he should have been in a state of enlightenment at the demigod level, which means he was integrating angelic power and generally cannot be disturbed. Of course, he could forcefully exit his focused enlightenment, but doing so would completely waste the decades he spent in seclusion, meaning he would have to start over. If he completes this focused enlightenment, he would become a kind of restricted state similar to Poseidon. However, this restriction would only apply within Wuhuan City and a certain radius around it. If Qian Dalu had not entered this state, he might have led people to attack. But everyone in the worship hall knows that he is in seclusion and understands the consequences, so they wouldn't necessarily go to call him. After all, as long as Qian Dalu is around, the Wuhuan hall won't perish. Next, let's talk about the injured second worshipper, the Golden Crocodile Douluo. It is well known that ChenRenxue's 7-killing sword is extremely powerful. And even the Golden Crocodile Douluo was severely injured after killing ChenRenxue and then got beaten up by the demon suppressing Douluo, followed by ChenYue. He must be close to a mental breakdown and went into seclusion. As for being the so-called acting pope before, it was probably just a title. In reality, he was in seclusion. Then, the third worshipper, the Qingwan Douluo, and the fourth worshipper, the Lion Douluo. These 2 guys can be considered to have remained inactive. So let's move on. The 5th worshipper, the Light Feather Douluo, was designated long ago to manage the Tiando Empire after ChenRenxue seized power. So he has been patiently waiting for ChenRenxue's summons. As for the demon-suppressing duo, they were earlier taken by ChenRenxue, and now they are completely sticking to ChenYue and don't want to return to the worship hall anymore. What? You say they betrayed the Wuhuan Hall? Impossible. They are following the orders of the young master ChenRenxue. How could that be considered betrayal? Also, when did you issue any orders to us? We didn't receive anything. You are slandering us. I didn't receive any relevant orders, which is why we didn't take action. This duo is currently executing a series of tasks given by ChenYue, essentially running all over the continent without a fixed location, even if Qian Dalu personally sent orders. The premise is that you need to find out where they are, right? With their complete set of 100,000 year soul bones and super high soul ring configurations. Even if Qian Dalu personally went, he might not be able to find them anywhere on the continent. So, this back and forth leaves only 3 worshippers remaining, the Qingwan Douluo and the Lion Douluo, and maybe one half-injured golden crocodile Dalu. Are you asking them to risk their lives to take revenge on the Xinguan sect? Don't joke around if they go. The first to stop them would definitely be the golden crocodile Dalu. If even they were to die at the Xinguan sect, then the Wuhuan Hall would indeed suffer a heavy blow, and the sects and kingdoms they had controlled to establish the empire would instantly break free from their grasp. Not to mention, at that time, due to the fall of many Title Douluo, the control of the Wuhuan Hall would plummet, relying on the Qingwan Douluo and the Lion Douluo to stabilize the situation. With their departure, regardless of the situation, it is impossible for the Xinguan sect to lose so many Title Douluo and only have 5 heavily injured ones escape, which they alone cannot shake. Therefore, the Qingwan Douluo and the Lion Douluo are waiting for Dalu to exit his seclusion while stabilizing the situation. They also try to contact the demon-suppressing duo and the light feather Douluo who went to the Tiando Empire. Unfortunately, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, with no response. Moreover, given their responsibilities, they couldn't spare anyone to go over. Not even a shadow was seen. The action of nearly dismantling the worship hall was actually a joint effort of Chen Yue, ChenRenxue, and the Porcupine Douluo. The Porcupine Douluo brought the demon-suppressing duo, while ChenRenxue brought the golden crocodile Douluo, who was injured and then beaten by Chen Yue and the light feather Douluo. Now, the 3 remaining here have no subjective desire to return to the worship hall at all. Of course, if ChenRenxue were to return, they would naturally go back. But in other situations, what are they thinking? Following the young master, they gain soul ring enhancements, soul evolution, have a complete set of 100,000 year soul bones, and can go out on paid vacations. It would be foolish to return with you. The main reason for their behavior is that the Tiando Empire is already nearly under their control. Even if Bibi Dong's Wuhuan Hall suffers losses, they are not afraid, as ChenRenxue could easily create another Wuhuan Hall. Not to mention, they still have the young master. So, Zhu Zhuqing's soul-searching question left Chen Yue, ChenRenxue, and the Porcupine Douluo feeling somewhat unnatural. Oh, Zhu Zhuqing scratched her head, feeling that her question seemed quite critical, but also felt like it was as if she hadn't asked anything at all. So, now the matter is clear. Chen Yue looked around and said lightly, Bibi Dong wanted to use the blood of the Star Crown sect to reclaim her position as Pope, but unexpectedly, she was injured by the 2 ancient spirit bodies of the Star Crown sect. While fleeing, she encountered the Holy Angel Spirit Body and was pursued by 3 Holy Angel Spirit Bodies. Their pursuit of Bibi Dong was entirely for her as a divine candidate, attempting to take over her body. With no choice, Bibi Dong could only escape overseas, as she felt that returning to Wuhuan City in her current state would endanger the other residents. After all, the Holy Angel in spirit form is not to be underestimated. An ordinary Title Douluo are helpless against them. The Ice Holy Angel nodded. That's right, our spirit form is very special, without means to restrain spirit bodies. Even a peerless Douluo cannot do anything to us. Of course, an ordinary peerless Douluo has strong mental power, so they're not easy to defeat either. After she finished, Chen Yue continued, so Bibi Dong fled to Sea God Island, taking advantage of the 7 sacred pillars being distracted as if facing a great enemy. The Demon Emperor directly launched a surprise attack on the Tang brothers. ChenRenxue was taken aback. Demon Emperor, do you know her? At this moment, the also reacted, My lord, are you saying that the giant deep-sea demon whale is called the Demon Emperor? Chen Yue touched his nose. That should be the name. He was unsure of what the Demon Emperor was called during the first generation, and it seemed that Demon Emperor was a code name for the Holy Spirit Church. I see. ChenRenxue pondered, while nodded. That's right, that woman doesn't know what she's done wrong. She's just intent on killing the Tang brothers. As a result, just when the 2 were about to fall, a very powerful and mysterious force appeared. There's no need to ask. It must be Poseidon using the power of the sea god. She had once used this power to fight against the 2 peerless Dalu, Dalu and Tang Chun, and defeated them. Of course, it might be that at that time, Poseidon was not very familiar with this power, or perhaps she hadn't entered this demigod state at all. But looking at it now, under this borrowed power, her strength is absolutely formidable. Not to mention the attack of the Demon Emperor. Even the deep-sea demon whale king might not be able to hurt anyone in front of her. And then, ChenRenxue asked curiously. Chen Yue fell silent. His deductions had only reached this point. He had a rough idea of the subsequent developments, but the accuracy might be a bit lacking, so he chose not to elaborate. Later, they took a deep breath, his eyes filled with shock. Those 3 who were chasing the Pope, whatever they are, they're spirit bodies. They are spirit bodies. Just as he was about to say, Those unknown beings, he caught sight of the ice holy angel's cold, unfriendly gaze and shivered. Quickly changing his words, under this power, both the Pope and those 3 spirit bodies were repelled, but for some reason, those 3 spirit bodies faced little resistance and took the opportunity to launch another surprise attack before the Pope could catch a breath. At this point, they revealed a bitter smile. At that time, my subordinate thought, no matter what, the Pope is the biological mother of the young master, so my subordinate went up to block an attack using a soul bone skill. After all, my martial soul is and my defense isn't very strong, especially against spirit body attacks. After blocking that hit, I took the opportunity to use a soul skill to disrupt the scene and fled with the Pope from Sea God Island. He paused before continuing. However, after landing, the Pope went missing and my subordinate doesn't know where she went. Chen Yue pondered, Bibi Dong should have returned to the Azura's secret realm to heal. However, after Tang Hao and Tang Xiao were heavily injured and returned to Sea God Island, will they accept the inheritance? Chen Yue fell into thought, flipping his palm. This was a stone he had condensed with mental power, used to notify ChenYue of the task assignment. So far, he was the only one with a way to contact ChenYue. You really have a way to escape. Upon hearing this, the ice holy angel twitched her mouth, looking at with a strange expression, using a soul bone skill to evade and block damage, then simultaneously using a soul skill to disrupt the scene and escape. It seemed that Sea God Island would not be peaceful. Is there any need to ask? Whether it's the Demon Emperor or those 3 spirit bodies, they're all outsiders to Sea God Island, and with the arrogance of those 3 spirit bodies, they certainly won't be friendly. The Ice Holy Angel was well aware of the nature of those 3 holy angels. They would definitely want to fight Sea God Island. In fact, it was indeed the case. After the and Bibi Dong fled the scene, Poseidon became furious at these invaders. She had finally waited for the successor. Oh no, the sacrificial successor, and they were almost killed? How could she tolerate this? Under the blessing of demigod power, Poseidon was essentially on a rampage. Everyone in front of her was no match. The 3 holy angel spirit bodies joined forces, but could only hold out for 10 rounds in front of her before nearly being beaten to the point of collapse and disappearance. In the end, the 3 holy angels used secret methods to escape, leaving only the Demon Emperor, who was facing the 7 sacred pillars. However, at this moment, the deep-sea demon whale king sensed the aura of the Demon Emperor and came to Sea God Island to demand her. With his 99 divine body strength, he was not afraid of Poseidon, even if it came to a real fight. He only needed to wait for Poseidon to exhaust all the sacrificial power of the sea god. Faced with this, Poseidon had no choice but to let them go because she had no confidence in being able to kill the deep-sea demon whale king, even using her demigod power. If she could use the sea god trident, she might truly have a chance to slay this deep-sea demon whale king. You too, can you gather the external soul bones? Watching the deep-sea demon whale king and the demon emperor leave, Poseidon turned to look at Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, asking lightly. Hearing this question, the 2 brothers felt a bit awkward, and Tang Hao said, well, Great Priest, external soul bones are basically impossible to find, so there are 2 external soul bones in the Sea God Palace, but they're only 9,000 years old. Poseidon paused and said lightly, you just saw that deep-sea demon whale king. Even I, using the power of Sea God Island, might not necessarily be his opponent. Land for the waiting here like a sitting duck? A 99 divine body, in some respects, is not much different from a true deity. Hearing this, Tang Hao gasped. 99 divine body. At this moment, he finally understood why Poseidon had let the beast go earlier. It was because she couldn't win. Similarly, Tang Xiao was also shocked, his expression changing. I hope that after you both ascend, you can resist his invasion together. Poseidon glanced at the 2 of them and said lightly, because he is the lifelong enemy of Sea God Island, the number 1 enemy. Tang Hao and the others looked serious and responded in unison. Yes, let's go to the Sea God Palace. You 2 absorb the external soul bones first, then initiate the final sacrificial inheritance. With that, Poseidon led the way towards Sea God Island. In fact, these 2 external soul bones were not left by the Sea God Palace. They were obtained by her long ago. But the question arises, why didn't she absorb them herself? Very simple, they were too ugly. One was a 10,000 year external soul bone of the sea Xian turtle, and the other was a 9,000 year external soul bone of the deep sea hedgehog. The first one goes without saying, she doesn't want to carry a turtle shell, as it looks too ugly and diminishes her value. As for the deep sea hedgehog, Just thinking about her back full of spikes sent a chill down her spine. It's a complete rejection of ugliness. Okay? Moreover, when she received these two external soul bones, she already had better ones, so naturally, she wouldn't choose the inferior and ugly ones. So why is she giving these two external soul bones to Tang Hao and Tang Xiao? The answer is simple. She doesn't want to confront the deep-sea demon whale king anymore. The sea goddess power she has been cultivating has already consumed quite a bit while guarding Sea God Island. Although she has cultivated during that time, it was barely enough. So now, she is thinking of quickly transferring the position of the sacrifice to Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, then breaking free from this restraint to find Tang Chun. On the other side, the deep-sea demon whale king, returning to the demon whale sea with the demon emperor, was furious. You were supposed to find Lon Lon. How did you end up at Sea God Island? I was following Lon Lon. But then these two humans suddenly appeared and covered up Lon Lan's scent, causing her to escape the land. I searched for a day and night and couldn't find her. Sea spirit beasts have limitations when transforming into human forms and going on land, even if they are fierce beasts. The deep-sea demon whale king, too, has restrictions on how long it can remain in human form on land. It depends on cultivation, determining how long they can stay transformed. For instance, the demon emperor can stay on land for a maximum of 30 hours, while the deep-sea demon whale king can last up to a week. However, Lan Fatsi has no such limitations because she has been specializing in her human form for 100,000 years. As a descendant of the deep-sea demon whale king and the demon emperor, Lan Fatsi has already cultivated for 100,000 years. However, she has a playful personality similar to the great white shark by Xiao. Since there isn't much to do in the sea, she chose to transform and go ashore out of boredom. Her mother, the demon emperor, has already become a fierce beast and naturally cannot transform back into a human to cultivate again. Thus, Lan Fatsi successfully escaped from the demon whale sea. After all, there are very few Title Douluos in this area, so she wasn't worried about being discovered. Oomph. The deep-sea demon whale king snorted coldly. This time, I'll let it go. But there better not be a next time. Now, go find Lon Lon immediately. The demon emperor wanted to say something more, but seeing the deep-sea demon whale king like this, she could only lower her head and comply. Among soul beasts, it has always been a survival of the fittest. And as the sea's overlord, the deep-sea demon whale king cannot be the type to be a domineering CEO who falls in love with a little wife and spoils her. It does not allow anyone to contradict its will, if anyone defies it. Don't forget the unique abilities of the deep-sea demon whale clan. Because of this, their entire clan's numbers are fewer than those of the evil demon orca and the great white shark, yet their strength surpasses both. The demon emperor didn't linger too long and turned to head toward the sea area where she had been tracking before, which was right near the Star Luo Empire. The closest place to Star Luo City. In the Rakshasa secret realm, Bibi Dong sat with a pale face, gradually calming her breathing. She exhaled a long breath, her gaze filled with apprehension. Or those things that suddenly appeared. She had seen quite a few books from the Spirit Hall and considered herself knowledgeable about the continent. But those semi-transparent beings that resembled neither human nor beast were truly incomprehensible. Moreover, her soul skills were basically ineffective against these beings. Only the Rakshasa scythe could inflict some damage, but the other party seemed to have means to resist her Rakshasa scythe. When did the Star Crown sect produce such bizarre powerhouses? Bibi Dong couldn't figure it out. The last time, she led numerous Title Douluos to the Star Crown sect. The Super Douluos she faced were quite peculiar and strange, because those Super Douluos would unleash their ultimate moves without hesitation, using their martial souls in true form and directly activating their ninth soul skills, completely disregarding their soul power. The most crucial part was that one of these Super Douluos could unleash 3 or 4 ninth soul skills while in their true martial soul form, and afterward, they could even exit their true martial soul form to continue fighting. If Bibi Dong were a modern person, she would definitely curse. What the hell? This is outrageous. It was precisely because of this bizarre situation that many of her Title Douluos exhausted their soul power and ultimately fell. How did they exhaust it? It's simple. The other party unleashed their ultimate moves in true martial soul form, and, at the very least, they had to use their true martial soul and a soul skill to defend or fight back, right? Then 3 or 4 ninth soul skills would bombard them, and no one on their side could withstand it. If it weren't for Ghost Chrysanthemum Douluo having a martial soul fusion skill, she probably wouldn't have been able to escape with her 5 comrades. So, after this retreat, she was very confident about rampaging in front of those people. Unfortunately, The outcome was quite touching. She initially thought those super Douluos were the final bosses, and upon arriving, she was forced to reveal Dai Chonggao, thinking he was the final boss. Yet, she never expected that after Dai Chonggao was heavily injured, he could still rally others. No, this injury is likely going to take some time to heal. Bibi Dong was still thinking about going to the Tiano Empire to see what was going on because, according to previous news, Shui died suddenly, and QianRenxue must have ascended to the throne. She wanted to have a face-to-face conversation with QianRenxue and borrow her strength to revive the Spirit Hall. Note that she only wanted to revive the Spirit Hall, not the Qian family Spirit Hall. There's a significant difference between the two, but unexpectedly, her attempt to establish dominance backfired, and she ended up with a face full of ash. Now, she temporarily couldn't return to the Spirit Hall. Given her current state, she didn't dare challenge Qian Douluo in the Angel Temple, and returning now could possibly lead to being taken advantage of in her weakened state. In reality, Qian Douluo might not act that way, but the inheritance of the Rakshasa god made her develop such psychological thoughts. After recovering from her injuries, she would consider seeing him again. Bibi Dong silently made her decision and then stopped thinking about other matters, focusing entirely on healing her wounds. Most of the injuries she suffered in the Star-Crowned sect were mental, and externally, she didn't have much damage. However, mental injuries could only be repaired through her Rakshasa secret realm. Of course, the Angel Temple could also heal her, but as a Rakshasa god, a deity in opposition to the Angel god, going to that temple for healing would probably be seen as blasphemy by Qian Douluo, right? In Star Luo City, ChenYue and QianRenxue, having nothing to do, had completed their tasks in the palace and were now enjoying their leisure time, so they came out for a stroll. As for Zhu Zhuqing and the others, Chen Yue speculated that given the damage done to the Star-Crowned sect, they would likely receive some orders, and perhaps some survivors from the Star-Crowned sect would come over. Hence, he didn't place them on the Qiyu Fairy Island. The Ice Saint Angel. This little girl was still a bit unruly, probably because she was relying on Hulaina's body. So Chen Yue directly sent her to the Heavenly King Divine Tower for reflection. The Stingray Douluo led Qian Jun to the Demon Sea, and they should have arrived around the Sea God Island by now. Just as Chen Yue was thinking about when the Poseidon would set sail, his gaze suddenly focused, and he let out a soft hum. What happened? QianRenxue curiously turned her head back, letting out a light huh, sensing a familiar presence. Shoo. Chen Yue pressed a finger against her red lips, his gaze revealing a hint of amusement. This truly was a case of finding something without effort. What caught their eyes was a noble mansion, but before it stood a large stage, similar to a battle arena. A martial arts contest for marriage. In the Star Luo Empire, an empire that values martial prowess, the prevailing norm naturally revolves around the strength of soul masters. Thus, martial arts contests for marriage are basically a common occurrence among the nobility. At this moment, Chen Yue and QianRenxue's attention was focused on a young man. The young man had an average build, his looks leaning more towards pretty than handsome, with fair and tender skin, making him appear more like a young woman. With both Chen Yue and QianRenxue being Title Douluos, they immediately recognized that this young man was the yet-to-mature Lan Fatsi. She had only taken on her form for a mere 100,000 years, possessing a soul power level somewhere between Soul King and Soul Emperor, but undoubtedly, her form as a 100,000-year deep-sea demon whale was quite formidable. Hence, once she stepped onto the martial arts stage, she effortlessly achieved 5 consecutive victories. A bunch of misfits. Lan Fatsi disdainfully raised her head, casting a contemptuous glance. She was participating in this so-called contest for fun, and with her current strength, she was among the top contenders within the acceptable marriage criteria. Coupled with her deep-sea demon whale's original form, there was naturally no one who could rival her. Who else wants a challenge? As she shifted her gaze, she suddenly seemed to sense something and turned back to see Chen Yue, whose expression was filled with amusement. Her heart skipped a beat. This was, as a former 100,000-year deep-sea demon whale and a little princess of the demon whale sea, she had indeed seen Title Douluos among humans. The deep, profound fluctuations of soul power emanating from Chen Yue, along with his gaze, triggered a sense of foreboding within her. Could it be a Title Douluo? Her heart raced and her eyelids twitched. That shouldn't be right. Wasn't it said that the Title Douluos had all gone to the front lines due to the war in the human world? Before coming to Star Luo City, she had inquired about it, and it was said that the Star Luo Empire was about to go to war with the Spirit Hall. However, in reality, this news was from a long time ago, dating back to when Bibi Dong had issued an ultimatum to the Star Luo Empire regarding the exchange of people. And that matter had already concluded. But these things were unknown to others. The only ones who knew about it were the Star-Crowned sect, and possibly the current Dai royal family prince. But regarding the Star-Crowned sect, they wouldn't dare to disclose such matters because once exposed, the law enforcement elders of the Star-Crowned sect would punish them. As for Bibi Dong's massacre of the Star-Crowned sect, as it stands, apart from Chen Yue and his group, only the involved parties were aware of it. Thus, with incorrect information, Lan Fatsi had been indulging herself in Star Luo City for several days. What? You say gold soul coins? Even before she took on her form, she had already defeated numerous invading soul masters, and their storage bags had been hidden away because she felt they would come in handy after she transformed. Therefore, during this time, she had been doing quite well in Star Luo City. But now, she sensed a dangerous aura. So young. Surely, it couldn't be a Title Douluo, right? She still harbored a sliver of hope. However, looking at Chen Yue's increasingly amused gaze, her eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and that bad premonition in her heart deepened. She should just leave. It felt like this person's gaze was different from others. It seemed he had seen through her transformation. As this thought flashed through her mind, she struggled to swallow her saliva, unable to shake off the prickling sensation on her scalp, and ultimately turned around and quickly disappeared. Hey, where did she go? The noble steward overseeing the contest, seeing that no one dared to challenge, was about to announce something when suddenly Lan Fatsi disappeared from the stage, leaving him dumbfounded. Wait, she just won. How could she run away? Lan Fatsi paid no mind to this, frantically heading towards the sea. After a sea spirit beast takes on a form, it has a unique characteristic. It can still survive in the sea, just like before its transformation. This is unique to sea spirit beasts. So as long as she escaped to the sea, she would be safe. However, just as she reached the outskirts of Star Luo City, she spotted a stunningly beautiful woman with her arms crossed, smiling at her. You came? Lan Fatsi was waiting for me? Chapter 129. The Influence of the God-Sealing Stone, Tang San. Wait. Xiao Wu. Why does she have 4 legs? Why isn't she running? The woman blocking Lan Fatsi was none other than QianRenxue, looking exceptionally beautiful. She crossed her arms, playfully observing the fluctuating expression of Lan Fatsi, a smile tugging at her lips. Run, why don't you run? Lan Fai. After 100,000 years of transformation, she had yet to enter maturity, meaning that a Title Douluo could easily see through her true form. However, being a deep-sea demon whale, her actual combat power could still contend with a soul Douluo. But if she faced a Title Douluo so young, according to their human cultivation system, it shouldn't be possible for her to be a Title Douluo, right? Lan Fatsi held onto this glimmer of hope, then gritted her teeth and launched an attack towards QianRenxue. Courageous. QianRenxue was slightly surprised, but she felt no pressure from the attacking Lan Fatsi. She didn't even move, simply revealing her martial soul behind her, with 8 red and 1 gold soul rings shining. Under the terrifying pressure of her domain, Lan Fatsi's charge abruptly halted. Lan Fai. She stared blankly at the 8 red and 1 gold behind QianRenxue. This unheard of soul ring configuration leaving her dumbfounded. How could this be possible? Lan Fatsi's eyes widened, her mouth agape enough to fit an egg and a sausage. Darling, what do you think of this little girl's looks? QianRenxue smiled playfully, glancing at Chen Yue, who was casually strolling over with his hands behind his head, chewing on a piece of grass. Upon hearing this, Lan Fatsi's heart trembled, and she stiffly turned to look at Chen Yue, meeting his playful smile, causing her to shudder involuntarily. As for looks, she was indeed good, but would she be obedient? If she's obedient, we can raise her. If not, I remember that Renxue is a level 89 soul Douluo, right? How about you pay attention to her, darling, and then let this 100,000-year soul ring be given to her? Previously, the spirit of the Ice Saint Angel had invaded Renxue's body, and then, frightened by Chen Yue, the Ice Saint Angel hastily fled, which resulted in many fragments of the spirit being left in Renxue's sea of consciousness. Spirit fragments can be understood as soul fragments, or snippets of memory. Thanks to this, Renxue had already entered seclusion, and it was expected that when they returned, they would see a level 90 Renxue without a 9th soul ring. Upon hearing QianRenxue's words, Lan Fatsi's face turned pale with fright. This 8 red and 1 gold Title Douluo, even if she hadn't transformed, she couldn't defeat. No, don't kill me. I am obedient. I'm cute and sweet and definitely will satisfy you. Lan Fatsi didn't want to become someone else's soul ring. When she saw the dog couple, they seemed a bit interested in her looks, which made her overjoyed. As long as she wasn't killed, she could find an opportunity to jump into the sea. With the vastness of the Douluo Sea, Who could possibly find her? Really? Qian Renxue smiled with interest and then asked with a hint of suspicion. Really? Lan Fatsi nodded desperately, saying, I can do anything. Please, don't kill me. Don't worry. Even though I've transformed, I'm just like a real person. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. If you're not satisfied, you can hit me, just don't kill me, okay? This child is still too young, but it's understandable. As a little princess of the magic whale, see, although she wasn't taken too seriously by the deep-sea magic whale king, she was still a little princess. Some little demoness is different. Her father is the deep-sea magic whale king. Her mother is a fierce beast, and she herself is a 100,000-year soul beast, a true powerhouse. Unfortunately, her time in human form isn't very long, and she doesn't understand the dangers of human society. If it were an ordinary person, they might have indeed taken advantage of her and killed her afterward, getting a free 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone, not to mention a double benefit. But is ChenYue an ordinary person? If you satisfy me, I might even let you go back. ChenYue showed a strange smile, saying, I've heard of you, the deep-sea magic whale, right? Your mother is a fierce beast with about 400,000 years of cultivation. Am I correct? Lan Fatsi's eyes widened. You know my mother? Qian Renxue, who heard this, suddenly felt something was off. Why did it seem like this guy wanted to kick them all away? She looked at ChenYue with suspicion, her expression strange, as if she couldn't see through him due to her experience. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly seemed to think of something and widen her eyes. Wait, this guy, he wouldn't have the same idea about my mother, would he? She suddenly recalled when she first met ChenYue. His words seemed like a joke, but also serious. Plus, certain occasions required her to change her address. Ugh, that's extremely creepy. Of course. ChenYue's strange smile grew wider, saying, I have a good relationship with her. Sometimes I invite her out for hot dogs and eggs. If I have time, I even treat her to milk tea. At that moment, the demon emperor, searching for people at the port of Xinglua City, sneezed. Who the hell is spreading rumors? Well, okay, I'll trust you once. Lan Fatsi felt something was off, but couldn't figure out why. For soul beasts, humans are always the most cunning. Their tricks are definitely deeper than those in the countryside, and their paths are much slicker than in the city. Come over. I'll take you to a paradise that will definitely make you reluctant to leave. The more Qian Renxue looked at ChenYue's expression, the more she felt something was wrong. It resembled Chen Yue's creepy laugh, giving her the impression that, if it weren't for the inappropriate occasion and fear of scaring Lan Fatsi, ChenYue would probably be here right now. But, with such a smile, does it really feel good? Qian Renxue fell into thought. Glancing around, she saw ChenYue had already taken Lan Fatsi into the ChenYue Immortal Island, and there seemed to be no one around. Qian Renxue tried to make the sound, and almost everyone around her cast strange looks at her. Qian Renxue, a little girl who looked quite young, even broke free from her mother's embrace, ran over, and handed Qian Renxue a copper soul coin. Big sister, this is for you. Qian Renxue, big sister, you don't have to worry. After my martial soul awakens in a few days, if I have soul power to become a healing soul master like my dad, I will definitely come to save you. The little girl looked seriously at Qian Renxue with a serious little face. Qian Renxue, if Qian Renxue were a modern person, she would definitely cover her face and run away now. This is completely social death. Such a beautiful and exquisite beauty. What a pity. There's something wrong with her. Yes, if she could fight and was a soul master, she would really be unsafe. What a pity if she wasn't a soul master, even if she had a mental illness. I think I could still take her home as a daughter-in-law for my son. Qian Renxue, that. You sure you don't want to take me along to ChenYue Immortal Island? Although ChenYue took Lan Fatsi into ChenYue Immortal Island, after bringing her to the bathroom to wash up and change clothes, he quietly slipped out again because he felt that Qian Renxue seemed to want to do something, and he was curious. The result was unexpected. This almost made him laugh to the point of tears. The essence and demeanor of our hall, Master Chen. How could you just learn it? Do you think you're an ancient protector or a flame protector of the Spear Hall? You're still laughing. After being pulled into ChenYue Immortal Island, Qian Renxue saw ChenYue covering his mouth and laughing, and she immediately got furious. I'll kick you to death. Hey, don't grab me. ChenYue effortlessly held her back, casually glancing over, coughing lightly a little snow. Qian Renxue paused her struggle to pull her leg back, looking up at ChenYue. Your martial soul has changed quite a bit after evolving, huh? Seeing that he seemed to be talking seriously, Qian Renxue relaxed a bit, scratching her head. Doesn't seem that big, right? I remember you didn't have any fragrance before. Sometimes when we do things we love for a long time, we would smell like sweat, but how come now? There's only a faint fragrance left. Qian Renxue was taken aback. Really? I know about sweating because of my martial soul change. It has a strong fire that burns away all impurities, So, little fairy doesn't poop, right? QianRenxue. What is a little fairy? Chen Yue coughed again. You just need to know it's a derogatory term. Derogatory term? ChenRenxue was even more confused. What is that? Chen Yue. I know about that sweat smell, but the fragrance you mentioned, I really don't know about. As he spoke, her voice suddenly became sharp. Wait, what are you doing? I want to know if you really became an immortal. Did your sweat smell really disappear? Hey, just smell it. Why are you robbing Ye's job? At this moment, Chen Yue, who was quietly digesting energy in ChenYue Immortal Island. At this moment, on Zhejian Pearl Island, in the pig pen, Tang Sen woke up groggily, holding his head with a feeling of pressure and pain, his face contorted almost to a distortion. This wasn't just a headache, it was a real feeling of expansion. It was as if something had suddenly been stuffed into his mind. This was the sealing stone of Tang San's god sealing stone that couldn't hold on any longer. Leaking some fragments. A bull's head and a snake's body. What kind of monster is this? Also, why is Xiao Wu on the branch? Wait, why is Xiao Wu not by my side? The Spear Hall. How could these people from the Spear Hall be here? What's going on? His head was pounding, but because the sealing stone hadn't completely collapsed, the memories he received were all fragmented. Wait, why does Xiao Wu have 4 legs? Why are her back legs so hairy? Tang Sen held his head, and suddenly a sharp pain shot through his brain, causing him to scream in agony. And he collapsed into the pig pen, right under the pig's backside. Then, puffed. The startled sow immediately let out a torrent of excrement, squealing in fright. Ugh. The mental pain was intermittent. It didn't cease just because Tang San fainted. He had barely lost consciousness when the stimulation woke him up, and then he was hit by a strong, fresh scent from nature. In an instant, his stomach churned, and he vomited up stomach acid, bile, and even intestinal fluid, completely emptying himself. If one were to open his head with a special machine at this moment, they would find that various parts of his nervous system were unusually excited, as if he had been injected with adrenaline, extremely chaotic and unstable. While Tang San was retching, the furious demon emperor, with a face as dark as water, was passing by the sea. Where did that rebellious girl run off to? She had searched the Purple Island and the harbor city outside Star Luo City, but ultimately, she couldn't maintain her human form and returned to the sea to recover her true form. At this moment, she was quite depressed and planned to report to the deep-sea demon whale king, saying that Lan Faz had gone inland among humans, as this rebellious girl had transformed after 100,000 years and was completely unrestricted. However, just as she passed by, she suddenly sensed a strong, foul odor coming from above her head. Looking up, despite being dozens of meters high and not dirtying herself in the slightest, she wondered what this disgusting smell meant. Damn it, those humans. The demon emperor had been searching for Lan Faz for so long and was already filled with pent-up anger. But she couldn't do anything about Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, so she had to suppress her fury in her heart. However, upon closer sensing, she discovered that this person's aura was somewhat similar to that of Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. What the hell, such a big fish? Just as Tang San finally regained his senses from the chaotic confusion in his head, stabilizing his mental strength, he was drenched like a drowned rat by the splashing water, and the vomit he had expelled onto the sea surface had not yet dispersed into the water, splattering all over him. Human, the demon emperor snorted coldly, not wasting any words, and directly struck out in anger. What the hell? Tang San was shocked, but now, with only the strength of a soul sage. Facing a fierce beast was a certain death situation. He had no chance of winning. However, just as the terrifying column of water was about to blast through him, an object at Tang San's waist suddenly shone with a blue light. P.S. Supplementary setting. In the next moment, a figure blocked the soaring column of water, defeating the demon emperor in one strike. This is Poseidon? Chapter 130. Lan Faz trembled and said, "Really, if I give birth, will you let me go?" Not far away in the demon whale sea, the deep-sea demon whale king suddenly awakened, looking in horror at the distance. This is the lady's aura? How did she confront Poseidon? At this moment, Tang San was also in a daze, holding the strange object at his waist. Wondering how this could be? The thing in his hand was entirely clear blue, but looked like just an ordinary gemstone. This item was the payment he had promised Prince Snowstar to be present on the day of the corpse inspection on a snowy night. According to Prince Snowstar, this item was brought from the national treasury and was the national treasure of the Tiando Empire, named the Vast Sea Chinquan Cover. Unfortunately, at that time, Tang Sen had fallen out with Dugabo. He didn't dare to bring the golden iron triangle to the palace to seek death. So this item could be considered something he got for free from Prince Snowstar. As for the vast sea Qian cover, Tang San had only injected a bit of mental power into it before, and then seemingly heard some voice before fainting. After that, this item turned into a sapphire-like artwork, and Tang San didn't have time to develop any other functions, so it just hung at his waist, but he never expected that it would save his life. His power? The demon emperor was horrified, looking with extreme caution at the sea blue figure that had appeared out of nowhere. It was indeed the divine consciousness of Poseidon. Get lost. Poseidon's divine consciousness did not reveal its true form, but the voice clearly reached the demon emperor's ears, and in an instant, the surrounding sea water began to boil, and the demon emperor, caught in it, instantly felt the killing intent coming from all directions. Not good. The demon emperor was horrified, without a second thought. She shrank her form and transformed into a human shape, quickly fleeing into the distance. But Poseidon clearly did not intend to let her go so easily. In an instant, the boiling seawater surged forth, crashing down on her, directly lifting her massive body into the air and heavily dropping her back into the sea. Go to Sea God Island. Before the phantom voice dissipated, Tang San, who was still in a daze, heard this voice and became even more confused. Go to Sea God Island. Star Luo City. Previously, ChenYue had only heard about it. Those girls with clear eyes were the true blank slates, untainted and the most lovable, especially with one who listens to everything. Now, ChenYue felt a deep understanding. Sitting what music dog what crawl, 6 what wine, etc. Some things that even ChenRenxue found hard to accept, all unfolded at this moment. It was completely a feeling of losing oneself in pleasure. ChenYue let out a long sigh. Well done. Congratulations to the host for marrying the important female supporting role on FAZ. Reward. Soul Power Experience Value, 1000 W. Purified Holy Water 2 bottles. The host already has offspring. Please pay attention to protect the children. And distribute offspring rewards after giving birth. Meanwhile, upon hearing this, Lan Faz hurriedly got up. She didn't care about her disheveled appearance. First wiping the white edges at the corner of her mouth, then quickly grabbing a cup of water and gulping it down before looking breathlessly at ChenYue, asking, "Now, can you let me go?" At this moment, she was completely drenched in sweat. Previously, her thoughts were simple. She had heard in her clan that there are only those who die from exhaustion and none who are ruined from work, so she chose to go all out, aiming to exhaust ChenYue to death. Now, the situation was, she didn't know if ChenYue was exhausted, but she was nearly exhausted to death herself. What kind of breed was this person? How could he be more solid than her after 100,000 years of transforming into a deep-sea demon whale? Lan Faz couldn't figure it out, but she knew she had to run quickly if she was to be treated this way every day. She feared she would fall apart. What are you in a hurry for? ChenYue casually glanced at her, thinking that trading 100,000-year soul ring and 100,000-year soul bone for just one night's entanglement seemed a bit of a loss. Lan Fatsi. When it came to cunning, she admitted she was absolutely no match for those sly human soul masters. Sure enough, this matter couldn't be so simple. So, what do you want? ChenYue yawned. Using your soul beast words, it was roughly, a life for a life. Lan Faz was stunned, somewhat unable to react. What does that mean? Very simple. ChenYue kept coaxing. You see, if I let you go, wouldn't that mean losing a woman, as well as 100,000-year soul ring and 100,000-year soul bone? When Lan Fatsi heard this, she felt it made some sense. Although it seemed like something was off, she couldn't pinpoint what it was after thinking hard about it. So she ultimately nodded. Then you have to compensate me for some losses, right? ChenYue cracked his fingers and said, "First, you've made me lose a woman. Shouldn't you compensate me with one?" Lan Fatsi was stunned, wondering why that seemed reasonable. Second, the 100,000-year spirit ring and 100,000-year spirit bone. Well, for now, I feel like you can't afford that, right? Lan Fatsi scratched her head. At this moment, she was slightly smarter, but still, you need to let me go out to catch one for you, right? A bit of cleverness, but not much. But what if you run away? ChenYue said casually, think about it, on Douluo star with so many seas. If you run off to hide in the deep sea, what do you think I should do? Lan Fatsi. Sure enough, human soul masters are all cunning. Not easy to fool at all. While she was racking her brain on how to escape, suddenly, she heard ChenYue speak again. Actually, I can let you go. Really? Lan Fatsi's eyes brightened. But I need a hostage. ChenYue smiled, while Qian Renxue, who was acting as an audience, widened her eyes in curiosity. It seemed she understood. This was a trick. ChenYue didn't intend to keep Lan Fatsi on ChenYue Island. He wanted her to stay here and have a few kids as so-called hostages. Then let her go. But why do that? ChenRenxue puzzled over it. Although she knew Lan Fazi's parents were strong, she felt they shouldn't be as strong as ChenYue, especially since this was on land. It made no sense to throw away the meat right in front of her. This point was truly perplexing to her. Hostage? Lan Fazi was taken aback, more confused than ever. What kind of hostage do you want? ChenYue didn't speak, but looked off into the distance at Xiao Wu, who was basking in the sunlight with her eyes squinted. After some time apart, Xiao Wu's belly had grown larger again, and she was lying on the sandy ground, soaking up the sun. ChenYue Island naturally had day and night, which was completely different from the pitch-black Tianyuan secret realm. Lan Fazi followed his gaze and immediately fixated on Xiao Wu's big belly. There was no way. That big belly was just too eye-catching. It was hard not to notice. Wait, Lan Fazi suddenly seemed to realize something, horrified as she looked at Xiao Wu in the distance, then back at ChenYue. She's also a 100,000-year spirit beast transformed into a human? The soft-bone rabbit? As both were 100,000-year spirit beasts transformed into humans, she could clearly see the difference between the two. It was precisely because of this that she was shocked and couldn't believe it. Oh, you're talking about that little rabbit? ChenYue casually replied, that's my trophy. Trophy? Lan Fazi didn't quite understand what that meant. Did it mean she belonged to him? She felt that the terms used by human soul masters were somewhat different from her understanding, so she asked uncertainly. Yes and no, ChenYue said nonchalantly. I kept this rabbit alive because, first, she can bear offspring for me, and second, she's obedient as long as I provide for her. If one day she decides she doesn't want to bear anymore, then she should fulfill her spirit beast's mission. Lan Fai. ChenRenxue shot a glare at ChenYue. All right, don't scare this beauty of the sea. She paused, having seen through ChenYue's thoughts, and casually said, if you want to leave, just have her bear a few kids, and you can leave safely. By now, she had firmly grasped ChenYue's G-spot, although she wasn't clear why ChenYue liked kids so much. Lan Fazi looked suspiciously at ChenRenxue, then at ChenYue, still carrying a deep fear. Are you serious? ChenYue said casually, what do you think? Lan Fazi, didn't you say you knew my mother? Yeah, so I can give you a chance to leave. ChenYue replied confidently. That's why you don't have to be like her. Lan Fazi. She couldn't find any rebuttal to that statement. Are you really serious? Lan Fazi trembled as she asked, if I have a kid, will you let me go? Of course. ChenYue smiled slightly, but if I catch you again next time, I promise you. In Lan Fazi's view, this endless imprisonment was the real nightmare. After all, she had already surrendered to ChenYue, and having another child. It was just a few more times. Plus staying here for a year and a half. Nothing major. Of course, she absolutely wouldn't admit that it was because of Chen Yue's stunning beauty that was second only to her book friends. At this moment, after leaving ChenYue Island, Chen Yue and ChenRenxue met with the hurriedly arriving snake spear Douluo. Did the Pope send a message to me? ChenRenxue was slightly taken aback. When did this happen? This morning. Snake spear Douluo replied. His Holiness the Pope delivered the envelope to the fifth elder, and not knowing how to handle it, he sent me to find you to take a look. At this point, he stopped speaking because ChenRenxue had already understood. Do you want to go back and take a look? ChenRenxue turned to ChenYue and asked. Given her personality, she wouldn't return to the Wuhuan Hall in her current injured state. She would likely head to Tiandou City. If I'm not there, it might cause some problems. With those guys in Tiandou City right now, they definitely wouldn't be able to deal with Bibi Dong, even if she was injured. With the divine artifact, she was not someone a fully equipped light Feather Douluo could defeat. So, we can go back. ChenYue yawned. And news from the celestial demon of the 1,000 genes also came in, stating that Tang Hao and Tang Xiao had entered Sea God Island, and there were currently no abnormal changes. This indicated that the inheritance had begun, but might take some time before it ended. This was also one of the reasons ChenYue agreed to go back and take a look. As for the other reason, ChenYue glanced at the system reward he had just received from Lan Fazi, the purifying holy water. The previous purifying holy water could remove the abyssal hell aura from that purple princess, so if this was given to Bibi Dong, could her brain that was invaded by the Rakshasa gods will still be saved? Unlike Hulaina, Bibi Dong was affected by the Rakshasa god, and her demonic thoughts were filled with malice towards the entire world, with a feeling of destroy everything for me. Initially, it might have just been a hatred for Qian Renxue, but later, due to the expansion of the demonic thoughts, it extended to the entire Qian family, and then to the entire Wuhuan Hall, and even the entire Wuhuan Empire, etc. Of course, this was just ChenYue's speculation. What are you thinking? At this moment, Qian Renxue, noticing ChenYue lost in thought, patted his shoulder. When he came back to his senses, she raised an eyebrow suspiciously. Are you thinking about something bad again, Chen? By the way, you haven't answered me about that last issue yet? Chen was obviously taken aback. What issue? He couldn't remember anything he hadn't answered ChenRenxue about, right? You said about my mother. Can she be cured? Chen pondered for a moment before responding. Maybe, probably. She can't. ChenRenxue, wait. Do you have some thoughts that are not good to express? Chen was stunned. What do you mean? ChenRenxue lightly bit her red lip and looked at Chen. Although she could feel that ChenYue's feelings for her were different from those for other women, he was clearly more invested in her. But ChenYue's thoughts were not something she could influence. So, if you really can cure her, then the previous matter wouldn't be impossible. Chen? Previous matter? What do you mean? Chen looked at ChenRenxue in confusion. Wait, why are you suddenly using sign language? ChenRenxue snorted coldly, pinching Chen-Yu's waist, taking advantage and still acting innocent. Chen? He really didn't understand what ChenRenxue was signifying. Chapter 131. ChenRenxue, stop scratching my feet, it tickles. Bibi Dong. Strange. Wuhuan City. Angel Temple. Dalu opened his eyes again, looking outside with some doubt, frowning deeply. Why hasn't Ling Yuan brought back Xiaoxiu yet? Logically speaking, this should have been settled in Tiando, at most taking a week. Why has it been half a month and no one has returned? He couldn't understand why he had been waiting in the Angel Temple for half a month. Even Bibi Dong hadn't waited for him, which was already understandable since that wasn't a good thing. But the Ling Yuan Dalu he sent didn't have any news coming back, which was really puzzling. Perhaps there were some delays on the way. Dalu stroked his chin, thinking, in the ChenYue Xian Island, because she was captured as a hostage by Chen Yue. The Ling Yuan Dalu was currently squinting in the sun, looking at her soul ring configuration of 4 purple and 5 black, unable to help but smile. Really nice. She had already suffered a huge shock, especially after seeing that ChenRenxue had actually given birth. She was even more bewildered. After that, it seemed that Chen Yue had forgotten about her on ChenYue Xian Island. Initially, she was very anxious because the task given to her by the Grand Offering was not completed. However, later on, she seemed to be influenced by the completely laid-back and enjoying lifestyle of Xiao Wu, becoming more and more dazed. Later, Bai Ziji was renamed after being purified by the holy water to eliminate the aura of the abyss, was also coming and going every day. And every time she returned, the Ling Yuan Dalu could feel the change in her aura. So one day, the Ling Yuan Dalu curiously followed her and discovered the trace of the vine ghost, immediately starting her own exploration journey, like Bai Ji. Of course, her strength was far inferior to Bai Ji's, especially since Bai Ji had transformed from the Hell Dragon to the Holy Dragon of Purity, having a great restraining power against the filth produced by this. Therefore, while exploring, the Ling Yuan Dalu was much slower. But she wasn't dissatisfied because, although she was exploring slowly, the improvement in strength was real. What? You say the Grand Offering Dalu is waiting for her to return? She doesn't remember that at all. Angel Temple. Not even a dog would go there. Tiando Imperial Palace. ChenRenxue sneezed. Who was talking bad about me? She had no idea that it was actually Ling Yuan Dalu who had learned from her previous speech, and now she probably had forgotten about Ling Yuan Dalu. At this moment, she was suspiciously looking at Chen Yue in front of her. Do you really think she will come? Of course, Chen Yue said confidently. Currently in the Wuhuan Hall, her foundation has basically disappeared, and she only has Jutho, De, Mo, Xiong Duo, and the 10 elders available. However, with their current state, at most they could cooperate with Qing Luan Duo and Xiong Shi Duo to manage the forces controlled by the Wuhuan Hall, and they didn't have much fighting power left. Speaking of this, Chen Yue paused for a moment and then said, currently in the Wuhuan Hall, Bibi Dong has no power to borrow. Therefore, if she wants to develop, she will definitely rely on your forces in Tiando City. At present, the entire Tiando City and the surrounding provinces directly ruled by the Tiando Empire have already been brought under control, and those kingdoms and principalities are still stubbornly resisting. Currently, the Guangling Dalu is not very concerned about these because in ChenRenxue's revised plan, these kingdoms and principalities need to be completely overthrown. So whether to recover them or not is not seen as important. What needs to be done at this stage is to continuously stabilize and strengthen control over these provinces, and then strike against those nobles. As long as these nobles are still around, they will surely have impure thoughts, because in Tiando's history, they have become accustomed to their existing way of life. Therefore, the old nobles must be overthrown to establish a new system. Of course, this is a plan drafted by ChenRenxue, and specific implementation still depends on Guangling Dalu, and this plan is not set in stone. If anything happens, Guangling Dalu will change it on her own and then show it to ChenRenxue. After all, The Tiando Empire still belongs to ChenRenxue's own forces. Are you really confident in restoring her? To some extent, ChenRenxue can be considered a girl who longs for maternal love, as she has never received even a trace of love from her mother. And now, with the ability, after hearing Chen Yue's views, her heart was slightly shaken, hoping that Bibi Dong was truly only influenced by the god of Azura. And then, the odds are not great, but a hard battle is inevitable. Chen Yue's words made ChenRenxue slightly stunned. What do you mean? Chen Yue smiled without speaking. Just say it. ChenRenxue pinched his waist, threatening fiercely. Guess for yourself. Let me see if your brain has degenerated. ChenRenxue. Ah, so annoying. Chen Yue looked at her like this, and immediately laughed even more. But in his heart, he felt heavy. Previously, in Xingluo City, he sensed that fleeting evil aura. At that time, he didn't pay much attention, just thought it was the aura Bibi Dong obtained after getting the Azura Demon's scythe. However, on his way back to Tiando City, the more he thought about it, the more something fell off, and then he entered the Tianwang Divine Tower and found Tang Chun to experiment. Tang Chun and Bibi Dong are both divine examiners. That much is correct, right? It's just that the former is a failed divine examiner, while the latter is successful and about to inherit the divine position. In terms of similarities, both are divine examiners and can use divine artifacts, but Tang Chen's divine artifact needs divine power to be injected into the martial soul for transformation. This may be the reason for the failure of the divine examination. However, the killing aura emanating from Tang Chun is far more intense than the rich, evil aura, Chun, you felt from Bibi Dong. It's like comparing a bottle of ordinary mineral water to Daunting Lake. In other words, the evil aura on Bibi Dong is too strong, so strong that it doesn't seem like a divine examiner, but rather like the god of calamity Chun you had seen before. Yes, that's right. The god of slaughter is filled with the divine power of lightning. Although not much, his aura of lightning is extremely dense, to a degree that no other divine candidates can compare. Therefore, ChenYue has a bold guess. The god of slaughter may have fallen, but he might have a way similar to that of the ice holy angel, hiding in a special form within Bibi Dong, or perhaps the slaughtering demon Scythe. This is just a guess, but ChenYue already has a slight feeling of certainty. Next, he just has to wait for Bibi Dong to come over. As ChenYue was thinking, he suddenly felt a chill and instinctively looked over, only to see QianRenxue glaring at him. Instantly, he gasped in surprise, his eyes wide open, thinking what the... It turns out that after ChenYue spaced out, QianRenxue saw he had been unresponsive for a long time, and so she pushed him down, ready to give this heartless bastard a severe punishment. In the slaughter's secret realm, Bibi Dong let out a long breath. The speed of her recovery was quite impressive. What exactly is that thing in that form? She recalled the three ghost-like figures she had seen before. Even though she now possesses the strength of an ultimate Douluo, she still felt quite apprehensive. Forget it. Staying in this secret realm isn't a solution. I should go check on Xiaoxue. I'm borrowing her power to lay plans while recovering my strength. To be honest, she didn't want to encounter those things again. Any of her soul skills basically had no effect on those entities. Only the attacks from the slaughtering demon scythe had a slight effect, but it was still minimal. Moreover, even if she were to regain her full strength, she wasn't confident in defeating those people. Unless she becomes a god. With this thought in mind, Bibi Dong's eyes flickered. I have now completed the 8th exam, and only the final 9th exam remains. However, the content of the 9th exam. The 9th exam of the sea god is relatively simple compared to other deities, and the so-called 7 emotions assessment is merely to repair the sea god's heart. If the sea god's heart is intact, she only needs to go to the sea god Poseidon's temple for an interview to complete it. However, the final assessment of the god of slaughter is entirely different, especially since she hasn't had any divine guidance, similar to Poseidon's mentorship. She has taken quite a few detours. Otherwise, she would have become a god long ago. Putting aside the assessments she has completed in the past, her 9th exam requires her to collect all the evil energy on the continent and then reshape the god of slaughter's position. P.S. The original work does not mention this. It is based on the manga anime, I forgot which. Yes, when she started the assessment, she was already aware that the god of slaughter had fallen. She could only rely on the guidance of the slaughtering demon scythe, taking advantage of the fact that the god of slaughter's position can still be reshaped to achieve divinity. But collecting all the evil energy from the continent is no easy task, is it? With this thought, Bibi Dong couldn't help but sigh. Well, I'll take some time to recuperate first, and once my injuries have mostly healed, I'll wander the continent in search of evil energy. She felt that those spiritual entities were chasing her solely to attack her mental strength. Therefore, before becoming a god, she dared not confront them. With this thought, Bibi Dong put away all her thoughts, left the slaughter's secret realm, and headed toward Heaven Dou City. So many angel legions? Upon arriving in Heaven Dou City, with her ultimate Douluo strength, it was impossible for the angel legions to discover her. Seeing the uniformed angel legions, Bibi Dong silently nodded in her heart. It seems ChenYue has indeed succeeded, although these angel legion soul masters have changed into the attire of Heaven Dou guards. The clear angelic divine power on them cannot be faked. As a candidate for the god of slaughter, she is particularly sensitive to this kind of power. Let us go see how ChenYue is doing. With this thought flashing through her mind, Bibi Dong didn't hesitate, quietly concealing herself in the darkness and stealthily infiltrating the palace. Is that ChenYue? Wait. Soon, she spotted ChenRenxue standing in the courtyard. Bibi Dong showed a hint of joy. Just as she was about to approach, she noticed a strange man she had never seen before walking up to ChenRenxue. The latter huffed, linked arms with the man, and the two walked out of the palace. This scene lasted 3 seconds, but for Bibi Dong, it was akin to a bolt from the blue. It felt as if an invisible hammer had suddenly struck her forehead, nearly knocking her out. Her daughter, actually, was taken by a strange man. If Bibi Dong knew at that moment that her daughter not only had a man, but even a child, she would probably explode with rage. How could this happen? Who is that man? Why is this happening? Bibi Dong was furious. She wanted to use the slaughtering demon scythe to slash at the strange man, but for some reason, this furious thought quietly shattered, replaced by confusion and disbelief. Immediately, Bibi Dong was visibly stunned, momentarily at a loss. To know that in the past, when encountering such situations, she would be furious and directly attack without a second thought. Last time at the Star-Crowned sect, it was the same. A disagreement ignited her anger, and she immediately used the slaughtering demon scythe. But why did her rage suddenly dissipate this time? Bibi Dong couldn't understand, but at this moment, ChenRenxue and Chen Yue were already walking farther away, and she couldn't think too much about it. She hurriedly followed them. To her surprise, the two left Heaven Dou City in the middle of the night, heading west, toward the Sea God Island across the sea. Are they going to Sea God Island? Bibi Dong felt uneasy but still followed closely. But the next moment, she could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. She saw Chen Yue picking up the blushing ChenRenxue in a princess carry and walking into a tree hole. I knew it. What were they doing out at this hour? They are actually doing such indecent things in the forest. At this point, Bibi Dong could no longer contain her anger. She took out her slaughtering demon scythe and was about to slash into the tree hole when suddenly, the anger that had risen in her heart dissipated like a deflated balloon. Bibi Dong. She looked bewildered, her mind filled with large question marks. What is going on? Why did the anger that suddenly surged in her mind just inexplicably disperse? Bibi Dong was at a loss, but she had no time to ponder further, because from within the tree hole came the sound of ChenRenxue's delicate laughter. No, don't tickle my feet. It's so itchy. Bibi Dong. Chapter 132. The God of Slaughter, embracing kindness and trampling evil with the left, embracing life and destroying with the right. Are you moved? S. This chapter is also titled ChenRenxue, Mother, don't worry, I'll transcend you. You've gone too far, Heaven Dou. At this point, Bibi Dong no longer pursued her previous strange reaction. She directly, coldly stared, raised her slaughtering demon scythe, and slashed toward the tree hole. Clang! However, after she swung the sickle, the imagined scene of the tree hole being cut did not occur. Instead, a cold light shot out from the tree hole, directly deflecting her sickle. This is a divine artifact? Feeling a tingling sensation in her arm, Bibi Dong suddenly looked up and saw Chen Yue, holding a spear and embracing ChenRenxue, walking out from the tree hole. The latter's face was slightly flushed, and her clothes were a bit disheveled. Clearly, although the old couple hadn't done anything explicit, it seemed they were close to it. Seeing this scene, Bibi Dong's blood pressure rose, possibly due to her mother's genes. Suppressing her apprehension, she swung her sickle again. Chen Yue seemed to disregard her, laughing softly with ChenRenxue while casually waving his hand. The broken divine spear was unsheathed, and with one thrust, he sent her Rakshasa demon sickle flying, pinning it against the towering tree like a skewer of lamb. Bibi Dong. She glanced at her arm, which had felt that tingling sensation while holding the Rakshasa demon sickle, and her expression shifted between dark and light. From this move, she could easily tell that Chen Yu's strength was definitely not beneath her own, and he might even slightly surpass her. If she were at her peak, she could still fight him, but now. As that thought flashed through Bibi Dong's mind, She was about to put away the Rakshasa demon sickle and escape when a soft voice suddenly shook her spirit. Mother, this was ChenRenxue's voice. In that instant, Bibi Dong's pupils suddenly contracted, her spirit trembling. The darkness in her eyes regained some brilliance as she looked at ChenRenxue and stammered, You just, Mother. ChenRenxue smiled slightly, releasing ChenYue's arm, walked over, and linked arms with Bibi Dong, smiling as she called out, You. Bibi Dong's gaze trembled, her face changing repeatedly. She raised her trembling hand to point at ChenRenxue, wanting to say something, but as her lips moved, the brilliance in her eyes seemed to show signs of being tainted by purple-black evil energy again. Now, a glint flashed in ChenRenxue's eyes as she suddenly crushed the purification holy water that had been hidden here, then forcefully opened Bibi Dong's jaw and poured it in. ChenYue, I can't understand, but I'm greatly shocked. True maternal love. Bibi Dong. Earlier, when she was tainted by evil energy, she had also fallen into a daze, but the moment the purification holy water entered her, she suddenly awakened. Her gaze filled with tremors as she looked at ChenRenxue in horror, retreating repeatedly. What did you make me drink? I drank something to help you return. ChenRenxue, seeing the purification holy water go down, sighed in relief. After hearing Bibi Dong's words, she smiled and said while pulling her hand, You don't want to recognize me anymore? Bibi Dong, who had instinctively wanted to shake off ChenRenxue's hand, paused upon hearing this, and just as she was about to say something, her pupils suddenly constricted. She violently shook off ChenRenxue's hand, letting out a miserable scream. ChenRenxue retreated repeatedly, looking up at Bibi Dong. At this moment, purple-black smoke was surging out of Bibi Dong, and the purification holy water she drank was starting to take effect. First, the evil energy she had accumulated for so long was frantically fleeing from her body, like a balloon that had been punctured, leaking air uncontrollably. Is she okay? ChenRenxue looked at this scene, her delicate face showing some worry. The pain from the evil energy that had invaded for so long was inevitable. ChenYue's expression remained unchanged. He had already witnessed this when the purple princess transformed into the white princess. A hell dragon, no more than 30,000 years old, had a tangible hellish and abyssal aura. Of course, Bibi Dong before him might be much more troublesome than the transformation of the purple princess into the white princess, because she was undergoing the divine trial, the Rakshasa divine trial, carrying the most evil essence on the entire continent. The evil god among the 5 god kings of the divine realm is not just evil. He oversees all evil and monitors all malevolence. If we say that among all divine beings, the one with the most chaotic and filthy aura is the Rakshasa god. Therefore, Chen Yue silently took out another bottle of purification holy water and handed it to ChenRenxue beside him. ChenRenxue? She looked at the purification holy water in her hand with a bewildered expression, then glanced at Chen Yue, her face showing confusion. I think this medicine can't stop. ChenRenxue? Why do I feel like there's something wrong with what you just said? How about I try using my martial soul, true body? ChenRenxue looked at the purple-black gas wildly surging from Bibi Dong, and her expression changed. Finally, she handed the purification holy water back to Chen Yue. All right. Chen Yue took the purification holy water, thought for a moment after hearing ChenRenxue's words, and nodded. With ChenRenxue's now purified martial soul, her purifying power was purer than the sea god's light to some extent. This doesn't mean that ChenRenxue's martial soul could surpass divine artifacts, but specifically regarding the purification of filth. ChenRenxue took a deep breath, stepped forward, and behind her, 8 red and 1 gold soul rings shone brilliantly. Martial soul, true body. With a low shout, the 7th red soul ring behind ChenRenxue released dazzling and enchanting light. In the next moment, she disappeared, replaced by a figure radiating immense light, emitting blinding holy light and strange fiery red brilliance. Under this illumination, the purple-black gas continuously pouring out from Bibi Dong was scattered as if pierced by countless arrows. Ultimately, she had not completed the divine trial to achieve the Rakshasa god position. In a way, without the Rakshasa demon sickle, she was merely a peerless Dalu, as long as she was not within the divine realm. Then ChenRenxue's martial soul, true body, was effective. Purification. With a low shout, the brilliant light shone even more brightly, and all the evil energy Bibi Dong had collected over countless years poured out at that moment. No. Bibi Dong held her head, half kneeling on the ground, struggling to look up at ChenRenxue, raising her hand and shouting hoarsely. She had worked so hard for so many years to complete the Rakshasa 8 trials. It was as if time was slipping through her fingers. No matter how hard she tried, she could not retain it, only feeling her power, which belonged to the divine trial rewards, draining away. Seeing this scene, Qian Renxue, maintaining her martial soul true body, felt a bit reluctant. But recalling how Bibi Dong had attacked ChenYue without a second thought earlier, her gaze ultimately turned resolute. Mother, don't worry. I will transcend you. Bibi Dong. ChenYue. What the hell? At first glance, this statement seems fine, but upon closer inspection, it seems quite problematic. It should at most be considered a misuse of words, right? Chen Yue's mouth twitched, and then he shifted his gaze to the side, where the Rakshasa demon sickle was still struggling wildly, pinned to the tree by his broken divine spear, and smiled. First generation Rakshasa, will you wake up on your own? Or do you need me to give you a hand? As he spoke, Chen Yue opened his hand, revealing the purified holy water. A playful smile dancing on his face as he looked at the Rakshasa demon scythe. With Chen Yue's words, the struggling Rakshasa demon scythe suddenly became eerily still. Moments latte. A low, resentful voice emerged from within, asking why. Why is all of this happening? After a brief silence, the Rakshasa demon scythe released a terrifying, evil aura, and Chen Yue noticed a dramatic change in the environment around him. The surroundings were shrouded in an opaque purple-black mist, and in the corners of this space, strange purple-black flames flickered. The Rakshasa secret realm. Upon seeing this scene, Chen Yue finally understood that the Rakshasa domain existed within the Rakshasa demon scythe. No wonder. Even Qian Dalu couldn't find anyone during Bibi Dong's seclusion. It was as close as it was far away. He gazed at the figure formed by countless strands of purple-black mist and said softly, "The first-generation Rakshasa god, is it? Some have called me the evil empress. Others the Yaksha, and even more have referred to me as the enforcer." The figure did not respond to Chen Yue, its voice hoarse. "But one day, I absorbed the evil of the entire continent, the corruption of the whole continent, and ultimately shaped my divinity. When that day comes, the skies will be filled with colors that cheer for me." Chen Yue remained silent, quietly observing the figure. However, as it continued, the voice suddenly shifted to a more gloomy and frantic tone. "But on the day I took form, why did everything in the world want to destroy me? Even my former friend, who once claimed to be righteous, she actually tried to kill me. And what about those who were born of me? Why do they also? Is it just because I was born of evil, raised in corruption?" Chen Yue still did not speak. "But they will never understand." The figure laughed maniacally. "Evil and corruption, these are essential elements of the world. Even if they destroy me, as long as evil in the world does not perish and corruption does not dissipate, I can still be reborn." As it spoke, the figure gradually dispersed, revealing her true appearance. She was a pure and seductive woman, exuding a dark aura, dressed in a black gown, with long black hair and purple-black eyes. Her face was enchanting and devilish. Beneath the black gown were long, fair legs that contrasted sharply with her dark attire. "Rakshasa," the old Chen Yue might have exclaimed, "what a stunning beauty!" But now he could only say, "The moon tonight is so round, so big, so beautiful. I can feel that within you, there's also corruption and evil," the Rakshasa said with a seductive smile. As if she understood everything, she reached out and gently lifted Chen Yue's chin. "With our power, when our swords combine, the entire continent will become our paradise of corruption, even the divine realm." As she spoke, she lightly released her hand, drawing a circle on Chen Yue's chest. She slightly raised her head, her crimson tongue licking her purple-red lips. At that time, embracing goodness with one hand and trampling evil with the other, embracing life while crushing destruction, will be entirely possible at this point. She paused, her gaze filled with temptation. "Moreover, I might not be unable to lean towards you." Before she could finish her sentence, a massive hand swooped down, slapping her away, causing her to crash heavily to the ground. "Rakshasa?" She looked up in confusion, her charming face showing no signs of the five-finger mountain, instead filled with bewilderment. "What do you mean?" She clearly sensed that the man before her harbored the most intense evil and corruption she had seen in many years. Even Bibi Dong could not compare. In fact, Bibi Dong was the type who was destroyed by ChenYue, so she wanted to destroy ChenYue. However, due to her importance, she absorbed the continent's evil. And under the influence of corruption, it expanded infinitely, leading to her current state. She had been helping so wholeheartedly because she had not found a more suitable candidate. In other words, even if Bibi Dong no longer wanted to move forward, she would still amplify the evil thoughts in Bibi Dong's heart, forcing her to continue. But now, the Rakshasa, emerging from a demon scythe, felt that there was a more suitable candidate and naturally did not need to entangle with Bibi Dong any longer. However, she never expected this man before her, who clearly harbored unprecedented evil and corruption, could actually resist the temptation she offered after seeing through his heart. How is that possible? To sense the evil in a person's heart, and that taste of corruption truly worthy of being the Rakshasa, who once stood on par with the Azure god. Chen Yue smiled faintly, not surprised that the Rakshasa saw through the evil thoughts in his heart. But it seems you have forgotten something. Chapter 133. QianRenxue, you find it strange? Just lie there and don't move. What? The Rakshasa clearly paused. What did I forget? Your conditions, if they are very generous for the powerless, are indeed hard to refuse. Chen Yue said with a smile. And I happen to be the one who lacks for nothing in terms of strength. As he approached step by step, the Rakshas's expression changed dramatically. What do you want to do? I want to taste what it's like to gather all the evil of the continent as a Rakshasa. Rakshasa! She widened her eyes, terrified, her hair standing on end. Don't come near. I warn you, don't come near. She had thought that Chen Yue's evil thoughts were already very intense, but she never expected that this person's evil thoughts had expanded to such a degree that he would even set his sights on her. Be good, be obedient, lie down. The Rakshasa trembled in fear, pulling up the Rakshasa demon scythe and retreating repeatedly. Don't come near. She never imagined that this world, which prided itself on being the embodiment of evil, would one day find itself in such a predicament over evil thoughts. Useless. Chen Yue smiled slightly, casually tossing the divine gun like a dragon, directly knocking the Rakshasa demon scythe out of her hands. If you were truly a deity with the power of a first-level god, perhaps I wouldn't be able to defeat you. But unfortunately, you are merely a soul of a god, only possessing the power to shape a body within this Rakshasa secret realm. The Rakshasa before him was actually in a spiritual state similar to that of the Ice Holy Angel, but because she was a deity, she could condense her true form within her divine domain. However, this true form was far weaker compared to an actual first-level deity. Based on Chen Yue's estimation, it was only slightly stronger than the god of calamity he had previously slain, and that was still under the condition of being empowered by the Rakshasa demon scythe. But whether empowered or not, it made no difference to Chen Yue. Seeing Chen Yue closing in, the Rakshas's expression changed wildly, frightened and retreating repeatedly. Don't come near. At the same time, because the Rakshasa demon scythe returned to the hands of the Rakshasa, the malevolent thoughts and evil energy on Bibi Dong were rapidly purified by ChenRenxue, until she forcibly transformed into her martial soul, true form. And then her figure cracked open like glass. But in the next moment, just like the previous transformation of ZG into Baiji, she radiated a holy light, bathing her in its glow. Upon seeing this, ChenRenxue's expression changed slightly, and she quickly expanded her domain to cover the surrounding area. Bibi Dong, after being purified, had no covering at all. She couldn't let anyone see her like that. It should be probably going smoothly, right? ChenRenxue then picked up the unconscious Bibi Dong and hurriedly took out a dress from her storage bag to put on her. After that, she looked up again, gazing at a ball of intertwined evil energy and malevolent thoughts forming in the void. This was the spatial range created by the Rakshasa demon scythe earlier. Although Bibi Dong had returned to her normal state, she knew that the real decisive battle still depended on the war of Chen Yue in this suddenly appearing space. Not just ChenRenxue. At this moment, not far away, a fierce beast hiding in the shadows was also looking on with a solemn expression. This person was none other than Qi Wang, one of the 7 fierce beasts of the Star Dou Forest. Is this actually the aura of a deity? This was a small grove, but it could be considered a corner of the northwesternmost part of the Star Dou Forest. Although it was quite remote, it indeed belonged to the Star Dou Forest in terms of geography. Of course, neither the previous Heaven Dou Empire nor the current one would acknowledge this as the territory of the Star Dou Forest. Qi Wang's appearance was not to enter the human world, but rather, the disappearance of ZG had alerted Dition. However, Dition himself did not dare to leave, because if he dared to show even a little, the 800,000-year heavenly tribulation would lock onto him, and he would have nowhere to escape. Thus, after much thought, Dition ultimately chose to send Qi Wang and Wan Yao Wang together to investigate. Qi Wang and Wan Yao Wang then worked together, with the former responsible for the edge areas and the latter responsible for the Star Dou Forest itself. After all, the latter's true form was the demon magic tree, and within the forest, his line of sight was basically unobstructed. However, once he left the forest, He could be considered half-blind, and his observational ability was not as good as Qi Wang's. After searching the nearby area, Qi Wang sensed the aura of a deity here. Unfortunately, he could only see the outer shell of QianRenxue's domain, a golden cloud mist, and then, as QianRenxue canceled her domain, his gaze instantly locked onto the ball of energy. Not just him. At this moment, several people still in the Heaven Dou Palace, including Guangling Daluo and Title Douluo, suddenly raised their heads and flew up, looking far into the distance. In their line of sight, there was also a ball formed by intertwined evil energy and malevolent thoughts. They saw that this ball of evil thoughts was constantly vibrating, occasionally flashing with purple-black light. Even Qian Renxue, who was closest, could not see through the details of the battle inside, but she could vaguely see two shadows fiercely fighting within the purple-black mist. However, as time stretched on, the more she looked, the more peculiar her expression became. This posture seemed somewhat familiar. As for Qi Wang and the nearby Guangling Daluo and Title Douluo, they were secretly alarmed. Among humans, there actually existed such a powerful being, able to contend with a deity, with a young master present. Could it be that inside this ball is Lord Chen? What on earth is the identity of the figure in this mist? How could they fight with Lord Chen for such a long time? It's already been 2.5 hours, and the battle is still ongoing? Among the many people, with various expressions focusing on the ball formed by evil thoughts, the Rakshasa had a pale and slightly flushed face. Even though she was covered in injuries in this domain that belonged to her, her wounds were continuously healing. Facing ChenYue, who was like a hungry wolf, she showed no intention of conceding at all. As the night gradually turned to day, slowly approaching sunset, the group waiting for the final outcome, except for QianRenxue, had bloodshot eyes and felt a bit dizzy as they looked at the ball before them. What exactly is this person? How could they battle against the aura of a deity for an entire day and night? Qi Wang was shocked. The appearance of this person made him wonder whether it was a blessing or a curse for them. In this world, there is actually someone who can match Lord Chen, and it has already been a day and a night, yet there is still no clear victor. Guangling Daluo was astonished, knowing that with Lord Chen's current strength, even the grand offering within the spirit city might not be his opponent. Although he hadn't seen ChenYue act since the last time he killed the King of Slaughter, he could feel that ChenYue's strength was increasing, and after returning this time, his aura had risen another level. He felt that even if he faced Qian Dalu, he might not be able to defeat ChenYue. Of course, he hadn't seen Qian Dalu in a long time. Stay calm. Compared to him, Title Douluo appeared much more composed. Lord Chen's strength was already no secret. However, this unknown individual being able to fight evenly with Lord Chen was indeed strange. Hearing this, Guangling Daluo couldn't help but nod. Indeed. As he spoke, he changed the subject, saying, "They won't be fighting inside for more than half a month, will they?" For Guangling Daluo, he was more familiar with ChenYue directly finishing off the enemy in one strike, rather than this kind of prolonged battle. It didn't seem like something ChenYue would do, right? It's possible. Title Douluo thought for a moment and said, "It's quite normal for us Title Douluos to face opponents of equal strength and fight for 3 days and nights. Moreover, what about a master like Lord Chen?" Just as his words fell, the ball formed by evil thoughts suddenly began to crack apart inch by inch, like glass, and in the blink of an eye, it was covered in a spider web of cracks. The matter was coming to an end. As soon as Guangling Daluo's words fell, the ball formed by evil thoughts made a cracking sound and lightly dissipated, revealing within it was only one figure, ChenYue, who was holding a long spear in one hand while the other was behind his back. Wasn't there someone fighting with Lord Chen? Guangling Daluo was momentarily confused. He remembered there was someone fighting with ChenYue. So how could this? On the side, Title Douluo had wisely pulled his good buddy to quietly retreat. The hidden Qi Wang, upon seeing this, did not dare to stay any longer. He glanced warily at the broken divine spear in ChenYue's hand and quickly turned to leave. This person had no aura of a divine examiner, and the weapon in his hand exuded a pressure only a divine artifact should possess. Could it be that this person is the rumored divine examiner? No. I must bring this news back to Tion. Regarding the departing aura around him, ChenYue did not pay it any mind. He glanced at the palm of his left hand, where a purple-black mark had appeared, the dwelling place of the Rakshasa god and the Rakshasa demon scythe. Of course, now is not the time to communicate with her. "Are you all right?" QianRenxue, holding the unconscious Bibi Dong, quickly walked over and asked softly. "I'm fine." ChenYue nodded slightly, glancing at Bibi Dong in her arms, who no longer bore any traces of corruption or malice. What remained was purity. as if the purple princess had transformed into the white princess, a complete change from head to toe. What should she do? ChenRenxue noticed Chen Yue's gaze and raised an eyebrow, seemingly pointing at something, and asked softly, "What do you think?" "It's up to you," Chen Yue replied, clearly not satisfying her. The arch of her raised eyebrow became more pronounced as she asked with a half-smile, "Didn't you say you wanted to be my stepfather before? Why not anymore?" Chen Yue, he could swear on his left thumb that he had merely been teasing ChenRenxue with a casual remark. "All right." ChenRenxue saw that Chen Yue seemed to want to say something, and immediately spoke up, saying that since she had been completely purified, the effects of the Rakshasa god test that had influenced her for decades had disappeared, and her martial soul had also changed. Now, it might take a long time for her to be unconscious. Upon hearing this, Chen Yue suddenly understood. "You mean you want to keep her by your side to take care of her, right?" After all, for ChenRenxue, this was still her mother, and the purified Bibi Dong might be able to awaken her maternal feelings for her child. However, as soon as Chen Yue said this, he saw ChenRenxue smiling and shaking her head. "You seem to have guessed wrong." Chen Yue, he pondered for a moment and tentatively asked, "So you plan to throw her into the Dou forest?" ChenRenxue, can you be any less reliable with your answers? ChenRenxue's eyelids twitched, and she snorted, "That's not it." "Then what is it?" Chen Yue was genuinely curious about how ChenRenxue would handle the current Bibi Dong. "I estimate that in her current state, she needs to be unconscious for at least half a year or even longer." Chen Yue thought for a moment and nodded. "That seems about right." And then, the deeper the divine test, the greater the challenges, and thus the greater the impact. Bibi Dong had already completed the first 8 tests of the Rakshasa god test, leaving only the final 9th test, and the progress of the 9th test likely exceeded 50%. Therefore, after this purification, the impact on her was significant. According to Chen Yue's estimation, she might need to be unconscious for a year or longer. If it weren't for the influence of the divine test being purified, Bibi Dong might wake up much earlier. Like the purple princess. I want to give her a surprise. When ChenRenxue said this, her eyes were fixed on Chen Yue, which left him somewhat puzzled. "Why are you looking at me? Does this require your cooperation?" Chen Yue was taken aback. "You need my cooperation to give her a surprise?" "Exactly." This made Chen Yue feel something was off. What kind of surprise needed his cooperation? Could it be to give Bibi Dong another grandchild? Chen Yue pondered for a moment, looked at ChenRenxue's affectionate gaze, and after a slight thought, suddenly clapped his hands together. "All right. But we have to go to the Dalu Empire. Wherever is fine." ChenRenxue smiled, making Chen Yue feel even more uneasy. "You first open the Jade Fairy Island. We'll go in. Go back to the room. Come on, take off your clothes, hold on to it, that's right." Chen Yue's eyelids twitched. He felt something was off. "Could you take her outside? This is a bit strange." "If you think it's strange, just lie there and don't move." Chapter 134. ChenRenxue, what is this? It looks delicious. Chen Yue's eyelids twitched more and more. "What do you mean if you think it's strange? Just lie there and don't move?" "The more you say that, the stranger I feel. Don't move." Just as Chen Yue was about to get up, he was gently pushed down by ChenRenxue, and the threat in her affectionate gaze was clear. "Chen Yue, forget it. I can't go against a woman's will, especially when it's the mother of the child, right?" Chen Yue lay back on the couch, squinting his eyes, and opened the system. Congratulations to the host for marrying the first-level deity of the Douluo god realm, Rakshasa, in a fragmented state, and receiving rewards. Heart of the Soul, System Version Super Lollipop. System Version Chi Degree, Soul Power Experience 30,000,000. Heart of the Soul can be used to reshape the deity's body. System Version Super Lollipop. After consumption, it can significantly increase the soul power and mental strength of the eater. Ineffective for the host. Other uses. Please explore on your own. System Version Chi Degree. Using it will increase a small amount of soul power and mental strength. Ding. The current soul power experience of the host is 2E, level 94 Title Douluo. The soul power experience required for the next level is 10E, level 95 Title Douluo. Chen Yue. He stared blankly at the colorful, slightly red lollipop in his hand, then looked at ChenRenxue, whose eyes were shining, and then at Bibi Dong, who was still unconscious, and fell into deep thought. What is this? It looks delicious. ChenRenxue's eyes sparkled as she looked at the super lollipop in front of her. The colorful appearance was beautiful, but most importantly, it emitted a strange red hue, almost as if it were alive with anger. "Ah!" Chen Yue touched his nose, coughed, and said seriously, "This is called a super lollipop. You deserve it. Here, give a try." Saying that, Chen Yue stuffed the super lollipop into ChenRenxue's mouth, and in an instant her eyes widened, the sweet taste instantly blossoming on her taste buds. How is it? Is it delicious? So delicious. When did you get this? Why didn't you take it out earlier? I just made it not long ago. It shouldn't be a problem, right? So delicious. Hey. My soul power and mental strength seemed to have grown by about 1%. ChenRenxue crunched down on the lollipop and finished it completely, then stretched out her hand. Is there more? I want to eat more. Chen Yue. He didn't know why. But seeing ChenRenxue violently crunching down on the super lollipop earlier made him feel a bit creeped out. But this illusion dissipated quickly. Chen Yue coughed and said seriously, "This super lollipop isn't meant to be eaten like that." Huh? ChenRenxue was taken aback. And then she saw Chen Yue pull out a purple super lollipop that looked like grape flavor. Look at this. I'm looking. First, when we eat this lollipop, we need to savor it sweetly, then slowly put it in our mouth and lick it with our tongue. Then wait for it to slowly melt in your mouth. That way the sweetness will come out, not like how you just did, gobbling it down, got it? ChenRenxue nodded and tentatively stuck out her tongue to lick the purple super lollipop, which tasted a bit like grapes, sweet and sour, and then cautiously took a bite to taste it based on Chen Yue's instructions. Let us assume there are grapes in the Douluo continent. Really? But this flavor seems different from the previous one? Chen Yue coughed and said, that red one you had earlier was strawberry flavor. I have many different flavors here. For example, the cyan one is mint flavored, and the golden one is grapefruit flavored. QianRenxue's eyes instantly lit up, and just as she was about to ask for one, her gaze suddenly paused as she glanced at Bibi Dong beside her. She then remembered the important matter and quickly concealed the expression on her face. However, she couldn't bring herself to bite down on the grape-flavored lollipop she was holding, but fortunately, she found that it didn't affect her speech much. After all, the people of Douluo continent had never eaten lollipops, so it was hard to say if they could talk while eating candy like we do. Let's not talk about the lollipop for now. QianRenxue coughed lightly, then grabbed the unconscious Bibi Dong and placed her in Chen Yue's arms. Chen Yue? What are you doing? Looking at the bewildered Chen Yue, QianRenxue smiled slightly. Aren't you fulfilling the first condition you promised? Huh? Chen Yue was puzzled. What do you mean? QianRenxue smiled faintly, mimicking someone's tone. The first condition is that you need to find a way to bring Bibi Dong here. I want her. Upon hearing this, Chen Yue frowned. This was not a simple matter. The tone sounded somewhat familiar. Before he could sort it out, he heard QianRenxue again mimic a different tone. The second condition, you need to go to the core area of the Star Dou Forest and catch a 100,000-year-old soft bone rabbit. Of course, I must accompany you. The third condition, I want you QianRenxue. Chen Yue. Damn, this is hasty. Isn't this the condition I teased QianRenxue about in the second chapter? And there's a fourth condition you haven't mentioned. QianRenxue smiled slightly, staring intently at the somewhat embarrassed Chen Yue. How about you propose it now? Chen Yue. Well, those three conditions were actually just teasing you. They don't count. QianRenxue raised an eyebrow, looking at him with a half smile, but I took it seriously. You see, you want me. I'm already yours now, and I've even given you a daughter. How can this be treated as a joke? Chen Yue. That makes a lot of sense. I find myself unable to refute it. So what's the fourth condition? QianRenxue smiled playfully, looking at Chen Yue. This condition can't conflict with the previous ones. Okay? Chen Yue. Is this like lifting a rock only to drop it on your own foot? Well, this matter is a bit hasty. How about? Chen Yue trailed off, as QianRenxue's gaze had already turned dangerous. If it were any other woman showing that expression in front of Chen Yue, she would have been dealt with directly, making her understand who the real master was. But it also proved that saying only snow is true love. The rest are just accidents. Despite having evil thoughts about this obedient and seemingly reasonable QianRenxue, Chen Yue was not the type to be unreasonable. But this matter was a bit, Just as Chen Yue was feeling a headache, suddenly, outside came the sensing of Qian-Yuan's demon suppression. Chen Yue quickly found an excuse. Qian-Yuan's demon suppression is back. It seems something happened on Sea God Island. I need to go out first. Together. Upon hearing this, QianRenxue picked up the already dressed Bibi Dong and leaned against Chen Yue. Chen Yue. Forget it, as long as you're happy. Chen Yue twitched the corner of his mouth, and the three left the Qian Island, reappearing in the Title Douluo Palace. After resolving the battle with the Rakshasa outside the Heaven Dou Palace, Chen Yue brought QianRenxue back to the Title Douluo Palace in Xinghua City. This was because he had sent Qian-Yuan's demon suppression outside Sea God Island to investigate the situation. Now that Qian-Yuan's demon suppression had arrived, it indicated that something had happened on Sea God Island. However, when Chen Yue saw Qian-Yuan's demon suppression, he was slightly taken aback, his gaze sharpening, as he felt a similar aura to that of the previous porcupine. Did you encounter a spiritual entity? Chen Yue asked in a deep voice. The first to be unable to hold back and speak was the demon suppression Dou, but he was stumped by Chen Yue's question, standing there in a daze. A spiritual entity? It had seemed like a spiritual entity. Compared to him, the more composed Qian Renxue nodded heavily and said, "In my long life, this is the first time I've seen such a strange thing. Even soul skills directly passed through and were ineffective. If it weren't for my spirit bone being able to cause mental damage, we might not have been able to escape." However, as soon as he finished speaking, ChenYue said lightly, "No, you didn't escape. Qian Douluo. Demon suppression Douluo." Both of these good friends were equally confused. Among them, the demon suppression Dou looked even more dazed. "Senior Chen, are you saying this body is even more perfect than the one we saw before?" I declare that this body is mine." Don't even think about it. This is my angel's. Don't fight, it's mine." In the next moment, 3 different mental energy fluctuations rippled, and then 3 figures with about 40 transparency appeared 10 meters in front of ChenYue. Desert Holy Angel, Deep Sea Holy Angel, and Wind Holy Angel. ChenYue raised his gaze and glanced over. Although his words were inquiring, his eyes were determined and understanding. It seemed that the previous Bibi Dong was also being chased by you. Oh, upon hearing this, the 3 holy angels were clearly taken aback. Among them, a graceful spiritual entity stepped forward. After all these years, human civilization hasn't experienced a break. Someone still remembers us? After her words fell, another relatively calm spiritual entity crossed his arms and said, "Not necessarily. He seems to have the scent of the ice holy angel." The last one, the male spiritual figure of the holy angel, upon hearing this, couldn't help but say, "Is it that ice block? How could this guy have the scent of that ice block? How'd you sense it, Deep Sea?" The graceful spiritual entity was the desert holy angel, and the calm one was the deep sea holy angel, while the last male figure was the wind holy angel. The deep sea holy angel crossed his arms and said, "This holy angel has been fighting with that ice block from the beginning. Her aura, this holy angel is naturally familiar with. However, if this secret is leaked, it seems that the ice block is sincere and wants to betray the church." The wind holy angel snorted coldly. "Don't worry about that for now. Let's take this guy down first and then interrogate where that ice block is." After finishing his words, without saying anything further, he turned into a tornado and rushed towards ChenYue with a roar. This attack was not a soul skill tornado, but a mental energy released by the spiritual entity. If there were no mental defense measures, being swept by this tornado would tear the entire mental sea apart. "Wind boy, you think you can just do that? I heard it even by the sea." As soon as the wind holy angel made a move, a hidden aura couldn't hold back anymore, quickly following the wind holy angel into the fray. But upon closer inspection, the following holy angel, coming from behind, appeared to be injured, clearly having just fought with 2 ancient soul masters from a star-crowned sect. "This kid seems a bit strange." The desert holy angel also wanted to approach, but when she saw the deep sea holy angel standing there with crossed arms, not advancing but instead retreating a bit, she immediately dismissed the thought. Just as she got closer to the deep sea holy angel, she heard the latter mumbling to herself, her voice filled with seriousness. "What's wrong? I feel a very intense heat coming from that guy." The deep sea holy angel frowned, sensing an even stronger flame aura than that of the guy named Qian. "What?" The desert holy angel was taken aback. Qian's flames were the ultimate fire. Is there a martial soul above the ultimate fire in this era? The deep sea holy angel didn't answer her, because the wind holy angel, who charged first, had unleashed a tornado that was now closing in on ChenYue. In the next moment, a massive mental tornado crashed into ChenYue, but this storm was like hitting a rock with an egg. It couldn't shake him at all. In an instant, the storm shattered. What? The wind holy angel was shocked and hurriedly tried to stop. But it was too late. An invisible flame, seemingly born from nowhere, suddenly ignited on him, as if it had found fuel. In an instant, the formless flame, twisting like air, engulfed his entire body. It was heart fire. The wind holy angel let out a miserable scream, frantically retreating, and in his desperate speed, he brushed past the injured holy angel behind him. "What's going on?" The injured holy angel looked at the retreating wind holy angel in confusion, but in the next moment he understood, and thus he found peace. Chapter 135. ChenYue. Sending heads 1,000 miles, a light gift but deep affection. This holy angel, already heavily injured, had no chance to react. With a whoosh, he was consumed by the heart fire that carried the wind, dissipating into energy and returning to ChenYue. Mental power enhanced. ChenYue distinctly felt his mental power increased the moment the energy floated towards him, sending heads 1,000 miles, a light gift but deep affection. Chen Yue pondered, once again looking at the three holy angels before him, his eyes filled with a deep sense of amusement. You sent your heads from so far away. I graciously accept. Upon hearing this, the deep-sea holy angel's expression suddenly changed. Be careful. As soon as she spoke, her figure retreated rapidly, and the desert holy angel, who was about to leave, found it was too late. An invisible flame, like distorted air, silently engulfed her completely. In an instant, a tragic scream erupted from her mouth, and her entire being instantly froze. In just the blink of an eye, she suddenly vanished. At the same time, the previously heavily injured wind holy angel was also consumed by the heart fire at this moment, turning into a stream of pure mental energy that entered Chen Yue's body. Yes, Chen Yue felt a clear enhancement in his weaknesses, a smile appearing on his face. It seems I escaped one. QianRenxue, standing aside, softly reminded him, should we chase? She was holding Bibi Dong and couldn't intervene, while Jiangma had no effective attacks against spiritual bodies besides the mental mushroom, which only slightly intimidated them and didn't harm them at all. No need. Chen Yue shook his head, just a clown. Taking advantage of the moment when the desert holy angel was lost, the deep-sea holy angel fled Star Luo City at a speed comparable to a 100-meter sprint. If there were truly nothing else to do, Chen Yue might have chased after her, but now he had more important matters at hand. With a thought, Chen Yue directly took out the system reward he had received earlier. The heart of the soul. It could recreate a deity's physical body. That's right. He was preparing to resurrect Luo Cha. What are you doing? QianRenxue couldn't understand, as she felt a vast mental force like the starry sky emanating from the heart of the soul. It's nothing. Let us go to the immortal island. Chen Yue put away the heart of the soul, frowning and casting a suspicious glance around. Earlier, he didn't know if it was his illusion, but the moment he took out the heart of the soul, as its mental power radiated, he sensed a fleeting gaze watching him. Although it was just a flash, Chen Yue was very confident in his judgment. However, when he tried to catch that fleeting trace, he found that the feeling of being watched had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. But he was sure it was not his illusion. Could it be that someone is monitoring me? Chen Yue frowned deeply, but didn't say anything, preparing to return to the ChenYue immortal island with QianRenxue to discuss further. You too. Make sure to recover in the training room. Understood? Jiangma nodded in unison, yes. Do you have any information to share? Right now, Chen Yue had no means to deal with spiritual bodies and couldn't help Jiangma. It seemed that they weren't suited to go out again. After all, this good buddy duo didn't have the super strong defense of the external soul bone cloud bat shield from the Porcupine Douluo or the super fast speed of the Golden Eagle Divine Wing from the Porcupine Douluo. The external soul bone blood wing dragon bone of the Qian was for boosting attack, and all his soul skills were focused on attack. With no means to deal with spiritual bodies at all, Chen Yue felt that if spiritual bodies were categorized, they should belong to the category of mental attacks, as only mental power could affect spiritual bodies. Of course, the mental mushroom of the Qian Douluo could count as half, but basically, holy angel-type spiritual bodies wouldn't take much damage. We waited outside Sea God Island for quite a while, even hiding along the way. But we couldn't find Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, or any trace of Poseidon. After the demon slayer, Dalu, finished speaking, Qian Douluo added, generally speaking, when we board the island, their 7 sacred pillars wouldn't detect us, but Poseidon, who is stronger than the Grand Offering and is on Sea God Island, would definitely be able to sense us. Yet still, she hasn't shown herself. Chen Yue understood that it seemed the sacrifice inheritance of Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, this good buddy duo, had begun. However, Qian Douluo pondered for a moment and hesitantly said, I'm not sure if it's my illusion, but it doesn't hurt to mention. Before those spiritual bodies arrived, I seemed to see a figure passing through the seabed, but it was just a fleeting glimpse and the person disappeared. And at the same time, those spiritual bodies arrived, leaving me no time to search the sea. Qian Douluo's mental power was much stronger than that of the demon slayer Dalu, so it was not surprising that he could sense the situation near the sea. But a fleeting glimpse, and the person disappeared. A thought arose in Chen Yue's mind, but he didn't show it on his face, slightly nodding. Do you have any more information? For now, that's all. Chen Yue pondered for a moment and said, you all come in as well. Let's go into the Tianyuan secret realm and see if there are ways to enhance our mental strength. These spirit bodies can be said to be the humanoid forms of mental strength. They're all ancient soul masters. I estimate that there might be unknown secrets hidden beneath our land. Soon, the era of spirit bodies will be upon us. Chen Yue's words caused Qian to be startled, and they exchanged glances. The era of mental strength? As super Douluos of considerable age, they naturally knew what mental strength was. However, like almost all Title Douluos, their cultivation of mental strength could be described as a laid-back approach. Except for some charm-type soul masters. Let's go. Chen Yue didn't give them much time. With a wave of his hand, he instantly brought Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong, who she was holding, along with the contemplative Qian Jun and even Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Qingyue, into the ChenYue fairy island. Beneath the fairy island was the Tianyuan secret realm. You can fly freely down there and hunt, Chen Yue instructed. I will probably stay here for a while. He calculated the time. His second child was about to be born. Although he had no feelings for Xiao Wu, he couldn't be completely cold-hearted toward his own child. So taking care of the child was not a problem. When the time came, he could have the free white Ji and that Ling Yuan Douluo help take care of the child. After the rascal rabbit had her fill, he would give her a few days off and then continue. A tool person naturally had a tool person schedule. Yes, Qian Jun responded in unison, and then, with a thought from Chen Yue, the pair of good friends passed through the formation of ChenYue Fairy Island and arrived above the Tianyuan secret realm. They chose a direction and immediately activated their external soul bones to fly down. Chen Yue didn't pay attention to them anymore, but instead found Shueku. Last time he went to Tiandou City, he had already brought his entire harem into his ChenYue Fairy Island. The ChenYue Fairy Island was very large. As long as they were divided into different areas, it didn't matter. For example, the tool person area, the young beauties area, the identity concealment area, and so on. Shueku was still in her pregnancy period, so he couldn't let her know that Xue Qinghe had long been replaced by QianRenxue. Now, QianRenxue could still use this identity to interact with her CPU. After all, she was the empress. National treasure? As soon as Shueku saw ChenYue, a smile appeared on her face. With her big belly, she rushed over to hug ChenYue and gave him a kiss. She had indeed been a bit bored during this time, but fortunately, she had Huo Wu and Yi Lingling accompanying her. Moreover, the environment here was much better than in the palace, so it wasn't that boring. In fact, she found that her soul power level had skyrocketed while training in this place. In just a few months, in the time of the Tianyuan secret realm, she had reached a soul power level that was even stronger than her father's title. She had reached Soul Emperor. She just needed a 6 soul ring to become a genuine soul emperor. Considering all this, she felt that if it weren't for the child in her belly, she would want to repay Chen Yue fiercely. This laid-back life was simply wonderful. At this moment, upon hearing Chen Yue's straightforward question, she was clearly taken aback, pondered for a moment, and then said, "The national treasures are all in the treasury, but I remember that before my father passed away, Prince Xuexing went to the treasury. I don't know what the situation was. It seemed that it was given to Tang San by Prince Xuexing." Just from this, Chen Yue guessed the outcome. Therefore, what Qian Jun saw at the bottom of the sea should be Tang San, who went to Sea God Island using the water separation function of the Hanhai Qiankuan shield. Unfortunately, Poseidon had already entered the inheritance stage. The fact that Qian Jun was on the island and she didn't show herself indicated that this was likely the most critical period. She couldn't leave. In this case, even if Tang San's Sea God 9 trials were approaching, they couldn't interrupt the inheritance. Or rather, by the time Tang San could participate in the selection assessment at the Sea God Sacred Pillar, the inheritance would likely have already ended. Chen Yue felt that such a significant matter as the sacrificial inheritor would probably require all the Sea God Light pillars on Sea God Island to borrow energy. In his understanding, the sacrificial inheritor was essentially the spokesperson of the deity, and the semi-divine power they controlled naturally couldn't be taken away. It needed to be transmitted to the next sacrificial inheritor. Even a peerless Dalu couldn't necessarily transfer divine power. Let alone, this was not their own divine power, but rather the divine power obtained through praying to the deity. Thus, it would definitely require borrowing the deity's power. However, given Poseidon's personality, it was unlikely that he would show up. Moreover, when Poseidon set up the inheritance, he must have thought about having a day off. He couldn't be involved in everything personally. Therefore, Chen Yue believed that under the circumstances of Poseidon initiating the sacrificial inheritor's inheritance, the Sea God's sacred pillars on the entire Sea God Island would be unusable. Simply put, no one could initiate the so-called assessment granted by the Sea God at this time. So, even if Tang San arrived on the island, he could only wait. A thought flashed through his mind, and Chen Yue didn't dwell on this matter any longer. He went to his fairy palace within ChenYue Fairy Island, took out the Rakshasa demon scythe, and a stream of purple-black light flickered from the Rakshasa demon scythe, which was indeed Rakshasa. I'm not used to the aura of this place. It feels uncomfortable. As soon as Rakshasa revealed her form, she suddenly became dim, almost on the verge of disappearing. That's fine. Chen Yue summoned her here, naturally with his own plans. Your body is damaged now. If I lend you something to assist you, do you have confidence in shaping a brand new body? A brand new body? Rakshasa was taken aback. What do you mean? Your previous incarnation was the embodiment of the world's evil thoughts. Perhaps after you become a deity, you won't be limited to the evil thoughts and wickedness given by Douluo star, which ultimately leads to your mental demons becoming unstable, causing you to become demonic and fall. Rakshasa fell silent and lowered her head. This is probably the fate of every Rakshasa god. She was not the first Rakshasa god. Her predecessor also vanished like this. But have you ever thought about it? Chen Yue spoke. With the name of Rakshasa, you can control evil thoughts and govern wickedness, shaping a brand new and luminous divine body, rather than having to be formed by evil thoughts and wicked souls. Controlling evil thoughts and governing wickedness? Rakshasa murmured. Suddenly her eyes lit up. Are you saying it's like the method of the evil god king? The evil god, one of the 5 divine kings, was not the embodiment of evil himself. He was responsible for overseeing the wickedness in the world. However, this power was somewhat flexible because it was the evil god who regulated it, and he decided the standards and thresholds. Of course, other deities, such as the Shura god, could judge extremely wicked individuals, and the Rakshasa god could incite even more evil thoughts. It was like a cycle of harvesting. That's about right. Chen Yue nodded. He wasn't very familiar with the current situation in the divine realm. You can give it a try. This is my suggestion, but I must declare first. If the new attempt, whether successful or not, your original first-level divine position will definitely fall and shatter. If you don't choose to try something new, then you can become your first-level deity, the Rakshasa god, again. But since you have been a god once, you must know what your constraints are, right? Chapter 136. QianRenxue's scheme succeeds. How does this feel compared to me? The divine soul heart in Chen Yue's hand contains enough energy to reconstruct the physical body of a first-level deity. If the Rakshasa uses part of that energy to construct a new divine body, it would be a consumption, and when she is resurrected with her reconstructed divine body, she would no longer have the status of a first-level deity. The divine position shatters with the fall of the deity, even though she is still a divine soul now. The divine position is already gone. However, this divine soul possesses the strength of a first-level deity, but can only unleash its full potential in a specific environment. It's somewhat like the state of Qian Douluo and Poseidon, needing to be in the inherited land of the deity they pray to in order to borrow divine power. However, the Rakshasa only has a divine soul, and it is a damaged one. Even if she has the true strength of a first-level deity, it is unlikely that Douluo star could provide an environment that meets this specific requirement. Even in the city of slaughter, Chen Yue estimates that her peak strength would only reach that of a third-level deity, which would be quite impressive. The weakening of strength due to the fragmentation of the divine soul is not trivial. It feels a bit like Dopo's Yao Chun falling asleep after using up his power. Then let's reconstruct it. The Rakshasa showed no hesitation. After all, even if she reconstructed her body and regained the divine position of a first-level deity, she wouldn't be able to contend with Shura. At this point, she paused, then stepped forward to hug Chen Yue, teasingly saying, "And you are here, right? You can produce something for reconstructing a divine body. I think even if it fails, I definitely won't die, right? Chen Yue, this little demon." Chen Yue's mouth twitched, and he gave her a firm slap as a lesson. Be serious. I'm discussing serious matters with you. I've always been serious. The Rakshasa licked her purplish-red lips, leaned close to Chen Yue's face, and said, "Don't forget. I can see through the darkest thoughts in your heart. You want to?" Cough, cough. Chen Yue covered her lips, but she seemed a bit mischievous, using her tongue to tickle his palm. "Stop messing around. Get your state right. It's been several days. I've adjusted my state long ago." Chen Yue. "No. You Rakshasa. Can't you think a bit more purely? Why does it feel like a ripe tomato?" "All right, I'm starting. Come on, charge forward. I'm ready." Chen Yue. "I'm discussing serious matters." The Rakshasa gave Chen Yue a charming glance, half smiling. "What I said is also serious. Charging towards a new divine position. What's wrong with that?" Chen Yue. "Forget it. This embodiment of malevolent thoughts. The Rakshasa doesn't know how many years of malevolence she has absorbed on Douluo star. She's definitely a genuine theoretical master and a filthy demon king." A thought flashed through Chen Yue's mind, and he released the divine soul heart from his palm. In an instant, a burst of colorful light radiated from it, and as the divine soul heart dissolved, Dazzling streams of colorful light surged around him, gradually enveloping the Rakshasa. From a distance, it looked like an upright silkworm cocoon, but the shell emitted bright, colorful light. It should take a long time. Chen Yue felt that after the energy of the divine soul heart merged in, he wouldn't wait here anymore. Reconstructing a divine body for a deity is bound to be a lengthy process, especially since the Rakshasa wants to try something new. So, he casually raised his hand, set up a one-way barrier prohibiting entry but allowing exit, and walked out toward the palace. Inside the immortal island, Chen Yue could control any formation within the island, whether activated or not. So, rather than saying he set it up, it would be more accurate to say it was like diverting water from the south to the north. I thought you went out? Back in the central palace of the immortal island, Chen Yue was greeted by QianRenxue's slightly resentful gaze. Chen Yue, I want to verify some things. Chen Yue coughed, then looked at Chen Yue, who was floating in the center of the palace with her eyes closed, and cautiously hugged the little cotton jacket. In just a few days in the outside world, this little one had grown to nearly a meter tall, and her pretty face resembled a miniature version of Qian Renxue, looking incredibly adorable. This little face is so pink and cute, Chen Yue exclaimed. Oof, isn't it just like me? Qian Renxue haughtily snorted. If it were like you, she'd definitely have a face full of pores, still absorbing energy and in a semi-conscious state. Chen Yue. Really? Chen Yue didn't affirm, but he felt a bit skeptical. Qian Renxue was taken aback, looked at him, and pinched her own face. Don't believe me? Look at my face. What does it not look like an 18-year-old beauty? Chen Yue silently set Chen Yue down. In fact, it was hard to tell just by looking. You say Yue takes after you. I think she resembles me more. Qian Renxue chuckled. Why don't we let Yue say it herself? Chen Yue, who was also caught off guard. Actually, it doesn't have to be so complicated. Chen Yue glanced at her. I have a very good way to verify this. Qian Renxue frowned, calculating. This matter seems a bit complicated. What are you saying? Chen Yue walked over and, with a surprised exclamation, picked her up in a princess carry. Just need to have another one, and we can verify it. Qian Renxue. Goodness, you really have a plan, don't you? Readers on the other side of the screen could hear this. One child is fine, but this time I want to lie flat. You handle it yourself. No problem. After skipping over the checks and the tens of thousands of words of practice on bright lights and rolling wheels, Chen Yue, who turned on the bright light stone, gazed at the scene before him, lost in thought. Chen Yue. In front of him lay a comatose and reflective Bibi Dong. At this moment, Bibi Dong was lying on QianRenxue's body, and from Chen Yue's distance, he could only see the two faces that were somewhat similar, but not much. Congratulations, host, for marrying the Dalu villain boss and Wuhuan Temple Pope Bibi Dong, receiving rewards. Soul Ring Origin, Shadow Shift, Soul Flame, Mountain Opening Seal, Million-Year Soul Spirit. Soul Power Experience 1E. Soul Ring Origin. For individuals, the soul ring limit of all their martial souls will be maximized, i.e., 18 golden soul ring configuration. And all soul rings and soul skills will be reset and strengthened. Shadow Shift. An aggressive body technique from a certain fantasy dimension, capable of flashing and teleporting for surprise attacks, belonging to assassin-type body techniques. Soul Flame. A mental-type attack that uses mental power to condense a flame that causes turmoil and continuous burning to the soul, but with zero physical damage and ineffective against soulless beings. Mountain Opening Seal. From the Dou dimension, one of the 5 secret traditions of the ancient clan, Emperor Seal technique, extremely powerful. Million-Year Soul Spirit. Directly given to the 8th soul ring of the Heavenly King Divine Tower. Current host soul power experience value. 3. 94th level Title Douluo. 95th level Title Douluo. Chen Yue paused, glancing at QianRenxue with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was this intentional or accidental? QianRenxue proudly raised her head. It was intentional. How does it feel? What do you mean? Compare to me. Chen Yue. Sure enough, this beautiful girl is still somewhat different from a married woman. Looking at QianRenxue, why does it feel like she has a bit of a mischievous vibe? Always speaking in a somewhat improper way? I want to go out for some peace. Chen Yue finally stood up, but was immediately pulled back by QianRenxue and pressed onto the couch. The matter of giving ye younger siblings hasn't been resolved yet. How can you, as a father, retreat without a fight? Chen Yue. All right, you're tired too. It's my turn now, right? QianRenxue looked down, smiling like a flower, feeling a bit relieved in her heart. Now, who can compete with me for a man? In the Tianyuan secret realm, under normal circumstances, one cannot feel the passage of time, And this is even more blurred in the ChenYue Fairy Island. With the illumination of the bright stone lamp and the ability to control it, day and night are basically determined by oneself. Of course, Chen Yue can also roughly feel the passage of time. He can use Chen Yue as a reference. After all, this little one can absorb a limited amount of energy in every period. And as she absorbs energy, her figure will also grow. At this moment, Chen Yue sat in front of the main hall of the fairy palace, on a stone chair, gazing at the boundless darkness of the Tianyuan secret realm. This is the highest point of ChenYue Fairy Island. One could say that being here feels like standing at the pinnacle, looking down at the mountains. But even though he was at a high place, the area in front of him in the Tianyuan secret realm was still shrouded in fog, making it impossible to see clearly. How is it? QianRenxue, dressed only in a bathrobe, with slightly damp golden long hair, walked over and rested her head on Chen Yue, her chin pressing down on his skull. Are you regretting not doing this earlier? Chen Yue. This, I have to admit, rice bowls are indeed delicious. But have you thought about how to explain this extra child when she wakes up? ChenRenxue was unconcerned. Don't worry, I've checked her spiritual sea state. By the time the child is born, she may not even wake up. Chen Yue. Why does this sound so much like a dutiful daughter? By the way, what are you looking at? Chen Yue replied, in the distance, the Tianyuan secret realm seems boundless. Somewhat like a small world secret realm, but it also seems like another small dimensional world. This can't be right. ChenRenxue's expression slightly changed. A monster that can directly rebound soul skills. I don't think it resembles that kind of small dimensional world. Just as they were talking, they saw Chen Yue frowning, and the next moment, two disheveled figures appear before them. It was the Tianjun demon. Just looking at their state, it's really hard to describe. It was as if they had just returned from a trip to the north, disregarding their chaotic breathing. Just the visible injuries on them were numerous. Even their clothes were tattered. What happened? ChenRenxue frowned. Haven't you been in this Tianyuan secret realm for a long time? How come you flipped? Previously, these Tianjun demon went into the Tianyuan secret realm to find a way to enhance their spiritual power. After all, soul rings could be obtained by killing vine ghosts. So maybe there are also ways to enhance spiritual power, but these two guys like this. How does it feel? A bit like they have been labor reformed? No, it's not flipping. The demon Dalu stammered, speaking a bit unclearly. As ChenRenxue was surprised, he raised his head and suddenly realized. This guy, is his mouth crooked? It's like this. Tianjun Dalu pressed the demon Dalu to shut up, then said with a heavy expression, when we went deeper, we discovered a faint spiritual power spying, very weak, so we dared to follow and search. As a result, we found a group of monsters we had never seen before. These guys are all azure golden, like those flying soul beasts, but they're not beasts. Instead, they resemble a kind of insect, only their size is very large. Approximately. Tianjun Dalu gestured, suddenly seeing something, immediately pointed. It's about the size of the little young master. ChenYue. ChenRenxue. ChenYue. ChenYue twitched at the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, ChenYue is currently in a sleeping state absorbing energy. Otherwise, she would definitely say, excuse me, are you Tianjun Dalu? These monsters are extremely strange. Their forms are very agile, but they can spit out an attack of flowing light. And this flowing light attack is a kind of poison. ChenRenxue suddenly became curious. After your martial souls mutated, you shouldn't be afraid of this kind of attack, right? But this poison is manifested on the spiritual power. ChenRenxue's eyes widened, but then felt a realization, pointing at the crooked mouth and even slightly crooked-jawed demon Dalu. So he is. That's right. This conclusion is the result of the demon acting as a test subject. ChenRenxue. ChenYue. So, demon Dalu la pot. Indeed, as expected of brothers, there is absolutely no mercy in selling each other out. Chen Yue sighed, then stood up. Let me see what the situation is. You stand still. The demon Dalu quickly stood at attention, but his crooked mouth and jaw looked very awkward, extremely uncoordinated, and very strange. Chen Yue focused his mind. A mass of formless and shadowless heart fire, like twisted air, appeared in his palm, dividing a wisp of small flame towards the demon Dalu. Chapter 137. How? The child is about to be born. I admit, my setup is a bit long. It's definitely not that I didn't think of any tricks. It really is a spiritual poison. Chen Yue sensed slightly and captured a distinctly different aura from the demon Dalu. His eyes immediately narrowed, using heart fire to extract it. As he pulled out this wisp of poison, the crooked jaw and mouth of the demon Dalu visibly recovered at a rapid speed. Looking at your state, you should have killed this as well. Shifting his gaze from the demon Dalu to the Tianjun Dalu, Chen Yue inquired. Yes, Tianjun Dalu nodded truthfully. I used the skill of the spiritual head mushroom. Don't know how effective it is. Anyway, that spiritual ladybug that was about to attack me didn't catch up. After a pause, he added, that kind of monster is like a large ladybug, and it also has a spiritual type of attack. So I named it the spiritual ladybug. As for the demon, Tianjun Dalu twitched the corner of his mouth, glancing at the demon Dalu. It was he who wanted to see the characteristics of this spiritual monster. So he didn't use the skill of the spiritual head mushroom to block, but endured a full attack. The attack of the spiritual ladybug is quite peculiar. However, their forms are very fragile. With just one skill of the spiritual head mushroom, I can directly annihilate all of them in this area. ChenYue nodded thoughtfully, glancing at the poison enveloped by his heart fire in his hand. Then his eyes lit up as he looked back at Qianjun Jiangamo. So, your mental strength has been enhanced, has it? That's right. Good. Now you go out and take a look at the progress over at Sea God Island. As he said this, Chen Yue opened his other hand, and suddenly, a mysterious twisted mass appeared in his previously empty palm. At that time, infuse this object with your mental power to contact me. This was a means of communication, a skill inherent to Chen Yue's heart fire, allowing contact within a certain range. The reason for sending Qianjun Jiangamo back to Sea God Island again was that Chen Yue had thought of an interesting idea. Yes, although Qianjun Jiangamo did not understand Chen Yue's intentions, they did not ask questions, as they only needed to execute the task. That smile of yours. Are you plotting something again? Once Qianjun Jiangamo was sent out of ChenYue Fairy Island, QianRenxue looked suspiciously at the smiling Chen Yue, her eyelids twitching. I remember the last time you had that smile was during the Star Dou Forest. She recalled that after Chen Yue showed that smile, Tang San was completely stunned. It's been 5 years, Xiao Wu Yu. What the hell happened to my beloved? The result was that Xiao Wu was captured and confined. And now, Tang Hao and the others were about to start the inheritance assessment, weren't they? Chen Yue smiled, calculating the time. Ying should be about to give birth. Although there was still a bit of a gap, gathering energy from ChenYue Fairy Island should speed things up a bit, right? ChenRenxue, you're so bad. I like it. Chen Yue. He had a feeling that ChenRenxue seemed to be led astray by him. How can you be so bad and not take me with you? ChenRenxue huffed, stepping forward to hug Chen Yue's arm. Hurry up, I want to learn. Chen Yue, this was not just a feeling. ChenRenxue was completely led astray by him. Sea God Island. Sea God Hall. Here, it was a forbidden area within Sea God Island. Apart from the Grand Priest of each generation of Sea God Island, only the Sea God himself could enter this place. In the hall, 3 figures stood in a triangular formation. Between them lay a divine artifact, the Sea God Trident. These 3 were the Grand Priest of Sea God Island, Poseidon, and the brothers Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. At this moment, all 3 had their eyes closed, and a gentle Sea God energy enveloped each of them, seemingly connecting them to the Sea God Trident with a phantom line. Above the Sea God Trident, there was a blue-golden illusory figure, which was linked by 7 light columns, indicating that these 7 light columns were injected into the Sea God Hall, allowing the phantom to manifest within the Sea God Trident. Chen Yue guessed correctly. At this moment, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao were undergoing the inheritance of Poseidon's Grand Priest position. The process was very long because it required the Sea God power from the original Grand Priest to be transferred to these 2 new Grand Priests. However, this was just the first step. At this moment, Poseidon was nearly drained of her divine power, and she still needed to strip away the reward she received for passing her top-level 8th test. If she did not leave Sea God Island, there would be no need to strip away this test reward. This meant that even if she abdicated, she would still be a peerless Dalu, but could not use the power of Sea God Island. However, she could still traverse the seas with the advantages of her Sea Soul Master abilities. But if she chose to leave Sea God Island, effectively withdrawing from the guardianship, then the 8th test reward would have to be stripped away, akin to being stripped of one's nationality. Before Poseidon completed her top-level 8th test, her own strength was at the peak of level 98 as a Title Douluo. It was only by passing this 8th test that she could transcend the limits of a limit Douluo and directly become a peerless Douluo. Pay attention. This is the final mental strength enhancement assessment. A series of illusions will appear during this time, so don't fall for them. Poseidon called out, if you fall for it, failing the assessment is minor. The important thing is that if your mental strength sinks here, you might never return. This assessment was like a mental illusion. She had almost perished within it before. Fortunately, she knew that with Tang Chen's personality, he would never come looking for her unless he became a god. Understood. The two brothers of the Tang family looked serious and nodded in unison. All right, let's begin. As Poseidon's words fell, Tang Hao felt a flash of blue-golden light before him, and everything suddenly became blurry. The Tang Xiao beside him also disappeared without a trace. Is this the start of the assessment? Tang Xiao murmured, looking around at the blur. But when he turned around, it transformed into a familiar scene. This was Tang Xiao's eyes widened as he looked at everything around him, his gaze gradually reddening. He was in the midst of a scene where Bibi Dong led numerous Title Douluo to attack his Haotian sect. It was the battle for the extermination of the Haotian sect. Sect Master, you must leave quickly. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not fear the lack of firewood. When you find our ancestor, he will definitely make the Spirit Hall pay a bloody price. That's right. Our Haotian sect has not captured any scientists from the Spirit Hall. How can they fabricate charges against us? Tang Hao stood dumbfounded in place, hearing the voices of many elders. However, unlike his assessment, Tang Hao's situation had it already begun. Tang Hao mu, and suddenly everything around him changed dramatically. The previously blurred mosaic world transformed into a small house that felt familiar to Tang Hao. What is this? Once everything around became clear, Tang Hao felt somewhat familiar, but could not relax at all. Instead, he frowned, his face serious. He felt that the scenes around him were reminiscent of something he had experienced, but at this moment, he could not recall it. Just as Tang Hao was cautiously observing his surroundings and slowly approaching the small house, a familiar gasping voice suddenly entered his ears. Tang Hao's eyes widened immediately. Was that a Yin's voice? With this thought, he kicked open the door of the small house, only to see Yin in a familiar blue dress smiling at him. Yin, Tang Hao exclaimed with joy. Heaven knows how long he had thought about this girl. Finally, he could. Bang! As Tang Hao lunged forward, he was suddenly kicked ruthlessly outside, tumbling like a ball on the ground until he crashed into a large tree and finally stopped. Yin, Tang Hao covered his head, which was buzzing from the impact, shook his head, and looked back at Yin. However, at that moment, Yin had changed. The previous Yin, just like his beloved wife during their honeymoon, was not only able to play, but also offer sacrifices to summon soul rings, exuding the charm of a mature woman. But now, Yin had changed. Her belly was visibly growing larger, and the aura on her pretty face was gradually becoming more mature. In Tang Hao's astonished gaze. At this moment, Yin had surprisingly transformed back into the appearance of someone who was pregnant for 10 months, just like the one he had protected in the past. How could this be? How could this happen? Tang Hao was horrified. Yin had clearly made a sacrifice. How could it be possible? He released his martial soul, but was shocked to find that his 9th soul ring was completely empty, gone without a trace. Even more astonishingly, his soul power level had turned into Soul Douluo. This was impossible. This was absolutely impossible. I clearly am an invincible Title Douluo. How could it be? Tang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at his empty 9th soul ring position, his entire face written with confusion. How? The baby is about to be born. Yin looked at Tang Hao with hope in her eyes. Can you come over and stay with me? I'm a bit scared. Whether it was Tang Hao's illusion or not at this moment, he really felt a familiar scent from this Yin, who had an extremely unfamiliar aura, and his gaze paused, becoming somewhat hesitant. How? I'm really scared. Can you come over and stay with me? The baby is about to be born. Yin's eyes were moist. Although her aura was very different from before, the familiar look in her eyes, the familiar expression on her face, was exactly like Tang Hao's memories, causing his heart to tremble slightly, and he involuntarily walked towards Yin. As Tang Hao approached, Yin and her surroundings changed again. Originally, she was standing in that small house, in front of a small wooden bed, but now, the house behind her had disappeared, and even the wooden bed was gone without a trace. In its place was a table resembling a ticket booth, blocking Yin in front of it, instantly engulfing her within. How? Help me. Just as Tang Hao was puzzled and prepared to observe the changes, suddenly, Yin's panicked voice rang out. Tang Hao looked up and could only see the figure on the high platform, flailing their arms like someone drowning in water. Is this real? Tang Hao felt as if he had forgotten something, and he didn't know why he was here, but for some reason, he harbored great suspicion about it. So, regarding this change, he watched with his eyes, but remained motionless. No, it can't be. No, how? Help me, I'm going to die. Help me, how? Tang Hao was still deep in thought when the somewhat unfamiliar, yet extremely familiar tone of the scream suddenly jolted him awake. Yin. You really are my Ain I. He suddenly jumped up and grabbed a Yin's flailing hand, trying to pull her up. However, despite Tang Hao exerting all his strength, even using every ounce of energy he had, he could only pull Ain out a little bit, just enough for her head to emerge from the high platform, and then he felt completely weak all over. Just as he was about to jump down, he inadvertently looked down at the ground and was horrified to find that it had turned into an endless abyss. Tang Hao was stunned, his eyes nearly bulging out, but at that moment, he felt drops of water dripping from above his head and couldn't help but look up. He saw Ain, whose head he had only managed to pull out of the abyss, now with a face full of panic, her exposed head dripping with sweat. She was looking down at Tang Hao from a high platform, but her two soft arms were drooping like noodles, one of which was tightly held by Tang Hao, as she was his lifeline, for beneath his feet was a bottomless abyss. Ain, whether it was Tang Hao's illusion or not. He vaguely felt that the Ain he saw really was his Ain. This feeling truly did not seem fake. But at this moment, Ain, drenched in sweat like a waterfall, limp and silent like a dead fish, was a state he had never seen before. Chapter 138 ChenYue. Ain. Tang Hao's throat was dry. Why not pour her a glass of water? Strange, really strange. Tang Hao looked at Ain at this moment, his suspicion growing stronger. He could be sure that in his memories, there was absolutely no Ain like this. In his impression, his Ain was always gentle and virtuous. How could she be like the one he saw in the brothel? So, this definitely, absolutely, was not his Ain. But the moment this thought arose, Tang Hao found himself pondering another suspicion. But why does the hand I hold feel so similar to my Yin's, aside from being a bit shinier? How could it be? Tang Hao furrowed his brows deeply. He remembered that feeling well, but why? No, don't let me go. Just as Tang Hao was deep in thought, suddenly, Ain, who was tightly gripping his hand, awoke as if from a nightmare, her voice sounding without warning. Staling Tang Hao, is someone there? He frowned, but when he looked around, he still didn't find anyone else here besides him and Ain. Could it be? This woman is actually not his Ain? Tang, how didn't he think his Ain would act like this? She must not be his Ain. With this thought in mind, Tang Hao couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that this woman has some mental issues? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he showed a look of disdain on his face. All right, enough. Stop pretending. I know you have issues. Don't think you can gain my sympathy by acting like this. Ain. She seemed somewhat incredulous and suddenly widened her eyes, looking at Tang Hao, who was holding on her hand and not falling into the bottomless abyss, trembling as she spoke. You, what are you saying? Aren't you just trying to elicit sympathy? Tang Hao sneered disdainfully. Don't think that by pretending to be Ain, you can fool me. I warn you, that's impossible. You can deceive anyone, but you can't deceive me. Saying this, he wore a smug smile on his face. How can my Ain be like you, a woman with the aura of a seductress? My Ain is pure and selfless. At this moment, a Yin's mind felt as if it had exploded, rumbling. She had almost thought of a Hao as the moonlight, yet he actually despised her? No, it can't be. Her a Hao, actually sees her as that kind of woman. No, this isn't real. Everything is that demon-esque trick. A Yin's eyes became hot. No, it's not. Don't try to deceive me. Tang Hao snorted coldly, interrupting her speech. My Ain would never show such a face. Even during intimate moments, she would definitely be graceful and gentle. How could she be like someone with such insatiable desires as you? Women like you only dirty my hands. But considering your true intention to save me, I can overlook your pretense of being Ain to seduce me. As he spoke, Tang Hao forcefully shook off her hand that was holding him, and suddenly, he fell into the endless abyss below. A Yin's face flushed with anger, but when she saw Tang Hao unhesitatingly plummeting into the abyss, her expression turned pale with fear. All the words she wanted to explain suddenly caught in her throat, and in the end, she could only swallow hard, turning into one word: no. I knew it was fake. Tang Hao fell into the endless abyss, but did not get swallowed as he had anticipated. Instead, he landed on a completely ordinary barrier. Then, the towering platform in front of him vanished, replaced by something resembling a cashier's counter. However, what displeased him was that the one masquerading as Ain in his heart was still standing there. This Ain wore the blue dress from his memories, but her belly was swollen like a balloon, making her look completely different from the Ain he remembered, with only her face being somewhat similar. Why are you here again? Tang Hao said with a face full of displeasure, pulling out the Haotian hammer. I warn you, if you dare to desecrate my Ain again, do you believe I will smash you so hard that you won't even recognize yourself? Hao, it's really me. It's really me. Tang Hao took 2 steps back, holding the Haotian hammer horizontally in front of him, expressing his disdain. Stop pretending and show your true form. Or I want to be polite. Don't tarnish the image of Ain in my heart. Hurry up. While he was speaking, he noticed that although this Ain was very different from the one in his memories. If you were to say that the Ain in his memories truly showed him that expression. Just as this thought flashed through Tang Hao's mind, he suddenly saw the Ain he was most familiar with appear. Ain. Tang Hao's face lit up with joy as he hurried forward to grab this Ain, looking down at it with excitement. Ain, you really are okay, right? However, the Ain he was holding did not speak or even move. But Tang Hao was not displeased at all. Instead, he hugged her tightly, leaving Ain stunned. No, how, that is not me, the Ain behind the counter exclaimed. Seeing Tang Hao hugging the doll version of Ain so tightly, she realized that this was definitely another trick by that demon to prank her Hao. She had to stop him. However, her thoughts were beautiful, but reality was cruel. Tang Hao did not believe she was Ain. How could he possibly listen to her? Get away. Tang Hao's expression turned cold as he swung the hammer. I warned you, but you insisted on not listening, so you can go to heaven. With one hand around the plastic Ain and the other holding the Haotian hammer, he swung down heavily towards Ain. Boom! The entire counter exploded, as if Yin's restraints were suddenly released. But she felt as if her whole being was shattered. She stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Tang Hao in front of her, unable to believe he actually attacked her. No, this isn't real. This isn't real. Everything was fake. She looked at the familiar Haotian hammer with a sense of strangeness. How about that? Am I wrong? A voice whispered in her ear. I've told you. The Tang family just covets your soul ring. Look, that doll is just carrying some aura of your soul beast from your maturity period. Tang Hao recognized it directly. If it weren't for that, how could he possibly not recognize the aura of your maturity? Ain shook her head in confusion. No, it's not like that. Be good. Listen, others covet your soul ring and soul bones, but I'm different. I only covet your body. Be good, listen. At this moment, as Ain fell into deep self-doubt. In the Sea God Hall, Poseidon sat pale on a stone chair, looking at Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, who were undergoing the final assessment. Her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. Once they complete their inheritance, I will be free. However, just as she was eagerly anticipating their successful ascension so she could go find Tang Chen across the continent, she suddenly frowned. She felt something unusual in the soul power fluctuations of the two and couldn't help but look up, her eyes widening in shock, nearly drawing her sword to attack. What she saw was that Tang Hao, who was entering the spiritual illusion, suddenly shook his body, causing all his clothes to shatter, and his hand movements completely stunned Poseidon's mood. Poseidon. At this moment, her heart felt like a stampede of 1,000 bulls, with countless curses flooding her mind, wishing she could slap Tang Hao right now. Tang Hao, what are you doing? Poseidon's expression was cold as she shouted angrily. If it weren't for the fact that these two were Tang Chen's grandsons, she would have slapped this audacious brat to death long ago. How dare you turn on the machine in front of me? Is this a disrespect to elders or a provocation to my position as the high priestess? At this moment, Poseidon had infused the sea god's power into the sea god's trident, but her 8th assessment reward had not been retrieved, which meant she still had the strength of a peerless Dalu. I'm having a wedding night with Ain. In the spiritual illusion, upon hearing this, Tang Hao suddenly jolted, nearly scared out of his wits. Although his memories were sealed in the illusion and he did not remember Poseidon's voice, for some reason, he felt deep down that this voice was very frightening, as if he were facing his grandfather Tang Chen, and he did not dare to resist at all. He obediently explained, Poseidon. Her expression changed repeatedly as she told herself that Tang Hao was testing her, possibly as part of the assessment. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. My freedom is right in front of me. Poseidon managed to calm her emotions, but at that moment, Ain felt like her heart was being cut, shattered like glass. Ain stared blankly at Tang Hao in front of her, who was hugging a doll-like toy and working hard, her head buzzing, completely stunned. This was her beloved Hao, yet he preferred a doll over her. Could it really be because she had entered her maturity phase and lost her previous aura, while the doll in Tang Hao's hands represented her non-mature self? Sigh. On the ChenYue fairy island, in the fairy palace, QianRenxue looked at the dazed Ain in front of her and couldn't help but ask, she hasn't been spoiled by you, has she? ChenYue, how could you say such a thing? What are you looking at? QianRenxue snorted. What kind of look is that? Is there anything we need to hide from each other? ChenYue. By the way, you haven't answered my last question yet. You said, how do I compare to Bibi Dong? ChenYue. Can I answer that? As expected from a rice bowl? Just then, Ain trembled and murmured, no, this isn't real, this isn't. Seeing this, Chen Yue immediately perked up, stood up, and said, I need to get down to business now. We'll talk later. What business? Clearly, it's just a matter of seeing something inappropriate. ChenRenxue snorted, turned around, and went to the center of the immortal palace to find her daughter, Chen Yue. Don't worry, I'll help you. Ayin looked blankly at Tang Hao, who was holding a doll and shouting in anger, and in her eyes, the doll was rapidly transforming, eventually turning into a teddy bear. At that moment, Chen Yu's voice rang in Yin's ears, startling her. No, don't, you can't do this. The child, it will cause trouble. It won't. You can rest assured. Hearing Yin's reasoning, Chen Yue immediately smiled. Perfect, you can announce that you're breaking up with your Hao. Give him some rewards and parting gifts. Isn't that good? Yin felt a pang in her heart, sensing that this demon was plotting something very sinister. What do you want to do? Water resources are very precious. We cannot afford to waste them. We must utilize waste. Chen Yue grinned, revealing his white teeth. I remember there's a famous recipe for curing dry mouth. Why not use this recipe to quench Tang Hao's thirst? Ayin, what is it? Ayin looked confused at Chen Yue, who was approaching, but the next moment, she seemed to understand. At the same time, on Sea God Island, two outsiders arrived. These were by Qin Xiang, who was almost drowned and discovered by the magic soul great white shark, and Tang San, who was caught while smuggling. Speaking of Bai Qin Xiang, her recent days have been extremely bleak. Her grandfather, Bai He, wanted to put on airs in front of the Tian Dou royal family, claiming that he would ally with them, but under a series of conditions, ultimately being directly rejected by the Tian Dou royal family, QianRenxue. Following that, QianRenxue used the Yu family to set an example, even chasing the Pa family to the point of jumping into the sea. The four major, single-attribute families. The Li family was exterminated for rebellion. The Yu family and the Pa family were both involved in this case and were hunted down one by one. The Yu family escaped to the Xing Luo Empire and vanished, while the Pa family was nearly exterminated, with only the clan leader and a few remaining members escaping by jumping into the sea. Chapter 139. Tang Hao. Ayin, don't leave me. How can I live without you? Overslept. Now, only her Min family was precariously hanging on. However, at this moment, her foolish grandfather was still putting on airs, ignoring the safety of his clan members, insisting on the conditions he had proposed to the Tian Dou royal family. She originally thought that her grandfather Bai He was just trying to raise the stakes to provide a resting place for the clan members. But she never expected. Her grandfather Bai He had secretly sheltered disciples from the other three families. Later, these matters were discovered by the Tian Dou royal family, who directly ordered the capture of all wanted criminals, with no mercy for violators. Originally, with Bai He's extraordinary speed, no one should be able to catch him. In fact, Bai He successfully led some direct relatives and her to escape to Hanhai City. According to Bai He's plan, he had already moved some important clan members to Hanhai City. This was just to stall for time against the Tian Dou royal family. Bai He's intention was to take advantage of the Tian Dou royal family being distracted in their search to rescue those imprisoned single-attribute individuals from the four families. However, Bai He never calculated that among the single-attribute individuals they sheltered, fearing changes that might implicate themselves, they fled overseas first, and, after leaving, to prevent him from being captured, they secretly sent the news to the Tian Dou royal family. Although that person was later killed, the message had already reached Tian Dou City and could not be stopped. Soon, ChenRenxue had dispatched the spirit Dou, the porcupine, and the spear, who had undergone a transformation to capture Bai He. The spear Dalu, with the golden eagle divine wing soul bone, completely outpaced Bai He in speed, and moreover, the former was a Title Douluo, definitely stronger than Bai He. So without a doubt, Bai He was captured, and all single-attribute individuals from the four families in Hanhai City who were to be killed were executed. Of course, some people, like her, were lucky enough to escape to Purple Pearl Island before the porcupine and spear arrived. She'd been on Purple Pearl Island for a while, and after hearing that Sea God Island was a place that could change fate, she finally made up her mind to go to Sea God Island, because she wanted revenge. This revenge was not against the Tian Dou royal family, nor against the Wuhuan Hall, but against the Haotian sect. As the granddaughter of the clan leader, she knew very well that when the Wuhuan Hall ordered the Haotian sect to hand over people, the Haotian sect had written a letter to her grandfather, hoping that the single-attribute four families could return to assist them, stating that the Haotian sect would not hold past events against them and would allow them to return. Regarding this letter, the Pa family directly rejected the Haotian sect disciple who delivered it, while the Yu family expelled the messenger. Only the Li family and the Min family responded. The former was the most loyal dog of the Haotian sect, always bowing to their masters. As for the latter, She remembered that her grandfather's own sister was the wife of the previous sect master of the Haotian sect, so her grandfather had to support the Haotian sect. She found this very incomprehensible, but there was nothing she could do to interfere, and the end result was that the Min family members were going to their deaths. Originally, her Min family was living well, despite being oppressed by other nobles or small sects, but overall, they were doing fine and did not live in fear. However, it was precisely because of the charity from the Haotian sect that all of the Min family's peace and happiness vanished. She was unclear about the specific events, but she wasn't foolish and could infer based on various statements released. Firstly, the Haotian sect was destroyed, and Tang Yue, who was placed in the Tian Dou royal family, was taken out, reportedly executed by Prince Xue Qinghe. But without a doubt, the enmity between the Tian Dou royal family and the Haotian sect was established. Or in her view, it was the enmity formed between Prince Xue Qinghe and the Haotian sect. Looking further, after the destruction of the Haotian sect, she heard that they had gone to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school to discuss cooperation, and her grandfather he also hurriedly inquired after the news, but unfortunately, the three from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school did not meet her grandfather. But she was still relieved, otherwise, the subsequent events of Ning, Fengji, and the others committing regicide and attempting to usurp the throne would definitely implicate their entire clan. Yet even so, the Tian Dou royal family eventually discovered some clues. After Xue Qinghe ascended the throne, he first unified the entire Tian Dou city, and by this time, the Min family's intelligence network in Tian Dou city had been completely dismantled, and they could no longer hear any news. Then, she received an invitation from the Tian Dou royal family addressed to her Min family. Yes, an invitation. The invitation, on red paper with black characters, clearly stated that she, by Qinxiang, would be accepted as a concubine of the emperor, and that past matters of the Min family would be forgiven, and they could arrange a residence for the Min family within Tian Dou city. Henceforth, they would be royal relatives. At this moment, the Min family was in a precarious situation. After Xue Qinghe took power, it was clear that she displayed hostility towards the four single attribute clans. She just hadn't found a suitable reason or was still busy with other matters, so she hadn't officially wielded the knife yet. This she understood clearly. However, her grandfather seemed to be oblivious. In her view, perhaps he had fallen under some kind of spell from the Haotian sect, obsessing over it to the point of neglecting his own clan. At least she, as his granddaughter, had not been forgotten. I had sent her out first when searching for people, before being caught by the spiked porcupine snake. Landsoul Masters, I advise you to leave quickly. Sea God Island is not a place you can surpass. As this thought flashed through her mind, Bai Qinxiang looked up at the middle-aged Sea Soul Master in yellow. His expression stern, and said firmly, I come from the mainland and wish to participate in the Sea God assessment. I don't know. Oh. The middle-aged Sea Soul Master in yellow was slightly taken aback, exchanging glances with the many guards beside him. It seems you have some understanding of our Sea God Island. He paused for a moment before continuing. I'm telling you to leave for your own good. The Sea God assessment is a grace bestowed upon us, Sea Soul Masters by the Sea God. For you Land Soul Masters to pass the assessment is almost like climbing to the sky. It's good for young people to have courage, but if it's only empty courage, it will lead to death. Bai Qinxiang did not waver in her view. Senior, I'm already homeless. Since I have drifted to Sea God Island, this place is my home. I hope you can make an exception. Tang San, standing to the side, furrowed his brows but remained silent. Bai Qinxiang had come from another direction and had not traveled with him, as he had been caught while sneaking ashore and had been dealt with before being allowed into the assessment area. I see. The middle-aged Sea Soul Master in yellow frowned, glancing at Bai Qinxiang. As a Sea Soul Master, he could sense that she had just climbed up from the sea. Although her clothes had been dried with soul power, his keen senses easily detected the aura of the ocean. And you? The middle-aged Sea Soul Master looked at Tang San. Just then, a guard from Sea God Island hurried over and whispered a few words into the ear of the middle-aged Sea Soul Master. At this, the middle-aged Sea Soul Master's expression changed significantly, directing a cold gaze at Tang San. I am also here to participate in the assessment. Tang San's heart sank. He feared that the news of his sneaking in had reached the middle-aged Sea Soul Master. However, he did not think it was a disgraceful act. After all, he had stolen the secrets of the Tang sect in the past, and he was still using them well now. It was a mere act of sneaking in. Sorry. The Sea God assessment is paused. The middle-aged Sea Soul Master's expression remained unchanged as he crossed his arms, glaring coldly at Tang San, and said lightly, If it takes too long, you may leave first and come back another day. Right now, the assessment cannot be conducted. Upon hearing this, Tang San's face suddenly changed. What? How is that possible? The middle-aged sea soul master replied calmly. There is nothing impossible. If you haven't heard of it, that is your ignorance. Although he had been on Sea God Island for many years, it was his first time seeing the Sea God's sacred pillar halt operations. However, Tang San's act of sneaking had made him feel displeased, and he had no intention of explaining further. Impossible. The assessment of the Sea God's sacred pillar is open at all times. You are lying. Is it because you see us as landers and think we are easy to bully? Want to drive us back? Tang San glared at the middle-aged sea soul master with a dark expression, shouting angrily, You tell me honestly, is that the case? He understood that it was certainly because of his previous sneaking that the middle-aged sea soul master was deliberately trying to trip him up. However, he did not feel that this was a big deal. It was just something that needed to be hidden like a concealed weapon. So, he thought of a plan, a way to stand on the moral high ground, basking in the light, stirring up opposition. Then, he would force the middle-aged sea soul master to apologize under pressure and ultimately grant him access to the sea god assessment. Thinking of this, Tang San couldn't help but praise his own cleverness. Upon hearing Tang San shout, the surrounding guards from Sea Horse City immediately changed their expressions, their eyes turning hostile as they glared at Tang San. They unconsciously formed a circle surrounding both Tang San and Bai Qinxiang. Seeing the scene, Bai Qinxiang's expression changed, and she quickly distanced herself from Tang San, explaining, I don't know him. I came here on my own. If you don't believe me, you can ask the soul beast that speaks human language in the sea. I nearly drowned, and she saved me. Then, she described the characteristics of Xiao Bai, trying to prove her innocence. In fact, that was indeed the case. She had initially thought that, as a swift soul master, she could fly from Purple Pearl Island to Sea God Island, but little did she know she had overestimated herself. Outside the waters of Sea God Island, she had exhausted her soul power and fallen into the water. Being a swallow that flew in the sky, she naturally couldn't swim. Fortunately for her, Xiao Bai had been lazy and taken a young magic shark out to play, encountering Bai Qinxiang. Otherwise, she might have drowned. Of course, in reality, she was never in danger of drowning because Qianjun Jiangma had already reached Sea God Island. However, no one knew this. Currently, Poseidon was still in the Sea God Temple waiting for Tang Hao and Tang Xiao to complete their final test before being transferred to the positions of left and right priests, completely ignoring matters on Sea God Island. After all, how could one expect someone like Poseidon, who was about to abdicate and even renounce her Sea God Island citizenship, to manage anything? Oh, hearing this, the middle-aged sea soul master furrowed his brow, glancing at Bai Qinxiang, who, although somewhat dried, still emitted an aura that he could clearly sense was from someone who had just emerged from the sea. So, she was lying? The middle-aged sea soul master's heart moved, and his expression softened. I understand now. You can stay in Sea Maiden City. I will have a guard take you there. Although Bai Qinxiang did not know the magic shark Xiao Bai, the middle-aged sea soul master certainly did, as there was only one talking soul beast around Sea God Island, and that was Xiao Bai. Of course, this yellow-clothed sea soul master did not know that Xiao Bai actually enjoyed being lazy and taking a young one out to swim and play. This was something that probably only the 7 sacred pillars would know. After all, only a Title Douluo could claim to be on the same level as a 100,000-year soul beast, with her mere status as a yellow-clothed soul master. Although she possessed the soul power of a soul emperor, she was not qualified to converse with a 100,000-year soul beast like Xiao Bai. Thank you. Tang San looked darkly at Bai Qinxiang, who was leaving with a group of guards in one direction, his eyes cold. Good. This person dares to draw a line with me, confirming her as a friend. As for whether she has a path to death, that remains to be seen. You want to treat us differently, is it? The voice of the middle-aged man in a yellow shirt, which seemed to be smiling, yet not smiling, instantly brought Tang San back to his senses. Just as he was about to say something, suddenly, a strong wave of spiritual power erupted from the Sea God Temple, instantly making his head spin, and in a moment, he froze in place, his mind blank. No, this was in Tang Hao's illusion trial. Tang Hao watched as the in his hands suddenly exploded, leaving only a pool of pure cow's blood on the ground, and he was instantly stunned. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, raised his head sharply, and looked ahead, where there seemed to be a graceful figure, but this figure appeared to be pregnant. Ain! It's Ain! Tang Hao was overjoyed and hurriedly chased after her. Ain, don't leave me. How can I live without you? Chapter 140. Tang San, didn't Mom already make the sacrifice? How could you be pregnant? A A small chapter written while feeling sleepy. I'll take a look and write more during the day. Time to rest. This is, in a daze. Tang San felt that the surroundings had undergone tremendous changes. Originally, he was surrounded by the endless sea god island. But now, everything around had disappeared, replaced by a vast expanse of white, with clouds and mist swirling, resembling a fairyland. He stood there in a daze, but suddenly he heard Tang Zhao's roar, which jolted him awake. This is Dad? With that thought, he looked up towards the sound and saw his father, Tang Hao, seemingly mad, frantically chasing after a graceful figure. No, that's not just a graceful figure. That's a woman in a blue long dress. For some reason, the moment Tang San saw this woman, he felt a sense of familiarity with her aura. Could it be she's my mother? The thought suddenly surged in Tang San's mind, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Am I an illusion? Could this be the trial that Dad mentioned? Tang Hao and Tang Xiao as trials on Sea God Island were not hidden from Tang San. After all, the two had genuinely increased their soul power levels, and Tang San was not a fool. He would definitely ask about it. This matter was not a secret, so naturally, the two told Tang San. Could it be that the trial Dad is going through is mother? Tang San was stunned, so if that's the case. No, I have to help father. However, just as he was about to assist Tang Hao, he suddenly saw Ain in front of him change. The originally gentle and beautiful wife now had a hint of seduction on her face, and her belly was visibly swelling at a rapid pace. When Tang San saw Yin's protruding belly, he was instantly stunned. How is this possible? Mom, she already made the sacrifice. How could she still be pregnant? This is impossible. This doesn't make sense. Tang San was completely stunned. This completely contradicts what he had learned about many soul powers. After 100,000 years of soul be sacrifice, how could one possibly become pregnant? Wait, at this thought, Tang San suddenly felt a throbbing pain in his head, as if he had thought of something, and fragments of images flashed before his eyes like slides. Those were memories of the life lake at the center of the Star Dou forest. Crack! A faint, imperceptible sound echoed in Tang San's mind. The sound of the sealing stone cracking. At this moment, Tang San, looking at Yin's protruding belly, was deeply stimulated, and the seal of the sealing stone began to loosen again. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the memories he had sealed would be unlocked. Would he be stimulated to the point of developing a split personality? ChenYue expressed great anticipation, leaning in, resting his chin on Yin's shoulder, and whispered with a smile, "You've done a great job here." Ain, as if paralyzed, collapsed in ChenYue's arms, and upon hearing this, her pale lips twitched a few times, but she couldn't say anything. Unfortunately, this is Tang Hao's spiritual trial, and at most, it can only pull us two in. Otherwise, I would want that rabbit to come in as well. Chapter 141. Tang San, Dad, I am your son Tang. Tang Hao, don't randomly recognize me as your father. No, my Ain. Tang Hao's eyes widened, madly trying to chase after the graceful figure before him. But no matter how he ran, it seemed he was just treading water, and the distance between him and that graceful figure didn't close even a bit. However, his roar suddenly jolted Tang San, who was holding his head and suffering from splitting headache, awake. What just happened? Tang San held his head, feeling a heaviness, and suddenly shook his head, looking at Tang Hao not far away, and was momentarily stunned. Dad? Huh? Tang San's words startled Tang Hao, who turned to look and immediately frowned. Who are you? Tang San. Dad, what are you saying? Junior, you're not small anymore. How can you casually recognize someone as your father? Tang San. No, Dad, I am your son Tang. Go away, go wherever it's cooler. This is not a place for a junior like you. Tang San. Tang San looked bewildered at Tang Hao, who turned back around, completely ignoring him, and he instantly felt utterly stunned. What is going on? Why doesn't his dad recognize him as his son anymore? How? How could this happen? Did you see that? ChenYue rested his chin on Yin's shoulder, a meaningful smile on his face. That one called Tang San is your son, oh, and also the lover of that 100,000-year transformed rabbit. What do you think would happen if he saw his biological mother giving birth to little brothers and sisters for him behind a counter? Or if he saw his long-cherished Xiaowu? What would happen? Upon hearing this, Ain trembled all over, her face turning pale. What do you want? Ain turned her head with difficulty to look at ChenYue, her complexion turning white. Do you still not intend to let me go? I will give birth to the child for you. Can you let me go? I beg you. ChenYue crossed his arms, a nonchalant smile on his face, appearing sunny. But the words he spoke chilled Ayin to the bone. With your identity, aside from giving birth, your greatest usefulness shouldn't need me to elaborate, right? Ayin's body stiffened, feeling her hands and feet turn cold. Although for me, 100,000-year-soul ring and 100,000-year-soul bone are dispensable. Ayin's face showed a glimmer of hope, but the next moment, she felt as if she had been struck by a heavy blow, nearly collapsing to the ground. But I think a beauty like you, who transformed from a 100,000-year-soul beast, should be liked by many people, right? ChenYue smiled at her, but his eyes shimmered with a cold light. For me, useless things must be used as waste. Like your 100,000-year-soul ring. You probably didn't have it before you transformed into human form, right? Do you want to become like that rabbit, giving birth to 10 at a time, with children and grandchildren running everywhere? Ayin struggled to swallow a mouthful of saliva. She had a feeling that if she really nodded, this ChenYue in front of her would definitely chop her up without hesitation to take away her soul ring and soul bone. In the nearly 300 days of living in the Tianyuan secret realm, although she didn't see ChenYue much, she could understand him with her insight. He was definitely not the kind of person who would throw away something he had used for others to use again, even if that thing was of no value. She inexplicably shivered and wore a bitter smile on her face. Can I just go out and bask in the sun? She didn't dare to make any other requests. She felt that in ChenYue's eyes, she held no weight at all. If she dared to hesitate, even slightly, not only would she die, but all the people she cared about would die as well. In fact, that was indeed the case. In ChenYue's eyes, only ChenYue was true love. Everything else was just an accident. After all, a driver never picks the car. But a car he has driven must never be allowed for others to drive again. Oh, it seems you have come to a realization, right? A strange smile appeared on ChenYue's face. Since that's the case, he snapped his fingers, and suddenly, everything around them became illusory. In the next moment, Ayin was shocked to find that everything around her had vanished, and she was back on the ChenYue fairy island. Look, I caught it. Qian stretched out her hand somewhat speechlessly, and in her soft palm, there was a group of invisible but faintly greenish light, which was the toxin from the previous demon spirit, Dalu. However, this group of mental toxin in her hand was even more concentrated. This kind of thing might be a huge hassle for Title Douluos who were not proficient in mental power, but in ChenRenxue's hands, it was like a toy. After the evolution of her martial soul, she could fully become a hexagonal warrior in terms of attributes. Of course, it wasn't just attributes. Her physique was also very balanced. ChenYue deeply understood this. The more you use it, the better it becomes. What are you thinking about now? ChenRenxue instantly understood from ChenYue's expression and said impatiently, let's talk after you finish your shower, and she has given birth. The childbirth on Douluo continent is naturally not that complicated. Apart from a supreme-level traditional Chinese medicine that ChenYue obtained at the beginning, the usual childbirth on Douluo continent is done using soul power to gently coax it out. As long as the soul power is sufficient, there will be no various obstetric complications. However, Ayin's due date is still some time away, and ChenYue planned to take a different approach to stir up the Tang family's mindset, preferably to incite internal strife among them. As for why he could connect to Sea God Island's spiritual illusion while on ChenYue Fairy Island, it was because the place where Tang Hao and Tang Xiao entered during their assessment could be understood as a kind of instance map in terms of mental power. In simple terms, it could be considered as a soul leaving the body to enter a space between reality and illusion. Of course, this couldn't really be classified as a space. It doesn't even count as a rudimentary space. Strictly speaking, it could be regarded as a man-made dream world, a virtual real space. Perhaps due to the limited power of this deity, the legacy for the sacrificer was carelessly set up in a true-false virtual space, which also facilitated ChenYue's direct control. If Tang Hao and Tang Zhao's legacy were like the original works Tang San's Sea God 9 trials, directly transporting them to the Sea God Temple in the Divine Realm, ChenYue might have been helpless. However, just this simple virtual real space, even without the mental toxin, ChenYue could easily enter. However, if he wanted to bring someone and control this so-called virtual real space, he couldn't do without this group of mental toxins. Now that he had added a more concentrated one, ChenYue's face was full of anticipation. He really wondered what would happen when this Tang San saw his beloved, his mother, and his aunt giving birth at the same time on either side of a wall. Would he go into a state of schizophrenia? Would it lead to a fallen version of Tang San? Or would it be something like At? With this thought in mind, ChenYue glanced at the limp and sweaty Ayin, casually placing her on a soft couch nearby, and then turned to walk towards the palace. He wasn't worried about Ayin leaving. On ChenYue Fairy Island, without permission or recognition of authority, no one could leave this area. Just like Ian, who seemed to be right in front of the Tianyuan secret realm, ready to leap for freedom. In reality, the outer layer of ChenYue Fairy Island had an energy shield. Without the permission of authority, she couldn't even jump down. What do you want to do? Chen Yue walked into a palace without any hesitation. And upon seeing his figure, Tang Yuehua was instantly frightened, her face turning pale, and she collapsed to the ground without any dignity. On the other hand, Xiao Wu seemed very calm. She lay leisurely on a recliner in the courtyard of the palace, basking in the light. When she saw Chen Yue arrive, she only lazily lifted an eyelid, then spread her legs to either side, clearly indicating that she was lying flat. Chen Yue, truly worthy of being a rogue rabbit for 100,000 years. His adaptability is quite strong. Chen Yue twitched the corner of his mouth, glanced at Tang Yuehua, thought for a moment, and then smiled. Tang Yuehua, if I remember correctly, Tang Xiao is your elder brother, right? Tang Yuehua's pupils constricted, not out of shock, but because she had a feeling that this demon was about to execute some evil plan. What do you want? Chen Yue yawned. I can give you a chance. Tang Yuehua was taken aback. What do you mean? A temporary 3-day vacation. At first, Tang Yuehua didn't understand, but the next moment, her face turned pale as she was scared and retreated repeatedly. You can't. This child, once born, I can't let you touch it again. Chen Yue scoffed. It seems this time hasn't made you learn your lesson. Huh? Tang Yuehua's face trembled. What do you want? This seems to be my territory. You haven't recognized your own identity and status yet? Chen Yue smiled at her. But it's okay. The big show later is your moment to shine. Cold sweat dripped from Tang Yuehua's forehead, rolling down her face and forming a drip in the deep groove of her chin, creating just a ripple without clouds. What do you want? Nothing much. Chen Yue casually raised his hand, and Tang Yuehua was terrified to find herself floating in the air, hurriedly covering her skirt. You. Look at this rabbit. How self-aware and honest it is. Chen Yue sighed. Why didn't you learn from her? Tang Yuehua. Chapter 142 Tang San. Impossible, impossible. This isn't real. This isn't real. My head is all muddled. I'm going to sleep. Strange. It's really too strange. Tang San furrowed his brows deeply upon seeing that his father, Tang Hao, didn't recognize him. Dad, he actually doesn't recognize me? Wait, where's this place? Also, why is my already sacrificed mother appearing here? Tang San clutched his head, feeling waves of pain as if something was about to split open and grow out. But no matter how he probed, he couldn't find out. After all, the Fengshen stone could be considered a product of the primordial chaos, and it was certainly beyond his mental power to investigate. I remember my father and my uncle saying that they went through the trial of Sea God Island. Could it be that this is the final trial? Unable to comprehend, Tang San ignored the pain in his head and fell into deep thought as he looked at Tang Hao in front of him. Moreover, looking at this scene, could it be when my father and mother first met, before I was born? Tang San furrowed his brows, suddenly feeling that the scenes before him were changing. Originally, it was Ayin standing at that counter, but at this moment, it had transformed. The counter disappeared, and a pregnant Ayin was wearing a blue long dress. But what confused Tang San was, why did his mother have 4 legs? Moreover, how could the hair on those back legs be so thick? Tang San frowned deeply, looking at Ayin's big belly. Could it be that this was when my mother was pregnant with me? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that this was a trial for his father, a spiritual illusion similar to past soul skills. Just as he was thinking, his expression suddenly changed, his pupils shook, and he exclaimed, Xiao Wu. At some point, a slightly flushed Xiao Wu appeared beside Ayin. But unlike Ayin, Xiao Wu was standing behind the counter, which perfectly concealed everything below her upper abdomen. Therefore, her belly, which was even bigger than Ayin's, was hidden behind the counter, and Tang San couldn't see it at all. But the figure on her face, this special aura, also stirred up deep memories in Tang San. Am I forgetting something? Tang San stared blankly at Xiao Wu in front of him. He felt that this scene was familiar, and the pain in his head was growing stronger, but it seemed to be always at a distance he couldn't reach, no matter how hard he thought. I seem to be becoming an immortal. Xiao Wu, with a dreamy look, looked at Tang San and spoke a sentence in a tone that felt familiar, yet completely recognizable. And it was this tone that completely shook Tang San's mind. In that instant, Tang San felt as if his brain had exploded. He remembered that his beloved Xiao Wu, his beloved was captured by a demon. His beloved was defiled. Even that demon was forcibly standing in front of him, above his head. But he had no idea how, even later, his memories seemed to have vanished. Xiao Wu. He suddenly widened his eyes, like a dead fish staring. his mouth agape, his whole person stunned as if struck by lightning. No, it can't be. This is an illusion. This is fake. It absolutely cannot be real. This must be fake, must be an illusion, must be unreal. Tang Sen muttered to himself like a fool. But at that moment, he suddenly widened his eyes, watching something fall from a yin's body, a cry completely breaking his fantasies. This, twins. I have siblings? This is impossible. If I had siblings, my father would definitely have said so. He would definitely have said so. But, looking at the two little ones being held up by a pale-faced Ayin, Tang San felt his head buzzing, his pupils shaking violently, his mind spinning madly without coming up with any explanation. But this is this. How could this be? This is impossible. This is an illusion. It must be an illusion. It absolutely cannot be real. Everything is fake. It must all be fake. Tang Sen tried to comfort his heart, which seemed to be unable to bear it. But at that moment, Tang Hao, who was struggling, suddenly looked as if struck by lightning, his hair standing on end, his pupils seeming to want to burst out, staring fixedly at this scene before him. Upon seeing this scene, Tang San's heart sank. What happened to Dad? Shouldn't he be happy that Mom gave birth to a child? How could he show such an expression? Regarding Tang San's confusion, Tang Hao was completely unaware. He stared blankly at the pale-faced Ayin in front of him, feeling his lips dry and cracked, and asked, Yin, is this the demons? He remembered, as a Title Douluo, especially a Super Douluo, having undergone the Sea God trial, his spiritual power was very strong. Therefore, when a moment the twins appeared under Ayin's long dress, he was shocked to the point of numbness. Because this illusion was a fabricated illusion based on Tang Hao's memories. Once it deviated greatly from his memories, it was easy for him to realize that this was a fabrication, not realistic. And it was at that moment that Tang Hao suddenly awakened, and the illusion's blockage of his memories disappeared. In other words, he had successfully passed the trial. But he couldn't feel happy at all. His Ayin actually gave birth to that demon's child. I'm sorry. Ayin, with a pale face, holding the two little ones, looked at the delicate faces of the little ones, and a trace of maternal love involuntarily appeared on her face. When she looked at Tang Hao, her face was slightly pale, and in the end, she softly said, No, Ayin, don't leave me. No. Seeing Ayin leaving with the child, Tang Hao's eyes turned red instantly, especially when he felt that all the power of his ninth soul ring dissipated at that moment. He could no longer sit still. Stood up and rushed towards Ayin. Ayin, don't go, don't leave me. Come back. I will raise the child. I promise to treat it as my own. Please don't leave me. Ayin paused, turned her head, and looked at him with a complicated expression. Remembering ChenYue's previous words, she shivered all over. She had no doubt that if she entertained this thought, ChenYue would make Tang Hao and Tang Sen suffer 1,000 cuts, and even burn all the blue-silver grass on the continent. This was not an exaggeration. It was her estimation of ChenYue's strength. Xiao didn't know ZG, but she knew that back when she only had tens of thousands of years of cultivation, she had healed ZG, who had already entered the calamity of 20,000 fierce beasts. Therefore, when ZG appeared on the Sea God Island and transformed drastically, she gave up the thought of leaving, because it was impossible. So, she bowed to reality. The one you liked was the past me. The present me is different from before. I am no longer the person who would sacrifice myself for a fleeting emotion. I'm sorry. Indeed, ChenYue's previous words had given her some knots. What Tang Hao thought of was the her at the time of sacrifice, not the resurrected her. Although she had lived in the blue-silver forest for a full 100,000 years to achieve 100,000 years of cultivation shortly after transforming, her mind wasn't very mature. She could be said to be equivalent to a child. In the complex world of soul masters, not getting tricked was already considered good luck. But during this time, ChenYue used bloody reality and cold fist to tell her what the so-called complexity of human nature was, allowing her to truly witness the malice, cunning, and selfishness of humanity. No, Tang Hao cried out in agony, kneeling on the ground with a thud. Ayin, please don't leave me. I'm sorry. Ayin sighed deeply and spoke her last words, holding the two children, her figure becoming hazy and dissipating in Tang Hao's spiritual dream. Tang Hao cried out in pain to the heavens, having lost his 100,000-year soul ring. How can I fight that demon now? No, I must save Ayin. Tang San, who was acting as a spectator, at this moment felt his head buzzing, as if it had exploded. His mother gave birth. The child isn't his father's? Tang San, it's impossible, impossible. This isn't real. This isn't real. Tang San shook his head vigorously, muttering to himself, this can't be. This absolutely can't be. Mom loves me. Otherwise it wouldn't be like this when I awakened the blue silver emperor. This can't be. This can't be. This absolutely must be false. Too false to be true. Tang San murmured, but suddenly, he caught sight of Xiao Wu not far away, her face instantly flushing red, and he realized that she was also drenched in sweat. At that moment, he recalled the scene in the blue silver forest. Although he only heard the sound, he had tasted the sweet spring water, and the sudden aroma of nature made his heart skip a beat, tremblingly asking, Xiao Wu, you. I'm sorry, San. Xiao Wu showed a bitter smile, but her drenched appearance, combined with that apologetic smile, made Tang San's eyes widen. A strange thought emerging in his heart, and at that moment, he noticed that the counter in front of Xiao Wu had disappeared. Xiao Wu was now wearing a pink long dress, which seemed to be similar in style to a yin's, just with a different color. Tang San, taking the scene in, felt a buzzing in his head, as if he had been struck on the head. The bad premonition he had suddenly rose to his throat. Xiao Wu, you just. Xiao Wu's pretty face turned red, revealing a somewhat embarrassed smile. I'm sorry, San, I couldn't hold on. But you know, you've tasted that flavor, do you remember? Tang San was stunned. He had tasted that flavor? When was that? Wait. Tang San's eyes widened suddenly, his complexion turning pale in an instant. It was at the Life Lake in the Stardow Forest. He had been puzzled then, wondering why there was a Bloody Mary taste, but because things happened too quickly, he hadn't had time to think deeply, or he had forgotten after being knocked out. Then you. Xiao Wu's face revealed a shy smile. San, I'm sorry, I might have become like Anna Yin too. You should go find a woman to live your life. I'm sorry, San. She silently thought, San, wait for me. When I find the opportunity to backstab this demon, I will definitely come back for you. I just hope you can forgive me. Although her body was lying flat, her little thoughts were still somewhat slippery, making it impossible for her to be completely honest. She thought it was simple, just lie down and then quietly cultivate, until one day she could defeat this demon and successfully break free. If ChenYue knew her thoughts, he could only laugh. Why not kill? Didn't you forget? This tool rabbit transformed into a human to enter the human soul master world. For what purpose? And then, how did she seek revenge for her mother? By attending school with someone, and then under the guise of siblings engaging in some unmentionable things, ultimately going to Marshall Soul City to die, just to tell everyone that her enemy is Bibi Dong? However, did any of this have anything to do with her revenge? If she really wanted to avenge her mother, she might as well learn from the Demon Emperor during the Dosen period, who for her husband's revenge, hid for 20,000 years and eventually became a god without a divine position. While both are soul beasts that can transform into humans, when it comes to revenge, their actions and behaviors are not similar. They can only be said to have no connection at all. In short, this tool rabbit is completely an ideation type, likely equivalent to various cloud players. She persuaded herself that enjoying the present was to better hide herself and cultivate secretly, then find an opportunity for revenge. So, how to take revenge? When to take revenge? She had never thought about it, nor had she thought about how to cultivate secretly. Every day was just lying flat. And when she saw ChenYue coming, she would spread her legs. True flat-lying tool rabbit. But she was still deeply moved. No, Xiao Wu, I said before. If you want to move, you have to step over my corpse. Before Tang San could finish his words, he noticed Xiao Wu's expression change, as she recalled De Ming and Er Ming, who had died because of her own rash decisions. Immediately, she interrupted Tang San's words. No, you don't understand. You don't understand. She wanted to explain, but the words were on the tip of her tongue, and she didn't dare to say them, only able to say, Xiao San. Let's just act as strangers from now on. I'm afraid he will misunderstand. Tang San. Chapter 143. Tang San. Xiao Wu also gave birth, and the child isn't mine. Tang San was stunned. He couldn't believe it. His emotions were tumultuous, and his mind felt as if mountains were collapsing. Unable to believe it, as if it were an illusion, looking at Xiao Wu in front of him, seeing her belly, which was even larger than a yin's. His mind was buzzing, completely blank, as if he had lost the ability to think. No, this isn't real. Xiao Wu, tell me this isn't real. This is false. This isn't real. Tang San stammered, almost losing his balance. No, this isn't real. Xiao Wu, tell me you're lying to me, right? Right? Tang San was suddenly taken aback, looking up at Xiao Wu, his face showing hope and joy as he said, Xiao Wu, what you just said was false. You're lying to me, right? He knew it. His most beloved Xiao Wu could never lie to him. This must be, absolutely must be false. The kind that is very false. It must be that demon's trick. However, just as Tang San's smile blossomed, even before it fully bloomed, Xiao Wu's next cold words shattered all his fantasies. I said, all those words I said before were lies. Tang San. What? I said. Everything before was actually a lie. Recalling Tang San's desperate expression before, Xiao Wu felt somewhat embarrassed, her heart feeling blocked. Immediately, a flash of inspiration struck her mind, thinking that among humans, there seems to be a term called a white lie. Yes, that should be the term, she thought. If she cut off all of Tang San's hopes, would that mean he wouldn't interfere with her secretly plotting revenge? Or even, would it not affect the achievements that Tang San could attain under the conditions of dual martial souls and innate full soul power? With this thought, Xiao Wu made up her mind, as she didn't know how long this secret revenge plan would last. Rather than letting Tang San suffer here, it was better to cut off his hopes. This way, Sin would definitely think of her as a woman with many schemes, and he would surely forget her, right? No, this isn't real. Xiao Wu, you're lying to me, right? Is that demon coercing you? Tang San's eyes widened, and for the first time, he felt like breathing was somewhat difficult. This is impossible. This is impossible. Xiao Wu, this is fake, right? This must be fake, right? Xiao Wu, expressionless, looked at Tang San in front of her and said clearly, hissing, just as she was saying something, a sudden wave of pain spread through her, causing her to widen her eyes in shock, her legs instinctively parting. In the next moment, Tang San saw something under her long skirt, but before he could see clearly, he heard a crying sound coming from it. Tang San? Xiao Wu. I'm sorry. Xiao Wu's face was somewhat pale, taking a sharp breath as she looked at Tang San, who had a similarly pale complexion, like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. She forced a smile and said, in front of you, I gave birth to a child that isn't yours. Tang San. Xiao Wu, whose child is this? Tang San's face trembled, his skin twitching as if distorted. It's your stepfather's. Tang San. His pupil shook again, but this time the tremor made him feel a sharp pain in his heart. He instinctively covered his chest, his mouth agape, almost nervously muttering, impossible, impossible, this can't be. Xiao Wu. He loves me the most. This can't be. How could she possibly be pregnant with someone else's child? I must be dreaming. This can't be real. It definitely isn't. The neurotic Tang San, after briefly covering his chest, bending over and mumbling to himself, suddenly saw Xiao Wu's face pale even more, and another crying sound came from beneath her skirt. This sound was like a bloody knife, cold and piercing into Tang San's forehead. His eyes widened suddenly like a dead fish, and he burst into wild laughter. My mom gave birth. The child isn't my dad's. Xiao Wu also gave birth, and the child isn't mine. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San, who seemed to have changed a bit, and took 2 steps back in fright. Her heart wanted to care for Tang San, but remembering Chen Yue's previous warning about Ayin, and how she had worked hard to hide and gain Chen Yue's trust during this time, she knew that if she spoke up, she would immediately be exposed. So she could only forcibly suppress the complex emotions of either pity or heartache in her heart, silently turning around and disappearing from the spot. But strangely, on the ground where she originally stood, there was only a puddle of water, and the crying sound could be heard, yet no figure was seen. Xiao Wu has a child. I'm going to be a dad. The child isn't mine. Tang San's expression was a mix of foolish laughter and madness. His face, after awakening the blue-silver emperor, seemed somewhat twisted, looking extremely strange. I have little brothers and sisters now. I'm not an orphan anymore. I still have Xiao Wu. She gave birth to 2 kids that aren't mine. This is the porridge Xiao Wu made for me. It's spilled on the ground, but it still smells good, sweet, like it has sea cucumbers added. Xiao Wu wants to nourish me back to health. Tang San's dazed laughter echoed throughout the secret realm that was now empty, his whole body like a dog, lying on the ground. But it seemed as if it was a natural talent. Almost forgot about his dog legs. This posture was like a dog eating feces. Unfortunately, such a splendid scene went unseen. It was truly a pity. Slap. Tang San, dazed, suddenly exploded. Hey, what is wrong with you? Don't discuss people like this. In his muddled consciousness, Tang San heard a cold, yet horrified voice. What happened? Tang San was somewhat confused. He felt that something indescribable had happened earlier, but no matter how hard he tried to think, he couldn't recall, and whenever he thought of that moment, he couldn't help but wanted to distort his mouth and laugh wildly. Hey kid, I'm talking about you. Showing the kind of look in front of us big men. You must be out of your mind, right? While Tang San was thinking this, suddenly, The middle-aged man in a yellow outfit spoke up, startling him awake. What? He suddenly sat up, only to realize he had somehow collapsed on the land of Sea God Island, surrounded by a few healing soul masters. And the one speaking was the middle-aged man in yellow who had spoken earlier. What happened? Tang San was bewildered. He remembered suddenly fainting. But couldn't he recall what happened afterward? How strange. What he didn't see was that at this moment, within his vast sea universe shield, flickering blue light was shining. But it quickly faded away. Divine Realm, Sea God Temple. Sea God Poseidon let out a long breath. It was hard to find a savior. Oh no, a successor. If he went crazy, what would become of it? Earlier, the illusion Tang San was in was the final assessment of the High Priest of Sea God Island. And the reason Tang San was pulled in was actually due to the vast sea universe shield, which wanted Tang San to experience it once to prepare for his 9th assessment as Sea God. That's right. Long before the vast sea universe shield was activated, Sea God Poseidon had already noticed Tang San. Of course, he wasn't a voyeur, constantly watching Tang San. After all, the difference between the real body staring at the successor and the divine consciousness watching was significant. The former could be said to be rubbing against the edge of the rules of the divine realm, and if discovered by the divine realm committee, he might face some punishment for crossing the line. It was like certain chapters where people crazily rubbed against the edge of a small black room. But the latter had no restrictions. This could be understood as a preset program, and the separated divine consciousness illusion had little combat capability, serving merely as a guiding role. This time, Sea God Poseidon secretly helped Tang San block a portion of his memories so that he would forget what he saw and heard in Tang Hao's assessment illusion, which was actually also a violation of the rules. As for the savior, Sea God Poseidon, like High Priest Posiasai, was always waiting for someone to take over his position so he could fly freely. However, as a first-level deity, there were requirements for the candidates for assessment, roughly equivalent to job applications requiring certain qualifications or higher. Even if Poseidon wanted to lower the requirements, the divine position wouldn't allow it. What does that mean? It was like the Dream Eye Silkworm trying to give a Title Douluo a wisdom soul ring. The latter would be directly burst to death. Fortunately, that guy Shura somehow let kindness manage this aspect. Otherwise, he would have probably kicked down the door by now. Sea God Poseidon turned back and glanced at the door of his sea god temple, his gaze penetrating through the door, seeing the entire seabed, with no divine presence visiting. He had only been a god for 20,000 years, which in the Douluo divine realm was just 20,000 days. Although he was a first-level deity, he had no gods available under him. Noticing no signs of Shura's arrival, Sea God Poseidon breathed a sigh of relief. But suddenly, he frowned. Thunder God, why have you intruded into my sea god temple? What do you want? As his words fell, a flash of purple light appeared, transforming into a figure in front of Sea God Poseidon. He is the Thunder God, a lower-level deity under the god of destruction, one of the 3 law enforcers of the divine realm. In the divine realm, there are many first-level deities, and a first-level deity can become a main god, meaning that as long as the god king does not intervene, a first-level deity can take charge, hence this title. However, each main god actually has their own responsibilities. Of course, neutral gods like Poseidon do not have much power. But this Thunder God, under the god of destruction, is a main god on par with any of the 7 original sin gods, overseeing various heavenly tribulations in the lower realm. Logically, he should have no connection to someone who holds no real power, right? Your Highness Poseidon, the Thunder God said, slightly cupping his hands, I have heard that you have a place of inheritance on the Douluo continent. The previous incident regarding the fall of the god of disaster was like a thorn stuck in his heart. However, when he went to find the god of destruction, he was directly thrown out of the divine council. He then attempted to seek out the Shura god, but when he arrived at the Shura temple, he was informed by the duty deity that the Shura god had long since assigned his top general, the god of exorcism, to that position. It was discovered by the goodness god 100 days ago, who then took over the Shura's duties, and it was said that the Shura god would return to seek retribution afterward. As for his situation, the goodness god expressed her inability to assist him, as she did not come from the Douluo star. P.S. This goodness god is not the flame god. She is still the original goodness god. As for descending to the lower realm, I'm sorry, that requires the approval of all 3 law enforcers, and currently, the Shura god is missing, and the god of destruction is guarding the Golden Dragon King, so it's impossible for him to grant permission. With no other choice, the Thunder God could only go to the 7 original sin gods to inquire about the situation, ultimately receiving the answer he wanted. The only deities who have come out of the Douluo star and possess a place of inheritance are currently the Shura god, the Rakshasa god, the angel god, and Poseidon. Since the Shura god is missing, he definitely cannot find him. As for the Rakshasa god, the thunder god only remembers that when he first returned to the divine realm, he had seen a woman dressed very purely, and after that, he never saw her again. The 7 original sin gods also did not know the specifics. The angel god was the same. He did not know why he was gone. But that module was not under his jurisdiction. As the thunder god, he rarely stayed in the divine realm, mostly going to the divine realm transit station to handle the heavenly tribulations needed for various continents. After a thorough search, he ultimately had to approach Poseidon. You want to descend to the lower realm privately? Poseidon frowned. This matter is off the table. In the divine realm, there are only 2 ways to descend to the lower realm. The first is through a place of inheritance, which allows free descent, but can easily be detected by law enforcers. The second is for the 3 law enforcers to jointly open a transport tunnel. Of course, there is a third method, which is not considered descending, but is similar to it, akin to a place of inheritance, such as the vast sea covering the world left by Poseidon. However, this method's effectiveness is extremely low, and the energy is scarce. The most crucial point is that once a killing occurs, law enforcers will sense it instantly. Essentially, this can only be used to fend off enemies for divine exam candidates. Chapter 144. Ain, can you act normal? The child is still here. Keep up. The middle-aged soul master in yellow coldly glanced at him and turned to walk in a certain direction. The just-awakened Tang San was still bewildered, looking confused. However, he glanced at the many guards around him with wary expressions and the residents of Poseidon Island, ultimately deciding to follow. The sealed memories from the previous dream had made him forget some things, including the so-called differentiated treatment on Poseidon Island. But these, the middle-aged soul master in yellow had not forgotten. As the middle-aged soul master in yellow led the way, Tang Sin noticed that the houses around them became increasingly dilapidated as they went deeper, eventually arriving at what appeared to be a relatively spacious thatched cottage. Even more unbelievable was that inside this thatched cottage, there lay a creature snoring like thunder. A pig? Tang Sin looked bewildered at the middle-aged soul master in yellow, who coldly shot him a glance. Aren't you asking for differentiated treatment? Well, this is your differentiated treatment. Tang San, sharing a bed with a pig. Damn it. Tang San almost couldn't help but pull out his 3-meter Haotian hammer to smash someone. But the middle-aged soul master's next words made him breathe a sigh of relief. This pig happens to be in its nursing period, so it counts as a specialty of our Poseidon Island. You should be quite satisfied with this differentiated treatment, right? Tang San. At least it's not pig dung, otherwise. Wait, is this pig milk? Tang San's eyes widened, suddenly turning around. But where was the middle-aged soul master in yellow? He had long since disappeared without a trace. At that moment, in the Poseidon temple, Tang Hao slowly woke up. The first thing he saw was Poseidon's expressionless face, which seemed to radiate coldness. Why does this atmosphere feel somewhat uncomfortably chilly? Tang Hao instinctively felt something was off, sensing a chill that didn't seem to come from within, but rather from his body. What the hell? Where are my clothes? He had completely forgotten that his clothes had been shattered when he was hugging that teddy toy, and Poseidon had seen this scene and had not slapped him dead on the spot, which was already fortunate. How could she possibly give him clothes? I don't want to say much about your disgraceful behavior in the illusion, but I advise you not to embarrass yourself any further now. Poseidon's cold words made Tang Hao shudder, and he hurriedly put on his clothes, looking somewhat embarrassed as he said, High Priest, I'm sorry. Also, please clean up. Before he could finish his sentence, Poseidon pointed at the drop of unidentified filth dripping from the trident of Poseidon. Tang Hao, the embarrassment on his face deepened, looking around, and finally picked up a rag from the ground to wipe it. Fortunately, at this moment, Poseidon in the sea god temple did not use his divine sense to observe this place of inheritance. Otherwise, wouldn't he have been beaten so badly that his mother wouldn't recognize him? So, Tang Hao was lucky. However, while he was wiping, Tang Xiao suddenly trembled all over. Ain, are you telling the truth? Tang Hao? What the hell? Poseidon, what kind of awkwardness and trouble will this bring? The two looked at Tang Xiao with confused expressions. At this moment, Tang Xiao was still in the midst of a mental assessment. Unlike Tang Hao, who had the good fortune of having the sea god Poseidon watching over him, he was deeply trapped in his own illusion and unable to extricate himself. Of course, in reality, Ain was already tired, and ChenYue had let her go to rest. At this moment, he was holding several little ones. thinking of using the power of ChenYue Fairy Island to have these little guys accompany Chen Yue. What the hell? As a father, how can you be so lazy? QianRenxue was shocked upon hearing this. With so many kids, were you planning to leave them all on ChenYue Fairy Island to absorb energy until their martial souls awakened at the age of 6? What else would I do? QianRenxue wanted to say something, but Chen Yue's next sentence made her instantly shut up. Do you want us to travel every day with a few little ones? And when you feel like it, hear them say, I want to hug daddy and sleep? QianRenxue. To be honest, that feeling was quite similar to when she was pregnant with Chen Yue. Wanted to do something, but being unable to, only feeling annoyed that this little one was getting in the way of her growth. Chen Yue, should I leave? All right, that's not a big problem. Chen Yue smiled. If it was before, perhaps there was really no way to enhance these little ones on ChenYue Fairy Island. But now, Chen Yue looked at the 6 little ones in total. You really count as my timely reign. He opened the system notification, which was the offspring reward. The system detected the birth of the host's second offspring, born to Ayin, and issued a reward. Soul Power Experience Value 1. One-time Gathering Spirit Array. 10. One-time Gathering Spirit Array. Only effective for humans under 6 years old, can greatly enhance their physical fitness and comprehension of soul power. Moreover, those benefiting from this array will automatically comprehend the method of soul crystal gathering upon becoming a Soul Douluo. However, the side effect is that the children within the array cannot wake up, but their consciousness is awake. Soul Power Experience Value. 4. 94th level Title Douluo just right. 10 one-time Gathering Spirit Arrays. There are 7 kids here, including ChenYue. Not bad, not bad. The system detected the birth of the host's third offspring, born to Ayin, and issued a reward. Super Artifact Sword of Judgment. One-time Dan 10. Soul Power Experience Value 0. 5. Super Artifact Sword of Judgment. The Sword of Judgment, comparable to the Azura Demon Sword, possesses extremely powerful holy judgment power. One-time Dan. Restricted to children. After consumption, the medicinal effect remains in the body and accompanies their growth, gradually improving their physical fitness and stabilizing their cultivation foundation. In terms of the Dopa world, it would give them a divine appearance. Soul Power Experience Value. 4. 5. 94th level Title Douluo, the Sword of Judgment. Just right for Shue. And this one-time Dan is like adding wings to a tiger. Combined with the Gathering Spirit Array, it can give these 7 little ones a perfect childhood enhancement. Thinking this way in his heart, Chen Yue looked at QianRenxue in front of him, handed her the Sword of Judgment, and said, speaking of which, we haven't given you a gift for so long here, don't be polite. QianRenxue? She looked at the sword, which was about a meter long and bathed in holy judgment light, with a bewildered expression, staring blankly at Chen Yue. Wait, you give me this big sword. Are you trying to make me stab you? Chen Yue. Why does my wife seem a bit love-struck? Chen Yue twitched the corner of his mouth and gave her a playful slap. This is a super artifact, a weapon for your self-defense. QianRenxue. Oh my, is it the same thing as your broken divine spear? In an instant, her eyes lit up, and she ruthlessly grabbed the Sword of Judgment. Feeling its powerful and matching holy judgment power, her expression filled with joy as she kissed Chen Yue fiercely. This sword is perfect for me. So, do you want to use it to stab me? QianRenxue. She smiled awkwardly while I was just joking. She really thought that Chen Yue was giving her some kind of gift for an old married couple, like a ring or something. After all, she had heard of many men giving such gifts to women in the Heaven Dou Palace for so many years, so she subconsciously thought. But now that she thought about it, what kind of thing was that? Her man was far from such a mundane person. If you're going to give a gift, give a super artifact. Chen Yue. He looked at the smiling QianRenxue in front of him. Her eyes somewhat moved and immediately cleared his throat. The kids are still here, don't rush. QianRenxue. Why does it feel like these kids are so annoying? Chen Yue continued to look at his system rewards. The system detected the birth of the host's 4th offspring, born to Ayin, and issued a reward. Heart of the Emperor, Ruthless Divine Skill, Soul Power Experience Value 1. 5. Heart of the Emperor. Only effective for non-human beings transformed into humans. If the absorber is a plant, they will become the Emperor among plants, which suppresses any plant-type soul beasts, including divine-level soul beasts. If they are a beast, they will become the Emperor among beasts, which has a great suppressive effect on any soul beast, including sea soul beasts and divine-level soul beasts. Ruthless Divine Skill. It is said that this skill can cut off all emotional desires, leaving only the present. After practicing, soul skills will become unusable, but various ultimate skills within the divine skill will be comprehended. Soul Power Experience Value. 6. 94th level Title Douluo, the Heart of the Emperor. So this means it will unify the soul masters? Chen Yue thought in his heart. Then he would give it to Ziji. Ayin seemed a bit unruly. But that Ziji who transformed into Bai Ji, how did it feel? Although she was called Bai Ji, she seemed to have a bit of a dark feeling. He recalled what he had seen a few days ago when he went to find Bai Ji, what it meant to be inconsistent. For example, standing on a high counter, her expression was solemn and dignified as if she had an audience. However, she demanded Chen Yue to lie on the ground and cooperate with her squats, under the pretense of severely punishing him in public. In the moment when these thoughts flashed through his mind, Chen Yue focused his thoughts, and at the teleportation array of ChenYue Fairy Island, Ziji instantly appeared in front of him. Ziji, oh no, it should be called Bai Ji. She had long pure white hair like the silver moon and wore a long dress as bright as the moonlight goddess, giving off an air of coldness and nobility. She looked down at Chen Yue with a proud expression, saying lightly, "Sinner, have you committed unforgivable acts against some people again?" Chen Yue, you get used to it. QianRenxue? What kind of look is this? She was a bit confused, but upon seeing Chen Yue's helpless expression, she suddenly felt like a spectator and watched with great interest. To be honest, this was the first time she had seen Bai Ji's behavior after she turned into a white-haired person. As soon as this thought crossed her mind, she saw Bai Ji, expressionless but with an extremely solemn voice, saying, "Today, I represent the pure God to cleanse all your sins. I advise you to lie down honestly and not be ungrateful." Chen Yue, he didn't want to say anything to her, and directly pressed the heart of the emperor against her heart. It seems to have changed quite a bit. The moment this thought emerged, Bai Ji's eyes widened, and a look of confusion flashed across her eyes. The next moment, the heart of the emperor released a powerful energy within her heart. She was instantly enveloped in a cocoon-like white energy at a visible speed. Previously, the same happened with the Rakshasa, which means that after this change, her strength might increase significantly. The Rakshasa reshapes her divine body. It is also in this cocoon shape. Does this mean that she might have some connection with the deities? Chen Yue thought to himself. After all, this thing only enhances bloodline abilities, not cultivation. But there might be something similar to the divine inheritance of human soul masters. With this thought, Chen Yue didn't let her linger outside any longer. Instead, with a thought, he sent the cocoon Bai Ji back to the immortal palace. The heartless divine skill. This seems quite suitable for Ayin. Suddenly he looked forward to her second child. Chen Yue thought about this and glanced at the small ones lying nearby. Then looked at ChenRenxue. After some consideration, he decided not to make his wife run errands. With a thought, he used the teleportation array of ChenYue Immortal Island to transport Ayin, who was lying there in her nightgown, over. What are you doing? Ayin suddenly felt dizzy and was startled when she turned around and saw a group of small ones, along with ChenYue and ChenRenxue. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. But then she seemed to think of something, her face turning pale. Yu, can you be normal? The child is still here, can you not? Chen Yue, what do you take me for? Chapter 145, ChenRenxue. Did he take advantage of my absence to play some exciting and fun games again? ChenRenxue. Are these two taking advantage of my absence to play some exciting and fun games? Cough, cough. Chen Yue cleared his throat. Don't worry, this is serious business. Come here. Ayin looked at him suspiciously, but didn't dare to resist. She knew that this man, while appearing cheerful, was truly ruthless and would not show any mercy when it came to torturing people. She stepped forward, and Chen Yue placed his palm on her forehead, directly pouring the heartless divine skill into her. In an instant, Ayin trembled as if struck by electricity, suddenly stiffening, and the next moment, she entered a state of enlightenment. The transformation of the heartless divine skill would take some time. It would be best to let her stay quietly in the palace on ChenYue Immortal Island. Chen Yue glanced at her size, which had grown from the third letter to the fifth, and thought to himself that the little ones, with the help of the spirit gathering array and the Esher pill, didn't need to eat at least until they woke up, so this food still couldn't be wasted, although he had traveled through time. Chen Yue still firmly remembered the ideology of not being wasteful promoted under the red flag, and it was something he held dear. With this thought, Chen Yue did not delay any further, and continued to look at the system rewards. The system detected the birth of the host's fifth offspring, born from Xiao Wu, and issued rewards. Divine Position God of Dawn, Super Artifact Dawn Sword. Soul Power Experience Value 0. 5. Divine Position God of Dawn. A deity that fell under the Dragon God during the early period of the Douluo Divine Realm. Equivalent to a quasi-divine king-level deity in the current Douluo Divine Realm. Above level 1 deity, below Divine King. Due to the host's martial soul being too strong, The divine position cannot be granted if forcibly inherited. The divine position's energy may be absorbed by the martial soul into a small amount of soul power experience value and enhance the soul ring configuration. Super Artifact Dawn Sword. The super artifact of the God of Dawn, comparable to the 5 great divine kings. Before the fall, the God of Dawn was indeed a divine king, but due to excessive energy loss after falling once, he is now a quasi-divine king. The current soul power experience value of the host is 5E, the divine position. I should leave it for Liu. With such a high quality of Snow's martial soul, it shouldn't be locked at this quasi-divine king position. That little one could. Although Liu also gained some energy due to being the mother, she still needed time to digest it. By the time she finishes digesting, QianRenxue would probably have reached a new height. So, I should leave this divine position and artifact for her. Chen Yue still had a question mark in his mind. He wasn't sure what Chen Liu's martial soul was at the moment. If it was in the direction of ultimate fire, the God of Dawn might not be a match. Wait, it seems I forgot someone. Chen Yue suddenly slapped his head, thinking of the sleeping Bibi Dong. After being transformed by the purification holy water, her martial soul should have undergone tremendous changes. Inheriting this divine position shouldn't be impossible, right? The previous purple G turning into white G was the same, but she had the Emperor's heart, and this divine position seemed more like a constraint, not quite suitable. Chen Yue was uncertain whether the Emperor's heart would conflict with the divine position. In his understanding, the Emperor's heart should be of a higher level than the divine position, because even divine-level soul beasts like the Golden Dragon King and Silver Dragon King had suppressive effects. This was something the divine king position didn't have. If there was a conflict that rendered the Emperor's heart ineffective, that would truly be losing a watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. So, after thinking it over, Chen Yue finally decided to give it to Bibi Dong. Are you thinking of eating a rice bowl with sauce? However, as soon as he had this thought, he heard QianRenxue's soft voice. Chen Yue, can you think of something cleaner? QianRenxue was suspicious. Isn't this serious business for you? Chen Yue, do I seem like that kind of person? Be more confident, drop semen like it. Chen Yue, his mouth twitched slightly, deciding to teach this ignorant QianRenxue a good lesson later. But for now, serious matters were more important. With this thought, Chen Yue raised his hand, and the divine position crystal suddenly appeared in his palm. As he released it, the divine position crystal trembled rapidly and then flew onto the unconscious Bibi Dong before him. Previously, Bibi Dong had suffered greatly due to the Rakshasa God test, eliminating her evil thoughts and malice, which could be considered a case of injuring 1,000 enemies but losing 900 of her own. She still needed a long time to sleep and rest. However, with the nourishment of the divine position, it should shorten the time a bit, right? With this thought, Chen Yue glanced at the Bibi Dong in her pajamas in front of him. A thought arose in his mind, but was quickly extinguished. Then, with a thought, he used the teleportation array to send her back to the palace. After finishing these tasks, Chen Yue looked up at his system panel again. The system detected the birth of the host's 6th offspring, born from Xiao Wu, and issued rewards. Heart of Nightmare, Soul Power Experience Value 1. 5E, Heart of Nightmare, can amplify the fear in the opponent's heart and continuously let them fabricate in their minds, reducing the thoughts of resistance. Effective against divine level. Greatly reduced effect against divine kings. The current soul power experience value of the host is 8E. Heart of Nightmare. This thing should be somewhat useful for that tool rabbit, right? Originally, after seeing the previous introduction, Chen Yue's eyes lit up, and he was about to arrange something for those two in the divine realm or the Silver Dragon King. But unfortunately, upon seeing the latter part, he ultimately gave up. Effective against divine level. Greatly reduced effect against divine kings. Although the Silver Dragon King is not a divine king, as a manifestation of the dragon god, if she returns to her peak strength, she should have divine king-level power. At that point, he would know whether it would have an effect or how much the effect would be reduced. But undeniably, if he wanted to win over the Silver Dragon King, with such a high starting point, she would definitely break through the divine king level later. By then, the effect of this Heart of Nightmare might be even weaker, essentially wasted. However, this wave of experience value is indeed quite sufficient. A smile appeared on Chen Yue's face. Now, he was just 2E soul power experience value away from reaching level 95 Title Douluo. At that time, when encountering that phantom again, it shouldn't be so embarrassing, right? A thought flashed through Chen Yue's mind as he looked at the system notification again. The system has detected the birth of the host's 7th offspring, born from Xiao Wu. Granting reward. Soul Power Experience, 3E Soul Power Experience. 11E. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to level 95 Title Douluo ChenYue. Just when Cao Cao arrives. In that instant, a powerful wave of soul power erupted from Chen Yue, manifesting as a tangible shockwave. This is divine level? No, this is just soul power. The Ice Saint Angel, who was in seclusion, felt this aura and was suddenly awakened, staring in shock at the source of the aura. Her eyes filled with intense astonishment. How could this be? This is clearly just the quality of soul power. How could it have the oppressive force of divine power? How did that guy achieve this? As an ancient soul master, she knew that there were detailed explanations about the relationship between gods and humans within the Holy Spirit cult. There is no gap between deities and human soul masters, as they are all human, but there is an essential difference. The most symbolic difference is the change in the power system. Soul masters use soul power, while deities use divine power. The difference is like that between tofu and steel. But this, Chen Yue's breakthrough makes her feel as if a deity has descended. Not just her, even the spirit feather Dalu was stunned. No, she was knocked back by this powerful shockwave and crashed into the wall, feeling dizzy for a long time before she regained her senses. But the shock in her eyes could not be shaken off. This is even more terrifying than the aura of the Grand Offering. How could there be such powerful strength in this world? Even though, during her time on the ChenYue Fairy Island, she had benefited greatly, stepping into the ranks of Super Dalu, and her soul rings were perfectly matched, not to mention her soul bones. It is no exaggeration to say that she felt she could take on 10 of her former self. However, even so, she still felt that under this wave of soul power shock, she was like a tiny insect, daring not to look at a god. So strong. She felt a bit uneasy in her heart and began to feel confused about her future outcome. In the divine realm, see God Temple, not the lower realm. The thunder god was about to finish his sentence when he suddenly frowned. Seeing this, sea god Poseidon was taken aback. What's wrong? He did not answer Poseidon's inquiry, his frown deepening. Just now, he sensed that in a certain plane beneath the divine realm, there seemed to be the birth of a deity, but this aura seemed to flash and vanish. And he didn't even have time to lock onto its position to teleport over and check before the aura dissipated. The dissipation here refers to true disappearance, not just being lost. Yes, it was like the fleeting mist of a flower that, just as it rises, is blown away by the wind and vanishes. Strange. The thunder god, not believing in evil, formed a hand seal, but when he released it, it sank like a stone in the sea, leaving no trace to be found. Not even a hint of aura could be detected in the entire lower planes governed by the divine realm. And regarding this result, the thunder god not only did not breathe a sigh of relief, but his eyelids twitched and his gaze trembled. Could it be those guys from the abyss? In the entire divine realm, the places that could not be investigated aside from the mists outside the divine realm space were only the abyss that was beyond inquiry. When the 5 great gods gathered, they intended to merge the abyss into the lower planes of the divine realm, as the entire abyss plane only had the abyss lady, original OC character, and the mother of crimson with the strength of a god king. And they had 5 god kings who could easily sweep them away. Not to mention, there were so many gathered main gods. But for some reason, the Shura god said that the small abyss was not worth mentioning, thus withdrawing from this battle, causing this plan to be indefinitely shelved. After all, such a significant matter required the agreement of all 5 god kings to execute. Otherwise, it would not work. Could it be that the Shura god went to the abyss plane? But what is there to explore in the abyss plane? The thunder god furrowed his brow even deeper, thinking of the Shura god, who was missing and unaccounted for, along with that fleeting, extremely unfamiliar divine aura. Suddenly, a shocking guess flashed through his mind. Could it be that the Shura god is attempting to create a god? See God Poseidon, observing the changes in the thunder god's expression, raised an eyebrow and said lightly, "Thunder god, if you came to find me just to show off how quickly you change your face, then you can leave." I've seen this before. Because the thunder god is in charge of matters related to heavenly tribulations, he has an inherent sensitivity to such auras, which sea god Poseidon does not possess. So he is completely unaware. Oh no. The thunder god came to his senses, glanced at Poseidon, and quickly shook his head. That's not it. He wanted to discuss this matter, but it was still uncertain, just a speculation, and he had no evidence. If rumors spread, the enforcers would come looking for trouble. So, he swallowed this matter and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness Sea God, I came here this time just to borrow your place of inheritance to send down a divine thought. I need to investigate some matters. To investigate matters in the lower realm, You can certainly go to the Divine Realm Transit Station. I know this too. But the problem is that the energy I left in that lower realm has already been exhausted. Then you might as well find the 3 enforcers and have them help you condense the heavenly punishment divine shadow again in the lower realm. The Thunder God spread his hands. I would like to, but the Shura God is missing. And the other 2 God Kings feel that the Douluo star is a small world and it's unnecessary. I've searched everywhere I could, and I'm really at my wit's end, which is why I came to seek you, Sea God. Hearing this, Sea God Poseidon's brow also furrowed, and thoughts surged in his mind. So, the Shura God really doesn't know where he went? But as an enforcer, and one who is in charge of the lower realm, he shouldn't just leave his post like this, right? Strange, really strange. Sea God Poseidon frowned. If you remember correctly, it seemed that some time ago, he had seen the Shura God at the Divine Realm Transit Station. Could it be that the Shura God secretly went to the lower realm? But that wouldn't make sense. If he went to the lower realm, the Destruction God would definitely be the first to jump up and beat him. As these thoughts came to a halt, Sea God Poseidon glanced at the Thunder God and said lightly, "There isn't much energy left in my place of inheritance, and it cannot support your energy incarnation to descend into the lower realm. However, I can go down to help you look for what you seek." Chapter 146. ChenYue, Poseidon, are you ready to face my storm? Huh. Upon hearing Sea God Poseidon's words, the Thunder God frowned. Deep down, he didn't want this Sea God to intervene, as there were no concrete facts regarding this matter. If other deities found out, it could easily lead them to develop some so-called thoughts. For example, out of curiosity, they might secretly use the so-called inheritance place or other means to pass down to the lower realm. Don't say this is impossible. In fact, the deities staying in the divine realm find it very dull and boring. For example, the Sea God Poseidon is eager to pass on his divine position to someone who meets the minimum requirements for inheriting a first-level deity, so he can be free. Essentially, those deities are looking for successors in various lower continents, except for a few who are either reluctant to give up their power or too busy with their duties. There are quite a few first-level deities like the Sea God who have no real power and live a relaxed life. If the number of deities sneaking down is small, it might not be a big deal. However, if the number increases, the 2 law enforcers currently in the divine realm might not be able to handle it. When that happens, if an investigation is launched, it will inevitably lead back to him, making him the primary target for punishment. On the other hand, if he doesn't clarify things, Poseidon likely won't agree either. If a new deity truly emerges and he fails to address it, he will still be held accountable. Thus, the Thunder God is now in a completely awkward position. If he pursues this matter and the news spreads, he will be punished. But if he ignores it, once the situation escalates, he will also be in trouble, because he is uncertain about the nature of this new divine aura. In that fleeting moment, he can only confirm that this aura definitely belongs to a new deity, not one that is inheriting a divine position. This much he can ascertain. What remains uncertain is whether this is a soul beast achieving divinity or a human. If it's a human achievement, it might be manageable. But what if it's a soul beast? This matter is not suitable for disclosure. You can send down divine thoughts to investigate the abnormal situation on Douluo star. The Thunder God hesitated for a moment, but ultimately didn't speak, instead stating lightly, "But remember, if there's anything unusual, it must be reported. Otherwise, if the law enforcers pursue it, it's not something you Poseidon can bear." Upon hearing this, Poseidon's eyelids twitched. It wasn't because of the seriousness of the Thunder God's words, but rather the tone he used, which carried a hint of warning. If this were in the past, he would have surely picked a fight with the Thunder God. Within his Sea God temple, he wouldn't necessarily fear this Thunder God. However, as soon as this thought arose, he extinguished it. Forget it. He is about to retire, and there's no need to create enmity with him. If he were to sabotage him at a critical moment, it wouldn't be worth it. The Thunder God's control over heavenly punishments and calamities doesn't significantly impact the successors of deities. He mainly faces the emergence of new deities and soul beasts achieving divinity. But then again, it's one thing to set a cage for his future successor, but to establish such a powerful enemy for him is a bit too much. After all, in a sense, that successor can be considered his savior. It's not good to repay kindness with malice, right? But a thought flashed through his mind, and Poseidon said lightly, "If the Thunder God has nothing else, please return. Once I have news, I will inform you." Although he couldn't fight with the Thunder God, Poseidon's tone wasn't necessarily pleasant. Asking someone for help without stating the reason is one thing. If it were a law enforcer, it would be understandable, but this guy, being a first-level deity like him, speaks in such a tone. Fine. The Thunder God glanced at Poseidon and understood the latter's caution, but now in the entire divine realm. If he wants to investigate the divine aura, he can only rely on this sea god Poseidon, making it unwise to create enmity with him. Thus, he said nothing further and turned to leave. At the same time, on Dalu Star, in the Stardow Forest, beneath the Lake of Life in the Silver Dragon space, a giant dragon, entirely silver in color, suddenly awakened as the aura burst forth. A main god? Has a deity descended to the mortal realm? No, wait. This seems to be a newly born main god. The term main god refers to a first-level deity. But wait, this aura feels like that of a main god. It doesn't seem to be the divine power of a main god. She suddenly raised her dragon head, looking towards the abyss behind her, her enormous dragon eyes narrowing. However, this aura shouldn't have appeared from the Dalu Star. Why is it emerging from the abyss behind me? This dimensional space isn't one she opened, but one of the 9-dimensional spaces set up by the dragon god when he descended to Dalu continent. She has no memory of where it connects to. It might have been severed when the Shura god split it in half. Or perhaps it was taken away by those in the divine realm as fragments between her and the Golden Dragon King. Regardless, she can confirm that no one can enter this dimensional space, nor can anyone sense its aura, not even if the God King were to descend. As for the abyss behind her, she is unsure of its nature. However, from her mental powers detection, she can confirm that it leads to another place. Due to her injuries, she cannot exert her peak power, and as the master of soul beasts, she doesn't dare to recklessly leave Dalu Star to investigate. So she has indefinitely postponed it. But now, she actually senses the aura of a deity and the fluctuations that only a main god would have. Strange. Thoughts flickered in her mind as she sent out her vast mental power through the dimensional space, encountering the 6 great fierce beasts guarding the entrance of the dimensional space. 6 fierce beasts? Strange. Could it be that after sleeping for too long, her memory has become distorted? She clearly remembers there being 7 fierce beasts. How come there are only 6 now? Upon this realization, she carefully counted and suddenly noticed that the little dragon girl from the abyss was missing. To her, the fierce beast Purple G is indeed still considered a little girl. I should ask Tion. With this thought, she sent out a wave of mental power. At the entrance of the dimensional space, Tion furrowed his brows deeply, lost in thought. He hadn't sensed the aura of this deity, but when the Crimson King went out to search for Purple G, he unexpectedly felt the aura of a deity, which made him feel uneasy. So much time has passed, and Purple G remains missing, while that deity's aura has also vanished without a trace. Is there some connection between them? He has been pondering this question during this time. As his 800,000-year calamity approaches, he doesn't dare to recklessly leave this dimensional space that can hide his aura. Once he leaves this area, the heavenly tribulation will immediately lock onto him. Tion, come in for a moment. Just as this thought flashed through Tion's mind and he hesitated, he suddenly heard a familiar voice that he hadn't heard in a long time. Master? His expression first froze, then turned to one of overwhelming joy as he quickly turned and entered the dimensional space, where he met the Silver Dragon King. Master, you have awakened? The Silver Dragon King nodded lightly. During my slumber, what has happened on Dalu Star? Reporting to you, Master, not long ago, Purple G went out to capture the Dream Eye Silkworm and went missing, and her whereabouts are still unknown. Tion didn't hide anything and said, additionally, during the process of searching for Purple G, the Crimson King discovered the aura of what seemed to be a deity. The Silver Dragon King's eyes widened. A deity? Yes, Tion said solemnly, but for some reason, that deity's aura has disappeared without a trace during this time, and I don't know where it has gone. I'm not quite sure what is happening. Hearing this, the Silver Dragon King let out a sigh of relief. She was currently heavily injured and could only exert the power of a main deity at most. Moreover, her area of expertise was in mental power. Without that aspect, she could only reach the peak of a level 2 deity at most. If she really encountered a deity, there would be a risk of exposure, which would be quite uncomfortable for her. Tion, have you been cultivating for 800,000 years? With this thought, the Silver Dragon King looked up at Tion, as if she had discovered something, and asked, Yes, my lord. The Silver Dragon King pondered for a moment, then glanced at Tion. In this dimensional space, your cultivation will only accumulate and cannot break through. The heavenly tribulation cannot sense this place. But once you leave here, with your current accumulation, you cannot guarantee a stable passage. Tion nodded, Yes, my lord. Not long ago, the ice goddess in the extreme north underwent a great tribulation of 70,000 years of cultivation. I wonder how she is doing now. However, After her 70,000 years of great tribulation, there seems to be a faint aura that doesn't resemble a heavenly tribulation. Previously, Tian had not thought too much about it, but based on the information from the Scarlet King, he carefully pondered and discovered some clues. An aura that is not from a heavenly tribulation? The Silver Dragon King's dragon eyes narrowed, and after thinking for a moment, she spoke, Tian, there is a method that might allow you to break through smoothly, but there's a great risk involved. Tian was taken aback, and then seemed to think of something. My lord, are you referring to the chaotic area behind you? The chaotic area he mentioned was the same place as the abyss area the Silver Dragon King referred to. However, in Tian's perception, that area of space seemed chaotic and blurry. But in the Silver Dragon King's view, that region exuded an extremely rich abyssal aura, somewhat similar to the abyss area she encountered when she first arrived at Douluo Star. Exactly. The Silver Dragon King nodded, but I cannot be sure of the dangers involved. My lord, I am willing to give it a try, Tian said decisively. However, before we enter, could we let Bai Ji hide in the dimensional space first? She has no combat power, and her mental state has not recovered. It could be. Is it that Emerald Swan? Yes. The Silver Dragon King pondered for a moment. Then her mental power flickered, and Bai Ji, who was outside in the dimensional space, was drawn in. However, at that moment, the abyssal gate behind her, which had been as calm as water, suddenly began to stir, emitting an intense attraction. In an instant, Bai Ji, who had been pulled in, was forcibly sucked into it. Oh no! The moment the attraction appeared, the Silver Dragon King used her mental power. However, this attraction seemed to possess a specific energy that penetrated her mental defenses and directly sucked Bai Ji in without any obstruction. Tian, after being pulled a distance, transformed into his true form and ultimately could not enter the gate. Once the attraction ended, Tian hurried towards the abyssal gate, but at that moment, the abyssal gate seemed to be closed, appearing unremarkable, and he could not even enter. The two dragons looked at the abyssal gate in confusion, glancing at each other, lost in thought, gradually suspecting that the dimensional space was restricted to only dragon-type soul beasts being able to enter. On the ChenYue Immortal Island, Chen Yue had no idea that his breakthrough in the secret realm would attract the attention of the divine realm. Even the Silver Dragon King sensed it. At this moment, he was opening the system panel. After breaking through to the 95th level Title Douluo, a new line of information popped up on the system's virtual panel. Congratulations. The host's soul power experience has reached 95th level Title Douluo. It has been detected that the plane where the host is located has undergone changes and has been updated to the ancient Soul Master system. This notification immediately made Chen Yue realize that similar to the ancient Soul Master forces like the Holy Angel, they would gradually awaken. It was unclear whether the Holy Angel's spiritual state would also be affected. In this system, soul power experience will no longer be represented, but will change to soul crystal value. The host's excess soul power experience will be converted into soul ring energy. The update has been made for the host. Please take note. Note: soul crystal value does not solely refer to the quantity of soul power crystals, but is judged comprehensively based on the quality of the soul power crystals. The meaning was clear and straightforward. The quantity of soul power crystals was not the only standard for measurement. There was also a quality difference. For example, the difference between bricks made of tofu and bricks made of steel was naturally significant. Detected that the host's current soul crystal value is 1,001 points. Calculated as Extreme Douluo, Ancient Soul Master System, Ordinary Title Douluo 001 Soul Crystal Value 100, Extreme Douluo 100 Soul Crystal Value 5,000, Extraordinary Douluo 99,000 Soul Crystal Value 5,001. God Douluo Soul Crystal Value 100,000. Note: this system is only used for classification of cultivation levels and does not represent specific combat power. After seeing the last sentence from the system, a strange smile appeared on Chen Yue's face. This meant that this thing was essentially a ranking system and would not affect his ability to slay gods, right? So, Poseidon Island, are you ready to face my storm? Chapter 147. Little ones, indeed, mother is fake. Only father is true love. Far away in the sea god palace, Poseidon suddenly sneezed. Who is speaking ill of me? She glanced again at Tang Hao, who was looking at Tang Xiao with a confused expression, and frowned. This was strange. Tang Hao's mental assessment had already ended, and it was time for the inheritance of the position. If there was only one heir, Poseidon could indeed proceed with the final inheritance at this point in time. But the problem was, this was the inheritance of two people. She had to wait for Tang Hao to awaken. Otherwise, if Poseidon gave the inheritance to Tang Hao now, then when Tang Xiao woke up, he would fail the assessment and be erased. At that time, Poseidon was unsure whether the newly appointed priest, Tang Hao, would hold a grudge against her. After all, after the inheritance ended, she would return to her previous level of soul power and would no longer be Tang Hao's opponent. At the same time, on ChenYue Immortal Island, Chen Yue was also making the final arrangements. After setting up the gathering spirit formation and the first pill for the children, everything was in order, and just as he was preparing to leave ChenYue Immortal Island, he suddenly discovered that his system had 2 unclaimed rewards. Strange? The 3 children of Ain were born, and Xiao Wu also had 3. How could there still be rewards? Just as ChenYue was about to curiously open it, he saw QianRenxue walk in holding 2 little ones. That rabbit had just given birth to 2 more. He didn't know how it happened, but it seemed to be able to give birth after some time. ChenYue? What could he say? He could only say that it was indeed a rabbit. ChenYue's mouth twitched slightly, but he still arranged for the little ones. Fortunately, the first pill and gathering spirit formation were enough. With this thought, ChenYue couldn't help but open the system notification. The system has detected the birth of the host's 8th offspring, born from Xiao Wu, and has issued a reward, Heart of Emotion. Heart of Emotion, limited to use on females. After use, the target's emotions will become increasingly intense, commonly known as getting high, and at that time, they will exhibit some very irrational behaviors, commonly known as dumbing down behavior. ChenYue was slightly taken aback, pondering. This thing seems essential for this trip, huh? He carefully pondered over this Heart of Emotion, and it seemed that it also had a significant effect on Poseidon, right? Indeed, let's keep this for Poseidon. With this thought in mind, ChenYue no longer hesitated and looked at the last reward again. The system detected the birth of the host's 9th offspring, born from Xiao Wu, and issued the rewards. Ancient Douluo Star History, Douluo Star Part, Ancient Douluo Star Map, Spirit Body Technique, and Nether Sound Wave. Ancient Douluo Star History, Douluo Star Part Records Events, and Background from Ancient Times on Douluo Star. Ancient Douluo Star Map contains locations of various forces and the resting place of the Holy Angel Spirit. Spirit Body Technique can condense a spirit body for emergencies. Nether Sound Wave, a type of spiritual technique that can repeatedly use the scroll, which has a significant restraining effect on spirit bodies, including spirit body possession, but excluding spirit body remaking. Note, the above items will be directly imparted to the host. No need to look them up. It seems that ancient soul masters are about to awaken. ChenYue frowned slightly, and after quickly checking his memories, his eyes suddenly narrowed. No, the Holy Spirit Church and those ancient sects are really calculating. The layout of this holy emperor is truly unfathomable, worthy of being the founder of the Holy Spirit Church. There wasn't much description about the historical part, but ChenYue could infer some things based on the various resting places set up by the Holy Emperor in his mind. The Holy Emperor's layout is surprisingly precise. Logically speaking, the resting places left by the Holy Spirit Church should all belong to the 18 holy angels, but ChenYue discovered another location marked with a symbol, which only bore the name of the Holy Spirit Church without any description. This location isn't far from Sea God Island. It might be worth checking out. With this thought, ChenYue looked at QianRenxue beside him. Should we go out together? Sure, let's go have some fun. QianRenxue teased the little ones nearby, increasingly fond of their cute, rosy faces. They were just too adorable. However, at this moment, the little ones' absorbing energy couldn't wake up, but they were aware of QianRenxue's playful antics and felt quite resentful. At that moment, upon hearing ChenYue's words, the little ones sighed in relief, glad that their father truly loved them. As soon as they left the group at Yuan Island, ChenYue felt a familiar yet strange aura approaching. QianRenxue also suddenly furrowed her brow. This aura is so evil. Wait, aren't we in the Dalu Palace? Why does it feel like this? QianRenxue instinctively looked around and suddenly noticed something, her eyes widening in shock. This. The magnificent Dalu Palace had vanished, replaced by a scene of carnage. QianRenxue was stunned. How could this be? It seems ancient soul masters have appeared. ChenYue glanced at the corpses on the ground. Just a glance, and a sect name flashed in his mind, corresponding to the Blood Soul sect's secret technique. Blood Soul Absorption Hand. Future appearances of characters from Dou Air, Dou San, and Dou Sea periods. Related settings are limited to this book. Blood Soul Sect. An ancient soul master sect. Its inherited martial soul is the Blood Soul Demon, with the strongest martial soul among its ancestors being the Blood Soul Demon Puppet. However, during ancient times, the number of the strongest martial soul users was scarce, and their whereabouts are unknown. The blood soul absorption hand is a secret technique of the blood soul sect, which can only be learned by users of the blood soul demon puppet martial soul. This secret technique allows one to directly absorb the flesh and blood of the opposing soul master to heal their own injuries. Moreover, if in a spirit body state, it can also repair the physical body, though the effect is slow. However, the remade body can perfectly withstand its own power without needing to adapt. However, this secret technique may have been lost later for some reasons. By the way, if I remember correctly, during the Dou period, the Supreme Elder of the Holy Spirit Church, Gong Shixue, also known as Yi Shixue, seems to have this martial soul, right? As Chen Yue was deep in thought, suddenly, a cold blood spear shot towards his throat. Watch out! QianRenxue's expression changed, and her judgment sword transformed into a beam of light, striking the blood spear, which instantly turned into a mist of blood that dripped to the ground. This weapon of hers is a super artifact. Although her soul power hasn't reached divine power, it's still no problem to use it a little. What is that? QianRenxue frowned, wielding her sword as she rushed toward the source of the ambush. At this moment, the Title Douluo Palace was shrouded in endless evil and blood energy, making it difficult for her to perceive her surroundings, which greatly affected her holy light, martial soul. Of course, it wasn't impossible. It just consumed soul power and mental strength, akin to exploring an unknown map. However, just as her figure moved a few meters away from ChenYue, she saw another pitch-black area where several cold starlights flickered, rushing toward ChenYue. They don't know how to die. The ambusher saw that ChenYue remained unmoved and sneered. How dare they invade my territory? They really don't know any better. However, in the next moment, a light, fluttering voice suddenly startled her, causing her hair to stand on end. I found you. Without thinking, she instinctively swiped her claw toward the sound, but just as her hand lifted, a cold hand pierced through her body. She looked down in confusion and saw a long, white hand gently pulling out a black object that was still pulsating, yet bizarrely emitting a red glow from her heart. You. She was stunned. How could this be possible? How do you know? In this era, how could someone know the weakness of my Blood Soul clan's direct lineage? The direct lineage of the Blood Soul sect is the Blood Soul clan, where after repairing their bodies, their spirit bodies transform into souls hidden within the heart. Once the heart is removed, the body becomes useless, and even if they escape, they can only remold their body. You can go ask someone else about that. Chen Yue naturally wouldn't waste any more words. With a gentle grip of his hand, in an instant, the Blood Soul clan disciple's pupils widened, stiffening like a dead fish. And then her entire body turned into stardust and dissipated. On the other side, QianRenxue, wielding the judgment sword, swiftly dismembered another Blood Soul clan member's heart. With her strike, that Blood Soul clan soul master bled profusely, and the wounds inflicted by the judgment power couldn't be healed by any soul power. As these two Blood Soul clan members fell, the surrounding blood energy and evil energy dissipated at an astonishing speed. Let's go. Chen Yue glanced at the Title Douluo Palace, shaking his head slightly. The continent is probably about to be thrown into chaos. In his perception, only he and QianRenxue remained as sources of life energy in the entire Title Douluo Palace. In other words, the previous two Blood Soul clan soul masters had reshaped their bodies using the lives of everyone in the palace. It was evident. During the time he entered the ChenYue Immortal Island, it is likely that unknown events occurred outside. According to the map in his mind, most of the area of the Xinghua Empire is the resting place of ancient soul master sects, so such chaos is understandable. However, Chen Yue did not have any thoughts of being a savior or a good person, nor did he want to eliminate evil like someone else claiming to represent justice. His goal has always been the divine realm. What happened? QianRenxue was slightly slower, but she also noticed that there were obviously no signs of life around. Although the previous blood, aura, and evil energy had dissipated quite a bit, she could still feel a rather murky aura that she found very unpleasant. The ancient soul master sects have awakened, Chen Yue casually said. For now, only the coastal areas, as well as Tiandou City and Wuhuan City and their surrounding areas, are relatively safe. Why? Because in ancient times, the sea was the most dangerous place, with more ferocious beasts than on land. Hey, wait for me, don't run so fast. At the same time, at the location of the original Star-Crowned sect, Dai Chonggao was meditating in a closed-door room to heal his injuries. Ever since Bibi Dong attacked here last time, he was unable to defeat the summoned ancestor of the Star-Crowned sect, and has been healing here ever since. However, the injury he sustained was from the Rakshasa demon scythe, which contained the malevolent thoughts and evil power of the first-generation Rakshasa, far beyond what any Title Douluo could compare to. There was no way. In this closed-door room, besides Dai Chongyao, there were also two illusory figures. They were the twin brothers, White Tiger Douluo and Black Tiger Douluo, who had escaped from the land of ferocious beasts during ancient times. It was because they were still alive that the Star-Crowned sect could continue to this day. Unexpectedly, that divine tester could actually use deities, and the power of those deities cannot be unraveled by any soul master, unless it is a god Daluo who has a glimmer of hope. After all, it is said that God Daluo can fight against deities. White Tiger Daluo sighed, but how can a god Daluo be something we can pry into? After so many years of slumber, the environment of Daluo star is no longer suitable for condensing new soul cores. We are stuck at the 8th and 9th soul cores, each of which is not much weaker than the strength of a god Daluo, but there is nothing we can do. Upon hearing this, Black Tiger Daluo looked up and tentatively said, "Brother, why don't we take a gamble?" "Take a gamble?" White Tiger Daluo frowned, as if he thought of something. "You mean the blood coffin we snatched from Blood Soul Sect back then?" In ancient times, Blood Soul Sect had a goddess, rumored to possess a unique physique, able to contain the extreme evil of the Blood Soul clan and the righteous energy of the ferocious beast, the Bright Phoenix. If Blood Soul Sect could successfully develop it, then this woman would become the first artificially created twin extreme martial soul on the entire continent. Chapter 148 ChenYue. We've tried so many places, why not try on the back of shark as well? Unfortunately, Blood Soul Sect was too proud and complacent, and without the strength to protect it, they dared to release this news, which naturally led to being hunted down by various sects, and ultimately, that blood coffin of the goddess was snatched back by the two brothers through luck. Later on, they went into the Stardow Forest, marked as a dangerous land of ferocious beasts by the Holy Spirit cult, actually thinking that the evil energy of Blood Soul Sect was too weak. So they wanted to find the Hell Dragon King from the Abyss to replace it with its blood. If a goddess capable of giving birth to twin extreme martial souls could truly emerge, then the inheritance of our Star-Crowned sect would definitely be elevated to a new level. Indeed, their thinking was simple. If the experiment succeeded, this woman would be their machine, and this approach also conformed to the Dai family's idea that women are resources, not populations. Perhaps Dai Mubai and others had this mindset. Because of them, at that time, coincidentally, the body sect, which was also in collusion, was very interested in the Hell Dragon King, wanting to see if a new body power could be generated between a soul master's body martial soul and the blood of ferocious beasts. For example, the dragon skin of the Hell Dragon is quite thick, and if this enhancement could be transplanted or transferred to a body martial soul with skin as its martial soul, would the power of that soul master be elevated to a stronger level? This was the idea of the body sect back then. Thus, the Star-Crowned sect and the body sect hit it off, ignoring the warnings from the Holy Spirit cult, and headed in. As a result, after they teamed up to kill a not very high-level Hell Dragon, they unknowingly attracted an even more powerful dragon-type, ferocious beast. The strength of this ferocious beast was so strong that with just one encounter, they were almost completely wiped out, with only a few who could unite and compare to a god Daluo's existence, able to resist one or two. Fortunately, at that time, White Tiger Daluo was quick-witted and used a spirit-body-soul guide to pack away all the high-level beings that had turned into spirit forms after dying and had not dissipated. Otherwise, the Star-Crowned sect would have likely been completely annihilated. As for the previous Qian Daluo and Baihan Daluo, the reason they were only super Daluos yet possessed such strong strength and long lifespans was also because they absorbed the spirit power of these ancient soul masters, thus nurturing their bodies to grow. As for why nurturing was necessary, because their spirit-body energy was severely imbalanced. To put it simply, if they did not use it, it would be gone. However, this nurturing is reflected in the spirit body, which is commonly referred to as enlightenment, the nurturing of the soul, etc., and does not contribute to the increase of soul power within the body. The enlightenment includes, but is not limited to self-created soul skills, self-created secret techniques, comprehension of secret techniques, etc. In short, this thing is somewhat like a legacy ring from an old grandpa, but its help is extremely limited. However, once this goddess appears, she is not something we too can control. Black Tiger Daluo hesitated, and moreover, after so many years of blood energy nurturing, the evil energy of this goddess has probably surpassed the righteous energy originally bestowed by Blood Soul Sect. While we can suppress her, her strength is not something we can control. At that time, I fear the entire Star-Crowned sect will be reduced to ruins. Upon hearing this, White Tiger also fell into contemplation, and after a moment, nodded, agreeing. But having said that, he changed his tone. Don't forget that when we were in Blood Soul sect, we found a self-created secret technique, which is a restriction used by the Star Crown sect to control this so-called goddess. Black Tiger Douluo was taken aback for a moment, then recalled, I heard that this woman is not a native of Blood Soul sect, but a commoner soul master named Yixi to take her away. They even killed an entire village to destroy the evidence. If not for one person who happened to escape, perhaps no one would know her origins. White Tiger Douluo nodded. This past is enough to prove that she's not a person of Blood Soul sect. This confinement is equivalent to a kind of imprisonment for her. We can first activate the restriction. If we can negotiate successfully, it will naturally be simple. However, if we cannot, it is also fine for us to leave a backup plan. The goddess blood coffin is sealed, and once opened, even the slightest gap will cause the confinement to be immediately rendered useless, and the goddess within will awaken as a result. Therefore, all along, they have never opened it, only knowing that there is a strong energy fluctuation within this blood coffin. Well, we might as well try to control it. Since the last surprise attack by Bibi Dong, the Xinguan sect has completely sealed all entrances, and those clan members who are soul masters and meet the conditions can enter. Due to the significant loss of strength in the Xinguan sect, they urgently need to replenish fresh blood to improve. Because of this, they are completely unaware of the matters concerning the Title Douluo Imperial Palace and the continent. Of course, even if they are unaware, the White Tiger Douluo and Black Tiger Douluo can probably guess that the ancient soul masters who have been in a long slumber may be about to awaken. Not just them. At this moment, within Wuhuan City, a beam of angelic light directly annihilates a spirit body of the Blood Soul sect, and Dalu furrows his brows. These evil things were not supposed to have dissipated in the ancient times. How could they appear now? Although there were no sects in Wuhuan City during ancient times, the population here is large. Those freshly awakened Blood Soul sect soul masters want to form a body, and they need a large number of living people. Strange. Dalu is in a very bad mood right now. The spirit Douluo who went to Tiando City has not returned for almost a month, and there has been no news. Coupled with the appearance of the Blood Soul sect's spirit bodies in Wuhuan City, he feels that the spirit Douluo may have encountered danger. But at this moment, only he can guard Wuhuan City, and Bibi Dong's whereabouts are unknown. Moreover, only he can use the power of the angel statue to directly eradicate and dissipate these spirit bodies. If it were another offering, they would probably be flustered for a while before barely defeating one, but would not be able to achieve a true kill. Regarding this, Chen Yue is completely unconcerned, as he has already met with Qian. The sea god Douluo has not yet shown up, seemingly remaining in the sea god palace. Qian Douluo speaks up, however. We have discovered that recently 2 land soul masters have gone to Sea God Island, one of whom is named by Qian. Oh, Chen Yue is somewhat surprised. He had almost forgotten about this little swallow, a small shrimp that slipped through the net, but thinking of this, Chen Yue suddenly remembers that he seems to have forgotten someone else. Ning Rong, who knows not where. Forget it. It should not be an important person, no need to worry too much. Chen Yue does not think further, but instead falls into contemplation, considering how to take down by Qian. ChenRenxue, seeing his expression, immediately understands what it means. She snorts lightly, pinching Chen Yue's waist. Tonight, watch me tire you down so you won't think so much. Chen Yue shrugs, grabbing her paw and pulling her into his embrace. This scene makes Qian Douluo feel a bit awkward, silently lowering his head to look at his toes. The other one, named Tang San. Upon mentioning this, Qian Douluo's expression becomes somewhat strange. While the Douluo of demon suppression beside him seems to want to laugh, but feels it is not appropriate to do so in this situation. Specifically, what do you mean? Chen Yue raises an eyebrow, thinking of the big gift he had sent to Tang San earlier, a playful expression appearing on his face. First of all, after arriving on the island, for some unknown reason, Tang San was very unfriendly towards the guards of Sea God Island, demanding different treatment, and then fainted for a period of time. When he woke up, he seemed a bit dazed. As soon as Qian Douluo finishes speaking, the Douluo of demon suppression adds, later, the guards of Sea God Island, finding him very displeasing, directly arranged for him to be placed in the pigsty and ordered 10 or so soul emperors to guard him outside the pig pen, strictly prohibiting him from running around. ChenYue. QianRenxue? Oh, and that is not all. The Douluo of demon suppression thinks for a moment and continues. The guard also said that this pig is in the lactation period, so from now on, Tang San's 3 meals a day will be handled by it. As for what clothes to wear, it seems there are straw clothes outside the pigsty, and in this weather on Sea God Island, it won't be too hot or too cold. ChenYue. QianRenxue? What kind of grudge or hatred is this? ChenRenxue's eyes widen in shock. Ah! Qian Renxue and the Douluo of demon suppression exchange glances, and Qian Renxue coughs awkwardly, saying, "This matter is actually somewhat related to the Great Offering." Qian Renxue furrows her brows, feeling this matter is a bit unusual. What is the relationship? It's that the soul masters of Sea God Island harbor resentment towards land soul masters because a long time ago, the previous pope dispatched 2,000 soul masters to attempt to recruit them, resulting in a complete failure, with not a single one returning. Even under the cover of the Angel Legion, less than 100 managed to come back alive, and 2 Title Douluo were lost in the process. Chen Yue is stunned. So, they're that strong? Yes, there's a soul master on Sea God Island who is even stronger than the Great Offering, named Poseidon, known as the Sea God Do. Chen Yue ponders. So wait, what did you say? She suddenly looks up at Qian Douluo. Poseidon? Qian Douluo? The two good friends look at each other, somewhat confused. Yes, young master, what is wrong? Qian Renxue ignores them and suddenly turns back, staring wide-eyed at ChenYue, her eyelids twitching. The Poseidon you mentioned before is her? Otherwise? ChenYue shrugs. What situation do you think would make me come all the way to this ghost place? I told you long ago, there's no need to use her to test me. Qian Renxue. She snorts, crossing her arms. Really? Can't you think of anything else besides that? Then what should I think about? Qian Renxue. For example, the divine position? She says this, feeling her face flush. She still remembers that at the time, she had said, the trash angel god. Even dogs shake their heads at it, which could infuriate Qian Dalu. Indeed, she feels that the enhancement brought by this angel soul bone is completely a difference between a snake's skin and a real dragon, compared to the soul bone she obtained in the heavenly source secret realm. This divine position is nowhere near as interesting as Poseidon. ChenYue shrugs. Moreover, I feel that there are even more interesting things on Sea God Island. Qian Renxue is startled. What things? Have you ever ridden a shark? Qian Renxue is even more confused. Shark? In her impression, there really isn't a soul beast like a shark. Only, wait, this guy isn't talking about the soul-devouring great white shark, is he? Wait, you're not talking about the soul-devouring great white shark, are you? ChenYue smiles and says, what do you think? We've tried so many places. How about trying on the back of shark? Qian Renxue. Damn. Why do I feel a surge of blood boiling and restlessness? Upon hearing this astonishing remark, Qian Douluo quickly acts like a transparent person, stealthily and quietly leaving the scene. It was too extravagant, and both of them felt they were going to be shocked. Knowing too much is not good. It's better to slip away honestly, right? At this moment, the happy magic soul great white shark, Xiaobai, who was playing with her younger generation in a certain sea area near Sea God Island, suddenly let out a thunderous sneeze that could make ghosts cry. Ah, who is cursing me again? She scratched her head and looked around. The vastness of the sea surrounded her, with only the younger one beside her. Suddenly, her brows furrowed, and her gaze became dangerous. By Pow Pow, is it you who is cursing me? The magic soul great white shark beside her currently only had about 50,000 years of cultivation. However, being a shark, this one loved to play and was basically too lazy to cultivate. As the clan leader, Bai felt it was necessary to rectify this trend. So she brought her along to cultivate while taking a tour. The one referred to as by Pow Pow was the female lead from the Dou period, by Xiu, who had been around for about 30,000 years since the Dou period. Therefore, with her lazy personality, she naturally did not have 100,000 years of cultivation, only 3,000 to 5,000 years of experience, and she was a weakling in battles, basically only able to bully 10,000-year soul beasts. Of course, if she encountered a 10,000-year deep-sea magic whale or a malicious tiger whale, she would definitely turn around and run without a second thought. Bai Xiu looked confused, but her eyes were somewhat guilty. No, clan leader, how could I curse you? She was a bit puzzled. She had just been mumbling a bit, and the clan leader was using the excuse of bringing her to cultivate to slack off and play around. Clearly, the clan leader herself wanted to be lazy, but insisted on using such a beautiful title. Not you cursing? Bai's gaze turned unfriendly. Then who could it be? I can clarify, it's definitely not her. It's because I was thinking of you. Chapter 149. Bai. I must have bad luck for 8 lifetimes to have met you too. Getting me all dirty. Woo-woo. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiu instinctively nodded. That's right, he can clarify. I absolutely didn't curse you. It was him thinking of you. As she spoke, she suddenly felt something was off and abruptly looked up, only to see a face that looked just like many readers, handsome to the point of explosion. Even though her aesthetic was somewhat different, She had to admit that this was a beautiful man of extraordinary beauty. So, Bai Xiuxiu blurted out, "Wow, so handsome. Clan leader. There's a big handsome guy here." Xiao Bai, no, that's not the point, okay? We're on the sea. Where did this human come from? She looked at Bai Xiuxiu, whose eyes were gradually turning starry, speechless. She raised her head and looked at the smiling Chen Yue, and upon seeing this extraordinary face, she too was captivated, her gills turning red. Unlike Bai Xiuxiu, she could transform into human form for a short time, so her aesthetic was more similar to that of humans. Therefore, she also had to admit that this was indeed a big handsome guy. "But you, what are you trying to do?" Although she felt a bit flustered inside, Xiao Bai still had her rationality. How could such a handsome guy appear in this boundless sea? As a land soul master? After breaking through to level 95, under the original 8 desolations and stunning beauty, Chen Yue's appearance had risen to another level, adding some divinity to it. Even gods couldn't escape. It was said that there was a swimming expert in this sea, and even the deep-sea magic whale king might not be able to catch up. QianRenxue was just about to say something when Chen Yue raised his hand to interrupt her, smiling at the 2 cute magic soul great white sharks. Huh. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai was momentarily stunned, then snorted, "Humph. At least you have some insight. You've heard of my great reputation. Clan leader this. Didn't we say I swim the fastest? Last time you couldn't catch up. Oh, clan leader, what are you doing?" Bai Xiuxiu said weakly. But before she could finish, Xiao Bai gave her a knock on the head. "If you can't speak properly, just shut up." Bai Xiuxiu. Indeed, with only a few thousand years of cultivation, she couldn't speak human language, so only Xiao Bai could understand her. Chen Yue and ChenRenxue could only feel that this magic soul great white shark was chirping as if talking, but they couldn't understand a word of it. "So, we want to see if it's really as rumored." A smile appeared on Chen Yue's face, and with that smile, combined with his mental interference, Xiao Bai suddenly felt dizzy in her head. This actually it's not that great. The so-called seeing is believing. How could you retreat without a fight? Wouldn't that be a disgrace to your magic soul, great white shark? That's true. This is about honor. I can't back down. Upon hearing this, Chen Yue smiled even more broadly. So, why not let us witness what it's like to have a speed that even the deep-sea magic whale king can't catch up to? How about that? Okay. With such stunning talent and mental interference, Xiao Bai, who was only a mere 10,000 years old and not proficient in mental power, couldn't withstand it. In just a moment of distraction, she became so dazed that she couldn't tell east from west. Bai Xiuxiu, on the other hand, was even worse off, and ChenRenxue easily dealt with her. Unfortunately, there was no transformation pill, and the previous fertilizer had been used up, and there was no lake in the ChenYue Fairy Island that could accommodate it. Chen Yue glanced at Bai Xiuxiu, shook his head, and then looked at Xiao Bai, casually asking, "Is this your clan member? What's her name?" He was just asking casually. After all, there were no transformation tools right now, but perhaps there would be in the future, and looking at Bai Xiuxiu's beautiful form, even after transforming into a human, she would likely be very impressive. So, Chen Yue thought, he would ask her name first and catch her when they left Sea God Island. After all, having a sea soul beast could be lonely, and finding a companion of the same kind would also be very nice, right? The Blue Buddha, who was tricked to ChenYue Fairy Island. But Xiao Bai's answer instantly stunned Chen Yue. Her name is Bai Pao Pao. Chen Yue, I can't believe it. I came here to take a small white, and I even got a female lead from the Dou period, Bai Xiuxiu. However, looking at the current time point, she should still only be called Bai Pao Pao, Bai Xiuxiu, and has not yet obtained the name Bai Xiuxiu, let alone the name Dong ChenYue. No wonder. With her low cultivation and playful personality, if it weren't for the magic soul great white shark clan being slaughtered by the demon emperor during the Dou period, how could she possibly strive to improve? Thinking of this, Chen Yue shook his head, smiling even more broadly. However, since she met me, such things would naturally not happen again. What bad idea are you cooking up again? ChenRenxue walked over, looking at Chen Yue suspiciously. Why do I feel like your expression is a bit creepy? Is it? Of course. You noticed, huh? I was just thinking about the entertainment projects on the shark's back. Let's see who falls in the sea first. I won't give up. On Sea God Island, in the Sea Girl City, Bai Qinxiang was sent to live in the Sea Girl City because she was female. In this city, all the residents are women. However, these women are all single, and most of them have not yet undergone the light of the Sea God Sacred Pillar. As for those who have completed the assessment, they either became the guards of the Sea Maiden City or moved away from the Sea Maiden City with their husbands. This city is under the jurisdiction of the Sea Maiden Douluo and is responsible for overseeing all unmarried women on Sea God Island. Of course, Bai Qinxiang could have chosen not to come. She could have settled directly in Seahorse City. However, as the guards explained to her, it is not advisable for a woman like her to live alone in other cities without companions. Within Sea Maiden City, all are unmarried women from Sea God Island, making it entirely a female city. Moreover, a special group of Sea Maiden guards, directly subordinate to the Sea Maiden Dou, has been established. Additionally, its geographical location is situated in the inland of Sea God Island, which certainly provides a higher level of safety compared to the coastal Seahorse City. Having been on Sea God Island for several days now, she found herself with nothing to do and went to the riverside of Sea Maiden City. She took off her shoes, letting her smooth, jade-like legs dip into the river, leisurely splashing the water. She wondered how long it would take before the Sea God assessment officially began, and whether Sea God Island could truly offer her a chance for revenge. She looked up at the dark night sky and murmured, "Grandpa, did you already foresee that I would never be able to seek revenge on the remnants of the Haotian sect in my lifetime? If it weren't for the Haotian sect's feigned compassion reaching out to you, we wouldn't have been dragged into the conflict between the Haotian sect and the Spear Hall." Essentially, this was just a clash between the two major forces, the Haotian sect and the Spirit Hall. This situation was not unusual. Over 20 years ago, these two forces had already engaged in fierce competition, which eventually ended with the Haotian sect closing its gates and expelling all its subordinate families. Because of this, her clan, the Min family, was forced onto the path of escape. Since she could remember, she had never seen her parents. When she asked her grandfather, he said they sacrificed themselves to protect the clan. However, when she inquired with other older clan members, they said her parents had disappeared while seeking help from the Haotian sect, never to return, leaving no trace behind. She sighed deeply, realizing that deep down, she didn't believe that the sea god's light on Sea God Island could provide her with the opportunity for revenge. Her martial soul lacked any offensive capability, and her enemies were the Haotian sect, known for having the world's strongest attacking martial soul. She doubted she could withstand even one strike. Perhaps her grandfather simply wanted her to survive to prevent the Min family from vanishing from history. As she pondered, she suddenly felt the river water ripple slightly, causing her to pause. What was that noise? She glanced at the surface of the lake, where some ripples were moving, and felt curious about what was happening. Rubbing her head, she followed the ripples with her gaze and finally spotted two figures in the distance on the sea. No, those were two sea spirit beasts? Wait, it seemed like there were people on those sea spirit beasts? Could it be that one who saved me from the water and could speak human language? Bai Qinxiang scratched her head, stood up, and was about to investigate further when she suddenly heard a whistle. This was the unified order of Sea Maiden City. Within 5 minutes of hearing the whistle, all residents had to return to their homes for verification. If even one person was missing, all the Sea Maiden guards would seal off the city to search for them. If they couldn't find the person, they would negotiate with other cities to begin a search. Given the structure of Sea God Island itself, the population is limited, and Sea Maiden City is a gathering place for all unmarried women on the island, aimed at maintaining ecological balance. Therefore, while a few missing women might not be a big deal in the Tiando Empire or the Xingluo Empire, it was a significant matter on Sea God Island, not to be taken lightly. Hearing the whistle, Bai Qinxiang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided not to investigate and instead turned around to use her soul skill to return quickly. The riverside was quite a distance from her residence, and without using her soul skill, she might not make it back in time. At that moment, at the end of the rippling river, something seemed to flash by. ChenRenxue scratched her head, glancing at the spot where Bai Qinxiang had just left. Losing was losing. No need to change the topic. ChenRenxue huffed. I can take a loss. However, to be fair, the feeling of being on a shark's back was indeed different. How about continuing next time? Xiao Bai and Bai Xiuxiu were utterly speechless from the swimming session that afternoon. They were even left numb, especially Xiao Bai. When Chen Yue and Qian Renxue switched to riding the shark, she directly dove into the deep sea and brushed her entire body clean, feeling utterly bewildered. She thought that humans might be interested in her soul rings and bones, but unexpectedly, these two carefree ones showed no interest in those at all, instead being intrigued by her human form. If it weren't for the scene of her swimming with the two, she might have transformed to let them meet her. But now, she wouldn't dare to transform even if it killed her. After all, she had never encountered such shameless individuals in her many years of life. This afternoon made her realize that she absolutely could not transform in front of these two. Who knows, that girl might even come over to pin her down. Letting that guy come. Hiss, why does that sound oddly stimulating? She shook her head and looked up at ChenYue with a somewhat resentful expression. What next? I must have been incredibly unlucky to meet you too. The reason she and Bai Xiuxiu hadn't left was not due to coercion, but because during their swim, ChenYue's casual hunting and cooking of the evil spirit killer whale meat was simply too delicious, and these two foodies became completely addicted after one meal. You have to understand, this was the evil spirit killer whale. They dealt with it daily alongside the magic soul great white shark. Xiao Bai dreamed of eating this evil spirit killer whale meat, but unfortunately, every time she successfully led her clan to a favorable position, the evil spirit killer whale king would emerge, and she couldn't defeat it, only able to escape back to Sea God Island. The evil spirit killer whale king also feared Poseidon, naturally not daring to enter the range of Sea God Island, and it couldn't outrun Xiao Bai either, ultimately ending up with broken teeth to swallow. Of course, around Sea God Island, the evil spirit killer whale king was helpless against the magic soul great white shark, but it would send some evil spirit killer whales to wait outside the island. As soon as a magic soul great white shark ventured out to play, several evil spirit killer whales would swarm to attack. Knowing this pattern, Xiao Bai deliberately took ChenYue and Qian Renxue swimming outside Sea God Island. Of course, she wasn't afraid of these small fry. Moreover, with her speed, even the evil spirit killer whale king might not be able to catch up to her. This was merely a prank to scare and tease those dog men and women on her back. But she never expected that at the moment Chen Yue raised his hand, a cold light flashed, and all those evil spirit killer whales turned into killer whale skewers. Chief, these two, could they possibly be Title Douluo? While eating the killer whale skewers, Bai Xiuxiu leaned over and quietly asked Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, if you ask me, who should I ask? Although she didn't know the answer to that question, she felt that it seemed difficult for her to slip away from these two. Boom! Just as this thought crossed her mind, a dazzling red light suddenly erupted on Sea God Island under the starry night, covering the entire sky. Seeing this, Chen Yue immediately stretched lazily. The good show is about to start. Chapter 150. Chen Yue, Xiao Bai, friends should meet with openness, you know? Are you plotting something bad again? QianRenxue glanced at Chen Yue. She always felt that every time Chen Yue revealed that iconic smile, someone would inevitably have bad luck. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai and Bai Xiuxiu shrank back in fear, looking at Chen Yue with trepidation, afraid that this guy wanted to take advantage of the night to swim with them. Don't worry, this is definitely a great thing. A smile appeared on Chen Yue's face, and then he turned his palm over, taking out a piece of the recording stone he had copied, and handed it to Xiao Bai. If your high priest Poseidon wants to leave Sea God Island later, just give this to her, got it? Huh? Xiao Bai was stunned, shaking her head. Impossible. The high priest can't leave Sea God Island. You don't believe me? Of course. How about we make a bet? Xiao Bai immediately looked at him warily. What bad idea are you plotting? How can this be considered a bad idea? Chen Yue coughed and said seriously, look, I treated you to the grilled evil magic orca skewers, and they are from 10,000 years ago, so we can be considered friends, right? Xiao Bai thought for a moment and then nodded. This does make some sense. It was the first time someone treated her to such delicious 10,000-year-old grilled orca meat. Then as friends, shouldn't we meet with openness? Hearing this, ChenRenxue couldn't help but twitch her mouth. She had to admit that after spending a long time with Chen Yue, her thoughts had become somewhat golden. On the other hand, the innocent Xiao Bai was completely unaware, but she wasn't a fool either. Looking at Chen Yue warily, why do I feel like when you say this, something seems off? Chen Yue, well, you mustn't misunderstand. We could be considered friends now. It's not too much to formally meet after you transform, right? Xiao Bai thought for a moment, and it did seem to make sense, although she had never made friends with humans. As for the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island and the High Priest, she felt her relationship with them was more like colleagues and superiors. What you said does make sense. Then let's make a bet. If Poseidon goes out to sea, you will give this to her, and then the next time we meet, can you transform and show me? Xiao Bai hesitated, and Chen Yue seized the opportunity. At that time, I can make you a steamed, evil magic orca dish, guaranteed to taste even better than this barbecue. Xiao Bai, I'm not that easy to be fooled. She thought proudly while wiping her drooling mouth with her shark fin, and beside her Bai Xiuxiu couldn't hold back her restless heart and greedy mouth. Chief, hurry. Agree to him. This is definitely a sure win. We won't lose. Xiao Bai fiercely slapped her with her shark fin. Humans are cunning. Why are you being so reckless? Bai Xiuxiu looked at her with a wronged expression. Chief, but your drooling can't fool the shark. Xiao Bai, why are you sabotaging me? She angrily slapped the girl with the shark fin, causing the latter to cover her shark head, looking innocent and wronged. Can't you just shut up if you can't talk? Bai Xiuxiu, how about it? Chen Yue smiled at her, his words filled with temptation, And also, the evil magic orca king. You haven't tasted its meat, right? If we reach an agreement, perhaps, in the near future, I can prepare it in your favorite flavors like braised orca, steamed orca, grilled whole orca, yellow braised orca meat, stir-fried orca, deep-fried orca legs, and boiled or stewed. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao, who had previously looked wronged, immediately opened her shark mouth wide, her eyes shining. If it weren't for Xiao by punching this guy earlier, she might have nodded and agreed right away. Bai Xiao, who had about 50,000 years of cultivation, could understand human speech, but could not speak it herself. Ahem. Xiao Bai cleared her throat, swallowing the saliva in her mouth, and seriously extended her shark fin. Well, let's clarify first. What if the high priest doesn't go out to sea? If she doesn't go out, you can choose any method from these options. Of course, it might not be the evil magic orca king, just a regular evil magic orca. Deal. Xiao Bai was overjoyed. Without saying a word, she snatched the recording stone from Chen Yue's hand, then raised her head, surfaced, and patted her body, as if guaranteeing, rest assured, as long as the high priest goes out to sea, I will definitely hand this over to her. She checked it, and the stone was waterproof, containing only a one-time recording video, somewhat like the method she had seen humans use to convey messages long ago. So, after ruling out the threat, she no longer hesitated. Of course, she wasn't doing it for food, just wanting revenge. After all, many of her clansmen had been eaten by those damned evil magic orcas. Deal. A meaningful smile appeared on Chen Yue's face, making QianRenxue twitch, her expression becoming strange. So this is the real ChenYue. QianRenxue silently complained in her heart, but also had to admit that this method seemed to be the most effective. If she remembered correctly, ChenYue was planning to take action against Poseidon, and if she carelessly handed over the recording stone, Poseidon might suspect their motives. If it was left on the ground, Poseidon might also remember something. But if a familiar person said they found it somewhere, that would be another story. At this moment on Sea God Island, inside the Sea God Palace, looking at the two in meditation before her, Poseidon, with her forehead drenched in sweat and her soul power level having dropped to level 95, finally let out a sigh of relief, a look of relief appearing on her face. Finally, I'm free. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look up at the two before her, who already bore the mark of the high priest, casually took out 2 stones from her storage bag, and placed them before the sea god trident. This is your manual, recording your various duties and powers. Hope it helps you. During the time these two were undergoing the assessment, Poseidon naturally couldn't just sit here doing nothing. She wasn't sure if these two, who seemed a bit eccentric and had some bizarre behaviors, would do something out of line after inheriting the position. So she didn't dare to wait for them to complete the assessment. You should know, she was now only at level 95 in soul power, and had lost the ability to draw on the ocean's power, currently only having the advantage of being a sea soul master. But this was insignificant compared to the two who had already reached level 99. Therefore, she planned to slip away first. I wonder if the sea god will punish me for this. Poseidon thought this in her heart, feeling somewhat helpless, because after the assessment reached the final step, she had no power to interfere. And in a sense, as long as the first 7 assessments were completed, the last assessment was practically guaranteed to pass, as long as they didn't act recklessly. So, even though she felt that the character of these two brothers might be somewhat questionable, she was powerless to change what had already been set in stone. All she could do was hope that Lord Poseidon would come to their aid when the time came. However, at this moment, the Poseidon she was thinking of was not as she wished. After the thunder god left, Poseidon's expression darkened, and he snorted coldly. Is this the attitude when asking someone to do something? Oomph. He calculated with his fingers and confirmed that the heir he had chosen was still on Sea God Island and had not left, which strengthened his resolve. After all, he was close to retirement. Why should he care about so much? Delaying for a day was a day. Once this kid passed the assessment, he would be free. At that time, who the hell would know who? Once liberated, he could go to other planes, and what did it matter about this thunder god? Even if there were repercussions later, it had nothing to do with him. At most, this thunder god might hold some prejudice against the new sea god, but he believed that this little prejudice would be nothing for his heir, who had gone through many life and death trials. Therefore, he had never considered going to Douluo Star to check on the situation. However, what he did not expect, including ChenYue and even the thunder god, was that some unforeseen changes had occurred on Douluo Star, in the Stardow Forest, the Lake of Life, and the Silver Dragon Space. After Biji was sucked into the large door behind the Silver Dragon Space, the 2 dragons, one silver and one black, stood there, gazing at the abyssal gate. Lost in thought, Master, this gate, could it lead to the ancient time, to the abyssal continent that forcibly intruded into Douluo Star? The master and servant continued for a while before Emperor Tian could not help but ask first. Impossible. The Silver Dragon King directly dismissed it. The abyssal space from back then had already been dealt with by the god of the underworld at that time. Currently, it was at most a plane of mental energy. Such a substantial gate could not exist. The god of the underworld she mentioned was the law enforcer of the divine realm during ancient times, governing the laws of life and death, and was very powerful back then. However, after the god of the underworld shattered the abyssal plane, he suffered a backlash. At that time, the Silver Dragon King appeared and smashed the main body of the sect, leading to a decisive battle between the god of the underworld and the Silver Dragon King on Douluo Star. At that time, the Silver Dragon King was at her peak, possessing the strength of a god king and having collected the faith of all land soul beasts on Douluo Star, her power far exceeding that of an ordinary god king. If it were a one-on-one fight, her strength back then could easily defeat the 5 god kings in the current Douluo god realm, PS, limited to 1v1 situations. However, the strength of the ancient god kings was absolutely not comparable to the so-called god kings of today. Although the god of the underworld was fighting to the death, his strength could not be underestimated. After defeating the Silver Dragon King, he used his own power to split Douluo Star in two. All soul beasts and soul masters with dark attributes were swept into the Sun Moon Plateau, while most with light attributes remained in the Douluo Plateau. Thus, the Sun Moon Plateau and Douluo Plateau were separated by more than half a planet. However, because of this, the god of the underworld exhausted his energy, and his divine position shattered into countless first-level divine positions, which were then fought over by a series of land soul masters. The Silver Dragon King still remembered that among those soul masters who seized divine positions, the 2 strongest were named Shura and Resetsu. Among them, the soul master named Shura inherited the path of slaughter from the death branch of the laws of life and death. The other one, named Resetsu, inherited the path of evil thoughts from the death branch of the laws of life and death. She could tell that the first one belonged to a human soul master. But this Resetsu, she found, was not a human soul master. Rather, it resembled a spiritual being formed by the world, somewhat akin to a being like the Ice Empress that had transformed into a human soul master through cultivation. But where exactly does this abyssal gate lead to? Emperor Tian hesitated and glanced at the abyss. After all, whether he could survive his 800,000 calamities depended on this place. I can temporarily shield your aura and let you cross the calamity at sea. The Silver Dragon King pondered for a moment before saying, at sea, there is a place of divine inheritance for faith. If you cross the calamity there, the aura of their gods might also appear, and at that time, those guys in the divine realm might think your matter has been handled by a deity. Master, I don't feel this idea is very reliable. The Silver Dragon King. Actually, she felt the same way. Then what do you suggest we do? Emperor Tian thought for a moment, then showed a determined expression. If not, Master, could you borrow a piece of the life stone, and once I complete my calamity, you can take me into this Silver Dragon space? He didn't dare to cross the calamity, not because he feared dying from the heavenly tribulation, but because he was afraid of being heavily injured afterward and being killed by the Bear King. That stupid bear had always been thinking about killing him to replace his position, so he had to be cautious. But the Silver Dragon King thought for a while. In any case, she couldn't fall asleep during this time. She could feel that many familiar auras were reviving in the land area of Douluo Star. Given the current circumstances, even if she hadn't fully healed, she couldn't fall asleep anymore. Thank you, Master. Upon hearing this, Emperor Tian was overjoyed and turned to start preparing. In the divine realm, after the Thunder God left the Sea God Temple, he suddenly seemed to sense something. Another little insect is crossing the calamity? Chapter 151 ChenYue. Lan Fatsi. Do you desire freedom? Then bring your mother here. Just now, he sensed that there seemed to be a soul beast in Douluo Star that had reached the standard for the heavenly tribulation to descend. Just in time. I can use this calamity to come down and take a look. He snorted coldly and went directly to the Divine Realm Transit Station without saying a word. This time, he planned to personally send down a divine consciousness projection to investigate what had happened at that time. As for this soul beast crossing the calamity, that level of cultivation was like a little insect in his eyes, not worth mentioning. He was only interested in that human at that time. On Sea God Island, in the Sea God Temple. After Posisai left the items, she did not linger and turned to walk outside the Sea God Temple. High Priest. However, she never expected that as soon as she stepped out, she would see the neatly arranged Sea God 7 sacred pillars already waiting at the door. You all. Poseidon was taken aback. What are you doing? It's late at night. Shouldn't you be resting? How will you recover the operation of the sea god sacred pillars tomorrow? Now that the priest replacement procedure has been completed, the sea god sacred pillars will naturally open as scheduled, and as their guardians, they need to maintain their watch. It can be said that the sea god's 7 sacred pillars must be personally activated by the guardians of the respective positions to initiate the assessment. Otherwise, the assessment procedure cannot be opened. This is a right unique to the guardians of the 7 sacred pillars. High Priest Wei, the sea girl Doll looked at Poseidon in front of her, opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately did not speak, only her eyes becoming a bit moist. The 7 sacred pillars today can be said to be the juniors of Poseidon. In other words, they have all grown up under Poseidon's watchful eye and have worked together to guard Sea God Island for such a long time. All right, let's each do our part. With a wave of her hand, Poseidon declared that everyone should rest well tonight and be responsible for the new high priest starting tomorrow, managing Sea God Island together. She didn't feel much reluctance because she had stayed on Sea God Island for over 100 years and had met many people. Of course, there was some reluctance, but compared to her current desire to find Tang Chun, it was insignificant. She had waited too long for Tang Chun, and now that she could finally go look for him, how could she stay here any longer? Farewell, High Priest. The 7 sacred pillars exchanged glances and watched Poseidon leave. And finally, it was the sea dragon Dalu, the leader of the 7 sacred pillars, who shouted loudly. Poseidon paused for a moment but quickly appeared on the surface of the sea, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished without a trace. As a Title Douluo and a sea soul master, Poseidon could walk on the water as if gliding on it. Thanks to her years of experience as a high priestess and her unique understanding of her martial soul, as well as her adaptability to her environment. With her speed, she quickly left Sea God Island, and, after passing through the Magic Whale Sea area, she could directly step into Hanhai City and enter the mainland of the empire. That person in the Spirit City should still be there, right? He should know Tang Chen's whereabouts. Throughout the entire mainland empire, Poseidon thought for a moment. She indeed didn't know many people, but she still remembered Qian Dalu from the Spear Hall, and at that time, Tang Chun had come with Qian Dalu, so it was likely they knew each other's whereabouts, right? Just as she was about to speed up, a thunderous sound suddenly echoed through the sky. What sound? She suddenly looked up and saw dark clouds gathering in the distance, and even from such a far distance, she could feel a chilling aura. What is that? Having grown up on Sea God Island and served there for so many years, even as a former unparalleled Dalu, she had never witnessed a scene of a fierce beast undergoing tribulation. But this powerful tribulation force made her feel that, let alone her current level of 95. Even at 99, without borrowing the power of Sea God Island or the Sea God's divine strength, she wouldn't be confident in successfully passing through that tribulation. The momentum of the tribulation in the distance was indeed caused by Emperor Tian, an 800,000-year cultivation tribulation. Once this tribulation arose, the fluctuations it caused could be clearly seen throughout the Douluo continent, and many powerful beings could distinctly feel the destructive aura lingering in the sky. Meanwhile, the deep-sea magic whale king, who was sleeping in the Magic Whale Sea area, suddenly awakened. Who is undergoing tribulation now? Could it be that black dragon in the Stardew forest? The deep-sea magic whale king raised its head and, through the unfathomable depths of the sea, saw the tribulation brewing in the sky, and its heart trembled. Is it possible that he has reached 900,000 years? It noticed that the energy brewing in the sky was even more astonishing and terrifying than the tribulation it faced at 900,000 years. It shouldn't be. The deep-sea magic whale king hesitated for a moment, but suddenly seemed to sense something. That little girl from Sea God Island? Is she representing the sea god to eliminate me? While it was deep in thought, it suddenly spotted Poseidon, who was in a daze on the surface of the sea in the Magic Whale Sea area. Because it was in the deep sea, the deep-sea magic whale king did not detect much of her soul power fluctuations, but directly captured her aura with its spiritual power. Upon confirming it was the high priestess of Sea God Island, Poseidon, it immediately had a thought. That old bastard Poseidon can't help but come after me. It felt no surprise. Even though Poseidon had already become a god, the enmity between one man and one beast was irreconcilable. How could it be easily forgotten? Poseidon, today I shall first take down this little girl of yours. With this thought, the deep-sea magic whale king snorted coldly, no longer hesitating, and immediately rolled up to the surface of the sea, speaking in human language. Little girl, you can come to the Magic Whale Sea area to challenge me, and I am quite pleased. but I do not like your provocative attitude. In this ocean, only I can provoke. No one has ever dared to provoke me. Poseidon. Is this magic whale king out of its mind? She was really just stunned by the distant tribulation and was frozen in place. Now, at level 95, she wouldn't dare to arm wrestle with this deep-sea magic whale king, even when she could call upon the sea god's divine power in the past. She couldn't say she could win. She could only say she was on par with the deep-sea magic whale king. No, you. Just as Poseidon was about to say something, the deep-sea magic whale king impatiently waved its hand, and the magic whale domain instantly erupted. Come on, out of respect for our acquaintance, I can let you have 3 moves first. Poseidon, don't even mention 3 moves. She couldn't win even if it were 30 moves. At this moment, on an island outside the magic whale sea area, Chen Yue, ChenRenxue, and Bai Xiu, who was peeking out of the sea, were enjoying some skewers while watching the scene in the distance. Although the distance was a bit far, it posed no pressure for the 3 of them, allowing them to clearly act as bystanders. Where's your clan leader? Chen Yue turned to Bai Xiu and asked. Upon hearing Bai Xiu's response, Chen Yue slapped his forehead. Sorry, I forgot you can't speak human language, my bad. Bai Xiu. So why the hell did you hit my shark head? That 10,000-year magic soul great white shark should be looking for people around Sea God Island, right? Qian eating this grilled orca meat, really had to admit that the 10,000-year evil spirit orca was indeed delicious. The meat was tender, and after sprinkling some cumin while grilling, it was incredibly tasty. The key is, she was worried about gaining weight. Qianrenxue, are you going to step in? Or are you going for a heroic rescue? While happily enjoying her skewers, Qianrenxue turned to Chen Yue and asked. Although she hadn't seen such a situation before, spending more time with Chen, you made her feel her CPU running at a higher frequency than before, so she easily understood these simple questions. Just a casual glance, and she got it. Heroic rescue? A smile appeared on Chen Yue's face. You're thinking too simply of me, right? Qianrenxue paused. Wasn't he it? Look at me. When have I ever used a heroic rescue technique? Qianrenxue thought for a moment. It seemed she really hadn't used it before. That kind of careless move could easily lead to being burned by boiling sheep, which was fine in the past, but now, especially in another world, TSK? Chen Yue shook his head with a smile, his face full of disdain. I didn't understand. Qianrenxue's skewer-eating action had come to an abrupt stop. At this moment, she scratched her head, thinking for a long time, but still not understanding Chen Yue's words. It was a boiling sheep operation. Although she couldn't understand, she felt that there was a very terrifying feeling hidden within his words. So what are you trying to do? After thinking it over and not figuring it out, Qianrenxue simply decided not to think too much and asked straightforwardly. Chen Yue smiled without speaking, but with a flick of his hand. He pulled out a dazed figure from the Qian fairy island, stroking her slightly protruding belly. It was Lanfozi? What is this? Wait, Qianrenxue, seeing him seemingly pulling a woman out like a magic trick, was instantly speechless. Just as she was about to say something, her gaze fell on Lanfozi, and her expression froze as she tentatively asked, 10,000 years deep-sea demon whale, transformed? You, this. Chen Yue smiled slightly, holding Lanfozi in his arms, gently rubbing her small belly, while his other hand picked up a skewer and stuffed it into the still dazed Lanfozi's mouth, saying, This is called conserving energy and waiting for work. This, demon tiger whale meat, feeling the skewer in her mouth. The delicious aroma made Lanfozi unable to resist taking a bite, her eyes widening in surprise as she turned to Chen Yue and asked, What is this? Then, she saw the demon tiger whale meat that had been neatly arranged into skewers beside the fire. Lanfozi, what do you want to do? Although she was released now, Lanfozi did not believe that the man in front of her would really let her go. During her time on Qian Fairy Island, she had seen Ain and Xiao Wu, who were also transformed from 10,000-year-soul beasts, and after hearing their stories, combined with what happened later with ZG, she felt that her future was probably, do you want freedom? Lanfozi was taken aback. You let me go? Answer my question. She glanced suspiciously at Chen Yue, who was smiling and gently rubbing her belly, his expression revealing nothing. Lanfozi was not like Xiao Wu or Ain, who had stayed in the forest all their lives, as a sea soul beast. She could use some methods to briefly transform into a human once her cultivation reached a certain level. Therefore, she also understood the malice of some humans. There wouldn't be such good things in the world. What if you want to? What if you don't? Regarding Lanfozi's words, Chen Yue seemed completely unfazed. If you don't want freedom, then Ain and Xiao Wu will be your future. Lanfozi's face went pale. I definitely want freedom. She certainly didn't want to end up like Yin and Xiao Wu, stuck in that place until she passed away. Very good. You were a smart person. Hearing Chen Yue's tone, ChenRenxue raised an eyebrow, taking a bite of the skewer and muttering, "Why do I always feel like he has a belly full of bad intentions?" Almost as soon as ChenRenxue's words fell, Chen Yue's voice rang out. "Find a way to lure your mother here, and after you give birth to this child, I can return your freedom." Lan Fozi, you must be dreaming. Don't even think about it. If it were before, she might have had hope that her mother would save her. But after seeing ZG on ChenYue Fairy Island, she instantly understood that only her father coming in person would have a chance. Now, after 10,000 years of transformation, she could not sense the deep-sea demon whale, King fighting Poseidon, in the distance. Of course, if she calmed down and sensed the sea, she could feel it, but the problem was that she was currently held in Chen Yue's arms, and her perception was indeed limited. Actually, whether you shout or not, it makes no difference. Chen Yue smiled slightly. Your mother will eventually leave the demon whale sea, right? How much hope do you think she would have to escape if she faced us two Title Douluos, along with that ferocious beast you saw on ChenYue Fairy Island? Lan Fozi's expression suddenly changed. You can't do this. If you have the ability, come at me. She never expected that, because of a moment of playfulness, she would be caught and end up in such a situation. If you call her over now, you still have a chance at freedom, but if you don't, your fate will be just like Yin and the others. No, I'll call. Chapter 152. Demon Emperor. No matter who you are, you will die today. What the hell? How is this possible? These humans in the inner flow are truly laughable. In Xingluo City, on the street, the Demon Emperor, dressed in a black skirt, looked indifferently at the burning, killing, and looting happening on the street, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of her mouth. For those soul masters who had their sights set on her and wanted to act against her, she showed no mercy, slapping them dead with a single blow. You must know, she was not transformed into a human, but rather had a unique beastly form. P.S. Equivalent to a fierce beast transforming in a human form. Originally, sea soul beasts did not have this ability, but luck was on her side. During her last trip to sea, she unexpectedly saved a kindred spirit who was almost drowned. Yes, this kindred spirit was Bai Ji, who was accidentally sucked into the abyssal gate right under the noses of the Silver Dragon King and Dition. Bai Ji was a healing-type fierce beast, and while she wasn't completely devoid of combat power, the problem was that her mental power had been damaged long ago. This was also why Dition placed her closest to the Silver Dragon King's dimensional space, and when he caught the Dream Eye Silkworm, he prioritized restoring her injuries. Unfortunately, later on, the Dream Eye Silkworm escaped, and the ZG who went to pursue it also went silent. Fortunately, among the 7 fierce beasts, the weakest Yao Ling was proficient in mental power, or else Bai Ji might have been in danger. Of course, due to Yao Ling's weaker cultivation, her healing effect on Bai Ji was also very limited. If Yao Ling were to completely heal Bai Ji's mental power, it would take at least 5,000 years. At this time, it also laid the groundwork for what would happen later, Dition wanting Bai Ji to receive treatment from the Silver Dragon King. But neither he nor the Silver Dragon King anticipated that the space created by the Dragon God would have such significant restrictions, which truly surprised both dragons. After Bai Ji was teleported over, she directly appeared at the bottom of the sea. She did her utmost to climb from the depths of the sea to the surface, hoping for a place to land. Otherwise, she would surely faint from exhaustion in the sea, and whether she would sink back to the bottom again was uncertain. Of course, as a fierce beast, she wouldn't drown after staying at the bottom for 10 days or half a month. But if she were in a coma and her body fell deeper into the sea, then she would probably be crushed by the seawater of the entire continent, right? Fortunately, she was saved by the Demon Emperor, and upon discovering each other's true forms, a sense of closeness naturally developed. Moreover, as a healing-type fierce beast, Bai Ji generally had a good impression among most soul beasts, except for those who had fallen or were bloodthirsty. Upon learning that the Demon Emperor wanted to go to the human world to find her daughter, but was troubled by her limited ability to transform into a human, Bai Ji pondered for a moment and ultimately taught her how to transform into a human form using her beastly body. This method of transformation was actually taught to Dition by the Silver Dragon King, and then distributed to them. It wasn't something everyone could do. Of course, if a fierce beast had cultivated for a long time, they might be able to comprehend it on their own due to favorable circumstances. For example, Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor, and the like. Among the sea soul beasts, currently, only the deep-sea demon whale king knew this method, but he did not pass it on to his kin. So the Demon Emperor was unaware of it, and Lan Fozi was even more clueless. Of course, because of this matter, the demon emperor felt a slight estrangement in her heart. Now that Lan has transformed into a human, in a way, it could be considered a betrayal of the Soul Beast clan. The entire deep-sea demon whale clan will probably see her as an outcast. If our king could impart the method of transforming into human form, perhaps Lan would not have embarked on this irreversible path. During this time of searching, the demon emperor has actually contemplated the matter. She did not blindly try to capture Lan Fozi, but wondered why Lan Fozi decided to run away. After all, there must be a cause for every effect, and Lan Fozi could not have transformed into a human for no reason, right? Therefore, after careful consideration, she found a reason. To repay this BG, she hunted many soul beasts to provide food for her. Since she had never been to human society and naturally did not know how to cook stir-fried dishes and the like. After taking a stroll, upon seeing the chaos within the Xinghua Empire and not finding any trace of Lan Fozi, the demon emperor was about to leave when she suddenly sensed a strange fluctuation. This is Lanlin's mental power fluctuation. Is she calling for help? After Lan Fozi transformed into a human, she taught her some ways to signal for help. After all, after 100,000 years of transformation, her strength had basically dropped by 99.99%, and she could easily be killed. Therefore, she devised a unique method of signaling for help that was reflected in mental power. Specifically, even if Lan Fozi was killed the moment she sent the signal, this call for help would still exist for a long time. As long as she noticed it, she could use her mental power to activate this signal to rewind the scene at that time. Of course, the mental power required to rewind this is extremely vast, but fortunately, the deep-sea demon whale clan's mental power has always been considerable, ranking among the top in the entire soul beast realm. And Lan Fozi, although she is a 100,000-year soul beast transformed into a human, her mental power would not undergo significant changes. Other 100,000-year soul beasts that transformed are similar. Of course, if the original body's mental power is weak, it is naturally of little use, like a Yin and Xiao Wu, one leaning towards support and the other towards pet-like qualities. Lan is in danger. Almost the moment she sensed it, the demon emperor wasted no time and set off immediately, quickly arriving at a small island, where she saw Lan Fozi in the arms of a strange man. Moreover, with her mental power, she instantly detected a faint life force within Lan Fozi's belly. In an instant, the demon emperor glared angrily and shouted, "You dare?" Without saying a word, she struck out, using the demon extreme divine light. In an instant, purple light burst forth from her body, transforming into a small needle-like beam of light, aimed at Chen Yue's head. So impatient. Faced with this sudden attack, Chen Yue seemed unsurprised. With a casual wave, a massive divine tower appeared in front of him, and the demon emperor's light was actually deflected by this divine tower. "Who are you?" The demon emperor's pupils contracted as she looked at the divine tower blocking her, her expression grave as she spoke in a deep voice. "Your future husband." Chen Yue let Lan Fozi call for help, knowing he was looking for trouble, so he naturally would not speak to her politely. Moreover, this so-called politeness was just nonsense because the demon emperor, having sensed Lan Fozi's whereabouts, would definitely want to take her away, but how could Chen Yue allow her to do so? Therefore, a battle was inevitable. Sure enough, after Chen Yue's words fell, the demon emperor's expression darkened completely. "No matter who you are, you will die today." Demon whale armed. P.S. After checking the information, the demon emperor's skills are mostly from the Dosin period, characteristic of the Holy Spirit Church, and using them feels not very rigorous, so I created some original ones. Leaning towards the deep-sea demon whale clan, the demon emperor shouted loudly, and a series of purple transparent battle armor surged forth around her. She wielded a double-edged sword that was entirely purple, the wrath of the demon whale. She transformed into a beam of purple light, holding the double-edged sword, and in the blink of an eye, circled around the entire Tianwan Divine Tower, stabbing down at Chen Yue from the sky. Oh, it actually has a bit of the Dosan period's battle armor style. Seeing the demon emperor's move, Chen Yue was slightly surprised, but just slightly. After all, it was merely some flashy movements. As he spoke, he raised his palm, and the Pangu axe instantly appeared in front of him, lightly swinging it upward toward the sky. Bang! The demon emperor's double-edged sword also thrust down fiercely, colliding with Chen Yue's axe. In an instant, her double-edged sword shattered like fragile paper, and the resulting shockwave blew away all her armor. What? How is that possible? The demon emperor was stunned, but the Pangu axe that flew out would not pause due to her shock. Instead, it forcefully struck in front of her, and in that instant, she fell heavily into the sea like a kite with a broken string. Mother. Lan Fozu's expression changed. She wanted to leave, but upon glancing at Chen Yue beside her, her stepping forward came to a halt, afraid to advance. Earlier, she did not know Chen Yue's strength. She only knew he was a Title Douluo, and at most felt that his ability to capture the purple princess indicated that his strength was likely beyond that of other Title Douluos. However, after this battle, she realized that Chen Yue's strength was likely beyond her estimation. Don't worry, I'm holding back. I won't take your mother's life. Chen Yue smiled at her. Qian, who was beside him, immediately rolled her eyes and muttered. With his personality, how could he be cruel to flowers? The few holy angels that have been cut down. Aren't we flowers too? Thank you. Lan Fozu looked at Chen Yue with a complicated expression, her pale lips moving a few times before she finally whispered 2 words. She could actually understand why Chen Yue captured her. After all, she was a 100,000-year soul beast, which is a huge attraction for human soul masters. It's like encountering a walking 50,000, and the other party is completely no match for you. Under such circumstances, normal civilians would certainly fulfill their obligations, right? How about I take a turn to fight? Renxue, having finished a skewer, looked at Chen Yue and casually asked, I haven't tested my strength yet. That works. Chen Yue shrugged soon. That demigod deep-sea demon whale king will definitely come over. How about you fight? Renxue. She coughed and said, well, I'll just help you hold back the deep-sea demon whale king's wife and daughter. Don't worry, I'll only hold them back. And I guarantee they won't have any accidents. Chen Yue's eyelids twitched as he glanced at Renxue, feeling that her emphasis on the word guarantee seemed a bit off. On the other side of the battlefield, the deep-sea demon whale king had decided to use all his strength to counter this wave of Sai, only to find that the opponent was as weak as a little child. He only used 30% of his strength, and this wave of Sai could only barely hold on. Strange? This little girl, could it be that her brain is waterlogged? How dare she challenge me with such strength? The deep-sea demon whale king sneered. I thought you had received Poseidon's divine power to assist you. Want to battle with me? And this is all you have? Poseidon. I was just passing by. Hee, you humans are so cunning. When you can't win, you come up with all sorts of excuses to escape. Do you really think this king is an idiot? Poseidon, she really was just passing by. Since you want to seek death, then this king will grant you that. The deep-sea demon whale king no longer intended to waste time. Now that it was certain this little girl was seeking death, it would naturally not be polite. In fact, perhaps after swallowing this former high priest of Sea God Island, it could advance a bit further on the path to becoming a demigod. You see, it reached its current level 100,000 years ago, yet it still hasn't broken through the final barrier. Even though this Poseidon now doesn't emit any aura related to the sea god's divine power, it might still gain some benefits from devouring her. Of course, regardless of whether it would gain anything, the deep-sea demon whale king has never been merciful to those who dare to challenge it. It would directly swallow them, relying on its unique ability to absorb and enhance its cultivation. Oh no, Poseidon was alarmed. This place was very far from Sea God Island, and in her current state, she couldn't possibly outrun the deep-sea demon whale king in the sea. Just as the deep-sea demon whale king was about to knock Poseidon down and swallow her whole, suddenly, it sensed 2 familiar auras. Wait, this ISN Tian aura. This is a mental energy fluctuation? Is it the lady? Her aura seems a bit unstable. Has a strong opponent invaded? It frowned, glanced at Poseidon, and snorted coldly. You're lucky. After saying that, the deep-sea demon whale king no longer paid attention to Poseidon and swiftly dove towards that aura. Compared to the demon emperor, this merely 95-level Title Douluo Poseidon was completely dispensable. Moreover, without Poseidon, it felt it could launch a full-scale attack and sink Sea God Island. But the demon emperor, this beast it had carefully nurtured, was still more valuable. After all, in the entire deep-sea demon whale clan, while there were many soul beasts from 100,000 years ago, those that could reach the level of the fierce beast were few and far between. Chapter 153, Deep-Sea Demon Whale King. You might not believe it, but my divine body is leaking. So powerful. Poseidon watched the retreating deep-sea demon whale king with lingering fear, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. Although she didn't know why the deep-sea demon whale king left just before striking, there was no time for her to think further. Currently, her soul power was nearly depleted, and recklessly landing could be dangerous. With that thought, she no longer hesitated and turned to find a small island to rest and recover her soul power before thinking about landing. Of course, if she landed again, she would absolutely not pass through this demon whale sea area. She wouldn't go there even if it meant death. The deep-sea demon whale king was just too strong. However, she had just turned around and walked a short distance when she saw a familiar aura burst out from the surface of the sea, revealing a large shark head. High Priest, Little White? Poseidon was slightly taken aback, looking at her in astonishment. At this time, shouldn't you be asleep already? Little White. She coughed and said seriously, I was out with the juniors for a picnic, experiencing human nightlife. Poseidon? What nonsense is this? What kind of human nightlife can a shark like you experience? Speaking of human nightlife, what is that? Poseidon naturally didn't know that this term was something Little White learned from Chen Yue. Currently, aside from some small surrounding cities, there might be nightlife similar to ancient brothels, but everywhere else, there wasn't nightlife like in modern times. Of course, the so-called noble circles are truly chaotic nobles were an exception. It's like this. Little White scratched her shark head and then took out a stone that seemed to have been lying in the seawater for a long time. I found this thing at the bottom of the sea a few days ago. It transmitted a mental energy fluctuation, but I don't know what it is. I was originally thinking of giving it directly to you, High Priest, but they all said you were busy and had no time, so I kept it. This line she completely wouldn't know. It was entirely taught by Chen Yue. After all, to make Poseidon suspicious, the first thing was to have a familiar face. And secondly, to say this thing was handed over by a third party. Otherwise, with Poseidon's vigilance, it would surely be forced. If it came to that, Chen Yue would feel some regret for not being able to witness the famous scenes of the Tang family over the generations. Mental energy? Poseidon looked closely and indeed felt that this stone carried a mental energy fluctuation. You found this in the sea? Yes, at the location in the deep sea. Little White scratched her head, saying somewhat guiltily, actually, I didn't mean to leave Sea God Island. Goodness. Poseidon's eyelids twitched. If she were still the High Priest, she would definitely punish Little White for this. As a guardian beast of Sea God Island, how would you go play around the inland coastal areas? Unfortunately, she had already handed over the position to someone else, so she naturally had no authority to criticize Little White. But as an acquaintance, she still gave a serious warning, Little White. As the guardian beast of Sea God Island and the leader of the Great White Shark Clan, you must set an example. This time is an exception. There can't be a next time. Although Poseidon no longer had power and position, she had been the High Priest for a long time and still held great authority in Little White's heart. Immediately, Little White nodded her large shark head and then scratched her head with her fin. High Priest, if there is nothing else, I'll head back first. Wait a minute. Little White. Oh no, she wouldn't have discovered something wrong, would she? She tilted her shark head and thought for a moment. It seemed there was nothing wrong with the lines. But then, Poseidon's words made her breathe a sigh of relief. She heard Poseidon say, "Take me for a ride. No need to return to Sea God Island. Just find an island nearby." Okay, wait, High Priest, you're not going back to Sea God Island, this? Little White breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to agree, suddenly the shark's brain reacted and couldn't help but ask, "High Priest, you, as the guardian of Sea God Island, isn't it inappropriate to leave like this?" "I'm no longer the High Priest," Poseidon said lightly, "so it's fine to leave." Huh? Little White's mouth dropped open, and even though she had a mouthful of seawater, she was still stunned, staring at Poseidon in disbelief. "No, it can't be. This is nothing. The wise are above." Poseidon didn't want to say more. She planned to find an island and take a good look at what this thing with a mental energy fluctuation was. For some reason, she always felt that there was a trace of familiar aura within it, to make her bite the bait. Chen Yue naturally couldn't just use a water-soaked shadow stone. Aside from the shadow stone, there was also the aura of Tang Chun masking it. But because she hadn't sensed Tang Chun's aura for so long, only a faint sense of familiarity remained. Seeing Poseidon like this, although Xiao Bai was still very confused, she noticed that Poseidon clearly did not want to say more. So she refrained from asking further and obediently took Poseidon to a small island. It was unclear if it was a coincidence, but from this island's location, one could clearly see the distant battle between QianRenxue and the Demon Emperor. Of course, the deep-sea demon whale king had not yet arrived. After all, although Xiao Bai's combat power was not impressive, she was confident that even the deep-sea demon whale king could not outrun her when it came to swimming. This was probably also the reason Poseidon asked Xiao Bai to give her a ride. Meanwhile, after climbing out from the sea and engaging in battle with QianRenxue, the demon emperor was in a daze. This was impossible, absolutely impossible. How could she possess such immense strength? Earlier, Her super powerful attack with the demon whale armament was easily shattered by Chen Yue with a mere axe strike, which she could barely accept, thinking perhaps this person was a peerless Daluo among humans. But then, after QianRenxue made her move, completely overpowering and beating her, the demon emperor was utterly bewildered, starting to doubt her own life. No way, absolutely no way. How could there be so many seemingly young, peerless Daluo in this world? It should be noted that during the Dui period, even regular 10,000-year-old beasts could smash Title Douluos. Even the most ordinary 10,000-year-old beasts were enough to rival the Title Douluo of the 90s. As for her own cultivation, it far exceeded 10,000 years. She was undoubtedly a fierce beast. Besides the exceptionally powerful 97 or 98 level super Daluo that might catch her attention, there were no opponents for her. But what was the situation with this incredibly beautiful woman in front of her? The demon emperor stared blankly at QianRenxue, who had easily defeated her, gradually beginning to question her own existence. She seemed to understand why her daughter, Lan Fatsi, did not resist after being captured. At that moment, the sea began to boil wildly, and a massive black shadow gradually emerged from the depths of the ocean. The deep-sea demon whale king had arrived. Sensing the vast and extremely powerful aura, QianRenxue's expression changed, and she no longer toyed with the demon emperor, but directly slashed her down onto the island, lifting her up. "Don't worry," Chen Yue burped, noticing QianRenxue's intention to take the demon emperor as a hostage, and casually said, QianRenxue was stunned. "Do you have confidence?" Even she, feeling the terrifying aura of the deep-sea demon whale king at this moment, was as anxious as Alexander the Great. Even with her divine weapon, she couldn't say she was certain to win. This was why she had the idea of capturing the demon emperor as a hostage. "Relax." Chen Yue stood up, stretched, and thought it had been a while since he had fought, hoping to see the whale take some hits. Human, I admit you are strong, but my king will always be an insurmountable hurdle in your life." The demon emperor's words immediately made QianRenxue frown, and without hesitation, she kicked her. "Shut up, defeated opponent." QianRenxue's kick was merciless. The already severely injured demon emperor let out a muffled groan, forcing herself to hold back the blood that threatened to spill. "You all are seeking death." At that moment, the deep-sea demon whale king finally surfaced. Its enormous body reached 200 meters in length, and its entire body shimmered with a sapphire-like color. Just the sight of its scales and massive body produced an overwhelming sense of pressure, making one feel as insignificant as gazing up at a 200-meter-tall skyscraper. "Take a breather. Just keep an eye on them. Don't let them escape." Chen Yue yawned, twisted his neck, and recalled that he hadn't fought in a long time. He had been using his brain so much lately that he felt his muscles were about to rust. You don't know what you're talking about." Seeing this insignificant human, who only had a soul power fluctuation comparable to Poseidon, dared to speak so arrogantly, the deep-sea demon whale king snorted coldly. In an instant, the surrounding sea suddenly became deep, and the next moment, the small island beneath Chen Yue's feet abruptly cracked with web-like marks. Boom! Almost at the moment this crack appeared, a blue beam of light with a 5-meter diameter shot up from the seabed, penetrating the entire island without warning. In the blink of an eye, that small island in the sea was completely obliterated. Once the beings on the ground lost solid land, they became like fish on a sticky board, powerless against a powerful enemy no matter how capable they were. In the distance, Poseidon on another island had just prepared to investigate everything within the item when she was suddenly attracted by the commotion from afar. When she saw the island that had been crushed by the deep-sea demon whale king in an instant, she couldn't help but exclaim. Hearing this, Xiaobai's heart tightened. Looking ahead with a serious expression, just from his masterpiece, she could feel the gap between the sole great white shark and the deep-sea demon whale king. Interesting. The island was crushed by the soaring beam of light, but Chen Yue was not harmed in the slightest. He was even holding Lan Fatsi, and QianRenxue was fine too, holding the severely injured demon emperor. As for Bai Xiuxiu, this delicious and quick little shark had already slipped away the moment the deep-sea demon whale king's aura approached. Of course, before leaving, she didn't forget to stuff the unfinished orcus skewers in her mouth, and, at this moment, she had run to a northern island, savoring her meal while watching the show. Seeing that Chen Yue was completely unharmed under his attack, the deep-sea demon whale king was somewhat surprised. It seemed this human had the capital to be arrogant, but that was all there was to it. The deep-sea demon whale king coldly stared at Chen Yue in midair with its one remaining eye, and with a cold snort, its massive tail suddenly swung up, aiming fiercely at Chen Yue in the air. Although its size was enormous, it was extremely fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, it flashed past, and the massive energy that passed through tore the air apart, creating a layer of small black lightning around the blue-purple fan of light. This was an attack from its million-year semi-divine body. This was not something the pseudo-semi-divine, like the Dream Ice Silkworm, could compare to. Under this dragon tail sweep, the deep-sea demon whale king was sure that even a 98-level Title Douluo among humans, or even a 99-level limit Daw, would not dare to clash head-on. This was the characteristic of its 99% divine body. However, it never expected that its overconfident dragon tail sweep, thinking it could harvest the entire battlefield, would encounter. Your inflated body looks quite unusual. How about I help you release some air? Just as ChenYue's voice fell, the deep-sea demon whale king hadn't even reacted when it saw a concerning aura flash by, and in an instant, a black light streaked across like a shooting star. In the next moment, it felt a strange emptiness and wind coming from its tail. The deep-sea demon whale king quickly retracted its body, lifted its tail, and turned to look back, instantly feeling like it had lost its mind. How could this be? Its originally crystal clear, sapphire-like, bright and shiny body was inexplicably covered with a dense layer of caves? Yes, caves. This gave him the feeling that it was a cave big enough for a little tadpole to swim around. How is that possible? The deep-sea demon whale king's only remaining eye widened in disbelief as he looked up at Chen Yue, who was suspended in midair. His eye, larger than an adult's, was filled with incredulity and shock. How could you possibly pierce my demigod body? This is impossible. Chen Yue, holding the god-piercing spear, yawned. A demigod body? I've pierced through before, haven't I? Even if you are a true divine body, I can still pierce through it for you to see. Unfortunately, you are lacking just a demigod body. Looking at his own demon whale tail with a gaping wound, the deep-sea demon whale king. Chapter 154. Deep-sea demon whale king. When encountering this person, run. Remember, it must be a family affair to run. Who are you? After a long silence, the deep-sea demon whale king finally raised his head and stared at Chen Yue with his only remaining eye wide open. You have no aura of divinity on you. It's obvious you're not a divine tester, but how did you get that artifact in your hand? The deep-sea demon whale king looked at the god-piercing spear in Chen Yue's hand. Earlier, he hadn't taken it seriously, thinking it was Chen Yue's martial spirit. But when Chen Yue pierced his tail with the spear, and the resulting wound couldn't be healed, he realized he had underestimated it and didn't dodge. It seems you have spent the last 100,000 years just eating and waiting to die in the sea, yet you still know something about artifacts? This statement from the deep-sea demon whale king surprised Chen Yue a bit. After all, this deep-sea demon whale king had reached the current 99 divine body level 100,000 years ago, but because of his lazy nature, he had stayed in the demon whale sea area and made Chen Yue think he was unaware of the aura of artifacts. Oof. The deep-sea demon whale king snorted coldly. Artifacts, as weapons of the deities, can cause irreparable damage to anything below the divine level. However, seeing that you possess an artifact, you must be a great opportunity. If I can devour you, perhaps I can take that final step and become the first demon god on the continent. The moment the words fell, a blue-purple light erupted from his body, filling the entire sea area in the blink of an eye. In that instant, Chen Yue felt an overwhelming heaviness, as if an immense amount of seawater was accumulating on him. Taking advantage of his moment of hesitation, the deep-sea demon whale king suddenly opened his mouth wide. Despite his massive size, his speed was like a meteor rushing to the moon, and in an instant he swallowed Chen Yue whole. This sudden moment left everyone and every beast present dumbfounded, especially Qian Renxue, who stared wide-eyed at the scene. If she hadn't felt Chen Yue's aura, she might have directly abandoned the demon king and rushed up with her judgment sword. Is it over? Bai Xiuxiu curled up on the sea surface, secretly peeking out her little head and eyes, looking at the scene in front of her. With a larger size, it looked somewhat comical, like a silly whale. The deep-sea demon whale king is indeed the overlord of the sea. In the distance, Poseidon couldn't help but exclaim. She had just fought with the deep-sea demon whale king, but she deeply understood the gap between herself and him. She felt that, apart from relying on the power of the deities, it was impossible to compete with the deep-sea demon whale king on the continent. The previous battle also made her realize that even if she gathered Tang Chun and Qian Dalu, two peerless Douluos from several years ago, they might not be able to take down the deep-sea demon whale king at sea. This is indeed the case. In the original work, it was only after the Azuric god descended that Tang San successfully killed this demon whale. Simply relying on the sea god's power could only defeat the deep-sea demon whale king, but to kill it, unless Poseidon himself came, it was absolutely impossible. In terms of true strength, the deep-sea demon whale king wasn't very strong. His power came from the fact that this sea area was his domain. The so-called overlord of the sea could only be reflected in the sea. If he were to step on a land, for example, if he ran to the extreme North Forest, even the Snow Empress could easily defeat him. Furthermore, if this demon whale went to the Star Dou Great Forest, even Emperor Tian could suppress it with one hand. Of course, correspondingly, the deep-sea demon whale king was indeed ridiculously strong in the sea. With an artifact in hand, there was a hope of killing it. But without an artifact, he would probably just be scraping by, eventually exhausting himself to death. It should be noted that the deep-sea demon whale king could rely on the power of the sea to recover his soul power and even injuries. However, seeing the scene before them, both Lan Faz and the demon king frowned tightly. The former was fine, relying on her sixth sense from 100,000 years of transforming into a deep-sea demon whale. She felt that someone with such a soul ring configuration as Chen Yue wouldn't be so easily annihilated, but she couldn't say why specifically. But the more experienced demon king could clearly sense that this shouldn't be the case. This person's strength was definitely not just a little bit. Just like his previous axe throw easily shattered my demon whale armor, he was definitely not an ordinary person. The demon king frowned and wanted to remind the deep-sea demon whale king, but fearing to anger the king, she could only frown at the side, letting her bad feeling grow. Moreover, why do I feel like he intentionally let himself be swallowed by the king? Even though the moment of entering the demon whale sea area would face the pressure of the entire sea region. Her intuition told her that this pressure could absolutely not delay ChenYue for even a second, at most half a second. After all, when experts engage, every move could be fatal, and a second could determine life and death. And the facts proved that the demon king's feeling was not wrong. Not worth a strike. After swallowing ChenYue whole, the deep-sea demon whale king also showed disdain. This young man thought that just by holding an artifact he could kill me? Such wishful thinking. However, although he said this, he didn't let his guard down at all and began to use all his power to try to refine ChenYue within his belly. However, the moment this thought just arose, he heard a soft sound, as if it was blooming from his brain. Divine skill, 10,000 spears in unison. Without any reaction time, the deep-sea demon whale king felt an extreme power bursting forth from his belly. Its speed so fast, it was almost light speed. The moment the sound fell, he felt a tremendous energy expanding. The demon king's guess was not wrong. ChenYue had indeed done it on purpose. Although the deep-sea demon whale king was huge, his speed was extremely fast. For ChenYue, it was indeed somewhat difficult to locate him in the sea. After all, he was ultimately a land soul master, and the sea was not his area of expertise. The sound of the divine skill blooming was heard by Qian Renxue, the demon king, and others, followed by a piercing white light radiating outward from the deep-sea demon whale king's body. No, feeling the terrifying power of this divine skill, even the deep-sea magic whale with a 99 divine body felt a sense of panic. However, at this moment, ChenYue was inside its belly, and all it could do was use countless soul powers to envelop its body from within, then suddenly dive deep into the ocean, hoping to use the power of the sea to shield itself from harm. If it were from the outside, this plan might have been able to withstand most of the damage from the divine skill. But now, ChenYue was in its belly. The attack would burst forth from the inside out, and it couldn't organize a shield from the outside. What if this attack couldn't break through its external armor and exploded in the flesh layer? Wouldn't that be like lifting a stone to smash its own foot? Pure stupidity? Even though the deep-sea magic whale king had deeply submerged into the sea, the many people on the surface could still feel a wave of energy with a strong destructive aura surging from the depths of the sea, accompanied by a radiating white light, suddenly shooting out in all directions. The terrifying power even caused a large area of the sea surface to evaporate. The feeling of this suffocating strength was clearly not something an extraordinary Douluo could possess. Even the well-informed Poseidon couldn't help but feel breathless at this moment. This power definitely had the aura of a deity. She had borrowed the power of the sea god before, and it was during that time that she was able to defeat the deep-sea magic whale king, with both sides stalemated to the point where neither could retaliate. And she had successfully frightened away the deep-sea magic whale king with the power of the sea god. Therefore, she could clearly feel that this erupting energy was definitely above the state when she utilized that sea god power. even the sea god's divine power, unless the sea god himself descended, could not cause much damage to the 99 divine body in the ocean, because the deep-sea magic whale king could automatically recover its armor using the power of the sea, only if Poseidon himself descended. With his control over this sea region surpassing that of the deep-sea magic whale king, could he limit its ability to automatically heal and recover its armor? Of course, that wasn't the only solution. Another straightforward way would be to use even stronger power to completely obliterate it. For example, in the original work, the Azura god secretly helped, achieving a one-hit kill. However, if the Azura god truly descended, he would only need one sword to completely chop this whale to pieces, then feast. Ugh! The moment the broken divine spear released its energy, the deep-sea magic whale king could only make some movements and couldn't spit ChenYue out. And now, after the divine skill was released, it seemed to avoid the plague, and with a wow, it spat ChenYue out like spitting phlegm then. Without saying a word, it turned and ran. ChenYue? He looked a bit bewildered at the deep-sea magic whale king, which had turned into a small black in the blink of an eye and then disappeared. What was going on? He scratched his head, a bit confused. Where's the fish? Are you okay? ChenYue, feeling dazed and unable to understand, emerged from the seabed, and at first glance, he saw QianRenxue hurriedly flying down, casually tossing the nearly petrified demon emperor aside, looking left and right, and most importantly, pinching him. ChenYue. Thankfully, the most important 5 tails of meat didn't fall off. ChenYue. He speechlessly brushed off QianRenxue's salty pig hand, glanced around, and became even more confused. Wait, weren't there many small islands around here before? He remembered that before the battle, there were many uninhabited small islands in this area, right? Although they were small, they could still serve as a foothold, right? QianRenxue, scratch your head. Your big move just now seemed a bit too strong. It overturned this entire sea area, and then the island sank. ChenYue. Damn, where did Poseidon get swept off to? He felt a headache coming on as he looked at the demon emperor and the mother-daughter duo of Lanfatsi, who were being tossed aside, gradually questioning their life from their dazed state. This little foothold was just a temporary rocky platform I built from the small island that was shattered earlier. QianRenxue thought he was asking about the location of the demon emperor and Lanfatsi, which could only accommodate 3 people at most. A small stone surface? How about we enjoy the fruits of victory first? Seeing ChenYue lost in thought, QianRenxue leaned over, pointed at the demon emperor, and whispered, I just checked, and it seems to be new. ChenYue. The confused ChenYue looked at QianRenxue in bewilderment. However, what he didn't know was that at this moment, the deep-sea magic whale king had an immense psychological shadow. After running for an unknown number of kilometers, until the surrounding sea became unfamiliar, the deep-sea magic whale king finally managed to catch its breath, and at this moment, the dignified sea overlord, deep-sea magic whale king, couldn't help but burst into tears. Damn it, this damned human. What grudge or hatred do you have against me? Is it really necessary? You just wanted my wife and daughter. We could have negotiated, but it's too much, wah? The deep-sea magic whale king didn't even know how long it had been since it last cried. It only remembered that the last time it cried was when its parents died tragically and its clan was on the brink of extinction. But it couldn't hold back its almost collapsing heart. If there had been sea soul masters or sea soul beasts around it at this moment, witnessing this unbearable scene, they would definitely be dumbfounded. Even having their minds blown, all they could see was that this deep-sea magic whale king, which was at least 200 meters long, was now covered in countless holes, and its massive body didn't have a single intact place. Even its huge whale mouth was now twisted like a pumpkin. Fortunately, it could still speak human language using its mental power, not its mouth. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to say a word. This scene also officially declared that its 99 divine body was broken. Yes, after 30,000 years of effort, it all dissipated in an instant. From now on the stone tablet of the Magic Whale clan, there would be a portrait of ChenYue and the deep-sea Magic Whale King's famous saying, encounter this person, run. Remember, this must be a family affair. Run as if you were losing someone else. Don't ask me how I know. Wah. 6,000 words combined. Chapter 155 ChenYue. I'm really fed up with this life of instant understanding. Today, the editor suddenly told me that my data on Qian is pretty good, and I was very surprised. I always thought this book relied on Q reading. I never expected that there are still quite a few readers on Qian. This chapter is 6,000 words long, if you don't understand the word count standard. You can compare it with the page turn, considered a month-end explosion. Let's continue to strive in September. Go only give. Of course, this famous saying was written on the new stone tablet of the deep-sea magic whale clan, and the deep-sea magic whale king could never go back. At this moment, having fled to an unknown nameless sea area, the deep-sea magic whale king was filled with regret. Damn it, if I had known such a terrifying existence appeared on this continent, I should have brought the demon emperor and Lan Fatsi to stay in the deep-sea magic whale domain. Honestly diving, this damn it. But unfortunately, even if it regretted wanting to eat 10 billion tons of regret medicine, it was useless now. His 99 divine body has completely collapsed. The million years of cultivation he accumulated over 300,000 years has also, at this moment, completely gone to waste, irretrievable. What to do? Where should he go now? Back to the sea of magic whales? Run back to die? Don't joke. Although the deep-sea magic whale king has been asleep for a long time, he hasn't turned into a fool. Based on his speculation about humans, ChenYue will definitely wait for him in the sea of magic whales. Even if his divine body is completely destroyed, the soul ring that explodes upon his death will certainly be at the level of a ferocious beast of hundreds of thousands of years, along with the energy of his body that far exceeds that of other 10,000-year soul beasts. Therefore, the deep-sea magic whale king thinks that if he were ChenYue, he definitely wouldn't let such a good opportunity go. Of course, he is very confident in his operation of diving into the deep sea and speeding away. No sea soul beast, not even Poseidon before becoming a god, could catch up to him. Back then, Poseidon only blinded one of his eyes and didn't kill him because he sensed something was wrong and ran away quickly. Otherwise, he would have died at Poseidon's hands 20,000 years ago. Of course, this is also related to Poseidon's caution. After all, the deep-sea magic whale king knows that he's on par with Poseidon before he becomes a god. It's just that the latter has the power of belief. If they really fought in the deep sea, even though the deep-sea magic whale king is blind in one eye, it's uncertain who would win. After all, being blinded in one eye doesn't significantly affect his combat power. And besides, it's in the deep sea, which belongs to their deep-sea magic whale clan stage. A human going into the deep sea to fight them is akin to seeking death. No, this king cannot go back. With this thought, the deep-sea magic whale king took a deep breath. After all, these mere humans have lifespans of only a few hundred years. Even if he becomes a god, he won't lower himself to their level. Let them go their own way. After 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west, he will have the ability for revenge in the future. If it comes to that, he will let his descendants find someone who can go to land to seek out that dragon in the Stardew Forest and the Ice Snow Woman in the extreme north. The deep-sea magic whale king, whose 99 divine body has been shattered, has already developed a huge psychological shadow towards ChenYue. In fact, one could say he has become a startled bird, able to turn and run at the sight of ChenYue's shadow. Damn human. Now, the deep-sea magic whale king, with his divine body shattered, can no longer be considered even at the level of a ferocious beast. Yes, his cultivation has all been used to condense his divine body. Although he still has the cultivation of a half-demon god, his true combat power is less than 200,000 years, probably around 999 years, which is less than 20,000 years of cultivation. If it were an ordinary divine artifact that shattered his divine body, he could rely on time to slowly recover and eventually return a half-demon god combat power. But the problem is, the one who shattered his divine body is the god-slaying spear. As a super artifact rewarded by the system, the god-slaying spear has a significant characteristic. All damage caused by it cannot be recovered through non-super artifacts. In other words, the deep-sea magic whale king must either choose to start cultivating anew from his current 999 years of cultivation, or find a healing-type super artifact of the same level as the god-slaying spear to restore his divine body. The second option is completely out of the question for the deep-sea magic whale king. Therefore, he can only tearfully flee, embarking on the path that was supposed to belong to the demon emperor in the original Dalu quartet. At this moment, the demon emperor is lying with her mouth slightly open, her eyes rolled back, collapsed in the immortal palace of the ChenYue Immortal Island, as if she had been ruined by a king. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue, who is playing the role of a bystander, sensibly puts away the white towel with roses and can't help but sigh. This 10,000-year transformation soul beast is indeed great, truly worthy of being reborn. Everything is new. ChenYue, I've had enough of this life where everything is understood in a second. However, what ChenYue doesn't know is that when he returned to the ChenYue Immortal Island with the Demon Emperor and Lan Fatsi, a figure surrounded by purple light appeared in this sea area. It was the incarnation of the Thunder God. Strange. He furrowed his brows, his gaze sweeping around, with electric flashes passing by. Why is there a strange aura of a super artifact remaining here? As the Master God in charge of divine punishment, he is qualified to see all 5 super artifacts of the God realm, and naturally knows that this aura indeed belongs to a super artifact of a God King. However, this super artifact's aura is so unfamiliar. Could it be similar to the fleeting divine aura from last time? The Thunder God's phantom frowned deeper. He looked around and immediately discerned the distant Sea God Island, even the depths of the Sea God Palace, where a remnant shadow left by Sea God Poseidon lingered. A fa of friendliness while being duplicitous behind one's back. Truly Poseidon. He is not a fool. Seeing that this remnant shadow has no traces of action left, he knows very well that he's been played by this duplicitous Sea God Poseidon. It's clear that Poseidon has no intention of dealing with him. The Thunder God is quite displeased, but recalling the rumors about Poseidon in the God realm, he is not surprised. The two-faced little man is none other than Sea God Poseidon. This is also why Poseidon's temple is in the sea of the God realm and hardly interacts with any other gods, because everyone knows this guy is two-faced. Of course, there may be deeper reasons, but the Thunder God is too lazy to investigate. As the Master God of divine punishment, he doesn't need to concern himself with these trivial matters. He only wants to uncover the whereabouts of that guy who dared to kill the god of calamity under him, as well as the fleeting divine aura. Unfortunately, ChenYue has already entered the ChenYue Immortal Island, and even if he turned the entire continent upside down, he might not find him. No, at this rate, I won't have enough time to search the entire Douluo star once. The Thunder God's phantom looked up at the thundercloud phantom over the Stardow forest, frowning slightly. This little insect, unexpectedly, has managed to reach the final tribulation so quickly. Qian, as the beast god of the Stardow forest, has his foundation there. And in terms of true combat power, he is equivalent to the deep-sea magic whale king in the deep sea, extremely strong. Without a doubt, during the entire Douluo period, as long as Qian doesn't go to Sea God Island, Wuhuan City, or the City of Slaughter, he is basically in an invincible state. Of course, no matter how strong Qian is, he is still not a true god in the eyes of the Thunder God, equivalent to a little insect. Even if Qian's Dragon God Claw can rival a strike from a God King, but the most careless strike from a God King still counts as a strike from a God King, right? Given Qian's current cultivation level, even with the Dragon God Claw passed down by the Dragon God, how much power can he actually exert? Therefore, even knowing that Qian might be the Dragon God's successor, the Thunder God remains completely unafraid and hasn't even bothered to look at him. Got it. The time for the Thunder God's phantom to descend is limited. As the Master God of divine punishment, he can appear in the jurisdiction dimension during the tribulation and borrow the aura of the tribulation to manifest his phantom. However, once this tribulation is over, his phantom will enter the final countdown, ultimately dissipating like last time due to the end of the countdown. The Thunder God's phantom frowned tightly, and suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He thought of a plan. This group of little creatures in the Stardow forest could still be put to use. He decided to personally go to the Stardow forest and use this little creature undergoing tribulation as a hostage, forcing the little ants within the Stardow forest to scour the entire Douluo star for ChenYue's presence. Of course, he also knew that the Dragon God, whose body had been split in two, might have come to this Douluo star, and it might even possess the strength to suppress this avatar of his. But he wasn't afraid at all. It was just a phantom avatar. If the Silver Dragon King dared to crush this avatar of his, he could use that opportunity to apply to the two enforcers now in charge of the Divine Realm to descend personally. According to the rules of the Divine Realm, this application would definitely be approved. Even if his true self faced disaster after descending, the Destruction God King would definitely notice immediately and appear in person. This was his confidence. After the Thunder God's phantom left, not far away in the ocean, Xiao Bai and Bai Xiao were hurriedly carrying the unconscious Poseidon towards the nearest island, which was the distant Purple Pearl Island. The clan leader and the high priest can't be dead, right? After hearing Bai Xiao's words, Xiao Bai slapped her forehead with a fin. What are you saying? How could the high priest die so easily? No. Bai Xiao said pitifully, I heard that humans need artificial respiration after drowning. Otherwise they might cough and choke to death. Xiao Bai delivered another slap. Nonsense. What artificial respiration? Who told you that? It was that human who told me when you want to find the high priest. Xiao Bai. So is Chen Yue who said that. Xiao Bai looked speechlessly at Bai Xiao. Don't listen to that guy's words. But what he said seems to be true. What did he say? He said he could beat the deep sea demon whale king. Xiao Bai. Hiss. How am I supposed to refute that? Xiao Bai scratched his head, thought for a moment, and decided not to argue. Let's find a place for Poseidon to breathe first. What she didn't know was that at that moment, a beam of light emerged from the memory stone Poseidon was holding, a wave of mental power slowly entering her mind. This was a backup plan left by Chen Yue. He didn't believe that Poseidon would automatically use her mental power to read the scene of the Tang family's uproar, so he set up a mental barrier. It was meant to automatically draw in her mental fluctuations when Poseidon was weak and not fully conscious. It could be understood as a forced memory infusion. Of course, if Poseidon still didn't fall for it, Chen Yue would have to resort to Plan B. Plan B was simple and crude. Just find a delivery person to send the memory stone to him. Poseidon, do you want to know the secret about Tang Shun? Or Plan C? Poseidon, you wouldn't want Tang Shun to die, would you? But, well, too much of one flavor makes one feel that something is missing. So, Chen Yue planned to change the taste a bit. And now the facts proved that Chen Yue's plan succeeded. At the same time, inside the Stardow forest, the 7 great ferocious beasts. Oh, with ZG and Bai Ji missing, only 5 great ferocious beasts remained. One of them, Dition, had just undergone tribulation and was heavily injured. In a vast life lake, several massive ferocious beasts lay sprawled across the lake's surface, their breaths very weak. Little ants, do you dare to look down on the gods? The thunder god's phantom casually flicked his sleeve, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the many ferocious beasts, which were no more than a sleeve's worth of might to him. But his gaze eventually fixed on the heavily injured Dition. Earlier, from a distance, he hadn't felt it, but now he sensed that there seemed to be a trace of the dragon god's aura within Dition's breath. Perhaps just a proportion of a single hair from a person. It seems you have a familiar and unpleasant scent about you. The thunder god originated from the ancient punitive deity, and the punitive deity was an enforcer of the divine realm on par with the king of hell, described by the Silver Dragon King. This is a secondary setting. When he inherited the divine position, he coincidentally gained a trace of the punitive laws of heavenly tribulation, which was an old story. Although he now possessed what he called a hint of law power, in reality, it was just for show. Its actual potency didn't even qualify as a form of the law. Otherwise, he would have long since become a god king instead of merely a first-level main god. However, thanks to the fact that the thunder god was originally a being of the divine realm, after awakening through accumulation, he gained a faint memory related to the divine realm once ruled by the dragon god, hereafter referred to as the Douluo dragon realm. To put simply, Dition learned a bit about the dragon god's divine skill, the dragon god claw, which allowed him to acquire a hint of the dragon god's aura. Only those who had faced the dragon god directly in the Douluo dragon realm could sense this aura, although the thunder god had never seen it. His memory contained slides of related scenes due to the punitive deity. The divine realm is not allowed to interfere with the mortal realm. Are you trying to break the rules of the divine realm? Dition had just passed through the great tribulation of 800,000 years. Even with the Silver Dragon King's support, he was still heavily injured, and, in his current state, he was insufficient to utilize the divine skill, the Dragon God Claw. Of course, he could force it out, but the price would be that his already unstable cultivation shackles would shatter again, and his body could suffer unprecedented injuries. To put it simply, having Dition in his current state use the Dragon God Claw would be like a terminally ill patient struggling to carry a bag of cement and trying to run up 10 flights of stairs in a minute. Of course, there might be a sudden burst of potential, a moment of revival, but that would only be fleeting. Not to mention whether the Dragon God Claw has side effects. Just the fact that you, a non-god, are trying to use a god-level martial skill is akin to a Title Douluo in the form of a god trying to use the Sea Goddess Trident's ultimate move, the Twilight of the Sea God. Even if this divine skill itself has no side effects, under such circumstances, it would definitely backfire massively. It is not interference. Everything that happened before was merely self-defense. The Thunder God's phantom remained unfazed and said calmly, "A new divine presence has appeared on Douluo Star. You, as living beings, have a necessity and obligation to assist the divine realm's investigation." Dition's pupils trembled. It seems you may have sensed it too. For Dition's reaction, the Thunder God was not surprised at all. Dition, who had been personally taught by the Dragon God, could sense this aura on Douluo Star, which was not strange. Unfortunately, this time the Thunder God guessed wrong. In fact, it was the Silver Dragon King who sensed this aura. Dition merely suddenly recalled the information brought back by the Scarlet King, which was about a human suspected to be a deity. Of course, the Scarlet King wouldn't dare to personally verify whether that person was a deity, So this remained merely a question. Why should I help you? Tian took a deep breath and looked up at the thunder god, shouting sternly. You, who are currently stuck at the 800,000 year tribulation. The thunder god's phantom remained indifferent. I am the thunder god, in charge of all heavenly punishments and calamities on your Douluo star. If you cannot succeed, then remain forever shackled by this. At this moment, whether Tian had finished his tribulation was unclear. It seemed like he had, yet also as if he hadn't. But it seemed he had undergone tribulation. He seems to be stuck between the 790,000 years and 810,000 years, 2 planets. And the key is that neither of these planets welcomes him, leaving him awkwardly squeezed in the middle. Just as Tian was about to speak, the bear general on the Lake of Life suddenly stood up as if jolted by electricity, its body bristling with fur like a hedgehog. Then, the bear general suddenly rolled its eyes, and with a loud crash, its massive body, like a mountain, fell into the Lake of Life. The shadow of the thunder god glanced over, but didn't pay much attention. As he said, these fierce beasts were all tiny ants in his eyes. I can agree to that. The strange mistake of the bear general earlier was something the thunder god couldn't understand, but Tian did. It was a signal from the silver dragon king for him to agree. After a slight hesitation, Tian ultimately nodded in agreement. When the time comes to seek, it is also the time for you to summon the heavenly tribulation. The thunder god's shadow had a cold gaze, and then his entire figure gradually became transparent, eventually disappearing. Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief and slumped to the ground. Just as he was about to speak, the voice of the silver dragon king suddenly echoed in his mind. Don't move. Tian. In the space of the silver dragon king, the silver dragon king stared wide-eyed, looking seriously at the water curtain before her, which reflected the scene of the Lake of Life at this moment. In this image, the shadow of the thunder god did not dissipate, but instead hid in some form. The silver dragon king did not use her mental power to probe. In fact, her mental power had retracted tightly into the silver dragon space at that moment. Unlike Tian on Douluo star, Tian's extensive experiences could be said to surpass even hers. However, when it came to knowledge about deities, she believed her understanding was absolutely not weaker than that of the Golden Dragon King, and perhaps even surpassed it. She could clearly say that the thunder god before her was merely a shadow, with a comprehensive strength slightly stronger than a level 3 deity, but not reaching the level of a level 2 deity. If Tian were to use the dragon god's claw, he could easily kill it, or if she, the silver dragon king, were to strike, she could probably smash this thunder god shadow to pieces with a single slap. But she knew very well that she absolutely could not do that. If she did, the real body of this so-called thunder god would truly descend next time. Given her current situation, even if it were the top-level level 1 deity, she could kill it, but it would be very troublesome, and she wouldn't be able to achieve a one-hit kill. Moreover, the fall of a level 1 deity was such a significant matter that it would likely cause an uproar throughout the Douluo divine realm. What she feared was that the Shura, who subsequently received the inheritance of the god of Yama, would descend at this moment. That would be a genuine god king. So, the strange operation of the bear general earlier was her way of giving Tian a signal. But even so, this thunder god shadow had caught on to something and was now hiding, quietly observing the situation. Of course, as Tian's heavenly tribulation dissipated, the thunder god shadow also entered countdown. Otherwise, the silver dragon king's earlier mental message would have been detected. The Lake of Life. Although Tian did not know why the silver dragon king sent message, he was not foolish and quickly understood that something might be wrong. He immediately made no unnecessary movements, glanced at the many fierce beasts hanging over the Lake of Life, waved his hand, lifted them all up, and then dove into the Lake of Life, returning to their previous closed-off positions. Unfortunately, Bai Ji had disappeared. Otherwise, he could have healed. Tian murmured. After losing it, he finally felt that it was hard-earned. Strange. The thunder god's shadow was indeed hidden in place, and his countdown had not yet reached 0. Earlier, he had seen the bear general's unusual behavior and Tian's hesitant changes, feeling that something was not quite right. So he chose to conceal his form to see what was going on. But this situation seemed to have no abnormalities at all. Could it be that I've been too sensitive lately? 6K, Chapter 156. Tang San, you have already found the path to death. Let me see. It seems like Mom is gone. September 1st, a new month. Let us see the reaction with a burst of updates. This chapter is 6,000 words. Note, regarding Tian here, after some thought, I decided to set it myself for better connection to the subsequent plot. Please do not compare it with the original Douluo quartet. Could it be that I am really too sensitive? The thunder god's shadow gazed at the lake of life before him. With his strength, the water in this lake could not obstruct his sight at all. He looked at it until the countdown ended, and the entire shadow dissipated. Strange. Divine realm, jurisdiction transfer station. The thunder god fell into deep thought. His brows furrowed. Could it be that these little bugs really have a secret? As the deity governing all heavenly tribulations and punishments, the species he had seen could absolutely be described as numerous, and Tion's reaction had made his intuition feel quite off for many years. Very off. The thunder god's frowning brows gradually relaxed. Well, even if the worst assumption is true, it would only mean that the newly born deity is related to them. When it descends, this god will keep a hand. He couldn't figure out for now, but he could be certain that the little bug was not very honest and must have something he didn't know about. Douluo star, Silver Dragon Space. My lord. Tion had not yet reacted when he was pulled into the Silver Dragon Space by the Silver Dragon King's thought, but his reaction was not slow. That deity, did he? He should have noticed me. Tion was alarmed. What, then, does that mean? The Silver Dragon King flicked a finger, sending Tion flying away. If you can't talk, then shut up. Tion dared not speak. That deity had a trace of the aura of the law enforcer's heavenly punishment, which should be connected to the fragmentary inheritance of the shattered divine position. Tion scratched his head. My lord, that shadow's strength is limited. If this subordinate did not have the injuries from the heavenly tribulation, I could use the dragon god's claw to annihilate it. It's not worth mentioning. The Silver Dragon King replied, if I could kill that guy, would I still need you to act? Foolish. The Silver Dragon King snorted coldly. Her own transformation and strength were indeed not strong, but if you were to annihilate it, then the enforcer of the divine realm would definitely appear. She did not yet know that the enforcer of the divine realm, the god of Shura, had long since disappeared. And now, the kind deity acting as the permanent enforcer was a Buddhist deity who would only intervene if there was a divine fall. As for destruction, this guy was now at odds with the Golden Dragon King, and was pretty much the same as the kind deity, as long as there was no divine fall. He wouldn't bother to interfere with trivial matters. Moreover, if you were to obliterate this shadow, even if the divine realm enforcer did not appear, the true body of the incarnation could obtain permission to descend for this reason. She basically understood all the tricks of the divine realm, just like in ancient times when they claimed that the divine realm would not interfere with the mortal world. But what was the result? After she smashed the entire main body sect, the divine realm enforcer, the god of Yama, still descended to chop her up. This so-called rule of the divine realm is just a flexible joke, beneficial only to human soul masters. In short, it means no powerful soul beasts are allowed to appear. Tion scratched his head. Although he had extensive experiences, he was still not as normal as the Silver Dragon King at this moment. Emperor Tion, your understanding is not bad, and your talent is extraordinary. If it weren't for the rules of heaven and earth, you could achieve the status of a demon god in 200 to 300,000 years of cultivation. However, be cautious and do not become arrogant or look down on others. At this moment, I sense that the entire Douluo star is awakening many ancient soul masters. Your strength may currently be invincible, but if they awaken, your power will be easily crushed. I also know that if it weren't for the rules of heaven and earth, you could achieve the status of a demon god in 200 to 300,000 years of cultivation. But this does not mean that at that time you could shake or even slay deities. The restrictions imposed by the rules of heaven and earth do not only apply to soul beasts, but also to soul masters, albeit to a lesser extent, with soul masters reaping greater benefits. The so-called restrictions mean that soul beasts must reach 1,000,000 years of cultivation to undergo tribulation and ultimately become demon gods. Soul masters must reach the pinnacle of level 99 in soul power to inherit divine positions or gather faith to achieve divine status. Without this restriction, some deeply rooted soul beasts or soul masters with strong bloodlines or martial souls could inherit divine positions almost upon becoming fierce beasts or Title Douluos. However, this does not mean that their strength can match that of a peerless Douluo or a deity. In short, this so-called restriction is merely a filtering process. Otherwise, there would be countless souls or soul beasts trying to inherit divine positions every day, and the divine realm would be in chaos. Although there are many deities in the divine realm, they are naturally few compared to the entire Douluo star. Your combat power excessively relies on your Dragon God Claw. You must understand that as a divine skill, the Dragon God Claw cannot exert its perfect power unless the user is at the divine level. Moreover, if you, not being at the divine level, use this Dragon God Claw, you will certainly suffer backlash. As the Silver Dragon King, after inheriting the spiritual power of the Dragon God, she naturally understands the Dragon God Claw and can also see through the current situation of Emperor Tian. Yes, I understand. Emperor Tian's heart tightened, and he bowed respectfully. He almost forgot that the master before him has inherited the wisdom and spiritual power of the Dragon God, and her unique insights are naturally beyond his comparison. The Silver Dragon King nodded and then fixed her gaze, her voice serious as she said, "The last point, and the most important one. Your bloodline power must never be used unless in a life or death situation. Do you understand? Others may not be clear, but she, as part of the Dragon God in the past and with memories intact, naturally knows about Emperor Tian himself. In ancient times, Emperor Tian actually already existed. P.S. Please treat this narration as an alternate setting and do not compare it to the original Douluo 4 series. At that time, he was the chief guard of the Dragon God, one of the 9 great Dragon Kings, the Dark Dragon King. In other words, in ancient times, Douluo Star was entirely a habitat for many fierce beasts of the Dragon Clan, led by the Silver Dragon King. After the Golden Dragon King was captured and forced into seal, many Dragon Clan fierce beasts fled to Douluo Star because the Silver Dragon King was here. The Dark Dragon King clan, that is, the Golden-Eyed Black Dragon King clan, as the most loyal guard of the Dragon God and one of the 9 great Dragon Kings, naturally needed to protect the Silver Dragon King, the former avatar of the Dragon God. Since the ancient divine realm took action, there would be no excessive hesitation. But they clearly underestimated the strength of the Dark Dragon King clan. Among them, the ancient divine realm enforcer, the god of heavenly punishment, was beaten to serious injury. And other deities also fell one after another, ultimately forcing the god of heavenly punishment to directly use the heavenly punishment curse, and then perished. With the shattered energy returning to the divine realm, condensing a divine position of unknown levels and powers at that time. This heavenly punishment curse prevents the Golden-Eyed Black Dragon King clan, i.e., the Dark Dragon King clan, from ever becoming gods, even after 1,000,000 years. And the tribulations faced by their young are several times that of other soul beasts. The Silver Dragon King had no way to deal with this curse. After all, it was controlled by the ancient enforcer of heavenly punishment. If the Dragon God were to be reborn, perhaps there would be a chance. When the god of heavenly punishment faced the Dark Dragon King clan, she was restrained by the god of death, and against the strongest among the ancient enforcers. She couldn't help the Dark Dragon King clan even a bit. In the end, as time passed, she witnessed one by one of the young dragons of the Dark Dragon King clan facing the heavenly punishment thunder tribulation, which only appeared after 100,000 years of cultivation. Even though the Dark Dragon King had extraordinary combat power, strength alone could not withstand this heavenly tribulation. Because this was a tribulation brought down by the god of heavenly punishment using the rules, this kind of tribulation could only be endured head-on, and moreover, it had to be endured alone, with no assistance from others. If forced assistance was attempted, the power would directly increase exponentially, becoming stronger and stronger. Ultimately, with no other options, she followed the secret method as told by the current leader of the Dark Dragon King clan, and transferred all the inheritances and bloodlines of the Dark Dragon King clan to the last remaining young Golden-Eyed Black Dragon King. This Golden-Eyed Black Dragon King is the current Emperor Tian. If Emperor Tian were to fully unleash his bloodline at this moment, he would gain the memories and ultimate skills of all the clan members of the Dark Dragon King clan. If combined, he might even possess combat power equivalent to that of the Supreme God King for a fleeting moment. But the price for this would be countless amounts of spiritual power and an overwhelming bloodline power, causing his entire being to be unable to withstand the continuous influx of knowledge, ultimately leading to a complete explosion. In simple terms, it means his body cannot bear such a massive influx of power. Therefore, the Silver Dragon King thought that when Emperor Tian reaches the 9/10 divine body of the Sea Magic Whale King, perhaps he could use this to overcome the demon god tribulation and ultimately break the shackles and rise to new heights. Even in life and death crises, you can only unleash a little, not too much, do you understand? Seeing the solemnity in the Silver Dragon King's eyes, Emperor Tian also felt a chill in his heart. He hadn't seen such a look from a Silver Dragon King in many years, and he immediately nodded solemnly. Rest assured, my lord, I will definitely remember this. Although he didn't know why, he knew that his master would not harm him. Moreover, when he touched the bloodline power within him, he did indeed feel some discomfort, as if his body suddenly received an enormous enhancement, feeling like it was about to explode. Now, let's talk about this deity. What does he want to do? Emperor Tian pondered for a moment, and his words made the Silver Dragon King's brows furrow deeply. He said that he wanted to find the soul master that the Red King had previously encountered, who seemed to be a deity. After a pause, Emperor Tian added, "It could also be someone else?" Upon hearing this, the Silver Dragon King's enormous dragon eyes narrowed. She thought of the fleeting divine aura she sensed behind her in the abyssal gate. It was a completely unfamiliar deity she had never seen before, or even sensed the aura of. Could it be an external deity? She frowned deeply. The Silver Dragon King was aware of the existence of other worlds on Douluo Star, but there was no reason for them to come to Douluo Star. It should be noted that the only connection passage between these worlds and Douluo Star is the Douluo Divine Realm. It can be said that if deities from other planes want to come to Douluo Star, the first step is to enter the Douluo Divine Realm, and only then can they come to Douluo Star through the Douluo Divine Realm. Of course, it is also possible to sneak over when the worlds are close. But this kind of situation would only occur when the Douluo Divine Realm loses contact with many planes. It is impossible for such things to happen under the jurisdiction of the Divine Realm. Now, you should quickly investigate, with the Divine Realm watching over. This king cannot show himself. She had actually considered squeezing out a humanoid form like Dou San to sneak into the world of soul masters. However, with the ancient soul masters gradually reviving, this method of hers might end up yielding no results, and she could even lose the humanoid form. So, after thinking it over, she could only let Tian investigate the situation first. If possible, she wouldn't mind taking advantage of the situation. After all, judging by the current circumstances, the deity from the divine realm should have enmity with this unfamiliar divine being. If the latter truly possesses surprising strength, why not? Go with the flow and play the good dragon? The Douluo Divine Realm was initially just a part of the Douluo Dragon Realm. The Silver Dragon King inherited part of the Dragon God's power. Therefore, if she wanted to open a passage to the Divine Realm, it would indeed not be a problem. Of course, opening a passage and not being discovered afterward is not something she can achieve. After all, the many deities of the Divine Realm and the enforcers are certainly not wooden stakes waiting for you to pass by. At this moment, Chen Yue, who was still on the ChenYue Fairy Island, living a luxurious life day and night, sneezed. Achio. What Achio? QianRenxue, whose eyes shone like white light, rubbed her eyes and looked at Chen Yue, who was getting up, and couldn't help but ask, "Who is cursing me?" Chen Yue pinched his nose. Could it be that deep-sea magic whale king who ran off somewhere? After the deep-sea magic whale king escaped, he indeed went to the magic whale sea area, but unfortunately, he did not find any trace of it. It seems that the other party has lived for so long and is certainly not a fool. So he gave up on the idea of searching for that deep-sea magic whale king in the vast ocean, because soon he would begin his second plan. With such a huge commotion, with Poseidon's level 95 soul power, he should not be able to withstand it and would faint, right? The previous divine skill that defeated the deep-sea magic whale king was something Chen Yue had anticipated. But he never expected that this so-called great defeat would actually turn the deep-sea magic whale king into a sieve, leaking water all over. This outcome, you could say it was a great defeat, and it seems not wrong. You could say it wasn't a great defeat, and it seems to have some logic. After all, being beaten to the point of fleeing with your head in your hands counts as a defeat, right? But fortunately, the plan remains intact. Originally, Chen Yue had planned for the deep-sea magic whale king to die and Poseidon to faint. But looking at the current situation, it seems even better. I'm a bit curious. After the deep-sea magic whale king ran away, how will Tang San conduct the sea god S9 trials? A smile appeared on Chen Yue's face as he changed to a purple outfit, resting his head on the excess nutrition from the Demon Emperor and squinting his eyes. At this moment, in a magic whale sea area, a blue phantom looked dumbfounded at the scene of fierce battles among the sea soul beasts, lost in thought. Where's that monster? This figure was the incarnation of the sea god Poseidon descending to the mortal realm. He was still puzzled as to why his valued heir Tang San had already landed on the island but hadn't started the sea goddess sacred pillar trial yet. So, he transformed and prepared to see what was going on. However, before he could use his mental power to find Tang San's whereabouts, he was first attracted by the series of disturbances in the magic whale sea area and the agitated magic soul great white sharks nearby. Therefore, he thought that Tang San must be on the way and couldn't escape, so it was better to see what was happening in the magic whale sea area. If that monster went crazy and wanted to sink Sea God Island, it would be truly disastrous. Meanwhile, Tang San, who was still in the pigsty fighting for food with piglets, was like, heaven knows how he has been living on Sea God Island for just a few days. If only Tang San knew that Poseidon actually dared to abandon him to check on the magic whale sea area first, he would certainly say, "Very well. You have chosen the path to death. Watch me, my dear mother. It seems my dear mother is gone." At this, in the sea god temple of the divine realm, Poseidon clearly sneezed. "Achio, who is cursing me? It must be that dog thing, the thunder god. Oomph. Even if I descend in my incarnation, I'll one-t help you. So what?" Poseidon first thought it must be the thunder god complaining about him. And after a cold snort, he didn't pay it any mind but controlled his incarnation to head towards the magic whale sea area. After all, this concerned whether he could be completely liberated. He could not afford to be the slightest bit negligent. However, when he controlled his incarnation to arrive at the magic whale sea area and saw the visibly changed color and countless corpses of sea soul beasts, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought, gradually doubting life. Where are the fish? Where are the fish I have raised for so long? At this moment, the deep-sea magic whale king, who was charging towards the day and moon continent from the depths of the sea, suddenly sneezed, creating a water column dozens of meters high. "Who is cursing me?" The deep-sea magic whale king looked around in confusion and then looked up, not finding any land, and continued to move forward. He remembered that in the past, the continental plate was very large, and later it was said that it suddenly cracked for some unknown reason. This was recorded in the stone records of their deep-sea magic whale clan. "Shouldn't I be able to claim kingship in that sea area?" After muttering this, the deep-sea magic whale king didn't hesitate any longer and quickened his pace forward. He didn't know if ChenYue would catch up. Anyway, running was never wrong. Although he had lost 1,000,000 years of cultivation, with his 190,000 years of fierce beast cultivation, it should be enough for him to reign in this other side. Right? Where are the fish? At this moment, in the magic whale sea area, only Poseidon's phantom remained, looking dumbfounded and increasingly questioning life. At this moment, in the Xingluo Empire, two slender figures, looking somewhat emaciated, like certain current law-breaking gentlemen, were wandering around Gongxin City. "Xiaoyo, where do we go from here?" These two individuals were Ma Hongjun and Oscar, two true best buddies among the Shrek's 7 monsters. Oscar had a blank expression. I want to find Rong. His words suddenly made Ma Hongjun shiver, as he abruptly grabbed his collar and shouted, "Are you crazy? Still want to find that BTCH? Don't you remember you almost died because of her last time? This is not Li Jia. It doesn't matter. We could take our time to talk." Originally, the Shrek 7 monsters had Xiao Wu leading the first kill, and Tang San was also in the Star Do Great Forest, having Binda Bukan even received a free set of dog legs and spider claws. Currently, Xiao Wu was still completely lying down on ChenYue Fairy Island, while Tang San was bravely working in the pigsty on Sea God Island. Looking again, Dai Mubai, the Prince of Xingluo, and his father both died outside Xingluo City and in the Xingluo Palace, respectively. The Queen, Zhu Qingxue, and the Princess, Zhu Zhuqing, were restrained and now extremely obedient, as they already knew the situation in Xingluo City. Their only hope now was on ChenYue. Thus, the Shrek 7 monsters were left with 3, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were now barely surviving in a small city within the Xingluo Empire. In fact, Oscar had almost died. This was indeed related to Ning Rongrong. At that time, Ning Rongrong was used as bait by ChenYue to lure out the Sword Douluo, and then he encountered the golden crocodile Dou had just arrived in Heaven Dou City. As a result, the golden crocodile Douluo shed tears and lost his head. As for Ning Rongrong's whereabouts, ChenYue only remembered that she was thrown into the water prison of the Heaven Dou Empire, unsure of her current situation, whether she escaped or perished. He even forgot about her entirely. At that time, when ChenYue barged in to capture people, Oscar, who wanted to act heroically to save the beauty, almost got slapped to death by ChenYue instead. Nevertheless, Oscar was covered in blood and hanging by a thread. Fortunately, his good friend Ma Hongjun arrived in time and took him to the 7-treasure glazed tile school for treatment, ultimately saving his life. After discovering that Oscar was okay, Ma Hongjun thought it was time to pursue his own happiness. After all, everyone else was paired up, and he was still single. So, he went to find Bai Qinxiang. This was someone he had coincidentally met in Heaven Dou City, not someone he knew because of Tang San establishing the Tang sect with the 4 clans. However, later on, the Min family was implicated in the destruction of the Haoyan sect, leading to urgent relocations, and he was running around like a headless fly. When he finally got tired from running, he received 3 shocking pieces of news. Dai Mubai was dead. Xiao Wu and Tang San were missing. Chapter 157 ChenYue. No wonder the ancients said that emperors do not hold mourning court. I made a mistake. I said I would release 6,000 words at the beginning of the month, but I didn't expect to oversleep again, only managing 4,000 words. After 12 o'clock, I'll add another 2,000 words in a small chapter. I plan to release another 6,000 words tomorrow, so I guess I'll have to stay up all night. Ma Hongjun couldn't believe all this. He rushed to Xingluo City, wanting to ask the still Princess Zhu Zhuqing in the palace for clarification. However, as soon as he entered, he found that the Xingluo Palace was already filled with corpses. This was during the massacre of the Xingluo Palace by the Blood Soul Sect's soul masters. As for the former Princess Zhu Zhuqing and the Queen Zhu Qingxue, they had long been lying on the ChenYue fairy island, leisurely enjoying their vacation like summer visitors. But Ma Hongjun didn't know any of this. When he saw everything in the Xingluo Palace, he was instantly stunned. Now, it seemed to him that Dai Mubai was dead, and Zhu Zhuqing was probably gone too. This left only him and Oscar from the Shrek 7 monsters, along with the missing Ning Rongrong. At the same time, after recovering from his injuries, Oscar encountered the famous masters Yu Xiaojiang and Flinder during his journey and learned about Ma Hongjun's whereabouts. He immediately headed to Xingluo City and unexpectedly ran into the super skinny Ma Hongjun. The two good friends stared at each other. If they hadn't known each other, it would have indeed been a scene of we are both lost souls in this world. But when Oscar heard Ma Hongjun's roar, he thought of the last time he was hanging by a thread, and he immediately didn't dare to speak. What should we do? Oscar's pale lips moved a few times before finally asking, what should we do? Ma Hongjun shrugged, I don't know either. Although he had been on a long-distance run for the past few months, Ma Hongjun's soul power had not decreased. Instead, it had increased significantly. After all, he encountered some illegal soul masters along the way, which helped him hone his skills. Otherwise, with his fat figure, how could he have transformed into this state? Meanwhile, after Oscar's last brush with death, he also believed that surviving a great disaster must bring good fortune, leading to a significant improvement. Of course, their progress during this time was not as substantial as the original story's progression on Sea God Island, but it was still considerable compared to ordinary soul masters who focused on cultivation. For instance, Oscar, during this long trek, had miraculously reached level 67 in soul power. Originally, when Shrek returned after 5 years, he was already over level 60, and this time, with the experience gained from his 6th soul skill, his improvement was notable. Of course, the most important factor was that he survived a great disaster. Otherwise, the breaking out and standing tall miracle wouldn't have happened. Ma Hongjun's soul power level was higher than Oscar's. After all, Ma Hongjun had been running around for a long distance, and with the recent collapse of the Xingluo Palace, the entire Xingluo city had begun to descend into chaos. Many soul masters acting as bandits started invading the city, and through this continuous real combat, Ma Hongjun's soul power level also reached 69. Should we go find the dean? Oscar actually wanted to find Ning Rongrong. Just as Ma Hongjun was about to say something, he suddenly paused, as if to say, we might not be able to leave. Huh? Oscar was taken aback. At that moment, several soul masters began to surround them, their gazes filled with playful intent. Hand over your storage bags, or we can't guarantee you'll leave safely. Clearly, these soul masters were bandits. In the past, they had been suppressed by the Xingluo royal family and didn't dare to come down from the mountains. But now that the Xingluo palace was empty, as long as they didn't go to the noble residences, they were free to act. The two of them, who held the belief that not provoking trouble is a sign of mediocrity, naturally wouldn't be easy to deal with. As a result, these two skinny guys were stripped down to their underwear and thrown out of Xingluo City. Two poor fools. The bandit leader glanced at the contents of the storage bags, immediately feeling speechless. Disgusted, he spat at the two like dead dogs and kicked them hard before turning to leave. As for why they didn't kill them, they had to hurry and catch fat sheep. There was no time to deal with these two dead dogs. Regarding the chaos in Xingluo City, Chen Yue was unaware at this time. The two ancient soul masters of the Xingguan sect knew about it, but felt powerless. With the resurgence of the ancient soul masters, this kind of turmoil would only intensify. No wonder the ancients said that emperors do not hold morning court. Chen Yue stretched lazily, struggling to get up from the soft pile of overnutrition. If it were me, I wouldn't want to get up from morning court either. Then why not just build an empire? Qian Renxue yawned, holding Chen Yue's arm, trying to pull him into a warm home. You be the emperor, and I'll be the empress, and let Guangling handle the state affairs, right? Stop messing around. There will be serious business later. Who promised to average things out last night, but hasn't delivered yet? Chen Yue. He suddenly realized that he might have found the reason why the Chow thief died, but the prime minister's spirit never faded. At sea, Xiao Bai was leisurely running on the surface of the water, squinting his eyes, while Bai Xiuxiu appeared somewhat anxious. Clan leader, is the high priest really okay? It's been 3 days. Will the high priest drown? Xiao Bai. She looked at the anxious Bai Xiuxiu, unable to hold back any longer, and slapped her with a shark fin. Shut up, you crow's mouth. How could the high priest drown? What are you thinking? Bai Xiuxiu covered her shark head and said, I didn't say the high priest would drown. It was the clan leader who said that. Xiao Bai. She suddenly felt like she wanted to beat this silly clan member to death. Can't you speak properly? 2 giant white sharks were lurking around this island, and no sea soul beasts came looking for trouble, especially after the fall of the deep-sea demon whale king. They were all busy seeking revenge on other deep-sea demon whales or occupying the territory that originally belonged to the demon whales, so they didn't care about these two. At this moment, Poseidon was in a dream. To be precise, it was after the content of this memory stone invaded her spiritual sea that, as the former sea god Dalu, her spiritual sea autonomously defended itself, creating an independent dream realm. Poseidon opened her eyes in confusion, looking around at the swirling clouds, completely unaware of where she was. Where's this place? She noticed a path appeared before her and, after a moment's hesitation, decided to move forward. As she ventured deeper, everything around her began to clarify. It seemed like an independent floating location, and at the end of her sight, there stood a large gate shrouded in clouds. What is that? Poseidon frowned slightly as she gazed at the gate, sensing intuitively that there were some unknown secrets behind it. However, having lived for over 100 years, she also felt that there might be some underlying threats. It wouldn't hurt to take a look inside. She did not enter immediately, but instead observed her surroundings. Even glancing back, to her surprise, the path she had come from was now completely covered by the swirling clouds, leaving her in a situation where she felt like she was on a narrow bridge, surrounded by white mist with no other paths visible. She had no choice but to grit her teeth, stay alert, and move forward. As she reached the gate, she noticed that the path behind her was entirely obscured by the fog, and it seemed that the only way forward was through the gate before her. Poseidon murmured to herself, heightened her vigilance, and stepped into the gate. In an instant, everything around her began to change at a visible speed, transforming into lands. Yet at the end of her sight lay a vast sea. What is this? Poseidon frowned, seemingly recalling something. This place felt familiar. Could be the coastal area of the continent when I was granted the top level 8 tests by the sea god. At that time, she had also left Sea God Island for the top level 8 tests. Since the sea soul beasts had basically been divided into circles, she could only go inland to seek soul bones. Naturally, her first choice for landing was the coastal port of the Star Luo Empire. It was said that there were some black market sales of soul bones here, although their age was not high. She had been unable to find suitable soul bones at that time, so she came here to take a chance. After all, once she became the high priestess, her assessment would grant her an enhancement in this regard. While she might not get a full soul bone configuration of 100,000 years, at least it would be a full soul bone configuration of 10,000 years, enabling her to protect Sea God Island well. Although decades had passed, this coastal port had not changed much. What is that? Poseidon just circled around when she saw a blood-soaked figure charging towards her from a distance, exuding a murderous aura. This scene was exactly after the King of Slaughter had bloodied the spear hall in Gongxin City while pursuing Tang San in the Iron Triangle. Undoubtedly, the Iron Triangle's soul fusion technique was crushed by the King of Slaughter's domain of slaughter. But Poseidon did not care about that. Instead, she widened her eyes, staring at the bloody figure of the King of Slaughter in the distance. Tang Chun, is that you? The scene showed no sign of change, as it was merely a recorded past event by the memory stone, and Poseidon had no way to interfere or even approach. When she saw Tang San throw the King of Hell's order, causing such significant damage to the King of Slaughter, her heart tightened, almost reaching her throat. As a Title Douluo, she could feel the chilling sensation emanating from that King of Hell's order, making her feel very uneasy, and she almost blurted out a warning. Unfortunately, this was just a memory stone image. Her warning was utterly useless. Damn it! After seeing the King of Slaughter get hit, Poseidon cast a cold glance at Tang San in the image. Although she did not know why Tang Chun was pursuing this person, she believed there must be a reason behind it. That was her understanding of Tang Chun. Soon, the battle ended. The King of Slaughter retreated, and she also noticed the appearance of the 2 Tang brothers. How could it be them? They actually dared to kill their ancestor? She widened her eyes in disbelief as she looked at the Tang brothers before her, never expecting that Tang Hao and Tang Xiao would actually dare to attack their grandfather. The scene froze at the moment Tang Hao and Tang Xiao attacked the King of Slaughter. Everything around began to transform into a dark, chaotic haze at a visible speed, eventually morphing into swirling white mist. Poseidon stared blankly at what was before her, unable to regain her senses for a long time. She lowered her head, and after a long pause, suddenly lifted it, her eyes filled with killing intent. I allowed you to enter Sea God Island because you are Tang Chen's grandsons, and considering your past delivery of messages, I hoped you could protect the peace of Sea God Island. But to my astonishment, you are actually treacherous villains who betray your teacher and kill your ancestor. That is your biological grandfather. How could you lay a hand on him? She trembled with anger, wishing she could rush back to Sea God Island right now to give those Tang brothers a profound lesson. But at this moment, she still retained her rationality, because she had not forgotten that her purpose for coming out to sea was to find Tang Chun. Once she finds Tang Chun, she would definitely return to Sea God Island to settle accounts with those two bastards who dared to kill their ancestor. Just when Poseidon thought this memory scene would disappear, she suddenly discovered another door appearing before her. Is there another memory scene? Everything that had happened earlier made her realize that this was merely an image left by someone through spiritual power. Such things, while not common on Sea God Island, are indeed rare, as capturing evidence for civil matters, such as crime, also requires such memory images. Of course, such occurrences are rare, but they do exist. Otherwise, the Sea Maiden City would not have the Sea Maiden Guard and various city guard teams. Although the previous scene abruptly ended, from this point, Poseidon inferred that Tang Chen had not died. Otherwise, there would not be another sequence of memories following. So, the next memory stone is likely to be genuine bad news. No matter who it is, if they truly killed Tang Chen, I will definitely tear them to shreds, no matter how far they run. With gritted teeth, Poseidon finally took a step forward and stepped into the door before her. The surroundings continued to change as if the world was spinning. But the difference was that this place was filled with towering trees blocking the sun and lush vegetation, resembling a forested area. Could it be the rumored Star Doe forest in the inland? Poseidon frowned, quickly scanning her surroundings. This was right outside the blue-silver forest, where the Tang trio was collaborating with the 1,000-fire Douluo and the 100-coal Douluo to besiege the King of Slaughter. But for Poseidon, the King of Slaughter is Tang Chun. Not only did his appearance remain unchanged, but his aura had only slightly shifted. In Poseidon's view, he might have entered some kind of magical state, but it could not deny the fact that he was Tang Chun, right? It's them again. Wait, and this person. Chapter 159. Qian Renxue. Why has your soul power level increased, and your strength also grown? The title is wrong. It should be Chapter 158. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to sleep. I'll check the rest later. Poseidon's independent illusion realm. Everything in sight was as previously described, with the 1,000-fire and 100-coal brothers, along with the Tang trio, attacking the King of Slaughter. Tang San, who isn't even a Title Douluo, can only play a supporting role. In contrast, the scene of these four people attacking can be described as a cacophony of drums and firecrackers, deafening to the ears. It's them again. Wait, there's this person too. Poseidon's gaze was icy, staring intently at Tang San's face. If it weren't for you, how could he be so severely injured? She could already see Tang Chen's current state, a true fight to the death. Especially the strength displayed by the 1,000-fire Douluo and the 100-coal Douluo, which made her tremble. How could there be such strong individuals in this world? Their soul power fluctuations seemed to indicate they were merely 96th level super Douluos. Poseidon muttered, her brows deeply furrowed. She asked herself, facing these two super Douluos, even if she had peak 97 or even 98 level soul power, she wouldn't dare to say she could win. Of course, if she could borrow the power of the sea, she might have some confidence, but looking at the situation now, she really had no confidence in defeating these two. She didn't know where these two came from, but how dare they attack him? She remembered this grudge. The scene began to change, and, as time passed, it was clear that Tang Chen couldn't hold on any longer. After all, he was not the real Tang Chen, but the body occupied by the Bat King, and his own strength, without the killing field, was only equivalent to around 98 level. Under injury, his performance was somewhat affected and naturally lower. Collaborating with outsiders to kill his own grandfather, very good. Is this the Haotian sect eating inside and digging outside? Poseidon gritted her teeth, watching the scene where the King of Slaughter was knocked back and fell heavily to the ground, his breath gradually fading. No, it can't be. He can't possibly die. His strength is so strong. How could mere 4 super Douluos kill him? This is impossible. Poseidon widened her eyes, almost losing control, wanted to rush over to check the situation. However, this scene was not a three-dimensional one that would allow her to enter and observe the specific situation in detail. So no matter how frantically she moved forward, she couldn't even get a hint of closer memory from the scene. No, at this point, the scene changed from color to gray and white. Everything froze. Poseidon stared wide-eyed at the scene before her, where the king of slaughter lay with his head tilted, resembling death, and shouted in disbelief, "This is impossible. This is fake. How could you die? You are the strongest Title Douluo in the world." Poseidon didn't know that this was not actually Tang Chen's death, but the Bat King's death, and this tilting of the head was a reaction at the moment of death. It was this reaction and the dissipating breath that caused the 1,000 fire Douluo and the other 3 Title Douluos to stop. If at this moment the king of slaughter had any breath left, they would definitely strike again, taking advantage of his weakness. This was a fight of life and death, not a gentleman's duel, and naturally, it was about life. No, with wide eyes, Poseidon saw this scene, and her eyes immediately turned red, roaring in anguish. Everything around her remained unmoved by her heart-wrenching cries. Instead, as the scene froze, it gradually shattered, turning into specks of starlight that dissipated, replaced by swirling clouds and mist. On the sea, while keeping watch, ChenYue suddenly shivered, feeling an inexplicable chill rising in her heart. The shark brain also buzzed, and she sneezed. When she looked up again, she was nearly scared into retreating to the seabed. She saw Poseidon suddenly rise, her eyes blood-red, her once black hair now turned snow-white. Reminiscent of the scene in the original story when she saw Tang Chen die before her. However, compared to the original, her current appearance was completely incomparable. At this moment, she looked more like a fury, filled with hatred. Her face still retained its beauty, but exuded an enchanting and sinister charm, resembling a fallen beauty. "Great priestess, are you all right?" Xiao Bai, who had been napping at the bottom of the sea while ChenYue kept watch, now sensed the disturbance and cautiously stuck her shark head out to ask, "Go to Sea God Island." Poseidon took a deep breath, the blood red in her eyes receding. But faint traces of blood could still be seen swirling around. This unprecedented scene frightened Xiao Bai. "Great priestess, what happened?" Just as she asked, Poseidon shot her a cold glance, scaring Xiao Bai into shivering, and she quickly shut her mouth. After saying a few words to ChenYue, the latter was so frightened that her shark face turned pale, but due to the patriarch's intimidation, she could only turn around, reluctantly revealing her body to let Poseidon come aboard. Clearly, Xiao Bai was a bit afraid of Poseidon in her current state, but refusing was not a good option, so... Well, this was where ChenYue came in handy. Thus, under the strange combination of 1 person and 2 sharks, they set off towards Sea God Island in the dead of night. Shortly after they left, 2 figures emerged from the surface of the sea. It was the 1,000 fire Douluo and the Demon Slayer. Phew, Senior Chen's shot was really too strong. From that distance, I almost thought I was vaporized. The Demon Slayer Douluo, soaking in the sea, patted his chest in relief, his face filled with gratitude. Fortunately, they hadn't made a mistake at that time. Otherwise, it would have been a big problem. Just keep your mouth shut, and basically, nothing will happen. The 1,000 fire Douluo appeared to be slightly better off. After all, he was the elder brother, and he was more composed. He had already confirmed that this Sea God Douluo had seen the information from the recording stone and should be heading to Sea God Island now. It was also time to notify Senior Chen. The Demon Slayer nodded, then asked, "By the way, brother, why is this Sea God Douluo's soul power fluctuation only at 95 level? With her strength, I feel like I could defeat her with 1 hand. How is it not like what Big Brother said back then? During the previous action of the Spirit Hall to Sea God Island, at that time, Dalu was still the Judgment Elder, and there was only the Golden Crocodile Douluo as the Elder in the Worship Hall. The other many worshippers had not yet arrived. Therefore, the 1,000 fire and Demon Slayer Douluo only heard along the way that the strength of the Sea God Island's Great Priestess was stronger than Dalu. Based on this, they guessed that she should at least be a peak 99 level Title Douluo, right? So why was she only at 95 level soul power fluctuation? Not sure, but her soul power fluctuation is more stable. It should be based on her own cultivation, not like Big Brother, who was granted power by the deity. Hearing this, the 1,000 fire Douluo frowned and, after pondering for a moment, gave his answer. Based on what we saw from the Tang family duo earlier, it is possible that this Sea God Douluo has already removed the protection over Sea God Island and lost the deity's blessing. Hence her soul power has dropped to this level. Can a deity really retract granted soul power levels? The thousand-fire Dalu shook his head. It's not about retracting. It's about giving it to a new successor. Just like Big Brother. If the young master is not capable enough to start the angel's 9th trial, and is instead like Big Brother at the 8th trial, then Big Brother's entire soul power would be inherited by the young master. The speculation about the god sacrificer is limited. He doesn't know much about it. But that doesn't hinder his reasoning, which indeed has some logic and feasibility. So, the demon slayer Dalu pondered if that's the case, then relying solely on her own strength. The sea god Dalu isn't very strong, just comparable to us. Her true strength should come from her predecessor, the former high priestess, who bestowed gifts upon her. The thousand Jin Dalu nodded. That seems to be the case. However, if, after stepping down, she only retains her soul power level of 95, wouldn't he returning to Sea God Island be akin to seeking death? Upon thinking of this, the demon slayer Dalu's expression changed as well. After all, the Tang brothers are not to be trifled with. Although he didn't know that the god sacrificer needed to make sacrifices for the new goddess achievements, he could deduce, based on the idea of gaining soul power bestowed by the deity and the principle that there's no free lunch in the world, that there must be some sacrifices involved. This deduction is logically sound and quite understandable. Hearing this, the thousand Jin Dalu, who indeed thought of this before, also changed his expression drastically. Without saying a word, he took out items from his storage bag to first notify Elder Chen, and then suggested they go take a look, lest they miss a crucial moment. Although they didn't know why ChenYue was targeting this wave of Poseidon, they didn't care much about that. They just needed to execute their plan and inform ChenYue to avoid any mishaps. At this moment, ChenYue in the QianRenxue island also received the news and was struggling to crawl out of the luxurious and gentle hometown. What's going on? Is it time to act? QianRenxue yawned. She was dressed and first put on clothes for ChenYue, asking drowsily. It's about time. ChenYue nodded and then glanced at her, asking if she wanted to go take a look. No way, I need to catch up on sleep. I'm too tired. Saying this, QianRenxue resentfully pinched herself, wondering why her soul power level had increased and her strength had also grown. Chapter 160. Tang Hao, Brother Hao. Why do I feel your gaze is a bit strange? This is chapter 159. Small chapter, the title is wrong. Let me take a quick nap first. I can't hold on anymore. Shortly after Poseidon left, the Tang brothers walked out of the sea god temple. Brother Hao, what exactly happened? Tang Xiao was a bit puzzled. When he woke up, why was his clothing disheveled, and why did Tang Hao look at him with such a strange expression? Nothing. Tang Hao's face twitched, looking quite odd, but he couldn't possibly say that his good brother had actually flown something under the former high priestess. Could he? No wonder Poseidon didn't want to bother with them, and simply left. The third brother should have arrived at Sea God Island by now, but he didn't know where he went. Seeing Tang Hao's changing expression, Tang Xiao frowned, wanting to ask again, but Tang Hao's words shut him up. Just ask and you'll know. Seeing Tang Hao change the subject, Tang Xiao didn't insist any further and casually said, with our strength, finding someone on Sea God Island shouldn't be a problem. But unfortunately, we can't return to the mainland and revive the sect. We can only leave it to the third brother. Hearing this, Tang Hao also thought it made sense. So, let the Guardian 7 Pillars look for someone. It should be doable. Saying this, he immediately activated the Sea God Pillar to notify the 7 Pillars to gather at the Sea God Square in front of the Sea God Temple for a meeting in the early morning. At this time, the Guardians of the 7 Pillars had just re-established the divine power bestowed by the Sea God to maintain the Sea God Pillar and were planning to start tomorrow's Sea God assessment, and they had already laid down to rest. After all, this task is quite laborious and thankless, and the mental exhaustion is significant. However, this sudden announcement startled them awake, their heads buzzing, and they stood up in confusion, looking towards the direction of the Sea God Square, with big question marks above their heads. No, it's already late at night. We have to host the Sea God assessment tomorrow, and you're telling me to have a meeting now? Brother, how can you say that? The many guardians looked at each other, ultimately directing their gaze toward the Sea Dragon Douluo in Sea Dragon City, inquiring. Let's go take a look. The Sea Dragon Douluo was in the best condition among the 7 pillars. His strength was the strongest, and his mental power was not bad, so he could still handle the exhaustion. But the other pillar guardians were not in such good shape, with some looking pale, indicating excessive mental fatigue. Seeing this scene, the Sea Dragon Douluo added, "You all can return to your cities to rest for now. I'll go by myself. When the time comes, I'll relay the meeting content to you. It will be the same." After a pause, he added, Perhaps the newly appointed left and right priests do not quite understand our exhaustion. I'll go explain it to them. Thank you, big brother. The 7 pillars have been united for decades and have not engaged in internal strife, so they didn't think too much about it, and after bowing, they quickly returned to their own cities. The sea dragon Douluo turned and flew towards the sea god square. Brother Hao, is it really appropriate to summon them at this late hour? Seeing Tang Hao directly use his authority to issue a summons, Tang Xiao couldn't help but frown. After all, when we took over, they also contributed and they might be recovering now. What is the problem? Chapter 160. ChenYue Xiaobai. You would want your fiancé to know about being ridden, would you? This chapter is 10,000 words, for those who don't understand the word count. Check the page numbers yourself. I usually combine them directly, too lazy to split them. Also, I'm trying to push for a small recommendation from Qian with this recent explosion of updates, but seeing the data seems a bit cold. I feel a bit demotivated now, so let us just stabilize at 4,000 words for now. Sigh. It's a bit exhausting, winky face. If it weren't for wanting to push for that small recommendation, I could have split this 10,000 words and released it over 2 days, taking a lazy day and a half off. Tang Hao was indifferent. That was their duty, something they should naturally do. But he couldn't say that, could he? After all, Tang Xiao was also a sect master. And compared to Tang Hao, who hadn't managed anything before, his experience was naturally richer. After all, when we first took office, we still needed to rely on them for many things. Tang Hao was somewhat displeased. As pillar guardians, shouldn't they fully obey our arrangements? Sigh, Brother Hao, your view is a bit narrow. If they don't obey, you can't just kill them all and take on their 7 responsibilities yourself, can you? Hearing this, Tang Xiao also noticed that Tang Hao's mindset seemed to have changed quite a bit. He immediately straightened his expression and said, moreover, we are newcomers here and are not familiar with the processes of other responsibilities. It's better to observe first. No need to rush. After all, as the 7 pillars, they also passed the sea god's selection and assessment before taking office, didn't they? Hearing this, Tang Hao's heart sank, as if he had been splashed with cold water, and he instantly became clear-headed. Right? The 7 pillars also achieved their positions after passing the sea god pillar's selection and assessment. Although he is now the high priest, his position is greater than that of the holy pillar guardian, but, as Tang Xiao said, he can't just cut off the disobedient ones and demote himself, right? Moreover, this is the holy pillar guardian selected by the sea god. If he acts, who knows if the sea god will snatch back his position as high priest before he even makes a move. Tang Hao had no idea that at this moment, the sea god Poseidon was so angry that he almost wanted to beat the 2 of them. Damn it. Why did he choose these 2 as his successors? Through the sea god temple, the place of inheritance, Poseidon could clearly hear the conversation between the 2, almost losing his temper and directly descending to give each of them a kick. Your descendant is still fighting with piglets for food in that pig pen. Can you be a bit more sensible and quickly bring my successor out? He had previously searched through the magic whale sea and still couldn't find the trace of that deep-sea magic whale king. So he had to return to the sea god temple dejectedly to see how his successor was doing. Thus, based on the sensing of the vast sea universe cover, he saw Tang, San in the pig pen, fighting with a group of piglets for food, with messy hair and stubble, and his limbs in a strange position. And he immediately fell into deep thought. Is this really my successor? At that moment, the sea god Poseidon was completely dumbfounded, his expression gradually filled with suspicion. How could his successor be treated like this? He suppressed the urge to appear directly and wanted to see how these 2 new high priests would handle the situation. But unexpectedly, these 2 high priests are incredible. If they hadn't called out from the beginning, it would have been fine. But now that they have called the person over, you just notify him and let him go back? Are you playing around? If you had just made a sound about this and let the Holy Pillar Guardian hand it over to the guards to investigate, wouldn't that have worked? The sea dragon Douluo arrived quickly after seeing the left high priest and the right high priest. The sea dragon Douluo glanced at the pair of sleeping dragon and phoenix chicks in front of the sea god temple and clasped his hands. I am here to inform you that the grand priest has retired, and currently, we are the high priests of Sea God Island. After receiving Tang Xiao's previous revelation, Tang Hao also had an epiphany, so he didn't immediately ask them to find his son Tang San, but planned to say something like, "You 2 have worked hard to open the holy pillar. The sea dragon Douluo, you know we have worked hard? Then why did you forcibly summon us in the middle of the night when we were recovering our mental strength?" The sea dragon Douluo was speechless, but he didn't show it on his face, only clasping his hands and saying that the other 6 holy pillars had indeed rested due to exhaustion, and we're preparing for tomorrow's sea god holy pillar. So please excuse the two high priests. Tang Hao raised an eyebrow. At this moment, he realized that it seemed the other holy pillars hadn't come. Only the sea dragon Douluo. As the saying goes, a new official takes office with 3 fires. Isn't it a bit lacking that the subordinates didn't come? All right. Seeing Tang Hao frown, Tang Xiao immediately knew that his brother, who had no management experience, was probably going to do something crazy again. So he pressed him down and said to the sea dragon doll, "It's fine. The assessment of the sea god holy pillar should start tomorrow. As many people have been waiting during this time. So let everyone come to the sea god square for a meeting in 3 days." The sea dragon doll sighed in relief. "Thank you for your grace, right high priest. 3 days is indeed enough time for the other holy pillar guardians to recover." Looking at this, the left high priest Tang Hao is completely not as good as the right high priest Tang Xiao. The sea dragon Dalu thought to himself. Then heard Tang Xiao wave his hand. "All right, it's getting late. You can go back and rest for now." "Thank you, right high priest. I take my leave for now." Watching the sea dragon Dalu leave, Tang Hao is full of dissatisfaction. "Big brother, these 7 are clearly trying to give us a show of authority. Before, our assessments were conducted under a very inconspicuous guy among them. In such a short time, we've suddenly become their superiors. These people must be very unhappy in their hearts." Tang Xiao, "How brother, are you overthinking this?" He was somewhat speechless and truly didn't know what his brother had experienced over the years. An analysis that was as fierce as a tiger, yet the environment was completely inconsistent. This thought surely isn't something those non-soul masters or the poor should think, right? Or perhaps it's just some ideas from certain small cities. How did his brother transfer this kind of thinking to Sea God Island? You have to know. What kind of place is Sea God Island? It's a place dominated by faith. How could you think like this? It's not complicated, big brother. You were secluded in the clan, so naturally you wouldn't know this point. I can tell you that in the Heaven Dou Empire, it's basically like this. Dang Hao Asa, for example, the small place I stayed in before had similar thoughts. Tang Xiao, "How brother, have you forgotten what kind of place Sea God Island is?" Tang Hao was taken aback. "Is there a difference? Isn't that obvious?" Tang Xiao rolled his eyes. Sea God Island is an organization similar to the Spirit Hall, primarily focused on faith. The Spirit Hall all worships the angel god, while on Sea God Island, they all worship the sea god. In such a theocratic place, the bureaucratic aristocratic system you speak of cannot possibly survive. Saying this, Tang Xiao rubbed his temples wearily. "All right, let's call it a night. It's time to rest." For the first time, he felt that the communication with his brother seemed to have some gaps. The conversation between the two brothers had completely been overheard by the incarnation of sea god Poseidon, who was so angry that he almost lost control and wanted to kick the two of them with his incarnation. "Why are you talking about useless things? Hurry up and find my successor." This incarnation of sea god Poseidon was meant for the close protection of his successor, Tang San, serving as a bodyguard. He wouldn't appear unless it involved this matter. This was a special mechanism he set up when he became a god. Of course, he could change it now, but it might disturb the enforcers due to the transmission of divine power. Otherwise, he would have long since been unable to suppress the urge to beat the Tang brothers. Damn it, where did Poseidon find such a pair of sleeping dragon and phoenix chicks as successors? It's really absurd. Finally, as if he heard the call from sea god Poseidon, Tang Hao suddenly had a bright idea. "Big brother, shouldn't we first find Xiao San?" Sea god Poseidon. "Find Xiao San?" His eyelids twitched, almost unable to contain himself. Who did Poseidon really find? Of course, his words were not heard by the two brothers. After hearing Tang Hao's words, Tang Xiao was stunned for a moment, then raised his hand to touch Tang Hao's forehead, muttering, "Strange, he's not running a fever?" "Tang Hao, big brother, I'm being serious here. I'm also being serious with you." "Tang Hao, so what do you mean by that?" "If Little 3 has landed on the island and the sea god's sacred pillar cannot be activated, the Sea Soul Master will definitely arrange a room for him." Tang Xiao looked at Tang Hao in front of him and was quite speechless. "Just look at this sea god temple. There's only one chair to rest on. Are you bringing Little 3 here to squeeze with us on this chair, or what?" At this moment, Poseidon understood and breathed a sigh of relief. I said, "How could Poseidon find someone?" So it turns out that the heir of this god is named Little 3. Tang Hao also felt that Tang Xiao's words made some sense. "So, big brother, how about we go to the nearby forest to chop wood and make a wooden house?" "Poseidon, should I take that back? After all, this stone chair, neither of us brothers can sit comfortably on it, right?" Tang Hao said, "And besides, without the sea god S9 trials appearing, we probably have to sit on this chair and wait for the next fated person to arrive. How do we sleep then?" Tang Xiao thought for a moment. and also felt it made some sense. All right, let us go chop wood now. Making a wooden house is fine. After saying that, they acted. Since both brothers had no objections, they naturally proceeded directly to the few forested areas on Sea God Island. Only Poseidon was left in the wind, confused, looking at the two departing figures. No, how did it come to this? Sea God Temple. Poseidon watched in shock as the scene reflected through the water curtain, feeling lost. He had achieved divinity 20,000 years ago, and the number of sacrifices he encountered was countless. But it was the first time he encountered such an absurd situation. They are directly chopping wood in the few forests on the island? This is truly a talent? Poseidon swore he had never been so speechless in his life, but unfortunately, he couldn't use his only avatar to remind them. Could he? He could only silently feel sorry for his successor for 3 seconds, then averted his gaze, sighed quietly, and decided to treat it as a test for the successor. Achio! In the pig pen, Tang San, resting his head on the white pig's milk, suddenly sneezed, rubbed his nose, and looked at the sky. It seemed to be getting brighter. Dawn was breaking. He scratched his head, feeling his stomach rumble, and without hesitation, as if by reflex, turned around to start eating his 3 meals a day of nutritious feast. Early in the morning, this mother pig, who wanted to sleep in, sensed something unusual and huffed in dissatisfaction. But Tang San paid no mind. Being a soul master, he pressed down on the mother pig firmly. The mother pig, helpless, could only let this guy steal the nutrition that originally belonged to her piglets. At that moment, the sea soul master in charge of feeding came over, saw this eye-watering scene, and nearly vomited on the spot. What the heck? How could you eat in a pigsty full of pig manure? Tang San. You group of people who sent me to this pig pen, how can you still have the face to say anything? One day when I get out, I will definitely kill all of you who have a death wish. How dare you send me, Tang San, to a pig pen? Your whole family has a death wish. Just wait. I will use my blue-silver binding to entangle all of you. Tang San silently vowed that when his father and uncle ascended the throne, he would make these people pay. While thinking this, he opened his mouth and burped, causing the sea soul master to be horrified, stepping back repeatedly, his face full of shock, throwing the breakfast he brought in front of the mother pig, saying to Tang San, seeing that you've eaten enough, you probably don't need this breakfast anymore. How about we feed this rebellious nanny to you? Is that okay? Tang San. Nanny? What are you talking about? The sea soul master looked at the suddenly standing Tang San with confusion, just about to say something when, in that instant, a pungent smell of pig manure wafted through the air, causing him to instinctively pinch his nose and take 2 steps back, then looked at Tang San with a horrified expression, only to discover the patches of black muck on him, emitting an indescribable foul odor. Ugh! The sea soul master felt his stomach churn, and with a loud wow, he vomited uncontrollably, turning white from the experience. How could you sleep in a pigsty without cleaning a decent spot? Isn't there straw over there? Can't you at least lay something down? Having gotten used to the smell in this environment, Tang San sniffed, and didn't he notice anything unusual? He just looked at the black mud clinging to him, thinking he was just a bit dirty. What is the big deal? He had worn much worse clothes when he was young, and during the time in the slaughter city, he was covered in blood. What does a little black mud matter? This person must purely want to disgust and defame me. Thus, Tang San concluded in his heart, and when he looked at the sea soul master again, his eyes were filled with unkindness. Very well, daring to insult me in front of me. Your death wish is only second to that middle-aged, yellow-clad soul master. I can't be bothered to deal with a fool like you. I'm leaving. The sea soul master, whose soul power level was not high, felt a heavy pressure from Tang San's aura, full of death wish, and was startled, hurriedly running away without daring to make eye contact again. Just wait. Tang San knew that there were many powerful soul masters on this island, and he couldn't act recklessly. His father, Tang Hao, and uncle, Tang Xiao, had returned some time ago. He still had some impression of that day's spiritual illusion, but due to Poseidon's intervention, his memories were not vivid. At least he knew that his father and uncle had returned to Sea God Island. Therefore, he decided to temporarily play the role of a ninja turtle, waiting for his father and uncle's rescue. However, he never expected that instead of waiting for his uncle and father, he would encounter a voice filled with murderous intent and coldness. So you're called Tang San, right? Tang San was startled, instinctively looking up, only to meet a pair of extremely cold eyes, devoid of any emotion, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Who are you? Very good. The person was naturally Poseidon. Unlike Tang Hao and the others, who kept dragging things out, she had no intention of delaying and directly came to Sea God Island. Since Poseidon was originally the high priest, and now, aside from the 7 sacred pillars and some sea soul masters, many did not know that Poseidon had abdicated. So upon seeing her forbidding attitude, the sea soul masters present didn't dare to stop her, let alone speak. Therefore, Poseidon smoothly found Tang San's whereabouts. With her level 95 Title Douluo status, and as a sea soul master, her affinity with the sea far exceeded others, allowing her to quickly locate Tang San. Not good. Tang San was alarmed, feeling once again, as the suffocating feeling from the last encounter with the sea god emperor surged back. Her expression changed dramatically. Without a word, she immediately dropped to all fours and frantically rushed towards the inland of the island. Did she escape? Poseidon snorted coldly and without hesitation. She unleashed her martial spirit's true form to suppress. Today, let me, on behalf of Tang Shun, clean up the mess. Starting with you, the unfilial great-grandson. In an instant, her martial spirit's true form, with the sea god descending, made Tang San feel as if he'd been struck by a freezing spell, suddenly stiffening in place. Unable to do anything but watch as Poseidon's spirit ability approached him. It's over. Tang San was horrified, facing the full power of a level 95 Title Douluo. He had no ability to resist at all, only feeling the countdown to his death. Even under this immense pressure, his mind went blank. Boom! The dazzling blue spirit ability attack suddenly struck Tang San, exploding into an extremely brilliant burst of light before him. He should be dead, right? Poseidon was sweating profusely, breathing a bit heavily. She used her martial spirit's true form, naturally not wanting to alert others. However, her hurried arrival at Sea God Island had already consumed a lot of her spirit power. After all, she couldn't let Xiao Bai get dragged into this. Regardless, on Sea God Island, any form of slaughter was strictly prohibited, and her actions had already violated this taboo. As she rushed here, she felt the huge gap in her spirit power after falling from the peak of a peerless Douluo to just a level 95 Title Douluo. After just a short run, plus using her martial spirit's true form, her spirit power, which had recovered to about 90% after battling the deep-sea demon whale king, had significantly depleted. He should be dead. Poseidon glanced at the impending explosion but frowned deeply the next moment, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" After the mist cleared, Tang San appeared completely unscathed, though he had fainted. However, a blue, eggshell-like transparent barrier had enveloped him. It was the vast sea celestial shield. "I want to see how tough your shell is." Poseidon's expression changed, her eyes filled with murderous intent, and behind her, the 8 black and 1 red spirit rings shone brightly. It was Poseidon's 9th spirit ability, Sea God Shock. P.S. This is an alternate setting. In a moment the spirit rings shone, blue transparent armor began to manifest on her skin, and in an instant, she was enveloped in a set of transparent blue armor, with a blue-golden spear appearing in her palm. Among her 9th spirit abilities was one similar to the Demon Emperor's demon whale armament. But unlike that, Poseidon's 9th spirit ability amplification was far superior, even if her spirit power had declined. Poseidon shouted, and the spear in her hand was suddenly thrown. The blue-golden spear, once unleashed, seemed to magnetically draw in countless seawater, rushing madly towards Tang San. "You dare!" Seeking death. Long before Poseidon's martial spirit's true form descended, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao sensed something was off. The 2 brothers, having reached the pinnacle of peerless Douluo, rushed over quickly, just in time to see Poseidon's shining 9th spirit ability, and their expressions changed dramatically as they shouted in unison, "How Tion's true form." Without hesitation, the 2 activated their 7th and 9th spirit rings simultaneously. Their spirit ring configurations were vastly different. After all, Tang Hao's martial spirit had already shattered once, and his 9th spirit ring had been damaged by Chen Yue. Tang Hao's spirit ring configuration was 8 black and 1 purple. Yes, his 9th spirit ring had become 1 year old for various reasons, and then, under the final assessment, it had been upgraded by several thousand years. As for Tang Xiao, his was much higher. It matched Poseidon's spirit ring configuration of 8 black and 1 red. The moment Tang Hao unleashed his martial spirit's true form, he directly used his 8th spirit ability, which was his strongest ability at present. In contrast, Tang Xiao immediately activated his 100,000-year spirit ring, which was his 9th spirit ability. The 2 brothers had a tacit understanding, not attacking Poseidon, but instead bracing against the blue-golden spear thrown at Tang San. Boom! The two oversized hammers crashed down on the thrown blue-golden spear, and in that instant, it exploded like a missile, creating a sea-blue micro-mushroom cloud. Cough, cough. The two brothers, still relying only on brute force and unaware of using their authority, were sent flying like kites with broken strings, covered in dust. Poseidon also felt the backlash, although she could share some of the counteraction due to her affinity with the sea. Facing two peak level 99 Douluo and forcing them back was already her limit. At this moment, she was pale and spitting blood. "See God Douluo, what do you mean by this?" Although Tang Xiao and Tang Hao were thrown back, they had not suffered significant injuries, just looking somewhat disheveled. Tang Hao, holding the Haotian hammer, looked at Poseidon with a rather unfriendly gaze. "You want to kill my son?" "Huh." Poseidon wiped the blood from her mouth, looking disdainfully at the brothers Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. "You treacherous little men, betraying your master and ancestors. If I had known your character, I would never have allowed you to inherit." As an examiner, she had 1,000 ways to make these two brothers die in the assessment. Just like in the original story where Tang San faced Poseidon in one of the sea god's trials. This top-tier assessment was the same. After all, the Tang brothers were offensive-type spirit masters, unlike the auxiliary-type spirit master Ning Rongrong in the original story. How could an auxiliary spirit master face a peerless Dalu? Unfortunately, Poseidon was in a hurry to throw off her position and find Tang Chun. She never expected that Tang Chun had already been killed by these three unfilial descendants. With this thought, she felt her blood pressure rising dangerously, nearly bursting a blood vessel. "What did you say?" Hearing Poseidon's words, Tang Xiao frowned. "You say Xiao San colluded with outsiders, betraying his master and ancestors? That's impossible." Tang Hao directly denied it. "Xiao San has always been with us. This is a blatant slander. No matter how dissatisfied you are with us, you can't slander Xiao San." Poseidon only thought they were putting on an act and immediately scoffed. "You three guys colluded with outsiders, betraying your master and ancestors. Do you need me to show evidence?" At this moment, the 7 sacred pillar guardians and many sea spirit masters had arrived. They were somewhat bewildered by the scene, especially after hearing Poseidon's words, looking at each other, appearing somewhat at a loss. Regardless, daring to attack the residents of Sea God Island on Sea God Island had already violated the island's taboos. Tang Zhao's brow twitched as he saw Poseidon's cold expression, giving him a bad premonition. Although he had no memory of doing anything related, this kind of blame couldn't just be thrown around, right? As the newly appointed priest of Sea God Island, if he has such a significant stain on his reputation, how can he rule the island authoritatively in the future? Therefore, he decided to deal with this bossy first, and then find out what was going on. Why waste so much time talking to her? Compared to Tang Xiao, Tang Hao appeared to be quite impolite. After all, this bossy had made him clean up, and that look she gave him when she was checking for bugs made him increasingly furious, especially since his soul power level had now surpassed hers. He couldn't hold back any longer and directly approached her. Furthermore, his son was definitely arranged by this bossy to be in the pig pen. He had been wandering around the various cities these past few days. How could he not have found his good son Tang San? It turned out he was locked up in the pig pen by this bossy. If he took her down directly and interrogated her, he would know everything. After Tang Hao finished speaking, he stopped wasting words and directly raised the Haotian hammer, violently smashing it toward bossy. "Huh!" Bossy sneered, showing no fear, completely unfazed. From their previous encounter, she had already roughly understood the situation of the two Tang brothers before her, and she wouldn't be using the powers that were meant for the sacrifices of Sea God Island. Instead, she would attack purely relying on her own unmatched Dalu soul power. In this situation, facing these two unevenly unmatched Dalu, it was still uncertain who was stronger or weaker. She could feel that although Tang Hao's soul power level was at the peak of level 99, his overall combat power was only equivalent to that of a typical peak level 97. She, of course, did not know that Tang Hao's martial soul had been shattered, and the newly forged martial soul originally belonged to Tang Rongyao, which naturally could not exert the full power of the Haotian hammer. As for Tang Xiao, she needed to take him seriously. However, Tang Xiao had a hidden ailment that prevented him from fully exerting his peak level 99 power. Overall, his combat power was only that of a peak level 98. This was because Tang Xiao had been heavily injured during the destruction of the Haotian sect, leaving him with a hidden ailment, but Bossy was unaware of this. Of course, if it were only based on these factors, Bossy, with her level 95 soul power, would not dare to claim victory. But let's not forget, Bossy had lived on Sea God Island for many years. Even though she was no longer the high priest, As a sea soul master, her affinity with the sea was still present. Moreover, as a sea soul master, within the range of Sea God Island and the surrounding seas, she could use the power of the ocean to restore her soul power. At that time, with her affinity for the sea, she could mobilize the ocean's power, along with her natural recovery ability as a sea soul master. Facing these two half-baked, unmatched who wouldn't even use their authority advantage would still pose no problem. Not far from the pig pen, on the coast, Chen Yue, dressed in swimwear and wearing sunglasses, leisurely leaned against the back of Xiao the shark, holding skewers of barbecue, taking a bite for himself, and then feeding a bite to the small white figure beside him, enjoying the moment, acting as a bystander. Hey, who do you think is stronger, the high priest or the new priest? Small White curiously asked after taking a bite of the skewer Chen Yue offered, feeling that the high priest's soul power level was only level 95, while both new priests relied solely on their brute strength, not utilizing the advantageous conditions of Sea God Island at all. It must be Bosi. Small White was taken aback, hearing Chen Yue's confident tone, and subconsciously asked, "Why?" Very simple. Chen Yue smiled. No matter how strong a person is, they can't go against heaven and earth, right? If it were another fantasy world, they might really be able to split heaven and earth apart, but in this sewer world, just forget it. It would be better to wash up and go to sleep. Small White was momentarily stunned, feeling at a loss for words. But after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that what he said made some sense, right? She scratched her head and looked at Chen Yue. So, how long are we going to watch the show here? Are you planning to be the hero who saves the beautiful high priest? Chen Yue shook his head with a smile. Hero saving the beauty? That's such an old cliché. Do you think I would be so vulgar? If QianRenxue were here, she would immediately recognize that Chen Yue's current smile was exactly the same as the one he had when he was about to catch Tang Yuehua. The two expressions couldn't be said to be identical, but they were indistinguishable. But Small White didn't know that. She looked at Chen Yue with a confused expression. Her sharp-brained CPU nearly malfunctioning. What is that? As soon as he spoke, Chen Yue suddenly stood up and pressed her down to the ground from above. Small White? The sudden masculine aura that approached made her pretty face flush red. Her beautiful eyes became a bit dazed as she looked at Chen Yue. Her hands instinctively wrapped around her arms, stammering, what do you want to do? Want to? Small White. I warn you, don't mess around. Chen Yue grinned, revealing his white teeth. In the future, there will be plenty of skewers of evil magic killer whales. Small White. I'm not that kind of shark. You don't think too much. After all, she was the leader of the magical white shark clan. How could she be bought off by just a few skewers of evil magic killer whales? Really not? Chen Yue looked at her with a half-smile. And Small White shook her head repeatedly. And no, absolutely not. Despite their interactions over the past few days, she felt that Chen Yue was quite a good person. One of the few humans she had encountered who was both strong and reasonable. As for the first one, that was naturally Bosi. After all, for Small White, a 10,000-year magic soul white shark, the definition of strong meant at least being able to defeat her. In the context of the Dou era, even the most ordinary 10,000-year soul beast could rival a level 95 Title Douluo. This meant that even if Small White's strength was lacking, she could easily defeat any Title Douluo below level 95. Of course, excluding Bosi, who had fallen from unmatched Douluo status. However, to be fair, her strength on Sea God Island, without the use of the Holy Pillar's divine power by the 7 sacred pillars of the Sea God, was comparable to that of the Sea Dragon Dou, second only to Bosi. That's a pity. Chen Yue suddenly released her, causing Small White to be taken aback. Her sharp brain looking confused as she heard this, and unconsciously asked, what's so pity about it? I heard that deep in the territory of the evil magic killer whale clan, there seems to be an evil magic killer whale king that is not inferior to the deep sea magic whale king. Now it seems that this steamed killer whale meat still has to be handled by myself. Upon hearing this, Small White's eyes widened, nearly unable to suppress her drool. Why, you're kidding me, right? How could there be an evil magic killer whale that is not inferior to the deep-sea magic whale king? She had lived for so long and had never heard of this. How could this land's sole master possibly know? Thinking of this, Small White's gaze towards Chen Yue became filled with suspicion and vigilance. This guy, could it be that he thought she was easy to deceive? The deep-sea magic whale king had dominated the sea for almost 100,000 years, and since the days when sea god Poseidon made an appearance, he had undoubtedly been the overlord. Chen Yue wasn't just talking nonsense. As far as he remembered, during the Dosin period, there seemed to be a 900,000-year evil magic killer whale king, right? After all, the 10,000-year evil magic killer whale king was still around, and it should be more appropriate to call it king. but he has willingly slept at the bottom of the sea for so many years. It still does not take action against the evil Orcus. It is obvious that he has something to fear. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai felt that there might be some truth to it, but she couldn't shake the feeling that Chen Yue was just talking nonsense. Don't believe it? Xiaobai huffed. Of course I don't believe it. It's ridiculous. How could she possibly believe this guy's few words? If she didn't believe it, then forget it. Xiaobai. No. Shouldn't you be proving something to make me believe? What's going on? Just as Xiaobai was confused, Chen Yue suddenly turned over, pressing both hands on her shoulders and looking down at her. Xiaobai, if I remember correctly, you seem to have a fiancé from your clan, right? Why you? How do you know that? Xiaobai was about to struggle, but upon hearing this, she was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief as she looked at Chen Yue. This matter was a secret. Even her clan members did not know, because this was a childhood engagement set by her parents. And now she had cultivated for 100,000 years, with most of the elders gone. Logically, no one should know about it except for her elders, those sharks, right? Xiaobai couldn't understand. Why you don't want to use it to threaten me, do you? Of course not. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai let out a sigh of relief. But before she could finish her sentence, she heard Chen Yue's teasing voice. Xiaobai, you wouldn't want your fiancé to know that you've been sailing so far while I was riding you, right? Xiaobai, important notice attached. The only way this servant can repay is to give the master a son or daughter. Chapter 161. Important notice attached. The only way this servant can repay is to give the master a son or daughter. Thanks to some people, this book has started major revisions again. As for the extent of the revisions, you could probably tell from the 2 days I stopped updating, right? For now, I can only say that I'm revising while writing. I can't guarantee 4,000 words a day anymore. And I'm also preparing a new book. So let's see how long this one can be written. Cherish it while you can. What do you want to do? Xiaobai was so scared that she fell onto by Xiuxiu's head, her legs covering by Xiuxiu's eyes. By Xiuxiu. What has blinded my eyes? She whimpered. Wanted to remind Xiaobai, but didn't he expect that the latter would slap her shark head angrily? Shut up. By Xiuxiu. Baby feels so wronged. She was a bit aggrieved, but being blinded, she had no way to see anything, only trembling in the sea. After slapping by Xiuxiu's head, Xiaobai returned to her previous charming and trembling posture. Why you better not mess around. Chen Yue. The corner of his mouth twitched, his eyelids shaking as he looked at the dazed Xiaobai in front of him, who clearly looked a bit entranced. For a moment, he felt a little at a loss. What did he make Xiaobai feel this way? Hey! Xiaobai saw Chen Yue not reacting and was stunned, calling out, You're not you. She really wanted to ask, ISNT this man in front of her thinking about reproduction with her? Why is he suddenly? You said you have a fiancé? Xiaobai nodded, but her expression was still somewhat puzzled. Yes, and so what? Chen Yue. Why does it feel like something is off? He silently used his spiritual power to enter the ChenYue fairy island, grabbing the seemingly sunbathing demon emperor and Lan Fatsi, twitching his lips and finally asking in disbelief. What's going on here? Huh? Lan Fatsi was startled upon seeing Chen Yue's spiritual form. My lord, do you have any orders? Chen Yue? Why put down this question mark? It's not that I have a problem, but that you have a problem. He still remembered that Lan Fatsi wasn't he. Somewhat dying before? What's going on with you guys? Compared to Lan Fatsi's confusion, the demon emperor was more sensible. She slightly bowed, revealing her well-nourished form. We, as the deep-sea demon whale clan, are seen as evil soul masters among ordinary sea soul beasts. And now, with the deep-sea demon whale king escaping, the demon whale clan will inevitably suffer a crushing defeat. Even if we return, we can only become spoils of war or food for other sea soul beast clans. But with you, we have received treatment that captives and slaves have never had. The only way this servant can repay is to give the master a son or daughter. Chen Yue? Something feels off? 100% off? Chen Yue's head buzzed, putting down the bowl of rice and pondering for a moment. He approached the lying little pink rabbit. The little pink rabbit was also lying down, and when she saw Chen Yue approach, she obediently spread her legs and then lay back down. Chen Yue? He looked at this scene in confusion, turning around in disbelief. After a moment, he was completely stunned. What is going on? Why do they all seem to have lost their will to resist? How come those like Xiaowu and Qian, who had such strong resistance, suddenly lost it? Chapter 162. No eunuchs. Major revision in full text. No eunuchs. Major revision in full text. It's really painful, revising while brainstorming for a new book. I originally wanted to wait a few more days to see if it would resume updates. But I saw many people voting in the background, and I know you're still here, so I'll put out a small chapter to make a presence. Hey, Chen Yue used his spiritual power to enter ChenYue Fairy Island, and seeing Xiaobai trembling, when she noticed that Chen Yue had gone silent, her face flushed with anger. She kicked Chen Yue's calf, successfully pulling him back to reality. What's wrong? Chen Yue withdrew his spiritual power, looking at the angry Xiaobai in confusion. What's with you? I really don't want my fiancé to know. Please don't tell him, okay? I beg you, woo-woo. Upon seeing Chen Yue react, Xiaobai immediately showed a pitiful look, but this time she changed to lying on the ground, hugging Chen Yue's thigh and looking up. Following this gaze, even Chen Yue, with his thick skin, felt a bit embarrassed. See, it feels awkward to look, but not looking seems hypocritical. Cough. I'm just looking at her face, really. Chen Yue muttered, lowering his head to meet Xiaobai's eyes. He genuinely couldn't understand what was going on with Xiaobai. What did it feel like? Excellent hunters often appear in the form of prey. Yes, it was this sense of DJVU. Damn it, why does it feel this way? Chen Yue couldn't figure it out. His brows furrowed as he suspiciously looked at Xiaobai. I have a feeling. Why does your reaction seem off? In his mind, Xiaobai would never slap down on by Xiuxiu's eyes while she was trembling at his feet, right? It felt like seduction? Yes, that was the feeling. Chen Yue frowned, his gaze turning somewhat unfriendly. You better tell me what you're really thinking. He admitted that he was an ordinary person, but not a fool. Knowing there was a problem, yet still going all in was purely thinking with the lower body. He wondered how this little white could pull off such a trick. Logically speaking, this adorable magical white shark in the sea shouldn't possess such obvious tactics that only people from the imperial region would know. If it weren't for the large shark body of Bai Xiuxiu shaking a few times just now, it probably wouldn't have been exposed. Even Chen Yue fell for it. Huh? Little White was stunned. When she saw Chen Yue's gaze, she instantly realized that she had completely revealed herself. It must be that detestable Bai Xiuxiu. If it weren't for her, how could she have been exposed? She had definitely succeeded just now. Thinking of this, she stood up angrily, stomped her foot hard, and murmured, It's all your fault, Xiuxiu. You ruined my good fortune. Bai Xiuxiu. Go ahead. Hearing Chen Yue's words, Little White helplessly rubbed her head and sighed. I do have a fiancé. Chen Yue didn't speak because what he wanted to ask wasn't this. But don't worry, I haven't had. Little White's face turned a little red as she whispered, I just couldn't think of any way to repay you. Repay? I don't even know if that beautiful human sister is your wife. But since you even took in the wife and daughter of the Sea Devil Whale King. I had this thought, but I didn't know how to do it. Chen Yue thought about it, and indeed found some logic in it. So, how did you learn this trick? Chapter 163, Readers, Aichu Hungsi am back. Hello book friends. I'm back again. 4,500 words. Let me see how many are still online. Waiting online, quite urgent. I see you really like this, so. Little White said somewhat shyly. Well, although I can show my human form, I'm still not very familiar with these things about soul masters, so I thought it might be. At this moment, Chen Yue finally understood. From Little White's perspective, she was primarily a sea spirit beast, and her fiancé was also related to sea spirit beasts. Therefore, in a sense, she was afraid that her sailing as Chen Yue's mount would make her fiancé unhappy. So, she would transform into a human form. Because in her view, if she was in a human form, it wouldn't be closely related to her original form, and thus there wouldn't be any displeasure from her fiancé. Of course, the main concern was to avoid misunderstandings, along with Chen Yue's stunningly beautiful talent, plus the culinary strategy, revenge on evil demon killer whales, and so on. Otherwise, based solely on this talent, Little White would only think that Chen Yue was very approachable, but thinking like this was basically impossible. So, have you made up your mind? Little White hesitated slightly, but nodded. However, I need to find a successor. The magical White Shark clan has been guarding the Sea God Island for generations. Yet they generally do not have much contact with human soul masters. It has never happened that someone would transform into a human after reaching 100,000 years of cultivation and then marry a soul master. Of course, many magical white sharks couldn't stand this kind of cage-like life and chose to escape overseas, with the condition being that they must cultivate a successor to take over the responsibilities of the departing clansmen. And Little White, as the leader of the magical white shark, if she were to leave, it would probably cause chaos in the entire clan, so she must find a suitable successor. For example, Little White couldn't help but pinch the shark head of Bai Xiuxiu underneath her. It seemed like this was a very good candidate, right? However, Chen Yue's next sentence completely stunned her. Buy one, get one free? Little White? What the heck? What did you just say? She truly didn't understand Chen Yue's words and didn't see any connection, so she couldn't help but ask again. I said. Chen Yue coughed and pointed towards the direction of the battle on Sea God Island, What do you think the final outcome will be? Huh? Little White was taken aback when he suddenly changed the topic. Didn't you just say the high priest would win? So, you think Tang Hao and the others will die, right? Little White was even more confused. Wasn't that the case? Although she was somewhat innocent. She wasn't a silly fish like by Xiao. She could guess the situation of the war without thinking. This situation would definitely end with death. In other words, it was either Poseidon dying or Tang Xiao and Tang Hao dying. There was no third option. Tang Hao might be sacrificed, but Tang Xiao would not die. Little White's mouth fell open then. What about the high priest? Poseidon wouldn't die either. The more Little White listened, the more confused she became. Why? ChenYue smiled slightly. Because the sea god will intervene. What? Just as he was speaking, a huge explosion echoed from the battle on Sea God Island. A dazzling blue light suddenly burst forth in the air, and under this dazzling light, the conditions of the three people were vastly different. Poseidon, clad in the sea god armor, which resembled a battle armor, had become nearly transparent, her breathing somewhat hurried, and her face under the helmet appeared pale. With her affinity for the sea, she could mobilize the power of the ocean to protect herself from injury, plus the continuous recovery ability of sea spirit masters on Sea God Island. Overall, her soul power consumption was significant, as it was evident that maintaining the 9th soul skill state would result in a depletion of soul power. As for her injuries, they were almost negligible, as most were mitigated by the power of the sea, and the remaining minor injuries were absorbed by her sea god armor, leaving her with injuries that equated to 0. In contrast, the two Tang brothers appeared extremely disheveled. First, the half-hearted, peerless Tang Hao, whose clothes were in tatters, looked as haggard as if he had been on a plane for 3 days and nights, panting heavily, and even lifting his oversized Haotian hammer seemed a bit weak. Opting instead to place it on the ground while gasping for air, his body bore signs of blood scabs, clearly indicating injuries sustained during the battle. Compared to him, Tang Xiao's condition was better, yet he too bore wounds and appeared somewhat pale, clearly exhausted. Although he had become a peerless Douluo in terms of soul power, he was still 262.08 of a typical level 95 Title Douluo. Logically speaking, under such frequent use of the 7th, 8th, and 9th soul skills, an ordinary level 95 Title Douluo would have long been drained of soul power. But Poseidon was different. As a sea spirit master and the former high priest of Sea God Island, this was her home turf. Even though Tang Xiao and Tang Hao's soul power was 262.08 of Poseidon's, it was useless, as Poseidon's soul power was always recovering through the power of the sea, akin to a constantly flowing spring replenishing her energy, while having the added effect of divine protection from injuries. In this situation, even with Tang Xiao and Tang Hao teaming up, these two half-hearted, peerless Douluos would not be able to quickly defeat Poseidon. This might also explain why, in the original story, Tang Chun and Dalu were unable to defeat Poseidon on Sea God Island, with built-in damage immunity and unlimited mana regeneration, unless there are divine artifacts involved. One could exhaust the opponent's soul power. Of course, that said, under Poseidon's current soul power level of 95, her total soul power isn't very high, and the recovery speed from the sea isn't as fast as imagined. After all, she has lost the enhancement of the High Priest powers. As a Sea Soul Master, her recovery speed is only slightly faster than an ordinary Sea Soul Master, thanks to the characteristics of her Sea God Martial Soul, but that's about it. Therefore, what she can do is to exhaust the soul power of these two individuals in front of her. Once they discover that, as the High Priest of Sea God Island, they can recover their soul power through their powers, she will have to retreat. Thus, her true target has always been Tang San, who is protected by the Han Hai Qian shield. Tang San has fallen unconscious, but he is floating in midair, surrounded by a transparent blue-gold sphere emitted by the Han Hai Qian shield, which envelopes him. As time passes, this sphere becomes increasingly transparent, indicating that the energy within the Han Hai Qian shield is insufficient to sustain it. This is also related to Poseidon's continuous use of her 9th soul skill, Sea God Shockwave. Even though she senses that this Han Hai Qian shield is extraordinary, such a small object must have a limit to the energy it can store. She does not believe that the soul power contained within it can surpass her attack, formed by recovering soul power through the sea. It's over. Seeing these two panting and having lost their combat ability, Poseidon sneered coldly, and her 9th soul ring shone again. Now that Tang San's Han Hai Qian shield can no longer block the attack, she does not rush to attack Tang San. Instead, she plans to kill the two Tang brothers first and then wait for the Hanhai Qingquan shield around Tang San to dissipate before making her move. The main concern is that these two Tang brothers, as the high priests of Sea God Island, might discover their high priest powers at any moment, which would instantly change the situation. The Wrath of the Sea God. This is the second soul skill within her 100,000-year soul ring. The second soul skill of her 9th soul skill and a true killing move. At the moment the soul ring shines, her eyes suddenly lit up with 2 blue-gold rays, and her entire body was stained with a sea blue hue. At this moment, her sea god martial soul reflected a blue-gold phantom behind her, and the majestic power suppressed the entire sea god island. Even the 7 sacred pillars, and even the evil demon Orca king far outside sea god island, were taken aback, suddenly looking up. This is the aura of the sea god? Not only that, in a hidden place deep beneath the sea in the Orca Sea region, a long-sleeping evil demon Orca king, comparable in size to the deep-sea demon whale king, also opened its eyes and looked toward the direction of Sea God Island. This is Poseidon? In the era of Dosan, it had a cultivation of 900,000 years, and now it only has over 800,000 years. Given its talent and qualifications to survive 8 tribulations, such a closed-door cultivation for 10,000 years could not possibly yield just a 10,000-year increase. And 2,000 years ago, when Poseidon became a god, it was also a witness. Of course, at that time, it wisely chose to hide and let the deep-sea demon whale king face Poseidon's pressure, with the obvious result of the deep-sea demon whale king being blinded in one eye. However, after 20,000 years, why is Poseidon's aura still present on Sea God Island? Could it be that he truly left behind a backup plan? The evil demon Orca king's eyes narrowed, muttering, "It seems I need to remain silent for a while longer." As for the situation where the deep-sea demon whale king was driven away, it is still unknown to him, as currently, only the evil demon Orca king knows of his existence, but is unaware of his whereabouts. So naturally, no one from the clan has come to inform him of this news. Unlike the serious onlookers at this moment, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, the 2 brothers, felt an overwhelming pressure of death rushing toward them, as if they were frozen in place, unable to move even an inch, only able to watch as the sea god phantom behind Poseidon casually raised a hand, grasping a golden trident phantom within the illusion. Poseidon's eyes shone with blue-gold light, a cold smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "You, who have exhausted your soul power, what else do you have to resist? Tang Chun, I'm finally going to take revenge for you. Don't worry, when I seek revenge, I will definitely find you." After silently thinking this in her heart, Poseidon also shouted, "Go!" The moment the words were spoken, the golden trident phantom burst forth, roaring towards Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. At that instant, the 2 brothers, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, felt a suffocating sense of death enveloping their bodies. They are really going to die. It's over. Could it be that we just became unparalleled Douluos and are going to die so soon? Tang Xiao bit his teeth tightly, his eyes filled with bloodlust. In that moment, his aura suddenly expanded, and the rising momentum of his soul power level broke through Poseidon's restraints in an instant. "Brother, save me." Seeing the scene, the immobilized Tang Hao was overjoyed, shouting frantically, "Brother, brother, save me." Witnessing Tang Xiao break free from his restraints, Poseidon's eyes flashed with surprise. Did he comprehend the high priest's powers in a moment of desperation? But the next moment, a cold smile appeared on her lips, but now, it's too late. Her soul skill, the Wrath of the Sea God, is not a simple area attack. It locks onto the souls of the 2 the moment they are immobilized. To put it bluntly, this trident phantom completely tracks these 2 individuals, with nowhere to escape, only able to withstand it. After gaining the powers of Sea God Island, Tang Xiao instantly understood the characteristics of Poseidon's soul skill. Given his current state, even with the powers, he does not possess the divine power of the sea god within him, making it impossible to withstand this move. However, if he tries to run in his current state, he will eventually be caught and killed by the trident. So, Tang Xiao took a deep breath, his gaze cold, and with a snort, he suddenly kicked Tang Hao hard, sending him flying toward the direction of Poseidon's trident phantom. This is to let Tang Hao withstand Poseidon's attack, to send him to his death. I'm sorry, how brother, Poseidon's soul skill is automatically tracking and locking. As long as you quickly collide and explode with this trident to drain its energy, I will definitely take revenge for you. Tang Xiao thought silently. This sudden turn of events stunned all the onlookers. See, Dragon Douluo, this isn't said that these 2 new high priests are biological brothers? Can a person do something like this? Letting his own brother go to his death. The sea woman Dalu opened her cherry lips wide enough to fit a sausage and 2 eggs, showing her shock and disbelief. This is simply inhuman. Facing the shocked gazes of everyone present, even Poseidon was taken aback. She never expected that Tang Xiao would find the weakness of her soul skill in that moment and quickly come up with the best solution. But most of the powers of Sea God Island come from belief. With this move, although you broke my wrath of the sea god, you also lost the fundamental source of your powers. The so-called authority is the privileged ability granted by the sea god. And it is precisely because of this authority that one can summon the power of the sea and condense the divine power borrowed from the sea god. Correspondingly, the sea god is a deity achieved through faith, so the authority bestowed also largely originates from faith. After all, the high priest and the sacrificial leader are the representatives of the sea god, and to believe in the sea god naturally requires faith in them as well. This is the greatest source of the high priest's access to the sea god's divine power. Therefore, even though Poseidon had previously bestowed a considerable amount of divine power upon the two, it is not something they can currently utilize. It requires a certain level of gathered faith to mobilize, and the Sea God Island is the place where faith is most concentrated. So this energy is only effective on the Sea God Island. Similarly, the angelic divine power of Heaven Douluo operates in the same way. He can wield the energy of authority because there are almost no non-believers of the angelic god in a martial soul city, and he, as the sacrificer of the angelic god, is also a spokesperson. With this thought, Poseidon no longer hesitated. If she could kill one, she would. Although she regretted that Tang Xiao was probably impossible to kill, she also understood the principle of not being greedy and decided to take down one first and deal with the others slowly later. Go! The speed of the trident surged, just as it was about to hit the flying Tang Hao. But at that moment, a light sigh sounded, as if it exploded in everyone's hearts, rising lightly. Sigh. Chapter 164 ChenYue. The Sea God Island is about to sink. If nothing unexpected happens, updates should resume, continuing with 4,000 words a day. Sigh. Just as the trident's phantom descended upon the two, a long sigh resounded. In the next moment, a blue phantom appeared in the Sea God Temple, and the trident's phantom stopped abruptly like a dog seeing its owner, obediently landing beside this phantom. The throne Tang Hao, due to the dissipating trident's phantom, transformed into a parabolic arc, heavily landing on the ground, dazed and lying on his back. However, everyone ignored him and couldn't help but focus on the blue and gold, somewhat dignified phantom. This is the 7 holy pillars, acting as bystanders, suddenly shivered. They could feel the affinity emanating from this phantom, which stemmed from their status as guardians of the Sea God Island. In other words, this is the Sea God? The Sea God? Poseidon had calculated everything, even preparing to kill Tang Hao and then flee to take revenge on Tang San another day. But she never expected that at the most critical moment, just as she was about to kill Tang Hao, the Sea God descended. It should be noted that even during the recent period when she guarded the Sea God Island against invaders, and even when the deep-sea demon whale king descended, the Sea God Poseidon had not appeared. Why now, at the moment she was about to kill someone so ungrateful, who betrayed his master and destroyed his ancestors? Could he receive the Sea God's favor? For the Sea God to appear and save him? Enough! The blue and gold dignified phantom sighed deeply, gently raised a hand and squeezed, and the trident's phantom instantly shattered into starlight. As this soul skill was forcibly crushed, Poseidon also turned pale, suffering a significant backlash. Spitting out a mouthful of blood puff, she clutched her chest, looking at the sea god with disbelief, stammering, "Sea God." As she spoke, her tone suddenly sharpened. "Sea God, do you know that the person you are protecting now is a betrayer of his master and destroyer of his ancestors? Tang Hao and Tang Xiao have colluded with outsiders to kill his grandfather, Tang Chen." Poseidon's words were directly amplified with soul power and coupled with naming names, as well as her voice, which was known to almost the entire Sea God Island. In an instant, everyone, whether present or not, was stunned, especially the many sea soul masters present, who widened their eyes in shock, looking at Tang Hao and Tang Xiao in disbelief, silently stepping back. Their eyes filled with deep vigilance. Regardless of the reason, anyone who would collude with outsiders to kill their own grandfather would instinctively make normal people choose to stay away and be wary. If they could even harm their own grandfather, how could they be trusted as strangers? Poseidon, after hearing this, the sea god's phantom's tone turned cold. These two sacrificial leaders were personally chosen by you. Do you know? That's right. Poseidon raised her head, loudly admitting, I wanted to pass with their grandfather, Tang Chun. And given their tragic circumstances, I agreed to their request to stay on the sea god island and granted them the sea god assessment. But I never expected that during their return to the mainland to hunt for soul rings, they would collude with outsiders to kill their grandfather. Moreover, even if they were chosen by me, this sea god assessment was personally bestowed by you, sea god. Poseidon's words were quite reasonable. At least in the eyes of all sea soul masters, the assessment of the sea god shrine was personally granted by Poseidon. Furthermore, the high priest of the sea god island, being the top-tier red assessment, was entirely a representative of the sea god, and no one else could interfere. Only Poseidon himself could. So now, it has turned into Poseidon choosing two betrayers of their master and destroyers of their ancestors as his representatives. After noticing the weakening of the power of faith slightly, Poseidon also became somewhat displeased. Controlling his sea god phantom, he sternly said, Poseidon, what do you mean? He was merely casually observing the water, and upon seeing that Poseidon was personally directing the sea god shrine, he did not pay much attention. And the sea god shrine he established was mechanically given to the red level assessment. However, that being said, as a dignified sea god, to be rebutted by his own representative. If this were to become the case, wouldn't the authority of the sea god island, forged by divine power, significantly decline? It should be noted that the sea god island is purely a divine empire in the sea, and as the highest pyramid of divine power, he must be inviolable. For the authority of divine empires is such that the entire populace relies on faith, and those they believe in must be untouchable, high above, and inviolable. Yet now, someone dares to openly question him, challenging his authority? The most critical point is that the one challenging him is his former representative. I have no ulterior motives. Poseidon fearlessly met the sea god's gaze. I just want to know, sea god, how will you handle this matter? At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on this sea god phantom, and the expressions of the many sea soul masters visibly changed. It is well known that the assessment of the sea god shrine was personally bestowed by Poseidon. So the blame for not recognizing the right person must fall on Poseidon in the hearts of many sea soul masters. In other words, in the psychological perception of many, it is Poseidon's fault. They just believe that the sea god might have been misled or had other intentions, hoping Poseidon could clarify. However, the true reason is not something that Poseidon can easily articulate. His original intention was very simple, because the designated heir is Tang San, and Tang Hao and Tang Xiao are already half useless, but can still be used as sacrificial offerings. In this way, Tang San will undoubtedly strive hard under great hatred and eventually become the sea god, representing justice to eliminate everything. Of course, once Tang San inherits the divine position, he'll be free. For now, this method is the fastest way he thought of to achieve freedom. So, he would implement it. But can this be said? If spoken out, perhaps many sea spirit masters would understand, but his faith would definitely suffer a blow. How could the dignified sea god scheme against his own spokesperson? He certainly did not want to wear that hat. So, the sea goddess Shadow fell silent for a while, and then said faintly, humans are not sages. How can they be without faults? The sins they have committed will be redeemed in the second half of their lives. But you, Poseidon, as the former high priest of Sea God Island and my spokesperson, should know what it means to attempt to kill the current spokesperson of Sea God Island. Poseidon's expression changed. Lord Sea God, are you going to seek justice for them? She had already caught on to what Poseidon meant and found it hard to believe at that moment. She, who had worked hard for decades as the former high priest on Sea God Island, was even less worthy than those two who betrayed their master and ancestors. Eating from the inside out, she could not understand and could not accept this result. Lord Sea God, since you say they are the wrong heirs I chose due to my poor judgment, then it should be my responsibility to clean up the mess. At this point, she paused, and after the sound spread throughout Sea God Island through soul power, she continued, moreover, I can return to Sea God Island to take up the position of high priest again. She had previously wanted to leave Sea God Island only to find Tang Chun. But now she had learned that Tang Chun was killed by Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, and Tang San in collusion with outsiders. So, what was the meaning of her leaving Sea God Island? After hearing this series of remarks, the 7 sacred pillars of the sea god also looked at each other, and after a little thought, rationally, they felt that Poseidon's words were not unreasonable. You say the heir I found is a murderer? Fine. You can report him and have him shot, and I'll return to work and accept punishment. As long as I can get him kicked out and return to work, I will accept any punishment. This was probably Poseidon's thought at that moment. Upon hearing this, the sea god's shadow frowned. Are you saying to kill these two new priests? What use is there for such a person with such bad character? Poseidon pondered for a moment, but upon hearing this, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao immediately panicked. Tang Hao, being injured, could not speak, but Tang Xiao, who was unharmed, exclaimed, Lord Sea God, this Poseidon is purely slandering. I, Tang Xiao, have never done anything to disgrace my character in my life. Many sea spirit masters were. So you just kick your brother away to send him to his death, and you've forgotten it so quickly? To the disdainful gazes of many sea spirit masters, Tang Xiao seemed to hear nothing and quickly explained, Lord Sea God, you must not believe Poseidon's rumors. Being targeted by Poseidon, he felt empowered and was not afraid. But if you were to be targeted by the sea god Poseidon because of Poseidon's mere words, and if you were truly killed, then he would really be done for. So, without hesitation, he began to clarify wildly. I have evidence. Poseidon snorted coldly. I can make the evidence public, letting everyone know that the Haotian sect has produced such 3 scoundrels like you. Enough. The sea god's shadow shouted in a deep voice, Poseidon, since you have chosen to resign as high priest, then you should no longer have the authority to govern matters on Sea God Island. He had just thought about it. Although killing the chicken to scare the monkey might greatly increase his faith, what about the previous statement? In Poseidon's next sentence about having evidence, he mentioned 3 people. Tang Hao, Tang Xiao. And who is the third? It is self-evident. It must be Tang San. So, this Poseidon must kill all 3 of them to return to work. But if Tang San is killed, wouldn't the day he has long awaited for freedom be in vain? Moreover, even if Tang San doesn't die, if you let Poseidon return to the position of high priest, how will Tang San face Poseidon, who has mastered power and authority? During the 9 trials of the sea god? Moreover, it is quite possible that Poseidon would perish together with Tang San during that assessment. After all, now, in Poseidon's view, her beloved Tang Chun is already in the hands of Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, and Tang San, who are all scoundrels. And it seems that having the will to die may not be impossible. After much thought, sea god Poseidon ultimately made a decision. Not to kill the Tang family trio, but to drive Poseidon away, on the distant seashore. Wow. You are really a master strategist. The sea god has really come out? Little White widened her eyes, looking at ChenYue beside her in disbelief, and said in amazement, How did you know? I not only know that the sea god will descend, but I also know that he will favor the new priest and drive Poseidon away. Little White was stunned and instinctively asked, Why? Because Tang Hao's son, Tang San, is the one who fainted in the transparent water cover. Little White looked over and found Tang San, but did not see anything special. What's so special about that? He is the sea god's designated heir. The new generation of sea god, understand? Little White, this is impossible. Little White shook her head directly without thinking. How could the sea god choose such a person of such bad character as the new sea god? She had also seen the image of the 3 generations of the Tang family being scoundrels, so she naturally knew that the 3 of them were not good people. This was also a factor in her decision to leave Sea God Island. If you don't believe, then let us make a bet. ChenYue smiled at Little White. The latter's heart tightened immediately. What do you want? If I'm right, then you take by Xiuxiu and leave Sea God Island together. And don't leave a successor. Just disappear. How about that? Little White was taken aback. Why? The fact that she would leave Sea God Island with Bai Xiuxiu. If what ChenYue said were true, she would do it without needing this bet. But not leaving a successor and disappearing. She really could not understand what that meant. Because ChenYue leaned in, lifted her delicate chin with his finger, and saw her slightly blushing and somewhat flustered eyes, smiled slightly. Sea God Island is about to sink. Oh! This was the first time Little White was so close to ChenYue, and coupled with his captivating looks, she felt her heart race, her ears flush, and, after responding perfunctorily, she hurriedly pulled away. After creating some distance, she suddenly remembered ChenYue's words and was struck dumb, exclaiming, What? What'd you just say? Sea God Island is about to sink. What does that mean? Chapter 165 Poseidon. I can't even take revenge for Tang Chun. What's the meaning of living? Upon hearing ChenYue's words, Little White, who had come back to her senses, suddenly could not hold back any longer, and abruptly tugged at ChenYue's arm. Hey, what is going on? Why is Sea God Island going to sink? ChenYue smiled without answering. Although the term Sea God Island appeared during the Dou period, whether the Sea God Island of that time is the same location in terms of latitude and longitude as the sea god island of the Dou period remains questionable. Why? With the technology of the Dou period, Chen Yue does not believe they could have filled the sea and created land from Hanhai City or another location in the Douluo realm. It can't be that every time they leave Sea God Island, they need to fly for 10 days or half a month to reach other cities. Can it? Furthermore, the buildings described on Sea God Island during the Dou period do not seem like they would be constructed by workers or corresponding soul masters who traveled across such a vast sea. Additionally, it is impossible for the place to be populated solely by high-level soul masters. If they were not high-level, wouldn't they be unable to venture out to sea? In contrast, Chen Yue is more inclined to think that the original Sea God Island sank, and the newly established Sea God Pavilion is merely an inland lake located within Shrek Academy. That's all. P.S. Regarding Sea God Island. If there are discrepancies with the Dou period, consider it an alternate setting. Perhaps the significance of Sea God Island during the Dou period was a backup left by the Sea God Poseidon, with the purpose of finding someone to free himself. In the original work, Poseidon passed his divine position to Tang San and leisurely left the divine realm. So the place he left as a legacy also lost its meaning, and sinking to the seabed is not unusual. Therefore, in Chen Yue's view, whether Tang San successfully obtains the sea god's 9 trials or is defeated by Poseidon as Poseidon's divine consciousness dissipates, it is unlikely that Sea God Island can be maintained. However, regardless of the reason, it is not easy to say. After all, Xiaobai does not believe this. With this thought in mind, Chen Yue did not linger any longer and instead looked at Bai Xiuxiu beneath him, patted her sharp back, and said, "Let's go. We should head to the seaside." Why? Bai Xiuxiu did not have any objections. With less than 100,000 years of cultivation, her intelligence was not that developed. In her impression, Chen Yue was a great person who had fed her with roasted evil spirit whale skewers that she had never tasted since birth. Moreover, the aura on Sea God Island made her somewhat uneasy, especially the shadow of the sea god. If it weren't for Xiaobai's earlier request, she might have been the first to flee. However, Xiaobai, wanting to see the outcome, was momentarily stunned by this remark, thinking, "Isn't this still unresolved?" The outcome was already clear, Chen Yue casually replied. Xiaobai was even more confused. What outcome? Poseidon will definitely protect the Tang family trio. Poseidonia's request cannot be granted, and given her character, she will surely act directly. The result will naturally be that the generous sea god drives Poseidonia out of Sea God Island. Xiaobai looked bewildered, but Bai Xiuxiu beneath her was not. She obediently started sailing, and soon they left the waters near Sea God Island. Earlier, when the shadow of the sea god descended, the lurking Qianjun demon suppressors had already left early. After all, they were proud, but not foolish enough to face the sea god's shadow with their flesh and blood. Only a bewildered Xiaobai remained, sitting on Bai Xiuxiu's shark back, muttering to herself, "Is this real?" On Sea God Island, Poseidonia heard the sea god's shadow's irrefutable and businesslike words and felt as if something had cracked inside her. She was incredulous and even shocked as she looked at the sea god as shadow, unable to comprehend how such cold words could come from the mouth of the sea god under such intense heat. After all her efforts to defend Sea God Island for so long, she found it hard to believe that in the end, it was not as significant as these 3 traitorous beings. Poseidonia took a deep breath, her gaze gradually firming, since that's the case. "I've been offended." With that, she directly attacked the sea god shadow. Stubborn and unrepentant, the sea god shadow saw Poseidonia, a mere former spokesperson, daring to attack, and coldly snorted. Raising a hand, Poseidonia felt her entire body stiffen as if something was binding her. "Given your years of hard work for Sea God Island, I will spare your life. But next time I won't be so polite." With those words, he suddenly clapped his hands, and in an instant, Poseidonia was like a kite with a broken string, shot out like a cannonball, flying off into an unknown part of the sea. At that moment, everyone on Sea God Island fell into hesitation, looking at each other. It must be said that at this moment, Poseidon seemed to have taken the word rigorous to its extreme, enforcing the iron law that no one is allowed to invade Sea God Island. However, what followed was the chilling realization among the management of Sea God Island. It should be known that most of these managers had already settled on Sea God Island. Not everyone is like Poseidonia, waiting for a single person. Although Poseidonia did not get the chance to present evidence, she had never told a lie over the years, and she had paid a significant price for this statement. In this situation, most of the management of Sea God Island did not believe that Poseidonia would lie. This meant that Tang Xiao, And Tang, San must indeed be the traitorous people Poseidonia described. So the question arises, if these three could not spare even their ancestor, will they target their families as well? Just like a neighbor who is the kind of ruthless person who would even kill their ancestor. If you live on the same level as such a person and you can't defeat them, then I ask, in such a situation, can you sleep peacefully? As for the author, I would definitely be running away with the plane overnight, calling the police before registering. If he dares to kill his own family, do you expect him to show mercy to a stranger like you? How is that possible? Regarding this, Poseidon could naturally sense the unusual trend from the decline in faith power. However, he chose not to concern himself with the matter. Once he bestows the sea god's 9 trials upon Tang, San, and allows him to become a god, then he can slowly deal with the headache. By then, once the sea god island's inheritance is over and the island sinks, it won't have much to do with me. Poseidon thought this, glancing at Tang San, who was still under the protection of the Hanhai Qianquan cover, and waved his hand, causing the energy of the Hanhai Qianquan cover to dissipate. For all outsiders, we need to maintain an attitude of tolerance and acceptance. The majestic voice of the sea god's shadow spread throughout Sea God Island, proclaiming that non-saints and sages have no faults, and we must give them a chance to correct their mistakes. The 7 sacred pillars. You expect these 3, who would even dare to kill their own ancestor, to repent. What a joke. Of course, even though they were internally critiquing to the extreme, the 7 sacred pillars did not have Poseidonia's bravery and merely kept this thought to themselves, lowering their heads without moving, as no one heeded the sea god Shadow's words to proceed with the assessment. Clearly, they did not want the Tang family trio to remain. In response, the sea god Shadow showed no reaction, but Tang Hao let out a muffled grunt and coldly glanced at Tang Xiao, whose face looked somewhat unnatural as he tactically rubbed his nose and remained silent. Tang Hao, holding the unconscious Tang San, walked up to the sea god's sacred pillar and began to use his powers as the priest of Sea God Island. In an instant, a blue light was released from the sea god sacred pillar and entered Tang San's mind. At that moment, he was bathed in a blue glow. What is this? Tang Hao frowned slightly, surprised by the scene before him. He had also undergone the assessment before, and he knew well that there was no blue assessment in the sea god assessment. What is going on? Not only was he stunned, but everyone else witnessing this scene was also taken aback, looking at each other in confusion. The sea god's phantom, still present, did not pay attention to the crowd, but instead focused on Tang San, silently thinking that it seemed this divine power assessment would have a negative impact on his sealed memories. He remained there not out of concern that the other citizens of Sea God Island would rebel and kill the Tang family. For even though Tang Hao was in poor condition, Tang San could not possibly die. After all, he still had the vast sea cover left by Poseidon. The reason for his phantom's presence was to prevent the loosening of Tang San's previously sealed memories due to the 9 tests of the sea god, which could lead to unforeseen consequences. In the moment when everyone was stunned, 7 massive blood-red pillars of light shot into the sky and converged at a point in the air. The next moment, the blood-red light faded, and from that point of convergence, an extraordinarily brilliant golden light descended from the heavens. At that moment, everything seemed to enter a state of absolute stillness, with only that radiant light, like a center point between sea and sky, descending and transforming into a golden trident imprint that landed on Tang San's forehead. Upon witnessing this unprecedented scene, the 7 sacred pillars of the sea god were also taken aback, exchanging glances. They had never seen such a golden assessment mark before in their lives. What kind of assessment is this? The 7 sacred pillars did not know about the 9 tests of the sea god, and neither did the 2 new priests. So everyone tacitly turned their gaze toward the sea god's phantom. However, the sea god's phantom showed no intention of answering. Upon seeing that Tang San's sealed memories had not loosened, he breathed a sigh of relief, and his form gradually became transparent, slowly dissipating in place. Nevertheless, although he did not announce it, he transmitted information about the 9 tests of the sea god into Tang Hao's mind through spiritual power. Currently, they only needed to wait for Tang San to wake up to start the first wave of assessments. Meanwhile, Posey fell heavily into the water. Although the sea god's phantom did not use divine power, it was a fatal blow for her, a Title Douluo at level 95, nearly shattering her bones. Tang, Chun, I'm sorry I couldn't avenge you. Although she was not killed in one blow, the earlier action of the sea god had stripped her of her rights as a sea spirit master, meaning she was neither a sea spirit master nor a land spirit master now. At this moment, deep underwater, Her condition was extremely poor, and she could hardly even surface. If this continued, once her soul power was exhausted, she would drown alive. High priest, high priest. Little White hurriedly flickered through the depths of the sea. Her spiritual power fully unleashed, desperately searching for Posey's whereabouts. She quickly spotted Posey sinking rapidly toward the ocean floor and immediately rushed over, temporarily swallowing Posey into her mouth. Although she, as a 100,000-year soul beast, couldn't claim to be hundreds of meters long, she was still dozens of meters long and several meters wide. At this moment, she needed to temporarily hold Posey in her mouth and then swim swiftly toward the surface. However, at that moment, the shock in her heart lingered. He was right. This really. Little White was astonished, thinking that even the high priest, who was known as the representative of the sea god, could be so easily dismissed. Then what about the others? On Sea God Island, the high priest was indeed the representative of the sea god, and in some respects, held a higher status than her as the sea god's former mount. After all, the difference in status between a soul beast that merely carried the sea god and a person who could speak on behalf of the sea god was evident. Therefore, when Little White discovered that Posey's injuries were so severe, she couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. She was grateful that she had believed Chen Yue's words and fled quickly. If she had followed her original plan to find a successor before escaping, who knows? In a fit of rage, the sea god's phantom might have injured her to the same extent as Posey. High priest, are you okay? In no time, with Little White's speed, she arrived at a desolate island, where she first spat Posey out and then transformed into her human form, nervously looking at Posey, trying to use her soul power to alleviate her internal injuries. Little White, there's no need to save me. Posey felt dead inside, thinking that she couldn't even avenge him. What is the point of living? If it were just Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, and Tang San, she might have some confidence, but these three were protected by Poseidon. How could she avenge herself? Chapter 166. Posey, I am ready to pay any price. No, not that. We need to survive first. There will definitely be a way. Seeing Posey's despondent state, Little White's expression changed, and she quickly shouted. This came from the heart. On Sea God Island, the only person she was familiar with was the over 100-year-old high priest Posey. Apart from her, she was not familiar with anyone else. Because, among soul masters aside from Title Douluo, very few could live beyond 100 years. And she, Little White, with 100,000-year cultivation, had at least lived for 50,000 years, now on the entire Sea God Island. The only one she could say she was familiar with was Posey in front of her. We can't take revenge, but we can ask for help. Didn't you say before that if I can't defeat the evil demon tiger whale king, I can lure it near Sea God Island and then call you over to fight? Hearing Little White's words, Posey's expression softened slightly, but then she exhaled deeply and shook her head. No one can defeat the sea god. The words of the sea god's phantom indeed chilled her heart. But Little White's words successfully ignited a spark of hope for revenge in her. However, this hope did not last long before it was shattered by her rationality. That is the sea god. How could anyone on this continent be a match for the sea god? She felt a bit desperate, clearly knowing who her greatest enemy was, yet having no means to take revenge, which was particularly infuriating. High priest, don't be discouraged. We will definitely find a way. Seeing the scene, Little White couldn't help but encourage her. Just think, we couldn't do anything against that deep-sea demon whale king before, right? It still ended up somewhere, struggling to survive. Next time, it will definitely be the evil demon tiger whale king. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Posey's eyes light up, interrupting her. Wait, what did you just say? Huh? Little White was taken aback, then repeated, next time, it will definitely be the evil demon tiger whale king that suffers. No, I'm asking what you said in the previous sentence. What's wrong? Deep-sea demon whale king? Xiaobai looked at Poseidon in confusion, not quite understanding what was going on. Yes, that's right. It's the deep-sea demon whale king. Upon hearing this, hope ignited in Poseidon's previously dull eyes. Of course, she wouldn't think of going to find the deep-sea demon whale king. Not to mention whether the demon whale king would agree. Even if he did, he would be very wary of the sea god and would never take such a huge risk to confront him on the Sea God Island, which is the sea god's territory. What she was thinking of was the man who had defeated the deep-sea demon whale king. The deep-sea demon whale king had nearly 1,000,000 years of cultivation, belonging to a demigod body. He was just a step away from becoming a demon god. Therefore, whoever could defeat him must be a true god. A true god could certainly defeat the sea god and help me take revenge. Thinking of this, Poseidon suddenly showed great joy and looked at the bewildered Xiaobai, just about to ask something. However, her words were abruptly cut off. But the other party, that man, even if he is a true god, he wouldn't face the sea god for a stranger like me. Living in the Sea God Island, a divine authority-based marine empire, the entire concept on Sea God Island is that the sea god is an invincible existence, a true god that no one can rival. In this case, even if he is a fellow true god, he may not necessarily be the sea god's opponent in the eyes of the residents of Sea God Island. Even if he could defeat the sea god, why would he help such an ordinary mortal like her resist a true god? So, she found it difficult. It seems that she really, truly has nothing left. In her view, as a Title Douluo, all her possessions probably amount to less than a fraction of what a true god has. In other words, it seems she has nothing to offer that would make a true god take action. After living so many years, she is not someone who thinks being beautiful means she can be unique. Although she hasn't been to the mainland for a long time, she knows that most people in the Douluo mainland are so-called egoists, which means that they wouldn't engage in things that have no benefits. How could normal people possibly do that? So, she was troubled again. What's wrong, High Priestess? Xiaobai looked at her in confusion. Didn't the deep-sea demon whale king run away? All right, High Priestess, you don't know, after the deep-sea demon whale king ran away. The demon whale sea really has a problem. You see, the wife and daughter of the deep-sea demon whale king were taken as hostages, and the remaining demon whales in the demon whale sea are either dead or fleeing. I say they totally deserve it. Who told them to eat the sea soul beasts everywhere? The so-called 3 major sea soul beast races during the D period are the deep-sea demon whale clan, the evil demon orca clan, and the demon soul great white shark clan, which are in a tripartite balance, and this has its reasons. First, the deep-sea demon whale clan. This race has no need for much introduction. They purely relied on their innate devouring talent to carve a bloody path in the sea and even fought against the sea god Poseidon before he became a god, making their status unshakable. As for the evil demon orcas, it's probably because they have an evil demon orca king with nearly 900,000 years of cultivation as their anchor, and each of their clan leaders is also a 100,000 year soul beast. After the deep-sea demon whale clan carved out a bloody path in the sea, they naturally gained a foothold. What? You're asking why the deep-sea demon whale king doesn't destroy the evil demon orca clan? We all know to eat the small before tackling the big. The deep-sea demon whale king couldn't have started with 1,000,000 years of cultivation. Before his 100,000 years of cultivation, he had to continuously devour small fish to enhance his cultivation, and most of these fish have no background, commonly referred to as small fish. When he was just about to wipe out the evil demon orca clan, he might have accidentally discovered the evil demon orca king. So, he indefinitely shelved that plan and went after other small fish. Of course, the deep-sea demon whale king couldn't have grown solely by eating small fish after his 100,000 years. He had to devour sea soul beasts or Title Douluo with at least 50,000 years of cultivation to enhance his own cultivation. Thus, the deep-sea demon whale king grew stronger and stronger, causing many Title Douluo among humans to bow down, and nearly all 100,000 year soul beasts were eaten by him, ultimately reaching 1,000,000 years of cultivation. As for the demon soul great white shark clan, this race really doesn't have much to say. They only started to show some improvement in the last 20,000 years. It is estimated that before the sea god Poseidon became a god, the demon soul great white shark clan was still a small fish race that escaped a disaster by luck. It was also because of the sea god Poseidon's ascension that Xiaobai, as their leader, became Poseidon's mount and thus received protection from Sea God Island, establishing their dominance. Of course, after the deep-sea demon whale king's cultivation reached a certain level, he found that he could no longer enhance himself through devouring. When he was just half a step away from breaking through, but couldn't ascend, he became lazy and spent his days hibernating, occasionally surfacing to prove he was alive, creating a deterrent. This explains why in the original work, Xiaobai said she had never seen the deep-sea demon whale king. In simple terms, the demon soul great white shark clan only started to thrive when the deep-sea demon whale clan lay low, and naturally, they would clash with the evil demon orca clan. After hearing this, Poseidon's previously dim eyes sparkled again. Wait, Xiaobai, what did you just say? Huh? Xiaobai was momentarily stunned and then said, I didn't say anything. I just said the deep-sea demon whale clan deserves it. No. What did you say about the wife and daughter of the deep-sea demon whale king? Poseidon discovered a blind spot, which left Xiaobai baffled. Huh? Didn't we see that together earlier? That the wife and daughter of the deep-sea demon whale king were captured by that man. And the deep-sea demon whale king wanted to rescue them, but was chased away. I forgot. High priestess, you fainted later. Xiaobai explained, suddenly realizing the blind spot, feeling a bit awkward as she scratched her head and said, well, that's probably the situation. Are you saying that the wife and daughter of the deep-sea demon whale king are not dead? Poseidon widened her eyes, finding it hard to believe. Is this true? Among the sea soul beasts, if the deep-sea demon whale clan were not for their low reproduction rate and the heavy killing intent within their race, it would probably be the virus of the sea. Their devouring talent is very strong, and basically, no sea soul beast race, even if united, would dare to raise a flag against them. The deep-sea demon whale clan wouldn't be afraid. In fact, the more enemies that come, the more excited the deep-sea demon whale clan becomes. In Poseidon's view, that man, who is like a true god, has already attacked the deep-sea demon whale clan and would definitely not leave any chance for revenge. However, what she never expected was that this actually really did leave a chance. Of course it's true. Although Xiaobai didn't quite understand what Poseidon was thinking, she felt that Poseidon had rarely recovered her mindset and wasn't as desperate as before, which was good. So she patiently explained, I heard that the daughter of the deep-sea demon whale king is even pregnant with that man's child. Now that the deep-sea demon whale clan has been wiped out, even if they escape, they will probably die in the sea. After all, the deep-sea demon whale clan has basically made enemies of the entire sea. What? Her understated words instantly stunned Poseidon. My goodness. What? What kind of mindset does the deep-sea demon whale clan have? The deep-sea demon whale king has been driven away, and the clan is gone. As his daughter, she doesn't think about revenge, but instead is pregnant with the enemy's child? This. Poseidon couldn't understand, but was greatly shocked. In fact, this is the cognitive difference between human soul masters and soul beasts. Soul masters are dominated by emotions, having strong feelings. In contrast, soul beasts operate under the law of the jungle, with weak emotions, just like the deep-sea demon whale king, who doesn't care much about Lan Fosse and the demon emperor. The only reason he cares about the latter is due to the demon emperor's strength, which is among the highest in the entire clan and cannot be lost. Of course, perhaps the semi-divine body of the deep-sea demon whale king, capable of transforming into a human form, occupies some human emotions. But the demon emperor and Lan Fosse do not. Their rationality prevails, as ChenRenxue said. Those who know the times are heroes. They are well aware of their fate. Once they let go of ChenYue support, their end would be to be hunted down by countless sea soul beasts to the ends of the earth, just like in the original work, where the demon emperor was forced to flee with her daughter Lan Fosse to the Sun-Moon continent. In the war between soul beast races, the defeated either become the enemy's food or are brutally killed. This usually applies to soul beasts with deep-seated grudges or violent personalities. Of course, the third option is to escape. Besides that, there is no fourth path. Xiaobai felt this was very normal. After all, she was also a soul beast and naturally understood the law of the jungle among soul beasts. But Poseidon was human, and she didn't know. High Priest, what's wrong? However, to be fair, Xiaobai could see Poseidon's shocked expression and understood her confusion, so she patiently explained again. This time, Poseidon barely managed to suppress the turbulent emotions in her heart. Although it was somewhat shocking, the reasoning seemed to make sense. After all, in the world of soul beasts, it is impossible to leave the enemy's race behind, nor is it possible to have a child with the enemy. It is natural to eat to fill the stomach and increase cultivation. Soul beasts killing and devouring each other can also increase cultivation, but the conversion ratio is very low. While the deep-sea demon whale clan's devouring talent can raise this energy conversion ratio. Xiaobai, have you seen this man? Poseidon took a deep breath, suddenly raised her head, looked at Xiaobai, and asked softly, Huh? Xiaobai was taken aback. Well, I wouldn't say I know him. I just think he is really handsome. At this point, a blush flashed across her pretty face, and she couldn't help but lick her lips, reminiscing about the taste of the grilled skewers of the evil tiger whale and ChenYue's special lollipops. Then, Xiaobai, can you take me to see him? Poseidon hesitated for a long time, biting her red lips, her heart battling within itself. But in the end, she made up her mind. Tang Chun is already dead. What use is it to guard my chastity? Can holding on to it bring revenge for Tang Chun? That's right. Poseidon was already prepared to pay any price. Chapter 167. ChenYue, I'm very happy that you can come back to see me, but I don't like the tone you just used. However, Poseidon's words immediately left Xiaobai stunned. What? High Priest, what are you saying? She looked at Poseidon in confusion, her shark-like brain struggling to comprehend why the high priest wanted to meet that man. I mean, if you know this man, why not introduce him to me? Xiaobai? She was even more confused, especially hearing such words coming out of Poseidon's mouth, leaving her completely stunned. She knew that Poseidon had someone she couldn't forget, and that person was an extraordinary human who was also a peerless Dalu alongside Poseidon. Given this situation, Poseidon saying such things was truly unbelievable to Xiaobai, even making her shark-like head spin. Did you say what? Seeing Xiaobai's shocked and disbelieving expression, Poseidon immediately understood that Xiaobai had misunderstood. A helpless look appeared on her face, and she wanted to explain, but just as the words were on the tip of her tongue, they fell silent. It seemed that what she was about to do was not far from what Xiaobai imagined, because she was already prepared to pay any price, and now, having nothing, she had even lost her faith. The only chip she could offer was herself. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Yue frowned and looked at the Qianjun Jiangma in front of him. You say that the Tiando Empire has discovered some strange changes, and currently, all areas except for Tiando City have been completely occupied by the spiritual entities mentioned earlier? Yes, Senior Chen, Qianjun Douluo said with a serious expression. Earlier, we encountered the emergency signal unique to the offering hall, and when we went to the nearest Wuhuan branch, we found that the entire Wuhuan branch had been bloodily wiped out, and even the entire city was gone. They were the first to evacuate from Sea God Island. And while passing through cities like Hanhai City, which are just behind Tiando City in prosperity, they discovered something was off. It seems that the entire continent is undergoing unknown changes. You must know that in the past, if the Wuhuan temple was bloodily wiped out, they would have long sent Title Douluo or a large number of Soul Master legions to kill their way in. However, now, aside from the marks that haven't been cleaned up on the ground, there is no further news regarding the Wuhuan temple. They searched nearby cities, but this result made both of them, who had lived for over 100 years, feel a chill down their spines. All the cities in the southern region of the Tiando Empire have actually turned into empty cities, and even a few cities have become ruins, as if they were invaded by extremely powerful soul beasts. It seems that not only have the ancient soul masters awakened, but the ancient soul beasts have probably also awakened. Chen Yue fell into deep thought. If he guessed correctly, the Silver Dragon King must have also sensed the changes in the world and awoken. But perhaps because the eyes of the divine realm have not been covered yet, the Silver Dragon King did not make an appearance. However, if the ancient soul beasts awaken, with Gu Yuna's current state, she may not be able to control them all, although she is the soul beast overlord. From what Chen Yue learned from the Demon Emperor by Ji, Yin, Xiaobai, and even the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, it is clear that in the world of soul beasts, power is what matters, not status. In other words, if the Silver Dragon King does not possess the strength to suppress all ancient soul beasts, then she would be like Tang Sang's meat among ancient soul beasts. Eating her would grant the precious inheritance of the dragon god. This is like when an emperor dies. If the crown prince does not have enough power, other princes will inevitably be tempted. Furthermore, if the crown prince is too weak, other powerful ministers who wish to usurp the throne will also act. Of course, from a human perspective, this tests human nature, as humans have loyal subjects. But among soul beasts, even the Emperor Tian's 7-beast group, after working together for tens of thousands of years, Xiangjun could injure Emperor Tian in a surprise attack, wanting to take the position of soul beast overlord. How much more so for other soul beasts? Because of the law of the jungle, this is the survival rule of soul beasts and also the social norm among them. In this way, Chen Yue squinted his eyes. How many cities have already been reduced to ruins? In the southern part of the entire Tiando Empire, there are only a few cities left, with only a few severely injured soul masters still alive, and the rest are all empty cities. The expression of Qianjun Douluo was grave, and among these empty cities, it seemed that about 5 cities had been turned into ruins by powerful soul beasts. ChenRenxue, who was beside him, also asked with a serious expression, based on what you have seen and heard, what types of soul beasts could these be? Dragons. They are dragon-type soul beasts. Before Qianjun Douluo could speak, Jiang Emo couldn't help but interject, but this time his tone was filled with certainty. Oh, seeing Chen Yue's gaze directed at him, Jiang Emo quickly said, when I was young, I saw dragon-type soul beasts, and these ruined cities, judging by the signs, were indeed damaged by the claws of dragon-type soul beasts. Additionally, the marks left on the city walls after the attack by the old dragon of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family are also similar, of course. Its lethality is definitely not as strong as that of soul beasts. This is easy to understand. Even a Title Douluo, or even a Super Douluo's martial soul avatar, is definitely not as large as a soul beast over 100,000 years old. Thus, the physical attacks and the physical traces left are naturally incomparable to those of soul beasts. Dragon-type soul beasts. Chen Yue stroked his chin. A smile appeared on his face. If this silver dragon king can't become the so-called soul beast overlord, then let it become a soul beast princess. And let my Bai Ji take the lead. The Bai Ji that the previous ZG evolved into has now obtained the heart of the emperor, which has a strong suppression over all beast-type soul beasts, even including divine-level soul beasts. Of course, the only drawback is that Bai Ji's cultivation level is currently too low. Chen Yue speculated that if Bai Ji's cultivation could be raised to the level of 900,000 years, then she should be able to face the Golden Dragon King directly. What about Tiando City? With this thought, Chen Yue looked at Qian Renxue and asked, Unknown. Unknown. Qian Renxue nodded. Yes, from the current situation, Tiando City is also uncertain, according to the Soul Masters in several nearby cities who are still alive. It seems that Tiando City entered an emergency lockdown a long time ago. Emergency state? Yes, it is an emergency state, Qian Renxue said. It is said that there are at least soul saints guarding the city walls of Tiando City, and each guard is led by a soul Douluo. Hearing this, Chen Yue immediately guessed. This was the Guangling Douluo calling upon the Angel Legion, and then gathering the loyal nobles of Tiando City to form the largest protective wall guarding Tiando City. What? You ask if there are any disloyal ones? They have long since gone to meet their ancestors. All right, Chen Yue slightly nodded. However, at that moment, a blue electric light unexpectedly reflected in his eyes, and with a whoosh, it struck Chen Yue. Enemy attack. At that moment, Qianjun and Jiang Mo were startled back to their senses, and even QianRenxue reacted a beat late, but quickly retreated. Deep Sea, you become weaker after waking up. Even a junior who can't dodge my attack needs to find me for support. As the three figures flickered, a light laugh from a woman echoed, and then a black figure appeared in front of many people. As this black figure first manifested, it revealed long eyelashes like fine hair, with a slight curve and black circles around the eyes, giving off an indescribable allure. Further down was the standard mature woman style, a long black dress. And under the black skirt were black fishnet stockings paired with jade feet, lightly treading on the ground, but unable to touch the ground as she hovered just a few centimeters above it. Upon seeing this, QianRenxue's pupils immediately constricted. A transcendent Douluo? Regarding the classification of ancient soul masters, Chen Yue naturally had shared it with his close companion, especially since QianRenxue had been accompanying him in the field. This was essential knowledge, and now, this enchanting woman's feat was something that only a transcendent Douluo with extremely profound soul power, or even a divine Douluo, could achieve. The so-called profundity refers not only to the quantity of soul core soul crystals, but also to a person's understanding of soul power. Just as a super Douluo must first understand their martial soul. However, understanding soul power is one thing, and application is another. It's like having a pile of advanced mathematics, physics, or chemical formulas for creating nuclear weapons. Merely understanding the principles is one thing, but applying them to produce a finished product is another matter entirely. Just like this enchanting woman before them. Her effortless control of soul power on her jade feet to maintain her form must be at a masterful level of understanding and application of martial souls and soul power. At least, among all the people QianRenxue has seen so far, no one could do this. Not even Chen Yue could manage it. Lord Two Saints, this person is not simple. And beside this barefoot fishnet enchantress stood the previously escaped deep sea holy angel. At this moment, she looked serious as she saw that a purple mist of light had struck Chen Yue due to the attack of the two saints, and for some reason, her eyelids suddenly twitched. In an instant, a strange figure appeared behind her. A flash of cold black light flickered, and in the moment everyone had yet to react. It directly pierced through this deep sea holy angel. You can come back to see me, and I am very happy. But I didn't like the tone you used just now. No one has ever escaped alive from my hands twice, and that includes you, a woman. Chen Yue steadied his breaking god spear with one hand. No longer looking at the deep sea holy angel, his gaze fell upon the fishnet woman. From the previous intense interrogation by the ice holy angel, Chen Yue had learned about the appearances of various holy angels. And this woman who adored black dresses and fishnets under her skirt was the second holy angel under the holy emperor of the spirit hall, the dark holy angel. Although her title is darkness, the power she wields is not darkness but in thunder. As is well known, thunder and lightning are extremely strong and positive, just like the heavenly tribulation endured by soul beasts. However, as the saying goes, extremes must turn into opposites. Her Yin thunder is the thunder of heavenly tribulation, which can be seen as a further mutation at the extreme level of thunder. And her mutation is darkness. How is that possible? The dark holy angel widened her eyes. Looking at Chen Yue in disbelief, having been hit by my Yin thunder, even if you were the inheritor of a divine position, you should not be able to escape unscathed. How could this be? Sorry, my lightning is not interested. Dark holy angel. What the hell? She looked at Chen Yue in confusion. How is this possible? Even in ancient times, Yin thunder had a devastating effect on all beings. How could you? How could you? Chen Yue smiled without speaking. The insulated immortal body. This is naturally something that the natives of Douluo can't comprehend. Even though the ancient soul masters of Douluo were extremely powerful, they still fall short compared to a true fantasy world, and thus they cannot understand this high-dimensional phenomenon. You dare to come and kill alone. I don't know whether to admire your confidence or to lament that you are sending yourself to your doom. The dark holy angel, please go ahead. QianRenxue, who had been somewhat worried earlier, suddenly sneezed. Why did it feel like someone was implying something about her? You. What do you want? The dark holy angel furrowed her enchanting eyelashes and glanced at Chen Yue, her eyes filled with fear. She never expected that someone would be immune to her lightning. After all, even in ancient times, despite her dominance for so many years. Aside from the mountain dragon king who could withstand her attacks, she had never seen any being withstand her dark lightning without a scratch. Shouldn't that be my question to you? Chen Yue looked at the dark holy angel in front of him. Even after being tempered by his past life in a modern world, he had to admit that this dark holy angel style was purely dark and seductive, a level that, in his past life, would at least be on par with some Wu Yinzu. Of course, Chen Yue was not a shallow person, otherwise. He wouldn't have repeatedly rejected Qian Renxue's attempts to introduce Hulaina at the start. You. The dark holy angel's eyelashes trembled. Even when facing the holy emperor, she had never felt such immense pressure. However, in front of this person, she felt her palms sweating and her legs trembling involuntarily. Chapter 168 Poseidon, my lord. I am willing to give everything for the chance to have your assistance. Taking a day off today to reorganize. Since there really isn't much to write about Douluo, should I consider switching to Dupo, or we'll just finish it? I feel like there aren't many people left. Has everyone already given up? If you have nothing to say, then I will gladly accept your spirit form. Chen Yue snapped his fingers and chuckled, which immediately caused the dark holy angel's expression to change drastically. You, what do you mean? With soul power transformed into a body, yet still possessing the strength of a super Douluo. Then, with just your spirit form strength, you must have touched the threshold of a god Dalu, right? The dark holy angel's expression changed repeatedly. Upon realizing my strength instantly, you didn't think of running away, but instead wanted to stay, which indicates that you want to talk to me and seek my help, right? The dark holy angel's face turned completely pale as she realized that all her thoughts were exposed before this man, with nowhere to escape. That's right. Gritting her teeth, the dark holy angel nodded. I indeed want to talk to you. Wait a moment. Chen Yue waved his hand, interrupting her statement, and turned his gaze to a figure rapidly approaching from a sea. It was Poseidon. She ignored the astonished looks from QianRenxue and the others and directly knelt in front of Chen Yue with a thud. My lord, I am willing to give everything for the chance to have your assistance. She had made up her mind. As just a Title Douluo, she had no capital to negotiate with the deity, so she could only go all in and gamble, hoping that the deity would show mercy and give her a hand or point her in the right direction. That was all. Chen Yue glanced at her, then looked at Qian Renxue, who understood immediately and said, Come with me first. Poseidon looked up and recognized that Qian Renxue was the assistant who had accompanied Chen Yue during the battle against the deep-sea demon whale king. Of course, what frightened her even more was that the soul power fluctuations from this woman were far stronger than her original self. With this thought, she dared not hesitate any longer. If she were to serve Chen Yue as her master, then Qian Renxue would be the mistress. What were you about to say just now? At this point, Chen Yue finally turned his gaze back to the dark holy angel. The dark holy angel. Her lips turned slightly pale as she glanced at Chen Yue, opened her mouth to say something, but ultimately remained silent, lowering her head. The one just now was the former high priest of Sea God Island. Qian Renxue stepped forward and said lightly, Sea God Island has existed for 20,000 years as a place of divine inheritance. In other words, she was the former sea god's sacrificer. Perhaps in the ancient era where the dark holy angel existed, Poseidon had not yet become a god. Thus, Qian Renxue made it very clear. Negotiating conditions only occurs when both parties are on equal footing. Chen Yue glanced at the dark holy angel and picked up the broken divine spear in his hand. Although I have a nice holy angel, you are, for the time being, slightly more useful than her, so I have a bit of patience with you. But if you want to negotiate with me on equal terms, then... Chen Yue smiled and shook his head. I think it would be quite troublesome. No, that's not it. Seeing the scene, the dark holy angel was taken aback, her expression suddenly changing, and her long eyelashes trembled violently as she tried to say something. However, before she could react, a flash of black light appeared, and her entire being instantly froze, transforming into dots of starlight, which Chen Yue absorbed into his own spiritual power with a wave of his hand. Senior Chen, what should we do next? Chapter 169, just as I was worried about not having a place to supplement by G, this is just the right thing, very suitable. S. Speed up the progress to finish Douluo and move on to Dupo and see how it goes. Sigh, it's getting colder and colder. Don't you all check in on the chapters? After seeing Chen Yue's action, Qian Douluo couldn't help but ask. However, just as he finished speaking, he saw Chen Yue frown and shout, "Get back." Before Qian Douluo could react, he was kicked away by Chen Yue. And when the demon slayer Douluo nearby reacted and wanted to say something, a dark dragon claw came crashing down towards Chen Yue. Oof. Chen Yue snorted coldly. The broken divine spear trembled and was drawn out, piercing through the dragon claw. A super divine artifact. Someone exclaimed in surprise and retreated rapidly. At that moment, Qian Douluo, who had been kicked away by Chen Yue, finally saw this uninvited guest. It was a figure surrounded by strange black flames, and from the voice, it didn't sound like a pure human soul master, giving off an ear-splitting sensation, consistent with what Qian Douluo had seen from that 10,000-year soul beast. So, a 10,000-year soul beast transformed? Qian Douluo's eyes filled with horror, but then he quickly dismissed that thought. No, that's not right. A 10,000-year soul beast transformation couldn't possibly possess your level of strength. Who are you? The man engulfed in ghostly flames sneered, merely a 10,000-year soul beast. I didn't expect that after all these years, this Douluo continent is still so shallow. It seems that this new generation of the divine realm doesn't allow you humans to grow too much for fear that you threaten their status. As he said this, his gaze fixed on Chen Yue, noting that while you lack the aura of divine power, you possess a super divine artifact. Who exactly are you? This should be our question for you. QianRenxue reacted quickly and moved closer to Chen Yue, wielding the sword of judgment. If she were to equip a set of divine armor, she would probably look like a majestic goddess of light. Another super divine artifact? Upon seeing this, the man surrounded by black flames twitched his eyelids. Are the super divine artifacts in this world really so worthless? I just went out for a stroll, and how did I end up seeing two different super divine artifacts? It is worth noting that in their ancient times, only true deities could possess super divine artifacts. Ordinary artifacts did not pose much threat to them. A good man doesn't suffer immediate losses. We shall meet again. With this thought, he no longer hesitated, coldly snorting as he turned to flee. However, as soon as he moved, ChenRenxue also acted. The sword of judgment in her hand flickered with a brilliant light as it charged toward the black fireman before her. The black fireman raised an eyebrow and coldly snorted, "Don't think that just because you have a super artifact, this lord is afraid of you." Swish! As soon as he finished speaking, ChenYue, who had been far away, suddenly charged forward with a gun right in front of him, startling him into quickly raising his palm. In that instant, his palm transformed into a ferocious dragon claw, blocking in front of him. Bang! The powerful, soul-piercing gun immediately blasted him away. The black fireman's face darkened as he looked at his dragon claw, clearly seeing a hole in it, from which platinum blood flowed. What kind of super artifact is this? This injury cannot heal? He was a divine beast with the true dragon bloodline. Ordinary artifacts could hardly break through his defenses, let alone damage his dragon claw. However, this man before him had shot through his dragon claw without mercy, causing an injury that he couldn't even begin to repair. This situation, even after living for hundreds of thousands of years in ancient times, he had never heard of. Even the former king of hell could heal from injuries he caused, coming and going as they please. How could such a thing be? Seeing this, ChenRenxue was unwilling to fall behind and directly attacked, transforming into a streak of dawn that flashed by like a meteor, striking with a judgment blow. Damn it! The black fireman's expression changed. If it were just two Title Douluo with artifacts, he might not fear them at all and even have confidence in counterattacking. However, the human man and woman before him not only possessed super artifacts, but could also unleash 7 to 8% of their power. which was far beyond that of ordinary artifacts, leaving no room for carelessness. With this thought, the black fireman shouted, "You are forcing me." As his roar fell, he transformed into a massive dragon resembling a mountain, covered in dense black ghost fire. With a roar, the black fire on him seemed to come alive, forming a gigantic mountain that blocked Qian Renxue's path. At this moment, as he took on his true form to fight, in a hidden cave within the Star Dough forest, Emperor Tian, covered in blood, gasped for breath. Suddenly, his expression froze, and he looked up in that direction, his pupils shrinking to the size of needles. This is the ancient black fire dragon king. The dragon god has 9 offspring, divided into 9 major attributes: water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, space-time, and stability. Mountain dragon king, while Emperor Tian was of the darkness attribute. However, above these 9 offspring, there was a dragon prince, but this prince bowed down early. It was rumored that the prince had a child with a female dragon from the exiled black fire dragon clan, known as the Dragon Emperor. Due to the richness of its bloodline, it surpassed the 9 dragon kings and could be said to be second only to the dragon god. Now that the dragon god had split, the bloodline concentration was naturally not as strong as in the fusion period, so the Black Fire Dragon clan, upon awakening from ancient times, could be said to be the greatest threat to the Silver Dragon King's position. Strong as he was, Emperor Tian had previously encountered a small dragon king of the Black Fire Dragon clan after leaving the Star Dough forest. Its dragon bloodline was not inferior to his. And what drove him mad was that with his 810,000 years of cultivation, he could not do anything to this 780,000-year-old small dragon king. And instead, he was injured by the other party. At this moment, feeling the terrifying aura, his scalp tingled. This aura, could it be that Dragon Emperor's son, the Black Fire Dragon King? He had personally seen the fierce beasts of the Dragon God, and naturally knew how great the bloodline pressure of the Dragon God was. Though this bloodline pressure was quite strong, in Emperor Tian's view, it was probably only about 30% of the dragon gods, appearing extremely weak. However, facing any dragon clan at this time, this bloodline concentration was probably only surpassed by the Silver Dragon King. Not to mention, the most terrifying Black Fire Dragon Emperor had yet to make an appearance. Not just Emperor Tian. At this moment, the Silver Dragon King in the Silver Dragon space also slowly opened her eyes, looking in that direction with a changed expression. This disgusting black fire aura. How could it be? Weren't they driven to the Abyss Gate? Having been asleep for too long, her memories were somewhat unclear, only surfacing when triggered by certain key nodes. For example, this Black Fire Dragon clan. As soon as the aura emerged, she immediately recalled from the memories inherited from the Dragon God. This Black Fire Dragon clan had long ago violated some unforgivable rule and was personally driven to the Abyss Gate by the Dragon God. And this Abyss Gate was the door behind her. This door seemed to have some special teleportation ability. If the Dragon God personally drove them, they would enter the Abyss and be exiled to the Abyss to be punished. If it were a situation like Baiji's, they would be teleported to some corner of the current world. In fact, Baiji had already become a trophy after Chen Yue captured the Demon Emperor Lan Fozi and was now leisurely lying flat on Qian Island. If this Black Fire Dragon clan awakens, the entire continent might fall into chaos. The Silver Dragon King showed a worried expression, but then frowned again. However, the seals of the Abyss are laid down by the Dragon God himself. Even after several epochs, not just anyone can shake it, unless it is the Supreme God King. Thinking of this, her expression changed again. Could it be that those people from the divine realm want to watch the tiger fight and take the opportunity to harvest the power of belief? But don't they fear burning themselves? That is the ancient Dragon King. Even the current Guyu Na, in the face of the Black Fire Dragon King's aura, would not dare to claim absolute victory. In terms of species, she is a divine beast, and the Black Fire Dragon clan is also a divine beast, just a fallen divine beast. In terms of cultivation, her level is just slightly higher, but she specializes in spiritual power, and coincidentally, the Black Fire Dragon clan's black fire can resist spiritual attacks. So, she doesn't have much chance of winning. But this matter, she must intervene. Regardless, even if the divine realm intervenes, I must show up. With this thought, the Silver Dragon King no longer hesitated, immediately rising to leave the reserved space and transforming into human form, quickly heading in that direction. However, just as she moved, she saw a middle-aged man, also transformed into human form, but clad in black gold battle armor, blocking her path. Silver Dragon King, I've been waiting for you. The Silver Dragon King's expression darkened. Black Fire Dragon Emperor, Are you intentionally waiting for me? The dragon god had opened a space for each of the 9 dragon kings. Apart from these dragon kings, only the dragon god could enter. The black gold armored man before her was indeed the Black Fire Dragon Emperor. Your silver dragon space is just like this. The Black Fire Dragon Emperor crossed his arms and smiled nonchalantly. If you had stayed hidden in your shell, I might not have had any way to deal with you. As he spoke, his tone suddenly turned cold, but since you've come out to seek death, I will gladly accept it. The Silver Dragon King's expression darkened. I'm afraid that most of the Star Dou forest will be shattered. Let's discuss it from 2 perspectives. While the Silver Dragon King is confronting the Black Fire Dragon King, the battle on Chen Yue's side is gradually revealing its conclusion. Divine skill, all guns fire in unison, facing the true form of the Black Fire Dragon King, which is hundreds of times larger than himself. Chen Yue shows no hesitation. He grips the breaking god spear with both hands, and with a roar, he releases a brilliant light that radiates in all directions. Black Fire's grievance. Seeing this super artifact unleash its ultimate move, the Black Fire Dragon King does not dare to slack off. He lets out a low growl, and the black fire on his body erupts, bizarrely detaching from his mountainous form, transforming into ghostly flames of resentment. With a roar, these flames shoot towards Chen Yue's released light like a barrage of arrows. Divine skill, judgment of sanction light. QianRenxue naturally cannot just stand by and watch. She lets out a low shout, and her body immediately shines with dazzling light, seemingly dispelling all darkness, transforming her into a second small sun that illuminates the world. Then, she shouts explosively and swiftly charges towards the Black Fire Dragon King. Puff! When the 2 brilliant lights collide with the black fire, instead of the expected explosion, it resembles the clash of water and fire, producing clouds of white steam. In the next moment, the 2 beams of light break through the mist, directly crushing all the dark, ghostly fire and heavily striking the Black Fire Dragon King. In an instant, his mountainous body suddenly freezes in mid-air. The next moment, the massive dragon body cracks like a shattered mirror, with countless fissures appearing, and in an instant, with the Black Fire Dragon King's scream. The entire dragon body seems to rain down, splattering and accumulating into a pile of debris nearly 100 meters high on the ground. What kind of soul beast is this, that even the super artifact almost couldn't break through its defense? Qian Renxue, drenched in sweat, wipes her forehead and turns to Chen Yue, saying with a serious expression, "This isn't a soul beast." Qian Renxue is taken aback. Could it be some ferocious beast? Not that either. Chen Yue shakes his head, gazing at the debris in front of him. I feel like this resembles a divine beast. Qian Douluo gasps. Demon suppression Douluo, eyes trembling. Qian Renxue. She stumbles, nearly falling to the ground. No, it can't be. Is there really a divine beast on our Douluo continent? Yes. Chen Yue nods. And there is more than one. Qian Renxue's mouth drops open. This is just too outrageous. This time, Chen Yue doesn't answer further, but walks towards the corpse of the Black Fire Dragon King. He raises his hand, and the debris immediately dissolves into pure energy, transforming into a sphere the size of a basketball, hovering above Chen Yue's palm. What is this? The dragon's inner Dan crystal. Qian Renxue's eyes widen in curiosity. Do dragons have crystals? Ancient soul beasts do, but not anymore, because the divine beasts are gone. Chen Yue replies, just when I was worried about not having a place to replenish by G, this is just perfect. Chapter 170. Everyone, how should we view Douluo Star? Today has been a bit busy, so let's leave it at this for now. It feels like there are only a handful of people reading up to this point. Bai Ji, who only possesses an emperor's heart, can only exert tremendous oppression over all beast-type soul beasts, including beast-type divine beasts, but it is merely a suppression. What does this mean? For example, if the Silver Dragon King is present, her full battle power is 10,000, but under the emperor's heart suppression, she might only be able to exert around 1,000. However, the problem now is that even the suppressed Silver Dragon King is no match for Bai Ji. But now, this Black Fire Dragon King is sending itself to its doom and providing cultivation resources, making Chen Yue exclaim that there are still good people. Oh no, there are many good dragons in this world. With this thought, Chen Yue does not delay any longer and immediately pulls Ji out from the group of Jade Fairies. You are desecrating this emperor. Lie down and accept your punishment. Chen Yue. It's unclear if this is a side effect of the evolution crystal, but Bai Ji seems to have taken on a bit of a middle schoolgirl persona, speaking in a somewhat naive manner, prompting Chen Yue to slap her lightly and then forcefully shove the energy mass obtained from the defeated Black Fire Dragon King in her mouth as she opens it, saying, "Quickly refine this, and then I'll punish you later." Bai Ji is slightly stunned, but before she can comprehend it, the energy that melts in her mouth begins to expand rapidly, scaring her into sitting cross-legged and desperately drawing on all her soul power to digest it. Next, are we going to Heaven Dou City? Qian wipes the sweat from her forehead and quietly asks. The emergence of the Black Fire Dragon King has made her truly realize the changes in this world. Moreover, she has a premonition that this is only the first batch of ancient soul beasts, meaning this is the weakest batch, and the next ones will likely become stronger. At that time, with her current strength, she might find it difficult to cope. No rush. After pondering for a moment, ChenYue raises his head and says, "Let us wait. If this Black Fire Dragon King can really provide Bai Ji with cultivation resources, he needs to revise his plans." Now, he is thinking about another issue. The emergence of ancient soul masters probably has the divine realm sensing the changes in the rules, right? I wonder if they will choose to temporarily seal Douluo Star, preventing it from ascending to the divine realm, or take action to stop it. ChenYue squints his eyes. Compared to the latter, ChenYue prefers the former option. Firstly, according to the ancient era loaded into the system, the various gods might, when battling these ancient ferocious beasts, ended up with only a Pyrrhic victory. Even the ancient divine realms god kings, such as the god of death and the god of heavenly punishment, who possess strength far exceeding the 5 divine kings of today's Douluo divine realm, still perished here. Therefore, ChenYue believes that once the Douluo divine realm learns of this situation, they will likely seal the relevant passages immediately and quietly wait for the fishermen to reap the benefits. And in fact, what ChenYue speculated is not wrong. At this moment, the divine realm has convened an emergency meeting. As before, the Shura god is absent, and the other 4 divine kings cannot contact this guy's whereabouts. The ancient relics of Douluo start to show signs of awakening, and when that happens, the sealed fall of the gods will also resurface. The evil god S expression is serious. Not to mention that there is also a spiritual plane formed from the ancient period that was shattered by the god of death and has been lurking. Everyone, how should we view Douluo Star? Chapter 171. Evil God. I propose we directly seal Douluo Star. Time is tight, so let us start with 1,000 words. After midnight, I'll work overtime to add more and see how much I can write. It feels like there are so few people. Actually, it seems like there is not much left to write about Douluo. The most there is left is an unresolved subplot with the Shura god. Once he appears, the Douluo saga will be complete. Everyone, regarding everything happening in Douluo Star right now, how should we view it? The gaze sweeps across the entire venue as the kind god softly asks. The former supreme law enforcement god of the divine realm, the god of death, and the god of heavenly punishment have all perished at the hands of these ancient ferocious beasts. Nowadays, although they have been sleeping for so many years and their strength has hardly progressed, before she could finish her sentence, the evil god interrupted, saying, "All right, no need for pleasantries. Let's vote directly." Saying this, he raised his hand first. I propose to directly seal Douluo Star, locking them in this stellar cage and waiting for the passage of time to erase them. The evil god believed that, although he was a god king, there was still a significant gap compared to the ancient heavenly punishment and the ancient king of hell. Upon hearing this, the other god of destruction and the goddess of life also changed their expressions slightly and eventually raised their hands silently. Although the god of destruction achieved his status slightly later than the evil god, his strength was indeed second only to the god of goodness among the 4 god kings. The god of goodness was strong because of her unique and powerful ability to evolve goodness, which came from the power of the ancient Dawn god king. The ancient Dawn god king was the chief support god king in the ancient god realm. She may not have been strong in combat, but her purifying power was absolutely deserving of the title of the best. In ancient times, Douluo Star was also eroded by the abyss, and countless ancient soul masters and ancient ferocious beasts lost their sanity due to this erosion. It was this Dawn God King who stood up and purified the greatest source of pollution in the abyss, but she herself bore the damage from the pollution, ultimately burning herself to bring a dawn rain to Douluo Star. With her fall, her divine power dissipated like that of the ancient king of hell, among which was a divine power known as goodness, absorbed by the god of goodness, who was still a spiritual being at that time, ultimately achieving divinity. Today, among the 5 god kings of the Douluo god realm, for have attained divinity through the accidental acquisition of the branch powers of the ancient god kings, while only the Shura god achieved divinity by seizing divine energy through the body of a soul master. This also resulted in the fact that although the god of goodness has existed the longest, The strongest individual combat power among the 5 god kings still belongs to the original Shura, followed by the god of goodness. Therefore, even though the god of goodness was inherently kind-hearted, upon seeing the 3 people raising their hands in unison, she widened her eyes and pointed at them. You all. 3-1. The committee resolution passed. The evil god glanced at the god of goodness and said flatly, "Goodness, if you want to interfere, you could go down to the lower realm at will. But once we join forces to seal Douluo star, you won't be able to return." He hoped she would weigh her options carefully. After saying this, he turned to leave, leaving only one sentence behind. Quickly return and gather the necessary super artifacts for sealing. Then proceed to the transfer station. All right. The god of destruction and the goddess of life did not delay, with the former needing to guard the seal of the Golden Dragon King and not feeling like facing the ancient ferocious beasts at all. After the 3 left, only the bewildered god of goodness remained, standing there in a daze, feeling disheveled in the wind, completely stunned. Chapter 172, Untitled S. My head hurts. There are some issues at home. I was forced to go out in the middle of the night and just got back. Sorry. As expected. The moment the god realm closed off the channel to Douluo star, Chen Yue sensed it. He felt as if a shackle had appeared between heaven and earth, as if an eggshell had enveloped the entire planet, locking everything inside. This method resembled a closed-off area, somewhat similar to a modern scientific theory that suggests the galaxy is enclosed in a cage. While others might feel anxious about this situation, for Chen Yue, it felt like a fish in water. He was going to the Star Dou Forest. Chen Yue's next target was clear: the Silver Dragon King in the Star Dou Forest. To be honest, Chen Yue had never been a dragon knight in his life. Moreover, the Star Dou Forest was also a territory of ancient ferocious beasts in ancient times. In a certain sense, there might be even more awakened ancient ferocious beasts inside. Chen Yue thought this, and the energy required for the current by Ji to become a divine beast was extremely immense. Just like the Blackfire Dragon King and other ancient dragon clans, they all had the bloodline of divine beasts. It was better to... This was the best nourishment given by nature. With this thought, Chen Yue no longer hesitated, turning to Qianjun Jiangma. You stay nearby, Sea God Island, to scout the situation. Yes. Now, the safest place on Douluo star, aside from the Wuhuan city protected by Qian Dalu, was Sea God Island. Other places were not very safe. At least not for Qianjun Jiangma. After giving these instructions, Chen Yue was just about to leave with ChenRenxue when he heard Xiao Bai's voice that, "Oh, I almost forgot about these 2 little sharks. Come in." Chen Yue didn't hesitate, directly bringing Xiao Bai and Bai Xiuxiu into ChenYue Fairy Island, whereby Ji was already lying inside. If Xiao Bai wanted to transform into a human form like the Demon Emperor, she could go find her. As for Bai Xiuxiu, the heavenly source secret realm beneath ChenYue Fairy Island was the best place for her to enhance her cultivation. After arranging all this, Chen Yue stood up, preparing to head to the Star Dou Forest. However, just as he reached the outskirts of the Star Dou Forest, he saw an unexpected scene. Such a rich aura of blood and evil. This aura seems to belong to a soul master. Not only Chen Yue, but ChenRenxue also sensed it. Her gaze locked onto the distance, and through the trees of the Star Dou Forest, she saw a graceful figure in the distance, who also carried the previous kind of spiritual aura. Wait, there is also the aura of the dragon-like ferocious beast that came with the Blackfire Dragon King? Let's go take a look. Chen Yue did not hesitate. He needed dragon-like ferocious beasts to enhance Bai Ji's strength. All right, ChenRenxue naturally would not oppose. Immediately, the 2 quickly headed toward the source of the aura. At this moment, in the area sensed by Chen Yue and ChenRenxue, a chaotic aura was present, and a seriously injured figure was fleeing. Behind her, 2 spiritual bodies followed swiftly like ghosts. This damned woman actually used the pretense of healing Chong Gao to completely drain his soul power and mental power. Truly despicable. Chapter 173, Silver Dragon King. What the hell, here again? Finish 4,000 words, really speeding up the transition to Dou. Let's see how the results are this month. If not good, it might be finished by the end of October. These 2 spiritual bodies were none other than the White Tiger Duo and Black Tiger Douluo of the Star-Crowned sect, both of whom were ancient soul masters. They had stolen the holy maiden Yi Shixue from the Blood Soul sect's blood coffin and somehow managed to awaken her. Of course, this was predicated on using some taboo methods regarding the soul. However, they never expected that Yi Shixue, who had been sealed in the blood coffin for who knows how many years, would awaken with strength comparable to that of a limit Douluo, and her bright phoenix had an extremely strong restraining effect on their spiritual bodies. Of course, All of this was discovered after they seemingly reached an agreement. And Yixi suddenly erupted to destroy Cheng Gao's spiritual sea. Because it was a surprise attack, coupled with the bright phoenix's restraining ability, the two spirit bodies, the white tiger Douluo and the black tiger Douluo, were also severely injured. Fortunately, as ancient soul masters, they naturally had some means. And at a time when their spirit bodies were heavily damaged, they could still easily control Yixi, who possessed the strength of an extreme Douluo. However, Yixi was not so lucky. Although she also came from ancient times, at that time she was sealed in the blood soul sect's blood coffin, in a state similar to a vegetative state, and could not cultivate on her own. Even her cultivation level was actually absorbed through the blood coffin. Her true soul power level was only level 91, and the rest was essentially gained through drug use. Therefore, despite having the strength of an extreme Douluo, her overall combat power was rather limited. The reason she ambushed Dai Chonggao was that she overheard the discussion between the white tiger Douluo and the black tiger Douluo. Don't forget, even in her vegetative state, she could still hear the noises from the outside world. The Xinguan sect had already become virtually non-existent due to Bibi Dong's bloody path, so if they wanted to fight again and rebuild the sect, these two ancient spirit bodies had to branch out anew. However, now that Xinluo City had become a dead zone, and even these two spirit bodies had noticed signs of awakening from many ancient ferocious beasts and ancient soul masters, they didn't dare to wander too far. Therefore, after realizing that there were no tools left in Xinluo City, they returned to the Xinguan sect and set their sights on Yixi. In their eyes, Yixi talent was very high quality. If they could inherit her, the rebuilt Xinguan sect would definitely surpass its former self. Currently, the Xinguan sect only had the three of them, and since the two of them were in spirit body form, they needed to reshape their physical bodies. Upon hearing this, Yixi made up her mind. They want to use her as a tool? Three people together, huh? Dream on in broad daylight. Thus, Yixi erupted in anger and fled frantically, while the two spirit bodies relentlessly pursued her without end. After the ancient ferocious beasts also awakened from the depths of the earth, Yixi, having successfully ambushed them, knew she was not a match for these two spirit bodies, and decisively left. Is there someone? As Chen Yue and QianRenxue approached, Yixi instantly sensed their presence, and just as she was about to escape, she saw two beams of light flashing by. This is a super artifact? Yixi was startled. Just as she was about to flee, she found that these two attacks bypassed her and charged straight toward the two ancient spirit bodies who were caught off guard. Wow! The white tiger Douluo and the black tiger Douluo, who were chasing well, were suddenly startled by the two incoming attacks from the super artifacts, causing them to slam on the brakes. In their haste, they quickly deployed their defenses. However, given their heavy injuries, they were unable to withstand the attacks. Bang! The black tiger Douluo was instantly shattered by Chen Yue's attack from the breaking god spear, while the white tiger Douluo faced the judgment sword. Although QianRenxue's soul power level was not high, and he was also heavily injured, it only added insult to injury, and he did not die on the spot. However, after taking this attack head-on, he did not dare to delay any longer. Without a word, he quickly fled, taking advantage of the energy backlash that had just thrown him away. To be fair, this kind of spirit body was indeed much more convenient for escaping over long distances than ordinary soul masters. At least, after Chen Yue arrived, he did not even sense the presence of the white tiger Douluo for a moment. He runs faster than a rabbit. Chen Yue's mouth twitched as he waved his hand, collecting the energy left behind after the black tiger Douluo's defeat, and began to operate the python sparrow swallowing dragon diagram within him. Thank you for saving my life, senior. Yixi immediately recognized that the man and woman were led by Chen Yue, and she did not hesitate to bow and thank them respectfully. Although she came from ancient times, having grown up in the Blood Soul sect, she understood the importance of strength, so she did not dally. This woman, QianRenxue, furrowed her brow, looking at Yixi, feeling a strange sensation. How could there be a coexistence of light and evil? She possessed the judgment sword and had the purest power of judgment, making her very sensitive to both light and dark powers. In ancient times, there were all kinds of wonders. Chen Yue glanced at Yixi and answered QianRenxue's curiosity. No wonder. QianRenxue suddenly realized, then looked at Yixi and asked, "What is your name?" In response to the senior, "My name is Yixi." This name took Chen Yue by surprise. Yixi? Could it be the death god Douluo from the Doer period? With this thought, Chen Yue frowned slightly, and recalling what QianRenxue had said earlier about a coexistence of evil energy and light. Could it be true? Of course. Delving deeper into this had little significance. Chen Yue looked at Yi Shixue and said, "Since you come from ancient times, you should be aware of the current situation on Douluo Star, right?" Yi Shixue nodded. "Senior is perceptive." Then, Chen Yue continued, "So what choice will you make now? Now that the God Realm has sealed Douluo Star, it is clear that they are preparing for a breeding war. In this case, Chen Yue could not waste this great opportunity and naturally could not sit back in the shadows as before. If he hadn't encountered it, that would be fine, but since he had, there was no reason not to take advantage of it. "I am willing to serve by your side, Senior." Yi Shixue slightly raised her head, glancing at Chen Yue, and was suddenly taken aback, gasping for breath. In this world, there are people whose looks are on par with her friends. Immediately, she dared not hesitate. With her peerless beauty talent, combined with the fact that before she was sealed in the blood coffin, she had only seen the pale and strange men of the Blood Soul sect. She had never encountered anyone so outstanding. So, she did not hesitate any longer. "Very well." Chen Yue nodded slightly, casually flicking his fingers, and a small droplet of water fell onto Yi Shixue. This was the reward he received for marrying Yi Lingling, called Divine Water Crystal, which was used for healing. Of course, given Yi Shixue's condition, she could not bear all of it. So Chen Yue extracted an amount that was only about the thickness of a hair to heal her injuries. "Sit down and recover your injuries. Then follow me to the center of the Stark Do Great Forest," Chen Yue said. "Yes." Yi Shixue's heart trembled as she felt the energy that seemed to fill her entire being, and without hesitation, she sat down and began to refine the energy. Meanwhile, in the God Realm, Sea God Temple, Sea God Poseidon frowned. How could this happen? He discovered that he could no longer use his divine thoughts to descend to the lower realm, and even the connection to this sea god island had diminished significantly. The only thing he could sense was the heart of the sea god's trident, or the vast sea cover within which he could feel its aura. However, the energy of this sea god's heart could not be easily used, as it was a consumable. If overused, it would shatter. At that time, his successor would face even greater difficulties. Strange, why does Douluo Star feel so distant now? He skeptically began to use his divine power to probe, only to find that the area under the jurisdiction of the God Realm had lost its sense of Douluo Star. How strange, how strange. He was baffled and was just thinking about whether to sneak down to the lower realm to take a look when suddenly he heard a voice echoing throughout the entire divine realm. "The Douluo Star has an ancient, fierce creature awakening. By unanimous agreement of the Divine Realm Council, it has been decided to seal off Douluo Star. All colleagues are requested not to descend to the lower realm." Sea God Poseidon. What the hell? An ancient, fierce creature awakening? Seal off Douluo Star? At this moment, Sea God Poseidon was a bit confused. Wasn't it just a monster from Douluo Star awakening? Not to descend to the lower realm? What a joke. What kind of thing could harm this god? Sea God Poseidon sneered disdainfully and immediately used a source divine power to create a shadow, sending the shadow down to Douluo Star in the usual way for deities to descend. Although Douluo Star had been sealed off, it merely meant that Douluo Star was blocked from traveling to other worlds, and other deities were unable to probe into the situation of Douluo Star. Nothing more. If a deity were to ignore the probing barrier and descend directly, it was still possible, but at that point, they truly could not return to the divine realm. Just as the shadow of the sea god descended, he only managed to see the surrounding dirt and darkness, and the next moment, a hand that blocked out the sky suddenly smashed him into pieces. Divine realm. Just a few seconds ago, Sea God Poseidon had boasted, but in an instant, he was stunned. Sea God Poseidon. His disdainful expression had not yet subsided, and he was even sitting down drinking tea. Before he could swallow the tea, he felt the earlier shadow he sent down shatter, and immediately, he spat out blood along with tea. Splat. How is that possible? After spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face turned slightly pale, but his eyes were filled with disbelief. It should be noted that he was already at the peak level of a main god, and this avatar, transformed from the peak, main god level, should at least have the strength of a priest or hunter. Moreover, the previous avatar was created using source divine power, which ordinarily would not be weaker than an average third-level deity. How could it be shattered by a single slap? Sea God Poseidon was completely dumbfounded. Little did he know that his source avatar, due to the shielding of Douluo Star, could not detect a specific location and could only teleport randomly, and by sheer coincidence. It landed directly on the nose of an ancient fierce beast at the very bottom of Douluo Star. For such an ancient fierce beast that could rival ancient deities, like the source avatar of the sea god, a mere third-level deity was like a mosquito easily crushed into pieces by a single slap. Oh, there's still a trace of divine power? This was a dragon-type fierce beast with white scales all over its body. Earlier, while sleeping, it felt something pressing on its nose and instinctively slapped it to death. Just as it was about to sleep again, it unexpectedly felt a surge of power. Immediately, it opened its enormous dragon eyes, larger than 3 adults hugging together, and was filled with surprise at the ocean-scented divine power. Could it be that the thing just now was the avatar of the water god? Although it was somewhat unclear why this deity would descend to its location, it did not mind and directly opened its mouth to devour a mass of divine power, beginning to refine it. Outside the Lake of Life, the Silver Dragon King had new bloodstains appearing on its scaly body, while the Black Flame Dragon Emperor before it had also extinguished a large portion of its black flames. The 2 dragon-type divine beasts were over 100 meters apart, both panting heavily, with large beads of hot and cold sweat dripping down from their dragon heads, each droplet larger than adults. This time, consider yourself lucky. The Black Flame Dragon Emperor snorted coldly. If it weren't for you being one of the dragon god's avatars, with your current strength, you would not be a match for this emperor. Next time, this emperor will surely take your dragon heart. It knew that with so many ancient fierce creatures awakening, if they continued to fight, both dragons would be seriously injured, and then someone else could pick up the spoils, which would be a loss for it. Moreover, earlier, it sensed that one of its dragon offspring had faded in breath. It needed to check what was going on. Why would this dragon clan rebel have such strong strength? After the Black Flame Dragon Emperor left, the Silver Dragon King could no longer hold on, and its enormous dragon body fell into the Lake of Life to soak and settle, slowly starting to heal its injuries. It was puzzled as to why this abyssal place, which was supposed to be a place of punishment, allowed the Black Flame Dragon Emperor's strength to rise to such a level. Just as the Silver Dragon King was lost in thought, a light laugh accompanied by 3 auras that made her, in her current state, quite wary, appeared above the Lake of Life. Silver Dragon King. Oh no, here we go again. Chapter 174. Click here to clock in S. Let me see how many are still here. This is ridiculous. The Silver Dragon King cursed angrily, unable to understand why. Out of nowhere, 3 soul masters, whose strength was not below hers at this moment, had suddenly appeared. Previously, before fighting the Black Flame Dragon Emperor, the Silver Dragon King's strength was roughly equivalent to the peak level of a main god, far from her highest supreme god level. After all, she had once wrestled with ancient divine kings, and her strength in her strongest state was not to be underestimated. But now, a tiger falls in the plains to be bullied by dogs. Her strength, which was not inferior to the supreme god, was nearly doubted by a dragon clan rebel. And now human soul masters had come to join in the fun? Silver Dragon King, don't hide. These 3 auras were none other than Chen Yue, QianRenxue, and Yixishui. Chen Yue did not waste time, and did not even pay attention to the few alert fierce beasts. Instead, he focused on the Lake of Life, where he sensed that the Silver Dragon King was inside. However, it seemed that the Silver Dragon King had just fought a battle, was heavily injured, and was not in optimal condition. Human, what do you want to do? The Silver Dragon King knew that in her current state, she could not outrun this human soul master, nor could she escape his spiritual lock, so she decided to reveal herself directly, her silver dragon eyes, larger than Chen Yue himself, fixed on him. From a distance, Chen Yue appeared as insignificant as an ant, easily crushable. But only the Silver Dragon King knew that if it really came to a fight, with her current state, she was not a match for any of the 3. If it had been before the battle with the Black Flame Dragon Emperor, she might have only been wary of the super artifact in the hands of Chen Yue and QianRenxue. As for Yixishui, she could have easily taken her down with a single dragon claw. Before the battle, she had the strength of a peak main god. But after battling the Black Flame Dragon Emperor, she was left with strength roughly equivalent to an ordinary priest. She was too heavily injured. I want to make a deal with you. Chen Yue grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. What deal? The Silver Dragon King clearly sensed that Chen Yue's gaze carried some ill intentions. But it was different from the ill intentions of the Black Flame Dragon Emperor she had encountered before. At least, she could discern that the Black Flame Dragon Emperor's ill intentions were to consume her flesh and blood to enhance its bloodline and cultivation. But Chen Yue, she felt a similar heat to that of the Black Flame Dragon Emperor, but seemed somewhat different. It just felt a bit strange. I provide you with a venue to accelerate your recovery from injuries, and you don't need to fight back during your recovery period and for 10 years after you're healed. You only need to lend me 1 or 2 organs from your torso. Upon hearing this, the Silver Dragon King, whose eyes were already larger than Chen Yue's entire body, widened even further in disbelief. What did you say? Provide a place for recovery? Just lend you a certain organ? What is an organ? The Silver Dragon King didn't understand, but she guessed it might be some part of her body. Could it be that this person wants to dissect her? Seemingly sensing the Silver Dragon King's thoughts, Chen Yue smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's just borrowing, so there won't be any cutting involved." At this, the Silver Dragon King was genuinely stunned. Even if she burned out her CPU, she couldn't comprehend this. What kind of joke is this? Chapter 175. Chen Yue, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Silver Dragon King? S. Before this chapter was released, the previous chapter had 8 people checking in. Counting myself, that's 9 people. Sigh, so few people. But there are viewers I still have to persist, at least give a conclusion. As for Dou Pa, I'm contemplating whether to shift worlds to Dou Pa or write a new book. Does anyone have suggestions? You, are you serious? The Silver Dragon King was shocked, her dragon eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at Chen Yue, who seemed as tiny as an ant in front of her dragon head. To this, Chen Yue smiled slightly, waved his hand, and directly released by G and by G. At first glance, the Silver Dragon King recognized these 2 little girls as the ones who had previously followed Emperor Tian to guard the Lake of Life. How did they end up in the hands of this human soul master? Just as the Silver Dragon King was puzzled, she suddenly felt the cultivation levels of the 2 little girls, especially the immense pressure emanating from Bai Ji that made her feel a bit breathless. The entire dragon was completely dumbfounded. What kind of pressure is this? It is known that despite not releasing her own pressure, as one of the avatars of the dragon god, she should not exist in the presence of anything that could suppress her in terms of bloodline quality. After all, the dragon god is the leader of all dragons, and her bloodline quality is on par with that of the dragon god. Of course, this simply means it can enhance her combat power, and this combat power is enough to be compensated for by a high concentration of bloodline. Just like the previous Blackfire Dragon Emperor, who, as a bastard child of the Dragon Clan's prince, had a bloodline quality inferior to that of the dragon god, but due to a certain cultivation method, had an exceptionally high bloodline concentration. Therefore, even though the Silver Dragon King's bloodline quality could suppress this dragon in real combat, they could only stand on equal ground. But now, what did she feel? This little girl, whom she had seen many years ago with only a trace of weak dragon bloodline, could actually emit a pressure that was many levels stronger than her own bloodline quality, even making her feel a significant amount of pressure. Was this your doing? The Silver Dragon King took a deep breath. Although the storm around her couldn't shake Chen Yue in the slightest, she didn't mind and looked at him with a shocked expression. I prefer to let facts speak for themselves, Chen Yue asserted. I don't know, Silver Dragon King, what do you think? The Silver Dragon King fell silent, but she had to admit she was indeed very tempted. Chen Yue was not in a hurry, compared to previous methods. He preferred to use softness to overcome hardness and hardness to overcome softness. This dragon must be very soft, right? Okay, I agree. After pondering for a moment, the Silver Dragon King no longer hesitated, nodding solemnly, and then said, "A spiritual contract? No need. The spiritual contract is a contract outlined by mental power to restrict both parties." But for Chen Yue, this was entirely unnecessary. Oh, the Silver Dragon King was somewhat surprised. But before she could ask, she saw the surroundings spinning, and just as she was about to resist, she heard Chen Yue's voice. "Don't move. Maintain your original position." Could this be the place he provides for these 2 little girls to grow? The Silver Dragon King felt a stir in her heart, and the next moment, everything around her changed. The first thing that caught her eye was a splendid golden light, with the energy of heaven and earth being several times denser than in the ancient times. The Silver Dragon King was stunned. She didn't even notice that she had been forcibly transformed into human form, her red light exposed, and instead stared at what was before her in shock. The next moment, she felt herself being lifted off the ground. What are you doing? It's time for you to fulfill your promise. Silver Dragon King. Chapter 176. No eunuchs. No eunuchs wrote the beginning of a new book, but it feels like I messed it up, feeling lost. Sigh, it's tough. The Silver Dragon King looked at Chen Yue in confusion. Fulfill my promise? What are you borrowing from me? Upon entering the ChenYue fairy island, her body was too large and was forcibly transformed into human form by the array of ChenYue fairy island. Fortunately, as a divine beast, she didn't need to go through the same process as a 100,000-year-old beast to become human again. So even in human form, her cultivation remained. It's not borrowing. Chen Yue said sternly, "Can we really call this borrowing? Silver Dragon King? Then what is this? This is called a contract and agreement, understand?" The Silver Dragon King seemed to understand, but was still confused. Despite living for so long, she couldn't quite grasp Chen Yue's intentions. After all, she had spent most of her long life fighting, cultivating, and sleeping. When would she have time to pay attention to human trivialities? Moreover, she felt that the energy of ChenYue Fairy Island was indeed real, which meant that Chen Yue hadn't deceived her. Adding to that, Chen Yue was now smiling. And beneath that stunningly beautiful appearance, she felt that the other party was willing to share such a rich cultivation environment with her, which surely meant he didn't intend to harm her like those despicable human soul masters of the past. I understand. Then what do I need to do? Chen Yue smiled wide and come, follow my orders. Turning around, he spread his arms against the wall, lifted his hips, and spread his legs. The Silver Dragon King followed his instructions one by one, but the next moment her eyes widened. However, just as she opened her mouth, Chen Yue blocked it. At this moment, she finally understood what Chen Yue meant by fulfilling his promise. Well, there are no free lunches in this world. She had initially intended to resist, but after thinking it over, she ultimately chose to give up resistance and began to cooperate. Meanwhile, within the ChenYue Fairy Island, Chen Yue was enjoying himself, while in the Wuhuan city, Qian Dalu, who was guarding one of the only two pure lands among the modern Dou residents, was sweating profusely. What is going on with these soul masters? How can they be so strong? He found it hard to understand. Some soul masters that seemed to come out of nowhere. Even if he borrowed the power of angelic divinity, he could only severely injure them, but found it hard to kill them, making it easy for them to escape. Faced with such special spiritual entities, Qian Dalu had no way to deal with them. He had no divine artifact, and could only summon the angelic power from the angel statue to subdue them. But he found that he couldn't kill a very small portion of these spiritual entities. He could only let them escape. I don't know how Xiaoxue is doing in Tiando City. Qian Dalu sighed, wiped the sweat the size of a bean from his forehead, and shook his head. What a pity, given the current situation, I can't leave Wuhuan City at all. With just a few of them, no one can get through. These spirit bodies, due to their peculiar structure, can only rely on the power of the angel statue that he calls upon. Otherwise, they have no way to deal with it. Therefore, he did not dare let any Title Douluo leave Wuhuan City. This includes the Title Douluo who had previously been outside, all of whom he had summoned back to maintain order within Wuhuan City. Now, there are not only those spirit bodies outside, but also some exceptionally powerful, ferocious beasts that have emerged from the ground, each possessing strength not weaker than that of Super Douluo. Some even require the combined efforts of two offerings to be defeated. Chapter 177, Tang San. Mom is still suffering from physical pain. I need to speed up the assessment, and then take revenge. With the awakening of the ancient soul masters and the joint closure of Douluo Star by the divine realm, the entire Douluo Star has become chaotic. Almost all places, except for Sea God Island, Wuhuan City, and Tiando City, have already fallen. As for Tiando City, it has not fallen, naturally because Chen Yue has returned here to stay quietly. He knows that there are deities looking for him, so he did not summon anyone to go out, because at this moment, all directions of Tiando City have already been occupied. In other words, to find him, one must first clear a bloody path. Otherwise, it would be uncertain whether they could see him. In fact, Chen Yue was not mistaken. The avatar of the Thunder God had already descended to the lower realm before the closure, and the four divine kings naturally ignored this action. After all, they had released a notice beforehand that even if they descended to the lower realm, they would not care. Because among these awakened ancient ferocious beasts, there are certainly some that possess strength comparable to deities. Even if the four divine kings descended, they could not guarantee victory. Therefore, they decided to seal off Douluo Star. Damn it, the soul beasts on Douluo Star are so strong. The avatar of the Thunder God, now nearly transparent, looked grimly at the numerous soul beasts before him. This was a group of pterosaurs, as their name suggests, winged, flying dragon-type ferocious beasts, and what's worse is their cultivation aura, which starts at a minimum of 600,000 years. If it were a one-on-one fight, it could be said that the Thunder God's avatar could easily take them down. But this is a horde. More critically, the king of this group of pterosaurs has a trace of divine beast bloodline within him, and with his cultivation of 900,000 years, he is not much weaker than the current Thunder God's avatar. Of course, if it were a one-on-one fight, the Thunder God's avatar could defeat him. But it would take time. After all, this is ultimately a ferocious beast that possesses divine beast bloodline. Naturally, if the real Thunder God descended, he could easily crush this group of pterosaurs to a crisp. But then again, once he descends, he would truly have no way to leave Douluo Star before things settle down. He could only remain on Douluo Star. At that time, The divine aura on him would surely attract many ferocious beasts, attempting to devour him to gain his divine power. Thus, the frustration of the Thunder God's avatar can be imagined. Damn it, I've already found that human, yet I was delayed by this group of reptiles. Forget it, I'll look for another route. I refuse to believe that there are so many ferocious beasts guarding you in all directions. The Thunder God's avatar muttered under his breath, then raised his head, snorted coldly, and his entire figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, disappearing in an instant. However, a few days later, the Thunder God in the divine realm was left in a state of bewilderment, questioning life. Right now, I really want to curse. How can there really be ferocious beasts with divine beast bloodlines guarding all around? Moreover, they're all dragon-type, ferocious beasts. Little did the Thunder God know. After Chen Yue coaxed Yuna over and healed her, she also came along. During this time, the Black Fire Dragon Emperor was turned into a dragon meat feast by Chen Yue. Coupled with Gu Yuna's call, countless ancient ferocious beasts that awakened and remained loyal to the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna also came over. Ultimately, based on their strength, there were a total of 16 territories surrounding Tiando City. After that, the lords of these territories, after signing the spiritual contract provided by Chen Yue, were all very honored to receive a piece of the Black Fire Dragon Emperor's dragon meat, thus gaining a trace of divine beast bloodline and a surge in their cultivation. It should be noted, the Black Fire Dragon Emperor is the offspring of the Dragon Clan's prince, possessing true dragon god bloodline. Even Gu Yuna, as the Silver Dragon King, is inferior in terms of bloodline concentration and can only be considered superior in terms of bloodline quality. Compared to the frustrated Thunder God, Sea God Poseidon appeared quite relaxed. Although contact with Sea God Island was temporarily lost, with the divine consciousness I left there shouldn't be any problems. Sea God Poseidon murmured to himself, as he had laid many backup plans on Sea God Island, enough to ensure the success of that new heir. He just didn't know if he could ascend to the divine realm once he passes the tests. Currently, Sea God Poseidon was contemplating this issue. At this moment, on Sea God Island, Tang San, under the leniency of his two new priests, successfully passed many assessments, and the time required was shorter than in the original work. Congratulations, Xiao San, you have successfully completed the third test. Tang Xiao smiled slightly. However, Tang Hao, who was beside him, did not even look at him and solemnly asked, Xiao San, what is your fourth test? The fourth test, in the original work, Tang San's fourth test was to assist the demon Soul Great White Shark in defeating the evil spirit Tiger Whale King. However, now, before Chen Yue left, he had already taken Xiao Bai and Bai Xiu away, and the evil spirit Tiger Whale King was also conveniently turned into roasted whale meat for these two foodie sharks. Naturally, the assessment would change accordingly. The Sea God's ninth test, fourth test, hold out for at least 1 hour under the Sea Dragon Douluo as command. Hearing this, Tang Xiao was immediately taken aback, and Tang Hao's expression changed even more. That Sea Dragon Douluo is a Title Douluo of level 95. Xiao San, you're only level 79. Do you have confidence? Tang San fell in a deep thought. Unlike the original work, his sixth spirit ring is white, and the seventh spirit ring behind it is black, and he no longer has spirit bones. Even the blue silver emperor spirit bone is gone. He can be said to have basically only a skull and an 8 spider lance left. In this situation, with his strength as a 79 level soul sage, challenging the Sea Dragon Douluo seems, in some sense, like seeking death. But, Dad, time is pressing. I can't delay any longer. After a long while, Tang San raised his head and looked at Tang Hao, solemnly saying, Mom is still suffering as a hostage in that demon's hands. I don't know when I can free her and reunite our family. Thanks to Sea God Poseidon, Tang San's memory that had shattered due to the divine sealing stone was resealed by the Sea God's spiritual power, so he was unaware of the related matters. But what he mentioned was what Tang Hao told him, meant to inspire his fighting spirit to pass the assessment faster, and then become the Sea God, ultimately seeking revenge and saving people. Of course, the two priests also knew that they would need to make sacrifices at that time, and Tang Hao had long calculated that he would definitely force his older brother Tang Xiao to make a sacrifice, just because of that kick Tang Xiao had back then. Chapter 178. Gina, come, I'll just lie down. Still struggling whether to write a new book or transfer worlds. Forget it. Let's wait a few days to see how the results turn out. If it doesn't work out, then I'll write a new book. Good. Tang Hao nodded, coldly glanced at Tang Xiao, and then turned his gaze back to Tang San. You should rest for a night. The assessment will start tomorrow. But, Dad? No buts, Tang Hao said sternly. Only by replenishing your energy can you build up your strength. If you fight with your back against the wall, you will surely lose. Do you understand? I understand. Tang San's expression changed slightly, and ultimately, he gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. Very good. Seeing this, Tang Hao also showed a smile, nodded, go rest. You will definitely pass tomorrow. Tang San nodded, not understanding the underlying meaning of Tang Hao's words, and turned to return to the palace to rest. Brother Hao, you really? Shut up, you can't call him Brother Hao. Tang San didn't notice, but Tang Xiao did. After watching Tang San leave, he was about to say something, but halfway through, he saw Tang Hao's expression suddenly darken, coldly interrupting him. You have no right to say that. Tang Xiao, his lips trembled, and after a long pause, he finally said hoarsely, you plan to use force to suppress that sea dragon Douluo? Force? Tang Hao snorted. You can actually say that? How can a normal assessment be about force? You just let the time for the new sea god to be born come a little earlier. That's all. It's not a big issue. After all, the beings on Sea God Island also hope for the sea god to descend again, right? But you just... Tang Xiao. Tang Hao shouted sternly. What are you barking about? If you don't want to help, fine, then shut up. Anyway, you, Tang Xiao, are no longer a member of the Haotian sect. Tang Hao angrily waved his sleeve and left, leaving Tang Xiao with a face as dark as water, standing in place for a long time without speaking. Tang Xiao couldn't understand. Since it wasn't forceful suppression then, why was Tang Hao so sure that Tang San would definitely pass? In fact, Tang Hao's thoughts were very simple. To put it bluntly, it was a warning combined with a sweet promise. After all, once Tang San becomes the sea god, the old members of Sea God Island, would also share in the glory. Since that's the case, why not speed things up? Of course, if Sea Dragon law is strict, then Tang Hao might not be unable to play some tricks, especially since he has already grasped power at this moment. It'd be very easy for him to create some loopholes. Based on Tang San's previous assessments, Tang Hao came to a conclusion. The current sea god was also eager for Tang San to inherit the divine position. But whether this conclusion is true or not remains to be verified, and tomorrow would be the best test result. This result, of course, would be without any exceptions. The divine realm has sealed Douluo Star, and along with it, the passages to other lower realms. In order to prevent anything revived on Douluo Star from running into other worlds and causing chaos, which would force the divine realm to intervene. And that would be good. Therefore, the divine realm simply sealed off other worlds, waiting for the outcome of Douluo Star, and then waiting for the return of the Shura god, so that the 5 great divine kings could gather on Douluo Star to judge those victors. But all of this was known only to the 3 great divine kings of evil, destruction, and life. Even the god of goodness did not know their plan. After all, she has a veto, let alone the sea god, who is only a first-level deity. Therefore, at this moment, sea god Poseidon was quite anxious because he couldn't contact his heir, and when he went to ask the divine king about this matter, he couldn't get an answer either, leaving him to find a way on his own. Currently, the only method Poseidon could think of was to let the heir quickly pass the assessment and meet the minimum requirements before inheriting the divine position, to see if this way he could ascend to the divine realm. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know how many years he would have to wait for the next suitable heir. Of course, he couldn't be too obvious about it. He had to take it slow. According to his estimation, it would take at least half a year for the lower realm. During this half a year, Chen Yue was staying on ChenYue Island, completely unaware of the happenings on Sea God Island. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care because right now, he had more important things on his mind. The number of children was increasing. Following the initial births of Qian Renxue, then Xiao Wu, Tang Yuehua, and Yin, the subsequent births were of Shui Ku, Duge Yin, Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu Qingxue, Meng Iran, Shui Di, Yi Lingling, Huo Wu, and Lan Fatzi. As for Bibi Dong, she was still in a coma for the time being, and the energy absorbed by the child in her womb was limited, so it hadn't reached the due date yet. Sigh, another day of being a hard-working dad. Chen Yue stretched lazily, casually picking up the little cotton jacket that was lying on him. Fortunately, the rewards that came with the system in the later stages included some baby supplies, and diapers were not lacking. Otherwise, these kids, who hadn't yet reached the point of dividing energy, wouldn't know what to do, because there were too many children. The energy absorption environment set up on ChenYue Island was limited, so for the few late-born little ones, even with items like gathering spirit formations, there was currently no way to set them up. Fortunately, the many women who were their mothers, along with ChenRenxue, Guangling, Qianjun, Jiang Mo, Ci, Tun, Ximiao, Ling Yuan, and other Title Douluo, as well as the Ice Saint Angel, all worked together to cultivate and build in the areas below ChenYue Island. Among the many offspring, some weren't very suitable for the energy in ChenYue Island because this island leaned towards brightness, while some children, like Shueti's child, leaned more towards ice and snow. So using gathering spirit formations and other items on ChenYue Island would not yield proportionate benefits in consumption. However, Chen Yue also thought of a solution because the rewards included relevant formations to adjust energy, but the required area was a bit vast, and naturally, ChenYue Island alone wouldn't suffice, so it needed to be cultivated. Who told you to love giving birth so much? This time it's guaranteed. TCH. Hearing Chen Yue's long sigh, as if he were in prison, Gu Yuna, who was sunbathing, couldn't help but smile. Swinging her long white legs over to Chen Yue's lap, one hand rubbing her slightly bulging belly, I feel about the same now. Because she had a pure divine beast bloodline, the time required was much longer than for the other women. Of course, currently it was roughly the same, especially since Chen Yue was carefully feeding her energy. Don't get me wrong, it's the energy from system rewards, like gathering spirit formations. It's serious. If you keep being naughty, you'll be the first target next time. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuna was not surprised but rather delighted. Come on, I'll just lie here. ChenYue. Chapter 179. Let us add a big ending. Little San, congratulations. You have completed the 8th assessment of the Sea God. On Sea God Island, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao looked at Tang San. Their expressions varied. Compared to the former, Tang Hao's expression was more excited because once Tang San became a god, there would be hope for revitalizing their Haotian sect. The latter, however, was somewhat unsettled in his heart due to a statement Tang Hao made a long time ago. At first, he felt a bit guilty about abandoning Tang Hao, but over time, the resentment in his heart spread. Essentially, it was just a small matter. After such a long time, why still be so calculative? After all, we are brothers. Is it really necessary to cling to such trivial matters from long ago? Therefore, at this moment, Tang Xiao's thoughts were somewhat clouded, as Tang San's 9th exam was imminent. He had already reached the pinnacle of soul power at level 99. Even though he felt a deep sense of grievance towards Tang Hao, he understood that the monumental task of revitalizing the Haotian sect could only be shouldered by him alone. So, let us go, it's time for the final exam. Tang Hao's words interrupted Tang Xiao's thoughts. The latter took a deep breath, his gaze steady, and replied, "Let us go." The two no longer hesitated, and a flash of light appeared on their foreheads, merging into Tang San's mind. In an instant, Tang San felt as if his soul had exploded. The voice of the Sea God echoed in his mind like a recorded message. Sea God, 9th exam, the 9th exam. Sea God inheritance begin. This simple sentence immediately invigorated Tang San. He recalled the illusions he had seen before. As long as he could truly become the Sea God, all illusions would vanish, and he could return to the continent to save Xiao Wu, eradicating all evil. Just as this thought crossed Tang San's mind, 2 beams of golden light flashed from Tang Hao and Tang Xiao's foreheads, suddenly merging into the very center of the hall ceiling. In that moment, rays of light cascaded down, and beneath Tang San's feet, a golden 6-pointed star shone brightly. At the same time, the phantom of the Sea God burst forth. "Go, Xiao San, accept the Sea God's final trial." Tang Hao's voice rang out. After his words fell, the 9 soul rings surrounding him and Tang Xiao's 9 soul rings shattered into countless beams of light. At that moment, Tang San found himself locked in by an immense energy so vast that he could hardly imagine, unable to move even a fraction. "No, Dad, Uncle." Tang San's eyes widened in despair, but he could only watch helplessly as Tang Xiao and Tang Hao were consumed by crimson golden flames. "Xiao San, everything about the Haotian sect is entrusted to you. Do not let the Haotian hammer be lost." The two did not possess the same strength as Poseidon in the original work. They could only leave behind a sentence before being abruptly engulfed by light. The energy emanating from around them became violent at this moment, the crimson golden light transforming into a massive pillar that completely swallowed Tang San. Under this overwhelming energy, the great door of the Sea God inheritance finally appeared before Tang San. "Dad, Uncle, I will definitely become the Sea God and then resurrect you." Tang San wiped away non-existent tears, now able to move, and resolutely pushed open the great door. However, what he did not know was that this door was his final end. Upon stepping through the door, everything in his sight underwent a dramatic transformation. Everything that had been there before was swept away, replaced by the Stardow forest that Tang San was familiar with. The Lake of Life. What? Tang San froze. staring in disbelief at the scene before him. He saw Xiao Wu, who was pregnant and lazily lying on the grass, but her belly, swollen like a balloon, could not be concealed even by her extremely loose long dress. At this moment, Tang San was completely stunned. No, his Xiao Wu, his beloved Xiao Wu. How could she have become like this? He hadn't even been with his beloved Xiao Wu. How could she possibly be pregnant? He wouldn't believe that Xiao Wu's large belly was from gaining weight. It was clearly a sign that she was already pregnant. But he hadn't done anything with Xiao Wu. How could she be so big? Xiao Wu, lying down, seemed to hear his call, propping herself up with one hand on the grass, looking at him in confusion. Sangu, what's wrong? You this. Seeing Xiao Wu's calm demeanor, Tang San was even more bewildered. How could she be so calm? Did he missee something? Tang San rubbed his eyes in disbelief. But the pregnant Xiao Wu before him showed no signs of change. At this moment, his expression finally changed, no longer doubting himself. Xiao Wu, what is going on with your belly? I'm pregnant, Sangu. Did you forget? Tang San. No. What do you mean I forgot? Xiao Wu. You actually. Xiao Wu's calm face showed confusion and astonishment. No. Sangu, did you really forget? Now, it was Tang San's turn to be more confused. What did I forget? Could it be my child? To his surprise, Xiao Wu nodded, yeah. Tang San. No. He hadn't even kissed his beloved Xiao Wu. How could there be a child? Xiao Wu, did you remember wrongly? I Heaven Dou. The physical conditions between people are different. Tang San. And I'm not even human. Tang San. Xiao Wu. What do you mean by that? Xiao Wu snorted coldly. My mom said my constitution is special. I could get pregnant even if I received it too late. Tang San. At this moment, Tang San was completely befuddled. No, Xiao Wu, you this. If I knew it. However, before Tang San could explain anything, Xiao Wu interrupted him. You are indeed a hypocrite, a scumbag. Tang San. You don't even want to take responsibility for your child. I knew I was wrong about you. Xiao Wu coldly snorted, looking at him with disdain. You just want to take advantage of my soul bones and soul rings. Thankfully, I'm not foolish. Tang San's heart skipped a beat, feeling an ominous premonition. Xiao Wu, you don't want to take responsibility, but someone else is willing to be the child's father. After Xiao Wu's words fell, a man's figure appeared beside him. Upon seeing this person, Xiao Wu immediately rushed into his arms. Who are you? The newcomer was Chen Yue. He smiled broadly, holding Xiao Wu, showing his white teeth, of course. I'm a good man who doesn't hold grudges. You're talking nonsense. However, before Tang San could finish his sentence, he saw Xiao Wu snort coldly. Enough, Tang San. You scumbag who starts and ends chaotically. Get lost, I don't need you. Tang San. Tang San swore. He had never felt as bewildered in his life as he did at this moment. He truly didn't understand why there was a constitution that could get pregnant just by holding hands. No, Xiao Wu, let me explain. Enough. Chen Yue waved his hand disinterestedly. I'm going to help Xiao Wu give birth. She is about to deliver. You can take your time. Saying this, he really turned around with Xiao Wu, quickly disappearing from the entire world. No, this isn't real. This is all fake. Seeing this, Tang San was completely panicked, wanting to rush over, but found himself grasping at air. The entire world seemed to have left him all alone. Tang San suddenly sat up from the bed, gasping for breath, beads of cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Sangu, what is wrong? With a big belly and wearing maternity dress, Xiao Wu stood up in confusion, patting Tang San's back. Sangu, why is your clothes completely soaked? And no, it's nothing. Tang San scratched his head, feeling like something was off, but he couldn't figure it out for the moment. So he asked, where's Xiao Qi? You forgot. Xiao Wu looked at him oddly. Today is the once-in-a-thousand-years goddess festival in the God Circle. Of course Xiao Qi went to compete. Goddess? Festival? Yeah. Xiao Wu said seriously. Also Zhu Qing, Rong, Chen Xiang, they all went together. If I weren't pregnant, I would want to go and have some fun too. Tang San was stunned. What does that have to do with being pregnant? Of course it matters. Xiao Wu said impatiently. Sangu, did a nightmare scare you so much that you forgot everything? Tang San didn't speak. He did feel like he had forgotten something. Our God Circle's human emperor has come out of seclusion. He personally organized the goddess festival, and no one in the entire divine realm wants to miss it because they can receive the blessings of the human emperor, ensuring that their future generations will be healthy and extraordinary. Even our granddaughter-in-law went to participate. Tang San was stunned again. Granddaughter-in-law. Yeah, Xiao Wu said as if it were obvious. It's ChenYue. Don't you remember? You were the one who pointed out Xiao to ChenYue, right? In a few years, we'll be great-grandparents. Seeing Tang Sen still looking confused, Xiao Wu helplessly face-bombed, pouted, and got up, saying, dissatisfied, forget it, you should just rest. Now you got me wanting to see what stage they are at in their festival. You sleep by yourself. The human emperor is right. Your spirit has been too severely traumatized. Hearing this, Tang Sen quickly got up. Xiao Wu, I'll go with you. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wu looked back at him with an even stranger expression, as if she were looking at a lecherous old man, making Tang Sen feel uneasy. What's wrong, Xiao Wu? The goddess festival is for us goddesses to participate in. What does a big man like you want to go for? Plus, Vuton, Nana, and Xiuxiu are all there. Zhu Qing and the others are also there. What do you want to do by going? Tang San. Seeing Tang San frozen, Xiao Wu rolled her eyes, stopped talking, and slowly walked outside with her big belly. After hearing what Xiao Wu said, Tang San also froze in place, staring blankly into the distance until the little room with Xiao Wu's disappearing figure finally snapped him back to reality, muttering, what did I forget? He got up and followed Xiao Wu's scent, but ultimately stopped in front of a huge fortress. It wasn't that he was blocked, but he heard a series of somewhat unreasonable sounds coming from inside. Ah, human emperor, spare me, I was wrong. Hey, Sister Xiao Wu is here, quick. Human emperor, catch her, she's bigger. Yes, she can also satisfy the human emperor's cravings. Tang Sen stood there like a statue, frowning, but he still couldn't remember anything. Douluo Star, Douluo Federation, Underground Research Institute. The patient's vital signs were dropping, seemingly stimulated greatly. Maintain vital signs at all costs. This is the only living yet unconscious deity that fell from the ancient times. It cannot go wrong. Yes. Summary. A person in Douluo, serving as a fake eunuch and guardian of the Heaven Dou Palace, binds a system at the moment of breaking through to Title Douluo. Just as Chen Yue was pondering who to target first, QianRenxue, who was just one step away from completing the Heaven Dou Palace transformation, walked in with confidence, saying, as long as Mr.Chen helps me a bit, whatever you want is no problem. I want the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, this beauty, how about it? ChenRenxue, I consider you a subordinate. Do you want to be my stepfather? From this point on, the style of Douluo has completely changed.